Chapter 1. Apprenticeship with the God of Death. Have you truly made up your mind to attend Shrek Academy? The elder calmly placed his piece on the board, gazing at the youth across from him. The young man appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, his disheveled black hair framing an exceptionally handsome face, with eyes that shimmered in shades of gold and silver. He nodded, smiling as he replied, regardless of the outcome, gaining more experience is always beneficial. Consider it a period of exchange and learning. Indeed, the elder nodded, not voicing any doubts or objections, but instead inquired, "Yet why do you wish to meet the God of Death Douluo?" The youth smacked his lips thoughtfully and said, "As a soul mentor, should one not harbor admiration for the most powerful soul mentor?" The elder paused momentarily, his hand gripping the piece, faltering before he steadied it and nodded, addressing the youth. "That is not an issue. Do you have any request before you depart?" "To become the disciple of the God of Death Douluo." The youth's unassuming words startled the elder, who inquired solemnly, "Lin Shuang, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying?" The youth chuckled, "Grandfather, it is evident that in the presence of such a formidable soul mentor of the ultimate Douluo level, becoming her disciple is surely a fortuitous opportunity." However, the elder pressed, "But are you not aware of her identity?" Lin Shuang thumped the table, his excitement palpable. "I am fully aware of her identity. It is precisely because of that I must meet her and become her disciple." The elder sat there, seemingly powerless, while Lin Shuang fixed his gaze upon him, understanding that this was his singular choice, the only way to evade a mortal fate on the Douluo Continent. After a long pause, the elder sighed, I am the true #1 soul mentor of the continent, the Silver Moon Duo Kong Deming, the High Priest of the Sun Moon Royal Sacrificial Hall. Even you merely inherit my talents." Lin Shuang nodded, affirming, "Grandfather, I am aware." Yet the Silver Moon Duo interrupted him, stating, "With your talent, I am confident that I can cultivate you into an existence not inferior to my own combined with your soul master abilities. You are not without the potential to surpass the God of Death." Lin Shuang smiled, "Yet she is the strongest soul mentor." "Indeed, a 10th level soul mentor is inferior to a 9th level soul mentor. Perhaps this illustrates the disparity between ultimate Douluo and super Douluo, solely relying on a single martial soul. The God of Death stands atop the continent, but what if she possessed twin martial souls?" A flicker of disappointment flashed in the Silver Moon Douluo's eyes, yet he managed a strained smile and nodded. "Very well." Lin Shuang beamed. Even as the most unprecedented genius of the Sun Moon Empire, he still bore immense pressure and urgency, lifting his gaze only to behold the ceiling, rather than the boundless sky. The following day, Lin Shuang's wish was fulfilled as he met the God of Death Douluo within the Royal Sacrificial Hall of the Sun Moon Empire. "You wish to take me as your master?" The voice of the God of Death Douluo was rich and magnetic, tinged with a huskiness that bore a unique allure, inviting both familiarity and reverence. "Indeed," Lin Shuang replied, bowing respectfully. The face of the God of Death Douluo was obscured by a large hood, preventing him from glimpsing her features. The most powerful genius in the history of the Sun Moon Empire, who has never resorted to drugs, has attained the Soul Emperor realm by the age of 18, and is even a level 6.5 soul mentor, having crafted more than one level 7 soul tool. The God of Death remarked with a hint of nostalgia, addressing Lin Shuang, "It is hard to imagine a talent like you emerging in the Sun Moon Empire." "I am honored by your praise, Your Excellency," Lin Shuang replied, maintaining his respectful demeanor. The God of Death Douluo scrutinized Lin Shuang, her tone indifferent as she stated, "As a descendant of the Silver Moon Douluo, you should be aware of my identity." "Yes," Lin Shuang affirmed. "I shall assign you a task if you are willing to descend into the path of an evil soul master. I will accept you as my direct disciple, considering your connection to the Silver Moon Douluo." A flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Shuang's eyes, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by elation as he readily acquiesced. 3 days later, Lin Shuang, reeking of bloodlust, arrived alone at the outskirts of the evil spirit forest, where he encountered the God of Death Douluo. The once handsome youth now possessed an otherworldly beauty, enhanced by the aura of slaughter and the scent of blood surrounding him. "Excellent." The God of Death Douluo nodded in satisfaction, saying, "In that case, let us proceed with your apprenticeship." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang knelt upon the ground, respectfully performing the ritual of 3 bows and 9 prostrations before the God of Death Douluo. "Thus, you shall be my sole disciple, Ye Xishui. Remember, I am the Grand Master of the Holy Spirit sect." With that, Ye Xishui vanished, leaving behind a black ring on the ground. This was a level 8.5 soul tool, named the Heart of Darkness, containing the secret techniques of the Holy Spirit sect, as well as a means to contact her, alongside a token representing the identity of the God of Death Douluo. Beep! Host is signed in with the God of Death Douluo Ye Xishui. System activated. Rewarding a beginner's gift pack. Beep. Host is signed in with the God of Death Douluo Ye Xishui. Rewarding the domain of the God of Death. Lin Shuang stood frozen in place as an overwhelming aura of slaughter radiated from him. Ye Xishui, who had not strayed too far, suddenly cracked a smile. Though she held little attachment to this world, Lin Shuang's talent still moved her, even leaving her astonished. Why did it not manifest at the outset? Lin Shuang inquired of the system. The sign-in occurs only when the host forms a profound bond with a divine-level entity, and when they appear before the host, such bonds can include those of master and disciple, spouses, or companions. Lin Shuang understood, unable to conceal his delight as he retracted the domain of the God of Death, silently contemplating, open the beginner's gift pack. Beep. Host has opened the beginner's gift pack. Beep. Congratulations, host has received one opportunity to draw a 10th Ascendier soul bone. Lin Shuang's expression brightened as he quickly declared, draw immediately. Beep. Host is conducting the 10th Ascendier soul bone lottery. Congratulations, host has obtained a piece of 10th Ascendier dark sacred dragon right arm bone. A dense surge of dark energy coalesced around Lin Shuang's right arm, the terrifying force of darkness seemingly causing him no harm. It was not until the entirety of the energy merged with his arm that Lin Shuang realized the overwhelming power flooding through him. Chapter 2. Arrival at Shrek. Lin Shuang cast a glance at the evil spirit forest before retrieving a level 6 flying soul tool from his storage soul tool, departing from the area without heading towards Shrek Academy. Given his age and status, his journey to Shrek Academy could only be under the pretext of exchange and learning for a brief period. Originally, Lin Shuang's intention was to meet the so-called protagonist. However, he had now changed his mind, deciding to remain at Shrek Academy for a full year to trigger the system's rewards. Are there any other prerequisites for triggering the sign-in besides forming a bond with a goddess? Lin Shuang inquired. It must be a character that appears in the original work, the system's voice replied, prompting Lin Shuang to nod as he flew towards the direction of Mingdu. A week later, the figures of an elder and a young man appeared at the heart of Shrek Academy, on Sea God Island, where the inner courtyard was situated. They arrived silently, and only a singular individual within the entire Shrek Academy sensed the spatial fluctuation. In the dormitory building of the new students in the outer courtyard, an elderly man lying there suddenly opened his eyes, gazing towards the golden ancient tree, his figure flashing away in an instant. Esteemed guest, please enter the Sea God Pavilion. A calm voice resonated in Lin Shuang's and the Silver Moon Douluo's ears. The Silver Moon Douluo narrowed his eyes, remarking, it seems Shrek Academy also harbors an ultimate Douluo. Lin Shuang smiled, replying, since the host family has extended an invitation, a guest we shall be. The Silver Moon Douluo smiled in return, a flash of silver light in his hand, and their figures vanished, only to reappear within the Sea God Pavilion. At that moment, only a handful of elderly individuals with white hair occupied the Sea God Pavilion, and upon Lin Shuang and the Silver Moon Douluo's arrival, their expressions shifted, becoming vigilant. Do not be alarmed. The previously calm voice rang out again as a hunchbacked elder appeared, observing the pair. Mu Lao, the crowd exclaimed in relief, visibly relaxing. The Dragon God Douluo nodded, turning to the Silver Moon Douluo and asking, why does one of your standing arrive uninvited at Shrek Academy? The Silver Moon Douluo smiled indifferently, stating, this old man has long held admiration for Shrek Academy. I wish for this unworthy grandson to study in the inner courtyard for a year. Might that be acceptable? The Dragon God Douluo furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Shuang, who smiled and respectfully greeted Mu Lao, saying, I am Lin Shuang. Honored to meet you, Your Excellency Dragon God. A flicker of surprise passed through Mu Lao's eyes as he remarked, I did not expect anyone to recognize me in this world. However, despite this, Elder Mu spoke with an unkind tone, saying, you have come uninvited, and surely you must provide an explanation. Initially expecting a fierce confrontation, the Silver Moon Douluo interjected, it is indeed my fault for arriving uninvited, but this individual is a disciple of an old friend of yours. Elder Mu, I trust you will show him some courtesy. Upon learning from Lin Shuang that Shrek Academy possessed an ultimate Douluo, the Silver Moon Douluo was already taken aback. However, when Lin Shuang revealed that this ultimate Douluo was an acquaintance of Death God, his astonishment deepened immeasurably. Elder Mu furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Shuang, who stated, my master's surname is Yi. Elder Mu's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in shock, you are a disciple of Xishui? What has become of her? Regaining his composure, Elder Mu hastily inquired. Lin Shuang offered a gentle smile and replied, my master is in good health, thank you for your concern, Elder Mu. At this juncture, the Silver Moon Douluo inquired, Might Elder Mu permit my grandson to remain within the inner academy of Shrek for a year of study? Elder Mu nodded and responded, since he is a disciple of Xishui, that poses no issue, but you, sir, are not an ultimate Douluo. Why is that? The Silver Moon Douluo chuckled softly, saying, my martial soul is unique. I have merely grasped the power of space, and I beg your pardon for the embarrassment. Though the Silver Moon Douluo considered himself formidable, rivaling the Dragon God Douluo, he maintained a respectful demeanor toward his deceased friend's esteemed acquaintance. Since Elder Mu is willing to allow my unaccomplished grandson to stay here, I shall take my leave, the Silver Moon Douluo said, bowing slightly to Elder Mu, and, much like his arrival, he mysteriously vanished from the spot. A flicker of apprehension crossed Elder Mu's eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged as he addressed an elderly woman beside him, saying, Lin Huichuan, please make arrangements for this young man. Thank you, Elder Mu. Lin Shuang expressed his gratitude with a slight bow, then curiously regarded the elderly woman named Lin Huichuan, intrigued by the identity of one who dared to jest with the gluttonous Douluo. Young man, come with me, Lin Huichuan said, rising as an ordinary elderly woman would, addressing Lin Shuang. After following Lin Huichuan outside, Elder Mu sighed, remarking, the Sun and Moon Empire has grown remarkably strong. With his keen insight, it was evident to him that the Silver Moon Douluo commanded the power of space through a soul guide, yet it was precisely this spatial power that instilled in him a sense of foreboding. Before any other elders could inquire, Elder Mu vanished from the spot, utilizing the power of space to depart from the Haishan Pavilion. Once outside the Haishan Pavilion with Lin Shuang, Lin Huichuan asked, young man, what is your current strength? Lin Shuang respectfully replied, I am but a humble apprentice, barely reaching the level of Soul Emperor. Oh, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Huiquan's eyes. She discerned that Lin Shuang could not be over 20 years of age, yet at such a young age, he had already attained the rank of Soul Emperor, a feat exceedingly rare within Shrek Academy. Your talent is commendable, she praised. Lin Shuang maintained a smile as he followed Lin Huichuan, and the two gradually arrived at the female dormitory of the inner academy students, where Lin Huichuan stood and released her soul power aura. Soon, a woman hurried out upon seeing Lin Huichuan, greeting her with utmost respect. Greetings, Elder Lin. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with long black hair cascading down to her waist, her exquisite face fair and flawless. Her serene and gentle demeanor left a lasting impression. Indeed, observing the woman, Lin Huichuan nodded with satisfaction, saying, Lexuan, this child is a disciple of Elder Mu's old friend. He has come to study at Shrek Academy for a while, and I entrust him to your care. Zhang Lexuan regarded Lin Shuang, and, sensing his soul power fluctuations, was momentarily taken aback, standing in stunned silence. Lin Shuang, too, was momentarily dazed, quietly observing Zhang Lexuan, the esteemed senior sister of the inner academy at Shrek. Chapter 3. Zhang Lexuan. Lin Huichuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, what is the matter? It is known that Zhang Luxian's talent is exceedingly rare, having achieved remarkable feats over the past 3,000 years at Shrek Academy. At merely 23 years of age, she has already become a Soul Douluo. Her current moment of distraction was indeed surprising to Lin Huichuan. Regaining her composure, Zhang Luxian uncertainly remarked, when I saw him, my soul power suddenly trembled. Soul power resonance is a phenomenon that occurs only when two individuals possess martial souls capable of fusion. Now, it manifested between Lin Shuang and Zhang Luxian. Lin Shuang had also regained his composure, gazing at Zhang Luxian with a hint of bewilderment. Despite having a similar martial soul to his grandfather, the Silver Moon Douluo, he could not achieve soul power resonance with him, yet he could with Shrek Academy's senior sister. Was this what they referred to as destiny? What? Lin Huichuan exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning to Lin Shuang and asking, what is your martial soul? Silver Moon. Unlike other celestial martial souls, the Moon martial soul has several variations. While Zhang Luxian possesses a Moon martial soul, Lin Shuang and the Silver Moon Douluo share the Silver Moon. I am Zhang Luxian, with a Moon martial soul and an 8th-ring soul Douluo strength. The senior sister of the inner academy extended her delicate hand toward Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang smiled and extended his hand in return, saying, I am Lin Shuang, with a Silver Moon martial soul, and I'm a 6th-level soul engineer. You are a soul engineer? Zhang Luxian exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Lin Huichuan pondered and inquired, do you hail from the Sun and Moon Empire? Indeed, Lin Shuang nodded, stating, I possess a faint royal bloodline. A glimmer of understanding passed between Lin Huichuan and Zhang Luxian. It was evident that such prowess at this age could only be achieved in the Sun and Moon Empire. Clearly, They mistakenly assumed that Lin Shuang had attained such strength through the use of potions, feeling a mix of regret and relief. Believing he had unraveled Lin Shuang's background, Lin Huichuan said to Zhang Luxian, I entrust this child to your care. Understood, Zhang Luxian nodded. Due to their soul power resonance, she felt a considerable affinity towards this potential future rival. After all, with their soul power resonance, they might possess a martial soul fusion technique. As long as the Sun and Moon Empire refrain from waging war, they could potentially become allies. Once Lin Huichuan departed, Zhang Luxian asked Lin Shuang, have you just arrived at Shrek Academy? Yes, Lin Shuang nodded, replying, this is my first visit to Shrek City. Zhang Luxian smiled, saying, I heard from Elder Lin that you intend to study at Shrek Academy for a while before returning to the Sun and Moon Empire? Lin Shuang, the next all-continent advanced Soul Master Academy soul fighting competition is just over a year away. Zhang Lishuan, however, paid little heed to this, nodding in acknowledgement. With Lin Shuang's prowess, he would undoubtedly be a member of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon's representative team, and perhaps even its captain. Even if he were to gain insight into the capabilities of the Shrek Academy participants while in the Inner Academy, would that not also reveal his own strengths? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Lishuan said to Lin Shuang, Elder Lin has entrusted me with your care. How about we first dine together? And then I will take you on a tour to familiarize you with Shrek Academy? Very well, Lin Shuang nodded in agreement. As the two made their way to the Inner Academy's cafeteria, they attracted astonished glances from everyone they passed. It was quite unusual for the typically aloof senior sister to be seen engaged in lively conversation with a man, especially one not donned in the Shrek Academy uniform. Once seated together in the cafeteria, it wasn't long before a crowd gathered outside, intrigued by the identity of the man accompanying their senior sister. Yet, under the imposing presence of Zhang Lishuan, no one dared approach. Even the diners hurriedly finished their meals, casting furtive glances from a distance, or retreated to corners while occasionally peeking at the two. It seems your charm is quite remarkable, Lin Shuang remarked with a smile. Zhang Lishuan chuckled softly and replied, Since my arrival at Shrek Academy, you are the second male I have shared a table with for a meal. Lin Shuang refrained from inquiring about the identity of the first individual. Such an obvious matter would not only render her foolish but also displease Zhang Lishuan. It must be said that the cuisine at Shrek Academy is rather commendable, comparable to that served at Mingdu Hall. After finishing their meal, the two departed from the cafeteria. On Sea God Island, aside from the legendary golden ancient tree and the tales of Sea God Tangsan, there is little of significance to mention. Strolling by the shores of Sea God Lake, Zhang Lishuan remarked to Lin Shuang, Shrek Academy is divided into the inner and outer courts, and each year, the elite Shrek 7 monsters who participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament are selected from here. Lin Shuang nodded and remarked, I am aware. For it was you who led the team to triumph over the representatives of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and the Douling Empire during the previous tournament. Lin Shuang did not participate in the previous grand competition as a member of the reserve team, for he understood that at that time, he lacked the ability to aid his team in overcoming the formidable Shrek 7 monsters. Thus, he chose to remain in Mingdu for cultivation. Zhang Lishuan, feeling a bit awkward, offered a quick smile and promptly shifted the topic, inquiring of Lin Shuang, is there anything else you wish to learn about Shrek Academy? I would like to familiarize myself with my opponents in advance, Lin Shuang replied. Zhang Lishuan was taken aback momentarily, then nodded in agreement, stating, that is certainly feasible. I will take you to meet him for a soul duel shortly. The inner court now boasted 2 seed contenders, so it was not unreasonable for Lin Shuang to meet one in advance. Moreover, she was eager to witness the prowess of the talented soul master from the Sun Moon Empire. During her own participation, the Sun Moon Empire had relied heavily on a plethora of potions to elevate a 6th ring soul emperor for the competition, yet she effortlessly triumphed over him. Now, she wished to observe Lin Shuang, a genius soul master from the Sun Moon Empire who had already attained the rank of Soul Emperor more than a year prior to the competition, and discern his true strength. Chapter 4. Confronting Dai Yaoheng. Accompanying Zhang Lishuan, Lin Shuang soon encountered a young man. Upon observing the youth, a flicker of recognition crossed Lin Shuang's eyes. It appeared that Zhang Lishuan had indeed found the opponent for him. Dai Yaoheng, the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke, was the name Lin Shuang silently repeated in his mind as he followed Zhang Lishuan closer. Senior sister, Dai Yaoheng greeted Zhang Lishuan with alacrity upon noticing her. Zhang Lishuan nodded and inquired of him, do you have a moment? Taken aback for an instant, Dai Yaoheng quickly responded, I have ample time. Is there something you need? Senior sister? Upon hearing that Dai Yaoheng was available, Zhang Lishuan smiled brightly and introduced, This is Lin Shuang, a student from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, who has come to the inner court for a period of study and wishes to spar with his future opponent. Dai Yaoheng's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Lin Shuang and then remarked, I do not believe I have seen you before. Lin Shuang smiled and said, I did not attend the previous Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, but I have learned about you, Dai Yaoheng, the captain of the Shrek reserve team and the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke. Dai Yaoheng furrowed his brow. If Lin Shuang had merely introduced herself as the captain of the Shrek reserve team, he would have felt honored. However, by referencing the title of the White Tiger Duke, it was evident that she was linking his identity to his family. Nevertheless, with Dai Yaoheng's composure, his expression soon returned to normal. He smiled at Lin Shuang, extending his hand as he said, Hello, I am Dai Yaoheng, a level 61 Assault System Battle Soul Emperor. Lin Shuang extended her hand to shake with Dai Yaoheng, stating, I am Lin Shuang, a rank 6 Soul Master. However, Dai Yaoheng's expression quickly shifted, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could hardly believe that. Despite possessing the White Tiger martial soul, his strength was overshadowed by that of a mere Soul Master. Lin Shuang also smiled. Dai Yaoheng intended to teach him a lesson. But Lin Shuang's right arm fortuitously integrated a soul bone, bestowing him with formidable strength, which ultimately led to Dai Yaoheng suffering a covert defeat. Surely, there must be a soul fighting arena in the inner courtyard? Lin Shuang inquired of Zhang Lexuan. Let us proceed, Zhang Lexuan replied with a nod, leading the way ahead. Lin Shuang and Dai Yaoheng exchanged a glance, both harboring ill intentions and intending to teach each other a lesson. Upon arriving at the soul fighting arena, they found a considerable crowd gathered, and observing the two engaged in combat, Zhang Lexuan helplessly rubbed her forehead. She had initially planned to let Dai Yaoheng take the stage while concealing Ma Xiaotao, but to her surprise, Ma Xiaotao was already in battle with others upon their arrival. With bets placed, it was evidently impossible to halt the ongoing fight, which meant that the duel between Lin Shuang and Dai Yaoheng had to persist. However, to Lin Shuang's astonishment, his soul power trembled once more, resonating with a force he could not ignore as he gazed at the woman in the arena. He was incredulous to discover that Shrek Academy possessed not one, but two individuals who shared his soul fusion technique. Lin Shuang was deeply astonished, and coincidentally, the woman also turned her gaze toward him. Lin Shuang's lips twitched slightly. He had surmised the identity of the woman before him, a soul saint of the seventh ring. Coupled with the three-legged golden crow martial spirit, it was unmistakably Wuing, renowned as the Golden Crow Saintess of Shrek Academy. It appeared that the dual martial spirits might have been deduced as well. Lin Shuang felt somewhat exasperated, as he had intended to surprise Ma Xiaotao at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's soul fighting tournament over a year from now. Fortunately, his identity had not been directly revealed, leaving room for further concealment. I concede, Wuing declared outright, leaving Ma Xiaotao, who stood opposite her, in a state of confusion. Once she processed the situation, Ma Xiaotao retorted angrily, Old woman, what do you mean? Huh, little girl. Was Wuing's only comeback before she leaped off the soul fighting stage, leaving Ma Xiaotao with no outlet for her frustration. Handsome, may I have the pleasure of getting to know you? Wuing approached Lin Shuang with a smile, inquiring amicably. Lin Shuang's lips twitched. Yet how could he possibly decline the allure of romance? He extended his hand directly towards Wuing and said, Greetings, my name is Lin Shuang. Hello, handsome. I am Wuing, she replied with a cheerful smile, grasping Lin Shuang's hand and refusing to let go, holding on to it firmly. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao leaped down from the fighting arena. Upon seeing Wuing holding Lin Shuang's hand, a smile involuntarily crept across her lips as she teased, Oh, has Senior Wu finally found a boyfriend? Get lost, Wuing retorted playfully, then turned back to Lin Shuang and inquired, Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Lin Shuang turned her head directly to Zhang Lexuan, as if seeking help. Zhang Lexuan sighed and said, Wuing, please release him. He is a student from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, here to study in the inner court for a while. And now he is about to engage in a soul duel with Dai Yaoheng. What? You are from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon? Wuing exclaimed in surprise, and he also released Lin Shuang's hand. Lin Shuang pondered for a moment, then nodded and replied, I suppose that counts, as I will be participating in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel Competition. With no one left in the arena, Lin Shuang turned to Dai Yaoheng and inquired, Shall we proceed now? Indeed, Dai Yaoheng affirmed with a nod, before leaping up without hesitation. Lin Shuang addressed Zhang Lexuan, requesting her assistance in opening a betting round, stipulating that she would only accept wagers on her losses at a 1-to-1 odds ratio. Should she lose, She would settle the account after her descent. With that, Lin Shuang leaped onto the soul-fighting arena, causing Dai Yaoheng's gaze to turn icy. Her words seemed to imply an unwavering confidence in her superiority, igniting a fierce indignation within the prideful Dai Yaoheng. As the surrounding soul power barrier gradually ascended, Dai Yaoheng chose to strike immediately. With the evil eye white tiger martial soul manifesting, the first, third, and fifth soul rings shimmered simultaneously, propelling him into his most formidable state. In contrast, a silver moon appeared behind Lin Shuang, with an identical arrangement of soul rings materializing beneath her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. The power of moonlight. The third soul ring of Lin Shuang illuminated, as she opted to unleash her enhancement soul skill. It was evident that relying solely on the soul guidance device would not suffice to overcome Dai Yaoheng without revealing too many of her trump cards. Thus, Lin Shuang had no choice but to employ her soul skills. Unfortunately, Dai Yaoheng was a prodigy, and Lin Shuang was equally gifted, if not more so. For her soul power was a full 2 levels higher than his, standing at 63. Chapter 5. A decisive victory. The two faced each other. Yet it was Dai Yaoheng who could not contain himself and chose to strike first, releasing a sphere of milky white light from his mouth. White Tiger's radiant wave. Lin Shuang hovered in the air, the first soul ring shimmering as he summoned a glimmer of moonlight power, which he cast forth. The moon shadow. The moonlight energy he unleashed transformed into a shadow of the moon, advancing toward Dai Yaoheng's white tiger radiant light wave. However, facing the triple amplification of Dai Yaoheng's attack, it was instantly dispersed. A trace of smugness flickered in Dai Yaoheng's eyes, yet Lin Shuang remained unfazed. Observing the slightly dimmed white tiger radiant light wave as his second soul ring began to shine. Moonlight. A brilliant silver moon behind him radiated immense light, with the moonlight power gradually eroding the white tiger radiant light wave. Understanding dawned in Dai Yaoheng's eyes. After their initial exchanges, both combatants had gauged each other's strength, and he charged directly at Lin Shuang. As a beast martial soul master, his forte lay in close combat. Silver Moon Blade. The moonlight energy transformed into a silver moon blade in Lin Shuang's hand, and he too opted for close combat against Dai Yaoheng. Although Dai Yaoheng excelled in melee, Lin Shuang had fused with 100,000-year soul bone, rendering him equally formidable in strength and explosive power. Dai Yaoheng launched a punch at Lin Shuang, who deftly sidestepped, swinging the silver moon blade toward him. Yet, Dai Yaoheng stepped forward, choosing to face Lin Shuang's silver moon blade head-on and reached out to grasp him. The silver moon blade grazed his skin, leaving a cut, yet it failed to inflict more severe damage, which astonished Dai Yaoheng. He had not expected to be wounded by Lin Shuang despite his enhancements. White Tiger Destruction Strike. A blinding golden light erupted from Dai Yaoheng as he unleashed a fierce burst of golden energy. Just as the claws of the white tiger were about to grasp Lin Shuang, a protective shield materialized, thwarting Dai Yaoheng's lethal assault. Have you forgotten? I am a soul master, Lin Shuang remarked with a smile as the silver moon blade dissipated, giving way to a silver longsword. After blocking Dai Yaoheng's desperate attack, Lin Shuang swung the longsword toward him. Although Dai Yaoheng had the audacity to withstand Lin Shuang's silver moon blade, he hesitated to confront the soul guide in Lin Shuang's grasp, for as a 6th-level soul master, Lin Shuang wielded a 6th-level soul guide. However, Dai Yaoheng was mistaken yet again. Lin Shuang was a 6th-level half-soul master, and the half-level difference only meant his soul power was at the Soul Emperor realm. This did not preclude his ability to craft and utilize 7th-level soul guides. Silver Moon Divine Light Slash. To speak candidly, the longsword in Lin Shuang's hand was his magnum opus, named Wang Shu, a formidable 7th-level soul guide with offensive soul skills. As the Silver Moon Divine Light Slash was unleashed, Lin Shuang finally began to employ the soul skill from his 10,000-year soul ring. The 5th soul ring glimmering as he vanished from sight. Moon Flash. Dai Yaoheng's gaze remained composed, yet he found himself in a passive position. Faced with an unseen enemy in the imminent Silver Moon Divine Light shield, he had lost the initiative. White Tiger Destruction Strike. As golden light flared, Dai Yaoheng prepared to withstand Lin Shuang's Silver Moon Divine Light Slash. The powerful shockwave surged against the soul power shield of the battle arena. After successfully countering Lin Shuang's attack, Dai Yaoheng swiftly turned to execute another White Tiger Destruction Strike, just as Lin Shuang appeared behind him, intending to conclude the battle. His ring glimmered, and he materialized behind Dai Yaoheng. You have lost, Lin Shuang stated calmly, positioning the Wang Shu sword against Dai Yaoheng's neck. Stunned, Dai Yaoheng retracted his martial soul, his eyes filled with disbelief. He remained incredulous that a soul guide could possess such formidable strength. The soul power shield of the battle arena gradually dissipated as Lin Shuang sheathed the Wang Shu sword and descended from the platform, leaving Dai Yaoheng standing alone, seemingly unable to accept reality. Zhang Lexuan observed this scene, a bitter smile gracing her lips. She too had not anticipated Dai Yaoheng's swift and decisive defeat, particularly without inflicting significant harm upon Lin Shuang. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lexuan, Lin Shuang had also been compelled to reveal his trump card. He initially believed that by employing the Wang Shu sword to unleash the Silver Moon Divine Light Slash and then using the fifth soul skill to appear behind Dai Yaoheng, he could swiftly end the confrontation. However, Dai Yaoheng's White Tiger Destruction Strike forced Lin Shuang to utilize another 7th-level soul guide, renowned as the Miraculous Ring of Teleportation. Dai Yaoheng's 3 White Tiger Destruction Strikes, aside from one that countered the Silver Moon Divine Light Slash, had significantly impacted Lin Shuang. The first White Tiger Divine Light Slash triggered the highest-level soul guide Lin Shuang possessed, the gift from the Red Dust Douluo upon visiting the Silver Moon Douluo, ultimately bestowed to Lin Shuang as the Red Dust Protection. The second instance blocked Lin Shuang's Silver Moon Divine Light Slash, while the third compelled Lin Shuang to activate the Ring of Teleportation. Yet, the outcome was evident. Dai Yaoheng succumbed to Lin Shuang. In the face of a formidable soul master wielding spatial soul guides and techniques, most soul masters found themselves at a loss. With the formidable offensive capability granted by the Wang Shu sword, Dai Yaoheng, who excelled only in attack and defense, suffered a swift defeat. This exemplified an absolute counter. While one may be adept in offense, they could not breach Lin Shuang's defenses. Conversely, although skilled in defense, they could not withstand his offensive prowess. Moreover, despite possessing formidable combat awareness, Lin Shuang's spatial soul techniques and guides sealed the fate of this battle. How many place bets? Lin Shuang leaped down from the battle arena, smiling as he inquired of Zhang Lexuan. Zhang Lexuan responded with a hint of exasperation, 670,000 gold soul coins. Undoubtedly, this was a substantial sum, but within the inner court of Shrek Academy, there were no shortages of noble heirs from the 3 great empires. Even Ma Xiaotao, a descendant of the original Shrek 7 monsters, had wagered 300,000 gold soul coins against Lin Shuang. It was evident that Ma Xiaotao now sat on the ground with a mournful expression, having anticipated a profit from Lin Shuang, only to suffer losses so swiftly. Contemplating this, Ma Xiaotao shot a fierce glare at Dai Yaoheng, who, still dazed in the battle arena, suddenly jolted to attention upon meeting her gaze, offering a rueful smile. Chapter 6. The Abundance of Wealth. However, after casting a fierce glare at Dai Yaoheng, Ma Xiaotao approached Lin Shuang. How about we have a match? She proposed. Aren't you eager to gauge your opponent? Coincidentally, I should be the captain of this generation's Shrek 7 monsters. Is that so? Lin Shuang chuckled, retrieving his wager from Zhang Lexuan before addressing Ma Xiaotao. Shall we place some bets? He then turned to Zhang Lexuan, instructing, continue the betting shortly. Only accepting wagers against my loss. Any stakes are welcome, with a 1-on-1 payout. Ma Xiaotao's expression suddenly hardened, and she began to comprehend Dai Yaoheng's earlier emotions, feeling as though, like him, she was being looked down upon by Lin Shuang. Can you afford to wager? Zhang Lexuan queried. Unlike Dai Yaoheng, Ma Xiaotao was among the most gifted individuals in the inner court, her abilities nearly on par with his. However, this did not indicate that Zhang Lexuan was concerned for Lin Shuang. Rather, she worried that if Ma Xiaotao were to win, Lin Shuang might not withstand the burden of compensating her. Lin Shuang smiled gently, and with a swift motion at his chest, a remarkably thin metallic disc materialized in the palm of his hand. This circular piece appeared as delicate as paper, emanating a soft golden halo that captivated the eye. Most intriguingly, intricate translucent engravings adorned its surface. The delicate patterns were meticulously arranged, yet they radiated a sense of creativity and imagination. Despite the absence of any discernible spiritual energy emanating from it, the disc possessed a unique weightiness, akin to a mountain. Faint golden glimmers flickered across its surface. The brilliance was subtle yet irresistibly alluring. Lin Shuang smiled and said, "This is the exquisite creation of Master Jing Hongchen from the Mingdu Hall. With the protection of the 9th-level soul guide, coupled with the blueprints of the 8th and even 9th-level soul guides I possess, this should be precisely what your Shrek Academy requires, am I correct?" Lin Shuang harbored no apprehension regarding potential dangers at Shrek Academy. With the bond shared with Ye Xishui, Lin Shuang found it hard to believe that the Dragon God Douluo would permit the elders of the Sea God Pavilion to act against him. However, Lin Shuang could not entirely dismiss the possibility that, as the Dragon God Douluo approached the twilight of his life, he might overlook the sentiments of the past. Nevertheless, even should he resort to underhanded tactics to seize the soul guide design in Lin Shuang's possession, it was unlikely he would resort to taking Lin Shuang's life. In such a scenario, the Sun Moon Empire would merely gain a pretext for inciting war. Coupled with the mentor-student relationship between Lin Shuang and the God of Death Douluo. The combined might of the Silver Moon Douluo, the God of Death Douluo, and the Dragon Emperor Douluo left Shrek Academy with little means of resistance. Are you truly willing to stake such invaluable treasures? Zhang Lexuan exclaimed in astonishment. For these were items that even the esteemed figures of the Sea God Pavilion had struggled to obtain, yet Lin Shuang so effortlessly offered them as wagers. Lin Shuang gazed at Zhang Lexuan and smiled. I have taken out my items, but can you offer an equivalent wager? Ma Xiaotao turned to Zhang Lexuan, seeking her thoughts. Zhang Lexuan gritted her teeth, yet before she could solidify her resolve, the voice of a middle-aged man resonated. I shall stake 3 ancient soul bones against a design blueprint for a 9th-level soul guiding device, along with the 9th-level soul guiding device you possess, the Red Dust Protection. A robust man in his 50s entered, his face devoid of wrinkles, yet crowned with a head of hair as sharp as steel needles, imparting an air of experience. He stood tall, measuring at least 2 meters and 2 centimeters, broad-shouldered with a bronzed complexion and well-defined muscles. May I inquire your identity? Lin Shuang asked, her mind racing to recall the man's credentials. He was none other than Yin Yue Douluo, the vice dean of the soul guiding department at Shrek Academy. Lin Shuang understood and greeted him respectfully, saying, Junior pays respects to Wuing Douluo. Yin Yue Douluo waved his hand and inquired, Youngster, will you accept this wager? Lin Shuang shook her head and said, Senior, the design blueprint for a level 9 soul guidance device has never been seen in the 3 great empires. Furthermore, the value of a level 9 soul guidance device, combined with 3 soul bones over 50,000 years old, is still far from sufficient. Yin Yue Douluo furrowed his brow, fully aware that 3 10,000-year soul bones pale in comparison to the value of a level 9 soul guidance device blueprint and the device itself. And even one of them surpasses the worth of the soul bones. However, due to his miserly nature, he was reluctant to offer more as a wager, observing his contemplation. Lin Shuang continued, if you're willing, I could wager a level 8 soul guidance device blueprint against your 3 soul bones. Yin Yue Douluo replied, Youngster, the value of a level 8 soul guidance device blueprint does not even reach 1/10 of that of a level 9 soul guidance device blueprint. To propose such a wager against 3 soul bones is rather far-fetched. Lin Shuang chuckled. Those 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones combined do not even equate to 1/10 of a single 100,000-year soul bone, do they? Yin Yue Douluo's expression instantly turned frosty as he threatened Lin Shuang. Youngster, while the Shrek Academy may possess 100,000-year soul bones, do you think you can carry them away? Lin Shuang smiled and said, there is no need for you to worry, esteemed elder. Given the bond between my master and the Dragon God, I trust that I shall not encounter any unjust treatment at Shrek Academy. What did you say? Yin Yue Douluo exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who is your master? An aged voice interjected, tinged with a hint of discontent. Enough, Yin Yue Douluo, you may return now. An elderly woman entered. Casting a stern glance at Yin Yue Douluo before approaching Lin Shuang, she regarded him closely and inquired, do you truly believe you can defeat Ma Xiaotao? Lin Shuang smiled and glanced at Dai Yaoheng, saying, if the soul emperors of Shrek Academy possess such caliber, then I, as a junior, hold a certain confidence. Elder Song. The surrounding students of the Shrek inner court respectfully bowed to the elderly woman. Upon hearing the name Elder Song, Lin Shuang surmised the identity of the elderly woman, and thus respectfully bowed to her, saying, I am honored to meet the Spirit Eagle Douluo. Elder Song nodded and replied to Lin Shuang. You certainly possess a commendable understanding of our Shrek Academy. Lin Shuang smiled and addressed Elder Song, saying, Shrek is indeed the foremost academy on the continent, and I am naturally well informed. Elder Song glanced at Lin Shuang and inquired, do you intend to wager your battle against Ma Xiaotao for the design blueprint of a level 9 soul engine and a level 9 soul engine itself? Lin Shuang nodded. And Old Song continued, Old Mu has expressed his willingness to wager a 10,000-year soul bone in exchange for your bet on the protection of the mortal realm, along with 3 schematics for 9th-level soul guiding devices. Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment. The protection of the mortal realm could indeed be offered. Yet the younger generation possessed only 2 designs for 9th-level soul guiding devices. Might it be permissible to substitute them with 5 designs for 8th-level soul guiding devices? At this juncture, Yin Yue Douluo, who had yet to take his leave, hurriedly interjected, Elder Song. 10 designs for 8th-level soul guiding devices cannot possibly equate to a single design for a 9th-level soul guiding device. We must not remain silent. Elder Song, somewhat irked, then turned his gaze towards Lin Shuang, declaring, I shall accept this wager. Lin Shuang smiled and said, that would be splendid. She then turned to Zhang Lexuan and instructed, You will continue to assist me in the betting with a 1-to-1 odds. Should I lose, I shall compensate with an equally valued soul guide device and design blueprints. With that, Lin Shuang leapt directly onto the battle arena, and after a few words of admonition from Elder Song to Ma Xiaotao, she too ascended. Yin Yue Douluo, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Elder Song, why agree to allow her to substitute 5 8th-level soul guide design blueprints for a single 9th-level blueprint? This seems exceedingly unfair. Elder Song retorted with ire. You have fallen into the trap of greed. 2 9th-level design blueprints and 1 9th-level soul guide. Do you truly believe that Ma Xiaotao lacks the prowess to rival a soul master of the Sun and Moon Empire? Yin Yue Douluo stammered, but what if silence? A flicker of disappointment flashed in Elder Song's eyes as he commanded, return to the Sea God Pavilion. Bowing his head in respect, Yin Yue Douluo complied and exited, recognizing that Elder Song was not only a venerable elder of the Sea God Pavilion, but also his mother-in-law. Sighing as he watched Yin Yue Douluo depart, Elder Song shook his head, lamenting inwardly, perhaps this is where you fall short compared to Yin Xiaozha. Qianduo's vision remains limited. Despite Yin Xiaozha's stinginess, he would never allow Shrek Academy to lose face in such matters. Yet Qianduo's actions risk undermining the reputation of Shrek Academy. He assumes victory is assured, yet seeks to extract further stakes from his opponent. What if Lin Shuang senses something amiss and refuses to continue the gamble? Chapter 7. The rematch with Ma Xiaotao. Lin Shuang and Ma Xiaotao arrived at the soul fighting arena, observing the gradually ascending soul power shield. Lin Shuang addressed Ma Xiaotao. Greetings, I am Lin Shuang, a 6th-level soul master. Ma Xiaotao, with an indifferent expression, replied, I am Ma Xiaotao, a formidable attack-type soul emperor at level 64. Noticing Ma Xiaotao's aloof demeanor, Lin Shuang refrained from further conversation. Once the soul power shield was fully raised, he unleashed his martial soul. Blood Moon. A glimmer of crimson light flickered in Lin Shuang's eyes, and his aura began to surge dramatically. Lin Shuang has never resorted to medication to enhance his strength. Yet this does not imply that he has abstained from utilizing substances for other purposes, such as aiding him in transcending his limits and integrating this 5,000-year-old 6th spirit ring. The silver moon behind Lin Shuang transformed into a vivid crimson. Ma Xiaotao's gaze sharpened as she immediately entered the state of martial soul manifestation. Phoenix Meteor Shower. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, a resplendent fire phoenix soared into the sky. Its searing flames causing the temperature within the protective barrier of the arena to rise dramatically. Massive phoenix meteors rained down from above, both densely packed and ferociously powerful. The air above the battle platform became almost entirely distorted. Had it not been for the Elder of Soul Master Strength activating the formation on the battle platform to condense the soul power barrier, this formidable phoenix meteor shower could have harmed the spectators below. Lin Shuang's gaze sharpened as he stood rooted to the spot, displaying no reaction whatsoever. His inaction caused Ma Xiaotao to momentarily hesitate in her movements. However, at the moment the phoenix meteor shower descended, a layer of soul power shield enveloped Lin Shuang. For the stakes of this wager were a soul bone aged 100,000 years, and he was exceedingly earnest. In response to Ma Xiaotao's phoenix meteor shower, Lin Shuang summoned a soul power shield using the technique of red dust affection. Furthermore, having exhausted a significant amount of his soul power in the previous battle with Dai Yaoheng, Lin Shuang produced a milk bottle, which he clutched in his mouth to replenish his soul power. All of Ma Xiaotao's phoenix meteor shower struck against Lin Shuang's soul power shield. Yet he remained standing amidst the swirling smoke, biting down on his milk bottle. Lin Shuang meticulously calculated his data, pondering how to vanquish Ma Xiaotao. The god of slaughter's domain was absolutely off-limits, otherwise, the Dragon God Douluo would undoubtedly hold no reservations after the battle and would eliminate him on the spot. Thus, he needed to seek an opportunity to conclude his conflict with Ma Xiaotao. However, having already utilized the instant transmission ring, and with the 5th soul skill, Moon Flash, proving difficult to employ, the chances of Lin Shuang creating such an opportunity appeared slim. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted forth, the blazing flames of the phoenix transforming into wings that beat against the air. After flying 10 meters, 2 jets of intense fire erupted from her soles, astonishingly enhancing her speed once more. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Lin Shuang. Ma Xiaotao, displaying her formidable prowess, radiated with the brilliance of her 4th soul ring during her rapid ascent, and the phoenix flames surged to a deep crimson hue. In this instance, Lin Shuang chose not to employ the red dust affection. Instead, at the very moment the 5th soul ring flickered, she vanished from her original position. Although Moon Flash could not provide Lin Shuang the opportunity to conquer Ma Xiaotao, it was sufficient to evade her attacks. Had it not been for the vast expanse covered by the phoenix meteor shower, Lin Shuang would have preferred not to expend more soul power to utilize the red dust affection to form a protective soul shield. At the moment of her disappearance, a colossal pillar of flames erupted from the ground, prompting Ma Xiaotao to swiftly pivot and charge towards the direction where Lin Shuang reappeared. The Wang Shu sword manifested in his hand, poised to strike at Lin Shuang. Silver Moon Divine Light Slash. Phoenix Cloud Piercing Strike. In response to Lin Shuang's Silver Moon Divine Light Slash, the phoenix flames enveloping Ma Xiaotao transformed into a diminutive flame phoenix to counter the attack. At the moment of collision, smoke obscured everyone's vision. The crimson light in Lin Shuang's eyes intensified, and the blood moon behind her radiated a red glow that rendered the spectators below in a daze. The Scarlet Moon. Lin Shuang's lips curled upwards as the sixth soul ring radiated a brilliant glow, shattering into fragments. Even the martial spirit behind him transformed into a fierce crimson light. Crashing down, Lin Shuang's complexion turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground. The attack, propelled by a shattered soul ring and martial soul, unleashed a soul skill of 50,000 years, its power nearing that of a soul Douluo, despite his soul power being merely at level 63. Regardless of Ma Xiaotao's attempts to resist, the outcome was already sealed. Crack. The sound of shattering echoed as the soul power shield fractured. A fleeting azure light flickered, and the crimson moon was promptly extinguished. In this battle, Ma Xiaotao faced defeat. Elder Zhang dispelled the lingering smoke with his martial soul and addressed Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang struggled to rise to her feet, casting her gaze towards Ma Xiaotao, who stood behind Elder Zhang, and then surveying the crowd of Shrek Academy students encircling the soul-fighting arena, her eyes brimming with pride. Zhang Lishuan's expression flickered with astonishment. It was not Lin Shuang's victory over Ma Xiaotao that surprised her, but rather the formidable power of Lin Shuang's final move, the Crimson Moon, which nearly reached the level of a soul Douluo. It was not merely Ma Xiaotao who would falter before such a strike. Even Wuing, a soul sage, would find it insurmountable. Yet, soon a glimmer of apprehension surfaced in Zhang Lishuan's eyes. Indeed, the Crimson Moon required extensive preparation time, a significant drawback of the soul skill. But Lin Shuang was a soul master possessing a top-tier martial soul and had achieved the rank of a six-ring soul emperor. With her elevation to a sixth-level soul master, she had already attained a combat prowess equivalent to that of a soul sage. What then, when Lin Shuang ascends to the rank of soul sage? Or even a soul Douluo, or perhaps a title Douluo? The reason the Sun-Moon Empire currently stands shoulder to shoulder with the three great empires is that soul masters have yet to breach the realm of Super Douluo. This is not to say that becoming a soul master inherently limits one's potential. Rather, it demands significant energy and focus, necessitating the use of potions to enhance soul power, thereby depleting one's innate potential. Since the founding of the Sun-Moon Empire, the number of Super Douluos that have emerged can be counted on one hand, each possessing powers that rival the pinnacle of the limit Douluo, and in certain respects, capable of contending with them. Observing Lin Shuang's talent, Zhang Lishuan suddenly felt a wave of concern. If Lin Shuang were to become a Super Douluo, would the ambitions of the Sun-Moon Empire reignite? After all, Lin Shuang had mentioned possessing a faint royal bloodline. Your Excellency the Divine Eagle, since I have emerged victorious, what of the soul bone? Lin Shuang inquired. Despite the shattering of her martial soul, she did not succumb to unconsciousness. After all, possessing two martial souls meant that the destruction of one only indicated severe injury, not a mortal state. Elder Song regarded Lin Shuang with a sigh, tossing forth a golden soul bone. As Lin Shuang caught it and examined it, she discovered it to be a right arm bone. The corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched. Chapter 8. Re-entering the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Song explained. This soul bone is the right arm bone of a 100,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear, left behind after the passing of the previous head of Shrek Academy. Its worth as a wager is not inferior to your 9th-level soul tool and design blueprints. In Lin Shuang's eyes, a flicker of astonishment appeared. This was the arrangement of Shrek Academy. If one was willing to wager a 9th-level soul guide and its design, then upon their defeat, they would be obliged to present an equally valued soul bone in return. Had it been the parsimonious Dean Yin Xiaozhe, he would have acted similarly. This very characteristic contributed to Yin Xiaozhe's ascent as the dean of the martial soul department and even positioned him as a potential heir to the Sea God Pavilion. Lin Shuang retracted his soul bone, nodded towards Elder Song, and proceeded towards the staircase on the side of the soul-fighting arena. Elder Song called out to him, saying, "In a moment, let Zhang Lishuan accompany you to the Sea God Pavilion to seek out Elder Zhuang for healing. The shattering of a martial soul is no trivial matter." Lin Shuang turned around, nodded, and said, "Thank you, old Song." After speaking, he descended the steps and approached Zhang Lishuan. inquiring, "How many people are being held down?" Zhang Lishuan's eyes flickered. Instead of answering Lin Shuang's question, she asked him, "Have you been scheming all along?" Lin Shuang chuckled softly, admitting that his initial intention was merely to win some golden soul coins to see what treasures he could procure in Shrek City. However, he was pleasantly surprised to have obtained a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Zhang Lishuan nodded in agreement, stating that he had won a staggering 127 million golden soul coins, along with some highly valuable celestial materials and a pearl from a 10,000-year-old deep-sea magic whale. Observing the pile of items on the ground, Lin Shuang stored everything into the dark heart bestowed upon him by Ye Xishui. The deep-sea magic whale pearl could serve as the core for crafting a soul guide device, while the celestial materials could be utilized to concoct potions that enhance one's strength. Drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired over the years alongside the Silver Moon Douluo in the Mingdu Hall, initially he had won 67 million golden soul coins. And with the recent 127 million, his total amassed from the betting had reached 194 million, including the golden soul coins he carried. Lin Shuang's wealth had surpassed 4 million, a testament to his prowess as a talented soul master capable of creating 7th-level soul guide devices. Seeing him gather all the spoils, Zhang Lishuan suggested they proceed to find Elder Zhuang for healing. This was a directive from Elder Song, and thus she led Lin Shuang toward the golden ancient tree without hesitation, having not placed any bets herself. Once they departed, a cacophony of lamentations ensued. It was one thing for Dai Yaoheng to lose, but the defeat of Ma Xiaotao to that individual from the Sun and Moon Empire left their pride in Shrek deeply shattered. Furthermore, they had staked a significant portion of their wealth, resulting in a complete financial ruin. Upon arriving once more at the golden ancient tree, both Lin Shuang and Zhang Lishuan felt a profound sense of reflection. Lin Shuang had only just left that morning, yet he returned wounded. Zhang Lishuan was moved by the circumstances that brought her back, being in the company of an outsider like Lin Shuang. They entered the Sea God Pavilion, only to find all members present, save for Elder Mu, which left them momentarily astonished. Regaining their composure, they hurriedly saluted the assembly, recognizing that even the weakest among them held the strength of a super Douluo. Did this lad's martial soul shatter? An elderly man inquired with surprise, turning to Elder Song. He had encountered numerous soul masters whose martial souls had broken, yet Lin Shuang's lack of severe injury or unconsciousness was indeed unexpected. Elder Song nodded, instructing, "Please attend to his injuries." "Understood," the elder replied, rising to approach Lin Shuang. A green aura enveloped him as 9 soul rings materialized beneath his feet. When the green light fully manifested, it melded seamlessly with the golden ancient tree. The elder placed a hand on Lin Shuang's shoulder, channeling soul power into him. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he withdrew his soul power, questioning Lin Shuang, "You have not suffered any backlash from the shattering of your martial soul?" Lin Shuang broke into a smile. After all, it was her own soul technique. If it were truly a move leading to mutual destruction, how could she possibly execute it? Once her martial soul regained its strength, all would be well. Elder Zhuang remarked, then proceeded to return to his seat. At that moment, everyone in the Sea God Pavilion turned their attention to Lin Shuang. Finally, an unkempt old man, seated opposite Elder Lin who had initially guided Lin Shuang to Zhang Lishuan, spoke up. "Lishuan, you may step outside." "Yes, Elder Xian," Zhang Lishuan responded respectfully as she exited. Lin Shuang instantly sensed an ominous feeling. The Elder Xian, a venerable figure from the Sea God Pavilion, coupled with his disheveled appearance, likely could only be the infamous Tyrant Douluo. Unlike others, this Tyrant Douluo had no sense of shame. After Zhang Lishuan departed, the Tyrant Douluo, with a smile playing on his lips, turned his gaze towards Lin Shuang and inquired, "Young lad, what price do you place on your design blueprints for the 9th-level soul guide?" Lin Shuang's lips twitched involuntarily, yet she still bowed respectfully to Elder Xian, saying, "Junior pays respects to Lord Taotai. The design blueprint of the 9th-level soul guide, bestowed by my esteemed elder, shall not be used for trade." Elder Xian snorted coldly and retorted, "If it can be presented as a wager, why can it not be traded?" Lin Shuang, his hair frosted with white, found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly assert that he believed Ma Xiaotao was not his rival at that moment. Thus, he remained silent, rooted in place. Elder Xian gazed at him and chuckled, "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer any loss. Simply provide me with a design blueprint for a level 9 soul guidance device, and I shall grant you an additional 10,000-year soul bone." Even Lin Shuang could not help but marvel at the financial might of Shrek Academy. However, recalling the Academy's 1,000-year legacy and the fact that nearly every Grandmaster had possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, his astonishment began to wane. The 10,000-year soul bone did not have a fixed price on the market, but based on Lin Shuang's calculations, its true value should range between 50 million and 70 million gold soul coins. The price of a level 9 soul guidance device blueprint was similarly esteemed. Each blueprint represented the lifelong toil of a genius soul master. In fact, there were only a handful of level 9 soul guidance device blueprints throughout the entire Sun Moon Empire, underscoring their extraordinary rarity. Lin Shuang gazed at Elder Xian and shook his head, saying, "The design blueprints for the 9th level soul guiding apparatus are the foundation of our Sun Moon Empire. Are you, Lord Taotai, truly contemplating war with us?" Elder Xian, seated calmly, replied, "Shrek Academy and the 3 great empires are diligently advancing the development of soul-guiding devices. Within a century, we shall undoubtedly witness the emergence of 9th-level soul masters. At that point, will the 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus still hold significance?" However, Lin Shuang remained resolute in his convictions. Should Shrek Academy acquire a 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus for each of its title Douluo, it would spell catastrophe for the Sun Moon Empire. After all, a newly ascended title Douluo like Dai Yaoheng could, with the aid of a 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus, the Sun Moon Needle, contend against 3 title Douluo. Moreover, if Shrek Academy were to obtain the design blueprints for the 9th-level apparatus, it would signify their potential to mass-produce such devices. Given that both Shrek Academy and the 3 great empires boast an abundance of 8th-level soul masters, their failure to ascend to 9th-level soul masters has merely been due to the absence of blueprints necessary for crafting 9th-level soul-guiding apparatuses. Chapter 9. The Destruction of Blueprints. What if I insist on obtaining the blueprints you possess? Elder Xian's gaze turned perilous. But, Lord Taotai, did you not assert that within a century, the 3 great empires and Shrek Academy will possess their own 9th-level soul masters? Lin Shuang retorted, "If that is the case, do you truly wish to provoke war with the Sun Moon Empire over the blueprints for the 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus?" At this juncture, Lin Shuang produced a stack of blueprints, approximately 70 to 80 sheets, and addressed the assembled elders. "These are the 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus design blueprints in my possession. The intricate core formation for the 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus is exceedingly complex, thus it cannot be encapsulated in a single sheet of paper." Yet, as Lin Shuang finished speaking, a dark aura enveloped the blueprints in his palm, beginning to corrode them. "Stop!" a woman shouted, unleashing her soul power. With a splatter of blood, Lin Shuang was hurled backward, crashing against the wall of the Sea God Pavilion, rendering him unconscious. "Liner, you acted impulsively," Elder Song remarked, frowning. The woman immediately lowered her head, trembling, unable to accept the destruction of the 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus blueprints before her eyes. Truly, Elder Zhang shook his head, rising to tend to Lin Shuang's injuries. Once Elder Zhang had healed Lin Shuang, he opened his eyes, inhaling deeply, and expressed, "Thank you, Lord of Life." Elder Zhuang sighed and departed the Sea God Pavilion, leaving the remaining elders exchanging glances, all feeling somewhat helpless. Who could have anticipated that Lin Shuang would suddenly destroy the 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus blueprints in his possession, thwarting all their plans and shifting their position from proactive to reactive? Is this truly how Shrek Academy treats its guests? Lin Shuang inquired. The numerous elders of the Sea God Pavilion remained silent, their expressions filled with resignation. The martial spirit Douluo, who had just released his soul power to send Lin Shuang flying, finally spoke. "As a soul master, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" "I am fully aware. They are merely blueprints that my grandfather could draft in 2 days," Lin Shuang retorted with a cold smile. The assembly fell silent, yet began to speculate on Lin Shuang's identity, for few in the Sun Moon Empire possess profound knowledge of 2 types of 9th-level soul-guiding apparatuses. Recalling the 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus on Lin Shuang, Xian Liner inquired, "What is your relationship with the master of Mingdu, the Red Dust Douluo?" "Just family and elders." Lin Shuang replied, not deceiving them. He indeed had some connection with Jing Hongqian. "Enough." Elder Lin shook his head, producing a card from his hand and tossing it to Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang caught it, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. The card bore the ancient inscription Treasure Pavilion and nothing else. "This is the ultimate VIP card of Treasure Pavilion, granting a 40% discount on purchases, including some exquisite 10,000-year soul bones from the most elite soul beasts. This item shall serve as your compensation. What do you think?" It must be said that old Lin's plan is quite astute. If Lin Shuang wishes to acquire soul bones or other items from Treasure Pavilion, even with the 40% discount of the VIP card, a substantial amount of gold soul coins would still be required. What will she do then? She would have to sell some of her possessions in order to make the purchases. In doing so, they could obtain the soul guide devices in her possession, as well as the design blueprints. Although the 9th-level Soul Guide device blueprints are no longer available, the other blueprints are still of great interest to Shrek Academy. Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, "Thank you, Old Lin." Old Lin nodded slightly, refraining from excessive words. Old Xian let out a cold snort and said, "Since there is nothing of great importance, you may leave the Sea God Pavilion. Should anything arise, you can simply seek Zhang Lexuan." Lin Shuang cast a lingering glance at the crowd within the Sea God Pavilion before rising and exiting, maintaining her silence. Upon stepping out, a smile reappeared on her face, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Zhang Lexuan observed Lin Shuang but refrained from inquiring about the events that had unfolded in the Sea God Pavilion. However, the departure of the venerable elder of the life Douluo led Zhang Lexuan to suspect that something significant had indeed occurred within. "Do you have any plans?" Zhang Lexuan inquired. "Will you be attending classes in the inner courtyard or engaging in other activities?" Lin Shuang remarked, "I suppose I shall stay within the inner courtyard. But where shall I reside next?" Zhang Lexuan gestured for him to follow her. As they walked, both were lost in their own thoughts. Zhang Lexuan guided Lin Shuang to the male dormitory building within the inner courtyard and proceeded to register him at the dormitory office before taking her leave. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Shuang couldn't help but smirk. It appeared that this woman was rather difficult to impress. Consequently, he turned his attention to others around him. However, he soon realized that the women in the inner courtyard seemed quite challenging, while those from the outer courtyard were rather immature, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. As he wandered through the corridor, Lin Shuang suddenly caught sight of Dai Yaoheng. For reasons unknown, images of Ma Xiaotao, who had successively fallen to him, flashed in his mind. Yet, upon glancing at the dark heart in his hand, a wry smile crossed his face. In any other setting, such behavior would pose no issue. But here at Shrek, should he reveal any semblance of being a suspected evil soul master, the Dragon God Douluo would likely take action against him. Regrettably, he could not welcome the arrival of the Phoenix Saintess. A sinister smile crept across Lin Shuang's lips as he entered the dormitory assigned to him by Zhang Lexuan. The disciples of Shrek Academy's inner courtyard were exceptionally talented individuals, and their oath of allegiance to the Shrek Inspection Corps reflected their character and stance, thus ensuring them excellent treatment. Due to the limited number of inner courtyard students, the dormitories were spacious. Lin Shuang took a closer look and estimated the area to be around 60 to 70 square meters, nodding in satisfaction. He then retrieved a mattress and bedding from the dark heart, laying them on the bed frame situated in the corner. These items had originally been stored in his previous storage soul guide, but after receiving the dark heart from Ye Xishui, Lin Shuang had relocated all his belongings into it. Chapter 10. Journey to the outer courtyard. Lin Shuang lay quietly on the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. When he awoke once more, it was already midday the following day. He approached the window, gazing at the brilliant sunlight outside. Without hesitation, he stretched his arms wide, basking in the warm rays. The ancient bone of the 10,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear lingered in his thoughts. Leaning against the windowsill, Lin Shuang contemplated the potential uses of this soul bone. Perhaps it would be best to set it aside for now and consider trading it with others when the time is right. Lin Shuang had no intention of trading with the Sea God Pavilion. To do so would undoubtedly signify his desire to relinquish the dark golden fearsome claw bear soul bone. However, acquiring a soul bone of equivalent quality would prove exceedingly difficult, and it would also expose the secret that he had already integrated a right arm bone. Conversely, the system seemed to possess a rather elusive ability to trigger. Lin Shuang felt somewhat helpless, having initially believed that with so many beautiful women at Shrek, it would be easy to attract one. Unfortunately, he hailed from the Sun Moon Empire, a rival faction, and thus had yet to capture the infatuation of any at Shrek Academy. To be precise, it was the inner court that remained indifferent to him. Lin Shuang pondered whether he should take some time to visit the outer court, where the young girls might be more easily deceived. However, he soon found himself troubled. Being easily misled was one thing, but he was no pervert with a penchant for young girls. The so-called bond could hardly be established merely through familiarity, could it? Otherwise, would he simply pursue them directly upon their coming of age? A wicked smile crept upon Lin Shuang's lips, with his natural talent coupled with the system. By the time those girls from the outer court reached maturity, he ought to have attained the strength of a title Douluo, or even that of a super Douluo. Thus, he mused, it seems I am indeed no virtuous individual. With that thought, he leapt out of the window, making his way toward the girls' dormitory. Of course, Lin Shuang lacked the audacity to act recklessly at Shrek. He intended to seek out Zhang Lexuan, planning to engage with his future target during the interval when the Silver Moon Marshal's soul lay shattered. Are you really going to the outer court? Zhang Lexuan exclaimed in surprise. The resources available in the inner court of Shrek were vastly superior to those in the outer court, which lacked formidable experts. Zhang Lexuan could not fathom what allure the outer court held for Lin Shuang, compelling him to venture there. Lin Shuang nodded and remarked, "It just so happens that my martial soul has been shattered during this period. There is little for me to do in the inner courtyard, so I might as well spend some time as a teacher in the outer courtyard. With my strength as a six-ring soul emperor, coupled with my insights into soul-guiding devices, it would be more than sufficient for me to serve as a teacher at Shrek's outer courtyard." Zhang Lexuan nodded in agreement and inquired of Lin Shuang, "Are you planning to teach about soul-guiding devices in the outer courtyard?" Lin Shuang shook her head and said, "I intend to take a group of new students this year." Zhang Lexuan furrowed her brows and replied, "However, this year's new students from the external college already have someone in charge, and the semester has commenced for half a month. Then I shall replace one of the instructors," Lin Shuang declared with determination. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Lexuan responded, "I can take you to meet Dean Yin Xiaozhe of the Soul Master Department. If you wish to teach there, you must obtain his permission." Recalling the information about the esteemed Mingdu Douluo, Lin Shuang nodded and followed Zhang Lexuan as they made their way outside Sea God Island. The Inner Academy is situated on the Sea God Lake at the heart of Shrek Academy. Thus, to exit the Inner Academy, they must first leave Sea God Island. As they departed the Inner Academy and headed towards the Outer Academy, Lin Shuang was fortunate to possess a flying soul guide. Following Zhang Lexuan as she soared into the air, they exited Sea God Island together. Zhang Lexuan led Lin Shuang to the area designated for the Soul Master Department at Shrek Academy, making their way towards the Academic Affairs Office, where most of the department's leadership offices are located. The Dean Yin, whom Zhang Lexuan intended to introduce to Lin Shuang, was, of course, situated here. Suddenly, Lin Shuang recalled a matter. The previous day in the battle arena, Ma Xiaotao, who had fought her with full force, was apparently a direct disciple of Yin Xiaozhe. Moreover, Ma Xiaotao's martial soul was the evil fire phoenix, and it was evident that she would suffer a backlash from the evil fire within her if she unleashed her full strength without caution. Lin Shuang paused for a moment, but upon seeing Zhang Lexuan already knocking at the door, she hurriedly made her way over. "Come in," a voice, aged yet robust, resonated. Zhang Lexuan entered, with Lin Shuang following closely behind. Upon seeing the elderly man with white hair seated at the desk, the two bowed in unison. "We have come to pay our respects to Dean Yin Mingfengmian." A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Xiaozhe's eyes. He was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Lexuan bringing Lin Shuang from the inner courtyard to this place. He nodded and inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhang Lexuan cast a glance at Lin Shuang, silently urging him to speak for himself. Lin Shuang nodded, stepped forward, and stated, "I, as a junior, have experienced a shattering of my martial soul. During my recovery, I wish to serve as an instructor in the martial soul department of the Outer Academy at Shrek Academy, to guide the new students." "Oh," Yin Xiaozhe responded, "aren't you a soul engineer? Why would you desire to teach in the martial soul department? Given your background from Mingdu Hall, you would likely be more esteemed in the soul engineer department." Lin Shuang smiled gently and complimented. "The Spirit Hall of Shrek Academy has a legacy spanning 10,000 years. It is out of profound admiration that I have come to this esteemed place." Yin Xiaozhe nodded with evident satisfaction, clearly appreciating Lin Shuang's flattery. However, after casting a glance at her, he shook his head. Lin Shuang furrowed her brow, a foreboding feeling creeping into her heart. She heard Yin Xiaozhe say, "My disciple suffered greatly after the battle with you yesterday, as the evil fire within him erupted. Thus, I cannot acquiesce to your condition." Lin Shuang narrowed her eyes and remarked, "But did not the junior also suffer the shattering of their martial soul? Since we are engaged in a fair contest within the soul-fighting arena, the consequences must inevitably be borne by oneself." Yin Xiaozhe nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "I bear no grievances against you. However, witnessing my disciple in pain, it is only natural for this old teacher to feel a twinge of sorrow." Lin Shuang's lips twitched slightly, as he seemed to have developed an intuitive understanding of Yin Xiaozhe's petty nature. Was this not the very essence of the gluttonous Douluo's character? Equally shameless. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shuang declared, "Once my martial soul is restored, I can craft a 6th-level soul guide suitable for Ma Xiaotao." Yin Xiaozhe shook his head, replying, "2 pieces. I intend to join Class 1. At this juncture, Lin Shuang put forth his conditions. "Deal." Yin Xiaozhe's face lit up with joy. In truth, the previous day, after Ma Xiaotao had merely unleashed a few soul skills, Lin Shuang had revealed his formidable prowess, only to be thwarted by the divine eagle Douluo. His malevolent flames suppressed before they could erupt. Yin Xiaozhe's actions were, After all, a form of retaliation stemming from Lin Shuang's acquisition of a 100,000-year soul bone from Shrek, which had embarrassed Xian Lao and others in the Sea God Pavilion. Chapter 11. Objective achieved. Following the agreement with Yin Xiaozhe, Lin Shuang settled into Yin Xiaozhe's office, while Zhang Lexuan exchanged pleasantries with the two before returning to the inner courtyard. Yin Xiaozhe, with a beaming smile, gazed at Lin Shuang and inquired, "Young man, while you do not sell the design blueprints for 9th-level soul guides, surely you would be willing to part with the soul guides you possess." Although Yin Xiaozhe firmly believed that the power of soul masters must surpass that of soul engineers, he recognized that a formidable soul master wielding a soul guide would undoubtedly be enhanced, making it far better than lacking one altogether. Thus, he set his sights on acquiring Lin Shuang's soul guides. Initially, Yin Xiaozhe had looked down upon soul guides, but after witnessing Lin Shuang's battle against Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaotao in the Sea God Pavilion the previous day, his perspective began to shift. While he still maintained that soul guides could not rival the might of the most powerful soul masters, he discerned that Lin Shuang's second teleportation during his duel with Dai Yaoheng was not mere teleportation in his discerning eyes. Additionally, Lin Shuang's effortless defense against Ma Xiaotao's Phoenix Meteor Shower with a soul power shield was a testament to the efficacy of soul guides. Even if he had no personal need for them, Yin Xiaozhe was eager to prepare several soul guides for Ma Xiaotao. Lin Shuang's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she had spotted a lucrative opportunity. She remarked, "I possess only one 9th-level soul guide, the exquisite creation of Master Jing Hongchen from the Mingdu Hall, known as Hongchen's Blessing, priced at 50 million gold soul coins. As for 8th-level soul guides, I do not currently have one. The value of a 7th-level soul guide ranges from 1 million to 5 million, while a 6th-level soul guide is valued between 300,000 and 1 million gold soul coins, based on the quality and function of the soul guide." Yin Xiaozhe's lips twitched, seemingly at a loss for words regarding Lin Shuang's candor. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What level is the soul guide that allows you to teleport?" Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment, but upon recalling the materials she possessed for crafting a teleportation ring, she removed the teleportation ring from her hand and placed it on the table. Addressing Yin Xiaozhe, she stated, "This is a level 7 soul guiding device, a teleportation ring, which I am willing to sell for 3 million gold soul coins. Its function allows for instantaneous movement within 100 meters, albeit limited to once per day." Yin Xiaozhe shook his head and replied, "Though I am the dean of the martial soul department, I am well acquainted with the market value of soul guiding devices. Such an item would be reasonably priced at around 1 million gold soul coins. Young one, do not let greed cloud your judgment." Lin Shuang smiled faintly. Yin Xiaozhe's words were indeed accurate. Although the teleportation ring only appears at the auction house in the Sun and Moon Empire, its sale price typically ranges between 800,000 to 1,200,000 gold soul coins. This soul tool, despite its distinctive characteristics, has a significant drawback. It can only be used once per day. Lin Shuang explained, "It seems that Dean Yin has underestimated the ring of teleportation. Teleportation within 100 meters, even if it can only be used once a day, is still exceedingly precious." Yin Xiaozhe shook his head, choosing not to respond further, as he sensed Lin Shuang's lack of genuine intent to negotiate. He simply sat there, awaiting the arrival of the homeroom teacher for the new students. With his extraordinary spiritual power as a super Douluo, he had discreetly informed the director of the Wuhuan department, Du Weiluan, to summon the teacher responsible for the new class. Although that individual could be somewhat troublesome, Yin Xiaozhe was unfazed. In the entire Shrek Academy, aside from the few prominent figures in the Sea God Pavilion, he feared no one. Soon enough, someone pushed the door open without knocking. Yin Xiaozhe found himself at a loss for words, though this was not the first occurrence, and he could scarcely muster the energy to comment further. An elderly lady, her face lined with wrinkles, spoke in a clear and melodious voice, addressing Yin Xiaozhe, "Dean Yin, what brings you to seek me? Fan Yu has finally found time to accompany me on a date." Yin Xiaozhe replied leisurely, casting a cursory glance at Zhou Yi before saying no more. Zhou Yi frowned, tugging at the faux skin around her neck until it came off, revealing her exquisite features. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she inquired, "Dean Yin, what do you mean by this?" Yin Xiaozhe responded in a calm tone, "Someone will take over your responsibilities for the new class. Take this year to reflect on yourself." Zhou Yi's brow furrowed further as she suppressed her anger, stating, "Dean Yin, nearly a quarter of the students I have mentored have the potential to enter the inner academy. What does this imply?" Yin Xiaozhe abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. "Zhou Yi, who do you think you are? Had it not been for Fan Yu pleading on your behalf to that woman, Xian Linner, do you believe you would still be standing here?" He continued, with a promotion rate of less than 1/10 and repeated complaints from your own students to the academy. The chance of a quarter entering the inner academy is likely derived from the mere 10% that remains. Shrek is a place for cultivating prodigies. Yet it equally demands excellence. I grant you 1 year to reflect. Should you fail to comprehend, then depart from the Wuhuan department. Lin Shuang sat quietly beside, observing the scene unfold. A teacher with a mere 1/10 admission rate, with only a quarter of graduates able to enter the inner academy. What significance did it hold to dismiss the 9/10 of students? Was it merely to enhance the proportion of her class entering the inner academy by filtering out the majority of those with average talents? Noticing Zhou seemingly frozen in place, devoid of any response, Yin Xiaozhi returned to his seat and inquired, "Is there anything else? If not, you may leave." "I understand." Zhou choked back her emotions as she made her exit. After her departure, Yin Xiaozhi couldn't help but mutter in frustration, a teacher from the martial soul department, consistently supplying talent to the men in the soul guidance department. If it weren't for the lack of betrayal against Shrek, with a cold snort. Yin Xiaozhi chose not to elaborate further, turning his attention to Lin Shuang. He stated, "Starting tomorrow, you will be in charge of the new class at Shrek Academy. However, I must warn you in advance, as a citizen of the Sun Moon Empire, refrain from any actions that might be deemed inappropriate." Lin Shuang smiled and explained, "Rest assured, Director Yin, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. I shall meticulously prepare the 2 level 6 soul guidance devices promised for Ma Xiaotao after the restoration of my martial soul." After speaking, Lin Shuang exited. But not long after, he returned. Yin Xiaozhi frowned and inquired, "What is it?" "Please arrange a faculty dormitory for me," Lin Shuang replied. "You may stay in the student dormitory within the inner courtyard. With your flight soul guidance device, the commute will only take a few minutes." Lin Shuang curled her lips in disdain, inwardly cursing Yin Xiaozhi for his stinginess before reluctantly departing once more. Chapter 12. The Treasure Pavilion. Upon exiting Yin Xiaozhi's office, Lin Shuang did not return to the inner courtyard, but instead headed towards the direction of Shrek City. However, halfway there, she suddenly recalled that since her arrival at Shrek Academy, she had not actually been recognized as a student and possessed no identification to affirm her status. With a twitch of her lips, she had no choice but to retrace her steps back to Yin Xiaozhi's office. Under his impatient gaze, she requested a temporary teaching credential from the outer academy of Shrek Academy. Having obtained this approved temporary teaching certificate from Yin Xiaozhi, Lin Shuang felt a sense of relief as she made her way towards the outer precincts of Shrek Academy, circling around Shrek City until she reached the city center through the northern gate. Observing the bustling vibrancy of Shrek City, her thoughts drifted far and wide, reminiscing about the splendor of Mingdu and the darkness lurking beneath its surface, prompting a smile to grace her lips. "I shall transform this decayed world. I will," Lin Shuang declared resolutely, halting her steps as she approached an establishment known as the Treasure Pavilion. This grand store specialized in a variety of items related to soul masters and soul mentors. From a distance, the Treasure Pavilion appeared as a towering edifice, for stories high and soaring over 20 meters, its opulent exterior gleaming like a treasure trove. As Lin Shuang beheld the 4 young ladies in long skirts stationed at either side of the entrance, she found herself momentarily captivated. These young attendants, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, possessed sweet features and slender figures. Though their lower bodies were concealed beneath flowing skirts, their upper bodies were bare-shouldered, with their bosoms elegantly encased, revealing a pronounced décolletage. Their fair skin shimmered in the radiant glow of the pavilion's resplendent facade, accentuating their grace. However, after a brief moment of admiration, Lin Shuang averted her gaze, retrieving a top-tier VIP card crafted from the crimson spirit-warm jade from the depths of her heart, and proceeded forward. Upon reaching the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion, the 8 young ladies at the threshold welcomed her in unison. "Welcome." Lin Shuang presented her prestigious VIP card to the young lady standing at the forefront, who received it with a respectful demeanor, her eyes momentarily widening in astonishment before returning it to Lin Shuang. "Esteemed guest, please follow me," she uttered, gesturing gracefully ahead as she led the way. Upon entering the Treasure's Pavilion, an overwhelming aura of opulence enveloped them. The golden hall radiated extravagance, illuminated by the resplendent crystal chandeliers suspended from above. On either side of the hall stood 2 rows of young ladies. In contrast to the 8 elegantly dressed maidens outside, those within, donning shimmering golden short skirts, captured far greater attention. These maidens were slightly younger, their attire revealing their fair, elongated thighs. Each possessed a beauty above the ordinary, complemented by exquisite figures, curvaceous where it mattered. and slender in other respects. The initial sensation upon stepping into this golden hall was akin to entering a paradise on earth. "Welcome, esteemed guest," the young ladies on either side exclaimed in unison, bowing gracefully. Lin Shuang's gaze briefly lingered on the youthful curves revealed by the girls, but she soon found herself guided by the girl in the white dress up the golden staircase, arriving at the second floor of the treasure pavilion. Compared to the first floor, the second floor exuded a much quieter atmosphere. Although it appeared somewhat disordered, each display was positioned in the most logical and striking manner. Each exhibit was encased in a massive crystal glass dome, showcasing an array of diverse items. The girl in the white dress halted, turning to Lin Shuang and remarked, "With your Elite VIP card, you are entitled to a 40% discount at the Treasure Pavilion. Should you find any items of interest, you may proceed to the west side to register for purchase." Lin Shuang nodded slightly, meandering about the second floor, and amidst her leftward and rightward glances, she indeed discovered an array of remarkable items. Upon reaching the counter on the west side, Lin Shuang produced her prestigious VIP card and placed it upon the surface, stating, "I wish to purchase the Millennium Whale Gel priced at 6,000 gold soul coins." The attendant at the counter gazed at Lin Shuang with a hint of surprise. It was rather unexpected for a patron possessing a VIP card of such high standing to seek a piece of whale gel of inferior quality. However, she refrained from inquiring further and respectfully addressed Lin Shuang, "Esteemed guest, the Millennium Whale Gel is priced at 6,000 gold soul coins, but with a discount of 40%, it amounts to 3,600 gold soul coins. Kindly proceed with the payment." Lin Shuang retrieved a savings card containing 5,000 gold soul coins from the depths of the dark heart and placed it upon the counter. This card was acquired during the inner courtyard soul fighting events and bore no password. The attendant at the counter swiftly processed the card through a machine, returning it to Lin Shuang before she picked up a key and proceeded toward the cabinet storing the Millennium Whale Gum. Once Lin Shuang obtained the desired item, he began to calculate the gold soul coins in his possession. A glance at the soul bones available prompted him to devise a plan. With a premium VIP card, he was entitled to a 40% discount at the Treasure Pavilion. A quick calculation revealed he possessed approximately 430,000 coins. Although this was insufficient to purchase the coveted left arm bone known as the Golden Radiance from the Golden Earth Dragon King, acquiring other soul bones remained feasible. However, Lin Shuang was disinclined to procure soul bones of inferior quality. As he leisurely wandered, he finally encountered a soul bone that piqued his interest. Observing the bone emanating a dim soul power, a slight smile graced his lips as he approached the counter. The name left leg bone of temporal sorrow caught his eye, igniting a spark of interest, though it was soon replaced by a twitch at the corner of his mouth, originating from the Millennium Soul beast known as the Voidwalker. This bone, despite its spatial attribute lineage, lacked the age to bear any accompanying soul skills. Nonetheless, it promised a significant enhancement to its master, and through related understanding, it held the potential to comprehend the power of space. The price of this soul bone was set at 900,000 gold soul coins. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes. Yet she resolved to purchase the soul bone. Although she had no intention of merging it, the soul bone was an exceptional material for crafting soul-guided devices, particularly one with spatial attributes. Priced at a mere 540,000 gold soul coins after a 40% discount, this soul bone was an irresistible deal. She envisioned the superior quality of the spatial soul-guided device that could be produced using this soul bone. With this thought in mind, Lin Shuang approached the counter once more and ultimately acquired the soul bone for the aforementioned sum. Chapter 13. The New Class. Now, Lin Shuang found herself with only 3,810,000 gold soul coins remaining, excluding the scattered thousands she had not accounted for. With her elite VIP card, she could still procure items worth up to 6,350,000 gold soul coins from the Treasure Pavilion at the highest discount. After obtaining the soul bone with spatial attributes, Lin Shuang suddenly recalled something and approached the counter on the west side. She inquired politely with the attendant, "Are the third and fourth floors accessible?" The attendant paused briefly before a professional smile graced her face as she responded, "Esteemed guest, I regret to inform you that the third floor is reserved for staff, while the fourth floor serves as a storage area for bulk items. If you wish to purchase treasures, it would be best to explore the selections available on the second floor." Lin Shuang nodded and once more wandered through the second floor. Suddenly, he spotted a design blueprint and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a blueprint for a 7th-level soul-guiding device. However, he merely glanced at it before moving on. The design blueprint, inspired by the 7th-level soul-guiding device developed by Mingdu, held no value for him. In Lin Shuang's discerning eyes, apart from a few invaluable treasures on the 2nd floor, most items failed to capture his interest. The 2 items he had previously purchased, a piece of whale resin, which he considered a fortunate find, and a soul bone intended as material for crafting a top-tier soul-guiding device, were exceptions. Yet, the most precious treasures were undoubtedly priced near 10 million gold soul coins, or even higher. With insufficient funds, Lin Shuang could only suppress his desires and abandon the thought of acquiring them. Consequently, he settled for a few alternatives, one of which was a rare metal with spatial attributes roughly the size of a basin, priced at 600,000 gold soul coins, which he procured for 360,000. Following that, the 4th item he purchased from the treasure pavilion, also his most expensive acquisition, was a 10,000-year-old spirit soul bone, priced at 3,500,000 gold coins, sourced from the ancient demon eye magic tree. Ultimately, Lin Shuang acquired it for 2,100,000 gold soul coins. Although most soul bones on the market were priced below 3 million, the costs of skull and torso bones were considerably higher than those of other soul bones of the same age and quality. After purchasing these 4 items, Lin Shuang's initial sum of over 4 million gold soul coins dwindled to just 130,000. Finding nothing else of interest in the treasure pavilion, he decided to leave. Upon receiving Lin Shuang's shopping list in the first room on the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion, the proprietor smiled and remarked, "This young man truly does not incur any losses. He refuses to sell his soul-guiding device for gold soul coins to acquire those soul bones." Lin Shuang placed the items into the heart of darkness, then exited the treasure pavilion and made his way towards the outskirts of Shrek City. After circling the city, he re-entered Shrek Academy from the eastern side. Lin Shuang did not squander much time. Upon entering Shrek Academy, he made his way towards the Sea God Lake, utilizing a flying soul guide to traverse over it and returning to Sea God Island. After dining in the inner courtyard cafeteria, Lin Shuang retreated to his dormitory for rest. As the following morning he was set to meet his students, several of whom were his particular targets. In the classroom of the freshman class, students chattered animatedly, discussing the news that their instructor, Teacher Zhou, who had been with them for a month, had suddenly been reassigned. While many were discontent with Zhou, there were also fans like Hui Yuhao, resulting in a varied reception among the students regarding Lin Shuang's arrival. However, their sentiments could not alter the situation. Zhou had already taken a year-long leave, and their upcoming lessons would solely be conducted by Lin Shuang. This transition was also the reason behind Ma Xiaotao's duel with Lin Shuang after her battle with Wuing, as the malevolent fire within her had been subdued, contained by the ancient ice dragon Breath of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, allowing her to unleash her full strength. When Lin Shuang entered the classroom, all eyes were upon him, and the previously lively chatter ceased in an instant. Lin Shuang ascended to the podium and inscribed his name in chalk, the handwriting somewhat unrefined, for in both past and present, he seldom engaged in the art of chalk writing. "I am Lin Shuang, your new homeroom teacher, and I will be responsible for your journey throughout this freshman year," he addressed the group of children seated below. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in, Wang Dong. Reward received. The left arm bone of the 10,000 years radiant sacred dragon. Ding. Host signed in. Xiao. Reward received. A 9th-level soul guidance device. The 7 emotions and 6 desires zither." Lin Shuang's eyes glimmered with intrigue. It seemed that her role as the teacher of the new class had seamlessly intertwined with the presence of students Wang Dong and Xiao. Such a bond had formed effortlessly. No wonder she was the sole heroine of the unparalleled Tang sect, destined to become one of the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters. Lin Shuang reflected, surprised that the act of signing in with Wang Dong and Xiao would yield such unexpected rewards. Lin Shuang's left arm soon emanated a dazzling white light, yet it was concealed by the system, remaining unseen by the group of students. Only Wang Dong, who possessed a martial soul of the light attribute, perceived a faint trace, but with his current strength, he was unable to discern any further details. As Lin Shuang was merging with the soul bone, a voice filled with curiosity arose from below, inquiring, "Teacher Lin, what about our teacher Zhou?" Lin Shuang glanced at a somewhat frail young boy and inquired, "What is your name?" The slender boy replied, "Hello, teacher, my name is Hui Yuhao, and I am the class monitor of the new student class. Please respond to my question first." A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Shuang's eyes. It seemed that the 3 individuals with the greatest potential in the freshman class had now come together. Lin Shuang addressed Hui Yuhao, saying, due to certain circumstances, Teacher Zhou has been granted a year's leave by Dean Yan. Therefore, for this year, I will assume the role of your homeroom teacher. Do you have any questions? Hui Yuhao, feeling somewhat agitated, inquired, what are the reasons for Teacher Zhou's absence from our class? Lin Shuang cast a deep glance at him. Before he could utter a word, someone stood up and declared, thank you. Teacher, we have no further questions. As he spoke, he shot a glare at Hui Yuhao and, using his soul power to transmit his voice, admonished, fool, this is a command from the Dean of the Martial Soul Department. You should promptly take your seat. Although Hui Yuhao felt somewhat displeased, he eventually complied and sat down after some persuasion. Lin Shuang surveyed the classroom and then remarked, both Teacher Zhou and I possess the same level of soul power, being 6-ringed soul emperors. Furthermore, I am a 6th level soul master, in sheer strength. Even 2 Shouis would not stand a chance against me. Hearing Lin Shuang speak so dismissively of Shou stirred a sense of indignation within Hui Yuhao. Yet upon learning that Lin Shuang was a 6th level soul master, his eyes sparkled with admiration. It was not that Hui Yuhao harbored feelings for Lin Shuang, but rather his profound yearning to become a soul master himself. Chapter 14. A Resonance of Soul Power. Once again, Lin Shuang continued, my teaching approach diverges from Zhou Yi's, which emphasizes practical training with a supplementary focus on theory. I shall impart to you a wealth of theoretical knowledge, even delving into the intricacies of being a soul master. If you possess sufficient talent, I will assist you in becoming a soul master. With that, she retrieved a chair from the heart of darkness and seated herself. First and foremost, can anyone enlighten me on what constitutes a soul master? Lin Shuang inquired. Hui Yuhao stood up and replied, a soul master is one who can create and utilize soul guiding devices. Lin Shuang nodded and remarked, indeed. A soul mentor's most crucial ability lies in the creation and utilization of soul-guiding devices. However, I am not from one of the 3 great empires. I hail from the Sun-Moon Empire, specifically from the Mingdu Hall. While some may not comprehend the significance of Mingdu Hall, they are certainly familiar with the Sun-Moon Empire. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Silence, Lin Shuang asserted, striking the table and releasing her soul power. Under the weight of her formidable presence, the classroom fell into an immediate hush. I have been studying in the inner academy of Shrek Academy. But due to the shattering of my martial soul in a battle, I have taken on the role of your homeroom teacher in place of Teacher Zhou. Lin Shuang made no attempt to conceal his identity. On the contrary, he even welcomed the prospect of encountering a few naive challengers, as it would afford him the opportunity to relish the experience of expelling students. Furthermore, even if his silver moon martial soul were to shatter, he still possessed another martial soul, coupled with the 200,000-year soul bones bestowed by the system and the soul guidance devices he possessed. An ordinary soul sage would remain no match for Lin Shuang. Mingdu Hall, renowned for housing the continent's foremost soul masters, engaged in research on soul guidance devices that rivaled the studies of martial souls at Shrek Academy. Indeed, the most exceptional soul masters had already acquired powers akin to the most elite soul masters. As Lin Shuang began to sketch on the blackboard with chalk, albeit his handwriting was less than stellar, the imagery he produced was remarkably vivid. Lin Shuang crafted a ring adorned with a moon motif. He tossed a piece of chalk towards a drowsy girl and remarked, this is a 5th-tier soul-guiding device I once created, known as the Guardian of the Moon. By infusing it with soul energy, one can conjure a protective shield of soul power. As he spoke, Lin Shuang retrieved the Guardian of the Moon from the heart of darkness and addressed them. Now, a competition awaits you, to be conducted in rounds of one-on-one duels. The victors will advance to the 2nd round, until the strongest among the new students emerges. This soul-guiding device shall serve as the prize. As soon as Lin Shuang's words were spoken, an uproar erupted in the classroom. Disbelief washing over the students at the prospect of the new teacher offering them a level 5 soul guidance device. However, after once again striking the desk to regain their attention, Lin Shuang earnestly declared, due to the significant disparity in strength, this competition is limited to Grand Soul Masters. Nonetheless, I shall present a level 5 soul guidance device as a reward each month, thus it is imperative for the Soul Master students to exert themselves. A wave of dismay swept through the classroom, and casting a glance at Hui Yuhao, Lin Shuang's lips curled into a smile as she instructed. All students who have attained the rank of 2nd Ring Grand Soul Master shall gather at the Shrek Square. The remaining students may engage in self-study. Lin Shuang's intention was, of course, to prevent Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong from engaging in any form of cheating, while also harboring a desire to discern whether there were any prodigious talents worthy of cultivation among the new students. However, after Lin Shuang's declaration, only two individuals rose to their feet. One was the girl who had been dozing off moments earlier, and the other was Wang Dong, who had come to Hui Yuhao's aid. Is it merely the two of you, great soul masters, in Class 1? Lin Shuang gritted his teeth, finally grasping why Zhou had come to instruct Class 1 after the complaints, and why Yin Xiaoxia had so readily agreed when he expressed his desire to become their teacher. Compared to other classes that boasted even soul respect geniuses, Class 1 was undeniably lacking. After exhaling a deep breath, Lin Shuang addressed the pair, "Follow me." With that, he strode out, leaving the remaining students in the classroom exchanging glances, eventually lowering their heads in embarrassment. Upon reaching the Shrek Square, Lin Shuang turned to the two behind him and inquired, "Wang Dong and Xiao, correct?" Indeed, they both nodded in unison. While Wang Dong was merely curious about Lin Shuang, Xiao was brimming with excitement. Wang Dong had little interest in Lin Shuang's soul tools. His motivation for participating was solely to claim a reward and subsequently present Lin Shuang's level 5 soul tool, the Moon Guardian, to Hui Yuhao. In contrast, Xiao hailed from a modest family in the Heavenly Soul Empire and was naturally eager to obtain the rewards Lin Shuang had offered. Lin Shuang chuckled softly and addressed the two, "With my presence, you may unleash your full potential." Wang Dong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shuang, remaining silent, while Xiao politely nodded, her gaze unmistakably revealing her skepticism towards Lin Shuang. What assistance could a teacher with a shattered martial soul possibly offer at this juncture? "Step back 10 meters each and commence your sparring," Lin Shuang instructed, before turning and taking a seat on a bench at the edge of the Shrek Plaza. Lin Shuang was equally intrigued by the outcome of this battle. Both participants were ranked as two-ring soul masters. Yet it was evident that Xiao possessed a slightly superior soul power compared to Wang Dong. However, Wang Dong had her own distinct advantages, primarily her divine butterfly martial soul, which boasted a higher quality, coupled with a Millennium Soul Ring as her second. Furthermore, her physical prowess was enhanced by the consumption of whale resin during her time at the Houghton sect. Nevertheless, Xiao, who had already integrated a soul ring into her second martial soul, held the upper hand with an additional century-old soul ring. Beneath Xiao's feet, two circles of yellow light gleamed simultaneously, ascending into the air in an instant. While two soul rings emerged around her, her physical form remained unchanged, save for a dark silhouette that rapidly coalesced above her head. This shadow clearly took the shape of a cauldron, approximately 1 meter in diameter. With 3 legs and 2 ears, her primary martial soul, the 3 lives soul calming cauldron. In a dazzling display, azure wings unfurled from her back, enveloping Wang Dong in a shimmering aura that shifted between blue and purple hues. On his expansive wings, golden orbs of light ignited, forming a V shape. 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, arose, signifying the release of the divine butterfly martial soul. With a swift motion, Wang Dong surged forward at remarkable speed. The soul power expelled from the golden orbs on his wings propelled him forward, allowing him to reach extraordinary velocity. This was not a soul skill, but rather an inherent ability of his divine butterfly martial soul, showcasing its formidable strength. Lin Shuang gazed at the scene before him, a fleeting expression of rapture crossing his eyes. Is this truly the most exquisite martial spirit of the continent, the radiant goddess butterfly? Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his soul power, and astonishment flickered in his gaze. Another resonance of soul power? Undoubtedly. Lin Shuang and Wang Dong had experienced a communion of their soul energies. However, there was no semblance between Lin Shuang's 2 martial spirits and Wang Dong's. What could possibly be the reason for this? Chapter 15. A private conversation. Xiao gestured towards the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron, causing it to quiver slightly before it astonishingly divided into 3, spreading out above her head in a tripod formation. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Wang Dong's eyes as he activated his soul skill. The first soul ring illuminated, revealing that his front wings had transformed into a deep azure hue, with clusters of golden patterns radiating outward, forming a sharp golden edge approximately 3 inches wide along the wing's periphery. With both hands raised, Wang Dong grasped the inner sides of his wings and suddenly pulled, causing them to unfurl majestically at his sides. Combined with the golden edge, they resembled 2 massive guillotine blades. He executed a powerful swing, directing his right wing towards the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron. Simultaneously, Xiao activated her first soul ring, opting for a direct confrontation with Wang Dong. A thunderous roar erupted in the air, distorting the atmosphere within a span of several square meters above them. When Wang Dong's wing blade struck the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron, he was violently repelled, yet the blade soared above him, arcing gracefully towards Xiaoxiao. Her second soul ring soon glowed, and as a millennium soul skill, its potency was formidable. Xiaoxiao felt a surge of tension but remained steadfast, determined to withstand the onslaught with the 3 live soul-settling cauldron. The cauldron swiftly reformed, for its secret lay in the unity of the 3 vessels, which offered unparalleled defense. When separated, they boasted superior offensive capabilities and soul skill potency. Radiance of the butterfly goddess. The wings upon Wang Dong's back erupted in a dazzling golden glow, as the golden patterns on his butterfly wings unleashed a barrage of luminous orbs towards Xiaoxiao. At the moment they landed upon the 3 live soul-settling cauldron, Xiaoxiao invoked her second soul skill, Cauldron's Quake, intending to counteract Wang Dong's millennium soul skill with a shockwave. However, in the next instant, Wang Dong's radiance of the butterfly goddess broke through, combining with the force of the cauldron's shockwave to send it soaring away. As he descended, Wang Dong looked at Xiaoxiao and said, "You have lost." Xiaoxiao pouted and retorted, "Humph, a loss is just a loss." Yet, despite her words, her gaze remained fixed on Wang Dong, clearly captivated by his charm following her defeat. Indeed, the radiant goddess butterfly is remarkable. Shuang clapped his hands, rising to his feet and smiling at Wang Dong. However, as far as I know, the radiant goddess butterfly martial spirit, due to its inherent beauty, only manifests in female soul masters. Wang Dong, aren't you going to offer an explanation? What? Wang Dong's eyes widened. How could he be unaware that the radiant goddess butterfly held such a secret? It now appeared that he should indeed be regarded as her. Beside him, Xiaoxiao stared at Wang Dong in astonishment. If what Shuang said was true, then did it mean? Shuang cast a glance at them, tossing the Guardian of the Moon to Wang Dong, and then said, "After class, accompany me to the academic office to amend your records, and subsequently move to the girls' dormitory." "I understand," Wang Dong replied, her head bowed, a look of distress upon her face. "Very well, you two may return now and summon Hui Yuhao," Shuang instructed. "Understood." The 2 girls obediently departed, and a smile involuntarily graced Shuang's lips. He was curious to discover what kind of butterfly effect would arise from prematurely revealing Wang Dong's female identity. After waiting for a moment, Shuang saw Hui Yuhao approaching alone. Due to Shuang's status as a soul mentor, Hui Yuhao no longer harbored significant animosity towards him. Upon reaching him, Hui Yuhao inquired, "Teacher Lin, did you call for me?" Shuang cast a glance and discerned the Moon Guardian in Hui Yuhao's hand, her heart already understanding. Wang Dong had bestowed upon Hui Yuhao the reward she had just earned by defeating Xiaoxiao. Shuang nodded and said to Hui Yuhao, "Please have a seat." Shuang possesses an exceptionally formidable spiritual power, primarily due to the earliest soul bone he assimilated, which is the spiritual soul bone derived from his grandfather. The Silver Moon Douluo's 9th spirit ring, the skull of the evil eye tyrant, aged 100,000 years. Presently, Shuang bears a remarkable 3 soul bones, each aged 100,000 years. With the enhancement provided by these soul bones and soul guiding devices, he has ascended to become one of the most elite powerhouses beneath the rank of Soul Douluo. Similarly, the fusion of the 100,000-year spiritual soul bone has bestowed upon Shuang an extraordinary level of spiritual prowess, which is one of the key reasons he can cultivate both soul power and soul guiding devices to such an extraordinary realm. Shuang could sense that there were no formidable adversaries lurking in the shadows. Thus he resolved to engage in a conversation with Hui Yuhao, aiming to solidify his own thoughts, particularly regarding the notion of avenging the White Tiger Duke. Shuang harbored a desire that such a formidable ally would not remain a powerful force on the Shrek side in the days to come. If Hui Yuhao could align himself with the Sun Moon Empire, their chances of victory would be unequivocally assured. "Very well," Hui Yuhao replied, nodding as he took a seat, pondering the purpose behind Shuang's summons. "I have gathered information about you, leading to certain inquiries regarding some of your attributes." Shuang refrained from revealing her true intentions, aware that doing so might arouse Hui Yuhao's caution. A sudden shock surged through Hui Yuhao's mind. However, recalling that numerous formidable individuals had failed to detect the presence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Teacher Lin, please feel free to ask," Hui Yuhao responded with remarkable generosity. Shuang nodded and remarked, "I have fused with a fragment of a spiritual soul bone, which grants me the ability to sense the spiritual fluctuations in my vicinity. Within the ocean of your consciousness, I have detected a spiritual force comparable to that of a limit Douluo, perhaps even more formidable." Hui Yuhao's body suddenly froze, contemplating his next course of action. The existence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm had been unveiled. What should he do now? Lin Shuang continued, you need not worry. There are no others concealed nearby. Shrek Square has long been occupied by Zhou Yi, leaving no other students to frequent this place. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, then, what is your intention, Teacher Lin? I wish to take you as my disciple. With the assistance of the entity residing within the sea of your consciousness, you will unlock boundless potential, Lin Shuang replied. Hui Yuhao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, responding earnestly, I apologize. But I am already a student of Shrek Academy and a disciple of Tang sect. Teacher Lin, you hail from the Sun Moon Empire. I cannot accept you as my master. That is of no consequence, Lin Shuang smiled gently. For Shrek Academy will not aid you in your quest for vengeance. Yet I can. Hui Yuhao felt a jolt of alarm, suppressing his trepidation as he asked, what do you mean, Teacher Lin? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Lin Shuang did not persist in her demands on Hui Yuhao. After a brief nod, she remarked, should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out at any time. With that, Lin Shuang rose and departed, leaving Hui Yuhao seated alone, his gaze somewhat bewildered as he stared at her retreating figure. Chapter 16, The Challenge of Shrek. Lin Shuang returned to the classroom, observing the quiet students within, and nodded in satisfaction. However, he pondered how they had behaved in his absence. At the very least, their silence upon his return was sufficient. Lin Shuang gazed at them and said, for those students whose soul power has not yet reached the level of Great Soul Master, I do not lack in rewards. However, my rewards are limited to just one opportunity for each individual. Therefore, if you receive my reward at the Soul Master level, you shall not be able to obtain it again at the Great Soul Master level. Teacher Lin, may I inquire what the reward is? Someone curiously asked. Lin Shuang smiled gently and said, the third-level soul guide crafted according to your martial souls will now be awarded to 3 individuals. Each of you may select a partner with whom you are familiar, forming a team for battle. The team that emerges victorious will receive the reward. Long live Teacher Lin. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Shuang merely smiled nonchalantly. He could effortlessly create soul guides below level 6. Apart from the initial reward given to Wang Dong, which she later gifted to Hui Yuhao, the Moon's Guardian, imbued with sentimental value, other soul guides were merely trinkets that he could fabricate in mere minutes. Lin Shuang was also eager to challenge Shrek Academy, indeed, to see how the bonds he had forged with these children over the past year compared to the cohesion they would develop during their subsequent years at Shrek Academy. Alright, class is dismissed. Before our afternoon session, find your partners and form your teams. Team leaders should come to me for registration. Wang Dong and Xiao are prohibited from participating, Lin Shuang instructed. He then turned to Wang Dong and said, come with me. Humph. Wang Dong huffed in displeasure, moving reluctantly to Lin Shuang's side. Yet she couldn't help but cast a glance towards the door. She was about to leave, hoping that the fool would not be bullied by new roommates. Lin Shuang accompanied Wang Dong as they made their way to the Academic Affairs Office, where they sought out Director Du Weiluan of the Soul Master Department. After conveying Wang Dong's situation to Director Du, he was momentarily at a loss for words and remarked, so, for an entire month, neither Zhou Yi nor any of the instructors noticed anything amiss? Perhaps they did notice, Lin Shuang replied, but it's unimaginable what those instructors, known as monsters at Shrek Academy, might be contemplating. Du Weiluan nodded, choosing not to dwell on the topic any further. Instead, he inquired of Lin Shuang. The original dormitory assignments have already been made, and the next round of allocations will occur only after the new student assessments, distributing any vacated rooms from expelled students or those who leave Shrek together. However, that time has not yet arrived. Therefore, you may simply find a vacant female dormitory within your class to accommodate yourself. With that, Du Weiluan produced the roster and handed it directly to Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang nodded, glanced around, and then noticed that Xiao Zhao's roommate had just been expelled by Zhou Yi, which led her to a resolution. Lin Shuang glanced at her and said, please register your information. Later, you will move all your belongings to Xiao Zhao's place. You two need not attend class this afternoon. The girl obediently nodded, gazing at the form before her, and began to fill it out. Name, Wang Donger. Class, Freshman Class 1. Class Teacher, Lin Shuang. Age, 12. After completing the form, Du Weiluan handed Wang Dong a new key and collected the key to her previous dormitory, which instantly cast a shadow over the young girl's expression. Well then, we shall take our leave, Lin Shuang said, pulling Wang Dong along while waving goodbye to Du Weiluan before departing. Are you feeling upset? Lin Shuang inquired. Wang Dong glanced at Lin Shuang but remained silent, her countenance indicating her displeasure. Lin Shuang playfully ruffled her hair and smiled. Yet, it seems you have no recourse against me. You bully. The young girl's eyes turned red, tears welling up as she sat on the ground, hugging her knees. Hey, I haven't bullied you, have I? Lin Shuang said, somewhat exasperated. As she settled down beside Wang Dong, the girl continued to weep, ignoring Lin Shuang, which left her feeling quite overwhelmed. Fortunately, class ended early for her, and there were no students around yet. Otherwise, should they attract attention, tomorrow's gossip might spiral out of control. You are bullying me, the girl choked out, looking thoroughly aggrieved. Lin Shuang sighed helplessly and said, All right. If you insist, I shall concede to your whims. What do you desire? Wang Dong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shuang, then continued to lower her gaze, remaining silent, though her tears had subsided somewhat. At that moment, Wang Dong herself was uncertain of her own intentions, seated there with her small face brimming with grievance. Enough now, if you continue to cry. You will resemble a little raccoon, Lin Shuang teased gently, rubbing Wang Dong's petite face and producing a tissue to dry her tears. Once the tears were wiped away, Wang Dong looked at Lin Shuang and declared, I wish to engage in a duel of spirits with you. The loser must concede to one condition set by the winner. Lin Shuang could not help but burst into laughter, saying, Are you certain? Lin Shuang did not remind Wang Dong, but rather sought to help her solidify her own thoughts. After all, that particular condition could still be wielded as leverage against Wang Dong when necessary. Although Lin Shuang's martial soul was shattered, he possessed another martial soul, along with the soul-guiding apparatus and his soul bones, rendering his strength not significantly diminished compared to before the destruction of his martial soul. I am certain, Wang Dong affirmed, nodding vigorously. In truth, her reasoning was not flawed. Once a person's martial soul shatters, not only does the body suffer backlash, but their mental fortitude also endures the repercussions of the shattered martial soul, leaving them exceedingly weak. However, what Wang Dong did not realize was that Lin Shuang's sixth soul skill resembled the great Sumera hammer of the Haotian sect, which, even when the soul rings ruptured and the martial soul was shattered, did not inflict backlash upon him. Then let us commence here, Lin Shuang declared, stepping back to signal Wang Dong to unleash her martial soul. Humph, Wang Dong huffed, embodying the radiant goddess butterfly and immediately deploying her first soul skill, Wing Blade, charging towards Lin Shuang. In response, Lin Shuang produced a metallic sphere, infusing it with soul power and tossing it towards the swiftly approaching Wang Dong. The sphere transformed into a large net, ensnaring Wang Dong mid-flight, making it appear as though she had collided with it herself. In that instant, as the net enveloped her, Wang Dong's martial soul was forcibly retracted into her body, causing her to plummet to the ground, staring incredulously at Lin Shuang. Chapter 17. Never Become My Enemy. Lin Shuang extracted the Wang Shu sword from the heart of darkness and approached Wang Dong step by step. The girl, ensnared by a net formed of metallic orbs, gazed at Lin Shuang with trepidation. As Lin Shuang stood before her, he swung the Wang Shu sword downwards, severing the net that bound her. All while she looked on in horror, Lin Shuang addressed her. This is a disposable level 5 soul guidance device, known as the soul binding net, capable of completely controlling soul masters below the rank of soul sect. Typically, it is crafted by soul engineers for the use of their juniors. However, due to its inherent nature as a level 5 device, it comes with a hefty price tag, and being a one-time use item, it is seldom employed. Wang Dong, seated on the ground, cast an indignant glance at Lin Shuang and, with a touch of petulance, declared, You are already a soul emperor. Yet you resort to soul devices to intimidate me. I prohibit the use of such devices. Let us engage in battle once more. Are you certain? Lin Shuang inquired, a peculiar smile gradually spreading across her face. Wang Dong nodded affirmatively and replied, I am certain. As long as you refrain from using the soul device and fight me. Should I lose, I shall grant you one condition. Conversely, should you lose, you must also agree to one of my conditions. Very well, Lin Shuang acquiesced, observing Wang Dong with the intent of allowing her to make the first move. Butterfly Goddess Light. Wang Dong swiftly entered a state of martial spirit manifestation, and amidst the flickering golden radiance, orbs of light surged towards Lin Shuang. Darkness control. The system had rewarded Lin Shuang with 2 soul bones of exceptional quality. Among them was the dark sacred dragon soul bone affixed to her right arm, which bestowed upon her the soul skill of dark elemental control. As Lin Shuang raised his hand, the sky suddenly darkened, with an overwhelming force of darkness coalescing in his palm, swiftly enveloping the direction of Wang Dong. In an instant, her butterfly god light was extinguished, and although she attempted to evade with the flight ability of the goddess of light's butterfly martial soul, she found herself completely shrouded in the dense power of darkness before she could react. "It appears you have lost once again," Lin Shuang remarked with a smile. Wang Dong stood frozen in place, and upon regaining her senses, she exclaimed in shock, "Are you a twin martial soul?" Lin Shuang raised her arm and said, "It's merely a fusion of a soul bone. So what will it be? Shall we accept the outcome of our wager? Please, present your terms." Wang Dong pouted, visibly displeased. It was clear that losing to a soul master with a shattered martial spirit, while being prohibited from utilizing soul-guiding devices, left her somewhat reluctant to accept defeat. Although a victory on her part would have felt unjust, losing to Lin Shuang's soul bone was particularly irksome. However, having already resorted to underhanded tactics once, she found herself obliged to concede gracefully. Lin Shuang pondered for a moment, then looked at her earnestly and said, "Never become my enemy." "No problem." Wang Dong sighed in relief, finding such a condition entirely reasonable, and readily agreed. "All right, let's go change dormitories." A smile graced Lin Shuang's lips as he affectionately ruffled her hair before walking past her. Wang Dong sat on the ground, utterly speechless, gazing at her short hair with a sense of embarrassment and annoyance creeping into her heart. She had cut her hair short to disguise herself as a boy, but now, wanting to grow it out again, she realized it would take years to achieve. After leaving Wang Dong, Lin Shuang made his way towards the sea god lake, intending to return to the inner courtyard for a nap. Upon arriving at the lakeside, he suddenly halted, his gaze landing on a woman standing by the water's edge, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "What is she doing here?" "You came," Ma Xiaotao said to Lin Shuang. "Were you waiting for me?" Lin Shuang asked in astonishment. Ma Xiaotao nodded and replied, "I went to the freshman class, but only a few students remained in the classroom. They informed me that you had finished your class early." Ma Xiaotao regarded Lin Shuang intently and suddenly inquired, "Do you possess the ability to create a level 7 soul guidance device?" Lin Shuang glanced at her in surprise and inquired, "What is the matter?" Ma Xiaotao sighed and replied, "My ancestor was Ma Hongjun, one of the original Shrek 7 monsters, known as the evil fire phoenix before he rose to fame, and this is also the essence of my martial soul." Lin Shuang's eyes brightened with curiosity as she inquired, "What is this? Have you been defeated by your peers for the first time, and now you seek my assistance to quell your frustrations? With your martial soul shattered, you ought to refrain from seeking confrontation." Ma Xiaotao gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of anger at Lin Shuang's teasing. "TSK," Lin Shuang scoffed, tilting her head slightly. "Then what do you require of me?" Ma Xiaotao pressed once more. "First, answer me this. Do you possess the ability to create a 7th-level soul guiding device?" Lin Shuang retorted, "Even if I possessed such capability, do you truly believe I would assist you in crafting a 7th-level soul guide device?" Ma Xiaotao replied earnestly, "You promised my teacher to create 2 6th-level soul guide devices for me. In addition, you may select any item from the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion. In exchange for these, I request your assistance in forging 3 7th-level soul guide devices that can suppress malevolent flames." Lin Shuang felt a stir of excitement. For among the soul bones on the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion, there were several pieces he greatly desired. Thus, before agreeing to Ma Xiaotao's proposal, he engaged in a bit of bargaining. "If you allow me to take 3 items from the treasure pavilion, I shall craft 5 7th-level soul guides for you. In addition to the 2 6th-level soul guides, I promised Dean Yen." Ma Xiaotao firmly declined, stating, "That is impossible. The treasures within the treasure pavilion include items valued at tens of millions of gold soul coins. Were it not for my innate talent, old Lin would never permit anyone to casually take even one item." Suddenly, Lin Shuang pondered a question and inquired of Ma Xiaotao, "Although Shrek Academy lacks 9th-level soul masters, surely there are 8th-level soul masters among them. Can they not create a 7th-level soul guide?" Ma Xiaotao replied, "They cannot produce a soul guide capable of suppressing the evil fire within me." Lin Shuang understood the situation and nodded with a hint of resignation. "Unfortunately, I can only forge soul guides of the light attribute at best, to suppress the malevolent fire within you. It requires an adept soul master to study your martial soul for an extended period and then design a suitable soul guide." Ma Xiaotao, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in agreement and said to Lin Shuang, "In that case, please assist me in crafting 2 soul guides, one a 6th-level soul guide to enhance soul power, and the other a 6th-level soul guide of the fire attribute." "Very well," Lin Shuang replied, acquiescing to Ma Xiaotao's request. "I will have them ready for you in a month. While I am unable to create a soul guide that can suppress the malevolent fire, I do possess a 9th-level soul guide that can help mitigate its effects. You may come to me on the weekend after providing a certain price. Do you truly possess another 9th-level soul guide? Ma Xiaotao exclaimed in astonishment. If a soul Douluo wields a 9th-level soul guide, their power would rival that of a title Douluo. And a title Douluo with a 9th-level soul guide could even attain strength comparable to that of a super Douluo. It is remarkable that Lin Shuang, apart from the previous red dust protection, now possesses a second 9th-level soul guide. Chapter 18. The resilience of Yin Xiaozhe. Lin Shuang indeed possesses another level 9 soul guiding device. The Qiqing Lu Yukan, obtained through her sign-in with Xiao. The 7 emotions refer to joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, and surprise, representing the spectrum of human feelings and psychological activities. The 6 desires pertain to the physiological needs or aspirations of a person, encompassing the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind. The function of the Qiqing Lu Yukan lies in its ability to evoke an individual's 7 emotions and 6 desires. Similarly, Ma Xiaotao's wicked fire can be interpreted as the intense physiological cravings stemming from her martial soul's influence upon her body. The Qin of Lin Shuang, embodying the 7 emotions and 6 desires, possesses the power to subdue the malevolent fire within Ma Xiaotao. However, it also has the potential to awaken her desires, intertwining with her dark flames, consequently leading to a state of disorientation in her consciousness. Lin Shuang was quite curious about what rewards would be bestowed upon the future soul master with the ultimate martial soul, one of only 3 in the Douluo Continent. At this moment, the sole ultimate martial soul master in Douluo Continent was calmly existing, yet Lin Shuang had no knowledge of her whereabouts or origins. The only certainty was that in the future, she would join Shrek Academy due to Hui Yuhao's Ice Imperial Scorpion martial soul, becoming part of the Sea God Fate. Do you have time the day after tomorrow? Ma Xiaotao asked with a hint of excitement. It was Thursday, and Shrek Academy also enjoyed weekends off, making both teachers and students relatively free during that time. What Ma Xiaotao needed to consider now was whether Lin Shuang would be willing to help suppress her evil fire. After a brief appraisal of Ma Xiaotao's delicate figure, Lin Shuang teased, rather than using a soul guiding device to help you suppress the evil fire, I would prefer to assist you in releasing it through my own means. I believe it is necessary for you to understand your situation. Ma Xiaotao clenched her silver teeth and threatened Lin Shuang. Clearly, Ma Xiaotao believed that after being defeated by Lin Shuang previously, she now lacked the ability to retaliate. Is that so? Lin Shuang retorted, almost provocatively, then why don't we have another match? If you win, I shall gladly gift you that level 9 soul guiding device. However, should you lose? Lin Shuang ceased to elaborate further, instead casting a curious glance at Ma Xiaotao, intrigued by her intended course of action. I'll kill you first. Ma Xiaotao retorted, her anger palpable, as Lin Shuang had previously teased her with words more than once. In this moment, Ma Xiaotao felt no qualms about asserting her dominance over Lin Shuang, a seemingly vulnerable individual with a shattered martial soul. Instantly, she entered a state of martial soul manifestation, yet refrained from employing any soul skills, charging directly at Lin Shuang instead. Heh. Lin Shuang chuckled with amusement, raising her arms as the dual energies of black and white soul power swirled around her, the forces of light and darkness intertwining. Holy demon domain. As Lin Shuang's words fell, the soul power enveloping her expanded like a realm, swiftly enveloping both combatants, as the black and white dual attribute energies surged towards Ma Xiaotao. How is this possible? Ma Xiaotao exclaimed in shock, retreating at an alarming speed, yet the expansion of Lin Shuang's holy demon domain was even swifter. It seems you wish to teach me a lesson, but that may prove quite challenging, Lin Shuang remarked, observing Ma Xiaotao, who was being suppressed by the holy demon domain. You have actually fused with a soul bone of such quality. Ma Xiaotao was once again astounded by Lin Shuang, realizing that the ability to manifest something akin to a domain indicated that Lin Shuang's fused soul bone surpassed the ordinary 100,000-year soul bones. In Ma Xiaotao's estimation, its quality was likely not inferior to that of the 100,000-year dark golden terror claw bear right arm bone that had once defeated her in battle. On Lin Shuang's side, Ma Xiaotao, having conversed with her instructor, Douluo Mingfeng, understood that although Lin Shuang's martial soul was shattered, she had not suffered any backlash, thus retaining the ability to utilize soul guidance devices. At this moment, being suppressed by Lin Shuang's holy demon domain, her strength had been diminished to a level comparable to that of an ordinary soul emperor, rendering her absolutely no match for Lin Shuang. My young friend, this is Shrek. Let us conclude this here. A ray of light pierced through the swirling black and white soul power, dispelling Lin Shuang's holy demon domain. Heh, The esteemed Dean Yin should be aware that it is your esteemed disciple who sought to attack me, an injured individual with a shattered martial soul. I merely retaliated out of necessity, Lin Shuang retorted coldly, gaining a new understanding of Yin Xiaozha's shamelessness. Yin Xiaozha's figure materialized, his expression one of astonishment. For he had not anticipated that even with a shattered martial soul, Lin Shuang's prowess would still surpass that of his disciple. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed his gaze as he contemplated Shrek's enduring honor of 10 millennia, yet it vanished almost instantaneously, remaining undetected by Lin Shuang. Particularly since Yin Xiaozha was the current heir to the Sea God Pavilion. In the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, Ma Xiaotao might be unable to participate due to her martial soul's deficiencies, which meant that under Dai Yaoheng's leadership, Shrek Academy could potentially be swept away by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Even if Ma Xiaotao were to mend her martial soul's flaws, Shrek would still find it arduous to contend with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Hence, Yin Xiaozha felt a profound sense of helplessness, which had been the impetus behind his earlier murderous thoughts towards Lin Shuang. If you assist Xiaotao in resolving her martial soul's imperfections, I, as a representative of Shrek Academy, owe you a favor, Yin Xiaozha declared. Lin Shuang shook her head and remarked, in the context of being adversaries, the goodwill of Shrek holds no significance for me. Yin Xiaozha gazed at Lin Shuang, pondering deeply, before nodding in agreement. He then added, however, being part of Shrek, you ought to recognize that Sea God Pavilion does not fear Mingdu. In fact, it may even surpass it in strength. Lin Shuang nodded slightly, candidly acknowledging Yin Xiaozha's assertion that Mingdu pales in comparison to the Sea God Pavilion. However, he smiled and remarked, yet, the Dragon God Douluo is not invincible. He is aged, and the poison left by the body Douluo lingers within him. I am quite curious how he would fare against another formidable opponent of equal standing. Yin Xiaozha recalled the information he had gleaned from his teacher during this period, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. He burst into laughter and said, your teacher and my master were old friends, thus, you may as well address me as senior brother. Lin Shuang gazed at Yin Xiaozha, nodding in curiosity about what he would say next. Although, from another perspective, Yin Xiaozha should properly address him as Shishu. That little peach could also be considered your disciple. Regarding the flaw in her martial soul, dear disciple, surely you can assist her. It would be unkind not to intervene, would it not? Yin Xiaozha seemed to have cast aside any semblance of modesty. For a man nearing a century in age to be engaging in such camaraderie with a young individual was quite a spectacle. Ma Xiaotao cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shuang, clearly incensed by her teacher's remarks. However, she could not fault her teacher, and thus her ire fell upon Lin Shuang. Brother, it's not that I am unwilling to help. My capabilities here are limited to mere suppression, unless her martial soul evolves into the ultimate flame, which would automatically purge the malevolent fire within her soul, Lin Shuang replied helplessly. In truth, the malevolent fire within Ma Xiaotao's martial soul could only be healed in this manner. Come here, my friends. The elderly voice commanded their attention, causing the three to adopt serious expressions simultaneously. This voice belonged to none other than the Dragon God Douluo, revered as the strongest in Shrek Academy's millennium-long history. Chapter 19. The meeting gift from Shishu. The four exchanged glances. Yin Xiaozha unfurled his pristine phoenix wings and soared into the sky, with Lin Shuang and Ma Xiaotao following closely behind. While manipulating the flying soul tool, Lin Shuang pondered the true purpose of the Dragon God Douluo's summons. Was it concerning Ma Xiaotao's martial soul flaw? That seemed highly improbable. After all, even if Ma Xiaotao were to eliminate her martial soul's defect, without a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for her martial soul to transform into the ultimate flame. Moreover, the removal of the malevolent fire could potentially diminish the quality of her martial soul. Furthermore, among the heirs of Shrek Academy, with Yin Xiaozha present and peers such as Zhang, Lexuan, and Ma Xiaotao's generation, there was no shortage of successors. The Dragon God Douluo also had a great-grandson, whose extraordinary talent, after receiving the Dragon God Douluo's legacy, might well elevate him to another extreme Douluo of Shrek Academy. While Ma Xiaotao's talent was impressive, it remained limited, falling short of Zhang Lexuan, and was only marginally superior to Bei Bei. If Bei Bei's martial soul were to evolve into the radiant holy dragon, a gap could even emerge between them. Lin Shuang was reluctant to believe that the Dragon God Douluo would possess a remedy to render Ma Xiaotao's flames purer, or to completely purify the malevolent fire with the ultimate flame. Under Yin Xiaozha's guidance, the trio arrived at the base of the outer courtyard's dormitory building. As they beheld the elderly figure lounging in a chair, they prepared to pay their respects. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. Disciple pays respects to the Grandmaster. Junior pays respects to your excellency, the Dragon God. The elder opened his eyes and regarded Lin Shuang, who stood beside Yin Xiaozhe, nodding in acknowledgement before suddenly exclaiming, "You possess remarkable talent." Yin Xiaozhe was taken aback. Since joining Shrek, he had only heard his master praise others' talents on 2 occasions, once for himself and once for Zhang Lexuan in the inner courtyard. He stared at Lin Shuang in astonishment, not anticipating that she would possess talent comparable to his own. Currently, Yin Xiaozhe's spirit power stood at level 95, seemingly ordinary. Yet, should he choose, he could defeat a fellow super Douluo, the Wuing Douluo, with but a single hand. Even in collaboration with the Wuing Douluo and the martial god Douluo, Yin Xiaozhe could still triumph with his own strength, thereby attesting to his extraordinary talent and prowess. Zhang Lexuan, too, possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring at her 8th spirit ring, destined to become a force not inferior to Yin Xiaozhe's. Both stood as potential candidates for extreme Douluo, akin to the formidable Dai Douluo, with futures that could surpass even that of Dai Douluo, as no one could deny the potential for further ascendance. "You flatter me, Your Excellency." Lin Shuang responded with a modest smile. Wuing shook his head, reflecting, "It appears that the leader of this generation in the Sun Moon Empire is to be you. Perhaps the undefeated legend of Shrek will find its conclusion in your hands." Lin Shuang remained silent, even though he recognized the truth in the matter. Wuing, with both hands gripping the armrest, attempted to rise, but Yin Xiaozhe hurriedly approached, trembling. However, this extreme Douluo, striving to stand, bent low due to a severe disability. Despite not having taken any medication and possessing potential rivaling that of Shrek's Seed Academy, he had nonetheless become a level 6 soul mentor. Such talent, even when compared to my own at my youth, is indeed remarkable. Wuing felt a tinge of nostalgia. Although he had reached rank 69 by the age of 18 and achieved the title of Soul Sage by 19, far surpassing Lin Shuang, who had only attained rank 63 at the same age, Lin Shuang was still a soul mentor, a prodigious one at that, having fused 2 exceptionally high-quality soul bones. Wuing believed that at 18, he would not have been a match for Lin Shuang as he is now. "You should be well aware of your teacher's status." Wuing's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Lin Shuang was taken aback, yet she maintained her composure, even expressing some curiosity as she said, "I too find this intriguing. The martial soul of my teacher, like that beneath the Ming Phoenix crown, is the Radiant Phoenix." Lin Shuang was uncertain whether Moon intended to take action against him, which prompted him to reveal this secret. After all, Shrek possessed a lineage of inherited abilities, displaying an audacity that was undeniable, whether it be the Dragon God Douluo, the Gluttonous Douluo, or the Mingfeng Douluo. "What?" Moon exclaimed, his body bending almost at a 90-degree angle, slightly rising in astonishment. "How is that possible?" Yin Xiaozhe also expressed his shock, noting that typically, top-tier martial souls do not appear haphazardly. Only those with bloodline inheritance could possess the same elite martial soul. Suddenly, Moon fell silent, seemingly lost in thought, and let out a quiet sigh. "Very well." Slowly, he raised his hand, during which Lin Shuang began to break into a cold sweat. Despite his fearless demeanor when facing the Mingfeng Douluo Yin Xiaozhe or even the Gluttonous Douluo, he was still engulfed by dread in this moment. He was uncertain whether this elder would show any nostalgia, but dared not resist. A limit Douluo was already deemed a semi-divine presence, and their power was far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. Not to mention Lin Shuang, even Yin Xiaozhe, when confronted with the Dragon God Douluo, would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Such was the formidable strength of a limit Douluo. Lin Shuang gripped his hands tightly, his palms already damp. As the Dragon God Douluo emanated a profound aura of soul power from his palm, Lin Shuang hesitated to make any further movements. However, in the next moment, a soul bone appeared in Moon's hand, radiating a rich and pure light of divine power. Moon spoke, "Originally, this soul bone was intended for my great-grandson after my demise, but if you assist little Tao in dispelling the malevolent fire within her, I shall bestow this soul bone upon you, in light of Xishui's favor." For beings of the extreme Douluo caliber, soul bones hold little significance, even those aged 100,000 years. Thus, when a soul master reaches such a pinnacle, they typically separate their own soul bones to bequeath them to disciples or younger generations. Tang Hao, for instance, severed his own limbs. Yet Qian Daolu undoubtedly fused with the angelic divine armor, and subsequently, Qian Rinxue assimilated the entire set of angelic divine armor, indicating that soul bones can indeed be separated when one's power is sufficient. For a powerhouse like the Dragon God Douluo, Even a soul bone derived from the 100,000-year-old celestial dragon horse remains of limited utility, although his strength permits him to easily separate already fused soul bones. The act of extracting one from his own body in his current state exacts a considerable toll. My apologies, Lin Shuang sighed with relief, then declined Moon's offer, saying, I lack the ability to dispel the malevolent fire within Ma Xiaotao, and even with the soul guiding device in my possession, I can only suppress it. Moon, however, shook his head and replied, no matter, even if you cannot eradicate the malevolent fire within this child, in light of Xishui's favor. Consider the soul bone a token of my goodwill as your master uncle. Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Wuing in disbelief. After all, he hailed from the Sun and Moon Empire and would eventually become an adversary of Shrek. Yet, here was Wuing, presenting him with a soul bone. This was a soul bone of 100,000 years, and the envious glances exchanged by Yin Xiaozhe and Ma Xiaotao clearly indicated the extraordinary value of this soul bone. Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to decline. The rationale behind his refusal was straightforward. If you were to present this as a token of respect from a senior to a junior, I would be obliged to accept it. However, I regret to inform you that I hail from the Sun and Moon Empire. With a resolute and unambiguous response, Lin Shuang opted for refusal. Aware that the Sun and Moon Empire would inevitably find itself at odds with Shrek Academy, unbeknownst to him, after he shattered the walls of Shrek Academy in the future, he would have to confront this venerable elder. Chapter 20. Lin Shuang's talent and ambition not only Wuing, but even Yin Xiaozhe and Ma Xiaotao were taken aback. This was a soul bone of 100,000 years, second only to a 100,000-year soul ring in value. In fact, compared to a 100,000-year soul ring, which could only be merged by a single individual. A soul bone could remain for others to merge after its previous owner had passed. Yet now, Lin Shuang chose to refuse such a precious gift. Wuing's eyes were filled with melancholy, but he shook his head and said, This soul bone comes from my 7th soul ring, obtained with the assistance of your teacher. Afterward, she graciously bestowed this soul bone upon me. Since you are unwilling to accept it, let it be. Wuing did not insist further, having comprehended Lin Shuang's stance. He stepped back 2 paces and reclined once more in the lounge chair. If there is nothing pressing, it would be best not to disturb the elder's rest, he declared, signaling the end of the visit. Lin Shuang bowed respectfully to the elder, disregarding the presence of Ma Xiaotao and Yin Xiaozhe beside her, and turned away without a backward glance. After her departure, Wuing cast his gaze upon the remaining master and disciple, both his disciple and grand disciple. A sense of melancholy enveloped him as he arrived at a momentous decision. He spoke gravely, Xiaozhe, you have yet to integrate the 6 soul bones. I shall separate those I have fused, and you will assimilate them. By doing so, you may very well achieve another breakthrough, elevating your strength to unprecedented heights. Should this transpire, Yin Xiaozhe's power would experience an explosive enhancement, and with his potential, he was destined to become one of the most formidable beings beneath the limit of Douluo. However, Yin Xiaozhe did not exhibit the slightest joy. Instead, he furrowed his brow and replied, Master, your well-being is paramount. You are the future of Shrek. Far more important than this old man who is already half in the grave. Wuing shook his head, as the lord of the Sea God Pavilion. He had to contemplate the future. Lin Shuang's innate talent and temperament, coupled with the previous soul mentor from the Sea God Pavilion, suggest that his future will undoubtedly rival that of his predecessor. However, the latter has aged and suffers from internal injuries, leaving him with only a handful of years to live. It is imperative that, within his remaining time, he aids Shrek in nurturing formidable individuals capable of contending with Lin Shuang in the future. Moreover, there lies a secret concerning the limit Douluo. Upon their passing, their immense soul power dissipates, destroying all soul bones within them. Given the current state of the Dragon God Douluo, if he were to sever all his soul bones, he might lose a year or 2 of his life. Subsequently, Elder Mu turned his gaze towards Ma Xiaotao, stating, My soul power, like Xiaozhe's, is of the light attribute. Given my level of soul power, it is sufficient to suppress the malevolent fire within you for an extended period, until my demise. With the entirety of the Sea God Pavilion's resources, I shall assist you in enhancing your strength and gathering 6 high-quality soul bones. You must attain the rank of Soul Sage before the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy soul fighting competition. Only then can the honor of Shrek be preserved. Elder Mu does not place great importance on honor. Yet he understands that Ma Xiaotao must triumph over Lin Shuang for Shrek to produce a powerhouse capable of challenging the Sun Moon Empire, should his conjecture prove correct. With the emergence of a soul master possessing an ultimate martial soul, and when that individual ascends to the status of Limit Douluo, the Sun Moon Empire, no matter how formidable, would no longer pose a threat to Shrek. Ma Xiaotao hesitated to speak, but Elder Mu shook his head, saying, "Child, there is still hope for your martial soul. However, a single misstep may lead to your demise." He sighed, admitting, "Perhaps I am simply growing old." Beginning to fear yet unable to make a resolute decision. With a shake of his head, a bright white light enveloped them, and the three vanished from their location, reappearing within the Sea God Pavilion. Meanwhile, Shuang, maneuvering the flying soul-guiding device, returned to the inner courtyard. His garments were somewhat damp, a testament to the cold sweat produced under immense pressure. Upon swiftly reaching his dormitory in the inner courtyard, Shuang lay on his bed, gasping for breath. Even with spirit power comparable to that of a titled Douluo, his mind remained in utter disarray. Shuang lay on the bed, gradually succumbing to slumber. With 3 to 4 hours remaining until afternoon classes, he had ample time to rejuvenate his energy and calm his spirit. After a brief respite, Shuang regained his composure and once again made his way towards the outer courtyard. This time, no one hindered his progress, allowing him to arrive at the classroom of the freshman class with ease. "Good day, teacher," the students greeted their instructor with respect. Entirely due to the promised soul guide devices from the morning, Shuang nodded, producing a form and, after infusing it with soul power, tossed it towards Hui Yuhao, where it landed gracefully on his desk. "As the class monitor, please register the teams formed by your classmates," Shuang instructed, her gaze sweeping across the classroom. Yet she did not spot Wang Dong, clearly still deep in contemplation in her dormitory after being told she could forego attendance that afternoon. Observing the students clustering around Hui Yuhao, Shuang beckoned to the girl leaning against the wall, Xiao, who obediently approached her. "I have delightful news. Would you care to hear it?" Shuang playfully ruffled the girl's hair as she posed the question. The girl, slightly miffed by Shuang's playful disarray of her hair, remained dutifully still, casting a disgruntled look in response. "Once I finalize the order of combat and the match statistics, you will serve as the referee, which should last for 3 days. I would appreciate your assistance then," Shuang said with a smile. As for where she would be during those 3 days, naturally, indulging in leisure. However, Shuang was no tyrannical employer. After her remarks, she produced a small trinket and presented it to Xiao. It was a bracelet adorned with a moon pendant, which Shuang fastened around Xiao's delicate wrist, explaining, "This is a storage soul tool I previously utilized. Given its rank as a level 6 soul tool, I have named it Moonlit Void. It is inscribed with a defensive solar ray, serving not only as a storage tool but also as a level 6 defensive soul tool." Shuang gazed at the astonished girl, adding, "Consider this your remuneration for 3 days of service." It was Thursday, and after a moment's reflection, Shuang continued, "Competitions can also be held over the weekend. If any classmates feel this encroaches upon their time, they may simply forfeit. I likely won't be around in these days." "Understood," Xiao replied dutifully, though her eyes remained fixed on the bracelet Shuang had adorned her with. Chapter 21. Shuang's martial soul fusion technique. The girl's eyes sparkled with astonishment, mingled with joy and gratitude for receiving a level 6 soul tool as compensation, and the delight of possessing such a treasure. In contrast, Shuang's generous gift, while initially shocking, merely elicited a fleeting moment of surprise, followed by a unique glimmer in her gaze. For a talented soul master, crafting such soul tools would likely be a simple endeavor within her realm of expertise. "Well then, I entrust the rest to you." Shuang seized the moment to pinch her cheek playfully before turning to depart. "Humph, mischievous teacher," Xiao muttered, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. Shuang made his way towards the Sea God Lake, intending to remain in the inner courtyard for several days to craft soul-guiding devices. Previously, Shuang had promised Yin Xiaozhe to craft 2 6th-level soul-guiding devices for Ma Xiaotao, specifically a 6th-level fire attribute device and one for amplifying soul power. As per her request, with all the necessary materials at hand and his extensive research and prowess in the art of soul-guiding devices, 3 days would suffice for him to create both items. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Shuang made his way towards the cafeteria, eager to indulge in a hearty meal, only to be intercepted by someone. "Hello there, what a coincidence," a woman greeted him with a smile. "Greetings," Shuang nodded, curious about what Wuing wanted. Indeed, it was Wuing who had stopped him, the inner courtyard student who had battled Ma Xiaotao before Shuang's duel with Dai Yaoheng, and a soul saint from Shrek Academy. Wuing smiled and remarked, "When we first met, we experienced a resonance of soul power, did we not?" Her golden eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having been single for over 20 years, accurately, 24. She found herself intrigued by this rare encounter with someone she fancied, who might also possess a martial soul fusion technique. She was undeniably eager to explore the possibilities. Lin Shuang was taken aback for a moment, then responded, "I apologize. If you are referring to the soul fusion technique, my martial soul has been shattered. Therefore, I wish to test whether you possess twin martial souls," Wuing stated with unwavering conviction. Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief. Wuing's tone had already concluded that he possessed a twin martial soul. "I shared with Lexuan the matter of our soul power resonance, and by chance, received delightful news." Wuing chuckled, stating, "My three-legged golden crow martial soul and your silver moon martial soul are utterly incapable of merging, so accept it. You are indeed a twin martial soul. Then I regret to inform you, you are mistaken." Lin Shuang still wished to deny the truth, yet Wuing approached him. "Regardless of the circumstances, you are mine." Wuing boldly embraced Lin Shuang. Her cheeks flushed, speaking with a commanding tone. "Is that so?" Lin Shuang smiled, his hands willingly resting on Wuing's slender waist. "What do you think? If you and I perform the martial soul fusion technique, I shall be yours tonight." Wuing provocatively whispered, her alluring lips brushing against Lin Shuang's ear. "Apologies." Lin Shuang chose to decline. He preferred to conceal his martial soul as a secret weapon rather than claim Wuing. Certainly, had it been Zhang Lexuan or Ma Xiaotao, Lin Shuang would have readily agreed, but with Wuing, he hesitated before ultimately rejecting her. "What do you mean?" Wuing's anger flared, seemingly feeling belittled by Lin Shuang. "I have always possessed only one martial soul. If you wish to experiment, you may return once my martial soul has recovered." Lin Shuang released his embrace, gently pushing her away. Wuing glared at him furiously, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Do you look down on me?" Lin Shuang shook her head and said, "I must admit, you are indeed quite beautiful, but I am not a twin martial soul." Hee. Wuing sneered, not believing Lin Shuang. She remained steadfast in her conviction that Lin Shuang possessed a twin martial soul. Lin Shuang's eyes flickered as a sudden thought crossed his mind, and a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. It seemed that the Holy Spirit sect truly suited him, whether for his envisioned path to divinity or the system's sign-in. Very well. Lin Shuang chuckled helplessly as a dazzling brilliance flickered, and a sun appeared behind him. Indeed. Wuing laughed joyfully. An 18-year-old six-linked soul emperor with dual martial souls and a level 6 soul mentor, this prodigy was undoubtedly the most exceptional among peers of the opposite sex she had ever encountered. Wuing raised her arm, summoning her three-legged golden crow martial soul behind her, while Lin Shuang lifted his hand to merge with hers. The martial souls behind them erupted with intense heat, the radiant light emanating from them rendering it nearly impossible to gaze directly upon. The figures of Lin Shuang and Wuing gradually melded into their martial souls, and the two souls subsequently fused together. Golden Crow Daylight. Their voices resonated in unison, intertwining harmoniously. The three-legged golden crow soared into the sky, radiating golden light, ignited by the true fire of the golden crow. As the true fire descended, the waters of the sea god lake evaporated rapidly. Wuing hastily withdrew from the martial soul manifestation, gazing at the equally astonished Lin Shuang, exclaiming in disbelief, "What was that just now?" "The ultimate fire," Lin Shuang replied, equally incredulous that the fusion technique of their martial souls, under Wuing's guidance, had elevated the quality of her martial soul to the ultimate fire. "Haha." Wuing burst into laughter, leaping into Lin Shuang's embrace, exclaiming with unrestrained joy, "Let us go to the Shrek Grand Hotel. I believe we should first clarify matters with Dinyan." Gazing at the mist-covered sea god lake, Lin Shuang sighed helplessly, "From this day forth, you belong to me, and no one can take you away." Wuing grasped Lin Shuang's hand, her expression still brimming with exhilaration. Lin Shuang smiled as well, but in the next moment, a cerulean divine dragon descended, rather than the radiant phoenix that Lin Shuang had anticipated. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Shuang's eyes. It was indeed this woman? What transpired here? Xian Liner, having withdrawn her martial soul manifestation, inquired of the two. Before Lin Shuang had a chance to speak, Wuing exclaimed excitedly, "Elder Xian, the fusion technique of Lin Shuang and I has bestowed my three-legged golden crow martial soul with the ultimate flame." The mention of the ultimate flame left Xian Liner momentarily stunned, and she gazed at the two in astonishment. "Are you certain?" she asked Wuing, her voice tinged with disbelief. After all, the ultimate martial soul had only been seen in a handful of instances throughout the storied history of Douluo Continent. The fact that Wuing had elevated the flames of his martial soul to such a level through the fusion technique was astonishing. However, Xian Liner soon cast a wistful glance at Lin Shuang, pondering the implications had he not been from the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 22. A unique method of sign-in. After discreetly relaying the message to other members of the Sea God Pavilion using a special method, Xian Lino expressed her regret, saying, "Come, follow me to the Sea God Pavilion." Lin Shuang exchanged a glance of exasperation with Wu Ming, yet they followed Xian Liner towards the ancient golden tree. To allow the elders some time to gather at the Sea God Pavilion, Xian Liner maintained a leisurely pace, while both companions contemplated their discourse upon entering the pavilion. Upon their arrival, the trio was taken aback by the assembly of individuals seated within, as well as the elderly figure presiding at the foremost seat. Lin Shuang felt a twinge of surprise. He did not see Mingfeng Douluo Yin Xiaoxia, who had been present just moments before. "Teacher," Xian Liner hurriedly bowed, not anticipating that this matter would draw the attention of Elder Mu. Mu-in acknowledged with a nod, his gaze momentarily reflecting astonishment as he turned to Lin Shuang. "So these two youngsters possess a martial soul fusion technique, and it is the ultimate fire?" "Indeed." Wu Ming responded with calmness in the face of the formidable powers of Shrek Academy, adding, "My martial soul fusion technique is led by me, harnessing the strength of his secondary martial soul to elevate the quality of my three-legged golden crow martial soul, thus achieving the ultimate fire." At these words, many cast altered glances at Lin Shuang. His innate talent had already instilled apprehension within Shrek, and now he was revealed to be a dual martial soul wielder. "You may take your leave." Elder Mu's unexpected command caught everyone off guard. Before the mightiest of Shrek, none dared to dissent, and they could only watch as Lin Shuang and Wu Ming bowed and retreated. "Do not deliberately target him. We are Shrek," Muin's voice resonated, his form dissipating into light, revealing that he was but a projection. Once outside the Sea God Pavilion, Wu Ming felt a sense of bewilderment. She had anticipated that due to the ultimate fire, she would receive significant resources and training from the Sea God Pavilion. However, it seemed as though she was not regarded with the importance she had expected. Lin Shuang felt somewhat perplexed by the demeanor of Mu-in, the Dragon God Douluo, and was equally curious about the whereabouts of Mingfeng Douluo Yin Xiaoxia. However, prioritizing the present, Lin Shuang turned to Wu Ming, who appeared lost in thought, and said with a hint of resignation, "Very well, they must have their own plans. It is likely that they will seek you out again before long. For now, let us proceed to the Shrek Grand Hotel." Wu Ming responded in agreement. Lin Shuang smiled as she donned her flying soul guide. Wu Ming unfurled his golden crow wings, and after departing from Sea God Island, they soared over the walls, entering Shrek City from Shrek Academy. While Shrek Academy posed no restrictions, Shrek City enforced a no-fly zone. Upon entering the city, they descended and leisurely walked towards the Shrek Grand Hotel. En route, Wu Ming discreetly glanced at Lin Shuang, and upon noticing her composed demeanor, he exhaled in relief. After registering for a couple suite at the Shrek Grand Hotel, they ascended in the soul-guided elevator until they reached the suite Lin Shuang had reserved. The moment they arrived, Wu Ming's body stiffened. However, as Lin Shuang wrapped her arms around her waist, she immediately relaxed. Lin Shuang lifted her effortlessly, closed the door, and gently placed Wu Ming onto the bed. "Did you forget to bring that thing?" Wu Ming inquired, furrowing her brows as she cast a curious glance at Lin Shuang. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Could he be an innocent youth completely oblivious to such matters? Lin Shuang cast a glance at her, then directly opened the bedside cabinet and retrieved the largest one, unwrapped it. Wu Ming was momentarily speechless, however. She firmly believed that the bond established through the martial soul fusion technique among soul masters ensured the strength of her relationship with Lin Shuang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in Wu Ming. Reward, Heart of the Sun. In Lin Shuang's storage soul guide, a dazzling diamond-shaped crystal radiating a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared. At the moment the system's prompt echoed, Lin Shuang felt a surge of excitement, confirming that establishing a connection could indeed allow for system sign-ins. However, this fleeting exhilaration caused Lin Shuang, who had long been deprived of such experiences, to shudder slightly, bringing forth an air of awkwardness. "It's all right, we all have our first times. Just take it slow," Wu Ming reassured Lin Shuang shyly. Observing this, Lin Shuang set aside thoughts of the system sign-in and swiftly shifted focus, compelling Wu Ming to plead for mercy repeatedly. Within the treasures of the Sun and Moon Empire, there exists a soul guide known as the Sun, named after the imperial lineage's inherited martial soul, revered as the pinnacle among ninth-level soul guides. This remarkable soul guide stands as the first of its kind, a culmination of countless generations of dedication and research by the inhabitants of the Sun and Moon Empire. With subsequent enhancements by numerous talented soul masters, this soul guide, celebrated as the national treasure of the Sun and Moon Empire, has now reached the zenith of 9th-level soul guides, with some even proclaiming it to be the closest entity to a 10th-level soul guide. As Lin Shuang gazed upon the crystal known as the Heart of the Sun, curiosity blossomed within, wondering if there existed a connection between the two, or whether the so-called Heart of the Sun harbored other mysterious functions. Lin Shuang gradually infused his soul power into the Heart of the Sun, which instantly erupted with a terrifying force. He hurriedly withdrew his soul power, and the Heart of the Sun returned to its normal state. What a formidable power! Lin Shuang exclaimed, astonished. If he could harness this energy, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card when facing a titled Douluo. However, upon reflecting on the terrifying energy within the Heart of the Sun, he realized that if it were to spiral out of control, it would pose significant danger. Thus, Lin Shuang decided to carefully store the Heart of the Sun once more, intending to study it with the assistance of his grandfather, the Silver Moon Douluo. Upon returning to the Sun Moon Empire, Lin Shuang glanced at the peacefully sleeping Wuing beside her, her gaze tinged with a hint of resignation. Nevertheless, she nestled closer and gradually succumbed to slumber herself. As for the damp sheets, they had already been hastily yanked off by Lin Shuang and tossed onto the sofa. Chapter 23. The Crafting of Soul Guides. The two of them slept soundly until past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Shuang ventured out to the streets of Shrek City to procure some food, which she brought back to the hotel for Wuing. Following this, the two engaged in a spirited bout once more, utilizing the safety measures Lin Shuang had prepared during her outing. Although Wuing possessed the constitution of a soul sage, being a woman, she soon found herself utterly exhausted after several encounters throughout the day and drifted back into slumber. In contrast, after Wuing had fallen asleep, Lin Shuang stretched languidly, loosened her body, and took a seat at the table. In Lin Shuang's hand appeared a silver-white engraving knife, a cherished gift from his grandfather, the Silver Moon Douluo. This exquisite tool, known as the Crescent Moon, holds the esteemed 7th position among engraving knives, rendering it an exceptionally valuable instrument. Concurrently, Lin Shuang produced a piece of rare metal, previously forged into the core of a soul guide device, requiring merely the etching of a soul guide formation upon its surface. Lin Shuang's intention was to craft a soul guide device for Ma Xiaotao, specifically a sword, the Fire Phoenix Sword. Each pinnacle creation of a soul guide device is a product of gradual refinement, much like the Fire Phoenix Douluo's innate soul guide, which, akin to Lin Shuang's Washu sword, begins at level 5, progresses to level 6, then 7, and ultimately ascends to level 9. However, the 9th level soul guide she devised was not the Fire Phoenix sword. Rather, her innate soul guide had consistently been crafted in the likeness of her own martial soul. The Crescent Moon trembled gently in Lin Shuang's grip, leaving intricate traces upon the rare metal in his hand. As he completed the final step of the engraving, the patterns on the core of the soul guide device suddenly intertwined, transforming into a radiant red design resembling a diminutive phoenix. Next came the inner and outer shells. Lin Shuang remarked, subsequently producing a sizable piece of rare fire attribute metal, its external value estimated to be worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Lin Shuang grasped the rare metal in his hand, utilizing his right hand out of habit. The dark elements coalesced in his palm, separating the metal before compressing it. Ultimately, it took the form of the inner and outer shells of a soul guide device. He placed the core of the soul guide device, which he had just carved, into the inner shell, then employed the dark elements to compress it, fusing the inner shell together. Following that, he enveloped the inner shell, which encased the core, with the outer shell. Observing the fiery red longsword in his hand, Lin Shuang nodded in satisfaction. However, as a level 6 soul guide device, it was inevitable that some soul array patterns would need to be inscribed on the outer shell to channel the power emanating from the core. Yet, this was merely a trivial matter for Lin Shuang. After attempting to infuse his soul power into the Fire Phoenix sword, he watched as a flicker of flame adhered to it. Upon manipulating the dark elements to respond to the flames on the Fire Phoenix sword, the two forces stood in a formidable standoff. Lin Shuang nodded in satisfaction, dissipating the dark elements and ceasing the flow of soul power into the Fire Phoenix sword. Gazing at the crimson longsword in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The Fire Phoenix sword should perfectly embody Ma Xiaotao's wicked flames, thus fulfilling his promise to her. He retrieved a 6th-level soul power amplification soul guide from the Heart of Darkness, an item he already possessed, eliminating the need for further crafting. After storing the 2 soul guides, Lin Shuang turned and unexpectedly spotted Wuing lying on the bed. With a wry smile, he produced a piece of exceedingly rare, attribute-less metal, for he could hardly take advantage without due recompense. This rare metal was no larger than a fist. and Lin Shuang utilized his soul power to compress it until it resembled a glass orb. Upon achieving the desired size, he paused, contemplating the glass orb of rare metal in his hand. Armed with the crescent moon, he began to intricately carve upon it, drawing upon his formidable mental strength. The diminutive size of the rare metal posed considerable challenges, yet his potent mental prowess ensured minimal errors. This time, Lin Shuang was inscribing a 7th-level soul guide formation, an amplification attribute formation, and the core he meticulously carved remained integral to the soul guide. However, the soul guide he aimed to create would embody the pinnacle of 7th-level soul guides. Once the amplification formation was complete, Lin Shuang found his soul power nearly depleted. He then retrieved a jade box, carefully enclosing the core of the soul guide within it, and placed it into his storage soul guide. Lin Shuang tidied up everything and then went to bed, embracing the woman in his arms. His thoughts gradually drifted away, slowly leading him into the realm of dreams. The next day, when Lin Shuang awoke, he saw Wuing sitting at the table enjoying a bowl of porridge, and across from her, another bowl remained untouched. He did not mind Wuing's presence. Instead, he emerged from the covers, clad only in his undergarments, and took a seat opposite her. Wuing's cheeks visibly flushed as she lowered her head to continue sipping her porridge. Lin Shuang chose not to tease her. Instead, he opened a plastic container and began to eat the porridge within, feeling somewhat hungry. In the context of the Douluo Continent, environmental pollution was virtually non-existent. The presence of spirit masters allowed for the direct resolution of certain types of waste that would otherwise be difficult to manage. Additionally, the ocean, which spanned an area equivalent to dozens of Douluo continents, played a significant role. The marine flora contributed immensely to air purification, surpassing even the efforts of the Stardow forest. Consequently, the use of disposable products faced no restrictions on the Douluo continent. On the contrary, the enthusiasm for such items among ordinary people led some spirit masters to engage in their production for profit. After finishing her porridge, Wuing cautiously lifted her gaze to glance at Lin Shuang. Noticing that he was still eating, she hurriedly retrieved a small box and placed it on the table, quickly lowering her head again, murmuring, "I bought a box of the largest size. Let us return to the academy tomorrow." Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining her composure, she swiftly finished the porridge, wiped her mouth with a tissue, then lifted Wuing and tossed him onto the bed, before seizing the small box he had set down and pouncing on it. Chapter 24, The Level 7 Soul Guidance Device. After responding to Wuing's provocation, Lin Shuang cheerfully descended from the bed, gazing at the damp sheets with a sense of pride. Indeed, Wuing propped himself up, rubbing his waist, and shot Lin Shuang a bemused glance, seemingly exasperated by her earlier antics. "Well, let us take a break," Lin Shuang said softly, planting a kiss on Wuing's enticing crimson lips before heading to the table, where she retrieved a piece of rare metal. This particular piece of rare metal was distinct from the core of the soul guidance device Lin Shuang had crafted the previous day. It was exceedingly precious. Merely this palm-sized fragment was valued at nearly 100,000 gold soul coins, sufficient for creating even an 8th-level soul guidance device. Employing the power of the soul bone once more, Lin Shuang concentrated dark elements, compressing the rare metal into the shape of a handle, suitable for grasping. She even intentionally carved a pattern resembling the golden crow upon it. Once she had transformed the rare metal into her desired form, Lin Shuang produced the previously crafted core of the soul guidance device, placing it within the handle, and used the dark elements to bond the handle together, completely enveloping the core of the soul guidance device. Lin Shuang retrieved the waning moon and began etching it. This time, he was inscribing a soul transmission array, a 7th-level configuration designed to maximize the core's power. Once Lin Shuang ascended to the rank of an 8th-level soul master, he could dismantle this soul guide and craft a new core for an 8th-level device, thereby transforming it into an 8th-level soul guide. After successfully carving the soul power transmission array, Lin Shuang found his energy nearly depleted. Nevertheless, the majority of the soul guide was complete, prompting him to take out a milk bottle to replenish his soul power. Observing Lin Shuang biting into the bottle, Wuing couldn't help but smile, despite understanding its purpose. The sight was simply too amusing. "Ha ha." Wuing laughed from her perch on the bed, while Lin Shuang shot her a glance. His recovery expedited by the 6th-level milk bottle. He promptly retrieved the materials he intended to use next. The first was a frozen tendon, likely sourced from a 10,000-year-old soul beast. The second was a large box containing scales. The tendon originated from a 50,000-year-old Qing python, refined by an 8th-level soul master of the Sun and Moon Empire with a plethora of medicinal ingredients, rendering it suitable for crafting an 8th-level soul guide. The scales, though not deliberately refined, came from a 60,000-year-old fire-type soul beast, making them equally precious as materials for soul guides. These items were gifts bestowed upon the Silver Moon Douluo by various soul masters, which Lin Shuang had successfully procured. Dark elements coalesced in Lin Shuang's hands, sweeping towards the scales, enveloping them and guiding them towards the tendon of the 50,000-year-old Qing snake. As the two were intertwined, even Wuing watched intently, curious about Lin Shuang's intentions. Within the dark elements, the scales began to melt, enveloping the tendon. However, this was not Lin Shuang's ultimate goal. Even after being coated with scales, the already resilient tendon required further enhancement. He then produced a piece of rare metal, comparable in size to the metal initially used for crafting the Soul Guide core. Lin Shuang cast it into the dark elements, where it rapidly dissolved, gradually covering the melted scales and rendering the tendon even more robust. Lin Shuang nodded in satisfaction, grasping the supple serpentine tendons in her hand. A waning moon materialized within her grasp as she commenced the intricate carving of a soul-guiding formation. However, this time, Lin Shuang aimed to inscribe a grand soul-guiding array, for she was tasked with crafting a premier 7th-tier soul-guiding device for Wuing. Lin Shuang continuously engraved the soul-guiding formation on the surface. Beyond the enhancement of strength that this soul-guiding device provided, Lin Shuang yearned for it to possess a soul skill. For only those soul-guiding devices equipped with soul skills could be deemed as the pinnacle amongst 7th-tier soul-guiding devices. As Lin Shuang's soul power was on the verge of depletion, a milk bottle suddenly appeared at his lips, which he grasped with his mouth. While he devoted the majority of his energy to the creation of the soul guide device, Lin Shuang meticulously carved 3 7th-level soul guide formations before finally pausing. She placed the soul guide whip and its handle together, retrieving a small piece of rare metal. Utilizing dark elements, she melted it down to serve as an adhesive between the two components. After completing this intricate task, Lin Shuang let out a sigh of relief. However, as she attempted to rise, she suddenly collapsed, landing softly onto the bed. Wuing hurriedly supported Lin Shuang, expressing concern. "Are you all right?" Lin Shuang shook her head weakly, saying, "There's no need to worry about me. I just need some rest." As her words fell, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Wuing had no choice but to drag her entire being onto the bed, allowing her to lie down. Lin Shuang had spent a considerable amount of time crafting the soul-guiding device. When Wuing glanced outside, it was already afternoon. After dressing, she stepped outside. In addition to needing a meal, she also intended to prepare some safety measures, but this time she had ulterior motives. Upon her return, she held 2 small boxes identical to those from the morning. She meticulously removed the plastic-wrapped items inside, taking a needle to prick each one. After committing her misdeed, Wuing naturally needed to conceal the truth. Once she had repackaged everything into the small boxes, she lay beside Lin Shuang with a sly smile and drifted into slumber. After continuously carving 4 level 7 soul-guiding formations, Lin Shuang was indeed fatigued. Even after sleeping for over 5 hours, she showed no signs of awakening, and Wuing, filled with anticipation, soon fell asleep as well. Chapter 25. The Unrestrained Bet. Upon awakening, Lin Shuang cast a glance at the girl beside her, still immersed in slumber. A fleeting expression of melancholy crossed her face, but it quickly gave way to normalcy. Rising from the bed, she noticed 2 small boxes beside her pillow and casually placed them into the heart of darkness. Thanks to her formidable mental prowess, Lin Shuang had nearly regained her full state after waking. After donning her attire, she retrieved the soul-guiding device she had crafted the previous day, a whip measuring nearly 3 meters in length, excluding the handle. Lin Shuang casually waved the device in her hand, producing a gust of wind. However, being in the Shrek Grand Hotel, she refrained from activating the soul guide to test its power. "Do we need to come back?" Wuing said, blinking his hazy eyes, his expression somewhat bewildered. "I prepared the safety measures yesterday." Lin Shuang rolled her eyes and said, "Hurry up and get up to tidy yourself. If you continue like this every day, your health will surely decline." Wuing rubbed her eyes, the drowsiness gradually fading, and sat up to speak to Lin Shuang. "What is the matter? Do you not intend to continue coming?" Lin Shuang remained speechless, remarking that at their pace, reaching the Shrek Grand Hotel would only take a few minutes. It would be better to return to the academy first, as the senior members had likely already reached a conclusion. "Let us see what they plan to do." "Very well." Wuing nodded, slowly beginning to dress. Once she had completed her attire, the two proceeded downstairs to check out. After enjoying breakfast in Shrek City, they flew beside the wall and entered. Meanwhile, the patrolling students at the Shrek Academy's perimeter noticed the two approaching but halted in their tracks upon seeing Wuing's red uniform, choosing to act as if they had not seen them and turning away to another direction. At this moment, Lin Shuang proposed, let us head to the inner courtyard. I crafted a level 7 soul guiding device for you yesterday, and it is the perfect opportunity to test its capabilities in the soul battle arena. A level 7 soul guiding device. Wuing exclaimed in astonishment. She had assumed that Lin Shuang had merely created a level 6 device, but to her surprise, he had indeed fashioned a level 7 one. Indeed, it is a pinnacle existence among level 7 soul guiding devices, and it is also equipped with a soul skill. Lin Shuang replied with a smile. He explained that he had crafted 3 level 7 soul guiding formations the previous day, with the first 2 serving as large-scale formations capable of channeling soul power, thereby maximizing the core's potential. The final engraving was a fire attribute soul guiding formation, which bestowed the device with a soul skill derived from the design of another level 7 soul guiding device. A level 7 soul guiding device featuring 5 soul guiding formations is undoubtedly among the finest of its kind. Typically, soul guiding formations are only etched onto the core of the device, with minimal design on the inner and outer shells. However, Lin Shuang opted not to create an inner shell, instead wrapping the core in an outer shell, upon which he engraved the soul power channeling formation. He then connected the whip's body through this formation, further etching 3 soul guiding formations onto the whip, allowing the device's power to reach its zenith. Wuing, biting her alluring red lips, asked uncertainly, is this truly for me? This is a level 7 soul guiding device, complete with a soul skill. Its market price would likely be under 1,000,000 gold soul coins, and Lin Shuang is actually gifting it to me. As you can see, I completed this in just one day, Lin Shuang chuckled, explaining to Wuing. The fusion of the head spirit bone had amplified Lin Shuang's spiritual power, which in turn enhanced his success rate in engraving soul guiding formations. With a spirit power comparable to a tidal Douluo, he faced almost no possibility of failure while crafting these level 7 formations. After merging with the arm spirit bones, Lin Shuang gained the ability to manipulate elements, allowing him to effortlessly shape metals into his desired forms. This made the creation of soul-guiding devices significantly easier and less time-consuming. Thank you, Wuing exclaimed excitedly. Embracing Lin Shuang, her mischievous form pressing against his chest, instantly altering its shape. Lin Shuang could not help but entertain a few wicked thoughts, with Wuing's substantial resources. It was unfathomable how much greater he could become with his assistance. Lin Shuang temporarily set aside her thoughts, retrieving a whip and handing it to Wuing, saying, it currently lacks a name. You may bestow one upon it. Wuing nodded, contemplating for a moment before declaring, let it be called the Golden Crow Whip, named after my martial spirit. However, a mischievous grin suddenly crept across Wuing's face as she looked at Lin Shuang with ill intent, remarking, you didn't fulfill my request this morning, so later, you shall contend with me in a soul battle. Should I emerge victorious, you will grant me a night of unrestrained freedom. Unrestrained freedom? Lin Shuang inquired, her mind racing with possibilities. But should you lose, you must also submit to my whims for an evening, Wuing chuckled. Very well, Lin Shuang acquiesced to Wuing's stipulation. After all, she was merely a soul sage wielding a level 7 soul guide. Even with confidence in her creation, Wuing's strength would not reach the level of a soul Douluo. Moreover, Lin Shuang had numerous trump cards up her sleeve. At least beneath the rank of soul Douluo, she believed herself invincible. And she was certain that Wuing would not pose a threat. Let us proceed, Wuing exclaimed joyfully, her confidence as an inner courtyard student of Shrek Academy radiating, especially with a level 7 soul guide at her disposal. As they soared towards the inner courtyard, Lin Shuang cast a glance in a certain direction, a smile gracing his lips, seemingly in high spirits. Initially, Lin Shuang had intended for Wuing to demonstrate her soul guide to others, aiming to unveil its power to the higher echelons of Shrek. However, unbeknownst to them, those individuals had been discreetly observing since Lin Shuang and Wuing's entrance into the academy, and Lin Shuang was unbothered by revealing his hidden cards. After all, he was exceedingly confident about the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in a year, firmly believing that Ma Xiaotao would not reach a level capable of defeating him. Chapter 26. Defeating Wuing. Upon their arrival at the Soul Battle Arena, curiosity enveloped the crowd as they regarded Lin Shuang and Wuing. The news of their martial spirit fusion technique display on Sea God Island having already spread, although the details surrounding the ultimate fire had been concealed. Wuing's innate talent placed her among the elite of the inner courtyard, and the revelation of her possessing a martial spirit fusion technique garnered considerable attention, especially given her partner's origin from the Sun Moon Empire. The arena was abuzz with spectators, for practical combat was the swiftest means of progress. Most inner courtyard prodigies, aside from those on missions, gathered in the Soul Battle Arena. As Lin Shuang and Wuing approached, The crowd instinctively parted, making way as they reached the battle platform. Wuing addressed the nearby inner courtyard students. Would you mind if we cut in line? Not at all. Senior Wu, please proceed, they eagerly responded. Their gazes turning curiously towards Lin Shuang, speculating whether Wuing intended to battle him. The combat between the two soon concluded, and once they stepped down, Wuing and Lin Shuang leaped onto the stage, a protective soul power barrier slowly ascending. Among the onlookers, an elderly figure emerged, observing the pair with a smile. Contemplating the potential power that the restored Silver Moon martial spirit, as a dual martial spirit wielder, could unleash. Greetings, Elder Zhang. The surrounding students quickly bowed to the elderly man, who was indeed one of the esteemed elders of Sea God Pavilion, the Life Douluo. Do be careful. I wouldn't want to injure you, Wuing warned, brandishing the golden crow whip at Lin Shuang. Then you may attempt it, Lin Shuang provocatively replied, donning a bracelet on his wrist. As the soul power barrier fully manifested, the silvery bracelet on Lin Shuang's wrist erupted with terrifying waves of soul power. It was a level 7 soul power amplification soul guide. Utilizing such a powerful soul guide undoubtedly placed a considerable strain on a soul emperor, but Lin Shuang's fusion with 300,000-year soul bones rendered him exceptional. Empowered by the level 7 amplification soul guide, Lin Shuang's soul power surged to a level rivaling that of a soul sage as he unleashed his Silver Moon martial spirit. How is this possible? Wuing exclaimed in shock, incredulous that a shattered martial spirit could recover so swiftly. Heh, Lin Shuang merely smiled, not answering her query. Instead, drawing his Wangshu sword and striking towards her. At this moment, with soul power comparable to a soul sage, Lin Shuang wielded the level 7 soul guide to unleash formidable force. Silver Moon Divine Light Slash. Wuing's brow furrowed as she released her martial spirit. Swinging the Golden Crow whip. Golden Crow Storm. Flames coalesced into the shape of a golden crow, sweeping towards Lin Shuang, colliding with his Silver Moon Divine Light Slash. The Golden Crow Whip, a level 7 soul guide on par with the Wangshu sword, exhibited immense power, and though Wuing had only recently advanced to Soul Sage, her soul power stood at 72, not significantly surpassing Lin Shuang. As the Silver Moon Divine Light Slash and Golden Crow Storm clashed, both attacks dissipated instantaneously, and the terrifying soul power nearly melted the protective barrier. Fortunately, Elder Zhang stepped in to replace the Soul Douluo instructor from Shrek Academy, manipulating his soul power to stabilize the barrier, allowing it to regain equilibrium. Truly impressive. Wuing laughed, her eyes gleaming with pride for her partner. However, I can't allow you a night of unrestrained freedom, otherwise you might end up exhausted. Wuing paid no heed to the potential consequences of her words being overheard by the students below, playfully teasing Lin Shuang. But you promised me a night of indulgence. How could I possibly lose? Lin Shuang retorted defiantly. Subsequently, Lin Shuang sheathed his Wangshu sword. Despite being a dual martial spirit wielder with martial spirits surpassing his peers, he was only at the 63rd level. Using the amplification soul guide would not allow him to outlast Wuing, a soul sage, so he needed alternative methods to triumph over her. Sacred Demon Domain. Lin Shuang's eyes shimmered with a violet hue as he began to summon the power of his soul bones. Wuing, sensing a suppression of her soul power, furrowed her brow and swung the Golden Crow whip once more. Golden Crow Storm. However, as the storm approached Lin Shuang, the surrounding sacred demon energy swiftly extinguished it. Sacred Demon Descends. The domain's power enveloped Lin Shuang, representing the convergence of roaming light and dark elements, which, upon Lin Shuang's gathering, enhanced his own strength. How is this possible? Wuing gasped in astonishment. Lin Shuang's aura surged once more, nearing the level of a soul Douluo. Yet, after biting her lip, Wuing withdrew the Golden Crow whip. Indeed, she chose to forego the soul guide. Although Lin Shuang presently wielded power approaching that of a soul Douluo, she possessed an advantage he lacked, her Golden Crow true form. Wuing transformed into her martial spirit's true form, unleashing the Golden Crow true fire to counter Lin Shuang's sacred demon domain. Lin Shuang's figure swiftly approached Wuing, channeling the sacred demonic power in her hand. Striking towards her, the true fire of the Golden Crow ignited. Wuing unleashed her second soul skill, amplifying the temperature of the Golden Crow's fire. Then employed her first soul skill, as the true fire of the Golden Crow surged forth to meet Lin Shuang. However, a domain is a domain. Even though Lin Shuang was merely a 6-ring soul emperor, the sacred demonic power enveloping her extinguished the Golden Crow's fire, which was manifested under the martial soul's true form. With a decisive strike upon Wuing's chest, she was sent flying. You have lost. As the frost dissipated in the holy demon domain, Lin Shuang, with a somewhat wicked smile, spoke to Wu Ming. Sitting on the ground, Wu Ming gazed at Lin Shuang with an expression of disbelief, despite not utilizing a soul guide. She had still been defeated by Lin Shuang. It was evident that Lin Shuang's strength had reached a level comparable to that of a soul Douluo. Was that the domain? She inquired curiously. It can be considered as such, Lin Shuang replied with a nod. Through the domain formed by the elements of light and darkness, he possessed the ability to amplify his own soul power while diminishing that of his opponent, a phenomenon that could rightly be described as the holy demon domain. Chapter 27. The request of Elder Zhang. Although Lin Shuang appeared to effortlessly vanquish Wu Ming, the toll on him was considerable. His soul power was reduced to less than 10%. If Wu Ming could have endured a few more exchanges, Lin Shuang might have been forced to resort to more desperate measures. While the power derived from elemental mastery was formidable, it stemmed from a soul bone aged over 100,000 years, and the soul power required to activate such an ancient relic was undeniably immense. After defeating Wu Ming, Lin Shuang let out a sigh of relief. As the protective soul power shield gradually receded, the crowd parted, allowing an elderly figure to approach them. Elder Zhang. The gathered individuals, including Lin Shuang, bowed in respect to the elder. Indeed, Elder Zhang praised, in my nearly 200 years of life, I have never encountered someone with such extraordinary talent as yours. Lin Shuang smiled and said, Old Zhuang, you overestimate me. I merely rely on the power of my soul bone. In terms of talent, I fear that both the Dragon God Douluo Mulao and the esteemed senior sister from the Inner Academy, Zhang Lexuan, far surpass me. Old Zhuang nodded in agreement, yet shook his head and replied, You are different. You hail from the Sun Moon Empire, and at the tender age of 18. You have already crafted a 7th-level soul guide without the aid of any medicinal enhancements to boost your soul power. You are already a soul emperor at the 63rd rank. Given 10 years, you will undoubtedly be able to rival a titled Douluo. Lin Shuang was taken aback, not expecting such an assessment from the soul Douluo of the Sea God Pavilion. I have a request for you, Elder Zhuang suddenly stated, causing everyone to gaze at him in astonishment. How could this formidable being from the Sea God Pavilion have a favor to ask of Lin Shuang? Lin Shuang felt a flicker of confusion, but Elder Zhuang continued, Follow me. Without providing further explanation, he turned and strode towards the arena's exit. Lin Shuang exchanged a glance with Wu Ming and promptly leaped off the fighting platform to follow. Regardless of what Elder Zhuang wished to discuss, it was evident that this esteemed Douluo was facing some trouble. Yet, Lin Shuang was also intrigued by how he could possibly assist him. The two accompanied Elder Zhuang to the outer courtyard, where he headed towards the staff dormitory. Lin Shuang and Wu Ming grew increasingly curious. Could there be someone extraordinary among the teachers of Shrek's outer courtyard? Xiaoyi, Elder Zhuang said as they arrived at the door of a dormitory. He spoke in a calm tone rather than shouting, yet the door swung open to reveal a young man standing there. He appeared to be in his 30s, but the weariness in his eyes belied his youthful exterior. Lin Shuang contemplated for a moment and recognized the identity of the individual before him. Grandfather. He addressed him in a tranquil voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I am here to find Linger, Elder Zhuang informed him. The young man's body stiffened momentarily before he gritted his teeth and declared, I refuse. Elder Zhuang met the gaze of his grandson with a calm demeanor. While Zhuang Yu defiantly stared back, he could relinquish many things, but not Linger. Lingo is my child. I cannot allow her to leave Shrek. Zhuang Yu stated with unwavering conviction. Enough, Elder Zhuang exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice. This situation should never have arisen. The offspring of a Shrek Sea God Pavilion elder and an evil soul master. What are you imagining? But you were the one who forced her to her death. Zhuang Yu shouted in a fit of madness. Indeed, which is why I am offering her the chance for revenge, Elder Zhuang replied. Step aside, you cannot protect her. Just as you were unable to safeguard your own wife. Zhuang Ye's body froze, and in the moment he was about to erupt, Elder Zhuang placed a hand on his shoulder, instantly subduing him. Zhuang Yi looked at Elder Zhuang with resentment, yet his body succumbed, and he soon fell unconscious. Let us go, Elder Zhuang said. Lin Shuang and Wu Ming exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. They had never anticipated that a descendant of Elder Zhuang would endure such a tumultuous journey. Moreover, Lin Shuang was taken aback to discover that Elder Zhuang's granddaughter-in-law was, in fact, a malevolent spirit master. Among the esteemed kin of the renowned life Douluo, there existed a practitioner of dark arts. As they entered the room, they beheld a young girl seated on the sofa. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, her pale green eyes gazing intently at the three of them. Her long, Dark purple hair was styled into a ponytail, and she donned an entire ensemble of black Gothic Lolita attire, presenting a rather peculiar sight. "Have you come to kill me?" The girl directed her gaze towards Elder Zhuang. Elder Zhuang looked at her, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes as he spoke. "From this day forth, you are free." The girl was momentarily taken aback, even expressing disbelief as she stared at Elder Zhuang, quickly followed by an unmistakable glimmer of murderous intent. "If you allow me to leave, I shall one day return to Shrek and slay you," she declared, a hint of madness in her voice. "I did not say I would permit you to leave Shrek City," Elder Zhuang replied, as a pale green spirit bone materialized in his hand, radiating a formidable life force. "After assimilating this spirit bone, stay by my side. Perhaps one day, I shall lead an army to Shrek City." In his words, there was no indication of treating Lin Shuang as a future adversary. Rather, she was seen as someone worthy of entrusting the girl to. "Ha." The girl let out a laugh, laced with sarcasm. "What is this? Does the life Douluo wish to persuade me to return to the right path, hence offering me the most significant spirit bone from his own possession?" Elder Zhuang chose not to elaborate further. He tossed the spirit bone towards the girl and then addressed Lin Shuang. "She is my great-granddaughter. However, her mother transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, the soul-devouring magic tree, and became a malevolent spirit master. Under my duress, she chose to sacrifice herself for her daughter. This child harbors hatred towards me, but it matters not. I hope you will take good care of her." Lin Shuang inquired curiously. "Does Elder Zhuang intend for me to serve as a caretaker without any compensation?" Elder Zhuang replied, "Is it not sufficient that a genius soul master, possessing dual martial souls, has betrayed Shrek to join the ranks of the Sun Moon Empire? Moreover, upon integrating my 100,000-year life tree skeletal essence, she will acquire 200,000-year soul bones and a 100,000-year soul ring. With the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast, she has already ascended to the status of a 4-ringed soul master at the tender age of 13. Lin Shuang's gaze reflected a hint of surprise as he observed the girl before him. Ultimately, he nodded in acceptance, sensing her unreserved disdain and murderous intent towards Elder Zhuang, which led him to comply with her wishes. Chapter 28. The young girl Linger. "My name is Lin Shuang, hailing from the Sun and Moon Empire," he stated, crouching down to meet the girl's eyes. Yet, she merely stared back at him, causing Lin Shuang's vision to blur momentarily before swiftly returning to clarity. "Your strength is still insufficient to control me," he remarked, placing his hand gently atop the girl's head. She stiffened at the gesture, but upon instinctively recognizing the affinity of her own power towards Lin Shuang, she obediently settled in place. A flicker of astonishment crossed Elder Zhuang's eyes. He was well aware of his great-granddaughter's temperament and found it remarkable that she would permit a stranger to touch her head. With a resigned sigh, he turned and exited, having no intention of lingering further. "Will you be attacking Shrek Academy in the future?" the girl inquired of Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang was taken aback. It was indeed unexpected to pose such a rebellious question at Shrek Academy. However, Lin Shuang nodded and remarked, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the honor of the foremost academy on the Shrek continent shall culminate in my hands." The young girl was not overly concerned. It sufficed for her that Lin Shuang and Shrek Academy were adversaries. She extended her hand and said, "You may call me Linger." Lin Shuang grasped the young girl's hand, a smile gradually blossoming at the corners of his mouth. It was indeed a delightful affair to obtain such a prime genius possessing a twin martial soul. The 13-year-old girl wielded a soul power equivalent to a 4-ringed soul master, augmented by a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, alongside her formidable mental strength. Few beneath the rank of Soul Emperor could rival her prowess. Given Linger's remarkable mental fortitude, which could momentarily sway Lin Shuang, it was evident her mental capacity was already extraordinarily robust. Coupled with the 100,000-year soul beast offerings and the 100,000-year life tree trunk bone bestowed upon her by Elder Zhuang, Linger's potential in the Sun and Moon Empire was perhaps second only to Lin Shuang himself. "How should I address you?" Linger inquired, keenly sensing the immense power concealed within Lin Shuang. Being on the same side, her tone was laced with utmost respect. "Simply call me Lin Shuang," he replied. Although Lin Shuang harbored some mischievous thoughts upon observing Linger, he was mindful of the presence of formidable beings within Shrek Academy and decided to stifle his inclinations. "Will you become an adversary of Shrek in the future?" Wuing asked hesitantly, her deep affection for Shrek making her uncertain of how to proceed if Lin Shuang were to stand in opposition to the Academy. "That will require considerable time. Ample enough for you to make your decision," Lin Shuang said gently, embracing her. Wuing replied softly, her voice barely audible. Linger then sat up and turned to Lin Shuang, asking, "Where shall we go now? When will we depart from Shrek Academy?" Lin Shuang remarked, "In 2 months. I shall depart from Shrek Academy." "And what of the present?" Lingo inquired once more. Lin Shuang said, "I shall assist you in securing accommodations at the outer academy. You may also temporarily join the freshman class, as I am currently the homeroom teacher of that very class. Typically, after the 3-month freshman period concludes, Shrek Academy will conduct class divisions, at which point I shall no longer serve as a temporary instructor at the academy." Lin Shuang did not intend to squander any more time at Shrek Academy. The fortunate encounter with Lingo, coupled with the strategic investments made among the new students, ensured that Lin Shuang would reap abundant rewards. Thus, after concluding his teaching duties at the outer academy, he resolved to return to the Sun Moon Empire. He aimed to dedicate the ensuing time to elevating his soul power to the Soul Sage realm. Although Lin Shuang's current soul power stood at a mere 63rd level, he possessed various methods to enhance it, such as the legacy of the evil soul master he held. Additionally, there were the ice and fire duality eyes within the sunset forest of the Heavenly Soul Empire, as well as the pharmaceuticals mastered by the Sun Moon Empire. Given Lin Shuang's potential, it would be a relatively effortless endeavor to achieve a breakthrough to the Soul Sage level within a little over a year, provided he was willing to pay the necessary price. Lin Shuang harbored no significant worries, and the reason was quite simple. His grandfather was the Silver Moon Douluo, and that alone sufficed. Becoming a student of Shrek Academy, Linger's delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet she nodded in agreement to Lin Shuang, consenting to temporarily join the freshman class. After the freshman period concluded, she would depart Shrek Academy alongside Lin Shuang. However, in stark contrast to Linger's sentiments, Wuing appeared somewhat melancholic, as her beloved would leave Shrek and potentially become an adversary of the very institution. Lin Shuang smiled gently and said, "There is no need to be so sorrowful. You are my woman, and you shall always remain so. However, I will not part from Shrek," Wu Ming whispered softly. Lin Shuang smiled, saying, "So after our separation in 2 months, we shall only meet again in over a year at the Star Luo City, during the Grand Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament, where you will represent the Shrek Academy as part of the accompanying team." Wu Ming nodded solemnly. "Then let us depart," Linger said. As they exited the room, they encountered Zhuang Yi, who was still unconscious at the doorway. Ling Er's eyes filled with melancholy, but she quickly steeled herself, stepping over his body and even moving ahead of Lin Shuang as they left the faculty dormitory. Zhuang Yi was her father, unlike her despised great-grandfather. He loved her dearly and treated her well. However, certain ties must be severed. This was a decision beyond anyone's control. She was determined to leave Shrek Academy, which meant inevitably becoming an adversary to her father. Lin Shuang and Wu Ming exchanged a glance before following closely behind Ling Er. The trio made their way to the Academic Affairs Office, intending to seek out the Douluo Ming Feng, Yin Xiaozhe, to facilitate Ling Er's entry into Class 1 as a transfer student. Chapter 29. Level 64. You mean Dean Yin? Du Weiluan looked at the three of them and chuckled. Dean Yin is currently in seclusion. Before his retreat, he entrusted me with overseeing the martial soul department of the Outer Academy. As for your request to admit a transfer student, that is certainly feasible. Lin Shuang nodded and said, "Thank you, Director Du. However, are there any available dormitories for new students in the Outer Academy? This child has a rather unique background, and I wish to prepare a single room for her." Du Weiluan replied, "Of course, that is not an issue. The new semester has commenced for a month now, and naturally, there have been several expulsions, resulting in a considerable number of vacant dormitories." As he spoke, Du Weiluan approached a cabinet, retrieved a key, and handed it to Lin Shuang. Upon receiving it, she smiled and said, "Thank you, Director Du. It is but a trivial matter," Du Weiluan remarked as he returned to his chair and took a sip from his cup. "Then we shall take our leave," Lin Shuang stated, leading the two beautiful ladies, Wu Ming and Ling Er, one tall and one petite, out of the room. Du Weiluan watched Lin Shuang depart, then sighed deeply, reflecting, "Zhuang Yi, this entanglement of yours seems to have reached its conclusion. Her child will soon leave Shrek, and perhaps your heart will find solace." At that moment, Zhuang Yi, now a teacher in the Outer Academy of Shrek, had once been a student of Du Weiluan, whom he guided from his first year until graduation, when he joined the Inner Academy. Regrettably, Zhuang Yi ultimately departed from the Inner Academy and never set foot on Sea God Island again, remaining in the Outer Academy as an ordinary teacher. Despite being a 7-ring soul sage with the top-tier martial soul, the Tree of Life, After Lin Shuang and Wuing escorted Ling Er to the base of the dormitory building, Lin Shuang presented her with a 4th-level storage soul guide, which contained 100,000 gold soul coins. Subsequently, Lin Shuang and Wuing returned to the inner courtyard, where Wuing continued to trail closely behind Lin Shuang. Even upon reaching the inner courtyard, she remained by Lin Shuang's side as they made their way to the canteen. As noon approached, the inner courtyard students gathered in the canteen, instinctively parting ways upon the entrance of Lin Shuang and Wuing. In their minds, the prowess of Lin Shuang and Wuing had become synonymous with that of Zhang Lexuan. "Where do you plan to go next?" Lin Shuang inquired. "Anywhere is fine," Wuing replied. Lin Shuang nodded in silence, while Wuing, filled with trepidation, lowered her head to eat. She felt a sense of dread. Having made that wager with Lin Shuang before the battle, she now found herself on the losing side. Amidst her fear, there was an unsettling anticipation for what Lin Shuang might do next. After finishing her meal, Lin Shuang instructed her to return to her dormitory alone, as she intended to meditate and cultivate. During her time at Shrek Academy, Lin Shuang's soul power was on the verge of a breakthrough, soon to reach level 64. It was already Saturday, and after dinner, she planned to use the next day to achieve her breakthrough. The day after tomorrow, Lin Shuang would have to head to the outer academy, for she had a group of divine beasts awaiting her, and under Xiao Zhao's watchful eye. Their competition should have concluded by now. Lin Shuang's Silver Moon martial soul remained a profound enigma to those at Shrek Academy, particularly due to her 6th soul skill, which delivered a lethal blow by shattering both soul rings and martial soul, yet astonishingly recovered within 3 to 4 days, a miraculous phenomenon. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lin Shuang commenced her meditation and cultivation. Meanwhile, others sought out Wuing for inquiries. However, Wuing, curious yet hesitant due to her wager with Lin Shuang, refrained from approaching her. Thus, Lin Shuang remained in her dormitory for an entire day, harnessing the soul power acquired through meditation, searching for that pivotal moment. Suddenly, the soul power within Lin Shuang began to surge. As she regained control, she opened her eyes and rose to stretch her stiff body. Level 64, Lin Shuang declared. Feeling confident about becoming a 7-ring soul sage before the prestigious Soul Master Academy's Duhun competition across the continent. After leaving her dormitory and grabbing a quick bite at the cafeteria, she returned once more, retrieving some rare metals and a waning moon carving knife, intending to craft a soul guide device. Among the items she brought forth was the Void Secret Silver, a rare metal of spatial attributes, procured from the Treasure Pavilion, and exceedingly precious. Lin Shuang utilized the crescent moon to carve a small fragment from the basin-sized rare metal. After securing the remaining void silver, she deftly manipulated the dark elements to compress this tiny piece of void silver into the shape of a ring. Lin Shuang began to engrave on the ring using the crescent moon. The soul guiding formation he intended to carve this time was a level 7 formation, not one for storage, but rather the core formation for creating a ring of instantaneous teleportation. After 3 arduous hours of effort, Lin Shuang ultimately rendered this rare metal scrap following a series of failures. Lin Shuang retrieved a 6th-level milk bottle and, while replenishing his soul power, employed dark elements to separate the metallic sphere. He then extracted a fragment of void secret silver, meticulously cutting it into a minuscule piece, which he subsequently compressed into a ring. Though night had fallen, Lin Shuang appeared untouched by fatigue, continuing his intricate carvings. This time, he succeeded in crafting a 7th-level soul guide device, renowned as the miraculous teleportation ring. Having switched to a different milk bottle, Lin Shuang took out a substantial amount of void secret silver, this time intending to create a bracelet, aspiring to fashion a storage soul guide device. It is rare for anyone to squander such precious metals on devices of such high caliber. Lin Shuang was no exception. Thus, while inscribing the spatial array, he simultaneously engraved a defensive soul guide array, transforming this storage bracelet into a defensive soul guide device. Lin Shuang succeeded on his first attempt. As a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, taking a deep breath, he put away the waning moon and the 2 soul-guiding devices he had crafted, retrieving his flying soul device instead. Without hesitation, he leaped from the window, soaring towards the outer courtyard. At that moment, the sky had yet to fully brighten. But Lin Shuang had already arrived at the classroom, which was devoid of any presence. He pulled out a chair and seated himself at the podium, idly toying with the freshly made teleportation ring in his hand. At that instant, a figure appeared at the doorway, gazing intently at Lin Shuang. Their eyes met, and Lin Shuang recognized him. Chapter 30. The Hidden Dragon and the Young Phoenix. I wish to teach a class for the first-year students. Zhuang Yi spoke, his eyes red and his voice hoarse. Perhaps tomorrow, Lin Shuang replied, not denying his request, but noting that today he was to present awards to the students, thus reserving time for the following day. Zhuang nodded in gratitude, expressing his thanks before departing swiftly. Lin Shuang stretched lazily, seemingly anticipating another day of rest ahead. In the outer courtyard, each class was assigned a single teacher, their homeroom instructor, however. This instructor had the liberty to invite other teachers from the outer courtyard to conduct lessons for the students, and even to engage individuals from other factions, as long as they were not enemies of Shrek Academy. And who were Shrek's adversaries? Primarily, the Sun and Moon Empire and the Evil Soul Masters. Yet, Shrek Academy had not publicly severed ties with the Sun and Moon Empire, and due to Lin Shuang's unique status, he was able to assume the role of homeroom teacher for the first-year class. Lin Shuang gazed out of the window, and in the distance lay Shrek Square, where shadows began to emerge. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the figure of a young boy who had made his appearance at Shrek Square as early as 6 o'clock. Lin Shuang's interest was instantly piqued as she stepped out of the classroom and approached the young man. Upon noticing her approach, the youth greeted her loudly. "Hello, Teacher Lin." "Please, hold on a moment," Lin Shuang replied. Hui Yuhao halted in his tracks, gazing at Lin Shuang with reverence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shuang continued. "If you're willing to join the Sun Moon Empire," before she could finish, Hui Yuhao interjected, "Teacher Lin, if you have no other matters to attend to, I wish to continue my training. I can concoct some potions to enhance your physique and improve your innate talents. I even possess a piece of ancient whale gel, which, when consumed, would bolster your physical abilities and unlock a portion of the latent power within your first soul ring, potentially increasing its potency by 500 years. This time, Hui Yuhao did not immediately retort. Instead, he lowered his gaze. Lin Shuang smiled gently and added, "I understand your identity. Shrek will not become the enemy of the White Tiger Duke, nor will it oppose the Star Luo Empire. I can assist you in avenging your grievances, but only if you join the Sun Moon Empire. I will not betray my homeland," Hui Yuhao declared through gritted teeth. Lin Shuang retorted, "Will the Star Luo Empire relinquish the White Tiger Duke? Or will the White Tiger Duke forsake his offspring?" Hui Yuhao could no longer contain himself and exclaimed in anger, "My affairs are none of your concern." Lin Shuang shook her head and said, "The conditions remain unchanged. You shall join the Sun Moon Empire, and I will assist you in becoming stronger, even avenging you." With that, Lin Shuang proceeded towards the classroom, leaving Hui Yuhao standing alone in the Shrek Square. As time passed, more and more individuals appeared in the classroom. However, upon seeing Lin Shuang, they obediently took their seats. Some appeared somewhat discontented. Yet 2 individuals were evidently pleased. Just before the class commenced, Hui Yuhao returned to the classroom. Lin Shuang cast a glance at him, and her brow suddenly furrowed. Lingo was absent from the classroom? Releasing her spiritual energy, her lips twitched involuntarily. At that moment, Lingo had just exited a shop, clutching a bag of snacks. With every step she took, she indulged in a morsel, making her way toward the classroom, her appearance akin to that of a little princess, which was rather unbecoming. Lin Shuang disregarded her and turned to Xiaoxiao, inquiring, "Who were the final 3 victors?" Xiaoxiao rose to her feet and replied, "They are Hui Yuhao, Qin Yin, and Zhao Lin. Please stand up." Lin Shuang continued, "Although the new students are rather numerous, in the absence of News and Wang Dong, the 2 individuals who claimed victory with the assistance of Hui Yuhao's shared spiritual detection are undoubtedly exceptional talents." The 3 young men immediately stood up, and it was evident that Hui Yuhao was a notch below the other 2. "Please introduce yourselves," Lin Shuang instructed. The 3 nodded, and Hui Yuhao spoke first, "Teacher Lin. My martial soul is the spiritual eye, and I am a level 17 control system soul master." Behind him, a handsome youth with a somewhat eerie gaze addressed her, "Greetings. Teacher Lin. I am Qin Yin. My martial soul is the Emerald Serpent, and I am an 18-level control system soul master." Lin Shuang nodded. "The Bai Lin Snake. Is it?" Undoubtedly, poison is a formidable weapon among lower-tier soul masters. With Qin Yin being aided by Hui Yuhao, it is not surprising that he could seize the championship. Lin Shuang turned her gaze towards the youth named Zhao Lin, who was notably taller and more robust than Qin Yin. Upon noticing Lin Shuang's attention, he hurriedly introduced himself. "Hello, Teacher Lin. My name is Zhao Lin, and my martial spirit is the Purple Lin Spear. I am a level 20 soul master. Have you already reached level 20 in soul power?" Lin Shuang exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that besides Wang Dong and Xiaoxiao, there was another aspiring great soul master in the new student class. "Lin Shuang, I seem to have arrived late," a girl said pitifully as she approached the door. "All right. You 3 may leave for now," Lin Shuang instructed Hui Yuhao and the others. then shifted her attention to the girl standing at the entrance. At that moment, nearly all the boys in the class were captivated by the girl, including Hui Yuhao, which incensed Wang Dong, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration, cursing him inwardly for his lack of ambition. If Hui Yuhao were aware of Wang Dong's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel a chill in his heart before realizing and proudly responding, "Can ambition be measured by the admiration of a beauty?" Lin Shuang smiled and said, "All right. Come over here." Linga walked to Lin Shuang's side, who then encouraged her, "Why don't you introduce yourself to your classmates?" Linga nodded, a sweet smile gracing her face as she gently spoke. "Hello everyone, I am 13 years old, and you may call me Linger. My martial spirit is the tree of life. As for my strength, that is enough." Lin Shuang interrupted Linger, continuing, "Linger is my friend, and she is of similar age to you all, joining class 1 as a transfer student. Her strength shall remain a secret for now, but I assure you, it surpasses that of any one of you." Upon Lin Shuang's utterance, the majority of the crowd furrowed their brows. Although Linga was 13, a year or two older than most of them, how could such an adorable girl possibly surpass them in strength? Lin Shuang presented the teleportation ring and the bracelet to Linger, saying, "These are 2 7th-level soul-guiding devices, the teleportation ring and the void bracelet. Besides serving as a storage soul-guiding device, the void bracelet also acts as a 7th-level defensive soul-guiding device. You may place the items I gave you yesterday into the void bracelet." Chapter 31. The Blue-Silver Saint is all right. Find a place to sit, Lin Shuang instructed. Disregarding the astonished and envious gazes of the students, she gently ruffled Lingo's hair, encouraging her to find a seat. Once Lingo had settled in her chosen spot, Lin Shuang continued, "The 3 individuals who ultimately prevail should write down their requirements for the soul-guiding devices on a piece of paper and submit it to me before class concludes. However, do not expect the 3rd-level soul-guiding devices to be particularly powerful." With that, the 3 students hurriedly expressed their gratitude, and Lin Shuang nodded before commencing the lesson. In this lesson, Lin Shuang expounded upon the concept and formidable capabilities of soul-guiding devices, leaving the students, with the exception of Ling Er, profoundly astonished, given their average strength as soul masters. When the bell rang to signal the end of the class, Lin Shuang concluded his discourse. The evolution of soul-guiding devices in the Sun and Moon Empire over the span of a millennium certainly could not be encapsulated in a single lesson, and Lin Shuang had no intention of extending the lecture. He surveyed the classroom filled with students, a smile gracing his lips as he announced that the morning session had come to an end, with the remainder of the material to be discussed in the afternoon. After collecting the notes written by Hui Yuhao and his companions, Lin Shuang departed. Following a modest meal at the cafeteria, he seated himself beneath an ancient tree and began crafting the soul-guiding devices he had promised to Hui Yuhao and the others, utilizing several rare metals. In the afternoon, after presenting the completed devices to the trio, Lin Shuang resumed the topic he had partially covered earlier. Zhou, being the wife of Fan Yu, an 8th-level soul master, held a profound admiration for soul-guiding devices. As Lin Shuang elucidated their concept, the first-year students developed a deeper understanding and a burgeoning desire for these remarkable instruments. After the afternoon class concluded, Lin Shuang exited the classroom, only to find Ling Er trailing closely behind him. Slowing his pace, he inquired, "Have you encountered any difficulties?" Ling Er shook her head and replied, "I wish to become stronger." Lin Shuang couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "At 13, a 4-ring soul master. I did not possess your strength at your age. Do not be hasty, with your innate talent. I assure you that you will become a soul sage before you turn 20. Oh, Ling Er nodded, yet a hint of discontent lingered in her heart. After all, her association with Lin Shuang was not solely to distance herself from Shrek Academy, but rather to grow stronger through her guidance. Lin Shuang gently caressed her head, feeling an inexplicable fondness for touching Ling Er's hair, yet the young girl did not seem particularly resistant, displaying a demeanor of compliance. "Let us go and dine," Lin Shuang said as he escorted Ling Er to the dining hall in the outer courtyard. While he was partaking of his meal, he suddenly caught sight of a girl, of an age similar to Ling Er's, yet Lin Shuang was perceptive enough to sense a hidden strength within her. This strength was subtle, or rather, it seemed non-existent. It was the darkness within her heart, a burgeoning hatred that could lead to the transformation of her martial soul, ultimately manifesting as an evil martial soul, thereby turning her into a malevolent soul master. "The Blue-Silver Saintess," Lin Shuang murmured, his voice unheard by anyone save for Ling Er. Ling Er tilted her head, gazing at Lin Shuang with curiosity. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Lin Shuang stated, promptly following the figure that had caught his attention. leaving Ling Er alone, drawing the ire of many who silently cursed him. As Lin Shuang emerged from the dining hall, she observed Tanga approaching a young man. A mysterious glimmer flickered in her eyes. The great-grandson of the Dragon God Douluo was indeed intriguing. Lin Shuang watched them depart without pursuing further. However, Tanga still sensed his gaze and turned her head to glance at him, only to find Lin Shuang intently observing her, to which she responded with a warm smile. I recall there is a phoenix saintess in the inner courtyard. A smile graced Lin Shuang's lips as he took his leave. Time passed swiftly thereafter. The 3-month period for new students in the outer courtyard soon came to an end, and Lin Shuang had already been a teacher for the new students' class for 2 months. Standing in the classroom, Lin Shuang's expression was profound. He had altered certain elements, such as the absence of Ma Xiaotao and Yin Xiaozhi for 2 months, as well as the disappearance of the Dragon God Douluo from outside the new students' dormitory. The 2 6th-level soul-guiding devices crafted by Lin Shuang for Ma Xiaotao remain ensconced within the heart of darkness. Meanwhile, the strength of the new class has ascended to a higher tier on average. However, with the departure of some individuals, only 77 students remain. Coincidentally, the newcomer assessment at Shrek is organized in groups of 3, and after the grouping process, 2 individuals are left unassigned. Lin Shuang gazed at the remaining 2 individuals. The young lad covertly admired the girl beside him, his eyes brimming with affection. However, a hint of derision flickered in Lin Shuang's gaze as she remarked, Song Qinghan. Every new student has a qualification that exempts them from the entrance examination, allowing them to remain at Shrek Academy without undergoing the assessment. You may proceed directly to the Soul Guidance Department. A glimmer of excitement passed through the eyes of the boy named Song Qinghan as he replied eagerly, Thank you, Teacher Lin. Lin Shuang merely nodded and gestured for him to leave. Now, only Lin Shuang and Linger remained in the classroom. After Song Qinghan had completely departed, Linger inquired, Is it permissible for us to leave Shrek? Lin Shuang nodded and said, Let us wait until the freshman assessment concludes. He is currently in a state of hesitation, and I need to offer him further support. Little Ling furrowed her delicate brows in confusion, but eventually nodded in agreement. Unable to resist, Lin Shuang affectionately tousled her hair, creating a delightful mess, and then smiled, You need not participate in the upcoming freshman assessment. If all goes as expected, I should find myself with some leisure time as well. Come along with me to the inner courtyard. Linger, taken aback, replied, But aren't you still the homeroom teacher for class 1 of the freshmen? Lin Shuang smiled and said, Therefore, we must seek out Douluo to find someone to fill in for me for a few days. I feel that it is time for Yin Xiaozhi's holiday, the once carefree Zhou, to return to the workplace. Chapter 32. Mutual Destruction. In the past 2 months, Lin Shuang has been rather composed. Apart from instructing the inner court disciples, he has mostly spent time with Wuing, unlike the tumultuous days when he first entered Shrek Academy, which were filled with sensational events. After leaving the administrative office of the Martial Soul Department, Lin Shuang, accompanied by Ling Er, made his way towards the inner court. During these 2 months, he too has made considerable progress. Utilizing the medicinal herbs acquired from the treasure pavilion, he has concocted several potions. Thanks to these potions, Lin Shuang's cultivation has successfully ascended to the 65th level. However, there exists a limitation in the consumption of these potions. Otherwise, it is likely that Lin Shuang would have already reached the 66th level. Yet, such a rapid advancement would undoubtedly deplete his potential, thus he refrained from doing so. I wonder if you would accompany me, Lin Shuang mused as he maneuvered the flying soul-guided device towards the inner court, glancing at the girls' dormitory. On the other side, Ling Er, who was also piloting a flying soul-guided device, overheard Lin Shuang's words. Gifted with a 100,000-year-old spiritual soul bone due to her mother's sacrifice, her mental prowess is indeed extraordinary. Ling Er remained silent, her expression as calm as ever, though a flicker of sadness danced in her eyes. She harbored no romantic feelings for Lin Shuang. Rather, after years of solitude, and with Lin Shuang being her sole companion, the talented girl felt an unrecognized possessiveness towards him. Upon reaching Sea God Island, Lin Shuang guided the flying soul-guided device down and said to Ling Er, You shall stay in Wuming's dormitory for a while. All right. Ling Er replied obediently. Lin Shuang intended to say something, but upon seeing the woman approaching, the words were swallowed back. Lin Shuang greeted Zhang Lexuan. Is there something you need? He inquired, sensing that Zhang Lexuan's demeanor was somewhat unfriendly. Zhang Lexuan glanced at Linger and turned to Lin Shuang, saying, Let her go to Mingdu first. I have some matters to discuss with you. However, much to Zhang Lexuan's surprise, Linger walked away on her own, without waiting for Lin Shuang's response or seeking his opinion. This child is so understanding, it tugs at my heartstrings, Lin Shuang remarked. Zhang Lexuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging her awareness of Ling Yue's background, yet her visit had a different purpose. Regarding your situation with Mingdu, Lin Shuang interrupted Zhang Lexuan and said, after the freshman assessment at the Outer Academy, I will take her back to the Sun Moon Empire. Zhang Lexuan's expression stiffened, and then grew cold as she replied to Lin Shuang, she will not return with you. That remains to be seen, Lin Shuang chuckled. Though he held no real hope in his heart, he stubbornly insisted. You scoundrel, Zhang Lexuan gritted her teeth in response. Lin Shuang did not respond to Zhang Lexuan, which could be considered an implicit acknowledgement. After all, how could a soul master of evil not be a scoundrel? Just as you hold the same sentiment towards Shrek. I harbor similar feelings towards the Sun and Moon Empire. The two stood in confrontation when suddenly a full moon emerged behind Zhang Lexuan, radiating a crimson glow. A mysterious brilliance flickered in Lin Shuang's eyes, a soul ring spanning 100,000 years. What? Shall we let strength do the talking? Lin Shuang inquired. Zhang Lexuan, filled with fury, retorted, I must give you a thorough beating, you scoundrel who has wronged Mingdu. TSK. Lin Shuang clicked his tongue in exasperation. Truly. Who has wronged Wuing? It was merely due to circumstances that Wuing could not accompany him. However, Zhang Lexuan had already unleashed her martial soul, and Lin Shuang, of course, would not stand idly by. A silvery moon materialized behind him, and 6 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, 2 fewer than Zhang Lexuan's. You shall not be my opponent, Zhang Lexuan asserted confidently. Lin Shuang remained silent, his eyes radiating a dual brilliance of gold and silver, which soon merged into one. The silver moon martial spirit behind him underwent a transformation, integrating into Lin Shuang's very being. Sun and moon in convergence. A terrifying surge of soul power emanated from Lin Shuang as he gradually dissipated, radiating an incandescent light. This was his martial spirit fusion technique. The convergence of silver moon and sun, a manifestation of his innate martial prowess. The overwhelming force erupted at the edge of Sea God Island, and Zhang Lexuan's expression shifted from anger to solemnity, realizing that she had underestimated Lin Shuang. His strength surpassed her expectations. A Soul Emperor's innate martial spirit fusion technique was capable of unleashing soul power at the level of a Soul Douluo, rendering him no less formidable than Zhang Lexuan herself. The sole advantage she possessed lay in her 10,000-year soul rings. One by one, her 8 soul rings flickered as a soft silver mist rose from beneath her feet, enveloping her form. Under the illumination of this silver haze, she exuded an ethereal beauty. Above her, the crescent moon gradually expanded, moving towards the fullness of a complete moon. Zhang Lexuan's own exquisite eyes sparkled with silver radiance, her body transformed into a resplendent silver hue, the brilliant light illuminating every detail around her. In midair, that luminous moon swelled at an astonishing pace, overshadowing Lin Shuang's convergence of sun and moon. Lin Shuang was forced out of the state of the martial soul fusion technique. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, gazing in disbelief at the gradually fading white light, exclaiming, Is this the moonlight? Zhang Lexuan's figure reappeared above the sea god lake. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, yet her condition was undoubtedly far superior to Lin Shuang's. You have lost, Zhang Lexuan stated. But I am merely a soul emperor, Lin Shuang retorted, standing tall and defiantly meeting Zhang Lexuan's gaze. Zhang Lexuan looked at Lin Shuang, then turned and walked away. If you dare abandon Mingdu, even if you return to the Sun Moon Empire, I will assuredly take your life. With Zhang Lexuan's departure, Lin Shuang could no longer contain himself and coughed up another mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. No wonder she is the master sister of the inner court of Shrek. The heir to the Sea God Pavilion. Currently, the heir to the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy remained Yin Xiaozhe, not the future heir, Xian Lao. The individual chosen to succeed Yin Xiaozhe as the Sea God Pavilion master was none other than Zhang Lexuan, who had just defeated Lin Shuang. After leaving, Zhang Lexuan's complexion was also quite pale. If Lin Shuang was injured, how could she have remained unscathed? Yet, due to her significantly higher soul power, she temporarily suppressed her injuries, concealing them from Lin Shuang. Chapter 33. Accompanying Wuing. Nevertheless, my strength is still somewhat lacking, Lin Shuang sighed. Although he could unleash power at the level of a Soul Douluo through his martial soul fusion technique, soul bones, and soul guiding devices, there remained a considerable gap when facing a top-tier expert like Zhang Lexuan. Fortunately, Lin Shuang already had a plan. Once he departed from Shrek Academy, he could commence his scheme. After Lin Shuang consumed the healing medication, he ambled towards the dormitory, harboring little anticipation for the new student examinations at the Outer Academy. He had already arranged the class placements, Wang Dong and Xiao formed a small team with a supporting member, while Hui Yuhao was grouped with Qin Yin and Zhao Lin. Currently, both Qin Yin and Zhao Lin had assimilated their second soul rings, elevating themselves to the rank of second-ring soul masters. Alas, it was a pity that two soul masters accompanied by a single soul master would hardly stand a chance against those formidable soul sovereign teams. Moreover, prior to his arrival in the inner academy, Shuang had entrusted Douluo with the task to arrange for Hui Yuhao and Dai Yaoheng's teams to face each other. They would initially encounter one another in the round-robin matches and subsequently meet again in the advancement rounds. Losing consecutively to Dai Yaoheng would inflict pain on Hui Yuhao, even though he retained his qualifications at Shrek Academy. This scenario presented an opportunity for Shuang. Hui Yuhao had been learning about soul-guiding devices under his tutelage. Although Hui Yuhao had declined to join the Sun Moon Empire, Shuang continued to impart knowledge about soul-guiding devices, thereby diminishing any further entanglement with Fan Yu. Thus, the likelihood of Qian Duoduo's appearance was negated, and with Heir Xiaozhe having vanished for 2 months, it was evident that, given Du Weiluan's discerning vision, Hui Yuhao's unjust treatment was all but inevitable. Much like Su Yuntao's failure to recognize Tang San's Haotian hammer, Du Weiluan had also not experienced Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shuang lay down on his bed to rest. Soon, he would depart from Shrek Academy. Frankly speaking, had it not been for his overwhelming thirst for power and the influence of Lingo, he would not wish to leave Shrek so soon. Nevertheless, Shuang had reached the threshold of an 8th-level soul engineer, yet due to his inadequate strength, he lacked the soul power necessary to craft an 8th-level soul-guiding core. Thus, he needed to enhance his capabilities. Furthermore, given his insufficient foundation, Shuang sought further guidance from the Silver Moon Douluo to gain a deeper understanding of soul-guiding devices, facilitating his advancement to 8th-level soul engineer. Moreover, Shuang sensed an impending pressure, considering Hui Yuhao's potential. If left unchecked, he could ascend to divinity within a decade. The thought of eliminating Hui Yuhao troubled Shuang, for he feared that the heavenly dream-eye silkworm might direct its might against him. Additionally, even if he successfully swayed Hui Yuhao, Shuang remained apprehensive about the possibility of Hui Yuhao's betrayal. Shrek Academy possessed numerous hidden cards and profound foundations. Even if Hui Yuhao were to defect from Shrek, there remained Wang Dong, the Haotian sect, and even Tang San, elements that Shuang regarded with trepidation. Shuang finds himself pressed for time, compelling him to enhance his strength with utmost urgency. His current ambition is to attain the rank of 7th-string Soul Saint and achieve the status of an 8th-level Soul Mentor prior to the soul fighting competition held by the senior Soul Master Academies across the continent. Shuang's injuries swiftly healed, as he possessed a considerable supply of medicinal remedies. Within a day, he had successfully tended to his wounds. In the subsequent days, Shuang refrained from cultivation and the crafting of soul-guiding devices. Instead, he leisurely wandered the inner courtyard in the company of Wuing. Due to Elder Zhuang's influence, Ling Er was reluctant to leave Wu Ming's quarters, so after delivering her meals 3 times a day, Shuang and Wu Ming paid her little mind. Shuang obtained the results of the new student assessment from Wu Ming. Hui Yuhao had already suffered his first defeat at the hands of Dai Yaoheng. When he encounters Dai Yaoheng again, the darkness within him will inevitably surge forth, and at that time, Shuang will have many choices. Have you truly made up your mind to leave? Wu Ming asked in a somber tone, embracing Shuang's arm. Shuang nodded, her expression tinged with guilt as she spoke. I have made my decision, yet it is not as though we shall never have the chance to meet again. Wu Ming replied, her voice quivering with emotion, but you are supposed to stay at Shrek for an entire year, and we have yet to even reach 3 months. Shuang cradled her in her arms, soothingly saying, do not weep. At worst, once this Continental Elite Soul Master Academy Soul fighting competition concludes, I shall request the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy to propose an exchange with Shrek. You can come to the Sun Moon Empire then. Is that true? Wu Ming inquired with excitement. However, after the initial thrill, a wave of melancholy washed over her, and she turned to Shuang, asking, is the relationship between the Sun Moon Empire and Shrek truly so dire? Shuang shook her head and remarked, if Shrek were willing, they would not have to be adversaries of the Sun Moon Empire. The true enemies of the Sun Moon Empire are only the 3 great empires. Yet Shrek has chosen to regard the Sun Moon Empire as their foe. Wu Ming fell silent, her feelings for Shrek equally profound, rendering her incapable of betraying them. She gazed at Shuang, but before she could speak, Shuang leaned down and kissed her. Wu Ming struggled momentarily before settling quietly in Shuang's embrace. When Lin Shuang released her, her fair face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Perhaps one day, when the Sun-Moon Empire's power is sufficient to dominate the entire Douluo Continent, Shrek may choose to relinquish their resistance. Lin Shuang made a rare jest. Yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. The Death God Douluo, the Dragon Emperor Douluo, the Silver Moon Douluo, alongside Lin Shuang, Xiao Hongqian, and Ming Hongqian, would surely elevate the future Sun-Moon Empire beyond anyone's expectations. Of course, if Hui Yuhao were to join the Sun-Moon Empire, it would be even more advantageous. With the lakes and the heavenly dream eye silkworm, Lin Shuang could even accelerate his own growth alongside others. So why shouldn't Shrek Academy possess the power to dominate the continent? Wu Ming retorted with a soft huff. Lin Shuang gently pinched her face and chuckled. If we were to summon all the graduates of the three great empires from Shrek, it might indeed be possible. Chapter 34. Inspiration from the Battle Armor. Shrek is merely an academy, Lin Shuang reflected. Indeed, Shrek is just an academy. Yet the Sea God Pavilion is a force that has endured for millennia. Lin Shuang is confident in his ability to transform the Death God Douluo and the Dragon Emperor Douluo into valuable allies for the Sun-Moon Empire. Additionally, with Ye Xishui's son and his own title as Death God alongside his esteemed senior brother, Lin Shuang believes he can also draw them into the fold of the Sun-Moon Empire. However, as Lin Shuang previously expressed, his greatest concern is Tang San, the scheming god king of the divine realm and the second generation of the Shura god. Tang San has been vigilantly observing the Douluo Continent, even defying the divine prohibition against descending to the mortal realm, manifesting his true form upon the Douluo Continent. He stands as Lin Shuang's most formidable adversary on the path to divinity. Were it not for Tang San, Lin Shuang could have easily led the Sun-Moon Empire to unify the Douluo Continent and ascended to godhood through the power of faith. Yet, with Tang San's presence, the unification of the continent remains an impossibility. Thus, to lead the Sun-Moon Empire towards this goal, Lin Shuang must attain divinity. Yet he cannot establish a divine position through the power of faith alone. He must rely on divine trials to inherit a divine rank. This is indeed a regrettable circumstance. Had Lin Shuang possessed Hui Yuhao's spirit eye martial soul, he might have had alternative paths to divinity. However, the Silver Moon and Sun martial souls do not align well with certain divine positions, and their attributes are even misaligned. Consequently, despite the Sun-Moon Empire's overwhelming strength capable of sweeping across the continent, Lin Shuang must continually strive for greater power until he embarks upon the path to divinity. As Lin Shuang and Wu Ming parted ways, Lin Shuang informed Wu Ming that he would remain in the dormitory for the next few days. Before his departure, Lin Shuang intended to leave a gift for Wu Ming, and with only a few days remaining until the new student assessments in the foreign language department, he was determined not to squander any time. Lin Shuang began to sketch, as he intended to design a 7th-level soul guide. He had contemplated this soul guide for quite some time and had gained considerable confidence in his concept. Lin Shuang meticulously sketched the appearance of the soul guide device, and upon closer inspection, it resembled a hairpin. Indeed, this soul guide held a significance in Lin Shuang's heart, comparable to that of the teleportation ring. Designed in the form of a hairpin to amplify soul power, it could also be enhanced when entering the true form of the martial spirit. Should Lin Shuang successfully create this soul guide, the national strength of the Sun-Moon Empire could ascend to a new level. However, the design of this blueprint consumed over a month of Lin Shuang's time. Moreover, each soul guide is uniquely tailored to an individual. For instance, the soul guide Lin Shuang is currently crafting is exclusively for Wu Ming's use. To integrate it with the true form of the martial spirit, it is imperative that it resonates with Wu Ming's martial spirit, akin to the future battle armor, from which Lin Shuang drew inspiration. Lin Shuang has gained a comprehensive understanding of the unique effects of her martial soul. Due to her trust in Lin Shuang, Wu Ming has divulged all this information to her, and Lin Shuang has also received a vial of Wu Ming's blood for research purposes. Lin Shuang was also eager to ascertain whether the concept of a soul power amplification soul guide, inspired by the battle armor acquired after 10,000 years, could indeed be successful. Lin Shuang dedicated an entire week to crafting the design and producing the soul guiding device, exceeding his initial estimate by 4 days. He had anticipated completing the task in 3 days. However, he faced 2 failures before identifying the issues and refining the design, ultimately leading to the successful creation of the device. As he gazed upon the resplendent golden hairpin adorned with the Jinwu pendant, a satisfied smile graced Lin Shuang's face. After tidying his somewhat disheveled appearance, he departed the dormitory, the sole guiding device in hand. Upon reaching the base of the girls' dormitory, Lin Shuang summoned Wuing with his soul power. Their soul resonance allowed Wuing to sense his arrival. As he beheld the sight of Wuing and the little girl Linger, two enchanting beauties rushing toward him, an involuntary smile spread across his face. However, Wuing dashed into Lin Shuang's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Are you leaving?" Lin Shuang nodded, holding her tightly. Linger stood a short distance away, observing the scene with longing in her eyes, yearning to share in Lin Shuang's embrace as well. After Lin Shuang released Wuing, she began to arrange her hair, carefully pinning it up. "Is this the soul guide you created?" Wuing inquired. "Indeed," Lin Shuang nodded, smiling as she added. "It allows you to continue receiving enhancements even after entering your martial soul true form. However, I would prefer your company over these 7 days." Wuing interrupted Lin Shuang's words, gazing at him with reddened eyes. Lin Shuang fell silent, gazing at Wuing's somewhat pitiable appearance, and eventually spoke. "I must take my leave. I shall seek you out." Wuing replied earnestly. Lin Shuang smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and simply walked over to Linger, taking her away. He intended to first attend to some matters at the outer courtyard before bidding farewell at the Sea God Pavilion. Linger wished to avoid meeting Elder Zhang, so Lin Shuang planned to escort her to the outer courtyard to wait for him. As Wuing watched Lin Shuang depart, she could no longer contain her tears once he vanished from sight. On the other hand, Lin Shuang felt a tinge of melancholy. However, glancing at Linger beside him, he managed to smile. Although they were parting ways, it would not be long before Wuing returned to his side. The Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire had successfully captured an inner courtyard student from Shrek Academy. Surely, incorporating them into his harem would pose no issue. Despite the current emperor's tenuous blood relation to Lin Shuang, rebellion had become commonplace in the Sun Moon Empire, hadn't it? Moreover, a crown prince lacking the ability to continue the lineage would hardly be embraced. When the emperor passes, Lin Shuang would truly set his plans in motion, but until then, all he could do was prepare. Upon arriving at the outer courtyard, Lin Shuang led Linger to the classroom of the new students. Standing at the door, he noticed Zhou Yi inside, her fists clenched and her gaze icy as she regarded him. "Excuse me." Lin Shuang seemingly paid no mind to Zhou Yi's demeanor, knocking on the door and stepping inside. "Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao, please step out," he instructed before exiting. The champion of the outer courtyard's new student assessment was Dai Yaoheng's team, followed by Huang Chutian's team in second place, and Ning Tian's team in third. The first two teams possessed martial soul fusion techniques, while the third team was aided by Ning Tian, a three-ringed soul master of the seven treasures, glazed tile pagoda. This meant that neither Hui Yuhao nor the randomly paired Wang Dong and Xiao managed to secure a place in the top three. "You dare to leave Class 1? Joey said coldly. The three, who had just stood up, froze momentarily, but Hui Yuhao let out a scoff, casting a glance at Dai Yaoheng before striding out. Wang Dong and Xiao furrowed their brows and followed suit, leaving Zhou Yi seething with anger. Chapter 35. Time is short. Have you made your decision? Lin Shuang inquired of Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao's expression was complex, yet he shook his head, resolutely stating, "I am a student of Shrek and a disciple of Tang's sect. And what if Tanga were to appear in the Sun Moon Empire?" Lin Shuang countered. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a trembling voice. "That is impossible." "Nothing is impossible," Lin Shuang retorted. "After your first-year studies conclude, you will have a break. Before heading to the extreme north, you can visit the Sun Moon Empire. You will always be welcome there." Lin Shuang extended one final invitation to Hui Yuhao. If their next encounter were to take place at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's Soul Duel Tournament, he would relinquish any claim to Hui Yuhao. 3 months of connection could not make him forsake his hatred for Duke White Tiger, but over a year's time would suffice to influence Hui Yuhao's heart. "You may return," Lin Shuang said. Hui Yuhao stood frozen for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Teacher Lin." With that, he turned to enter the classroom. As he looked at the two remaining lovely girls, Lin Shuang presented them with 2 hair accessories, both 6th-grade defensive soul tools. Noticing their puzzled expressions, he smiled and said, "You should return as well. I only hope that in the future, you will not become my foes." "That will certainly not happen," Xiao replied firmly. Wang Dong nodded in agreement, her gaze complex as she regarded Lin Shuang. She sensed that he was far from ordinary, but she quickly broke into a smile. "We will never become enemies." Lin Shuang departed, leaving Ling Er behind as he set off alone for the Sea God Pavilion. A mere greeting to those present at the pavilion would grant him the freedom to leave Shrek. At that moment, the skies would be vast for the birds to soar, and the seas boundless for the fish to leap. Have you truly decided to leave after just over 2 months? Lin Lao inquired, his brow furrowing as he addressed Lin Shuang. Remaining here would offer me little assistance, and my future does not lie within these confines, Lin Shuang replied with a smile. Indeed, Lin Lao nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Shuang offered an apologetic smile. Although a significant portion of the Shrek community held considerable grievances against him, there remained a few who regarded him favorably. The Dragon God Douluo, the Mingfeng Douluo, the Divine Eagle Douluo, and the enigmatic Lin Lao. Lin Shuang took out the teacher qualification certificate from the outer academy, which Yin Xiaozhe had arranged for her, and placed it on the table of the Sea God Pavilion. She then set down 2 6th-level soul guides, crafted as promise for Yin Xiaozhe, the dean, for Ma Xiaotao. Furthermore, she requested Lin Lao to convey her apologies to Ming Fengmian and Long Shenmian for her abrupt departure. Having said this, Lin Shuang turned and departed, leaving the assembly of titled Douluo in a state of bewilderment. Amidst their exchanges, one suggested he is merely a 6th-ring soul emperor, yet possesses strength comparable to that of a soul Douluo. Perhaps we should take precautions. Absurd. The divine eagle Douluo erupted in anger, slamming the table as he rose, exclaiming, Xian Liner, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Where is your pride as a member of the Sea God Pavilion? Should they choose to assassinate him due to the emergence of a genius surpassing Shrek, how would they reconcile that? I concur with Liner, remarked the Taodai Douluo. Seated opposite Song Lao, his disdain for pride evident, he acknowledged the terrifying genius emerging from the Sun-Moon Empire, recognizing that allowing his growth would spell disaster for Shrek. Should we then cower before the Sun-Moon Empire? Song Lao questioned, perplexed as to why Shrek Academy would fear a genius from that empire. That lad is different. The Taodai Douluo responded, shaking his head. Perhaps under other circumstances, he would dismiss it, but Lin Shuang's talent left him astounded. Enough, a gentle voice interjected, prompting the Taodai Douluo to rise at once, turning towards the source of the sound. 3 individuals descended from above. Leading them was a handsome young man, followed by Mingfeng Douluo Yin Xiaozhe, with Yin Xiaozhe's direct disciple Ma Xiaotao bringing up the rear. Mu Lao, the Taodai Douluo exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief, struggling to accept the sight before him. Please, take your seats, the young man smiled, a stark contrast to the hunchbacked figure of an elder nearing 90 degrees. The assembly, caught between words, settled into their seats, with Mu In presiding over them, stating, my time is limited, and I must announce one final matter. Mu Lao, the crowd murmured, a sense of sorrow pervading as they sensed the impending loss of the venerable elder. Mu In shook his head with a smile, saying, Xiaotao, please go to the outer academy and bring Bei Bei to the inner academy. Yes, Master Ancestor, Ma Xiaotao replied, her voice slightly choked. She understood the gravity of Mu In's next actions and felt powerless against his command. Yin Xiaozhe glanced at his mentor, acutely aware of the unfolding events. His teacher was on the verge of departing, yet would leave him with one final gift, the legacy of an extreme Douluo. Lin Shuang skillfully maneuvered the flying soul guide device towards the outer courtyard. Upon meeting with Ling Er, he intended to depart, however. He was suddenly captivated by a fleeting crimson light in the sky, sparking a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Ma Xiaotao? A sense of intrigue enveloped him as he pondered why Ma Xiaotao had re-emerged at this moment, having been missing for 2 months. Yet, it seemed her focus was not on him. Let us go, Lin Shuang smiled gently, taking Ling Er's small hand as they made their way towards the gates of Shrek Academy. Once they crossed that threshold, he would be able to return to the Sun-Moon Empire. Chapter 36. The grief of the dragon god Ma Xiaotao's departure did not deter Mu In from leaving behind his testament. He surveyed the fully occupied Sea God Pavilion with satisfaction, nodding as he proclaimed, upon my demise, Yin Xiaozhe shall succeed me as the master of the Sea God Pavilion. Is this truly appropriate, Elder Mu? Lin Lao inquired with a furrowed brow. He sensed that during these 2 months of seclusion, Yin Xiaozhe had indeed elevated his strength to the 96th rank. Nevertheless, in the Sea God Pavilion, where even the weakest possessed the formidable prowess of a 95th rank Super Douluo, Yin Xiaozhe's capabilities were still somewhat insufficient. I shall lend him my assistance, Mu In assured. Old Lin nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. After all, among their generation, the most outstanding individual from Shrek was undoubtedly Moon. Yet now he was on the brink of departure. How many would remain when his time came? Furthermore, Ma Xiaotao was the generational successor of the Sea God Pavilion. Few questioned Moon's command, for as long as Ma Xiaotao did not meet an untimely end, she held the potential to become a limit Douluo. Simultaneously, The entirety of Shrek's strength was to be mobilized to vigorously advance the development of soul-guiding devices. The Dragon God Douluo's decree left everyone in shock, even Yin Xiaozhe, who was to inherit the position of the Sea God Pavilion Master as per Moon's will, was taken aback. Teacher, have you considered this thoroughly? Yin Xiaozhe furrowed his brow, showing his disagreement with the Dragon God Douluo's order. Moon cast a glance at him and addressed the assembly. I understand your disdain for soul-guiding devices, but in truth, the Sun Moon Empire has already developed devices that can rival limit Douluo's, and the power of a level 9 fixed soul-guiding cannon is evident to you all. The advancement of soul-guiding devices is the inevitable trend for the future of Douluo Continent. Under such circumstances, these devices will surely flourish. The attendees fell silent. And Moon continued, at that time, Xian Liner will be responsible for the development of soul-guiding devices, drawing upon all of Shrek's resources, with no one daring to refute. Moon nodded in satisfaction and stated, now, the final matter remains. The position of the Dean of the Wuing Department shall be held by Kai Mayer, while Zhang Lexuan, upon her graduation, will serve as the Vice Dean. No one objected, for it was indeed the most reasonable arrangement, given that Yin Xiaozhe would succeed as the Sea God Pavilion Master. Shortly thereafter, Ma Xiaotao entered with Bei. The Dragon God Douluo gestured, and a woman appeared in the Sea God Pavilion. Utilizing spatial powers, Moon instantly transported Zhang Lexuan to their midst. Ma Xiaotao had been sent to fetch Bei simply because the preceding discussion was not suitable for his ears. This had been communicated to Ma Xiaotao earlier on the second floor of the Sea God Pavilion. As everyone gathered, a gentle smile graced Moon's face. Though his form quickly aged, his back bending once more, and his hands reaching toward Yin Xiaozhe, a flicker of sadness crossed Yin Xiaozhe's eyes. Yet he did not shy away, turning so that Moon could place his hands on his back. Only by accepting the soul power left by his teacher could he strengthen himself in the shortest time possible. As Moon's pure soul power continuously flowed into Yin Xiaozhe, his strength surged, while Moon's vitality waned. Perhaps today marked the curtain call of the most powerful figure in Shrek's millennium. An hour passed, and Yin Xiaozhe's soul power astonishingly rose to level 98. Within the Sea God Pavilion, apart from the dying Dragon God Douluo, only the strength of the gluttonous Douluo could compare. Coughing a few times, Moon's life force diminished further as he said to Yin Xiaozhe, I have helped you condense the embryonic form of your second soul core, transforming my own spatial soul core into soul power to form your soul core's prototype. Once you successfully condense a complete second soul core, you shall become a limit Douluo. Moon's voice grew faint, yet he persevered against fatigue to beckon Bei. The young boy, tears in his eyes, knelt before the elder. The elder spoke, you are the sole heir of my lineage. Your parents perished young while executing a mission for the Shrek monitoring team, which grieves me deeply. Yet in you, I see the continuation of the radiant bloodline. Although your martial soul possesses only a fraction of the radiant holy dragon's mutated power, our lineage traces back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, founded by Yu Zhang, the renowned ancestor of Shrek Academy. Through millennia, the surname has changed, yet the bloodline remains unchanged. Your martial soul, in a semi-mutated state, is not a detriment. The time has come for me to stabilize the bloodline of the radiant holy dragon within you. You must strive to grow stronger and follow the path of your unique Blue Lightning Radiant Tyrant Dragon. As he spoke, his frail, aged hand gently rested upon Bei's head. Suddenly, the entire Sea God Pavilion flickered with golden light, and Bei emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground as golden lightning flickered across his body, transforming him in shimmering hues. This was the power of a limit Douluo. Even as his life approached its end, he could still command the golden tree and his own strength to stabilize the bloodline in an instant. Consequently, Bei's martial soul mutation was solidified, officially evolving into the Blue Lightning Radiant Tyrant Dragon as Moon had foretold. At that moment, the color drained from Moon's face, returning to a pallid hue. He attempted to raise his hand, but it seemed he lacked the strength. His voice weakened significantly. He moved his lips, and Zhang Lexuan's eyes brimmed with tears, for Moon's final words were undoubtedly meant for her. The ancestors of Shrek, Moon, have arrived. A brilliant surge of golden light erupted from the elder, and his body began to levitate slowly from the recliner. A miraculous sight unfolded. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black, 3 red, complete with 9 soul rings, gradually appeared around him, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. The Sea God Pavilion transformed into a radiant golden spectacle. A colossal golden beam shooting skyward from the pavilion, casting a golden glow over the entire Shrek Academy and even the city itself. Moon's once stooped body, bathed in this golden light, began to rejuvenate rapidly under the watchful gaze of the elders of the Sea God Pavilion and Zhang Lexuan. His aged visage transformed at an astonishing pace, and even his withered form gradually regained fullness. With hope and reluctance in his gaze, the elder silently observed those before him, lifting his right hand to give a gentle wave. His eyes lingered on Yin Xiaoxia, and no further words escaped him, only a warm and benevolent gaze remained. As the golden light intensified, the elder grew younger, transforming into a visage reminiscent of Bei Bei, yet radiating an even brighter aura. Gradually, Moon's body completely turned golden, shimmering scales emerging from beneath his skin, enveloping him entirely. His arms lifted at his sides, the intense golden light shifted through various hues: ruby, orange, gold, green, azure. And finally, when the last purple turned to platinum, Moon erupted into joyous laughter, followed by an exuberant dragon roar. With a swift transformation, a magnificent white dragon, radiating an intense golden light, vanished into thin air. Even from 100 miles away, it was visible, soaring above Shrek Academy, casting a shadow that dimmed the entire sky. The resonant roars of the dragon echoed through the air, as the overwhelming golden brilliance enveloped it like a vast ocean of gold. A terrifying aura emanated outward, while the concentrated gold descended directly, shrouding the entirety of Sea God Island. Every creature on the island, from soul masters to even the tiniest insects, was enveloped in a faint golden mist, each one palpably sensing the pure force of light cleansing their bodies, expelling impurities, and refining their soul power. Yin Xiaoxia's voice resonated throughout Sea God Island, urging all to sit cross-legged and meditate. Though his tone was laced with emotion, it held an undeniable authority. This was the final gift bestowed upon Shrek Academy by Elder Mu. With tears glistening in their eyes, everyone settled into meditation, drawing upon the rich essence of light. The massive body of the white dragon swayed gently, its dragon eyes gazing southward, towards the direction of the Douluo forest. Another powerful roar erupted, shattering the clouds and mist within a radius of thousands of miles. In the distance, within the Douluo forest, the Forbidden Zone, the mightiest soul beasts slowly raised their heads, gazing intently towards the north. At the heart of the Forbidden Zone, a dense aura of darkness began to materialize, gradually ascending into the sky and subtly taking on a dragon-like form. A fleeting roar echoed, yet it vanished almost instantaneously, and the dark aura dissipated, enveloping the Forbidden Zone and silencing the resonant call of the Holy Dragon. A solitary figure knelt in the center of the Forbidden Zone, a man with flowing golden hair cascading behind him, his towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height. His handsome and resolute visage exuded an indescribable strength. Despite kneeling, he was alone in this dark realm, devoid of any soul beasts. "Boss, you have finally awakened," the golden-haired man spoke respectfully. A fleeting, ethereal voice responded, "Emperor Tian, my slumber has not concluded. I was merely drawn from it by the aura of the Holy Dragon. Remember, during my rest, do not provoke Shrek Academy." "Boss, is he threatening us? Are we truly afraid of him?" Emperor Tian's eyes were filled with fierce determination, his golden light radiating fiercely. "No. A limit Douluo alone does not instill fear in us of Douluo Forest. The crux of the matter lies in Shrek Academy's ability to connect to that realm. Just heed my words. My cultivation has reached a critical juncture. I shall not awaken again for 10,000 years. When I do, the reign of humanity shall be at an end." Emperor Tian replied respectfully, yet a glimmer of ecstatic anticipation flashed in his eyes, as he thought, 10,000 years is too long. I shall seize the day. The dark aura completely vanished, restoring normalcy. Emperor Tian slowly rose, casting a cold glance towards Shrek Academy, his golden light gradually receding. Above Shrek Academy, the Holy Dragon nodded approvingly towards the south. At that moment, Sea God Island was entirely suffused with gold, and it cast a lingering look back at Shrek Academy. Without a sound, the enormous white dragon transformed into countless golden specks, cascading down from the heavens, all converging towards Sea God Pavilion. The golden particles entered the pavilion, merging with Ma Xiaotao, unleashing her martial soul in an instant. The temperature of the flames surged to its peak, as the forces of light and darkness clashed within her. However, the purest soul power of a limit Douluo contained vast energy, augmented by the light elements from the Holy Dragon, all melding with Ma Xiaotao's martial soul. A resounding phoenix cry emanated as the evil within Ma Xiaotao was wholly purified, and an exquisite fire phoenix danced within Sea God Pavilion. Yet, it was not merely an ordinary flame. The phoenix bore a pure white fire, encompassing the temperature of the most intense flames, imbued with a purifying power, as if the light had transformed the dark flames. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao's martial soul was known as the Sacred Fire Phoenix, embodying the purest essence of divine flames. "Shall we let go?" Zhang Lexuan glanced at Bei Bei, her mind recalling Elder Mu's words, her gaze somewhat bewildered. Yet she ultimately chose to sit in meditation. Chapter 38. Disrupting the Rules? Everything appeared to have returned to normal. However, amidst it all, the Sea God Pavilion's master, the Limit Douluo, Dragon God Douluo, the strongest of Shrek Academy, and the possessor of the holy dragon martial soul, Elder Mu, was gone. With his departure, the very foundation of Shrek Academy crumbled, and a profound sorrow enveloped Sea God Island, lingering heavily in the air. Outside Shrek City, Lin Shuang gazed at the place where the white dragon had ascended, shock evident in her eyes, yet overshadowed by joy and an unperceived hint of sadness. With the passing of Dragon God Douluo, only her teacher, Death God Douluo Ye Xishui, and Dragon Emperor Douluo Long Xiaotao remained among the limit Douluos of the Douluo Continent. Including Silver Moon Douluo Kong Dimming, the continent possessed but 3 limit-level powerhouses, all aligned with the Sun Moon Empire. If war were to break out now, even the combined might of the 3 great empires and Shrek would fall short against the Sun Moon Empire. Yet, Lin Shuang's concerns lay elsewhere. Linger. What was that just now? She inquired curiously. Lin Shuang's expression gradually returned to normal as she spoke to her. A limit Douluo has passed away. What? Linger exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Shuang remarked that over 2 centuries ago, the White Dragon, the Dragon God Douluo Wuing, and the Sea God Master of Shrek had passed away. Ling Er's eyes held a perplexing gaze. Even the limit Douluo could meet their end. And the renowned Dragon God Douluo, hailed as Shrek's strongest for a millennium, could not ascend to divinity. Could she achieve such a feat? Let us depart. We must return to the Sun Moon Empire, Lin Shuang said, shaking his head as he directed the flying soul guide towards their destination. Ling Er glanced towards the direction of Shrek City and followed suit, controlling her flying soul guide in pursuit of Lin Shuang. To purify the evil fire phoenix with one's soul? The man mused as he gazed at the scene reflected in the mirror before him. He possessed a magnificent cascade of water-blue hair that flowed down to his feet. Were it not for his imposing stature and broad shoulders, one might easily mistake him for a woman from behind. His luxurious blue robe appeared to shimmer with the ebb and flow of water. Upon closer inspection, one's gaze would be irresistibly drawn into the profound depths of that endless azure, as if the very soul were being consumed by the ocean's vastness. Despite his youthful and handsome visage, barely in his 20s, his deep-set eyes exuded an air of complexity. They seemed hollow yet encompassed all that was, occasionally flashing with a hint of purple that was utterly captivating, evoking a sense of ephemeral beauty and the fleeting nature of life and death. However, it was not yet time to breach the rules. With a sigh, a blue light slipped into the mirror at that moment, merging with Lin Lao's essence. Lin Huichuan, who had been meditating in the wake of Mu N's passing, suddenly opened her eyes, astonished. How is this possible? She exclaimed. As a golden trident mark appeared upon her forehead, an emblem of the Sea God's supreme artifact and the insignia of the Sea God's divine examination. With the highest level of 7 examinations, she could indeed become the high priestess of the Sea God, aiding Xiaoqi in her ascension to divinity. Lin Shuang and her companions soared towards the Sun and Moon Empire, but upon catching up with Lin Shuang, Ling Er expressed her desire to first visit the demon forest. Lin Shuang, utilizing her soul power to obscure the airflow, cast a puzzled glance at the young girl. Ling Er explained. My mother left behind a legacy for me in the demon forest. The legacy of a soul master? Lin Shuang inquired. Ling Er hesitated momentarily before affirmatively nodding. Indeed. It is the legacy of a soul master. A faint smile graced Lin Shuang's lips as she chose not to elaborate further, redirecting their flight towards the demon forest. Given their capabilities, reaching the demon forest would require at least a day or 2. Thus, as dusk enveloped the sky, they descended and stored away their flying soul devices. Ling Er furrowed her brow, gazing ahead into the mountainous woods with a hint of surprise. What is it? Lin Shuang asked. There is a presence of a soul master here. As a twin martial soul wielder, one of Ling Er's martial souls was the soul-devouring demon tree. And with her mother being a former soul master, she possessed a keen sensitivity to malevolent forces. Commendable perceptiveness, a sinister voice echoed as a shadow emerged before them. At the shadow's feet were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, unmistakably indicating the presence of a soul saint at the 7th ring. Ling Er's expression turned grave as she turned to Lin Shuang and queried, a soul master of soul saint rank likely possesses strength comparable to a soul Douluo. Do you think we can handle it? Merely a soul emperor, the shadow responded with a cackling laugh, fixing its gaze upon the 2. Prepare to meet your end. Little girl. Lin Shuang felt somewhat speechless. He then took out a token and tossed it over. The shadow flickered momentarily, but managed to catch the token. A look of astonishment appearing in its eyes before it knelt on the ground. Ghost Shadow pays homage to the Supreme Master. This token belonged to the Death God Douluo Ye Xishui, and thus, the one Ghost Shadow was paying homage to his Lin Shuang, who wielded Ye Xishui's token. The Supreme Master of the Holy Spirit cult was a figure that evoked fear even within the cult. Not only due to Ye Xishui's formidable power, but also because of her cruelty. What is your martial soul? Lin Shuang inquired. Intrigued by the martial soul of the person before him, he sensed a trace of eerie power emanating from them, although it was a malevolent martial soul. It undoubtedly belonged to a top-tier dark martial soul. My subordinate's martial soul is the specter, transformed after death. Ghost Shadow cackled with a sinister laugh. And a knowing glimmer appeared in Lin Shuang's eyes. Casting a glance at the astonished Lingo beside him, Lin Shuang smiled. Pondering how unexpected it was that a dark soul master from the Holy Spirit cult would appear at Shrek Academy, even seeking trust within the Sea God Pavilion. Chapter 39. The Dark Demon Nether Flower. Regarding the Spectre Soul Saint before him, Lin Shuang felt little concern. After all, a mere soul saint was nothing to worry about. Even if this dark soul master possessed strength beyond the same realm, Lin Shuang remained untroubled. After all, having left Shrek Academy, he would possess formidable power, nearing that of a tidal Douluo, once he fully unleashed his abilities. The hidden power of Lin Shuang resides solely within a domain of slaughter. Yet this singular domain alone can elevate Lin Shuang's strength by at least 30%. Furthermore, with the sacred bone of the radiant holy dragon in his left arm, any malevolent soul master beneath the rank of Soul Douluo will inevitably be crushed by Lin Shuang. Is there a suitable place for cultivation here? Lin Shuang inquired. The phantom shade lowered his head and replied, "This is my place of metamorphosis. All beings have been eradicated by my hand. If you wish to cultivate, you may need to seek another location." Is that so? Lin Shuang chuckled. In an instant, the light element coalesced, and a colossal phantom of a white dragon materialized behind Lin Shuang, his eyes radiating golden brilliance. Let you be the first to experience the power of 100,000 years of soul skills. Lin Shuang roared with wild laughter. Roar of the radiant holy dragon. A resounding roar erupted from the mouth of the white dragon behind Lin Shuang, a manifestation of radiant power that surged forth, overwhelming the malevolent spirits. No. Confronted with the 10,000-year soul skill imbued with the essence of light, the malevolent beings found themselves utterly powerless, succumbing to a swift purification that rendered them dissipated into the ether. How truly laughable, Lin Shuang remarked, as under the dominion of the luminous element, Ye Xishui's token soared into his grasp. Let us depart. Taking the somewhat bewildered Linger by the hand, Lin Shuang ventured into the forest. Perhaps due to his integration with three 10,000-year soul bones, each possessing elemental mastery, Lin Shuang exhibited a keen sensitivity to elemental forces. He discerned an energy within the woods, one that rivaled the might of the 10,000-year soul bones. It was evident that the shadowy guardian lingered here, likely drawn by that very power. And the emergence of the malevolent soul master was itself a marvel. There must be secrets hidden within these woods. Lin Shuang followed her instincts, with Lingo obediently trailing beside her. The two arrived at a dilapidated manor, now enveloped by overgrown vegetation and a tangle of thorns, clearly abandoned for many years. Hanging from the grand entrance was a desiccated corpse. Lin Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly, drawing the somewhat frightened Linger into her embrace, intending to harness the power of light to purify the area. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that there was not a trace of light element in the surrounding atmosphere. A sense of perplexity stirred within her, heightening her anticipation of the mysteries that lay ahead. Lin Shuang chose to harness the dark elements, obliterating the clutter of this place. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, everything within the estate instantaneously dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only a pool of black blood. However, Lin Shuang's gaze was fixated intently on the flower within the blood pool, exclaiming in astonishment, "The dark demon nether flower. This exquisite celestial treasure, birthed from the power of shadowy obscurity, rendered the emergence of the spectral soul master as a natural occurrence. After all, the manifestation of the spectral martial soul is inherently dark, and coupled with the resurrection abilities wielded by the nether energy, this dark demon nether flower is intrinsically linked with the spectral martial soul." Yet, as Lin Shuang beheld the dark demon nether flower, a sudden understanding flickered in her eyes. Should the spectral soul master consume this flower, they would not only augment their existing dark attributes, but also acquire the nether attribute, significantly enhancing their darkness to near absolute depths. The spectral martial soul is merely a pinnacle martial soul, and its appearance is often accompanied by fortuitous circumstances. Thus, consuming this symbiotic dark demon nether flower could unlock their potential to the fullest, even granting them the prospect of accessing divine legacies. However, the majority of spectral soul masters are unable to seize such an opportunity, as the growth of the dark demon nether flower demands immense energy. And this particular flower remains unripe. Had the spectral soul master, who was previously vanquished by Lin Shuang, consumed a mature dark demon nether flower at the moment of their revival, they would have already ascended to the level of a titled Douluo. Rather than merely being a soul sage, Lin Shuang cast a glance at Linga beside her. The attributes of darkness and the ethereal realm? Linga's second martial soul. The soul-devouring demon tree possesses both spiritual and faint dark attributes, along with a devouring characteristic. Should she consume the dark demon nether flower, her dark attributes would undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement, potentially granting her mastery over the ethereal realm, leading to a significant elevation in the quality of her martial soul. In due time, Linga's potential would see a remarkable increase, positioning her to become a peerless prodigy of this era. Lin Shuang raised his right arm, and in an instant, the dark elements converged towards this spot, frantically merging into the demonic dark flower under his command. Ha ha ha. An eerie laughter echoed continuously from the demonic dark flower, as a smirk of derision crept upon Lin Shuang's lips. Under the corrosion of the dark elements, its roots snapped in an instant. The demonic dark flower fell beside Lin Shuang, who, with unwavering determination, extended the celestial herb in his hand to the young girl beside him. Consuming this herb should elevate your strength to level 50 at that point. All you need to do is integrate the fifth soul ring, and you shall ascend to the rank of a soul king. Lin Shuang's unassuming words ignited a spark of hope within the girl's eyes, not due to an enhancement of her potential or strength, but because she sensed her own intrinsic worth. She realized that she was cherished by others. Ding! Congratulations, host, on signing in with Linger. You have received 10 Soul Spirit Transformation Scrolls. Soul Spirit Transformation Scroll. This scroll allows the transformation of soul beasts that are either unable to resist or willingly submit to a change and form into a soul spirit state. Lin Shuang's eyes flickered, and a multitude of conjectures suddenly arose within him. However, glancing at Linger, who grasped the Dark Devil's phantom flower tightly with both hands, a smile graced his face. Chapter 40. The Stardow Forest. Let us merge here. I shall first escort you to the Stardow Forest, Lin Shuang said with a smile. Having not consumed any medicinal substances, a 13-year-old 5-ring Soul King in this era was indeed a rarity. By that time, Linga would have qualified to become Lin Shuang's right-hand companion. With the quality of her martial soul, she might achieve a harmonious dual soul core, and subsequently, if she were to condense a spatial soul core, she could very well embark on the path to divinity. All right. Linga nodded earnestly, her gaze toward Lin Shuang having undergone a transformation. Perhaps from this moment onward, she would harbor expectations deep within her heart, hoping that Lin Shuang could become her eternal sanctuary. As Lingo consumed the Dark Devil's phantom flower, Lin Shuang retrieved a set of tables and chairs from his dark heart, seated himself, and began to sketch the design blueprint for a soul guide using ordinary paper and pen. In the realm of an 8th-level soul engineer, certain soul guides transcended conventional designs, relying instead on innovative concepts combined with precious rare metals and advanced soul guide formations to create 8th-level soul guides. However, the most challenging aspect of crafting an 8th-level soul guide lay in the fusion of ordinary designs with top-tier soul guide formations. Another formidable challenge in becoming an 8th-level soul engineer was the engraving of 8th-level soul guide formations. At present, Lin Shuang was incapable of accomplishing either task. Whether it was the engraving of 8th-level formations or the crafting of premier soul guides through these formations, he diligently pursued knowledge, refusing to squander this rare opportunity. Merely a few hours later, after consuming the Dark Devil's phantom flower, Linger underwent a remarkable transformation. As she refined the flower's essence with her soul power, a terrifying energy erupted from her, a force that suspended one between life and death. Behind Linger, a colossal tree of inky purple emerged, encircled by a crimson soul ring that floated beneath her feet. This tree, her second martial soul, the soul-eating demon tree, bore the essence of the 10,000-year realm sacrificed by Linger's mother. As Lingo gradually refined the power of the Dark Devil's phantom flower, the soul-eating demon tree behind her began to tremble, unleashing an eerie power that chilled the soul. Lingo's originally light blue eyes transformed into a deep purple as she murmured, "Netherworld domain." Having consumed the Dark Devil's phantom flower, Linger's soul power now reached level 50. And her soul-eating demon tree martial soul not only enhanced its dark attributes but also acquired a terrifying netherworld essence. Lin Shuang perceived the sudden domain that enveloped him. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he realized it suppressed his soul power by 20%. Furthermore, the nether domain awakened by Linger not only restrained soul power but also bore a terrifying toxin. Truly, the dark demon nether flower was formidable. Lin Shuang nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Lingo had also mastered her domain and promptly retracted the nether domain, joyfully leaping into Lin Shuang's embrace. If it were you, it would suffice. Linger uttered this somewhat perplexing statement, yet her eyes shimmered with affection. Due to Lingo's soul power surpassing level 50, Lin Shuang needed to find her a fifth soul ring. Consequently, they altered their course, deciding to first head to the Stardow Forest before returning to the Sun Moon Empire. Linger possessed dual martial souls. Her primary martial soul, the Tree of Life, was inherited from her father, while the soul-devouring demon tree bestowed by her mother had only yielded a single 10,000-year soul ring through sacrifice. Hence, in order for Lingo to continue her cultivation, she must fuse an additional soul ring with her Tree of Life martial soul, given her extraordinary talent. The soul ring she aspired to fuse this time needed to be of 50,000 years. Yes, she sought to merge with a soul ring of that age, an endeavor that seemed incredible. Yet her mental fortitude could withstand the spiritual impact of fusing such a venerable soul ring. The 10,000-year spirit bone, which Lin Shuang fused with, was bestowed upon him by the Silver Moon Douluo after his soul power ascended to the 60th level, enabling him to merge with the extraordinary sixth spirit ring that transcended limitations. In contrast, Ling Er received her spirit bone shortly after awakening her martial soul, a sacrifice made by her mother for her benefit. Consequently, Ling Er's mental strength has always been remarkably potent, allowing her to integrate a 10,000-year spirit ring by the time she reached her fourth spirit ring. Have you decided which spirit beast spirit ring to merge with? Lin Shuang inquired of the girl who clung to his arm. Yes, Ling Er replied with a nod, her face brightening as she added, I have modest expectations for the spirit ring. Any spirit beast possessing a life attribute will suffice. Lin Shuang could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Was it true that any soul beast with a life attribute would suffice? Although life attribute soul beasts were rare, they were not exceedingly difficult to find. However, Lingo had set a rather lofty requirement for the age of the soul ring, 50,000 years. Within the Stardow Forest, soul beasts over 10,000 years old were already quite scarce, let alone those that were 50,000 years old. Yet, Lingo's demand was not insurmountable. With diligent searching in the core area, success was likely to be achieved. Nonetheless, Lin Shuang felt a twinge of concern. The core area of the Stardow Forest was, after all, the most perilous place on the entire Douluo Continent, teeming with ferocious beasts led by the beast god Dian. And the likelihood of encountering 100,000-year soul beasts was exceedingly high. While Lin Shuang possessed sufficient strength to navigate the mixed zone with Lingo without facing danger, the core area posed a different challenge. Against any 100,000-year soul beast, even a plant type one, Lin Shuang lacked the confidence to contend effectively. Contemplating this, Lin Shuang glanced at the dark heart in her hand. Given her teacher's prowess, they should be able to arrive within a few minutes, right? As long as they did not encounter a ferocious beast, Lin Shuang believed she could hold out for a few minutes. Though reluctant, she knew her chances against a 100,000-year soul beast were slim, only feasible if the opponent toyed with her like a cat with a mouse. Chapter 41. The dark golden Fearclaw Bear. The core area of the Stardow Forest had always been the most enigmatic locale on the Douluo Continent. For no matter how formidable a soul master might be, the potential for encountering danger loomed large upon entering this realm. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, Lin Shuang did not hasten toward the core area but instead advanced at a steady pace, striving to maintain himself in optimal condition. The perils were not confined to the core. Even in the mixed zone of the Stardow Forest, there lurked soul beasts that had existed for 100,000 years. Moreover, it was not merely the 100,000-year soul beasts that posed a threat. Those with the bloodline of top-tier soul beasts, aged 10,000 years, could rival the power of tidal Douluo. Lin Shuang approached this with considerable caution. It would be quite unfortunate to require assistance before even reaching the core region. Was such caution truly warranted? Linger, perplexed by Lin Shuang's vigilance, could not comprehend why one would be so watchful even on the periphery. Suddenly, a roar resonated in their ears. Lin Shuang turned his head to glance at Linger, who adorably stuck out her little tongue, appearing somewhat embarrassed. That sound resembles that of a dark gold terrorclaw bear, Lin Shuang remarked. Linger, puzzled, responded, but we have only just entered the Stardow Forest. How could such a formidable soul beast possibly be present here? Lin Shuang shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. However, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his mind as he considered a possibility. Although more than a year remained, it was not entirely out of reach. "Let us go," he said, pulling Linger along as they hastened toward the source of the sound. If it truly was what he suspected, then that fellow, Xiaoheng, would indeed be fortunate. The ancient relic of the 10,000-year dark gold terror claw bear's right arm bone held in Lin Shuang's hand was destined to be bestowed upon Xiaoheng. Among the metal affine soul masters known to Lin Shuang, only Xiaoheng possessed the requisite merit to be worthy of such a precious soul bone. Furthermore, Xiaoheng's innate talent was comparable to Lin Shuang's, despite the former having consumed an excess of medicinal substances. Lin Shuang did not deter him. For both the golden essence of life and celestial herbs could replenish the talent lost due to his prior consumption, potentially enhancing it even further. Moreover, the bond between Lin Shuang and Xiaoheng was anything but ordinary. Thus, it was only fitting to share treasures with kin. Consequently, not only would Lin Shuang gift the soul bone, but she also planned to bring Xiaoheng along on their journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon Lin Shuang's arrival with Ling Er, they beheld a towering bear, over 3 meters in height, its dark gold fur shimmering brilliantly, albeit stained with a considerable amount of blood. In its massive paw, it clutched the remnants of an unknown soul beast. The surrounding environment indicated that this soul beast had been swiftly vanquished. A surge of excitement welled up within Lin Shuang, and she turned to Ling Er, saying, "There should be no other soul beasts in the vicinity. Please be cautious. Are you capable of handling this?" Ling Er replied with a hint of concern. Lin Shuang gently patted her head and smiled. The newly emerged dark gold terror claw bear, which has only just reached a millennium, possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary soul king or soul emperor. As she spoke, a silver-white longsword materialized in her hand, the level 7 soul guiding device. The Wangshu sword. Silver Moon Divine Light Slash. Lin Shuang unleashed a single sword strike, a terrifying assault that swiftly approached the dark golden terror claw bear. Instinct. As the jungle ripper compelled it to sense this lethal attack, causing it to raise its head. Yet, its age was still too young. And combined with the innate pride of the dark golden terror claw bear, it could not help but feel a sense of superiority. The white light pierced through its body, cleaving it in two, as a purple soul ring materialized. "Let us proceed," Lin Shuang said, sheathing the Wangshu sword and advancing towards the dark golden terror claw bear. Lingo trailed behind, visibly astonished. Despite her understanding of Lin Shuang's formidable strength, witnessing a single sword strike vanquish the dark golden terror claw bear left her in awe. Was it not true that she had chosen a remarkable man? As Lin Shuang approached the lifeless form of the dark golden terror claw bear, observing that it hadn't even had the chance to unleash its claws, a smirk of derision graced his lips. This epitomized the stark contrast between humans and spirit beasts. Whether in terms of order or intellect, the disparity was evident. Civilization, without a doubt, reigned supreme. A silhouette of the moon emerged behind Lin Shuang. As the silver moon blade coalesced in his grasp, slicing towards the paw of the dark golden fearclaw bear, in truth, it was aimed at its right paw. As anticipated, upon severing the paw, Lin Shuang beheld the golden bones within, radiating with waves of soul power. However, he turned to glance at Ling Er. This soul bone was undoubtedly most suitable for Xiaoheng, yet Ling Er's primary martial soul, the Tree of Life, equally lacked offensive capabilities. Observing Lin Shuang's hesitation, Ling Er chuckled softly. "It's all right. You have already bestowed upon me the dark demon nether flower, and if it truly comes to it, you may provide me with other soul bones in the future." Lin Shuang smiled, saying no more. She extracted the soul bone from the bear's paw and stored it in her soul guide. "This should serve as our lunch for today." Lin Shuang employed an ice projectile to encase the corpse of the dark golden claw bear in ice, then gazed at the severed bear paw. Lin Shuang was quite confident in the appetite of both herself and Linger. A single bear paw would suffice for their meal. Thus she chose not to prepare an excessive amount. Linger nodded in agreement, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed at the ingredients on the ground. The paw of the dark golden terror bear should prove to be quite delectable, wouldn't it? Lin Shuang led Linger to a brook, drawing forth the Wangshu sword to meticulously strip the fur from the bear's paw. After cleansing both the sword and the bloodstains, he sheathed the weapon and washed his hands before approaching Linger. With practiced ease, he retrieved a grill, utensils, and seasonings from his storage soul guide, and then produced a flame gun, aiming it at a nearby tree to procure some charcoal for roasting meat. Chapter 42. The Three-Eyed Golden Lion. After savoring the roasted bear paw, the pair ventured deeper into the Star Doe forest. Lin Shuang attentively sensed the surrounding auras, ready to summon his teacher at the first sign of a formidable presence. Lin Shuang's talent was the most remarkable that Ye Xishui had ever encountered in the Sun and Moon Empire. Aware of her identity as an evil soul master, Lin Shuang still chose to become her disciple, which piqued Ye Xishui's interest in her. Consequently, Ye Xishui bestowed upon Lin Shuang a protective charm, a soul jade fragment imbued with a trace of her own soul's essence, regardless of where Lin Shuang found herself. Shattering the soul jade would allow Ye Xishui to sense her presence, enabling her to arrive in mere minutes, given her formidable strength as a limit Douluo. As they approached the mixed area, Lin Shuang remarked to her companion, Linger, about the arrival of a formidable entity, confident in their ability to handle it. However, upon sensing two additional presences, her pupils dilated sharply. A purple jade fragment materialized in her hand, and without hesitation, she crushed it. We are still on the outskirts. Could we possibly encounter some terrifying being? Linger questioned, perplexed. To her, unless a 100,000-year soul beast appeared, Lin Shuang's reaction seemed unwarranted. A terrifying being? Lin Shuang's lips twitched in resignation as she replied, what we are facing is indeed one of the most fearsome entities in this forest. What? Linger, with her previous status, was well aware of the dangers within the Stardow forest. Yet, she wondered how such a presence could manifest on the outskirts. Stay safe, Lin Shuang instructed Linger. Her senses heightened by the approaching auras, her eyes transforming into a vibrant purple hue. Spiritual intent. This was one of the two soul skills derived from the spirit soul bone that Lin Shuang had fused with. In a future epic, this skill could serve as a ticket to transcend the limits, yet to break through to limit Douluo, she still needed to condense a spatial soul core. Indeed, the purpose of this soul skill was the materialization of spiritual power, a force attainable only upon entering the realm of the spirit domain. This was Lin Shuang's greatest trump card, without exception. At this moment, Lin Shuang could counter a tidal Douluo solely through her spiritual power. However, such exertion placed immense strain on her body. With her current strength, she could only endure for a maximum of 3 minutes. The first of the three approaching entities likely possessed the strength of a high soul sage, while the two pursuing her included one with the combat prowess of a tidal Douluo and another, a ferocious beast that had transcended the heavenly tribulation, rivaling a super Douluo in might. As her spiritual power materialized, Lin Shuang's state surged to its zenith. She levitated gracefully, suspended in midair, her long hair flowing as if caught in an unseen wind. Void destruction. Lin Shuang unleashed the second soul skill granted by the evil tyrant's skull, a spatial soul skill. As a streak of purple lightning flashed by, a black hole rapidly consumed it, leaving only a circle of black soul rings and a fragment of soul bone radiating a violet glow. The 30,000-year-old purple cloud leopard was unexpectedly drawn to this particular soul beast. Lin Shuang chuckled softly, beckoning the soul bone towards him and storing it within his spatial soul guide, although his mental strength could still be expended for at least another quarter of an hour. His body could only withstand such a level of power for a maximum of 3 minutes. Exceeding this duration or unleashing a greater force would result in his body being unable to bear the strain, leading to backlash. This was distinct from Lin Shuang's sixth soul skill, which merely erupted with formidable power through the soul rings and the martial spirit without damaging the essence of the martial spirit itself, thereby sparing him from any backlash. However, the energy he was currently enduring had reached his limit, imposing a significant impact on him. Healing light. A green ray illuminated Lin Shuang, enveloping him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he glanced at the girl standing not far away. Behind her loomed the Tree of Life, her primary martial spirit. Indeed, the soul skills of the Tree of Life could be of assistance to Lin Shuang. Was it any wonder that the Tree of Life was so beneficial? A smile graced Lin Shuang's lips, and with that, he felt he could endure another minute. Did you slay my prey? A cold voice resounded, and a golden streak of light flashed by, resembling a small sun gallivanting through the forest, halting not far in front of Lin Shuang. Its golden fur appeared remarkably sleek, and its entire form seemed almost translucent, reminiscent of crystal, exuding an extraordinary texture. Its overall shape bore resemblance to a lion, yet its paws were draconic, each claw resting upon a golden flame. Its muzzle was elongated compared to typical lion-like soul beasts, and beneath its fur, one could discern fine golden scales. In addition to its normal pair of eyes, it possessed a third eye characterized by a vertical pupil. The two regular eyes sparkled with gold, while the vertical pupil radiated a bewitching red hue. The imperial beast, the three-eyed golden lion. Lin Shuang silently articulated its name, a flicker of apprehension appearing in his gaze. At 15,000 years old, the three-eyed golden lion, with its dual attributes of supreme light and supreme fire, combined with its transcendent mental attribute, proved to be more formidable than a typical 100,000-year soul beast. Even if Lin Shuang could maintain his current state indefinitely, he might still not stand a chance against it. You carry a familiar aura. The three-eyed golden lion fixed its gaze on Linger, completely disregarding Lin Shuang. You have received the sacrifice of the soul-eating demon tree. The three-eyed golden lion quickly detected the anomaly surrounding Linger, its hostility diminishing considerably as it addressed her. As a descendant of soul beasts, if you so desire, I can lead you to the core region. Linger was taken aback, her words forming with difficulty. In her memory, did even 100,000-year soul beast know her mother? Yet, she shook her head resolutely, saying, I already have someone I wish to follow, so I am sorry, but I cannot leave with you. A roar erupted from the three-eyed golden lion, as terrifying flames of light surged towards Linger, only to be devoured by the black hole as it approached her. Spatial power? It mused, perplexed, while a dark red figure materialized behind it. Lin Shuang's expression grew grave. Within his perceptive range, his teacher had yet to appear, indicating that he would have to confront both the three-eyed golden lion and the Crimson King. Chapter 43. The Beast God Strikes. Extremes Converge. Ah, the three-eyed golden lion. Lin Shuang smiled, harboring no intentions of retreat. Linger's soul ring remained unclaimed, and fortuitously, he was equally intrigued by the three-eyed golden lion. If he could hold out until his teacher's arrival, the situation would inevitably turn in his favor. Human, you seek death. Upon hearing Lin Shuang call its name, the three-eyed golden lion was consumed by rage, unleashing another torrent of radiant flames toward him. Useless. Lin Shuang shook his head, halting the flames mid-air with his mental force. These flames would not harm him, as he merely materialized his mental power, which would not affect his mental ocean. Mental power? The three-eyed golden lion was taken aback, pausing its assault, intrigued by Lin Shuang's display. Lin Shuang sighed and remarked, had I not discovered a potential path to divinity, perhaps you would have become my soul ring. With a roar, the three-eyed golden lion was not inclined to continue conversing with Lin Shuang, launching itself forward, its bellow imbued with formidable mental assault. Humph. With a muffled grunt, the mental attack of the three-eyed golden lion failed to inflict significant harm on Lin Shuang. For his mental prowess stemmed from the 10,000-year evil-eye tyrant, rendering his spirit stronger than that of the mere 1,000-year three-eyed golden lion. Hellfire. Upon witnessing the beast's assault, the Crimson King hesitated no longer, commanding the dark hellfire to surge forth in an attempt to incinerate Lin Shuang. God of Death Domain. A flash of crimson appeared in Lin Shuang's eyes as an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanated from him, instantly enveloping both the three-eyed golden lion and the Crimson King. Roar. The Crimson King bellowed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Such immense bloodlust could not merely stem from the massacre of humans. It likely harbored the vengeful spirits of countless soul beasts. Shura. Deep within the Star Dove forest, a terrifying will awakened once more. The beast god Emperor Tian stood at the edge of the Lake of Life, inquiring, shall I intervene and eradicate it preemptively? That voice resonated again, filled with resentment and malice. It is not within my purview to act, but the one who acquires the power of the Shura must be eliminated. The emergence of a third-generation Shura god is intolerable. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary to the Dragon Clan. The figure of beast god Emperor Tian swiftly vanished from sight. The successor of the Shura must be eradicated. The rules of the divine realm were well known to Emperor Tian. Destruction and malevolence would never permit the Shura to descend into the mortal realm unchallenged. Meanwhile, facing the three-eyed golden lion and the Crimson King, Lin Shuang felt immense pressure. He could not sense the presence of his master, and it was too late to retreat. He could only fight to the death. Lin Shuang could rely solely on his tangible spiritual strength, as his soul power level was too low, even at full throttle. He could only match a soul Douluo. This was indeed formidable, yet it rendered him insufficient against the three-eyed golden lion and the Crimson King. Thus, Lin Shuang had to depend on the soul bone ability void destruction derived from the skull of the 10,000-year evil-eye tyrant. In a desperate bid to withstand the onslaught of the three-eyed golden lion and the Crimson King while seeking further opportunities. After Lin Shuang dispelled the hellfire of the Crimson King using void destruction, the Crimson King bared his teeth and directed a sinister laugh at Ling Er. Brat. You may be able to withstand my attacks, but that does not ensure she can. Now, I wonder whether you will choose to continue hiding or save her. The Crimson King refrained from attacking with flames. Instead, he charged directly towards Ling Er. as a ferocious beast that had survived 3 tribulations over 300,000 years. The Crimson King was naturally swift. Observing the Crimson King's approach towards Ling Air, Lin Shuang gritted his teeth, glanced at the 3-eyed golden lion, and let out a sigh. However, a sudden turn of events unfolded as a figure appeared before Ling Air, striking towards the Crimson King with an open palm. Lin Shuang's right arm resonated unexpectedly, revealing a massive black dragon behind this figure. Crimson King, it has been a while, the elder greeted cheerfully after sending the Crimson King flying with a single blow. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Shuang's eyes upon the unexpected arrival of the Dragon Emperor Douluo, Long Xiaotao. However, this joy was swiftly overshadowed by a pang of concern. If he had appeared, what would prevent the Beast God Emperor Tianxin from intervening? Senior, where is my teacher? Lin Shuang inquired anxiously. Long Xiaoyao cast a glance at him and replied, the Beast God has made his move. Xishui has gone to confront him. You need not worry. The revelation that the Beast God Emperor Tianxin had indeed taken action sent a wave of anxiety through Lin Shuang. He was acutely aware of the Beast God's formidable strength, even if his teacher had never fought at full capacity in the original narrative. Could she truly withstand the might of the Dragon God's Claw, Emperor of the Divine Beasts? Long Xiaoyao mused, observing the retreating figure of the 3-eyed golden lion. He appeared behind it, utilizing his mastery of spatial power to teleport effortlessly. Seizing the creature by its neck, he brought it to Lin Shuang's side. At this moment, Lin Shuang had ceased to utilize his spiritual thoughts and had settled beside Linger, casting a teasing glance at the 3-eyed golden lion in Long Xiaoyao's grasp. TSK. After pressing me for so long, you've ended up captured, haven't you? The 3-eyed golden lion turned its head away, refusing to acknowledge Lin Shuang. In its perspective, had it not been for this suddenly formidable adversary, Lin Shuang would have already met his demise at its and the Red King's hands. Beast God, this time, you have met your match. A shadow clad in a dark robe materialized beside Long Xiaoyao, eyeing the 3-eyed golden lion in his grip. Human, release the divine beast. In the name of Emperor Tianxin, I assure you safe passage out of the Stardo Forest, the furious voice of Tianxin boomed, concurrently expressing astonishment at Ye Xishui's strength. The audacity of humanity to deploy 2 limit Douluos at once, one of whom was nearly his equal, astounded Tianxin. Even with the Dragon God's Claw, the unfortunate circumstance was that the divine beast was now in their possession, rendering any further conflict impossible. Chapter 44. The Guiding Fate produced 3 pieces of 100,000-year-old soul bones, and we shall depart, Ye Xishui declared. Casting a glance at the 3-eyed golden lion in Long Xiaoyao's hold, issuing a stern ultimatum to Tianxin. Tianxin hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced to Ye Xishui's demands, recognizing the immense significance of the divine beast to the Stardo Forest. Even exchanging it for 3 100,000-year-old soul beasts was a bitter concession, let alone for 3 pieces of soul bones of that age. Very well. Upon hearing Tianxin's consent, Lin Shuang hastily interjected to Ye Xishui, teacher, we also require a 50,000-year-old soul beast with life attributes. At this request, Ye Xishui regarded Lin Shuang with confusion, intrigued by his need for such a creature. Lin Shuang pointed at Linger and said, she is my companion whom I took from Shrek. She possesses twin martial souls, and her mother was also a sinister soul master. Now, at just 13 years of age, her soul power has already reached level 50, with her primary martial soul being the Tree of Life. Oh, Ye Xishui expressed her astonishment. A 5-ring soul king at the age of 13, such a talent has not even emerged within the Holy Spirit sect. I didn't expect Lin Shuang to have brought someone from Shrek. Is she a descendant of that lad named Shuang? Long Xiaoyao inquired. Lin Shuang nodded, her gaze fixed on Ye Xishui, silently urging her to request a 50,000-year life attribute soul beast from Ditian. Ye Xishui also nodded, her tone indifferent as she remarked, surely the beast god would not object to an additional 50,000-year life attribute soul beast. Although Ditian's figure did not materialize, his voice resonated in the ears of the assembly, commanding, Qi Wang, go retrieve the 50,000-year Qingmu, Saiming Lu from the mixed zone, and bring it to them. Upon hearing this, Qi Wang cast a fierce glance at the group before hastening towards the mixed zone, leaving only 4 individuals in the 3-eyed golden lion in Long Xiaoyao's possession. Lin Shuang approached the 3-eyed golden lion, gazing at it with curiosity, since it had appeared before her. Did it signify that she was indeed the destined one of this era? The 3-eyed golden lion was a divine beast of fate, governing the fortune of the entire Stardo Forest, and it was the sole beast on the Douluo Continent endowed with the attribute of destiny. Lin Shuang's lips curled upwards as she sought to make contact between her forehead and the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion, fully aware of the impending events, struggled fiercely against her approach. However, it found itself utterly subdued by Wang Xiaotao, the formidable limit Douluo, rendering it incapable of resistance. In the fleeting moment when Lin Shuang's forehead rested against the singular eye of the three-eyed golden beast, both he and the creature trembled violently. Following the shudder, Lin Shuang was suddenly engulfed in a profound emptiness within his mind, as if even the ocean of his consciousness had vanished. A series of bizarre, twisted halos enveloped Lin Shuang and the three-eyed golden beast, rendering their bodies seemingly transparent, their forms flickering with an elusive radiance. With each shift of light, both Lin Shuang and the beast quivered slightly. Centered around their intertwined forms, the entire Stardow forest appeared to stir with an ethereal restlessness. An intense aura of life surged towards them, inexorably infusing their beings. The distorted light intensified, enveloping the duo, while a peculiar force repelled Wang Xiaotao out of the periphery. Observing this wondrous transformation, Wang Xiaotao felt a twinge of unease, muttering to himself, could this be a perilous gambit? The three-eyed golden beast had just fought desperately. Was this connection to cost it its very life? What is there to fear? Ye Xishui scoffed, asserting, if need be, we shall engage in battle with Emperor Tian once more. Even if fierce beasts gather, what of it? Who, save for Emperor Tian, can pose a threat to us? Wang Xiaotao nodded in agreement, aware that the impending beast tide was not to be underestimated. The strength of the Sun and Moon Empire was formidable. Furthermore, Ye Xishui commanded the Holy Spirit sect, and it was likely that the sinister emperor would intervene. At Shrek Academy, Wang Dong gazed toward the direction of the Stardow forest, her brow furrowed, intermittently glimmering with golden light in her eyes. For reasons unknown, an uncanny sensation washed over her, as if something intrinsically hers had been severed. Yet, this feeling was faint, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Suddenly, a surge of golden light erupted from the point of contact between Lin Shuang and the three-eyed golden beast, propelling Lin Shuang backward. Ye Xishui swiftly extended her hand, stabilizing his form. The three-eyed golden beast swayed dizzily, retreating a few steps. Its third eye shifted from its original golden hue to black. Though it reverted to gold almost instantaneously, this transformation was distinctly perceived by those present. The three-eyed golden beast appeared somewhat weakened, no longer struggling, merely gazing vacantly at Lin Shuang, who lay on the ground, equally bewildered. Lin Shuang seemed to sense something as her gaze shifted toward the three-eyed golden beast. The eyes of both the human and the creature met in the air, and to their astonishment, they felt a subtle tremor in their hearts. Particularly, the third eye of each experienced a slight tingling sensation, giving rise to a peculiar feeling. Lin Shuang felt as though her spirit transcended through the ages, her consciousness manifesting within a dense and verdant forest. Suddenly, everything around her transformed into a radiant gold, the brilliant hue even causing the plants within its reach to adopt the same splendid color. These plants grew at an astonishing pace, and on the ground appeared an egg adorned in golden hues, vibrant and colorful. A crisp cracking sound resonated as a fissure began to form on the surface of the golden egg, the crack swiftly expanding until, with a sharp snap, a tiny paw emerged from the shell, followed closely by a small head. Its golden fur glistened with moisture, resembling that of a puppy. It struggled to free itself from the confines of the egg, turning back to consume its own shell piece by piece. The crisp sounds of munching echoed, and faint golden light began to emanate from the creature. Suddenly, a resplendent beam of golden light cascaded from the heavens, resembling a pillar that connected sky and earth, enveloping the newly hatched creature. The viscous residue on the puppy gradually vanished under the golden radiance, and in the blink of an eye, its length transformed from merely a foot to a meter, its golden fur becoming translucent like crystal, the dazzling light radiating outward in rippling halos. Letting out a high-pitched roar, the puppy's forehead split open, revealing an eye that seemed capable of perceiving the very fabric of existence. As Lin Shuang's consciousness captured this moment, everything accelerated. Countless images surged through her mind, and in an instant, she felt as though she had lived for millennia. A torrent of pure memory fragments flashed before her, with nearly every backdrop set against the lush expanse of the forest. In that moment, clarity eluded her. Chapter 45. The exchange of the divine beast Ye Xishui stood silently to the side, casting a glance at Lin Shuang before diverting her attention, her gaze lingering more on the three-eyed golden lion and linger. I intend to take you as my disciple, Ye Xishui declared to Ling Er, leaving both Lin Shuang and Long Xiaoao in profound astonishment. Lin Shuang was astonished by Ye Xishui's mention of a closed-door disciple, which, in essence, referred to the last direct disciple. This implied that after accepting Ling Er as a disciple, Ye Xishui would cease to take on any more students. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyao was taken aback that Ye Xishui had, within a span of less than 6 months, consecutively accepted 2 disciples, including the closed-door disciple. Lin Shuang observed Ling Er's astonished expression and hastily remarked, "This is my master, the supreme leader of the Holy Spirit sect, Death God Douluo, one of the few remaining limit Douluos in the world." Disciple pays her respects to the master. Upon hearing this, Ling Er promptly knelt on the ground to pay her respects. Ye Xishui nodded, waved his hand, and a nearly 2-meter-long metallic box appeared before Ling Er. He stated, "Inside this box lies a level 9 fixed-position soul guidance cannon shell along with its corresponding launcher, originally intended for your senior brother. But let it serve as your initiation gift." At these words, Lin Shuang broke into a cold sweat. Such items were not meant to be given lightly to disciples. He cast a glance towards the direction of Shrek City, fearing that if Ling Er were to become displeased one day, this item might end up in Shrek Academy. "Thank you, Master," Ling Er exclaimed joyfully, her thoughts likely mirroring Lin Shuang's concerns. "What have you gained?" Long Xiaoyao inquired with interest regarding Lin Shuang. Curious about the benefits Lin Shuang might have reaped from the rare fate of the three-eyed golden lion, a privilege few could attain. Lin Shuang pointed to her forehead and remarked, "I have acquired the Eye of Fate, and my mental prowess has ascended to a level comparable to that of a super Douluo. I fear that when I unleash the abilities of my soul bone, I will possess the strength of a tidal Douluo. In a second encounter with the three-eyed golden lion, I should not be significantly weaker than her." Long Xiaoyao nodded, seemingly understanding why Ye Xishui had taken Lin Shuang and Ling Er as her disciples. Such talent, even in their prime, was somewhat lacking in comparison. However, transcending one's limits ultimately hinges on fortuity rather than mere talent. While talent may elevate one to the status of a tidal Douluo, enabling a breakthrough beyond Super Douluo to level 98, it remains merely one step away from the threshold of Limit Douluo. Yet, to transcend to Limit Douluo, one requires a stroke of fortune, unless a Limit Douluo is willing to sacrifice their life to assist you. Only through self-understanding of spatial power and the consolidation of a spatial soul core can one achieve this pinnacle, as exemplified by the formidable figures of Shrek Academy's gluttonous Douluo, the Holy Spirit sect's leader, Zhang Liwu, and the sovereign of the Body sect, Poison Immortal, all of whom are paragons capable of dominating an era. They are not inferior to the younger generation of Limit Douluos. Yet, they have not breached the threshold of Limit Douluo, not due to a lack of talent, but rather the absence of an opportune moment. Nevertheless, there exists an exception on the Douluo Continent, the esteemed master of the Royal Worship Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire, the continent's foremost soul master. The Silver Moon Douluo, Kong Dimming. Armed with the 10th level soul tool, the Silver Moon Divine Shield, the Silver Moon Douluo wields power akin to that of a Limit Douluo. Indeed, with his formidable command over spatial force, ordinary Limit Douluos find themselves at a disadvantage against him. This fellow has certainly suffered considerable damage. Long Xiaoao observed the three-eyed golden lion and commented, "As long as it remains alive, it is well. Otherwise, DTON may very well unleash a beast tide." Has it truly sustained significant damage? Lin Shuang mused, perhaps not necessarily. Lin Shuang now harbors a tinge of regret for her fateful connection with the three-eyed golden lion, as this not only intertwined their destinies but also allowed them to peruse each other's memories. In essence, Lin Shuang bestowed upon the three-eyed golden lion an extraordinary boon, granting it access to her past life's recollections. Could fate indeed be altered? As a divine beast of destiny, could she transcend the confines of fate? A sudden flash of crimson light erupted, and the three-headed scarlet demon hound, Shuang, reappeared before the gathered assembly, each of its 3 mouths clutching a piece of soul bone. The three-headed beast cast the soul bones onto the ground and spoke coldly. "These are 3 soul bones, each 100,000 years old. The beast god will soon deliver the soul beast you seek. Rest assured, this creature is unharmed." Long Xiaoao gestured for the 3 soul bones to be retrieved, casting a glance at the three-eyed golden lion. "If anything befalls the divine beast, you shall all meet your doom," Shuang declared with fury. "Such concerns need not trouble you." "Shuang," Ye Xishui replied icily, her hood obscuring her visage, concealing her expression. Suddenly, a shadow loomed, enveloping the group, as a colossal black dragon soared through the sky, clutching a splash of green in its claws, which it then cast downwards. "This is the soul beast you desire." Should you dare to harm the divine beast, there will be no sanctuary for you on the Douluo Continent. The voice of Emperor Tian resonated in their ears. As the object fell, it produced a thunderous roar, a willow tree vibrant with life, yet marred by a massive gash, suffused with a potent darkness that rendered its wound unhealable. Upon hitting the ground, the willow branches instinctively began to thrash, but Lin Shuang's eyes ignited with a purple glow, halting the movements of the Qingmu Tsuaming willow instantly. Act swiftly, eliminate it. Lin Shuang commanded, her mental energy materializing into control. Yes, Lingo affirmed, her eyes shifting from green to purple as she summoned forth a colossal purple tree, radiating a blood-red light. Chimeras and phantoms. The Qingmu Tsuaming willow erupted in a cataclysm of terrifying underworld energy, transforming alongside Linger's martial soul. A black soul ring floated in midair, beneath which lay a piece of verdant bone. This 5,000-year-old Qingmu Tsuaming willow had yielded a soul bone, combined with the soul bones of the purple cloud leopard and the dark golden terror claw bear. Their expedition in the Star Doe forest had netted a total of 6 soul bones, 3 of which were the coveted 100,000-year soul bones exchanged for the divine beast, while the remaining 3 rightfully belonged to Lin Shuang. Although the soul bone from the Qingmu Tsuaming willow was intended for Linger, the latter, having already fused with her trunk bone, found it of no use. Was not Lingo's possession in essence Lin Shuang's as well? In Chapter 46, The Soul Core's Embryo, Long Xiaoao glanced at the floating soul ring and addressed Qi Wan. Once she integrates the soul ring, we shall depart, and in the meantime, let the divine beast remain with us. Go ahead, Lin Shuang urged as she grasped Linger's hand. Yes, Linger nodded, releasing Lin Shuang's grasp as she approached the soul ring and unleashed her tree of life martial soul. Qi Wan observed the scene in silence, lying prostrate on the ground. In the current circumstance, the divine beast was in their possession, leaving him with little recourse but to wait for the human girl to complete her integration before the humans would abscond with the divine beast. Linger, wielding her martial soul, guided the soul ring as Lin Shuang settled beside the prostrate, 3-eyed golden lion, leaning against it. The creature offered no resistance, casting a complex glance at Lin Shuang before closing its eyes. Linger's breakthrough in integrating the soul ring was remarkably smooth. The vast energy of the 5,000-year soul ring was perfectly absorbed. As the soul ring merged with the tree of life, it ultimately manifested at Lingo's feet. Yet she did not cease her meditation, keeping her eyes firmly shut. Lin Shuang watched with concern, while Long Xiaoyao expressed astonishment. Only at the 5th soul ring, and she has already begun to form a soul core? What? Lin Shuang gasped in shock, realizing that Lingo was indeed coalescing a soul core. This step had thwarted countless prodigies, halting them at levels 89. Moreover, forming a soul ring prior to reaching level 90 posed a significant risk, particularly during the formation of the 2nd soul ring, which often encountered difficulties. However, Linger possessed an advantage as a dual martial soul wielder. She could coalesce another soul core of a different attribute while forming her 2nd soul ring to break through to Title Douluo, a feat considerably less demanding than that faced by Super Douluo attempting to condense a 2nd spatial soul core. Once she ascended to Title Douluo, she could then form a spatial soul core as her 3rd, a seemingly rational course of action. Furthermore, this approach harbored another benefit, the potential to create complementary yin and yang soul cores. Leveraging the characteristics of her dual martial souls to form such harmonious cores represented the greatest advantage of being a dual martial soul wielder. Though few had managed to coalesce a soul core before achieving Title Douluo, Lin Shuang was curious about whether Lingo's currently condensed soul core was primarily influenced by the attributes of the soul-devouring demon tree or by those of the tree of life martial soul. Although Lingo had fused the 5th soul ring after merging with the tree of life martial soul to condense her soul core, she had previously consumed the celestial herb, the dark demon underworld flower. Thus, Lin Shuang could not ascertain the true nature of her soul core. Her talent may very well surpass even yours. Long Xiaoao remarked with a sense of wonder. Lin Shuang smiled and nodded, offering no rebuttal. After all, Lingo had inherited her mother's sacrifice. And with the aid of a celestial herb, how could her innate talent not be extraordinary? On the other hand, Lin Shuang possessed little in the way of fortuitous opportunities aside from the soul bone and the rewards from the system. However, this does not imply that Lin Shuang's talents pale in comparison to Linger's. In other words, can one clearly articulate whether the Silver Moon Douluo or the Death God Douluo possesses a more terrifying gift? The Death God Douluo, with merely the blood soul demon puppet martial soul, has ascended to become the strongest among humanity, a testament to his formidable prowess. Yet, the Silver Moon Douluo has the capability to forge the first 10th level soul guide on the Douluo Continent, and in terms of mastery over spatial power, he surpasses even the limit Douluo. The comparison of Lin Shuang and Ling Er's talents follows a similar principle. Just as Silver Moon Douluo and Death God Douluo both possess dual martial souls, Lin Shuang and Ling Er also share the same dual martial soul characteristic. However, it is undeniable that the quality of the martial souls possessed by the grandmother and granddaughter pales in comparison to those of this master and disciple duo. Lin Shuang assessed that among all those associated with Ye Xishui, his martial soul quality was the most inferior, akin to Yin Shaozhi's Radiant Phoenix, Zhang Liwu's Death Demon Puppet, Ling Er's Life Tree and Soul Devouring Tree, in addition to Long Xiaoyao's Dark Sacred Dragon. Yet, at merely 18 years of age, Lin Shuang had already attained the rank of a level 7 Soul Master, with prospects of becoming an level 8 Soul Master within a year, and potentially the second title Douluo after Yin Yue Douluo in the future. Rise, Long Xiaoyao said, patting Lin Shuang on the shoulder. Lin Shuang responded with some confusion, but nonetheless stood up. Let us proceed, Long Xiaoyao directed the three-eyed golden lion, which appeared somewhat taken aback. Long Xiaoyao added, I have faith in the beast god's credibility. The three-eyed golden lion rose, casting a complex glance at Lin Shuang before heading towards the Red King. Along the way, the Red King watched Lin Shuang and the others warily, concerned that Long Xiaoyao and Ye Xishui might suddenly turn against the beast. However, it proved to be an unnecessary worry. Once the three-eyed golden lion reached his side, the Red King shot a cold glance at the group before turning to leave with the divine beast. Where shall we go next? Long Xiaoyao inquired of Ye Xishui. Ye Xishui's indifferent voice emerged from beneath her cloak. You shall continue your journey across the world. I will escort them back to the evil spirit forest. Very well, Long Xiaoyao replied, his demeanor unchanging, as if he had grown accustomed to such exchanges. Yet, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered in place. Ye Xishui remained silent after her statement, not moving or speaking further. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang found himself awkwardly observing Ling Er as she condensed her soul core. Although he stood there, unable to discern much, at least the situation felt less embarrassing, for he dared not interfere in the affairs of these two formidable beings. Fortunately, Ling Er's progress in condensing her soul core was swift. The fluctuations of her soul power soon calmed, and Ye Xishui's hood seemed to nod in approval. Indeed, though the core has yet to fully form, the primordial essence of the soul core is already taking shape. By the time she reaches the 6th ring, a true soul core will surely manifest. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyao's figure had gradually faded from view. Lin Shuang was only slightly astonished, not paying it much mind. With the strength of a limit Douluo, vanishing using spatial power was hardly an extraordinary feat. Chapter 47, Evil Soul Master. After Long Xiaoyao's departure, Ye Xishui instructed Ling Er to stow away the 5,000-year-old Qingmu Chui Ming willow trunk bone, then directly led Lin Shuang and Ling Er away from the Star Do Great Forest. Her enigmatic hands rested on their shoulders, and they felt a haze enveloping their vision, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. When their consciousness returned, they found themselves in a peculiar forest. Is this the power of a limit Douluo? Lin Shuang marveled, though he could not ascertain how much time had passed. It certainly could not have exceeded 15 minutes, as they had been transported from the Star Do Great Forest, located amidst the three empires, to the evil spirit forest of the Sun Moon Empire. Lin Shuang has visited the evil spirit forest more than once, rendering her intimately familiar with this place. Ye Xishui spread her arms wide, yet alas, her visage remained concealed beneath a cloak, revealing only her hands, which appeared terrifying, akin to the palms of a devil. With a hint of madness in her tone, Ye Xishui called out to the two, your journey to becoming evil soul masters shall commence here, in the evil spirit forest. A millennium ago, both Douluo Continent and the former Sun Moon Continent were the cradles of evil soul masters. The evil soul masters of Douluo Continent originated from the obliterated city of Slaughter, yet they could not contend with the formidable empires and Shrek Academy of that era. Conversely, the origin of evil soul masters on Sun Moon Continent lies within the evil spirit forest, where 70% of the soul beasts possess the innate talent of evil soul beasts, capable of strengthening themselves through unique means. Under the dominion of the evil emperor, the Eye of Evil Tyrant, who was once the mightiest on Sun Moon Continent, the development of evil soul masters was not suppressed. Although the two continents have merged, the Sun Moon Empire stands in opposition to the three major empires. Thus, while the evil soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire face oppression, The evil spirit forest remains a realm where none dare to intrude, for under the reign of the evil emperor. It is a paradise for both evil soul masters and evil soul beasts. To this day, within the evil spirit forest, the most formidable organization of evil soul masters from Douluo Continent has emerged, known as the Holy Spirit Sect. The sect boasts 2 limit Douluos among its ranks, and all 12 offerings and 8 elders are of the titled Douluo level, with several being super Douluos, together with the leaders and esteemed elders. The number of super Douluo powers within the Holy Spirit Sect likely reaches double digits, rivaling Shrek Academy, if not surpassing it. Ye Xishui pointed a finger, and a crimson glimmer instantly penetrated Linger's mind, merging with her sea of consciousness. You can utilize the secret techniques of the Holy Spirit Sect, focusing on the soul-devouring demon tree martial spirit, to voraciously consume the life within the evil spirit forest, thereby enhancing your soul power and mental strength. Ye Xishui instructed Linger. She then turned to Lin Shuang, saying, "The secret technique has been imparted to you. Having previously gathered killing intent, you may now engage in relentless slaughter here to cultivate that intent, thus awakening your domain." Lin Shuang's lips curled upwards, and in an instant, the world transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Even Ye Xishui's expression froze momentarily, though regrettably, the hood concealed it from view. "Is there a connection between your domain and your martial soul?" Ye Xishui inquired, gazing at the fading red. Lin Shuang shook his head. The domain of the God of Death was a reward he received after apprenticing under Ye Xishui, entirely unrelated to any of his martial souls. "I have acquired all your information from your grandfather," Ye Xishui stated. Lin Shuang's expression shifted momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. Ye Xishui continued, "You may wield the moon martial soul for the purpose of slaying. Strive to enhance the compatibility between the domain and the martial soul until they are fully merged, leading to the transformation of the martial soul." Lin Shuang's eyes brightened with realization. If he were to follow Ye Xishui's guidance, it would undoubtedly be feasible. His 6th spirit ability was acquired from a malevolent spirit beast, which infused the aura of death into the soul ring, endowing Lin Shuang with formidable explosive power when utilizing this ability. Although the side effects were considerable, rendering him unable to use his martial soul in the short term, the potency of the 6th spirit ability was indisputable. Should he manage to integrate the domain into his martial soul, the 6th ability would resonate perfectly with it. Coupled with the murderous intent inherent in the God of Killing's domain, both of Lin Shuang's martial souls would possess the potential for enhancement. Ye Xishui cautioned the two, stating that within the evil spirit forest, assistance would be scarce unless they encountered a spirit beast of 100,000 years. Their innate talents were indeed formidable, yet they remained unproven as true powerhouses. With those words, Ye Xishui vanished from sight, leaving Lin Shuang and Lingo standing in place. After Ye Xishui's disappearance, Lingo grasped Lin Shuang's arm. Though her strength was not insignificant, she was still a 13-year-old girl, having endured numerous trials. Now, having arrived in the infamous evil spirit forest, how could she possibly remain unafraid? Lin Shuang embraced Ling Er, channeling his spiritual energy to perceive their surroundings. He was nearing the threshold of materializing his spiritual power, a state known as the spirit domain. In that fleeting moment of releasing his spiritual energy, he distinctly sensed the circumstances of their location. Numerous 10,000-year soul beasts surrounded them. It seemed they had ventured deep into the abyssal forest. Lin Shuang gritted his teeth and spoke resolutely. Although Ling Er was not weak, being a young girl, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of panic as she turned to Lin Shuang and inquired, "What shall we do?" "We shall fight our way out," Lin Shuang replied with a smile. He would slay their foes to cultivate the aura of slaughter, while Ling Er would employ the soul-devouring demon tree to consume both soul and body. After all, Ye Xishui had never stated that they could not join forces. Had she? Despite their deep foray into the abyssal forest, it was akin to being in the mixed zone near the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Lin Shuang refrained from unleashing too much of his spiritual energy, yet within the vast expanse of several tens of thousands of meters he perceived, there were merely 2 evil eye tyrants. However, to avoid provoking the formidable beings lurking behind them, Lin Shuang resolved to circumvent them with Ling Er. Chapter 48, The Sanus of the Blood Moon. A crimson hue flickered in Lin Shuang's eyes, and in the next instant, he unleashed the domain of the God of Slaughter. The silver moon martial spirit transformed into a blood-red manifestation the moment it was summoned. The silver moon blade materialized in Lin Shuang's grasp, while Ling Er employed her netherworld domain to counteract the lethal aura of Lin Shuang's domain, accompanying him further ahead. Along their path, Lin Shuang swiftly dispatched the soul beasts he encountered with a single stroke, empowered by the god of slaughter's domain and the blood moon's enhancement. His strength had already ascended to the soul saint level, exerting considerable pressure on the soul beasts. Ling Er, utilizing her soul-eating demon tree martial spirit, devoured the corpses of the soul beasts slain by Lin Shuang. Under the luminescence of the 100,000-year soul rings, the surrounding crimson deepened. As dusk approached, both Lin Shuang and Ling Er's gazes gradually dulled. They had nearly reached the outer perimeter when they silently settled into a meditative posture, invoking the sacred techniques imparted by Ye Xishui to cleanse the aftereffects of their engagement with evil soul masters. Both Lin Shuang, whose psyche had been affected by excessive slaughter, and Ling Er, whose spiritual ocean was brimming with soul fragments, required the sacred methods of the Holy Spirit sect to remedy their conditions. Otherwise, their thoughts would inevitably be compromised. The disjointed notions and memories, along with their increasingly muddled soul power, necessitated prompt resolution. Such tribulations were an inescapable fate for evil soul masters. Yet the Holy Spirit sect's sacred techniques were precisely designed to address these issues, which elucidated the sect's possession of numerous title Douluo among evil soul masters. The aura surrounding them gradually ascended as Lin Shuang's soul power became ever more solidified, while Ling Er's soul and spiritual powers also saw notable enhancements. Should she continue to trail behind Lin Shuang, it would likely take less than a year for her to achieve the rank of Soul Emperor. This is the advantage of having a prestigious background. Under different circumstances, others who dared to rampage through the evil spirit forest would surely attract the attention of a 100,000-year evil-eye tyrant or even the evil emperor. Yet, as disciples of Ye Xishui, did they need to concern themselves with such matters? Evidently, they did not. Their cultivation session endured for a full 2 days, sufficient to alleviate the after-effects of their training. Lin Shuang stretched his limbs, re-entering his previous state, albeit with a hint of crimson now adorning the silver moon blade. The moment the blade transformed entirely into red, his martial spirit would undergo a metamorphosis. As for the side effects of cultivation, Lin Shuang cast a worried glance at Ling Er, fearing she was the one in greater peril. He recalled the esteemed figure heralded as the foremost among the 4 heavenly kings in the Holy Spirit sect a millennium hence. Concerned that Ling Er's spiritual ocean might be adversely affected, Ling Er, discerning Lin Shuang's apprehensions, shook her head and reassured him. The soul fragments have been devoured by my martial spirit, transmuting into the purest spiritual energy. It shall not significantly impact me. Indeed, a naturally malevolent martial spirit. Lin Shuang chuckled, redirecting his path forward. Their cultivation persisted for a month, during which they did not delve too deeply, perhaps due to their prestigious lineage. They encountered no 100,000-year soul beasts. With Lin Shuang's prowess, even dealing with the most formidable of those, which barely exceeded 50 or 60,000 years, proved effortless. Notably, a third of Lin Shuang's silver moon blade had already turned red, his soul power becoming exceptionally dense, achieving a breakthrough to the 66th level. Nonetheless, after a month of slaughter, despite the sacred techniques mitigating the side effects, Lin Shuang felt utterly fatigued and resolved to cease his rampage. Ling Er's progress was even more remarkable. After assimilating her 5th soul ring, she had reached the 53rd level, advancing 2 ranks to 55 within this month. It is time to return to Mingdu, Lin Shuang exhaled, fatigue evident in his eyes. Suddenly, Ye Xishui appeared beside Ling Er, stating, Ling Er shall remain with me. You may return to Mingdu alone. Master, both exclaimed, hastily bowing. Ye Xishui remained silent, tossing an item to Lin Shuang before vanishing with Ling Er. Lin Shuang shook his head in resignation, feeling that ever since Lingo appeared, Ye Xishui had become rather indifferent towards him. However, upon glancing at the object in his hand, Lin Shuang realized his initial thoughts were misguided. He had surprisingly developed an 8th-level half-soul guide that was entirely contrary to his area of expertise. Lin Shuang gazed in astonishment at the silvery white bracelet. As a top-tier 7th-level soul master, he immediately discerned the function of this bracelet, an item that many deemed rather trivial. Yet it could alleviate the exhaustion brought on by a month of slaughter. Although the Sacred Spirit sect's secret arts enabled Lin Shuang to see through illusions, they could not allow him to come to terms with his actions over the past month, regardless of his thoughts. The transformation into an evil soul master weighed heavily upon him. He required a period of reflection. Once he fully adapted, Lin Shuang's strength would soar, and within 6 months at most, he would ascend to the rank of Soul Saint. Lin Shuang retrieved the flying soul guiding device and soared towards the direction of Mingdu. It had been nearly 4 months since he departed from Mingdu. although he initially planned to be away for a year. Lin Shuang discovered that plans are often outpaced by change. Yet, is change not always for the better? After all, Lin Shuang's original intention was to ascend to Soul Saint within a year, but now he finds himself on the brink of achieving this milestone in less than 10 months. Moreover, with the subsequent consumption of celestial herbs, Lin Shuang's strength is poised for a remarkable transformation. Deep within the dark demon forest lies the headquarters of the Holy Spirit sect, where Ye Xishui brought Linger. The sect's leaders, including the main and vice leaders, 12 offerings, and 8 elders, were all present. Linger had already demonstrated her exceptional talent, and given her lineage, she had been designated as the future Holy Maiden of the Holy Spirit sect, thanks to her mother's mentor, the sect's enigmatic grand offering. Conversely, Lin Shuang, due to his identity, could not yet be established as the Holy Son of the Holy Spirit sect, nor could he become its future heir. Chapter 49. Return to Mingdu. How I have missed you. As Lin Shuang stood before the city, an inexplicable sense of ease washed over him. Lin Shuang took out her soul mentor badge and affixed it to her chest, striding confidently inside. The soldiers regarded her with a mix of curiosity and respect. None dared to approach, honoring the presence of a level 7 soul mentor. This was perhaps a first in Mingdu. A level 7 soul mentor entering the city clad in blood-stained garments. Lin Shuang was engaged in a brutal massacre within the evil forest, having grown accustomed to the violence. Coupled with the relaxation of returning home, his mind was in a state of emptiness, completely oblivious to the blood that stained his garments. With even the edges dripping with congealed crimson. In the crowd, a silver-haired youth observed Lin Shuang as he strolled along, a hint of astonishment flickering in his heart. Lin Shuang, sensing the gaze upon him, turned to look, a smile blossoming in his eyes upon recognizing his elder cousin. Xiaoheng, it has been a while. Lin Shuang greeted warmly. As the grandson of the revered hall master of the royal offering Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire, Lin Shuang inherently held a position of great esteem. His exceptional talent further complicated matters, leaving the Silver Moon Douluo somewhat troubled regarding Lin Shuang's future betrothal. The Silver Moon Douluo wished to arrange a marriage for Lin Shuang, desiring not only a partner of remarkable talent, but also one of suitable social standing. Coincidentally, during the grand celebration of the Silver Moon Douluo's longevity, which hosted numerous 8th and 9th level soul masters, the Red Dust Douluo presented his prized creation, the Red Dust Guardian, in a proposal for marriage. Naturally, Lin Shuang harbored certain feelings towards Ming Hongqian, which led to the rather peculiar situation of being betrothed to a 7-year-old girl. Now, 6 years had passed since their engagement, and Lin Shuang found himself with a cousin 5 years his junior. What is the meaning of this? Xiaoheng approached, bewilderment evident in his expression. Lin Shuang felt a twinge of confusion, but soon came to a realization, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. Indeed, he had let his guard down. However, it would be more accurate to say that his heightened vigilance in the evil spirit forest had led him to become somewhat indifferent to these matters. I just need to take a shower and change my clothes. It's all the blood from those spirit beasts in the evil spirit forest, Lin Shuang remarked. Although many opposed the indiscriminate slaughter of spirit beasts, it was imperative to note that the spirit beasts within the evil spirit forest were an exception. For many of them were malevolent soul beasts, known for their cruel cultivation methods and frequent attacks on humans. Upon Lin Shuang's conclusion, Xiaoheng nodded in understanding. A hint of curiosity prompting her to inquire, but did you not attend Shrek Academy? How is it that you returned after just a few months? Surely you haven't caused a stir with one of the female students and been expelled, have you? Lin Shuang retorted, as long as you, my dear brother-in-law, do not mind. I shall head to Shrek right away. Perhaps that is best left unsaid, smiled Hongqian, shaking her head with a hint of disdain as she cast a glance at Lin Shuang. During your absence these past few months, I happened to acquire a residence here. Why not wash up there first? Lin Shuang cast a peculiar glance at Xiaoheng, who, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, You scoundrel, are you going or not? If not, then be gone. I shall indeed go, Lin Shuang replied with a smile, but allow me to witness your makeshift battlefield, perhaps in the future. My sister and I may grace this place as well. Xiaoheng, seething with rage, clenched his teeth in frustration, pondering that had he not been at a disadvantage against Lin Shuang, he might have resorted to violence. Lin Shuang followed Xiaoheng to a tall building, and with surprise, she exclaimed, Aren't you afraid your grandfather will be furious with you? You've actually purchased an apartment in the Hongqian mansion. Xiaoheng smirked and replied, What is there to fear? That old coot was just bragging in his drunken state, claiming that he sneaked out with my grandmother when he was 12. So what if I did so at 13? Lin Shuang rolled her eyes, feeling utterly powerless to retort. She followed Xiao Hongchen into the elevator, and upon entering the house, she made a beeline for the bathroom, tossing an object that emanated a dark golden glow to Xiao Hongchen. A gift for you. Xiao Hongchen glanced at the item in his hand, momentarily taken aback. By the time he raised his head, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Where on earth did this fellow acquire such a splendid item? Xiao Hongchen scratched his head but dismissed the thought. Carrying the dark golden soul claw bear's right paw bone to the training room, intending to merge it there. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Shuang emerged from the bathroom, her demeanor refreshingly invigorated. The bloodstained garments she had worn were neatly stored in a box, preserved within the heart of darkness as a memento. Lin Shuang sensed the fluctuations of soul power within the room and sighed. Honestly, they're already beginning to merge the soul bone so soon. After a moment of helplessness, Lin Shuang hurriedly followed the fluctuations of soul energy into the training room. There, she beheld Xiao Hongchen seated on the cultivation platform, his right hand emanating a dark golden hue, his expression one of agony. Such a predicament. Lin Shuang shook her head. Yet she refrained from approaching recklessly. Should a third party's soul energy intervene now, Xiao Hongchen's own energy would undoubtedly be rendered futile. However, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Shuang as she moved to another training platform, taking a seat. In her hands, an ancient zither materialized, its 7 strings adorned in 6 colors, symbolizing the myriad emotions and desires governed by this soul-guiding instrument. Lin Shuang gently oscillated the strings of the 7 emotions and 6 desires zither, not to perform any melody, but rather to harness the ethereal powers within it, aiding Xiao Hongchen in stabilizing the force within his right hand. Although Xiao Hongchen's strength surpassed that of the character Xiao Xiao from the original narrative, who had integrated a soul bone, and thus boasted a commendable success rate. What if he were to fail? Would not Lin Shuang then be burdened with the grave accusation of murdering her brother-in-law? However, under the influence of the 7 emotions and 6 desires zither, Xiao Hongchen's condition swiftly improved, his expression gradually returning to a state of tranquility, even adorned with a hint of delight. How fortunate you are, Lin Shuang mused. Yet, with Xiao Hongchen's integration of this soul bone, Lin Shuang would undoubtedly owe Ling a worthy compensation of a high-quality soul bone in due course. Lin Shuang's expectations for Ling mirrored his own, the entirety of 100,000-year soul bones. As for the likes of Xiao Hongchen and his companions, Lin Shuang merely needed to ensure that their skulls and torso bones could harmonize with the 100,000-year soul bones, thereby unleashing their innate potential. Naturally, should he encounter soul bones that align with their martial spirit's attributes, Lin Shuang would not hesitate to bestow them upon his comrades. During the month of rampant chaos in the evil spirit forest, Lin Shuang remarkably acquired a double-digit number of soul bones. It would not be surprising if the number of 10,000-year soul beasts that perished at his hands had already reached 3 digits. After all, one of Lin Shuang's motivations for departing the evil spirit forest was his thorough cleansing of the soul beasts in the core areas beyond its borders. Throughout this endeavor, apart from those that sought him out deliberately, Lin Shuang did not actively pursue soul beasts exceeding 50,000 years, as he prioritized quantity over quality, thus preserving a significant number of formidable entities within the evil spirit forest. Chapter 50. The Hongchen family. After a while, Xiao Hongchen opened his eyes. His pupils bore a striking resemblance to Lin Shuang's, both possessing unique colors, but the hues were distinct. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Hongchen exhaled deeply, clearly astonished that the fusion of such a soul bone almost cost him his right hand. Simultaneously, a glimmer of delight sparkled in his eyes, as he realized that his soul power had solidified during the fusion, propelling him to the 50th level. With the integration of a soul ring, he could ascend to the status of a 5-ring soul king. How did you acquire this soul bone? Xiao Hongchen inquired upon noticing Lin Shuang beside him. Of course, I obtained it by slaying a dark golden terror claw bear in the Stardow Forest, Lin Shuang replied, rolling his eyes at the simplicity of the question. Well, then, you must have brought a gift for Ming as well, Xiao Hongchen said with a grin. Lin Shuang rolled his eyes again and remarked, I'm in no hurry. I'll rest for a bit before heading out with you. Agreed, Xiao Hongchen nodded, rising to leave the room and heading to the living area to operate a soul guide communication device. After all these years, Lin Shuang had grown indifferent to food, especially given Xiao Hongchen's status as the young master of the Mingdu Hall, which allowed for the easy ordering of ordinary takeout. Lin Shuang languidly sprawled on the sofa, her eyes slightly squinted, exuding an aura of complete relaxation. Before long, the takeaway ordered by Xiao Hongchen arrived. After carefully arranging the exquisite dishes on the table, she intended to rouse Lin Shuang, only to be met with the faint sound of snoring. Shaking her head, Xiao Hongqian casually selected a few dishes and mixed them with rice, then ladled some soup into a bowl. She placed the utensils aside, opened the concealed compartment beneath the table, and pressed the button within. Instantly, a luminous membrane enveloped the dishes, and she carried her meal to the sofa, casting a fierce glance at the slumbering Lin Shuang before finally beginning to eat. A soft hum escaped Lin Shuang's lips as she gradually opened her eyes. Realizing she had been sleeping on the bed, noticing that her clothes remained untouched, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Observing the shoe prints on the bed, Lin Shuang promptly descended from the bed, but her legs felt numb, and she stumbled, nearly collapsing to the floor. "Oh, our great genius has awakened?" Xiao Hongqian emerged from another room, mocking Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes, too indifferent to acknowledge him. Xiao Hongqian refrained from exploiting the verbal exchange further and addressed Lin Shuang, saying, "The meal has been preserved using a soul guidance device. Although a day has passed, I activated a secondary soul guidance device with a 5th-tier bottle. The food should still be warm." Lin Shuang was not the least bit surprised by Xiao Hongqian's extravagant behavior, for such conduct was a reflection of his teachings. After satiating her hunger, Lin Shuang lazily leaned back in her chair and, with little decorum, let out a burp before saying to Xiao Hongqian, "Let's head to the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Master Academy shortly. You might as well go home." Upon hearing Lin Shuang's words, the camaraderie that once resembled that of brothers transformed into an intense rivalry. "Don't worry, your sister is still young." "I'm not that sort of pervert," Xiao Hongqian reassured, though Lin Shuang rolled her eyes in exasperation, realizing her best friend's brotherly status was indeed a source of frustration. "Should you choose to go, bring me a 10,000-year soul bone for my sister," Xiao Hongqian insisted through gritted teeth. "Make it 3 10,000-year soul bones," Lin Shuang countered. Engaging in a bit of bargaining, Xiao Hongqian nodded, conceding that 3 9,000-year soul bones would indeed be acceptable. Lin Shuang, at a loss for words, remarked, "Then I might as well directly present you with 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones." Xiao Hongqian corrected, "It is for my sister, not for me. However, if you are willing to bestow upon her 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, then indulging in a moment of beastly behavior would be of no consequence." Lin Shuang's lips twitched, yet inexplicably, a flicker of anticipation arose within her. After all, there were indeed instances of 12 or 13-year-olds giving birth, so it was not entirely implausible. She held up a 10,000-year soul bone, one of a golden attribute, before Xiao Hongqian, waving it enticingly. The moment Xiao Hongqian lunged towards her, she swiftly stored the soul bone within her dark heart, subsequently manipulating the dark elements to suspend him midair. "Young master, do stay here for a while. I must take my leave," Lin Shuang remarked with a faint smile, vanishing from view and soaring towards the direction of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Should anyone witness Lin Shuang utilizing the teleportation ring alongside the 10,000-year soul bone technique, they would likely be filled with envy and exasperation. As she departed, Xiao Hongqian plummeted to the ground, hastily retrieving his flying soul guide. Once properly equipped, he flung open the window and leapt out. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang's speed was astonishing. Her mental prowess approached that of a limit Douluo, and with her unique soul abilities, she had reached an extraordinary peak. Thus, soaring through the air was effortlessly within her capabilities, matching the velocity of a limit Douluo, far beyond the reach of Xiao Hongqian, who was merely using a level 4 flying soul guide. Upon arriving at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Lin Shuang paused in midair as she beheld the heart of the institution, the Mingdu Hall, which served as the Royal Research Institute of the Sun Moon Empire. Within this esteemed academy, numerous 9th-level soul masters resided. The moment Lin Shuang made her appearance, a surge of mental energy swept past her, and in the blink of an eye, a short, plump figure materialized, laughing heartily. "Lin Shuang, back so soon?" "Grandfather," Lin Shuang replied respectfully. Having signed a marriage contract with Ming Hongqian, it was only natural for her to adjust her address to mirror her new relationship with Hongqian Douluo, Jing Hongqian. Her gaze soon settled upon the young girl standing behind Jing Hongqian. With silver hair cascading neatly to one side in a ponytail and a pair of azure eyes fixed intently on Lin Shuang, the girl mirrored Lin Shuang's own gaze. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in with Ming Hongqian. Reward, Celestial Herb, Ice Fire Dragon Spirit Mushroom." Chapter 51. The significance of celestial herbs. Lin Shuang traversed the world of mirrors and dust, approaching the young girl and embracing her tenderly. "Have you missed me?" he whispered softly. She gazed up at Lin Shuang, her eyes brimming with joy and affection, a clear testament to the success of Lin Shuang's nurturing. Haha, Jing Hanshan chuckled, supporting her waist, which measured a generous 1 meter and 50 centimeters. Only after Lin Shuang and Meng Hanshan released their hold did she inquire, "What treasures did you bring back from this outing?" Lin Shuang nodded and said, "My soul power has broken through to the 3rd level, and I have also touched upon the threshold of an 8th level soul engineer. Once I break through to soul sage, I should be able to devise the design blueprint for an 8th level soul guiding device." Designing an 8th level soul guiding device. Jing Hanshan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Lin Shuang affirmed, noting that he possessed several design blueprints for 8th level soul guiding devices. However, his interest in these devices was limited. He had merely studied the core formations, intending to personally craft an 8th level soul guiding device. After all, his current soul power was insufficient to inscribe the 8th level soul guiding formations. Nevertheless, considering his mental strength, Lin Shuang could engrave while simultaneously sucking on a milk bottle, ensuring accuracy. Yet, he had been more engrossed in the cultivation of his martial soul during this period. With a soul power level of 66, you are indeed somewhat lacking, Jing Hanshan nodded and remarked, given your talent, it would be wise to consolidate your abilities rather than risk attempting to create an 8th level soul guiding device. Yes, Lin Shuang agreed. The failure to create a soul guiding device did not come without consequences. Incomplete or failed soul guiding formations could unleash soul power, and the resulting danger could be immense. If Lin Shuang's attempt to inscribe the 8th level soul guiding formation failed and his soul power was insufficient, the explosive release of energy could inflict severe injuries, even lead to death, especially if he were in close proximity at that moment. Have you taken any medication? Jing Hanshan suddenly recalled this, and his expression shifted instantly as he inquired. Yes, Lin Shuang nodded and continued, if possible. You may also administer substantial doses of medicine to Xiao Hanshan and Ming Hanshan to maximize their potential and enhance their strength. I have access to a location rich in spiritual resources where celestial herbs grow. Consuming these herbs can negate the side effects of medication. Moreover, Lin Shuang possessed additional methods to counteract the side effects of medication, such as the spirit-devouring engraving blade from the Xinglua Empire, which could eliminate the curse left by a genius evil soul master, yielding a significant amount of living gold. While Lin Shuang did not know how to control it, he still had Linger. If Lingo obtained the living gold, she could undoubtedly become stronger quickly, and with the unique properties of the Tree of Life Martial Soul, she could harness the power of living gold. In Lin Shuang's perspective, the importance of the ice and fire duality to the Sun-Moon Empire was nearly unparalleled, rivaled only by 1 or 2 limit Douluo. Almost all the 9th level soul engineers of the Sun-Moon Empire had consumed vast amounts of medication to enhance their powers. If a celestial herb could be acquired to elevate potential and restore expended qualifications, each herb could be said to bestow the Empire with a Super Douluo, particularly a 9th level soul engineer Super Douluo. Though Jing Hanshan was merely a 93rd level Super Douluo, he could fortify his strength with the soul guiding devices at his disposal, believing himself comparable to the formidable Dai Douluo. While a 9th level soul guiding device might not hold such power, what if he wielded more than one 9th level device? Is that true? Given Jing Hanshan's status, he immediately considered a crucial aspect. If he could consume a celestial herb, would it grant him the possibility for further advancement? However, the further advancement Jing Hanshan referred to was not merely a 1 or 2 level increase in soul power. As such an enhancement would not significantly impact him, his true strength lay in his soul guiding devices. He envisioned breaking through to become a Super Douluo, drawing from the experiences of Silver Moon Douluo to create a 10th level soul guiding device and thereby attain the strength of a limit Douluo. Indeed, Lin Shuang confirmed with a nod. Jing Hanshan was immediately elated, exclaiming, "In that case, shall we set out at once?" Lin Shuang could not help but chuckle, saying, "There is no need to rush. The location of that item is guarded by soul beasts that have existed for several 100,000 years. For now, we shall rest in Mingdu for a day. Later, you and my grandfather can accompany me." "Very well," Jing Hanshan nodded, as his thoughts swiftly traversed the information regarding the celestial herbs. It seemed that the original Shrek 7 Devils of Shrek Academy had partaken of the exquisite medicinal herb known as the celestial herb. "When shall we set off?" Jing Hanshan inquired. However, before Lin Shuang could confirm the timing, a roar echoed throughout the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. "Lin Shuang, you rascal!" Jing Hanshan's expression darkened instantly as he glanced at the descending Xiao Hanshan in the sky, exclaiming, "What a disgrace!" Xiao Hanshan was momentarily taken aback. seemingly unable to comprehend why his grandfather was scolding him. Hiki, Ming Hongchen could not help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. Lin Shuang paid no heed to the raucous laughter of Xiao Hongchen, directly embracing Ming Hongchen, casting a triumphant glance at Xiao Hongchen. This infuriated Xiao Hongchen, who gritted his teeth in response. However, noticing the displeased expression of Jing Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen refrained from further provocation, shot a glare at Lin Shuang, and obediently moved to stand beside Jing Hongchen. Grandfather. Just as Jing Hongchen was about to unleash a tirade, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Although his strength had been impeded by medication, his spiritual prowess remained formidable, allowing him to discern the peculiarities surrounding Xiao Hongchen. Has your soul power undergone a breakthrough? He exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Hongchen nodded, raising his right hand, a flicker of dark golden light illuminating the air as a colossal claw materialized. This is a gift from Lin Shuang upon her return, the bone of the dark golden terror claw bear. It can enhance with my soul power, essentially serving as an external soul bone. Ha! Jing Hongchen erupted into hearty laughter, nodding in satisfaction. In that case, I shall take you to merge with that soul ring shortly. Integrating the soul bone will likely provide a slight enhancement to your physique. Coupled with the aid of the medication, your chances of successful fusion with that soul ring will be significantly increased, thereby greatly enhancing your survival capabilities. Indeed, Xiao Hongchen replied. Yet couldn't he resist casting a glance at Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang smiled and remarked, that soul bone will eventually belong to you. However, it will be bestowed upon you during the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel competition. You may choose to keep the existence of the external soul bone discreet, presenting it as the soul skill of your right arm's soul bone. Chapter 52, The First Soul Spirit. Lin Shuang suggested. Why don't we accompany Xiao Hongchen in merging his soul ring? I am quite intrigued by that rare mutated soul beast as well. Indeed, Jing Hongchen nodded in agreement. Turning around and leading the three of them towards the direction of Mingdu Hall, Lin Shuang held Ming Hongchen's hand, following Jing Hongchen closely. While Xiao Hongchen gritted her teeth and trailed behind them, they entered a laboratory which belonged to Jing Hongchen. The table was cluttered with blueprints, likely designs for 8th grade soul guides. Lin Shuang even spotted a collection of 7 9th grade soul guides on a shelf, some crafted by Jing Hongchen himself, while others were acquired through trading under the protection of Hongchen or obtained from various sources. Undoubtedly, these 7 unique 9th grade soul guides are a rarity in the Sun and Moon Empire, with only Jing Hongchen, the esteemed leader of Mingdu Hall, and the hidden 10th level soul master, Silver Moon Douluo, alongside the publicly recognized top-ranked soul master, Death God Douluo, capable of possessing such a collection. In addition to these 7 9th grade soul guides, Lin Shuang also observed 3 9th grade fixed soul cannonballs. Jing Hongchen approached the shelf and retrieved a 9th grade soul guide resembling a wooden stand, adorned with over 100 gemstones of various colors. Upon this modest wooden base rested a golden liquid. This was the 9th grade soul guide, the divine platform, which in the original story had ensnared the Snow Empress. Ultimately sold at the Starlight Auction House. Currently, the divine platform sealed a spirit beast, aged 30,000 years, known as the Spirit of Metal, born from mines rich in special metals. This spirit beast, a flowing metallic liquid, possesses a remarkable affinity for the gold element and can enhance its power by absorbing the strength of rare metals, resembling the innate talent of Xiao Hongchen's martial soul. This spirit beast is undoubtedly well suited to become Xiao Hongchen as soul ring. Even as a 7th soul ring, it would be more than sufficient. However, if Jing Hongchen could allow this spirit beast, surpassing its optimal age, to become Xiao Hongchen's 5th soul ring, it would be even better. In that case, Xiao Hongchen could continue to transcend the limits of merging soul rings beyond their optimal age and the subsequent integrations. Suddenly, Lin Shuang recalled the 10 soul spirit conversion scrolls rewarded by the system during the sign-in with Linger. Lin Shuang retrieved an item from her storage soul guide, discovering its capability to transform soul beasts into soul spirits under circumstances of non-resistance, which also encompassed those that were gravely injured or on the brink of death. Upon transformation, the scroll's power would forcibly merge the soul beast with the individual who had signed the scroll, establishing a master-servant relationship between the soul master and the soul spirit, thereby allowing control over the latter's life and death. However, Lin Shuang felt a twinge of regret, for the scroll lacked the ability to govern the will of the soul beast. Had it possessed such power, converting the Snow Empress, bound by the divine sealing platform, into a soul spirit would have rendered Lin Shuang nearly invincible. With the Snow Empress's supreme ice abilities and her nearly 700,000 years of existence, she could undoubtedly contend with a limit Douluo. Yet, even in such circumstances, living beings inherently fear death. Lin Shuang extended her hand to halt Jing Hongchen, who was about to activate the divine sealing platform, and handed the scroll to Xiaohongchen, saying, "Let us pause for a moment. This scroll possesses a rather unique effect." Curiously, the three of them exhibited slight differences in demeanor. Lin Shuang refrained from elaborating and instructed Xiaohongchen, "Let your blood drop upon it." Then infuse the scroll's power into the metallic spirit within the divine sealing platform. Trusting Lin Shuang, Xiaohongchen complied without hesitation, and at the moment his blood fell, the scroll erupted with a mysterious force. As he attempted to harness this power, he found it readily malleable, ultimately channeling it entirely into the divine sealing platform. The enigmatic energy swiftly merged with the metallic spirit, causing the divine sealing platform to automatically open, and the metallic spirit directly integrated into Xiaohongchen's body. His expression shifted, soon contorting with agony as he hastily assumed a meditative posture to stabilize the tumultuous force within. Although he managed to gain partial control, the residual energy remained volatile, posing a constant threat to his life. The three-legged golden-toed martial spirit was unleashed, and 4 soul rings manifested beneath Xiaohongchen's feet. In the next moment, a massive metallic liquid appeared on his shoulder, within which a streak of black suddenly coalesced, forming a soul ring that entwined with the 4 existing rings. "How can this be possible?" Xiaohongchen exclaimed, momentarily regaining control over the energy within him, incredulously remarking, "Why is it impossible?" A discontented voice echoed in his ear, sounding remarkably youthful. "Is that you speaking?" Xiaohongchen stared in astonishment at the soul beast perched on his shoulder, shivering at the proximity of a 30,000-year-old soul beast, questioning if this was the closest he had ever been to death. "Humph." The metallic spirit snorted, declaring, "Your life is now bound to mine. You can even choose to take it at will." The metallic spirit expressed its dissatisfaction, stating, "From this day forth, my life is intertwined with yours. Should you perish, I shall follow suit. Hence I will do my utmost to protect and assist you." Naturally, the metallic spirit preferred this arrangement over the prospect of Xiaohongchen acquiring its power and then succumbing to death, although a hint of reluctance lingered. "This is inconceivable. A living soul beast can still form a soul ring?" Jing Hochen's gaze turned fervent as he looked at Lin Shuang, contemplating that if she possessed several such scrolls, they could procure their soul rings in this manner, thereby not only acquiring soul skills but also the loyalty of the soul beasts. While a 30,000-year-old soul beast might not significantly impact a title Douluo, what of a 100,000-year-old soul beast or a formidable beast that had survived heavenly tribulation? The notion of mass-producing soul spirits appeared utterly implausible. Lin Shuang shook her head, revealing that only 9 scrolls remained in her possession. Were it not for Xiaohongchen's unique status, he would have never obtained even one. Soul spirits? It seems reasonable for soul beasts to transform their physical forms into spiritual entities, Jing Hongchen acknowledged, choosing not to dwell further on the topic, and turned to Xiaohongchen, inquiring, "How do you feel?" The golden spirit glanced at Jing Hongchen, harboring little affection for the human who had captured it, and promptly retreated into the depths of Xiaohongchen's spiritual sea. Unprecedentedly well, Xiaohongchen responded with a triumphant smile, having broken through to the Spirit King level, granting him sufficient soul power to maintain a 6th-level soul guide device, a significant advantage over his contemporaries, including Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang glanced at him and said, "I suggest you temporarily set aside the cultivation of your soul guiding device. Instead, consume a substantial amount of medicinal substances, while, with the assistance of the spirit of metal, draw upon the power of rare metals found within the mineral veins to enhance your soul power. Although this approach carries considerable side effects that may deplete your potential, I possess means to mitigate these repercussions." Xiaohongchen nodded in agreement. The bond between him and Lin Shuang was beyond question. Ever since Lin Shuang's engagement to Ming Hongchen, he had been closely following her at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, even more so than Ming Hongchen, who had far less interaction with Lin Shuang. "If my innate talent is compromised, rendering me incapable of becoming a title Douluo, you must ensure to protect me for a lifetime." Lin Shuang smiled faintly and took out a white jade box. Through the immaculate jade, one could see a palm-sized herb resembling a dragon-esque spirit mushroom, exhibiting a captivating blend of red and blue hues. This was the celestial herb, the ice-fire dragon spirit mushroom, which harmoniously complemented Ming Hongchen's Zhuqing ice-toad martial spirit. Unlike Xiaohongchen, who first extracted potential to enhance strength before consuming the celestial herb, Ming Hongchen could partake of this herb immediately. Is this truly a celestial herb? The others regarded the white jade box in Lin Shuang's hands with curiosity. Lin Shuang directly handed it to Ming Hongchen, stating, "However, it should not be consumed just yet. It is best to wait until we reach the sacred ground that nurtures the celestial herb. Therefore, We shall take it along with us when we venture to the site known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. Xiaohongchen's gaze shifted, becoming increasingly wary as he observed Lin Shuang. The notion of merging the opposing forces of ice and fire appeared fundamentally flawed. Nonetheless, both the Zhuqing ice toad and the ice-fire dragon spirit mushroom conveniently occupied this critical juncture. Should a similar energy be recklessly integrated, an explosive force would ensue. Thus, an additional force would be required for mediation. Lin Shuang glanced at Xiaohongchen and remarked, however, compared to Ming Hongchen, you must exert yourself more diligently. Strive to attain a soul power of level 60 with the assistance of the celestial herb during this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Yet do not aspire to be a soul emperor. Xiaohongchen furrowed his brow but nodded nonetheless. His proud nature made him reluctant to conceal his abilities. Yet if it was Lin Shuang speaking, he was willing to heed the advice. Lin Shuang remarked, our expedition is expected to last at least a month, so you must be mentally prepared. After saying this, he stored away the ice-fire dragon Ganoderma and bowed respectfully to Jing Hongchen, saying, then, grandfather, I shall take my leave to visit my maternal grandfather. Indeed, Jing Hongchen nodded, his gaze lingering on the three individuals, filled with a sense of satisfaction. With these three children, the future of the Sun and Moon Empire is undoubtedly bright. Wherever the Sun and Moon cast their light, it shall be the territory of our nation. Lin Shuang's maternal grandfather is not from Mingdu Hall. Rather, he is the master of the Sun and Moon Royal Sacrificial Hall, residing within the Imperial Palace on a daily basis. Lin Shuang produced the token of her grandfather, the Silver Moon Douluo, and entered the palace amidst the respectful kneeling of soldiers. She made her way directly to the royal offering hall. Lin Shuang, it has been a long time. However, along the way, she was halted by a man seated in a wheelchair. A smile graced his lips, yet his eyes were chillingly cold, as if intent on freezing Lin Shuang in place. Lin Shuang's footsteps came to a halt as she locked eyes with the man, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, it has been quite some time. It seems you have made considerable progress. Su Tian Natural chuckled softly, replying, yet it pales in comparison to yours, with your dual martial souls, the unparalleled prodigy of the empire of Sun and Moon. He mused, ultimately, it was you who caused the demise of my second brother. Su Tian Natural's tone bore a hint of lament, seemingly mourning his brother's fate. Yet it was a veiled mockery aimed at Lin Shuang. After all, she had been one of the masterminds behind that assassination, which had left Su Tian Natural incapacitated. At that moment, Lin Shuang was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Su Tian Natural might perish in that treachery. To speak frankly, Su Tian Natural's talents were not significantly inferior to those of Xiaohongchen, which is precisely why Lin Shuang conspired with the deceased second prince to orchestrate that assassination, ultimately crippling Su Tian Natural and weakening his innate abilities. As for the consequences, Lin Shuang was indifferent. She would not hesitate to strike, not even for Su Tian Natural, let alone the great-grandson of the Dragon God Douluo. But your highness, are you not still alive? Lin Shuang retorted, then turned her gaze towards Su Tian Natural's rear, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Behind Su Tian Natural stood a slightly stooped old man, clad in the most ordinary court attendant's garb. His hunchback suggested that he might collapse at any moment. With a flicker of violet light in her eyes, Lin Shuang's gaze turned icy as she regarded the elder, her form levitating in the air. The qi-qin of 7 emotions and 6 desires manifested before her, and her fingers danced across the strings. The music resonated like the clash of weapons, an overwhelming sense of slaughter erupting on the battlefield. Su Tian Natural found himself in a daze, feeling as if he were transported to an ancient battlefield. The old servant behind him transformed into a shadow, charging towards Lin Shuang. Suddenly, the melody deepened, and Su Tian Natural felt a surge of pent-up energy coalesce within his heart. An overwhelming sorrow washed over him, and as he raised his hand to touch his face, he found a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. The music surged once more, resonating like the clang of arms. Vivid scenes of battlefield carnage inexplicably flooding his mind. Unfortunately, Lin Shuang's true target was not Su Tian Natural. He was still far too weak. Her fingers moved with remarkable speed, leaving behind clear afterimages. The music erupted into a frenzied crescendo. If the earlier notes were preparatory for battle, now it was full-on assault. An endless aura of slaughter instantly erupted, the murderous intent palpable, almost materializing in the air. Blood-red apparitions emerged, transforming the world into a crimson haze. The blood-colored figures gradually surrounded the shadow, revealing the martial soul of Shadow Douluo, Shuang, his very shadow. as the crimson apparition summoned by Lin Shuang clashed with him. This titled Douluo found himself inexplicably suppressed. Only 6 more years, Lin Shuang mused, a smirk on her lips as she glanced at Su Tian Natural. Continuing to play the melody of Guangling San. The blood-red manifestations blossomed continuously, and with Lin Shuang's formidable spiritual power and the murderous intent nurtured in the evil spirit forest, her strength surpassed that of an ordinary titled Douluo. She possessed an intimate understanding of Shadow Douluo, while he knew little of the abilities she wielded at present. At that moment, everything appeared crimson. Shadow Douluo could only summon his shadow using his soul power, but his strength was diminished by at least 50%. For within Lin Shuang's domain, only her own shadow could manifest. The very essence that countered Shadow Douluo was this domain, without the ability to materialize his shadow. His tactical options were severely limited. Su Tian Natural clutched his head in anguish as a dark purple dragon materialized behind him, 7 soul rings appearing beneath his feet. The dragon gradually merging with his being. With a roar, Su Tian Natural transformed into the purple radiant destruction dragon, entering his martial soul's true form. The purple radiant destruction dragon roared, unleashing a soul power beam imbued with destructive energy towards Lin Shuang, yet it was met by a blood-colored shadow that momentarily resisted it, diminishing the assault's potency. Subsequently, one after another, blood-colored figures emerged. Su Tian Natural's martial soul was undoubtedly a top-tier one, and among the elite, it was exceptionally formidable. The purple radiant destruction dragon, possessing inherent destructive attributes and being the companion dragon of the dragon god, was remarkably powerful. Had Lin Shuang not conspired with the second prince to assassinate Su Tian Natural, thereby diminishing his potential, he would have likely already surpassed the realm of Soul Douluo. However, Guangling San was no trivial matter. The strength Su Tian Natural could summon was already on par with the beleaguered Shadow Douluo. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Lin Shuang was confident she could annihilate both adversaries right there. Yet, naturally, Lin Shuang would spare Su Tian Natural's life, perhaps merely crippling one of his arms to render him more severely disabled. Regrettably, as such thoughts crossed Lin Shuang's mind, a voice of authority rang out. Enough. The music ceased abruptly, and a wry smile flickered in Lin Shuang's eyes as she withdrew her domain. Su Tian Natural exited his martial soul's true form, reappearing in his wheelchair. With Shadow Douluo once again at his side. What a disgrace to engage in battle within the palace, Silver Moon Douluo remarked darkly, stepping forward to observe Su Tian Natural and Shadow Douluo Shuechen. As a white light enveloped them, both vanished from the scene. Return to the palace. Su Tian Natural gritted his teeth, harboring a sense of unwillingness. Shadow Douluo remained silent, pushing Su Tian Natural's wheelchair toward his chamber. What a pity. Lin Shuang sighed upon arriving at the royal hall of the Empire of Sun and Moon, shaking her head, which caused the expressions of several elderly figures nearby to darken. Engaging in combat with the prince within the palace, and feeling regret upon interruption, had Lin Shuang not been the granddaughter of Silver Moon Douluo. They might have intervened to discipline her. Enough, Silver Moon Douluo interjected, lightly tapping her head before taking a seat in the foremost chair. Lin Shuang curled her lips and, taking a chair from her storage soul guide, sat down directly. After yawning, she remarked, I suppose in a few days you will accompany me on another journey to the Heavenly Soul Empire, won't you? The Silver Moon Douluo exhibited no reaction. Yet the other elders present exchanged curious glances, intrigued by Lin Shuang's words. What is the purpose of going to the Heavenly Soul Empire? Inquired the Silver Moon Douluo, his tone remarkably calm. There lies an opportunity to assist them in transcending to the Super Douluo level, Lin Shuang replied, gazing at the elderly figures assembled. Is that truly the case? One could not help but ask. Lin Shuang nodded slightly. Although he possessed a certain arrogance, he dared not exhibit any semblance of disdain in the presence of these 9th-level soul mentors. Indeed, Lin Shuang acknowledged this. One elderly gentleman could no longer contain himself and remarked, Lin Shuang, since Kong Deming will not accompany you, allow me to accompany you instead. Who says I want to go? Kong Deming scoffed. Recognizing that aiding these individuals in their quest to transcend to the Super Douluo realm might also pave the way for his own advancement. Even if he could not attain the pinnacle of extreme Douluo, achieving further breakthroughs within the Super Douluo tier would be exceedingly beneficial. Upon hearing Kong Deming's declaration, the elderly men exchanged discontented glances, with one elder indignantly retorting, Kong Deming, I am your uncle. Kong Deming turned away, his voice carrying back, therefore, you should yield to your nephew. Moreover, this is something discovered by my grandson, which has nothing to do with you, old man. These words provoked the elder to puff up in outrage, his face reddening in fury. Were it not for the fact that this so-called uncle was younger than Kong Diming and had many years yet to live, he might have succumbed to his vexation. Fortunately, Kong Diming's maternal grandfather remained vigorous, allowing the elder to potentially live for several more decades. In the current realm of the Sun and Moon Empire, his lineage was indeed the most esteemed. Humph, the elder huffed, settling back into his chair and directing his gaze at Lin Shuang. Young man, I am your great-uncle. Heed my words and disregard this scoundrel-esque counsel. Lin Shuang suddenly had a thought and produced an object. The moment this item appeared, both her grandfather and uncle turned their attention towards the core in Lin Shuang's hand. This object was known as the Heart of the Sun, harboring immense energy. Though I had yet to conduct any research on it, the elder appeared somewhat intrigued, yet he let out a cold snort and remarked, Kong Diming, your talent surpasses mine. This item shall be bestowed upon you, the younger generation. Kong Diming cast a glance at the elder, realizing that it was indeed his grandson's possession, and wondered how the elder could shamelessly offer it to him. However, Kong Diming neither declined nor accepted the gift. Instead, he addressed Lin Shuang, saying, This is saturated with rich solar energy, and it might even allow me to advance further, but you will require it more in the future. Lin Shuang shook her head and said, My sun martial spirit will follow a different path. The Heart of the Sun offers me little assistance. Perhaps it will be of greater benefit to you. If grandfather, you can use this to achieve a breakthrough, that would be splendid. Kong Diming, having grasped part of Lin Shuang's intentions, nodded and took the Heart of the Sun from her hands. Chapter 55, The Sun God. The moment Kong Diming received the Heart of the Sun, his expression froze and his hands trembled, nearly causing the heart to slip from his grasp. What is it? Lin Shuang inquired curiously, wondering if the heart held secrets unknown to her. Taking a deep breath, Kong Diming replied, The Heart of the Sun is a crystallization of divine power formed after the fall of the Sun God of the First Order. Within it lies the legacy of the First Order Sun God, which can be used to unlock the 9 trials of the Sun. Lin Shuang was taken aback. The Sun God of the First-Level Divine Temple? However, upon gazing at Kong Diming, he hesitated and then inquired, So, grandfather, have you activated the 9 trials of the Sun? Kong Diming shook his head and replied, I have merely unlocked the Supreme 7 trials. But with the rewards from the 7 trials, my strength should see substantial improvement. Lin Shuang furrowed her brow. If that were the case, then why did he not react when he held the Heart of the Sun and infused it with his soul power? Could it be due to the God of Death's domain? As the inheritance seed of the Shura God, it was only natural that the legacy of the Sun God would be apprehensive. With this thought, Lin Shuang couldn't help but smile wryly, yet she accepted it with equanimity. Without the system, she would never have obtained the Heart of the Sun. However, prior to acquiring it, she had already attained the God of Death's domain, which was an inescapable reality. What purpose did the Heart of the Sun serve then? Lin Shuang inquired. Kong Diming shook his head and handed the golden glowing crystal to his uncle, Wuing, the vice president of the Royal Sun and Moon Hall, a 9th-level soul miner. You should give it a try as well, although it may not be as effective as it is for me, Kong Diming said with a smile. Wuing's lips twitched. Yet he accepted the Heart of the Sun from Kong Diming. A moment later, his body trembled, and a flicker of unwillingness appeared in his eyes as he remarked, It merely grants a 5th-level black rank. To this, Lin Shuang was not surprised. After all, Wuing, the royal ancestor, possessed only a soul power level of 94. Not even reaching the status of a super Douluo. Thus, achieving a 5th-level black rank to enhance his strength was already commendable. Wuing returned the Heart of the Sun to Kong Diming, but Kong Diming tossed it back to Lin Shuang, saying, This trinket holds little significance for us. It merely serves to initiate the Sun God trial. However, it does provide me with the opportunity to ascend to the limit Douluo surely, after the 7th trial. I will reach that pinnacle. I should also be able to surpass the Super Douluo, Wuing remarked. The others gazed at the two with envious eyes. Yet without a sun martial soul, they could only harbor their envy in silence. Lin Shuang nodded slightly. If even her grandfather could only unlock the pinnacle of the 7th trial, who could possibly attain the level of the 9th trial of the Sun? She attempted once more to channel her soul force into the Heart of the Sun, yet it felt as though she were sinking into an abyss, utterly ineffective. With not the slightest response from the Heart of the Sun, Kong Diming and Wuing exchanged a glance, sharing an enigmatic smile before turning their attention to Lin Shuang. They remarked, It seems that the matter of traveling to the Heavenly Soul Empire will require you to bring others along, as I shall be preoccupied with the divine trial. Lin Shuang rolled his eyes, pondering why there was such fervor over something that was not a divine examination. Nevertheless, he understood the excitement of the two elders and inquired, Who will accompany me to the Heavenly Soul Empire? Kong Diming replied, You should have already informed Jing Hongchen of this matter. With him present, I will also notify Yi Yulin and Wanfeng Douluo. Both of them are 9th-level soul masters, their strength comparable to Jing Hongqin's. With their company, your journey should encounter no significant issues. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang began to contemplate. The ice and fire duality I currently housed at least 400,000-year soul beasts. If the Yxing Q Lu immortal grade flower and the Q Lu YJ Nexing after 10,000 years were not the same entity, then the ice and fire duality I might even harbor 5 such soul beasts. This led him to wonder if there were any other 100,000-year soul beast residing there. With this thought in mind, Lin Shuang remarked, however, there are at least 400,000-year soul beasts present, 2 of which even possess ultimate attributes. With 3 9th-level soul masters accompanying me, I still feel somewhat uneasy. Kong Deming furrowed his brows at this, questioning the presence of at least 400,000-year soul beasts. Yet, considering the prowess of these 3 9th-level soul masters, he felt reassured. Unless faced with a limit Douluo, it was unlikely anyone could defeat them. Kong Deming stated, even if those 100,000-year soul beasts possess top-tier bloodlines, there will be no ferocious creatures that can rival a limit Douluo. They will undoubtedly not be a match for the 3 of them. It is important to note that all 3 possess soul power at level 94, which is not inferior to that of Su Wenji, despite his age. At these words, Su Wenji fumed, puffing his cheeks in indignation, yet he found no grounds for rebuttal. For Kong Deming spoke the truth. If it were not for his possession of the Sun Soul guiding device, he might not stand a chance against any of the 3. Very well. Lin Shuang nodded, hoping that no unforeseen events would arise. After all, the fiery apricot blossom and the octagonal ice grass, which thrived within the ice and fire duality eye, could harness its power. Coupled with the Q Lu YJ Nexing, the king of immortal herbs, and the Di Gui Jin Long, which commanded the forces of the earth, these were the elements Lin Shuang feared. Moreover, considering the possibility of other immortal herbs existing as 100,000-year soul beasts, one could not dismiss the chance that some soul beasts might have perished under heavenly tribulations over the course of 10,000 years. There are no issues here, Lin Shuang. Yi Yulin and Su Wenji exchanged a knowing glance and mutually agreed. The 2 of us have decided to enter secluded cultivation for a minimum of 6 months and possibly several years. Matters of the outside world will be entrusted to your management. With that, a radiant white light enveloped Kong Deming and Su Wenji. Naturally, while utilizing the Silver Moon Divine Light Shield to depart, they did not forget to take Lin Shuang along. The 3 of them soon materialized at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. Kong Deming closed his eyes, while Su Wenji and Lin Shuang stood beside him. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and said, I have already informed Yi Yulin and Wanfeng to proceed to the Mingdu Hall. They will heed your commands when the time comes. Thus, the 2 of us shall retreat into seclusion. As his words echoed, the 2 vanished once more. Lin Shuang was already accustomed to such occurrences. After their departure, he made his way to the Mingdu Hall. Although Lin Shuang did not intend to directly head to the Heavenly Soul Empire just yet, it would be remiss to keep his 2 esteemed uncles waiting at the Mingdu Hall. He needed to clarify the situation before embarking on his journey shortly thereafter. As for the reason he referred to them as uncles, it was, of course, because they were disciples of the Silver Moon Douluo. Given Kong Deming's seniority, it would not be surprising that some 9th-level soul masters were his disciples, while Su Wenji held the highest seniority in the Sun and Moon Empire. The eldest was Lin Shuang's grandfather, the Silver Moon Douluo, Kong Deming. Additionally, in their expedition to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Lin Shuang intended to bring along Xiao Hongqin and Ming Hongqin. After all, with the presence of soul spirits, it would be splendid if they could coax 1 or 200,000-year soul beasts to serve as soul spirits. Chapter 56 Oranges upon Lin Shuang's arrival at Mingdu Hall. She beheld 2 elderly figures standing at the entrance, accompanied by Jing Hongqin. One was a bald old man, while the other was a matron with long, fiery red hair. They were none other than the Starry Sky Douluo Yi Yulin and the Fire Phoenix Douluo Wanfeng. Both possessed strengths that rivaled Jing Hongqin, wielding soul-guiding devices that rendered them formidable adversaries, comparable to the most exceptional super Douluos. It would take at least 3 of them to stand a chance against such power. Even poisoning them would be a daunting task. Mingdu Hall, alongside the Body Sect and the Sea God Pavilion, is recognized as one of the 3 great forces on the Douluo Continent. Thus, the strength of the Hall Master and the Master of the Body Sect would undoubtedly be closely matched. How could the toxic threats possibly contend with 3 beings of such caliber? The trio of 9th-level soul masters, each boasting a soul power of 94, might indeed assist Lin Shuang in securing the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, without the Silver Moon Douluo present, Their quest to locate Dai would likely demand considerable time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in with Fire Phoenix Douluo Wanfeng. Reward, Celestial Herb. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Lin Shuang was taken aback, not expecting that her master uncle would bestow upon her a moment of acknowledgement upon their meeting. However, was this so-called reward not intended solely for her? Lin Shuang maintained her composure, smiling as she approached and respectfully greeted the two esteemed figures, addressing her two masters. All right. You may rise, Wanfeng remarked, having never married and regarding her junior's offspring as her own. Notably, Lin Shuang was born to her parents in their advanced years, granting her a significant standing within the Sun and Moon Empire, comparable to that of Su Wenji a century prior. Furthermore, the formidable beings known as Starry Sky Douluo and Fire Phoenix Douluo were indeed her masters, a detail unmentioned in the original text. Yet not surprising given the age of Silver Moon Douluo. The teacher has instructed us to accompany you to the Heaven Do Empire, even granting us the authority to follow your commands. Is there a particular matter at hand? Ye Yulin inquired succinctly, her curiosity piqued. Lin Shuang nodded and said, I have received some news regarding a treasure hidden within the Sunset Forest where an abundance of divine medicinal herbs flourish. These herbs possess the remarkable ability to enhance an individual's innate talents, harboring immense energy that could even propel you to the next level, enabling a breakthrough to Super Douluo. As she spoke, Lin Shuang produced the celestial herb she had just acquired, the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. This vibrant red herb trembled gently. Its soft and delicate appearance belied its true nature, for it was composed solely of crimson leaves. At the apex of the leaves, they resembled a coxcomb. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a unique feature. The leaf veins shimmered with a resplendent golden hue. This remarkable herb, known as the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, originates from the same fabled location, making it particularly suitable for Master Wanfeng. However, it must not be chewed or swallowed. It requires the gathering of soul power to channel its essence. Painful as it may be, one must endure. For failure to do so would result in a complete loss of efficacy. Nonetheless, the effects of this herb are profoundly significant, likely enabling Master Wanfeng to transcend to Super Douluo, and even enhancing the quality of her martial spirit. It is crucial, however, that one does not falter midway, as this would greatly diminish the herb's potency. With that, Lin Shuang handed the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower to Wanfeng. Although this herb is a potent tonic, it has also absorbed the essence of phoenix blood, which is expected to significantly elevate the quality of Wanfeng's Fire Phoenix sword. The phoenix bloodline possessed by the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower might very well explain why the ice and fire duality has not revealed any traces of this herb since Ma Hongjun consumed it. Is it truly as miraculous as that? Wanfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Despite sensing the immense energy contained within the herb, she found it difficult to believe that it could aid her in achieving a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Ye Yulin glanced at Lin Shuang with a hint of embarrassment and inquired, Do you possess any more of such extraordinary herbs? Lin Shuang shook her head and said, I have only acquired 2 divine herbs, namely the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower in the possession of Master Wanfeng, and another herb possessing both ice and fire attributes. However, that location also harbors a treasure whose properties align perfectly with your martial soul, Master, and it could aid in your transcendence to Super Douluo. When shall we set off? Ye Yulin inquired excitedly. Observing the aloof demeanor of the 9th-level soul mentor, Lin Shuang chuckled softly, There is no rush. Let us wait until Master Wanfeng has refined the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and witnessed its effects. I have a few matters to attend to as well. So let us schedule our departure for a week from now. Ye Yulin and Jing Hongchen exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. While Wanfeng seemed utterly engrossed in the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, paying no heed to Lin Shuang's words. Then I shall take my leave. Lin Shuang bowed to the 3 and turned away, walking towards the exterior of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy. She intended to return home and see the young maid, whom Su Tianran had acquired. The girl was now 15 years old, and like Lin Shuang, was ineligible to participate in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. As for Su Tianran, his identity was clear. He was none other than the Empress of the Sun Moon Empire in the original narrative, Juzi. Juzi's talent was equally formidable. Although slightly inferior to Lin Shuang and Xiao Hongchun, Lin Shuang was determined not to allow her to fall into Su Tianran's clutches, ultimately compelled to borrow her. Even if Lin Shuang could orchestrate a borrowing for Juzi, he would not wish for her to become subservient to Su Tianran. Now, at the age of 15, Juzi was 3 years younger than Lin Shuang but 2 years older than Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen. With the resources provided by Lin Shuang, she possessed a slight edge in soul power over the 2 older girls, Yet in terms of overall strength, Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian undoubtedly surpassed her. The bond between Juzi and Lin Shuang was also deepened by another factor. Lin Shuang's first time was with Juzi, who had been merely 13 at that time. Chapter 57. A long-awaited reunion in a villa located in the suburbs of Mingdu. A young girl was seated in the control room on the second floor, intently observing the images captured by the surveillance cameras displayed on the large screen. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and her legs instinctively tightened. Really now? After being away for so long, they didn't even take me along, she pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction as she casually pressed a few buttons. In the suburban villa of Lin Shuang, he has established his laboratory for researching soul-guiding devices. With the indulgence of esteemed 9th-level soul masters such as the Fire Phoenix Douluo and the Red Dust Douluo, he has commissioned the creation of an advanced security system. The defensive system was designed by the Red Dust Douluo, while the offensive system was crafted by the Fire Phoenix Douluo. Coupled with a reserve of 300 6th-level healing potions, this security system can withstand an assault from a tidal Douluo for up to half an hour. Should the assailant be an average tidal Douluo, there exists a possibility that Lin Shuang could eliminate them here. If Lin Shuang were not the grandson of the Silver Moon Douluo and the grandson-in-law of the Red Dust Douluo, it would have been nearly impossible for him to gather these materials, let alone enlist the assistance of 2 9th-level soul masters in designing the security system. As Orange gazed at the screen displaying Lin Shuang, she rubbed her eyes, feeling as though he had just smiled at her. How mischievous he is. Lin Shuang shook his head. With his mental acuity, he could clearly sense the unusual activity taking place. There could only be one explanation. Orange had activated the security system. However, he was left wondering the level of security she had initiated. If it exceeded level 7, he would certainly have to administer a fitting punishment, one that would ensure Orange wept throughout the night. Lin Shuang came to a halt before the fountain, where several dragon-shaped stone sculptures, which had been gracefully spouting water, suddenly directed their jets toward her. The water cannons unleashed an onslaught as if they were free of cost. Lin Shuang swiftly sidestepped, yet in the next moment, all the water jets adjusted their aim, collectively targeting her. The force of the water was not particularly formidable at most. The haphazardly carved soul-guiding array created an exceedingly high water pressure capable of overwhelming some soul masters and great soul masters. However, against a formidable opponent like Lin Shuang, it merely served to dampen her attire, leaving her somewhat disheveled. Lin Shuang raised her left hand, a glimmer of white igniting, instantly forming a radiant barrier that repelled the torrents of water. Truly, what a tiresome malicious amusement. Shaking her head, Lin Shuang proceeded forward, enveloped by the luminous shield. The water flowed through the drainage holes below, being recycled and filtered, subsequently emerging as pure streams from the mouth of the stone dragon. As Lin Shuang passed the fountain, the girl in the control room appeared visibly displeased, yet simultaneously astonished by Lin Shuang's demonstrated abilities. This did not seem to be a soul-guiding device, she pondered, recalling that several months prior, the malevolent master had not possessed such powers. From the vantage point of the control room, one could observe that Juzi was clad in an unconventional black and white maid outfit, the peculiarity stemming from the scant fabric and the vacuum-like ultra-short skirt. Juzi reached down, her face flushed as she gazed at Lin Shuang on the monitor, pressing a button in the lower left corner to deactivate the security system. Was she merely intent on drenching my attire and compelling me to remove it? With the security system disabled, the corners of Lin Shuang's mouth lifted in a smirk, and she ascended into the air, soaring towards the monitoring room on the second floor. The instant she flew through the window, Lin Shuang beheld Juzi, who violently tore her garments as she lunged forward. Clearly, their thoughts aligned. After a long-awaited moment of delight, Juzi, upon catching sight of Lin Shuang, entered a fervent state, prompting Lin Shuang to do the same. Approximately an hour later, Lin Shuang finally alleviated her wicked thoughts, placing the girl, who was rolling her eyes in a daze, onto the chair. Surely nothing untoward would occur? Lin Shuang mused, yet he was not overly concerned. With the medical technology of the Sun and Moon Empire, coupled with Juzi's physical resilience, danger was unlikely, and Lin Shuang was not lacking in funds for necessities. How brazen indeed. The girl produced 2 oranges, her nails delicately gliding over their surface, effortlessly peeling them. After consuming the fruit, she regained some composure and gazed at Lin Shuang, pouting as she observed the sauce trickling from her lips, inquiring, "Are you hoping for me to bear your children?" It was not out of the question. Lin Shuang sauntered to the side, a devilish grin adorning his face as he regarded the girl. "Then you must ensure the demise of Duke Baihu," she replied with an enigmatic smile, appearing somewhat peculiar. At this upcoming prestigious Soul Master Academy Soul Duel competition across the continent, I can assist you in eliminating the Duke's eldest son, Lin Shuang promised. Juzi nodded, retrieving a somewhat more conventional outfit from her storage soul guide. The reason it was only slightly more conventional was due to the absence of undergarments beneath the ultra-short skirt, while on top. Juzi simply had no inclination to adhere to such conventions. Lin Shuang swallowed hard, sensing that he was on the verge of succumbing to his emotions once more. He hurriedly said, "All right, let's quickly take a shower." "Sure," Orange replied with a playful laugh as she stood up and exited the control room. Lin Shuang contemplated sitting on a chair, her lips twitching involuntarily. Resigned, she stood and pressed a few buttons to restart the security system, then proceeded along the path that Juzi had taken, intending to bathe together. Chapter 58. A gift for Juzi upon entering the bathroom. Lin Shuang fixed her gaze on the young girl's chest and remarked with a smile, "It seems you have been quite obedient in drinking your papaya soup." Juzi rolled her eyes in response. Notably, after Lin Shuang took Juzi in, she became Lin Shuang's maid. However, due to her exceptional talent, beauty, and loyalty, she earned Lin Shuang's trust and even managed the villa, freely accessing Lin Shuang's laboratory. "I suppose half of it is my merit," Lin Shuang mused, "after all. Your innate gifts and hard work are equally significant." Juzi rolled her eyes again, somewhat speechless, and said, "Very well, my esteemed master. If you wish to join me for a bath, then do come over." With that, Juzi turned on the shower. Would Lin Shuang refuse? Certainly not, he approached. The flames of desire within him extinguished somewhat. Seated on the sofa, Lin Shuang inhaled sharply. "So, dear master, have you brought any gifts for your lovely maid?" Juzi blinked her large eyes, looking at Lin Shuang with a pitiful expression. "A gift? Haven't I already given you one?" Lin Shuang's gaze turned mischievous. "Humph," Juzi huffed, turning her head away and refusing to look at Lin Shuang. Seeing Juzi's adorable demeanor, Lin Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. However, noticing the girl's gradually hurt expression, he quickly reassured her, all right, of course I have a gift for our lovely Juzi." With that, Lin Shuang produced a piece of soul bone emanating a dark purple energy and handed it to Juzi, saying, "This soul bone is the highest quality I obtained from the evil spirit forest. Had it not been for my domain power, I would have perished in an ambush at the first opportunity. This piece of skeletal remains belonged to a 70,000-year-old death magic spider. Through my research, I discovered the soul skill it possesses, which can be said to rival that of a 100,000-year-old soul skill. This skill is called Immortal Body, allowing one to convert their physical form into energy. As long as there is sufficient soul power, even if the body is shattered, it can reassemble itself. With the soul bone, your survival capabilities will significantly increase, and combined with the soul guiding device in your possession, your strength will be greatly enhanced." "Really?" Juzi exclaimed with joy, unable to believe the power of the soul bone. To be frank, Lin Shuang was also quite astonished, after all. This soul skill was the 9th skill of the last Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall from a millennium ago. The 2 skills attached to a 100,000-year-old soul ring pale in comparison to this, making its appearance on a 70,000-year-old soul bone truly remarkable. "Do you have anything you wish to express?" Lin Shuang asked, placing his hand on the soul bone and gazing into Juzi's eager eyes. Juzi bit her lip and replied, "I agreed to your request from last time, all right?" "My request from last time?" Lin Shuang pondered. Juzi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she indignantly added, "It's that poem you wrote, you lecherous master." "Really?" Lin Shuang suddenly recalled the conditions he had proposed last time, licking his lips. "As the chrysanthemums bloom by the eastern fence, I leisurely gaze at the southern mountains." Juzi shyly turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Shuang's gaze. He hurriedly said, "You should merge with the soul bone now. As long as you can withstand the energy it brings, you will perfectly integrate it." At this thought, Juzi hesitated. She was well aware of her own physical abilities, which were not very strong. One could even say they were frail, as her power was entirely reliant on medication. Could she truly withstand the energy within this soul bone? It shouldn't pose too great a problem, Lin Shuang reassured her. "You are already a soul king. At most, you may experience some pain during the fusion process, but there will be no real danger." "All right," Juzi nodded, reaching for the soul bone. "I will go to the training room to fuse with the soul bone." The two made their way to the training room, and Lin Shuang's calculations proved correct. The death magic spider was merely classified as a high-level soul beast and could not be considered a top-tier one. The gap compared to the dark golden terror claw bear was substantial. Merging with the death magic spider's soul bone would not entail significant danger. With her soul king level soul power, Juzi successfully merged with the soul bone, even enhancing her physique with the energy contained within it. Her soul power subsequently broke through from level 56 to 57. Juzi opened her eyes in excitement, but upon seeing Lin Shuang right before her, she felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Lin Shuang produced a syringe and a carton of milk, placing them beside her with a mischievous grin directed at Juzi. "Allow me to assist you in cleansing your body first," she said. Juzi bowed her head, her delicate form trembling slightly. She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Shuang's. And after a moment's hesitation, she gave a faint nod in agreement to proceed to the restroom for her cleansing. Lin Shuang, holding the item in her hand, led Juzi to the bathroom, where the young girl knelt on the floor. Chapter 59. A Clash of Ice and Fire? Naturally, Lin Shuang decided to postpone matters until the next day. She utilized an entire bucket of milk to assist Juzi in cleansing herself 4 times, ensuring she was completely clean. Unfortunately, after digesting the food, waste would still be produced, and Lin Shuang would need to continue aiding Juzi in her cleansing the following day. What transpired today merely served to acclimate Juzi to this sensation, preventing any discomfort on the morrow. Using the shower head, Lin Shuang washed away the grime from Juzi's body until it all flowed into the drain. Only then did she lift the delicate form of the young girl, who, though her eyes were vacant, retained clarity of mind and made no attempt to resist Lin Shuang's actions. After drying Juzi's body, Lin Shuang carried her back to the room. She refrained from subjecting Juzi to the torment of pleasure and, after covering her with a blanket, ventured outside to prepare the tools and setting for the ceremony scheduled for the following day. Lin Shuang descended into the basement of the villa, a space she had curated to indulge her darker inclinations. The basement was expansive, featuring 3 prison cells secured behind iron gates, accompanied by an array of tools nearby that made her click her tongue in appreciation. Within this subterranean chamber, there stood a refrigerator, its interior filled with ice cubes, while the cabinet beside it housed an assortment of implements and a modest supply of contraceptive pills devoid of side effects. Lin Shuang retrieved a bucket of milk, pouring it into several containers and placing them in the desolate expanse of the refrigerator's cooling compartment. She contemplated heating another bucket of milk but ultimately decided to postpone it until tomorrow, reasoning that she could enjoy the cold milk first, as the scalding hot milk would eventually temper to a more moderate warmth. After storing the milk, Lin Shuang harnessed the power of light elements to meticulously cleanse the dust from the basement, although it lacked the convenience of water elements, the light elements. Under Lin Shuang's precise control of her soul energy, made the task of tidying up quite effortless. Once the basement was immaculate, she departed for the grand hall on the first floor, where she sank into the sofa and laid out all the soul bones obtained from the demon forest, resulting in a small mountain forming on the table, eliciting a twitch at the corner of her mouth. After categorizing these soul bones with a simple classification, Lin Shuang produced a low-level storage soul guide and carefully placed 7 soul bones inside, intending to distribute them among the remaining 5 members and 2 substitutes of the current Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's representative team. The reason for selecting these 5 members and 2 substitutes was that Lin Shuang had claimed a spot for herself in the Sun and Moon team, replacing Chen Fei's brother Chenin with a substitute, while Orange also swapped the original food-type Soul Master, Xiaofeng. Apart from the 7 starters, the substitutes for the Sun and Moon team already included 4 Soul Kings. Although this group also encompassed the likes of Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen, they, like Lin Shuang and Orange, would only reveal their true strength when facing Shrek Academy. In other words, when contending with other academies. Even against the formidable Emperor Ao Academy led by Soul Emperor Jiangping, it was unlikely that the 4 of them would intervene. Nevertheless, Lin Shuang was committed to assisting the other 5 members of the Sun and Moon team, as well as the 2 substitutes stepping in for her and Orange. Soul bones were the most beneficial assets for them, and among the few things that could yield immediate results. Lin Shuang possessed nearly 30 soul bones, and bestowing one upon each of them would not seem excessively wasteful. The average age of these soul bones ranged between 20 to 30,000 years, primarily consisting of arm and leg bones. The only exception was the skull of the Demon Eye magic tree, which Lin Shuang had acquired from Shrek Academy for Ma Rulong. Having stored these soul bones in the soul guide, Lin Shuang retreated to her room, shedding her garments and embracing Orange as she gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Orange rose early to prepare breakfast, utilizing the meat of the dark gold terror claw bear from Lin Shuang's storage soul guide. Regrettably, despite having slain numerous soul beasts in the demon forest, Lin Shuang had not gathered their delectable flesh and blood. However, even if she had remembered, she might not have dared to do so. Ling Er had already consumed the souls of those soul beasts, likely reaching the tolerance limit of the kings within the demon forest. If Lin Shuang were to take their corpses, It would likely provoke the wrath of the kings dwelling in that realm. The soul beasts of the demon forest were predominantly evil soul masters, and their cultivation methods naturally involved the consumption of flesh, entrails, and blood, which expedited their training processes. In the sinister forest, Lin Shuang had slaughtered numerous soul beasts. However, with such an abundance of corpses, it would not be long before another wave of malevolent soul beasts would arise, fueled by these remains. After savoring a hearty meat porridge, Lin Shuang advised Juzi to rest well. Once noon approached and they had finished their meal, they would venture into the basement together. Upon hearing this, Juzi instinctively gulped, her trepidation mounting despite her ignorance of what lay within Lin Shuang's basement. Although she recognized that Lin Shuang was capable of unspeakable things, she questioned the necessity of descending into the basement for such endeavors. Understanding her predicament, she obediently nodded, having accepted all the gifts Lin Shuang had bestowed upon her. How could she possibly refuse his request? Yet, with a pitiful gaze, Juzi looked up at Lin Shuang and lamented, "But master, what if I am afraid of pain?" Lin Shuang's smile took on an eerie quality as she reassured, "Rest assured, I shall not behave in such a manner on the very first day. However, the latest it will occur is when I depart." Subsequently, a wave of anxiety washed over Juzi as she retreated to her room. While Lin Shuang retrieved several pieces of jade, employing elemental power to compress them into her desired forms. A total of 6 varieties of jade implements were prepared. Over the following days, Juzi would experience 1 jade implement each day. After she acclimated to the largest one, Lin Shuang planned to introduce her to a different kind of pleasure on the final day. Contemplating this, a wicked smile emerged in Lin Shuang's eyes as she utilized the teleportation ring to descend to the basement, placing the jade implements in the refrigerator. Although the combination of ice and fire would be more delightful, Lin Shuang feared that Juzi might suffer burns, thus depriving her of half the joy. Nevertheless, warm and chilled milk could still be considered a balance of extremes. One could argue that Juzi's joy remained intact. Chapter 60. The Challenge After Lunch at Noon. Lin Shuang took Juzi to the basement. Upon gazing at the 3 gleaming iron doors, a chill gripped Juzi's heart, nearly bringing her to tears. With a pitiful expression, she clutched Lin Shuang's arm and pleaded, "There must be another way. Can we not go outside?" "That simply won't do," Lin Shuang chuckled as she embraced Juzi. Juzi wore a look of utter dejection, which only fueled Lin Shuang's enthusiasm as she took Juzi's hand and led her to a chair, where she secured her in place. Lin Shuang gazed at Juzi's exceedingly short skirt, which, due to its brevity, offered an unobstructed view of her exquisite figure, prompting her to smirk in astonishment. Juzi's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. However, fortunately, her gaze was concealed by her magnificent bosom. Deciding to close her eyes, she chose to ignore Lin Shuang altogether. Lin Shuang approached Juzi from behind, deftly tying her hair into twin ponytails. This appearance, combined with her tender age of 16, evoked a myriad of thoughts. Juzi's youthful face flushed with a rosy hue, revealing a hint of shyness and an unrecognized sense of anticipation. Lin Shuang approached her, producing a syringe. She opened the refrigerator, retrieved a container filled with milk, and with a peculiar smile, stepped closer to the young girl. Amidst the girl's muffled groans, Lin Shuang proceeded with her intentions, sealing the outlet with a stopper. She then gazed at the orange's alternate entrance, an insidious thought arising within her. Lin Shuang's underperformance this time may be attributed to the presence of a blockage within Juzi. In merely an hour, she succumbed to defeat. However, Juzi's condition was far from ideal. Her hair was disheveled, and her body felt somewhat sticky due to perspiration. Lin Shuang exhaled deeply and approached Juzi, releasing the cork, allowing a torrent of water to surge forth. Once the flow began to subside, Lin Shuang moved to the container holding the milk. "No," Juzi exclaimed. Noticing Lin Shuang's intention to repeat the act, her voice tinged with desperation. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Lin Shuang felt a pang of sympathy and replied, "If it's not feasible, then let it be." Juzi remained silent, her gaze dropping shyly when she noticed the object beneath Lin Shuang. With a click of her tongue, Lin Shuang resolved to continue her relentless actions, yet she refrained from unleashing the full extent of her powers. Instead, she retrieved the set of jade implements, shattering the smallest one before procuring the second one. After inserting it, Lin Shuang unlocked Juzi's handcuffs, allowing her to stand, but cautioned, even while sleeping, "You must not remove it." In the ensuing days, Lin Shuang's methods grew increasingly ruthless. By the 4th day, after breaking the smallest jade implement, only 5 remained. Gazing at the largest one, Juzi felt a wave of trepidation and hastily remarked, "Actually, I can manage now." "Really?" Lin Shuang responded with surprise, but Juzi bent down, slowly extracting the jade implement. Observing the entrance that seemed reluctant to close, Lin Shuang chose to dive straight into the matter, having already entered a particular mindset. Juzi emitted a cry of pain, yet mingled within it was a hint of pleasure. With her immortal essence, Lin Shuang harbored no concerns about harming Juzi. It was only when Juzi's breaths grew labored that Lin Shuang conceded, and a purple glow enveloped Juzi, her wounds swiftly mending. Honestly, it didn't need to unfold this way. I just needed to adapt gradually, Juzi whispered, though Lin Shuang heard her clearly. A wicked smile spread across his lips as he lifted Juzi and exited the basement, stepping out into the villa's entrance. Lin Shuang's residence was situated in the outskirts, with all the surrounding land acquired by him, ensuring that no passerby would intrude upon their privacy. Amidst this scenario, Juzi felt an inexplicable thrill. Chapter 60. The second Super Douluo of the Sun and Moon Empire. After spending a week in close quarters with Juzi, the time swiftly passed. Lin Shuang's villa was well stocked with all daily necessities, and after bidding Juzi farewell that morning, he made his way towards Mingdu Hall. Lin Shuang arrived at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and observed Xiaoheng idly seated on the ground, standing at such a close distance. Were it not for Lin Shuang's understanding of his sinister nature, one might easily mistake him for an exquisitely handsome youth. Xiaoheng's large blue eyes sparkled brightly, and his tall, slender figure exuded an air of elegance. His hands were exceptionally fair and elongated, possessing a jade-like luster that even a girl would find difficult to match. He seemed particularly attentive to his hands, gazing at them as if they were the most exquisite works of art in the world, even while waiting for Lin Shuang. Until she finally appeared. I thought you scoundrel, wouldn't show up, Xiaoheng remarked, a wicked smile spreading across his face the moment Lin Shuang arrived. Lin Shuang smiled lightly, disregarding the words of Xiaoheng, and said, "Let us proceed to Mingdu Hall." With that, he made his way towards the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon. It is worth noting that Lin Shuang is also a student of this esteemed institution. Much like Juzi. However, due to their unique status, they often refrain from attending classes. The instructors, of course, see no issue with this, especially since the headmaster of the academy, Mirror Hongchen, serves as the master of Mingdu Hall. Frustrated, Xiaoheng clenched his teeth and quickly rose to follow Lin Shuang. Upon entering, Xiaoheng inquired, "By the way, when do you intend to give me that right arm soul bone from the 100,000 dark golden fearsome bear?" Lin Shuang paused, turning to face him, and said, "Before the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel competition, when you become a soul sage. Since you have arrived here, the Sun and Moon Empire shall undoubtedly be invincible." Lin Shuang was quite curious about what achievements Bei, who inherited the legacy of the fallen dragon god Douluo, would attain. Regardless of whether Hui Yuhao would be swayed by Lin Shuang, Bei would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary for Xiaoheng, a youthful incarnation of the dragon god Douluo, and a future leader among the Shrek 7 monsters. Lin Shuang held no doubts about Bei's innate talent. "This is what you claimed." Xiaoheng immediately felt a surge of joy, although it would take him several more years to break through to Soul Sage. Was his current body not also incapable of bearing this soul bone? Lin Shuang strolled along the path, contemplating the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition and the reformation of the Sun and Moon team, having successfully recruited the Emperor Beast. Alongside the formidable duo of Xiaoheng and Ming Hongchen, the Sun and Moon team would boast 3 Soul Sage-level powerhouses. At that juncture, the Shrek faction would stand little chance of victory unless Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong could unleash a 4-soul fusion technique. As for the notion that Lin Shuang had taken the Emperor Beast, it was merely the intertwining of their destinies. Lin Shuang felt a profound connection with the beast and smiled, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. Why dwell on trivialities? The Sun and Moon team was destined to triumph in this iteration of the competition. He harbored no doubts that, under the leadership of the defending champions, Xiaoheng and Ming Hongchen, who had consumed divine herbs, defeat was out of the question. On the other hand, the Holy Spirit Church boasted the talents of Linger and Yin Feng, both destined to become soul sages, along with the formidable Long Out Yin from the Body sect. Despite their impressive strength, they would ultimately succumb to the fusion techniques of Xiaoheng and Ming Hongchen. Regarding the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, Lin Shuang remained exceedingly confident. He did not believe anyone could rival him. Lin Shuang also intended to nurture Ma Rulong, whose formidable spirit beast, the great-headed spirit ape, was exceptionally suited to become a soul engineer. His soul skills were primarily focused on amplifying soul power, and coupled with his innate talent for researching soul-guiding devices, he undoubtedly posed a formidable threat. However, contemplating the composition of this year's Shrek Academy left Lin Shuang somewhat disheartened, although the arrangement appeared flawless. It was after their journey to the Mingdu mountain range that the true challenges would unveil themselves. Lin Shuang's heart swelled with pride. He had vanquished a Shrek team that could not even muster 7 Soul Kings. Despite the presence of 2 Soul Emperors among them, they remained unworthy adversaries in his eyes. However, if he were to be rendered nearly incapacitated by a mere specter of death, what merit lay in claiming victory over such a Shrek 7? Thus, Lin Shuang turned his attention to the likes of Xiao Hongchen and others, envisioning their triumph over the next iteration of the fully realized Shrek 7. In cultivating them, Lin Shuang found a unique avenue to defeat Shrek in spirit. The two arrived at the entrance of Mingdu Hall, where they gained entry into this Royal Research Institute of the Sun-Moon Empire, one of the 3 principal forces of Douluo Continent, through a fingerprint verification process. Upon entering, Lin Shuang beheld 3 9th-level Soul Masters seated on the hall's sofas, alongside the respectful Dream Hongchen standing behind Jing Hongchen. He could not help but smile and remarked, "It seems you all are well prepared." Wanfeng responded, "Little Lin Shuang, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Despite the words, her gaze lingered on Lin Shuang with evident satisfaction and delight. Likewise, after scanning the room, Lin Shuang's eyes settled on Wanfeng. Compared to their last encounter, where she appeared as an elderly woman, Wanfeng, the Fire Phoenix Douluo, now radiated the vitality of someone at least 30 years younger, resembling a captivating middle-aged woman in her 30s. Lin Shuang smiled and remarked, "It seems that Master Wanfeng has reaped significant rewards. Compared to the esteemed figures of Shrek Academy, Wanfeng undoubtedly appeared much younger. She was barely over 80 years old. However, due to her excessive consumption of potions to enhance her strength, combined with her status as a title Douluo, she had always maintained the visage of an elderly woman. With her soul power having recently broken through, her appearance naturally transformed. Furthermore, the remnants left by the potions she ingested, along with the mottled essence of her soul power, were entirely incinerated by the celestial phoenix blossom, purifying her soul power in the process. Casting a glance at Jing Hongchen and Yi Yulin, Wanfeng proudly declared, "Indeed, my gains are substantial. I am now confident that I can take on both of you single-handedly." At her words, Jing Hongchen and Yi Yulin could only respond with exasperation. Yet they found themselves unable to refute her statement, for it was rooted in truth. Long before Wanfeng fully refined the celestial phoenix blossom, they had engaged in sparring. The immense energy contained within the divine herb, coupled with its unique properties that enhanced Wanfeng's martial soul quality and improved her physique, had facilitated a remarkable breakthrough for her. If she were a rank 95 Super Douluo, she could barely contend with the 2 of them, both of whom were rank 9 Soul Engineers. However, should she ascend to rank 96, it would be effortless for her to dominate both rank 9 Soul Engineers. A smile graced the aged face of Yi Yulin as he turned to Lin Shuang and inquired, "Are we ready to depart?" Having witnessed Wanfeng's remarkable accomplishments, Yi Yulin held an even greater reverence for the so-called divine herb. Even though the Sunset Forest lay within the territory of the Tiando Empire, he could hardly contain his eagerness to venture there. Lin Shuang's lips twitched slightly. He longed to comment on how unattractive this starry sky Douluo's smile was. However, since the individual was his master's uncle, he could only nod and say, "If there are no objections, we may set off now." Chapter 61. Disputes in the Divine Realm. The Fire Phoenix Soul Master Legion, led by Wanfeng and the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, under Jing Hongchen's direction, had entrusted their responsibilities to others during this time. With Lin Shuang's arrival, the group decided it was time to depart. The 3 9th-level Soul Masters retrieved their flying soul devices, opting for 8th-level models as they had not deliberately studied high-grade soul devices. Jing Hongchen accompanied Xiao Hongchen. Yi Yulin took Lin Shuang, and Wanfeng was with Meng Hongchen. Thus, the 6 of them set forth, and with the speed of their 8th-level flying soul devices, they anticipated reaching the Sunset Forest by nightfall. The 8th-level soul devices allowed for rapid travel, especially under the control of the 3 9th-level Soul Masters, who were eager to locate the celestial herbs Lin Shuang had mentioned. They flew at full speed. As dusk fell, the group had crossed the borders of the Heavenly Soul Empire and arrived at the Sunset Forest. Due to the Heavenly Soul Empire's wariness of the Sun and Moon Empire, a title Douluo had been stationed at the camp where the 2 nations met. Unfortunately, his speed was insufficient to catch up with the group, so he hurried to the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire to relay the news, subsequently tracking their path in the direction they had flown. Entering the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire so conspicuously from the borders of the Sun and Moon Empire, while utilizing such high-grade flying soul devices, caused nationwide alertness in the Heavenly Soul Empire. Several title Douluos had already been dispatched to the border, An envoy sent to the other two major empires and Shrek Academy to explain the situation. As the involved parties, the three ninth-level soul masters landed in the heart of the Sunset Forest. Although they were aware of the tumult their actions would incite, they deemed the Heavenly Soul Empire insignificant. Upon landing, Jing Hanshan produced a triangular metallic soul device, infused it with soul power, and cast it forth, transforming it into an enormous tent upon touching the ground. "It seems you arrived before us," Yi Yulin remarked with a sense of wonder. Jing Hanshan beamed with pride, replying, "Not at all. I have yet to take that crucial step myself. In the Sun and Moon Empire, the definition of a 10th-level soul device is a spatial soul device. During his unsuccessful research on spatial soul devices, Jing Hanshan had created this spatial tent through the study of soul formation arrays. Although it appeared to be a standard soul device tent, it employed spatial arrays and was an 8th-level soul device with formidable defensive capabilities. A requirement for a 10th-level soul master is to become a super Douluo. Lin Shuang reminded the group that Su Wenji, the vice leader of the Royal Worship Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire and a royal ancestor, was a 9th-level half-soul master. Upon his ascension to Super Douluo, he would likely become a 10th-level soul master. The limitations faced by many 9th-level soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire were not due to their abilities, but rather the lack of guidance and the difficulties posed by using medicinal substances at a young age, which hindered their cultivation and prevented them from becoming Super Douluos. Consequently, they were unable to create 10th-level soul devices. "It appears I have once again outpaced you," Wan Feng declared proudly. This made Jing Hanshan and Yi Yulin exchange glances, yet neither dared to speak up, knowing they could not compete with Wan Feng. However, the talent of a soul master lies not only in the mastery of mental power, but also in the boundless creativity of thought, Lin Shuang remarked. In truth, the 10th-level soul master corresponds to the extreme Douluo. One must ponder whether a soul device capable of combating an extreme Douluo can indeed be classified as a 10th-level soul device. Lin Shuang's words plunged the three 9th-level soul masters into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanshan and Ming Hanshan were clinging to a tree, violently retching, clearly unable to acclimate to such speed. During their flight, they had even fainted on multiple occasions. Observing their disheveled states, Lin Shuang chuckled, remarking that the most crucial task at hand was still to locate the Eye of Ice and Fire, which would grant the soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire the opportunity to ascend to Super Douluo. The three nodded, suppressing the thoughts swirling in their minds. Though a spark of inspiration had briefly ignited, they still considered themselves young and believed that they had time to achieve breakthroughs in their lifetimes. Before long, Xiao Hanshan and Ming Hanshan returned after their bout of vomiting, and in comparison to Ming Hanshan, who was nestled comfortably in Lin Shuang's embrace, Xiao Hanshan appeared rather pitiful. The esteemed young master of the Hanshan family was now tasked with hunting, and soon, he would even have to prepare a meal. If not for Lin Shuang's reputation at the Royal Academy of Soul Masters of the Sun and Moon being nearly on par with his own, and the fact that Xiao Hanshan held considerable leverage over him, he would have considered recording a video of Xiao Hanshan's culinary endeavors to sell to the students of the academy. Nonetheless, Lin Shuang still captured a video for posterity, which elicited laughter from the three 9th-level soul masters, even causing Ming Hanshan to chuckle softly in Lin Shuang's arms. As for Xiao Hanshan, despite his desire to express indignation, he could only obediently continue dealing with the corpses of the soul beasts under the watchful eyes of Jing Hanshan, Yi Yulin, and Wan Feng. In the divine realm, a voice filled with fury echoed, and a silver light flickered, revealing a graceful figure outside the Sea God Temple. Her gaze was icy as she confronted the man, questioning. The Silver Moon Martial Soul and the Sun Martial Soul bear no affinity with your Azura God's domain. Why did you invest your seed in him? Tang San, somewhat perplexed, sensed an anomaly and pondered why there was an awakening of the killing god domain on the Douluo Continent, particularly since he had not left behind a legacy. How then could this awakening have occurred? Noticing Tang San's silence, the enchanting figure seethed. My brother's divine position has scarcely encountered an exceptional successor. Yet it is obstructed by your seed. Tang San replied, I am not well versed in the matters of the killing god domain, but his Silver Moon Martial Soul is undergoing a mutation. I can initiate the Azura God's trial. You, the Moon Goddess, erupted in anger, unleashing a surge of divine power imbued with a thread of divine consciousness that ventured to the Douluo Continent, landing in the Sunset Forest. Let me see what choice he will make, the Moon Goddess remarked in a detached tone. Chapter 62. 10,000 Years of Soul Beasts. After consuming the barely palatable roasted meat prepared by Xiao Hanshan, the three 9th-level soul masters retreated into the tent to replenish their energy. Although the Sunset Forest was not as vast as the Star Do Great Forest, It also harbored soul beasts that were 10,000 years old. Watching Meng Hongchen snuggling in Lin Shuang's embrace, Xiao Hongchen couldn't help but join them in the tent. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang, who was whispering sweet nothings to Meng Hongchen, suddenly perceived a silvery light appear in his sea of spirit. However, the killing god domain involuntarily erupted, extinguishing that silvery glow within the confines of Lin Shuang's spiritual realm. Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he erupted in furious exclamation, "Tang San! How dare you!" The inheritance of two divine beings, both of which were first-tier deities, slipped through his fingers solely due to Tang San, a fact that was utterly unacceptable to Lin Shuang, even though his initial aspiration was to attain the divine position of another deity. The consecutive blessings of two first-tier divine entities evaded him due to the domain of the god of slaughter. This was infuriating beyond compare. More so than when Hui Yuhao was denied the divine inheritance after receiving the favor of the god of life, only to be obstructed by Emperor Tian. In the divine realm, the blue-haired man with the center part appeared utterly speechless. However, upon witnessing the moon goddess, who could not contain her laughter, he abandoned any thoughts of intervening to assist Lin Shuang with the transformation of his silver moon martial soul. The moon goddess quickly regained her composure, casting a dispassionate glance at Tang San before departing the sea god hall. As she gazed towards the Douluo Continent, her attention gradually settled on Shrek Academy. A glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes as yet another surge of divine energy descended upon the institution. On the Douluo Continent, with Lin Shuang's furious outburst echoing, Meng Hongchen couldn't help but wonder if the one he was addressing was indeed Tang San, the sea god from a millennium ago associated with Shrek Academy. At that moment, Wang Dong emerged from the tent, eyeing Lin Shuang and gritting her teeth. "While you're indulging in romance with your little girlfriend, why are you shouting in the sunset forest? Afraid you won't attract a formidable soul beast?" Lin Shuang took a deep breath to calm her emotions and gazed at Wang Dong, saying, "That place is exceedingly mysterious. If we could summon a soul beast that has existed for 10,000 years, it might indeed yield information about that location." Wang Dong furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you certain?" Lin Shuang curled her lip and remarked, "Given your strength, even if all the 10,000-year soul beasts from the sunset forest were to converge, they would hardly pose a challenge to you, and perhaps I could gather a complete set of soul bones." Wang Feng's lips twitched. Yet she found Lin Shuang's assertion somewhat reasonable, prompting her to unleash her soul power aura. For the soul beast overlord, who placed great importance on territorial awareness, this was undeniably a provocation. "Wang Feng, what madness has possessed you?" Yi Yulin emerged from the tent with an unfriendly expression, followed closely by the bemused Jing Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen, the duo of grandmother and granddaughter. Wang Feng replied with nonchalance, "Lin Shuang suggested that I release my soul power aura to summon the 10,000-year soul beasts, subdue them, and lead us to that location." At her words, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips in response. However, bolstered by their confidence in their own abilities, they refrained from further comment. Only Xiao Hongchen approached Lin Shuang and inquired, "What folly are you indulging in?" Lin Shuang cast a frantic glance towards Wang Feng, eager to shift the blame onto her. Xiao Hongchen, understanding the unspoken message, nodded and stood silently beside Lin Shuang. Meng Hongchen stifled a laugh, but Lin Shuang noticed and promptly pushed her hand away, silencing her laughter. This action left Xiao Hongchen fuming, but she had no choice but to turn away. Jing Hongchen, sensing the gravity of the situation, retracted his soul-guiding tent, his expression slightly tense. The emergence of a 100,000-year soul beast was no trivial matter, although they were confident in their capabilities. Caution was wise in the sunsetting forest. "Let me have a go," Lin Shuang suddenly suggested with a smile. The 100,000-year soul beast was indeed formidable. Yet Lin Shuang's mental strength had reached an astonishing level. Under the influence of her mental prowess, battling a soul beast of such age was not beyond the realm of possibility. "No," Wang Feng declared decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. She even cast a threatening glance at Yi Yulin and Jing Hongchen, as if to warn them that if Lin Shuang engaged the 100,000-year soul beast, she would take them on as well. In light of Wang Feng's intimidating gaze, both Jing Hongchen and Yi Yulin refrained from further comment. Even though Lin Shuang wished to assert herself, she ultimately yielded to Wang Feng's unyielding presence and abandoned her desire to test her strength. The group gradually took their positions, with Lin Shuang standing alongside Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, while Wang Feng positioned herself alone on the other side, preparing to confront the 100,000-year soul beast. After a few minutes, a thunderous sound echoed, as if a terrifying soul beast were approaching. The ground trembled, and curiosity piqued among Lin Shuang and her companions. What kind of soul beast could it be? As a shadow emerged, trees nearby toppled, evidently struck down by the massive creature. They soon discerned its form, a rhinoceros, the earth-rampaging rhinoceros, a soul beast of formidable lineage known for its power, second only to the titan giant ape. Wielding the might of the earth itself, the 100,000-year earth-rampaging rhinoceros was nearly as powerful as a super Douluo. But its defeat was inevitable against a super Douluo ranked as a level 9 soul master. Humans, leave the sunsetting forest, the rhinoceros king spoke with an indifferent tone. Having sensed the strength of the humans before it, thus restraining its urge to attack. Fire Phoenix blazing the prairie. Wang Dong summoned the Fire Phoenix sword, and a sheath-like object appeared, amplifying the sword's power once more. As the Fire Phoenix sword descended, the temperature soared. Flames morphing into a resplendent Fire Phoenix that soared towards the Rhinoceros King. A flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the earth-rampaging rhinoceros, but it could not evade. It stomped its feet, causing stone walls to rise, enhancing its defenses with the power of the earth, attempting to shield itself from Wang Dong's assault. However, its strongest defense melted under the searing heat of the Fire Phoenix, allowing the fiery bird to land upon it, letting out a pained roar. The creature's massive body was drenched in blood, a charred scent wafting through the air. "Assist me in a task, and I shall spare your life," Wang Dong stated with a calm demeanor, her gaze devoid of surprise at her own strength. "What do you intend to do?" the earth-rampaging rhinoceros asked, enduring its pain as it stood. Clearly, the overwhelming power displayed by Wang Dong compelled it to comply. No creature wished for death, not even a 100,000-year soul beast. The notion of discarding its dignity and colluding with humans seemed more palatable than meeting its demise. Chapter 63. The spineless 100,000-year soul beast witnessing the earth-rampaging rhinoceros's lack of resolve. The group exchanged incredulous glances. Yet, the intelligence of a 100,000-year soul beast was not to be underestimated. It could very well be a ruse. Even with 3 formidable individuals surpassing the rhinoceros in strength, the perception of Lin Shuang, Xiaoheng Chun, and Ming Hong Chun as weaklings could sway the beast's decision. The earth-rampaging rhinoceros knelt before them, prompting the group to stifle their reactions. Wang Dong leapt onto its back, and with the protection of Yu Lin and Jing Hongchen, Lin Shuang and her slightly weaker siblings followed suit. Once all 6 were mounted, Wang Dong turned to Lin Shuang and inquired, "Where might those celestial herbs be found?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang pondered, striving to recall the location of the ice and fire duality and asked, "Is there a mysterious swamp within the sunsetting forest? A place filled with colorful toxins, where the Biphosphor 7 absolute flower and even the Biphosphor 9 absolute flower grow?" The earth-rampaging rhinoceros nodded eagerly. "I know of that place. Due to its unique environment, few soul beasts, apart from toxic types, venture there." Although it initially hesitated to reveal certain information, it eventually added, "Within lies a powerful Biphosphor snake emperor, said to have transcended the heavenly tribulation, ruling as the true sovereign of the sunsetting forest." Though the revelation of a tribulation-surviving Biphosphor snake emperor surprised the group, Wang Dong remained undeterred, asserting, "No matter, simply lead us there." Aware of the formidable beings riding upon its back, the earth-rampaging rhinoceros complied, moving in the indicated direction. Though Lin Shuang couldn't help but wince at the sight of its wounds. Summoning radiant elements, Lin Shuang focused on expelling the fire elements clinging to the rhinoceros's injuries. Despite the limited effect, the gentle nature of the light elements offered some comfort to its wounds. Although the earth-rampaging rhinoceros was only temporarily submissive, its strength was such that even if it betrayed them, the consequences would be negligible. They could simply have Wang Dong unleash another Fire Phoenix blazing the prairie. While the earth-rampaging rhinoceros's pace was not rapid, its immense size ensured a steady ride for the group. Ming Hongchen even produced a bottle of juice. "What level is your soul power now?" Lin Shuang asked Ming Hongchen. "Level 47, she replied with a charming smile, sipping her juice. "Level 47? Lin Shuang nodded thoughtfully. "The origin of the ice and fire duality lay in the demise of the first ice and fire dragon king, with its dragon bones buried beneath, a presence rivaling a level 1 deity. Should Ming Hongchen consume the ice and fire dragon spirit grass at the center of the ice and fire duality she could tap into the residual power of the ice and fire dragon king, significantly enhancing her innate abilities. However, this came with potential drawbacks. Her soul fusion technique with Xiao Hongchen might be rendered obsolete. Yet, when weighed against the power of the ice and fire dragon king, such a technique seemed trivial. This presented a choice of bonds. Unlike the 2 from 10,000 years hence, who chose to abandon greater strength for companionship. Ming Hongqin and Xiao Hongqin were siblings by blood. Nonetheless, this was merely Lin Shuang's speculation. If Ming Hongqin merely sought to refine the ice and fire dragon spirit grass using the power of the ice and fire duality Lin Shuang would do his utmost to assist her in acquiring powerful soul rings. In Lin Shuang's plans, the flame almond blossom and the 8-angle profound ice grass from the ice and fire duality would undoubtedly become Ming Hongqin's soul rings. At present, Lin Shuang pondered what celestial herbs would benefit his companions. Jing Hongqin's soul weapon was not particularly strong, merely an ordinary toad. Yet he had still advanced to this level. Lin Shuang's desire was not merely to undergo a transformation of his martial soul, but rather to unleash the terrifying potential that had enabled him to cultivate to the level of a tidal Douluo with an ordinary martial soul. Coupled with the attributes of the beast martial soul, Lin Shuang intended to consume the wondrous herb, the Qirong Tongdianju, to enhance both his physique and soul power. Under the formidable medicinal properties of the Qirong Tongdianju, he was certain to attain a breakthrough to the level of Super Douluo. As for Yi Yulin, it goes without saying that the Star Luo Spirit Pearl was exceptionally suitable for him, thus requiring no further deliberation. The remaining individuals were only Xiao Hongqin and Lin Shuang himself. Wan Feng had already consumed the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, and Ming Hongqin had received the Ice Fire Dragon Lingji after Lin Shuang signing in. Xiao Hongqin's 3-legged golden toad martial soul possessed metallic qualities, and as a divine beast martial soul, it was inherently unique, making it quite arduous to find a suitable herb that resonated with him. In the original work, there existed no herb that could be deemed particularly compatible with Xiao Hongqin. Consequently, Lin Shuang could only select a single herb that would benefit Xiao Hongqin, which was the 8-petal immortal orchid, known for its ability to clear meridians and establish a solid foundation. For those soul masters with limited potential, the significance of this herb was even more pronounced. Thus, Lin Shuang decided against allowing Xiao Hongqin to consume this herb directly. Instead, he would concoct a potion using other herbs from the Ice Fire 2 instruments to enhance Xiao Hongqin's strength by tapping into his potential. And only afterwards would he consume the 8-petal immortal orchid. With this strategy, it was conceivable that Xiao Hongqin's power could even reach the level of Soul Emperor in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. Lastly, there remained Lin Shuang himself. He was indeed tempted to consume the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, yet he was acutely aware of his own disposition. It would be wiser to bring this herb back to the Sun Moon Empire for Zhuzi. This also served as a test for Zhuzi. Should she succeed in causing the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong to fall from the Wuju stone, her status in Lin Shuang's heart would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. Conversely, if the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong failed to descend, Lin Shuang would refrain from being excessively cruel, yet his gentler side towards Zhuzi would be irrevocably diminished. The rationale was simple. Although Zhuzi harbored deep-seated grievances, she was also a person governed by emotions. And Lin Shuang worried that her impulsiveness might lead her to commit actions that would vex him deeply. Thus, when he was 16, following an incident where the 13-year-old Zhuzi provoked him, she ultimately surrendered herself to him. Chapter 64. The Battle Against the Earth-Mad Rhinoceros. The group gradually arrived at the edge of the swamp, where the Earth-Mad Rhinoceros came to a halt and addressed those upon its back. This is the only swamp in the setting sun forest that harbors a colorful poisonous miasma. Within lies the Bailin Snake Emperor, who has transcended the heavenly tribulation. I can only take you thus far. At the moment its words fell, Wan Feng brandished the Fire Phoenix sword, with the 9th-level soul guide that resembled a sheath reattaching itself. Phoenix Divine Fire. The Fire Phoenix sword ignited with the flames of the phoenix, reaching temperatures that approached the pinnacle of the flames achieved by Lin Shuang and Wuing during their martial soul fusion technique. Though it still fell short of that ultimate level, the Fire Phoenix sword plunged into the Earth-Mad Rhinoceros's spine, causing its body to stiffen instantaneously. Unable to mount any resistance before its spine shattered, and it fell heavily to the ground. The others standing upon its back did not express the slightest surprise. As it fell, they leapt to nearby trees. Humans, you lack integrity. The Earth-Mad Rhinoceros bellowed, unleashing a surge of colossal soul power characteristic of a century-old soul beast, miraculously rising again due to its formidable physique. How could I possibly abandon the 10,000-year soul bone and soul ring right before my eyes? Wan Feng chuckled, then turned to Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. In that case, Master Wan Feng, allow me to confront this beast. The earth-raging rhinoceros' gaze was ablaze with fury, its soul power beginning to surge violently. As a top-tier soul beast, the earth-raging rhinoceros not only wielded the power of the earth but also possessed the innate ability to enter a state of frenzy. with a fierce roar. It glared at Lin Shuang, its eyes icy and resolute. Wan Feng had already dismounted from its back, standing beside Ming Hongchen, as intently fixed on Lin Shuang, ever ready to intervene. With a sudden crack, the ground fractured, revealing an unfathomable chasm beneath Lin Shuang's feet. Lin Shuang did not succumb to the chasm. Instead, he harnessed his mental prowess, utilizing his corporeal spiritual force to soar through the air, exuding a terrifying aura that rivaled that of the earth-shattering behemoth. Meanwhile, within the fissure, a barrage of stone spears, imbued with boundless lethality, surged forth, aiming for Lin Shuang. Yet, as they neared him, they shattered into dust, descending back into the abyss. Was this a final, futile struggle in the twilight of defeat? A sneer graced Lin Shuang's lips as the blood-stained silver moon martial spirit manifested behind him, the fifth soul ring shimmering with brilliance. In an instant, Lin Shuang ascended above the earth-shattering behemoth. Against such an adversary, endowed with formidable area control capabilities, Lin Shuang's fifth soul skill was undeniably divine, allowing him to escape the grasp of his opponent in the blink of an eye. The domain of the god of death, the Crimson Moon. In an instant, Lin Shuang's silver moon martial soul was enveloped in crimson. This was his inaugural attempt to merge the god of death domain with the silver moon martial soul, yet he was taken aback by the unexpected ease of the process. With a soft sound, akin to a deflation, the silver moon martial soul did not shatter. Instead, it gradually diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a crescent blade that plunged towards the spine of the earth-crazed beast. In Lin Shuang's eyes, a crimson hue filled with murderous intent enveloped his spiritual realm. However, at the moment the blood moon was unleashed, his gaze regained clarity, and his hair transformed into an otherworldly shade of blood red, rendering him akin to a deity of death. The earth-shattering roar of the earth-wild rhinoceros echoed in anguish, its eyes gradually losing their luster, before it collapsed to the ground, emanating a vibrant crimson aura that rivaled Lin Shuang's earlier domain of slaughter. Lin Shuang walked slowly to the carcass of the earth-rampant rhino and sat cross-legged before it, showing no signs of meditation. Behind him, the blood-red moon transformed into a sun, its scorching heat seemingly incinerating the lingering murderous aura, allowing the nearby onlookers to exhale in relief. As Lin Shuang closed his eyes, the sun martial soul began to draw in the soul ring of the earth-rampant rhino effortlessly, merging it into the essence of the sun martial soul. Within the depths of Lin Shuang's spiritual sea, the earth-rampant rhino materialized, its expression frenzied as it gazed at Lin Shuang's spiritual essence. However, confronted with Lin Shuang's terrifying mental prowess, Lin Shuang's spiritual body manifested, and with a mere wave of his hand, the earth-rampant rhino was obliterated, even its final remnants dissipating in that moment. As the remnants of the earth-rampant rhino faded away, Lin Shuang seamlessly integrated the 100,000-year soul ring, undoubtedly finding the process considerably less taxing. The first to approach him, Wan Feng, also sighed in relief. The ease with which Lin Shuang resolved the mental assault suggested that his integration of the soul ring would pose little challenge. Wan Feng's gaze shifted to the approaching figures, but soon returned to Lin Shuang, her eyes becoming entranced as she murmured, "He resembles him so closely." Jing Hongchen and Yi Yulin exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They were acutely aware of whom Wan Feng referred to, Lin Shuang's father, the genius who had once captured the admiration of both the disciples of the Silver Moon Douluo and his daughter. The current Lin Shuang's talents evidently surpassed those of his father, and observing his features evoked memories of that prodigy, who, despite possessing an ordinary martial soul, had forged ahead and developed a 9th-level soul guide with soul power on par with a soul Douluo. Had he not sought the divine in the legends of Douluo Continent over a decade ago, bringing Lin Shuang's mother to the endless sea in pursuit of the sea god island, which was said to harbor the sea goddess legacy? These two 9th-level soul guides would not have met their demise in the ocean. Wan Feng's admiration for Lin Shuang's father was well understood by them. Witnessing Lin Shuang brimming with the same vigor as his father once did, Jing Hongchen cast a glance at her granddaughter and sighed quietly. After observing Lin Shuang for a moment, Wan Feng returned to her usual demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. She wielded the Fire Phoenix sword and approached the carcass of the earth-rampant rhino, attempting to dissect it, but found no soul bones. Instead, the rhino's horn erupted with formidable soul power, detaching and merging seamlessly above Lin Shuang's head. Chapter 65. The Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor It approaches, Yi Yulin remarked, gazing toward the marsh. He addressed the group, casting a glance at Lin Shuang, who was still integrating the soul ring. Jing Hongchen stepped beside him, raising a barrier that enveloped both Lin Shuang and the nearby Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen. "I will employ the red dust protection," Jing Hongchen assured, to ensure Lin Shuang remains undisturbed by your forthcoming battle. As for confronting the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, I must leave that to you too. Ye Yulin nodded, conjuring the Sun and Moon Divine Needle in his hand, directing his gaze toward the colossal silhouette gradually emerging. A green-hued phantom of the Snake Emperor coiled in midair, stretching over 100 meters, its size rivaling that of the Earth-rampant rhino, as it flicked its crimson tongue. Eyes glinting with murderous intent. Hiss. The Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor emitted a chilling hiss, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of 7-colored venom. Recognizing the energy emanating from its attack, Ye Yulin identified it as a power derived from the long-term consumption of the Phosphor 7 Absolute Flower. This terrifying toxin was something even ordinary titled Douluos would hesitate to confront head-on. But who was he? The Starry Sky Douluo, a 9th-level soul master of the Sun and Moon Empire. A massive silver light surged into the sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. It quickly ascended into the heights. As the silver orb stabilized above, a beam of silver light descended, landing before Ye Yulin. The Starry Sky Douluo raised his hands in a supporting gesture. Instantly, a pale golden sphere materialized within the silver light, its diameter measuring a full meter, rising slowly like a radiant sun. As it ascended, it radiated brilliance, intertwining with the silver orb in the sky until it reached its vicinity. The two spheres resonated in the air, orbiting an enigmatic center and weaving a larger golden and silver orb. With the rise of the Sun and Moon Divine Needle, Ye Yulin's mental strength soared alongside it, his vision expanding exponentially as his spiritual power continued to amplify. High above, the Sun and Moon Divine Needle began to rotate, while Ye Yulin's soul power was consumed at an astonishing rate. The 7-colored venom approached, but Luan Feng struck with her sword, and at the moment of contact, the fire phoenix clashed with the venom, disintegrating even as it evaporated. The golden and silver spheres in the sky resembled a colossal dual-colored eye, coldly surveying the ground in search of its target. The Sun and Moon Divine Needle, one of the most elite 9th-level soul guides, had stringent requirements for its use, needing to absorb the essence of the Sun and Moon for 3 days before activation. Moreover, it consumed vast amounts of soul power during deployment. After 3 attacks, it required recharging through the absorption of solar and lunar essence. However, it was precisely due to these demanding requirements that this super soul guide wielded such terrifying power. Higher demands equated to greater destructive capability, and in Ye Yulin's hands, its unleashed force could severely wound even this formidable beast. The Sun and Moon Divine Needle's most notable feature was its all-attribute destruction. Under the illumination of the Sun and Moon, any defensive attribute would falter against it. Furthermore, it executed piercing attacks, with a coverage range of 30 kilometers. What a terrifying might it possessed. Previously, Ye Yulin's strength was indeed comparable to that of Jing Hongqian and Luan Feng, but with the exceptional 9th-level soul guide, the Sun and Moon Divine Needle, paired with his top-tier Starry Sky Martial Soul, his power had reached an astonishing zenith. However, under the guidance of Lin Shuang's suggestions and the Silver Moon Douluo's insights, Ye Yulin had developed a new 9th-level soul guide, the Silver Moon Divine Needle, the union of Sun and Moon, the Sun and Moon Divine Needle. Among the numerous 9th-level soul guides of the Sun and Moon Empire, stood second only to the Silver Moonlight Shield, even rivaling the Sun Soul Guide, revered as a national treasure. Sun and Moon Piercing. The golden and silver radiance descended, and a flicker of apprehension crossed the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor's eyes as it coiled tightly, gathering strength to counter the Sun and Moon Divine Needle. With its immense size, it could withstand the attack from other angles, but as a proud beast, it refused to retreat. Hiss. A dark green divine power manifested behind it, revealing the dragon bloodline hidden within, which it summoned forth, shaping it with soul power to confront the Sun and Moon Divine Needle. It was utterly futile. Its head was pierced in an instant. Ye Yulin gasped for breath. Unleashing such a powerful strike had not come without cost, yet compared to the severely wounded Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, his condition was undoubtedly far superior. Spare its life. Luan Feng flew to Ye Yulin's side, glancing at Lin Shuang. With his strength, merging with another 10,000-year beast soul ring should be within reach, correct? Indeed. Ye Yulin nodded. Observing the struggling yet timid by Lin's Snake Emperor, he suddenly found himself unable to predict Lin Shuang's future. Initially, he had calculated that Lin Shuang might reach the level of his mentor, the Silver Moon Douluo. However, it now appeared that Lin Shuang's potential could even surpass that of the Silver Moon Douluo. What transformations might Lin Shuang bring to this continent if he were to exceed the Silver Moon Douluo, a 10th-level soul engineer? Yulin did not contemplate ascension to divinity. But as a 10th-level soul engineer of ultimate prowess, he gazed towards the Star Dough Forest, pondering whether Shuang could challenge the beast god in the future. It was certainly not an impossible feat. 9 blood-red soul rings were an unprecedented phenomenon on the Douluo Continent. If Shuang were to possess such a soul ring configuration, with the soul power from the fusion of the soul rings, reaching his limits would be entirely feasible. The Earthquake Rhinoceros and by Lin Snake Emperor would serve as stepping stones for Shuang's ascent to greatness. Yulin surveyed the surroundings, realizing that the Sunset Forest likely still harbored numerous century-old soul beasts, which could assist Shuang in acquiring their soul rings. Even if the attributes of these century-old soul beasts did not perfectly align with Shuang's Sun Martial Soul, the value of the century-old soul rings was undeniable. They would provide a greater enhancement compared to the 1,000-year soul rings that might be more compatible. Chapter 66, Soul Ring Storage Device Roar. The Bailin Snake Emperor suddenly emitted a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, as a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from its back and claws emerged from its abdomen. It was undergoing forced evolution. Jing Hongqin was the first to notice the anomaly in the Bailin Snake Emperor. Meanwhile, clouds in the sky began to coalesce into ominous formations, birthing the power of thunder and lightning. At the moment its bloodline forcibly transformed. It had reached 200,000 years of age. Wang Dong gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with fury. The Bailin Snake Emperor's aura was extremely unstable. The forced transformation placed a tremendous burden on it, risking a backlash from its bloodline at any moment. Coupled with its current severe injuries, it was on the brink of demise. Its purpose was crystal clear, to prevent them from acquiring its soul rings, which only fueled Wan Feng's anger. Nevertheless, obtaining a piece of the fierce beast's toxic dragon soul bone would be a significant prize. Yulin, however, felt little concern with their strength. They could simply seek out other century-old soul beasts for Shuang, making the loss of the Bailin Snake Emperor inconsequential. Yulin and Wang Dong slowly approached Jing Hongqin, intending to witness the scene of this fierce beast undergoing tribulation. With Jing Hongqin's protection, their safety was maximized. They need not fear the dying backlash of the Bailin Snake Emperor, which at this moment should rightly be referred to as the Poison Dragon. Its eerie aura resembled the power awakened in Linger after consuming the dark magic Nether Flower, thus it ought to be called the Nether Poison Dragon. Roar. The Nether Poison Dragon let out a furious roar, gazing resentfully at the heavenly tribulation above. As a soul beast, why must it endure such calamities? It unleashed a spray of 9-colored venom at the thunderclouds in the sky. The first bolt of heavenly tribulation descended but was corroded by the venom, even causing the toxic liquid to mix with the thundercloud. The Nether Poison Dragon, being a true dragon, possessed terrifyingly potent toxins. A flicker of apprehension crossed Jing Hongqin's eyes. Could the red dust protection truly withstand such a horrific toxin? Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck, searing the Nether Poison Dragon's body and charred a deep gash into its massive form, causing it to writhe in agony. It let out a pained roar, and as it thrashed, mud from the swamp splattered in all directions. Yet upon hitting the energy shield formed by the red dust protection, it hissed and began to erode the protective energy. The blood of the Nether Poison Dragon spilled into the swamp, endowing the splattered mud with a terrifying toxin. Jing Hongqin remarked, his gaze still calm, if the energy shield generated by his red dust protection could be so easily corroded, then his proud creation would be somewhat lacking in merit. As bolts of lightning continued to strike down, the aura of the Nether Poison Dragon gradually weakened, its struggles ceasing as it lay in the swamp, casting a derisive glance at the onlookers. "Want to die? Then allow me to fulfill that wish." Earthly power. Suddenly, the soul power shield of the red dust protection dissipated, and in an instant, the Nether Poison Dragon spewed forth a mouthful of toxic blood towards the group, while countless stones shot up from the swamp, piercing through the Nether Poison Dragon's body. The fierce beast's eyes began to lose their luster, a hint of red rising within, glimmering with a golden light. Fire Phoenix ignites the plains. The strongest among the 6, the Fire Phoenix Douluo, struck once more, blocking the Nether Poison Dragon's dying counterattack as the terrifying Fire Phoenix incinerated its vital toxic blood. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a clear sky, though moments ago it had appeared quite dim under the cover of the storm. Shuang stood beside the crowd, her gaze reminiscent of a spectral venomous dragon, mockingly fixed upon its lifeless form. It appeared she had acquired formidable powers. Wang Dong chuckled, observing the pristine white rhinoceros horn adorning Shuang's forehead. Shuang brushed her fingers against the small horn atop her head, though it was undeniably unappealing. The power it bestowed as a soul bone of 100,000 years was indisputable. Are you confident in merging this soul ring? Yu Yulin inquired. Despite Lin Shuang's successful integration of the 100,000-year soul ring, the soul rings derived from ferocious beasts did not guarantee a successful fusion. And Yu Yulin was not particularly keen on having Lin Shuang take that risk. Then why didn't you eliminate this creature beforehand? Lin Shuang retorted, exasperated. Jing Hongqian sighed, placing her hand on her forehead, and replied, "It was precisely because we wished for you to merge its soul ring. Who could have anticipated that this beast would forcibly undergo a bloodline metamorphosis, extending its age to 200,000 years and transforming into a ferocious beast?" Lin Shuang's lips twitched slightly as she produced a cylindrical object, shaking it before the crowd. Surely, the young master hasn't forgotten to provide you with this, has he? Wan Feng and Yi Yulin exchanged glances, as their junior brother, Xian Ziwen, had indeed shared the soul ring storage device with them. However, since they had no need to store soul rings, it never crossed their minds to consider such an item. Lin Shuang soared towards the lifeless form of the nether poison dragon, employing a soul ring storage device to draw forth the golden-ringed soul rings, absorbing them within. After attuning to the remnants of the dragon, a frown creased her brow. She summoned the blood moon sword and pierced the carcass, extracting several bones from its torso. These bones, including ribs and the sternum, were the sturdy remnants of a powerful dragon-type soul beast. It was certain that the nether poison dragon would yield robust skeletal remains, undoubtedly possessing the bones of its upper body as soul bones. At the moment these bones transformed into soul bones, they diminished significantly in size, reshaping themselves into the semblance of human bones. Lin Shuang stowed them within her storage soul guide, then retreated a short distance to retrieve a fixed soul guide cannon launcher. She produced an 8th-level freezing shell and aimed it at the dragon's corpse, launching it forth. Among the soul guide shells, those with special attributes reached a maximum level of 8. The 9th level remained elusive, thus compelling Lin Shuang to utilize this precious freezing shell, valued at over 1 million gold soul coins, to claim the remains of the nether poison dragon. Chapter 67. The Eyes of Ice and Fire. After securing the soul bones, soul rings, and the dragon's remains, the group of 6 ventured into the marsh under the protection of the red dust. All utilized flight soul guides, avoiding the toxic, blood-soaked mire, and with the shielding of red dust obstructing the poisonous miasma, the now leaderless marsh presented no obstacles for them. Lin Shuang had concealed the horn on his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be gazing at such an oddity. Fortunately, the external soul bone could be summoned or retracted at will, which alleviated his anxiety. Otherwise, the illustrious image of the sun and moon god would have been tarnished. As he walked toward the left front, a gentle male voice suddenly resonated in Lin Shuang's mind. He paused in his steps and looked around. "What is the matter?" asked Xiahongchen. Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment, then resolutely declared, "Let us proceed to the left front." He seemed to have deduced the identity of the voice's owner. If that were indeed the case, it was not without merit. After all, in comparison to the enforcement deity, what did the positions of 2 first-tier gods truly represent? As for lofty ideals and beliefs, Lin Shuang suddenly found himself wavering. Yet he soon steeled his resolve and advanced toward the left front. He still had other options. Should he fail, turning back would not be a matter of urgency. "Have you made any discoveries?" asked Wan Feng, astonished. Indeed, Lin Shuang nodded, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination as he stepped forward. The others, albeit reluctantly, followed in Lin Shuang's footsteps. Under the continuous guidance of the mysterious presence, Lin Shuang finally arrived at the coveted destination he had long yearned for. The moment they broke free from the miasma, everyone halted in their tracks, gazing at the valley before them, their eyes reflecting a sense of rapture. The valley was suffused with ethereal energy, and divine radiance danced in the air. A striking warmth and an extreme chill surged upward, intertwining to create a uniquely enchanting realm. Lin Shuang was entranced as she gazed upon the contrasting hot springs below, one exuding a chill akin to milky white, and the other radiating a fiery red warmth. The 2 springs were distinctly separate, each occupying its own realm. This was one of the 3 great treasure troves, the Eye of Ice and Fire, one of the most precious locales in the Douluo Continent. Countless celestial herbs flourished abundantly around the Eye of Ice and Fire, as if they were free of cost. Even the wild grasses entwined around them were rare medicinal plants that would take centuries to cultivate in other regions. It is no exaggeration to say that the accumulation of these celestial herbs could forge hundreds of soul saints and dozens of elite soul Douluos. Even a titled Douluo, given a talent not exceedingly poor, could be elevated through sheer accumulation. The existence of such a place was truly astonishing. Everyone was in awe, exclaiming with delight. Lin Shuang erupted in laughter, having acquired the Eye of Ice and Fire, signifying the true rise of the Sun and Moon Empire. The terrifying resources here could potentially yield at least a double-digit number of level 9 soul masters for the empire. Each mystical herb alone could elevate a level 9 soul master to the status of a super Douluo. However, Lin Shuang's expression quickly turned grave. In his perception, this place harbored no less than 5 mystical herbs imbued with intelligence, transforming into 10,000-year soul beasts. In the outside world, only the 4 great empires and a few elite factions could hope to seize such a treasure trove. How could there be so many humans? A voice of astonishment rang out. The Fire Phoenix sword appeared in Wanfeng's grasp, her gaze alertly directed toward the source of the sound. There are 5 10,000-year soul beasts here, 2 of which possess extreme attributes, Lin Shuang cautioned. Yet for the 3 formidable level 9 soul masters, this was not particularly troublesome, merely a minor inconvenience. Even with their powerful physical forms and the advantage of terrain, these soul beasts could at most unleash strength comparable to a 95-level super Douluo. Among the trio, Wanfeng was a 96-level super Douluo, while the other 2 were 94-level titled Douluos, all being top-tier level 9 soul masters, their prowess rivaling that of 97 or 98-level super Douluos. Be cautious. A voice echoed, cool and vigilant, belonging to a woman. Lin Shuang had already pinpointed the locations of 5 celestial herbs, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It seems I shall be able to acquire another 100,000-year soul ring." Throughout this period of contemplation, Lin Shuang had solidified his objective, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. This celestial herb possessed a formidable earth attribute and harbored the bloodline of the Earth Dragon. Lin Shuang aspired to master the dragon lineage of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, as it would significantly enhance his power. Unlike others who were unable to acquire soul bones, Lin Shuang yearned for 3 heads and 6 arms to merge additional soul bones. However, he had yet to establish the backbone of his corporeal form. Even the 20,000-year spirit beast's backbone of the nether poison dragon was not something he intended to merge with. "Let us take action," Lin Shuang declared. To subdue the celestial herbs in this realm, it was imperative to demonstrate overwhelming strength to intimidate them. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly resist fiercely. The audacity of 3 titled Douluos accompanied by 3 children to intrude upon the Eye of Ice and Fire was indeed remarkable. A chilling voice echoed in the ears of the gathered, as the silhouettes of 500,000-year soul beasts gradually materialized before them, the 100,000-year Chiluo Tulip, the 100,000-year fragrant Shuang celestial product, the 100,000-year Earth Dragon Golden Melon, the 100,000-year fiery apricot flower, and the 100,000-year octagonal profound ice grass. The quintet of 100,000-year soul beasts unleashed their might without reservation, intent on subduing the 6 intruders, for the existence of the Eye of Ice and Fire must remain concealed. The arrival of more formidable human warriors would spell their doom. 500,000-year soul beasts. Yi Yulin gazed at Lin Shuang, contemplating that with the soul ring of the nether poison dragon, Lin Shuang could potentially merge so many soul rings that, upon successful integration, he might ascend to the rank of a soul sage. The infusion of the 100,000-year soul rings could even elevate his soul power to level 80. Currently, having merged the 100,000-year Earth Madness Rhinoceros soul ring and an external soul bone, Lin Shuang's soul power had risen from level 66 to 68. This was due, in part, to his exceptionally high soul power density, nearing the formation of a soul core. Otherwise, he might have already reached level 70, showcasing his prodigious talent. Chapter 68. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon. The battle unfolded in a dazzling display yet concluded in an instant. Yi Yulin wielded the Sun and Moon Divine Needle, severely wounding the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and the Chiluo Tulip, while the fiery apricot flower and the octagonal profound ice grass were forced back by the blazing flames of the phoenix. Jing Hongqian, brandishing the Sword of Judgment, effortlessly repelled the fragrant Chiluo celestial product. In the face of 3 9th-level soul masters, the 5 immensely powerful 100,000-year soul beasts found 2 of their own gravely injured, while the remaining 3 were compelled to retreat. "It appears you have lost." Lin Shuang approached the 3 powerful figures, casting a glance at the battered Chiluo Tulip and smiling. Among the myriad 100,000-year soul beasts residing within the Eye of Ice and Fire, the paramount authority was undoubtedly the Chiluo Tulip, the king of celestial herbs. "Huh, humans, what do you desire?" The Chiluo Tulip scoffed, though a hint of despair flickered in its gaze. As celestial herbs, they were inherently precious to humanity, and as 100,000-year soul beasts, the potential reward for merging their soul rings and bones and refining their essence, was immense. I wish to merge with the soul ring of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, Lin Shuang stated, adding, rest assured, I shall ensure the Golden Melon does not perish. It will exist in a unique form. Impossible. The Qilua Tulip immediately rejected Lin Shuang's proposal, asserting that merging with a soul beast's soul ring would inevitably result in its demise. A crackling sound reverberated through the eye of ice and fire, causing all to gaze curiously in the direction of the noise. There seemed to be no entity of lightning attribute present within the eye. However, as they followed the sound, they beheld a metallic liquid upon the shoulder of a human youth, its features distinctly crafted from solid metal. The earlier sound had emanated from the friction of this metallic form, yet unlike the metallic friction perceived by Lin Shuang and others. The metallic spirit's words were conveyed to Jing Hanchun and the 100,000-year soul beasts. The Qilua Tulip expressed surprise, but upon closer examination of the metallic spirit, it was struck with profound astonishment, subsequently turning its gaze toward the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Hesitant, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon eventually nodded and declared, I am willing to become your soul ring in this special form, but you must guarantee that no further harm will come to my companions. The companions referred to by the Earth Dragon Golden Melon were the other 400,000-year soul herbs, not those lesser beings lacking sentience. Lin Shuang declared, Then we shall take the other celestial herbs, and you must not obstruct us. Guagua, do not acquiesce to him. Yet, the powerful fragrance of the fragrant Qilua celestial product had yet to be fully experienced by the others, who remarked, 3 titled Douluos, at worst, we shall fight them. Fight? The Earth Dragon Golden Melon felt somewhat helpless. If a confrontation were feasible, he would have engaged long ago. However, the moment Yi Yulin struck, both he and Qilua Ye Xishui were grievously injured. Even the combined efforts of the fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass could not contend with that human woman. Should a battle truly ensue, it would likely grant Lin Shuang and his companions an additional 500,000-year spirit rings. I hope you can honor your promise. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon undoubtedly resolved to take significant risks, even if he survived in a unique form after becoming Lin Shuang's spirit ring. He pondered how many years Lin Shuang might endure. Yet, within the Earth Dragon Golden Melon's heart, it was a sacrifice he made to protect his companions within the ice and fire duality eye. Lin Shuang retrieved a soul transformation scroll and, with a surge of soul power, pricked her finger to let her blood fall upon the scroll. An enigmatic force began to coalesce, and Lin Shuang attempted to harness it, directing this energy towards the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon sensed a mysterious power infiltrating its being and sought to assert control with its own soul power. However, at that moment, Lin Shuang's voice resonated, urging, do not resist this force. After a brief hesitation, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon relinquished its struggle. Resigned to its fate as a dying fruit, was there any merit in further resistance? Under the onslaught of this power, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon withered instantaneously, and a surge of earthy yellow energy erupted from within, merging seamlessly into Lin Shuang's body. Lin Shuang summoned a Sun Martial Soul, aiming to manipulate the Earth Dragon Golden Melon spirit and subsequently condense a spirit ring. Concurrently, the formidable spirit power of the 100,000-year spirit beast, along with the medicinal essence contained within the celestial herb, surged into Lin Shuang's being. An earthy-hued orb fervently evaporated within him, merging seamlessly with his corporeal form and the external spirit bone adorning his forehead. This unexpected occurrence astonished Lin Shuang. He had feared inadvertently integrating the Earth Dragon Golden Melon spirit bone. However, he was taken aback to discover that the Earth Attribute Spirit Core had entirely assimilated into the external spirit bone bestowed upon him by the Earth-frenzied Rhinoceros. Furthermore, the bloodline of the Earth Dragon, inherent within the Golden Melon, also infused Lin Shuang's body. Though faint, this infusion fortified Lin Shuang's physique, and combined with the herb's medicinal potency, it heralded a momentous transformation for him. In an instant, Lin Shuang settled into a meditative posture. Sensing the unusual presence of several individuals nearby, they hurriedly approached Lin Shuang, their vigilance directed towards the remaining 400,000-year soul beasts. Xiang, do not worry. I am not dead yet, resonated the voice of the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, as a golden-hued gourd materialized upon Lin Shuang's shoulder, articulating words to the 4 ancient soul beasts. Guagua, how are you faring? The ancient soul beasts inquired with palpable concern. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd swayed slightly on Lin Shuang's shoulder, gazing at the Sun Martial Soul behind Lin Shuang, adorned with 2 circles of blood-red soul rings. It elucidated, I am in a satisfactory state. At least, compared to my previous existence, the only limitation is that my strength cannot be augmented, and I am unable to perceive any threat from the heavenly tribulation. Is that truly the case? The ethereal Yuxiang Chilua fairy exclaimed, eager to draw closer. Yet was thwarted by the fire phoenix sword. If there is anything to be done, it is best to wait until Lin Shuang awakens. The phoenix glanced towards the ice fire spring, refraining from gathering the precious medicinal herbs and celestial plants, opting instead to guard Lin Shuang. Chapter 69. Another breakthrough. As Yuxiang Chilua ceased her advance, the aura emanating from Lin Shuang began to surge dramatically. The medicinal potency accumulated within, thanks to the elixirs consumed, had not yet been fully converted into soul power during a month of trials in the evil demon forest, coupled with Lin Shuang's current fusion with the 100,000-year soul spirit. The formation of the 100,000-year soul ring, the terrifying medicinal essence contained within the earth dragon golden gourd, and the soul power of the 100,000-year soul beasts, as well as the bloodline strength of the earth dragon golden gourd. These amplifying forces converged explosively at this moment. When the soul ring of the earth dragon golden gourd achieved complete stabilization, the sun martial soul was instantaneously retracted into Lin Shuang's being. In its stead emerged an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, accompanied by a crimson moon. This marked the transformation of Lin Shuang's martial soul, the blood-red moon. The aura surrounding Lin Shuang began to surge dramatically. The moment he successfully fused with the soul ring, his soul power ascended to the 70th level. While there was no evident increase in his soul power rank at this moment, it was clear that the quantity of his soul power was steadily growing. The entire valley seemed to radiate a crimson hue, and even the 3 formidable 9th-level soul masters and 4 decade-old soul beasts, along with the earth dragon golden melon spirit that Lin Shuang had fused with, could not help but feel astonished. On the other side, Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen were already overwhelmed, now standing in place with the assistance of Jing Hongchen, gazing at Lin Shuang with eyes filled with reverence. However, compared to Xiao Hongchen, Ming Hongchen's gaze also held a hint of admiration. The boundless killing intent gradually merged with the blood moon. Lin Shuang opened his eyes. His originally silver left eye transformed into a deep crimson. I fear I must trouble you all to protect me for a few more days. Lin Shuang expressed apologetically to the group. After fusing with the earth dragon golden melon spirit, a qualitative transformation occurred within him. If Lin Shuang had previously been comparable to a title Douluo through sheer mental strength, now, relying on the power of his martial spirit, he was likely no weaker than a title Douluo. Remarkably, during this transformation, he had not fully completed it. He had been forced to withdraw from his cultivation state due to insufficient energy. It is no trouble, Jing Hongchen replied with a smile. Their storage soul devices contained ample pure water and jerky. Since Lin Shuang had encountered such a significant opportunity, they could afford to wait a few more days. Lin Shuang nodded in agreement and once more settled cross-legged on the ground. In his hand appeared the soul ring storage device containing the Yin Ming poison dragon soul ring. A circle of blood-red rings floated before him, adorned with 2 golden patterns. The sun martial spirit manifested behind Lin Shuang once more, now exuding a sense of weightiness. Unperturbed, Lin Shuang noticed the earth dragon golden melon perched on his shoulder, its anthropomorphized face gazing intently at the power of the Yin Ming poison dragon. Assist me in merging this soul ring, Lin Shuang instructed the earth dragon golden melon. He then closed his eyes, using his soul power to draw the Yin Ming poison dragon's soul ring towards him. Perhaps due to the bloodline of the earth dragon golden melon or the extended duration spent in the soul ring storage device, Lin Shuang effortlessly pulled the soul ring before him, integrating it into the sun martial spirit. The subsequent challenge arose from the need to endure the terrifying soul power of a 200,000-year ferocious beast soul ring, along with the soul impact from the will embedded within the Yin Ming poison dragon. With Lin Shuang's formidable mental strength, he could easily withstand the soul shock, and he remained indifferent to the pressure exerted by the Yin Ming poison dragon soul ring, despite his current soul power level. With only 6 soul rings for his primary martial spirit, 2 of which were 10,000-year rings, the merging of a 100,000-year spirit for his second martial spirit to forge another 100,000-year soul ring posed a risk of martial spirit backlash. However, such an occurrence was improbable for a genius of Lin Shuang's caliber. This was not only due to his fusion of multiple soul bones and the enhancement from the Earth Dragon Golden Melon's powerful external soul bone, but also because Lin Shuang's mental prowess allowed him to control his inner strength and utilize these soul rings flawlessly. The backlash from dual martial spirits typically arose when both spirits absorbed soul rings, leading to an inability to control the powerful forces of both martial spirits. This required immense mental fortitude. While formidable physical strength could withstand the backlash, it would not permit unrestricted action. As the power from the Yin Ming Poison Dragon Soul Ring was continuously absorbed by Lin Shuang, a new soul ring suddenly emerged amidst the two circles of blood-red rings encircling him, causing his aura to surge once more. This time, upon reaching the peak of his aura, it did not dissipate but rather seemed to accumulate strength. Is his cultivation not yet finished? Ming Hongqian inquired curiously. Xiao Hongqian remained silent. His thirst for power surpassed Ming Hongqian's, thus he understood more. Lin Shuang's current state suggested that he had reached the level of a title De even before fusing with the seventh soul ring. Although his soul power rank had yet to reach 90 or even 80, should he manage to condense a soul core, the quality of his soul power would rival that of a title Douluo, coupled with the additional soul power from his dual martial spirits. Lin Shuang's soul power was already formidable enough to not be significantly inferior to that of the title Douluo. In terms of offensive capabilities, with 200,000-year soul rings, one ferocious beast soul ring, and the soul bones on his body, Xiao Hongqian even contemplated whether his grandfather, without utilizing soul-guiding devices, would stand a chance against Lin Shuang. As the existence of the condensed soul core, Wan Feng, Jing Hongqian, Yi Yulin, Qi Luo Yujin, Yuxiang Qi Luo, and the eight-angled Xin Bing grass, along with the earth potato golden dragon residing in Lin Shuang's mental sea, all regarded him with complex expressions, curious about what he would ultimately become. What path would his future take? Chapter 70. The soul of the Ice Fire Dragon King, a blood moon, appeared above Lin Shuang, gathering boundless killing intent, a formidable aura that stirred all present. How many lives has this human claimed? Qi Luo Yujin exclaimed in shock. Jing Hongqian and the others exchanged astonished glances, all taken aback by Lin Shuang's killing aura, which began to materialize, merging into Lin Shuang's body to morph into a soul core, centered around the blood moon martial spirit. The killing intent from the god of slaughter domain coalesced to form a slaughter soul core, enhancing Lin Shuang's control over killing intent to a higher echelon, enabling him to wield it against foes rather than merely manifesting it as a domain. Boom. The terrifying killing intent enveloped the entire Ice Fire 2EI, causing the awakened spiritual herbs and medicinal plants to tremble in response. Lin Shuang opened her eyes, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Such words could indeed be the catalyst for attempting to condense the dual soul cores of Yin and Yang upon breaking through to the title of Douluo. Roar! Roar! The sound of dragon roars echoed as water of varying hues surged skyward, spiraling upward like two colossal dragons. Gradually, two figures emerged within the lake's depths. Suspended above the Eye of Ice and Fire were two dragons, one shimmering in a deep ice blue and the other in a vibrant crimson. Both dragons radiated dazzling brilliance, their overwhelming aura sweeping forth. Even with Jing Hongqian's formidable strength, he could not help but change his expression, retreating a step to shield the siblings Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian. As the blue and red dragons manifested, the flora within the Eye of Ice and Fire seemed to awaken, their life force surging dramatically. Numerous plants began to grow rapidly, resisting the terrifying pressure. How unfortunate it is that one cannot simply remain peacefully within the Eye of Ice and Fire, a voice lamented as a blood-colored figure appeared before Lin Shuang, helping to counter the dreadful force. The terrifying pressure of the Ice and Fire Dragon King was mitigated, prompting a collective sigh of relief from all present as they gazed in astonishment at the scene. Annihilate! The blood-colored figure pointed, and in an instant, a terrifying killing intent shattered the consciousness of the Ice and Fire Dragon soul. The figure's features remained obscured, rendering them unrecognizable. They cast a glance at Lin Shuang before dissipating into the Eye of Ice and Fire. With the consciousness of the Ice and Fire Dragon King extinguished, it slowly sank into the spring, its awareness and memories erased. Yet, its dragon bones and power remained within the Eye of Ice and Fire, ensuring that their strength was undiminished and the dragon soul was not scattered. It seemed that safety was at last within reach. Lin Shuang rose, feeling the terrifying surge of soul power within her, magnified several-fold, perhaps even tens of times. A proud smile appeared on her lips. You all will not hinder us any further, will you? Lin Shuang inquired, directing her gaze at Qi Luo Yujingxiang. Humph. Qi Luo Yujingxiang snorted softly, ultimately retreating to take root beside the spring. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shuang could not help but nod to the several individuals standing nearby before making her way towards the spring. The precious celestial herbs predominantly thrived in the vicinity of the spring, and Lin Shuang sought to find suitable herbs for her companions. However, upon observing the retreating Qi Luo tulip, an idea suddenly struck her, to let the Qi Luo tulip become the sole spirit of Dai Yaoheng. Perhaps Zhang Honkin and the Douluo tulip were not entirely compatible. Nevertheless, the innate talents of the Douluo tulip rendered it exceedingly pure. This celestial herb was the epitome of purity, devoid of any impurities. If Zhang Honkin could acquire the racial talent of the Douluo tulip, might he not be able to discover veins rich in rare minerals and utilize the three-legged golden-toed martial soul to extract the metallic energies within, thereby enhancing his strength at any cost? Lin Shuang pondered this and then approached a mystical herb. This herb resembled a magnificent chrysanthemum, displaying a resplendent purple hue. Strangely, each petal appeared delightfully fuzzy, contributing to the flower's overall charm. The entire blossom formed a harmonious unity, yet it emitted no fragrance. The central stamen rose more than half a foot above the petals, its apex shimmering with a faint golden radiance. Lin Shuang plucked it and handed it to Mirror Hanshin, saying, "Grandfather, this celestial herb is known as the chrysanthemum of heavenly ascension. It is a neutral-grade medicinal plant of exceptional quality. Consuming it allows energy to flow through the limbs and blood to circulate through the 8 extraordinary meridians, enabling one to cultivate an indestructible golden body," Lin Shuang remarked. To consume this extraordinary celestial chrysanthemum, one must first ingest the celestial flower's stamen, followed by the petals, while refraining from eating the root and stem. Upon completion, one should immediately commence meditative practice on the spot to assimilate the medicinal potency and transcend one's limitations. Jing Hongqian, with a solemn nod, refrained from further discussion and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, adhering to Lin Shuang's instructions for consuming the celestial chrysanthemum. For many years, the formidable bottleneck of Super Douluo had plagued him, and at this moment, an opportunity for breakthrough finally presented itself, igniting a fervent desire within him as he eagerly began the process. With a gentle smile, Lin Shuang turned her gaze toward another celestial herb, the Star Luo Spirit Pearl, which thrived on the essence of stellar energy. The Star Luo Spirit Pearl was a remarkably beautiful spiritual entity. Its branches exhibited an exceedingly rare black hue among plants, while at its apex grew a golden fruit, substantial in size, akin to a large palm. This golden fruit shimmered resplendently like a magnificent pearl. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that the golden surface was composed of countless tiny golden specks, rendering it extraordinarily unique. Lin Shuang said to Yi Yuan, "This celestial herb is known as the Starry Empire. The attributes of the Starry Spirit Pearl are the most gentle among all 10,000-year celestial herbs. It is inherently difficult to awaken spiritual intelligence, yet upon merging with a human, it can transform into the soul core of a soul master, almost guaranteeing an ultimate achievement upon consumption. However, since you have already condensed your soul core, the majority of the Starry Spirit Pearl's power will integrate into your soul core. Given the quality of your martial spirit and the accumulation over the years, after consuming the Starry Spirit Pearl, your strength will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement." Yi Yuan nodded, approaching the Starry Spirit Pearl, and then sat cross-legged, intending to pluck it. However, at the moment he touched the Starry Spirit Pearl, the golden fruit trembled slightly, and instantly, myriad starlights erupted from its surface. These starlights enveloped Yi Yuan, and beneath their radiant glow, the sky abruptly darkened, as if daylight had suddenly transformed into night. Countless stars adorned the night sky, and beams of resplendent starlight descended, landing upon the Starry Spirit Pearl and Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan closed his eyes, seemingly in deep communion with something, while the Starry Spirit Pearl continued to tremble gently, emanating circles of golden radiance. The fruit of the Starry Spirit Pearl rolled down into Yi Yuan's hand. Simultaneously, the tip of the branch emitted a flash of golden light, producing another golden fruit the size of a fingernail. Chapter 71. The Fortuitous Encounter of Dreaming in the Red Dust Ecstatic. Yi Yuan grasped the Starry Spirit Pearl in his hand, savoring the pure star power within, and couldn't help but smile widely. Before he could return with the Starry Spirit Pearl, suddenly, the golden light in his hand flashed, rapidly shrinking, and transformed into a golden beam that vanished into his mouth. Yi Yuan stumbled slightly, and then his body erupted with starlight. He quickly sat cross-legged, with the starlight most brilliant at his chest. Vaguely, the starlight converged towards his heart, causing the golden light on his body to flicker and shimmer. At this moment, a group of 6, including Wanfeng, had already consumed the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower in the Ming capital, while Lin Shuang had fused the Earth Dragon Golden Melon into his soul spirit. Jing Hongqian and Yi Yuan had also found the celestial herbs they desired and consumed them without fear of an ambush, for with Wanfeng present, she could effortlessly defeat the celestial herbs here. Lin Shuang gazed at the smiling Hongqian and said, "Come with me." With that, Lin Shuang walked toward the exquisite tulips they had passed earlier and settled herself before them. The tulip swayed gently and inquired, "Human, what more do you desire?" Lin Shuang smiled and said, "I require the extraordinary treasures you have nurtured to provide for my companions." The Douluo tulip appeared somewhat irked. Yet upon catching a fleeting glimpse of red in Lin Shuang's eyes, it could not help but feel a sense of resignation. From the floral form of the Douluo tulip, a golden orb of light emerged, landing gracefully in Lin Shuang's hand. Lin Shuang smiled faintly and handed the essence to the person following him, Xiaoheng, saying, "You should consume this essence. It is no less potent than a complete celestial herb, having been nurtured by the soul beast of the 10,000-year celestial grass." Xiaoheng did not say much, nor did he inquire about the effects of the Douluo golden tulip. In his view, as the principal entity among celestial herbs, the Douluo golden tulip must undoubtedly be of great value. At this moment, Xiaoheng had already ingested the essence of the Douluo golden tulip, leaving only Ming Hongchen. Lin Shuang retrieved the jade box containing the ice-fire dragon Lingji from the heart of darkness. Casting a profound glance at the ice-fire spring eye that was so close at hand, he addressed Ming Hongchen, saying, "After you consume the ice-fire dragon Lingji, leap into the convergence of the ice-fire spring eye and harness the power of the ice-fire duality eye to refine this celestial herb, allowing it to merge with your body." "Ah?" Ming Hongchen exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the terrifying ice-fire duality eye nearby. It was not that she doubted Lin Shuang, but rather that the task seemed somewhat implausible. "Trust me," Lin Shuang urged. After a moment of hesitation, Ming Hongchen nodded, opened the jade box, and infused her soul energy into the ice-fire dragon Lingji. As it transformed into a palm-sized light, she swallowed it in one gulp and then leapt into the spring eye. "Is it truly safe?" Wang Dong approached Lin Shuang. Her eyes filled with concern. Even with her formidable strength, she would not dare to leap into the convergence of the ice-fire duality eye. Ming Hongchen was not even a soul king yet, leaving no room for her to dismiss her worries. Lin Shuang nodded slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her gaze swept over the fire apricot and the 8-angled ice grass, and she declared, should anything happen to her, "I shall use your soul rings as her burial offerings." Instantly, the fire apricot and the 8-angled ice grass shuddered. Their hopes of Dream Hongchen perishing in the eye of ice and fire dashed. They hastily unleashed their powers to seek out Dream Hongchen, who had plunged into the spring. However, upon discovering her, they were taken aback to see Dream Hongchen appearing as if in a deep slumber. The ice and fire energies from the depths of the eye of ice and fire continuously merging into her being. Even the ice-fire dragon soul, which had just been stripped of its consciousness, now swirled around her. Moreover, the soil beneath the eye of ice and fire seemed to grow translucent, revealing two immense dragon skeletons within the sight of the fire apricot and the 8-angled ice grass. The two celestial herbs, rooted above the spring, exchanged glances and made a unanimous decision. A gelatinous substance floated from the flower core of the fire apricot, while the 8-angled ice grass coalesced in ice crystal, both drifting into the eye of ice and fire. "What has happened to her?" Lin Shuang inquired with a hint of urgency. Although it was he who had urged Dream Hongchen to leap in, harnessing the power of the eye of ice and fire to refine the ice-fire dragon spirit grass, it was impossible for him not to feel concerned. "She has encountered an extraordinary opportunity," the fire apricot responded solemnly. The 8-angled ice grass swayed and added, "If possible, both Jiao Jiao and I could transform into the form of Guagua, becoming soul rings for your companion." "Indeed," affirmed the fire apricot. "In my perception, prior to consuming that celestial herb infused with ice and fire power, her soul power was already nearing the 50th level. With the fiery gelatin we in the 8-angled ice grass have nurtured, combined with the residual energy from the ice-fire dragon king, she may even break through to the 60th level of soul power upon integrating the soul ring, and then proceed to fuse with another soul ring." Lin Shuang felt somewhat perplexed and inquired, "What prompted you to make such a decision?" At that moment, Yoxiang Qilua, a celestial being, interjected, in pursuit of divinity. Lin Shuang was taken aback. Could it be that Ming Hongchen, after consuming the ice-fire dragon Lingji, had garnered the favor of the deities and faced divine trials? A millennium ago, 7 individuals had ingested the celestial herb from the eye of ice and fire, ultimately achieving divinity. Yoxiang Qilua continued, "We are merely the offspring of the land birthed after the fall of the ice-fire dragon king. If what Jiao Jiao and Ba Jiao have claimed is true, and she has indeed received the ice-fire dragon king's favor, she will inevitably tread the path to divinity, even if she does not undergo divine trials. She could establish her own divine rank, without dwelling on the events above, at the depths of the eye of ice and fire. Within the skeletal remains of the Ice Fire Dragon King, a distinct power coalesced, merging into the dragon's soul. The strength of the Ice Fire Dragon's soul appeared to reach a threshold, perhaps even breaking through it. Subsequently, the Ice Fire Dragon's soul integrated into Ming Hongqin's body, transforming into a formidable power that coursed through her arm bones, converting them into the Dragon King's soul bones. Chapter 72. The terrifying opportunity. After the Ice Fire Dragon's soul assimilated into Ming Hongqin, the Dragon King's bones concealed themselves once more, while Ming Hongqin fervently absorbed the power of the Eye of Ice and Fire into her being. As the fiery essence of the fire apricot and the crystalline essence of the Bajiao ice grass cascaded down, they merged instantaneously within her. Once everything settled, Ming Hongqin appeared to be in a deep slumber at the bottom of the spring of the Eye of Ice and Fire, devoid of any reaction. Outside the Eye of Ice and Fire, Lin Shuang expressed her astonishment at Yoxiang Qilua's words, exclaiming, "The soul of the Ice Fire Dragon King has chosen Ming Hongqin?" The tone of Bajiao ice grass was filled with shock as he replied to Lin Shuang, "It is more than that. The soul of the Ice Fire Dragon King has already integrated into her body, and her martial soul is destined to ascend to a divine quality. I am somewhat grateful that we encountered her." Li Wuxing Jiaoshu remarked, "Whether human or spirit beast, the fear of death is universal. Under normal circumstances, they would inevitably perish during some future tribulation. This is the fate of spirit beasts. However, it seems that everything has changed. She may possess a tremendous opportunity to become a divine beast." Lin Shuang and Wan Feng exchanged a glance. In contrast to the sentiment and admiration reflected in Wan Feng's eyes, Lin Shuang was primarily filled with astonishment at Ming Hongqin's fortune. Lin Shuang was not a person prone to jealousy, thus, she felt no trace of envy towards the power that Ming Hongqin had acquired. At most, she could only marvel at Ming Hongqin's good luck. As for Wan Feng, she could not help but feel an inevitable envy towards the opportunities that Ming Hongqin had gained. However, as an elder, she would never allow herself to harbor jealousy towards Ming Hongqin, especially not in regard to her newfound fortune. With this thought in mind, she discreetly cast a glance at Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang, lost in contemplation regarding the situation of Ming Hongqin, remained oblivious to the furtive glances of Wan Feng. With the essence of the Ice Fire Dragon King's dragon soul interwoven with the divine herb Ice Fire Dragon Lingji, as well as the vital energies derived from the fierce fire apricot blossom and the eight-pointed mysterious ice grass, her potential had been elevated to its zenith. If Lin Shuang were to articulate this, she would assert that, in terms of innate talent, Ming Hongqin was no less remarkable than the angel god of a millennium past during their youthful days, the pinnacle of ice and fire power. If Ming Hongqin could achieve full integration, would undoubtedly lead to a transformation of her martial soul, with dual ultimate attributes in the formidable bloodline of the dragon race. Her martial soul would rival that of the three-eyed golden lion. Lin Shuang pondered whether the martial soul fusion technique between Ming Hongqin and Xiao Hongqin would still exist. However, given the previous quality of Ming Hongqin's martial soul, the Zhu Qing Ice Toad could only be deemed a top-tier martial soul, whereas Xiao Hongqin's martial soul, the three-legged golden toad, was a divine beast, significantly surpassing Ming Hongqin's in quality, akin to the disparities seen in soul beast bloodlines. In the event that the two possessed differing qualities in their martial souls, would they still be able to attain a martial soul fusion technique? When Ming Hongqin's martial soul ascended to a divine level, it stood to reason that she, alongside Xiao Hongqin with her three-legged golden toad martial soul, would retain the ability to perform a martial soul fusion technique. The essence of such a technique does not reside merely in the attributes of the martial souls, but rather in the compatibility of bloodlines and soul power, reminiscent of Hui Yuhao from the original narrative. Despite the lack of any alignment between his martial soul and Wang Dong they were able to manifest a fusion technique due to their soul power compatibility. Consequently, even after Hui Yuhao acquired his second martial soul, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, and Wang Dong revealed her Haotan and Hammer martial soul, they managed to achieve a fusion technique involving 4 martial souls. Beyond the fusion technique, Lin Shuang also contemplated the comparative strengths of his and Ming Hongqin's talents. His primary martial soul, the Blood Moon, which had mutated from the Silver Moon martial soul, was undoubtedly a top-tier martial soul, comparable in quality to Xiao Hongqin's three-legged golden toad. Furthermore, he possessed another martial soul, the Sun martial soul, which bore similarity in quality to Ming Hongqin's previous Zhu Qing Ice Toad. Although Lin Shuang wielded exceptional dual martial souls and possessed terrifying strength, Ming Hongqin was still 5 years his junior. By the time she reached 18, she might not lag significantly behind Lin Shuang. Nevertheless, It must be acknowledged that should Ming Hongqian indeed acquire a divine martial soul, her innate talent would undoubtedly surpass that of Lin Shuang. What path would she embark upon in the future? The crux lay in her ability to undergo the divine trial and attain divinity. The current Douluo Continent was not what it had been a millennium ago. Back then, the 99th level was regarded as the peerless Douluo, unlike the present-day limit Douluo. With merely 300 years of lifespan, how could one forge their own divine position and tread the path to divinity? Lin Shuang had once contemplated establishing his own divine position, but at that time, he was still far too weak. Coupled with the presence of a certain entity in the divine realm, he ultimately resolved to mutate his martial soul through the Holy Spirit sect to gain recognition from the divine. However, Lin Shuang held little concern regarding Ming Hongqian's ascent to divinity. He seemed to possess a burgeoning confidence in his own potential for divinity. Besides, the remains of the Ice-Fire Dragon King lay beneath the Ice-Fire Duality Eye, should it come to pass. He could utilize the power contained within their dragon bones to assist Ming Hongqian in achieving divinity. With this thought, Lin Shuang ceased his musings, recognizing that their foremost priority was to cultivate strength. Being far from even the Soul Saint level, what use was there in aspiring to become a deity? Soon, Xiao Hongqian was the first to awaken, having merely refined the essence derived from the Qilua tulip. Meanwhile, Jing Hongqian and Yi Yulin, having consumed the complete divine herb, were undergoing a transformation of their bodies, with their martial soul quality simultaneously on the rise, necessitating a longer period of cultivation before completion. "How are you?" Lin Shuang inquired. Xiao Hongqian, sensing within, exclaimed in astonishment, "My soul power has actually surpassed level 7, reaching level 58. "That is to be expected," Lin Shuang nodded, acknowledging that while it seemed implausible for a single divine herb to elevate a Soul King's power by 7 levels, Xiao Hongqian had consumed numerous medicinal substances. The divine herb's potency refined the residual energies and impurities from the various medicines within Xiao Hongqian, thereby facilitating the elevation of his soul power by 7 levels, which was entirely feasible. Chapter 73. The actions of bandits. Lin Shuang gazed at the Qilua tulip and said, "What do you think about discussing a matter?" A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Qilua tulip's heart. She remained silent, lost in contemplation. Lin Shuang continued, "You should be able to sense the talent of my companion. I hope you can become the soul spirit of my companion. Is it him?" The Qilua tulip emitted a golden glow, pointing at Xiao Hongqian and inquiring. Frankly speaking, among the 6 humans present, setting aside the 3 formidable ones, if it were between Lin Shuang and Ming Hongqian, the Qilua tulip would unhesitatingly agree. However, when it came to Xiao Hongqian, it required a moment of contemplation before reaching a decision. Both Ming Hongqian, who had fused with the dragon soul of the Ice-Fire Dragon King, and Lin Shuang, who had previously summoned the blood-red figure that defeated the Ice-Fire Dragon soul, evidently touched upon a divine level. "Indeed," Lin Shuang nodded. "You should be well aware of what we desire," the Qilua tulip stated. "Precisely," echoed the voice of the Yuxiang Qilua immortal. "In fact, I too could become the soul ring in the form of a soul spirit you speak of." Xiao Hongqian was instantly engulfed by envy and jealousy. First, his sister possessed 200,000-year soul beasts wishing to become soul spirits. Then Lin Shuang, who had already assimilated a 100,000-year soul beast as his soul spirit, was now in pursuit of a second. It would be disingenuous for Xiao Hongqian to claim he felt no envy. Yet, he gazed at the Qilua tulip with hopeful eyes, wishing it would also consent to be his soul spirit. At that moment, the Qilua tulip found itself in a state of helplessness. All companions had abandoned it. If given the choice, it would indeed prefer to become Lin Shuang's soul spirit. However, in the case of Xiao Hongqian, it needed to hesitate. After all, remaining near the Eye of Ice and Fire, with its innate talent, it could at least survive the first heavenly tribulation and live for another 10,000 years. But if Xiao Hongqian failed to attain divinity, what would become of it as his soul spirit? At least from its perspective, Xiao Hongqian lacked the talent to become a deity. Lin Shuang discerned the intentions of the Qilua tulip and could not help but entice it, saying, "If your concern lies in the talent of Xiao Hongqian, then given our relationship, should I and Ming Hongqian ascend to divinity, I shall assuredly elevate him to the divine realm as well, so you need not worry." The Qilua tulip recalled a figure from Ian's past. After achieving divinity, all his companions embarked on their own paths to godhood. After a moment of contemplation, it ultimately made a decision. "I am willing to become his soul spirit. But can he truly withstand my soul power?" The Qilua tulip resolved to proceed. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang began to ponder. Setting aside the fact that Xiao Hongqian's soul power was merely at the 58th level, falling short of 60, his mental fortitude was significantly lacking. rendering the endurance of 100,000 years of soul spirit impossible. Furthermore, there was another crucial point. Xiao Hongquan's physical resilience was inadequate. At merely 13 years of age, he lacked the capacity to endure 100,000 years of soul rings, which posed the greatest challenge. Lin Shuang's eyes flickered with determination as he reached a decision. Given his relationship with Xiao Hongquan, there was no need for such formality. He would naturally do everything in his power to assist Xiao Hongquan in becoming stronger. The earlier the integration of the Qilua tulip as a soul spirit occurred, the greater the benefits for Xiao Hongquan. Thus, Lin Shuang did not intend for Xiao Hongquan to wait until the fusion of the seventh soul ring to merge with the Qilua tulip. Lin Shuang swiftly made a decision and addressed Qilua Ye Xishui, stating, "I shall assist him in acquiring a skull of 100,000-year soul beast, along with a 100,000-year skeletal frame. This should suffice to meet your fusion criteria, do you not think? With your vitality as a 100,000-year soul beast, you will not perish upon leaving the soil. Before he transcends to the 60th level of soul power, I shall transform you into his soul spirit for Dai Yaoheng to integrate." Qilua Ye Xishui was rendered speechless. The matter seemed already predetermined. Yet, recalling the blood-red figure that had vanquished the ice and fire dragon soul, she had made her resolution in her heart. "Very well. I shall accompany you. And what of Yu Yu? Yu Yu wishes to accompany you as well," the eager Huixiang Qilua exclaimed. Having struggled immensely to survive her first heavenly tribulation, she yearned to become Lin Shuang's soul spirit. "And you?" Lin Shuang pondered briefly before responding. "I have a friend who possesses the twin martial souls of the Tree of Life and the soul-eating demon tree. If it is possible, I would like you to become her soul spirit." "Ah, but Yu Yu wishes to be your soul spirit," Huixiang Qilua replied, a hint of frustration evident in her voice. Lin Shuang paid no heed to her attitude and continued, "Rest assured, she is the apprentice of my master, destined to reach the pinnacle of her abilities, and may even embark on the path to divinity. After all, boasting incurs no cost." Lin Shuang's current objective was to coax the rare Yuxiang Qilua from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Very well, the Yuxiang Qilua reluctantly consented to Lin Shuang's request. "Then let us gather the celestial herbs and medicinal materials from the Eye of Ice and Fire." With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Shuang commenced his nefarious deeds. The ancient soul beasts residing within the Eye of Ice and Fire were all to be claimed by Lin Shuang. Thus, he showed no restraint as he began to harvest the herbs. Beside him, Xiao Hongquan and Wan Feng assisted in his mischief. In such a place as the Eye of Ice and Fire, the herbs were nearly all ripe, leaving no room for estimation. Consequently, the trio swept through the valley, leaving nothing behind but the solitary waters of the ice and fire pool. Upon completing the refinement of the extraordinary Tongtian chrysanthemum, Xiao Hongquan opened his eyes and was momentarily stunned by the sight of the valley, ravaged as if by a beast. "You truly show no mercy," the Yuxiang Qilua fumed. Now uprooted from the soil and hovering beside Lin Shuang, had Lin Shuang not left behind the seeds of those celestial herbs, she would have contemplated self-destruction to take these rascals down with her. The earth dragon Golden Melon, residing silently in Lin Shuang's spiritual sea, was left speechless. Fortunately, Lin Shuang reassured, in the Eye of Ice and Fire, these herbs will regrow in a matter of years. He gazed at the heart of darkness in his hand, which contained all the spoils of this expedition, including the Yuxiang Qilua, who could hardly bear to witness his misdeeds, now contained within the heart of darkness. As an 8th-level half-soul guide, the heart of darkness possessed the ability to store living beings. Otherwise, the exquisite artifact crafted by Ye Xishui would seem unworthy of its purpose. Lin Shuang had also acquired over 10 celestial herbs, all safely tucked within the heart of darkness. The value of these herbs is self-evident, particularly the 2 specimens known as Xiangxi Duanchang Hong and Shuesher Tian Yi1, which could drive all soul masters across the globe into a frenzy. The former requires the harvester to think of their beloved with utmost sincerity, shedding a drop of blood upon the petals. Any hint of hesitation could lead to immediate death. Once harvested, as long as the flower remains with its owner, it will never wilt. However, if forcibly destroyed, the herb's potency would be lost entirely. Its effects are terrifying, providing an all-attribute enhancement and remarkable healing capabilities, capable of reviving even the gravely injured. The latter, upon contact, exponentially multiplies any virus present. What does this mean? Even a minuscule amount of poison can become lethally potent under the influence of Shuesher Tian Yi1. Lin Shuang employed his mental energy to extract the latter along with its soil and sealed it within a jade box. The vast array of herbs was divided, with Lin Shuang taking 70%, Wan Feng claiming 20%, and the remaining 10% collected by Xiao Hongquan. As the Yuxiang Qilua contemplated saying something further, the eye of ice and fire suddenly stirred. The Ba Jiao Xianbing Grass and Li Huaxing Jiaoshu quickly fled to Lin Shuang's side. "Your companion is about to awaken," said Li Huaxing Jiaoshu. The companion she referred to was Ming Hanchun, who had consumed the ice and fire dragon Lingxi, gaining the essence of the ice and fire dragon soul along with 2 celestial herbs. What is happening? Yi Yulin, having completed her cultivation, opened her eyes in confusion. Undoubtedly, this starry sky Douluo had ascended to the super Douluo level, her skin appearing significantly smoother and younger, even sprouting a few rare strands of hair atop her once bald head. "This is Ming Hongchen's fortune," Wan Feng remarked gravely, feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from the eye of ice and fire, which was undoubtedly of an extreme level. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the surrounding energy became chaotic in an instant, as if the very fabric of space was fracturing. Yet, the agitation of the eye of ice and fire soon subsided. A figure burst forth from the eye, with silvery, slightly curled hair and an exquisitely beautiful visage. Her red pupils appearing eerily enchanting, accompanied by a peculiar toad behind her. This toad had an ice-blue body adorned with red patterns. Its form elongated like the previous ghostly poison dragon, covered in dragon scales, with claws resembling those of a dragon and a tail akin to that of one as well. However, its head bore the appearance of a toad, its eyes also red. Ming Hanchen exuded an immense aura, embodying a primal essence that involuntarily made those present tense. Yet, her presence quickly retracted, gently descending from the air. "Extreme ice and fire, it seems you have reaped great rewards," Lin Shuang smiled, ignoring the onlookers. Ming Hanchen plunged into Lin Shuang's embrace, burying her head deeply within, whispering, "Thank you. Such gratitude feels overly formal, especially with other opportunities at hand." Lin Shuang responded with a smile. Ming Hanchen, puzzled, lifted her head, only to find several elders and her brother observing her, causing her face to flush crimson. "Hello. I am Li Huaxing Jiaoshu. You may call me Jiao Jiao," said Li Huaxing Jiaoshu, floating beside Ming Hanchen. "I am Ba Jiao Xianbing Grass. You can call me Ba Jiao," added Ba Jiao Xianbing Grass, joining her side. "Greetings, my name is Ming Hanchen." The girl took a deep breath and introduced herself to the 2 celestial herbs. "Hello, hello. I am Yu. The Yuxiang Qilua floated over to greet Ming Hanchen. "Hello." Ming Hanchen responded politely, then tilted her head in confusion, looking at Lin Shuang. Puzzled about the presence of these 3 ancient soul beasts, Lin Shuang couldn't help but smile, feeling a tinge of admiration for her girl's fortuitous fate. She explained, "The fire apricot and the 8-angled ice grass wish to become your spirit. With the opportunity you have just seized, by merging with a 100,000-year-old celestial herb spirit beast, you can condense your 5th soul ring. It is even possible that your soul power may directly ascend to level 60. Congratulations! From a soul sect, you are on the verge of becoming a soul emperor with 200,000-year soul rings after experiencing the eye of ice and fire." Dream Hanchen was momentarily taken aback. But upon regaining her composure, she stammered, "See, can I really do that? I haven't even obtained a 10,000-year soul ring. And now I'm expected to merge with a 100,000-year soul ring?" "Absolutely," the fire apricot replied eagerly. "You have merged with the dragon soul of the Ice Fire Dragon King, acquiring the Dragon King's bloodline. Furthermore, with the Ice Fire Dragon souls infused into your arms, it is likely that your arms now possess the soul bones of the Ice Fire Dragon King, not to be overshadowed, the 8-angled ice grass." Striving to assert its presence before Dream Hanchen, added, "Given your physical constitution, merging with us as spirit entities will be remarkably effortless. The only drawback lies in your spiritual strength. However, within the Eye of Ice and Fire, there exists a herb known as the Autumn Water Revelation, which enhances mental power without any medicinal conflict with other celestial herbs." Lin Shuang's lips twitched, as he originally intended to use Hui Yuhao as a bargaining chip to entice him into the Sun Moon Empire. However, upon witnessing Ming Hongchen's hopeful gaze, he found it exceedingly difficult to decline. Though he possessed a couple of mystical herbs that could enhance spiritual power, they all exhibited conflicting medicinal properties. Only the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu possessed the desired effect. Confronted with Ming Hongchen's eager eyes, Lin Shuang could not bring himself to refuse. Chapter 75. The Harvest of Many. After exchanging the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu for a shy kiss from the young girl, he couldn't help but chuckle as he observed Lin Shuang retreating to a corner to consume the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu. He then turned his attention to Yi Yulin and Jing Hanchen. Lin Shuang inquired, "What have you gained from this endeavor?" Jing Hanchen and Yi Yulin exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Jing Hanchen spoke first. "I have successfully advanced to the 95th level of soul power, and I am not far from reaching the 96th. Furthermore, I have acquired an indestructible body. Ye Yulin then added with a grin, this time, my starry martial soul has undergone significant purification of star power. Due to the synergy with the celestial herb, along with the medicinal essence accumulated within me from previous elixirs, I too have ascended to the 96th level. And my affinity and control over star power have greatly improved. Lin Shuang nodded in understanding. After all, with the potential of these two individuals, had they not previously consumed excessive amounts of medicine, they likely would not have been halted at the 94th level. Now, having ingested the celestial herb, their potential has not only been restored but has even reached new heights. The prospect of breaking through to the 97th or even the 98th level of soul power is certainly within the realm of possibility. Lin Shuang then turned her gaze towards Luan Feng, curious about what other gains the Fire Phoenix Douluo had obtained after consuming the Phoenix Crown Sunflower. Aside from the increase in soul power, Luan Feng smiled enigmatically and replied, "A woman must always keep some secrets. But rest assured, my strength within the Sun Moon Empire is second only to our teacher." Hearing this, Lin Shuang couldn't help but glance at Ye Yulin in surprise, leaving aside Jing Hongqin, whose soul power was one rank lower. How could even Ye Yulin not be a match for Luan Feng? After all, Ye Yulin's martial soul was already of the highest tier, and after consuming the Star Luo Spirit Pearl, not only had his soul power improved, but the quality of his martial soul had also been enhanced. Moreover, the Starry Sky Douluo's 9th-ranked soul tool, the Sun Moon Divine Needle, was actually a combination of two 9th-ranked soul tools, the Solar Divine Needle and the Lunar Divine Needle, its offensive power approaching the limits of what was possible. Yet even he was no match for Luan Feng? Ye Yulin's expression darkened slightly, but he conceded with a bitter smile, though I hate to admit it. She truly is the strongest among the three of us. In fact, within the Sun Moon Empire, she will likely be the first after our teacher to break through to that realm. Lin Shuang was somewhat astonished. Could it be that Luan Feng was indeed this formidable? He found it hard to believe that Luan Feng might be on the verge of becoming the second 10th level soul master of the Sun and Moon Empire. Had she touched upon that realm? He had gathered some insights, though they were merely inspirations. Success could only be determined through trial. Luan Feng smiled, neither confirming nor denying the possibility. Ye Yulin sighed, casting a glance at the smiling Hongqin. Fortunately, this old friend remained by his side. Little did he know. Jing Hongqin chuckled heartily and remarked, "I too have garnered some insights. Perhaps through the notes of Silver Moon Douluo, I may take that crucial step." Ye Yulin was momentarily rendered speechless. Was he truly the fool in this scenario? Yet, as he gazed at the starry sky, a notion began to form in his mind. If crafting a 10th level soul guidance device proved impossible, could an abundance of 9th level soul guidance devices lead to a qualitative transformation through sheer quantity? "You have certainly made considerable gains this time." Ye Yulin jestingly directed his gaze towards Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang smiled faintly without answering the question. To be honest, he wasn't entirely certain of his current strength. The only certainty was his confidence in defeating the earth-frenzied Rhinoceros at its peak. But compared to my gains, hasn't Ming Hongqin reaped even greater rewards? Lin Shuang remarked with a chuckle. Xiao Hongqin countered, though Ming's martial soul has evolved into a divine grade 1. And she obtained 2 Dragon King soul bones along with 200,000-year soul spirits. You also gained a 100,000-year soul spirit. The soul rings of the earth-frenzied Rhinoceros and the nether-poisoned dragon, their soul bones, and the ability to condense soul rings. Your harvest is no less than hers. Lin Shuang nodded in agreement, yet Ming Hongqin's progress was undeniable, breaking through to become a soul emperor, possessing a divine-grade martial soul. The soul bones forged from the ice and fire Dragon King spirits, the soul spirits of the blazing apricot and the octagonal mystic ice grass, along with their condensed soul rings and 100,000-year soul bones. As for Lin Shuang, the 100,000-year golden earth melon soul spirit, the accompanying soul ring, the earth-frenzied rhinoceros 100,000-year soul ring, and the external soul bone it bestowed, enhanced further by the fusion of the golden earth melon's soul core, granted him dominion over the earth itself. Beyond that, the soul ring and soul bone of a fierce beast were significant gains. Coupled with condensing the slaughter soul core and preparing the 7th soul ring for his Scarlet Moon martial soul, Lin Shuang was confident in facing a Super Douluo head-on. Of course, this referred to a 95-ranked Super Douluo like Yin Yue Douluo. Against someone like Yin Xiaozhe, Lin Shuang would likely still be outmatched. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Xiaozhe's soul power had already reached the 98th rank, nearing the threshold of a limit Douluo. Had he known, Lin Shuang might have chosen a different comparison to highlight Yin Duoduo's relative weakness. Yet, The mere confidence to challenge a super Douluo after obtaining his 7th soul ring and martial soul's true form spoke volumes of Lin Shuang's terrifying prowess. At merely 18, soon to be 19, his return to the Sun Moon Empire would mark his ascension to a level where defeating a super Douluo before 20 was unprecedented in the Douluo Continent's history. Don't get too complacent. Lin Shuang cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoheng. Though you possess 58 ranked soul power at 13 and may break through to Soul Emperor before 14. With 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, geniuses often become targets of envy. Xiaoheng merely smiled, brushing off the warning. Lin Shuang paid it no mind either. After their venture to the Ice Fire in Yangwell, the Sun Moon Empire's elite forces would undoubtedly strengthen. Assigning a 9th-rank soul engineer as Xiaoheng's bodyguard wasn't beyond reason. Chapter 76. Transformation. Meng Hongqian swiftly refined the autumn water dew, elevating her spiritual power to a tangible material realm capable of bearing 100,000-year soul spirit. Curious, Lin Shuang inquired, which will you fuse as your first soul spirit and 5th soul ring? Gazing at the 2 floating plant-type 100,000-year soul beasts beside her, Meng Hongqian pondered deeply. Her Ice Fire Dragon Toad Martial Soul, now divine grade. Balanced dual extreme attributes of ice and fire, a precarious equilibrium not to be disrupted. Her eyes flickered with daring resolve. What if I fuse both soul spirits simultaneously? Harnessing their combined power to condense my 5th and 6th soul rings? Lin Shuang was taken aback but intrigued. Given the Ice Fire Dragon Toad's stabilizing influence in the Ice Fire Yin Yangwell's environment, the risk seemed manageable, though the 2 immortal herbs' properties clashed. The well's unique energies had once allowed their simultaneous ingestion for body tempering. With her martial soul's mediation, fusing both as soul spirits and jointly condensing soul rings might indeed be feasible. Moreover, utilizing 200,000-year soul spirits to forge 2 soul rings wasn't implausible. Soul spirits' energies, if harmonized perfectly, could potentially merge multiple 10,000-year soul spirits into a single 100,000-year soul ring. After all, soul spirits were merely a specialized form of soul beasts, condensed from their soul power, spiritual essence, and bloodline energy, bound to soul masters through contracts. Much like soul spirits 10,000 years later, they weren't limited to producing just 1 soul ring. Depending on their accumulated power and bloodline, multiple rings could be condensed within their lifespan's constraints. But what if it fails? Xiaoheng voiced his concern. Lin Shuang shook her head helplessly and remarked, Meng Hongqian's Ice Fire Dragon Toad Martial Soul possesses both extreme ice and fire attributes in perfect equilibrium. If she were to fuse with a spirit soul, it could disrupt this balance unless the soul beast she integrates has attributes unrelated to ice and fire. This was indeed the case. Liu Xingjiao and Bajia Zuanbinko nodded in agreement, sensing the delicate balance of ice and fire within Meng Hongqian. If that balance were to shatter, the backlash from the martial soul could jeopardize her very life. Only when Meng Hongqian's strength grew sufficiently would she be able to master her martial soul flawlessly, ensuring that she would not suffer from the repercussions of a disrupted balance. Rest assured, with both Zhao Jiao and myself here, even if the fusion fails, the spirit ring will not harm Meng Hongqian, Bajia Zuanbinko assured. Despite this reassurance, Xiaoheng remained somewhat anxious, while Jing Hongqian's gaze wavered. Ultimately, it was Lin Shuang who decided, you shall fuse within the spring of the Ice-Fire Duality Eye. With Meng Hongqian's Ice-Fire Dragon, Toad Martial Soul, and your protection, there will be no danger in the spring. The power of the Ice-Fire Duality Eye will also help stabilize her strength and facilitate your fusion. Liu Xingjiao and Bajiao Zunbinko nodded and returned to the Ice-Fire Duality Eye, while Meng Hongqian, after casting a deep glance at Lin Shuang, resolutely stepped into the eye. Very well, let us sit for a while, Lin Shuang said, channeling her earth power to form stone platforms on the barren ground, comfortably seating herself upon one. How leisurely indeed, Xiaoheng remarked, sitting beside Lin Shuang with a worried expression directed towards the Ice-Fire Duality Eye. The other 3, however, had no intention of sitting down, standing instead to sense Meng Hongqian's life force within the eye. Despite Liu Xingjiao and Bajia Zuanbinko's promises, could one truly trust spirit beasts? Far away in the Xinglua Empire, atop the Mingdu mountain range, a graceful figure appeared, fluttering her divine white wings as she surveyed her surroundings. Are you not coming out? She asked coldly, addressing the hidden evil spirit master. I never expected that Ma Xiaotao, the infamous evil fire phoenix spirit master of Shrek Academy, would awaken a divine attribute. Came a calm voice, followed by the emergence of a peculiar ghostly figure. How unexpected to find a title Douluo level being here, but I shall remain, Ma Xiaotao replied, her confidence unwavering. Even against a title Douluo, she believed she possessed the strength to contend. Divine Fire Phoenix. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from Ma Xiaotao. As blood-red light enveloped the two, filled with coldness, cruelty, slaughter, and madness. In the next moment, the crimson soul ring fused into her body, revealing a pristine phoenix. Cloaked in divine flames, standing against the nightmarish Douluo. A soul saint with 100,000-year soul ring was formidable among soul Douluos, and with her divine attribute. Perhaps it was unwise to have come here, the nightmarish Douluo thought, yet retreat was no longer an option. Eternal Dream. He immediately unleashed his most powerful single-target control. The 8th soul skill, seeking to seize Ma Xiaotao. However, his fragmented mental force could not significantly affect Ma Xiaotao, the Divine Fire Phoenix. Her eyes momentarily glazed before clarity flooded her mind, a refreshing sensation from the skull she had fused with. She soared into the sky before plummeting down. Phoenix Impact. This was the soul skill granted by the soul bone of her right arm, in her martial soul true form, infused with the ultimate divine attribute fire. The nightmarish Douluo, a spirit master of mental attributes, sealed his fate the moment he failed to control her. As the colossal nightmare dissipated, only 2 soul bones remained on the ground, a skull and a left arm bone. Ma Xiaotao exited her martial soul true form, her aura surging drastically. After collecting the 2 soul bones, she departed from the Mingdu mountain range. If someone were present, they would hear her mutterings. Killing a tidal Douluo level evil spirit master has only elevated my soul power by 2 levels, yet my mental force has increased by at least 30%. Lin Shuang. In a year, how will you face me? For soul masters possessing divine attributes, their paths to strength enhancement are intriguing, aside from cultivation. Vanquishing evil spirit masters and beasts also bolsters their power. Likewise, lives infused with divine bloodlines serve as significant nourishment for evil spirit masters. Regarding the known issues of this book, how should one put it? The protagonist's advantages may seem somewhat lacking, but they are plentiful beneath the surface, conversely. The supporting characters possess an abundance of advantages. As for the strength of the protagonist and supporting characters, comparisons can be made to those who will emerge in 10,000 years, truly embodying the concept of invincibility within the same realm. Furthermore, the first climax of this narrative will unfold in the next 2 chapters, and I shall bypass a minor subplot to write directly about the climax, avoiding unnecessary verbosity. Lest I be accused of toxicity, which merely stems from not having reached the satisfying points of the story. Chapter 77, Confronting the Vengeful Spirit Part 1. After Lin Shuang departed from the Setting Sun Forest, a week had elapsed since Ming Hongqian re-entered the Ice-Fire duality. She had flawlessly fused the powers of Li Hua Xingjiao and Ba Jiezuan Binko, resulting in a terrifying enhancement of her strength. However, there remained a significant gap between her combat prowess and that of a monster like Lin Shuang, despite the appearance of possessing 200,000-year soul rings, along with 4 soul bones of at least the same age, and her mental force reaching a tangible material level with a divine beast martial soul. Her inherent strength remained unchanged, she was still merely a soul emperor. How many times could she utilize a 100,000-year soul skill? Ming Hongqian's overall power equated only to that of a soul saint, rendering her incapable of contending against a soul Douluo, as her soul power quantitatively restricted her capabilities. While Ming Hongqian's strength appeared formidable, in a true confrontation, she might perform comparably to Xiao Hongqian. Ultimately, accompanied by the fragrant Chiluo immortal product, Lin Shuang vanished from the Ice-Fire duality after Ming Hongqian completed her soul ring fusion, taken away by the Death God Douluo. Several days prior, the Death God Douluo had intended to escort Lin Shuang away, but out of concern for Ming Hongqian, Lin Shuang had chosen to remain. Upon their arrival in the evil spirit forest, Lin Shuang inquired curiously, "Master, what brings us to the evil spirit forest?" Ye Xishui responded with a detached tone. "Your soul power has reached level 70. You require a 7th soul ring." Lin Shuang's eyes brightened as she inquired, "Does the teacher intend to lend a hand in helping me acquire my 7th spirit ring? I believe a ferocious beast aged between 200 to 300,000 years would suffice." Ye Xishui's voice resonated, remaining as indifferent as before, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "This journey to the evil spirit forest is not solely for your 7th spirit ring. You must also address the troubles you have brought with you. Furthermore, this serves as a test for you. Should you succeed, you shall be recognized as the holy son of the Holy Spirit sect." "The troubles I have brought?" Lin Shuang questioned, puzzled. Ye Xishui did not address her confusion but instead queried, "With your current strength, you should have no issues confronting a super Douluo, correct?" Although Lin Shuang was perplexed, she nodded and said, "My mental strength is on the verge of materialization. With the soul skills granted by the 100,000-year soul bone from my grandfather, I can barely contend with a super Douluo. Now that I have condensed the killing soul core, combined with my soul skills and the abilities of the soul bone, facing a super Douluo head-on is certainly feasible. In fact, with the diversity of my powers, it is not impossible to eliminate some of the weaker super Douluo. What does the soul core represent? It signifies the solidification of soul power, leading to a dramatic increase in both the quality and quantity of soul energy. This is the reason why titled Douluos possess such terrifying strength. Ye Xishui, understanding Lin Shuang's capabilities, decided to no longer hold back and said directly, "During the month you spent slaughtering in the evil spirit forest, the souls of the slain soul beasts converged to form a dreadfully vengeful spirit. Upon its emergence, it attracted a heavenly tribulation. After surviving the first tribulation, it began to rampantly kill powerful soul beasts in the evil spirit forest, consuming their spiritual essence. Recently, it even killed a 100,000-year soul beast, using the power gained from devouring its spiritual essence to successfully break through the 200,000-year barrier. If left unchecked, this will spell disaster for the evil spirit forest. And that tyrant seems to have no intention of intervening. It still exists, likely fixated on the desire to kill me," Lin Shuang remarked. He was acutely aware of the vengeful spirit's condition, which bore some resemblance to the dark blood demon, the foremost among the four kings of the Holy Spirit sect a millennium later, though the situation of this vengeful spirit seemed even more dire. After all, it was the fusion of the souls of countless soul beasts, transformed into a vengeful spirit by the resentment from those Lin Shuang had slain. Its power and talent were indeed formidable, yet its soul power and mental energy were equally fragmented, now solely driven by the obsession to kill Lin Shuang and the instinct to slaughter. Perhaps after accomplishing its goal, it would plunge into madness until it was slain by a stronger opponent or, consumed by endless suffering, ultimately self-destruct. "It's almost here," Ye Xishui stated. "Use all your strength to defeat it. If you succeed, the entire Holy Spirit sect will become a weapon in your hands. If you fail, your junior sister will be the sole heir of the Holy Spirit sect." With that, Ye Xishui vanished, leaving Lin Shuang standing alone, sensing the terrifying presence drawing closer. "Really now, a vengeful spirit?" Lin Shuang sighed in resignation. At the level of a 200,000-year ferocious beast, the vengeful spirit's mental power was undoubtedly materialized, surpassing Lin Shuang's own. Thus, his mental intent would have diminished efficacy against the vengeful spirit, serving primarily as a defense against mental attacks. However, the vengeful spirit's existence was inherently unique, likely possessing a multitude of special attacks, making this undoubtedly Lin Shuang's most arduous battle. Releasing his Sun Martial soul, 3 crimson soul rings rose from beneath Lin Shuang's feet, with 2 golden patterns adorning the 3rd ring. The poison of the nether poison dragon likely won't have much effect on it, Lin Shuang thought, as he had no intention of attempting to poison the vengeful spirit. As the first soul ring flickered, Lin Shuang's aura surged dramatically. The 100,000-year soul ring of the earth rampant Rhinoceros granted him 2 powerful soul skills. One, named Burning Sun, could elevate Lin Shuang's soul power attributes by 500% until it was exhausted, after which he would fall into a weakened state. However, a 500% enhancement was an extraordinarily potent skill, and with Lin Shuang's soul power, he could sustain this skill for an hour. An hour's time was Lin Shuang's only opportunity. Given the vengeful spirit's reckless and fearless nature, coupled with its boundless stamina, there was no doubt this was the most formidable opponent he would face alone. With a phantom resembling Lin Shuang appearing, the Sun Martial soul stirred with intensity, releasing a ray of utmost heat directed at the vengeful spirit. Unexpected, Lin Shuang smiled, his confidence surging. If this were the case, victory was assured. Boom. A terrifying fire ray erupted from the Sun Martial soul, consuming over 10% of Lin Shuang's soul power in a single strike. The vengeful spirit let out a painful howl, its chest pierced cleanly and unable to recover, severely wounded by Lin Shuang's fearsome attack. The ultimate fire imbued with a destructive aura was truly beyond expectation, Lin Shuang mused, as under the enhancement of Burning Sun, his flames reached an unprecedented intensity, combined with the destructive attributes granted by the earth-rampant Rhinoceros soul ring. This strike rivaled the attacks previously unleashed by Yi Yulin's Sun God Needle. Had his soul power not merely reached level 70, the impact would have been even greater. Once Lin Shuang attained the title Douluo rank, with the dual soul cores of Yin and Yang, the power would likely reach the level of a limit Douluo. "Do you truly wish to kill me?" The vengeful spirit's eyes cleared significantly as it spoke to Lin Shuang in human language. Its aura grew much colder, and it released numerous terrifying vengeful spirits to form a barrier between itself and Lin Shuang. As these spirits multiplied, its gaze became increasingly lucid, a sinister smile curling at its lips as it said, Let me witness just how terrifying their obsession towards you can be. With that, it gazed skyward, causing Lin Shuang's expression to turn grave. He could not comprehend the situation, yet he understood that this fearsome being was about to face its third heavenly tribulation. Falling meteor volcano. Lin Shuang's second soul ring from the sun martial soul flickered, and a fusion of terrifying fire and earth attributes manifested as molten lava cascading from the sun martial soul. As the lava descended, many of the soul beasts that had perished at Lin Shuang's hands, now transformed into vengeful spirits, once again vanished before him. A fearsome vengeful spirit roared, conjuring a barrier around its body to withstand the terror of the falling lava. However, the lava formed by the fusion of ultimate fire and the earth dragon's attributes was devastatingly powerful, and even the vengeful spirits born of 100,000-year soul beasts could not withstand it. Once the molten rain ceased, only the enigmatic vengeful spirit remained, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Shuang, as though he were facing himself. Lava Dragon King. Lin Shuang activated his second soul ring once more, commanding the molten lava to coalesce into a massive lava dragon radiating an aura of terror. You understand vengeful spirits, don't you? The being suddenly inquired of Lin Shuang. Just souls filled with resentment after death, Lin Shuang replied dismissively, directing the Lava Dragon King in an attempt to eliminate the vengeful spirit before its third heavenly tribulation arrived. Have you forgotten? Aside from certain special means, although vengeful spirits can be scattered, their resentment endures. A strange smile crept across its lips as it spread its arms wide. Roar. A series of terrifying roars echoed as streams of resentment flowed into the vengeful spirit's body. Your arrival has taken everything from me, yet I have indeed perished, leaving only a fragment of resentment that has grown to this extent. In other words, I am the true Lin Shuang, you usurper. Its expression twisted into a grimace as the immense resentment surged within it, its aura quickly reaching a critical threshold. Indeed, your very existence serves merely as the seventh soul ring I require. Though surprised by the origins of the vengeful spirit, Lin Shuang remained undaunted. At this moment, the malevolent forest was thick with resentment, and as the sole sovereign among the spirits of vengeance, all the vengeful entities within the forest surged toward him. The chilling aura of animosity was compressed to its utmost, swirling around the spirit, while dark storm clouds gathered ominously overhead. Lin Shuang, unwilling to delay any longer, commanded the Lava Dragon King to assault the spirit of vengeance. You are my obsession. Should you slay me thus, would it not render you insignificant? The spirit of vengeance smirked, its icy resentment surging wildly towards the Lava Dragon King. The dragon's steps gradually slowed until it halted less than a meter from the spirit, leaving Lin Shuang astonished, as he had not anticipated that yet another of his invaluable tokens would be so effortlessly dispelled by the spirit, transformed into a dragon shape. The lava had now solidified into the Obsidian Dragon King, standing there yet eluding Lin Shuang's control, prompting a bitter smile to escape his lips. Thunderous roars echoed as the spirit of vengeance summoned its third heavenly tribulation, enveloped in a shield of resentment that encased it entirely. As lightning struck down, it remained unscathed, while Lin Shuang was determined not to allow it to pass through this tribulation unchallenged. However, considering the formidable power of the spirit, he resolved to unleash the most potent single-target soul technique of the Solar Martial Soul. Twilight's Afterglow. The Solar Martial Soul erupted into brilliant radiance, illuminating the entirety of the twilight forest in that fleeting moment. A thunderous crash resounded, yet this dazzling sun shattered instantaneously, unleashing an inferno that surged wildly towards the spirit of vengeance. Through this overwhelming blaze, one could even discern the terrifying toxins concealed within. Do you dare to employ such a fire against me? The spirit scoffed, showing no reaction, allowing the dreadful flames to approach unimpeded. As the utmost flames made contact with the shield of resentment, the aura was incinerated to nothingness in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, an endless tide of resentment surged forth, continuously filling the void left behind. Lin Shuang stood still, the sun martial spirit having reached its zenith. He refrained from further unleashing his spirit, simply gazing intently at the vengeful spirit before him. As the ultimate fire dwindled, the concealed peril erupted forth, manifesting as a rich, verdant hue that effortlessly corroded the barrier formed by the endless resentment, advancing toward the vengeful entity. Yet, the body of the spirit began to shimmer with a myriad of colors, unwavering as the lethal essence of the 200,000-year-old nether poison dragon surged toward him. A cry of anguish escaped his lips. However, he chose to forego any counterattack, allowing the terrifying toxin to erode his form. Lin Shuang gazed upon this scene with bewilderment. Yet by the time comprehension dawned upon him, it was already too late. The spectral entity's vibrant hues had faded entirely, its form now translucent as an overwhelming tide of resentment surged skyward, intertwining with the tempestuous thunderclouds above. Truly, I must express my gratitude for resolving this persistent nuisance that has long plagued me, the wraith uttered weakly. Though significantly diminished, its spiritual essence had grown more concentrated. A terrifying surge of psychic energy and malice erupted simultaneously, violently agitating the celestial storm. Under the corrosive influence of this resentment, the thunderclouds weakened relentlessly until they dissipated entirely. Yet, the wraith's aura only intensified as it turned its gaze upon Lin Shuang, demanding, "Now, how shall you contend with one who has endured 300 millennia?" Chapter 79. Sacrifice. What a vexing predicament, Lin Shuang murmured, his expression grave. As his long hair billowed, a crimson hue gradually suffused the air. What now? Neither your 100,000-year soul ring nor your beast soul ring proved effective. Do you intend to oppose me with a martial soul whose highest soul ring barely reaches 50,000 years? Though the wraith's words dripped with mockery, its eyes betrayed solemn vigilance. A month prior, Lin Shuang had roamed the demon forest with his silver moon martial soul, leaving devastation in his wake. Ultimately, the lingering resentment of the fallen spirit beasts had awakened the dormant malice within Lin Shuang, coalescing into this abomination, a peerless specter forged from the deaths of countless creatures. Shall we test it, then? Lin Shuang declared resolutely as the demon forest, once bathed in sunlight, succumbed to an all-encompassing scarlet shroud. This was his most potent ability against wraiths, devastating in its might. Yet he understood that while victory was paramount, he must also display the full breadth of his capabilities to earn Ye Xishui's esteem. Within the slaughter goddess domain, confronted by an annihilating tide of killing intent capable of erasing all matter, energy, and even natural laws, how will you withstand it? Lin Shuang inquired. He did not rush to strike, for the outcome was inevitable. Should his next attack vanquish the wraith, he would ascend as the holy son of the spirit pagoda. Yet should he falter, the backlash of blazing sun would ensnare him, forcing him to seek Ye Xishui's aid, who would then obliterate the wraith regardless. The spectre's demise was assured, but Lin Shuang yearned to deliver the final blow himself, and the slaughter goddess domain was indisputably one of the few forces capable of suppressing resentment. That overwhelming killing intent, potent enough to annihilate all substance, energy, and even cosmic principles, how could resentment, itself a manifestation of such forces, possibly resist? The wraith's expression darkened. For the first time, it faced the palpable threat of annihilation, sensing its imminent dissolution. Yet even the slaughter goddess domain had its limits. Lin Shuang had failed to disperse it with the domain alone. Am I not a 300,000-year dread beast? Do you hold me in such contempt? The wraith's voice carried melancholy as it observed Lin Shuang's unyielding detachment. It knew escape was impossible. Wraith's curse. Its form grew ethereal as it concentrated a terrifying power. Lin Shuang's countenance shifted, and he acted swiftly. Slaughter immortals. Slay divinity. This was his sixth soul skill. After his silver moon martial soul evolved into the blood moon, all his abilities had transformed, yet this remained a mutually destructive technique. Coupled with the impending backlash of blazing sun, a single strike would leave him utterly depleted. A crimson tide of killing intent surged into the sixth soul ring, staining the black ring a bloody scarlet. As the slaughter goddess domain's energy fully merged with the ring, the wraith's assault reached completion. Confronted by the rapidly approaching violet energy, Lin Shuang's expression twisted in alarm. The blood-red soul ring fused into the sanguine moon above before detonating in a cataclysmic eruption. Yet no earth-shattering shockwave followed. Instead, the solidified killing intent dispersed the wraith's curse in an instant. Before this absolute annihilation, even the specter could not endure vanishing without a trace. Lin Shuang could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground, closing his eyes without looking at the vengeful spirit. For he was acutely aware that he had triumphed. How regrettable! The spirit's form began to dissipate, yet it bore no resentment, showing a hint of helplessness instead. Ultimately, we are one. Let me bestow my final strength upon you. Under the terrifying aura of annihilation, the vengeful spirit, with only a flicker of consciousness remaining, made its choice. Its previously dissipated form reassembled, emanating a purple luminescence that resembled flames, while the world around them lost all radiance. He became increasingly indistinct, as if transforming into a mass of light, a humanoid light, before materializing in front of Lin Shuang. Ye Xishui sought to intervene, but faced with the power unleashed by the sacrificial offering of a ferocious beast from 30,000 years past, even a limit Douluo could not confront it directly. He noticed the vertical line upon Lin Shuang's forehead and couldn't help but chuckle, only to dissolve into nothingness. Merging into Lin Shuang's sea of consciousness through the eye of fate on his forehead, calmness descended once more. leaving only the echoes of battle and the imposing figure of the Obsidian Dragon King standing not far from Lin Shuang. Ye Xishui materialized, gazing at the fallen Lin Shuang. Reflecting, what remarkable fortune! He has received the sacrifice of the ferocious beast, and combined with previous accumulations, his soul power has ascended to the next critical threshold, while his mental strength has reached a tangible and substantial realm. Suddenly, the vertical eye on Lin Shuang's forehead burst forth with resplendent golden light. The eye of fate opened involuntarily, only to close swiftly, bringing about a serene stillness. In the Star-Doe forest, a figure halted, an elegant woman, tall and slender, clad in a white fitted outfit adorned with silver trim. Her long, pastel blue waves of hair were wrapped in a cloth, and a veil graced her face. When her hair cascaded down, it enveloped her entire back, reaching her hips. In an instant, her pastel blue locks transformed into golden strands, soaring behind her, while her pastel blue eyes also shifted to a golden hue. An indescribable aura began to emanate from her. Her power of destiny had awakened. How is this possible? She exclaimed, her expression suddenly freezing as the consciousness hidden within her sea of spirits awakened and then vanished. Tang Wudong? She scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips as she proceeded toward the direction of the Sun and Moon Empire, determined to find Lin Shuang. For he alone possessed the ability to alter everything. Chapter 80. The Enfeoffment of the Holy Sun. What a long-lost sensation. Lin Shuang opened his eyes, rubbing his temples as he surveyed his surroundings, an obscured chamber with dim light filtering through the window. Where am I? He pondered, recalling his victory over the vengeful spirit before succumbing to unconsciousness. Was I taken away by Ye Xishui? Damn it. 30,000 years of soul rings. Lin Shuang lamented. For this was the highest soul ring he had hoped to obtain, symbolizing the seventh soul ring representing the essence of his martial soul, promising a transformative change. However, at that moment, Lin Shuang's movements abruptly halted as he discovered a significant surge in his internal soul power. Before he could comprehend it, a crimson hue flickered in his vision. Ah! Lin Shuang cried out in agony, feeling as though his sea of consciousness was being torn asunder. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. He gasped for breath, his gaze darkening, struggling to harness the immense power that he could barely control. The terrifying aura was influencing Lin Shuang, and if he could not adapt, he would inevitably succumb to madness in his cultivation journey. Fortunately, had his mental power also undergone a transformation? Lin Shuang mused as a blood moon manifested behind him. Golden, purple, black, and red, 7 rings of soul power gradually ascended from beneath his feet, with 3 golden patterns adorning the blood-red ring. Although he could not fathom what had transpired, Lin Shuang had indeed fused with the vengeful spirit's soul ring, and his mental strength had once more broken through, reaching the tangible and substantial realm of a limit Douluo. Had his soul bone technique also transformed? Lin Shuang was astounded. After the materialization of his mental strength, the original 10,000-year soul bone technique of spiritual intent suddenly morphed into another formidable soul skill. The power of the 10,000-year evil eye tyrant skull fused with the power of the Eye of Fate, awakening an immensely powerful soul skill through the guidance of the Eye of Fate. However, Lin Shuang's materialized mental strength became restless, seemingly dissipating into the intangible, released without reservation. Reign in your mental domain. A cold, indifferent voice echoed in Lin Shuang's ears as a figure in a black robe entered. Greetings, Master. Lin Shuang saluted the elder, the chilling aura emanating from him belonging to the Holy Spirit sect leader, Ye Xishui's son, Zhang Liwu, Lin Shuang's senior brother. Simply refer to me as senior brother. Zhang Liwu replied with an impassive tone, though his gaze was imbued with complexity. He produced a token, tossing it to Lin Shuang, and continued. This is a token I fashioned for you. From this day forth, you shall be the holy son of the Holy Spirit sect, the sole heir to the position of sect leader. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Shuang accepted the token, which was entirely red, inscribed with the words Holy Son on the front, while the back bore the inscription Blood Moon. This token signified Lin Shuang's title within the Holy Spirit sect as the Blood Moon Holy Son. Zhang Liwu nodded, stating, Since you have awakened, remain here at ease. In 3 days, your enfeoffment ceremony as the Holy Son will take place, alongside the enfeoffment ceremony of Sister Lingo as the Spirit Devourer Sanus, which will also occur in 3 days. Lin Shuang nodded. Would Lingo also become the Sanus of the Holy Spirit Church? One can only wonder what trials she has endured. Lin Shuang remained unaware that Lingo was thoroughly entrenched in connections, having effortlessly become the Holy Maiden of the Holy Spirit sect through her teacher Ye Xishui and her mother's mentor, the esteemed elder of the sect, without undergoing any form of assessment. After Zhang Liwu departed, Lin Shuang reclined back onto the bed, his hands massaging his temples, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. The aura of killing intent had ultimately affected him. Although Lin Shuang's formidable mental prowess rendered him immune to any immediate threat to his life, his heart remained restless, stirred by the lingering shadows of hostility. In the ensuing days, Lin Shuang did not encounter Linger. He occupied himself in solitude, not straying too far, with disciples of the Holy Spirit sect delivering his meals daily. Before long, 3 days had swiftly elapsed, and this time it was not Zhang Liwu who arrived, but rather a strikingly handsome young man. Wu Yun, who had previously met the Holy Sun, bowed respectfully to Lin Shuang. The upper echelons of the Holy Spirit sect were well aware of Lin Shuang's formidable achievements, and while some found it astonishing, Wu Yun was among the few who believed in Ye Xishui's words. At present, he was merely at the 94th level of soul power, far from attaining the status of a super Douluo, and thus, he dared not exhibit even the slightest disrespect towards Lin Shuang. "Is it my senior brother who sent you to fetch me?" Lin Shuang inquired. Wu Yun bent slightly, producing a blood-red robe and presenting it to Lin Shuang with both hands, stating, "This is the attire prepared by the sect leader for the Holy Sun." The garment bore an endless crimson hue, adorned with the rising emblem of a blood moon. Lin Shuang accepted the robe, nodded, and said, "I understand. Please wait here." With that, Lin Shuang turned and entered the room, donning the blood-red robe. The young man, who was once strikingly handsome just half a year ago, now appeared exceedingly eerie. Yet, this was Lin Shuang's choice. His strength had surged more than tenfold compared to 6 months prior. Chuckling at his reflection in the mirror, Lin Shuang let out a peculiar laugh before stepping outside. The Crow Douluo, Wu Yun, remained silent, leading Lin Shuang away from the premises. The grand ceremony was about to commence, heralding the arrival of the most formidable Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Spirit Hall. However, was the path of the evil soul masters truly the right one? Wu Yun's gaze wavered, yet he lowered his head and continued to guide Lin Shuang. After all, he was merely an ant, not even a super Douluo. Why concern himself with such matters? Survival and the pursuit of strength were of paramount importance to him. Wu Yun recalled the secret methods of the Spirit Hall entrusted to him by Zhang Li, and his eyes gradually darkened, ultimately transforming into a flicker of madness. Black Duck Shadow. A bizarre cry erupted as Wu Yun vanished from sight, and in that moment, Lin Shuang's shadow morphed into a colossal crow, imbued with terrifying dark power, recklessly lunging toward Lin Shuang. As for the update, I owe another chapter. I will make up for it tomorrow. I just returned home after a taxing exam today, feeling rather fatigued. I will address the overdue chapter tomorrow after revising the ones that have been reported and subsequently banned. Chapter 81. Divine Legacy, the Power of the Earth. Suddenly, a stone wall erupted from the ground beneath Lin Shuang's feet, forming an impregnable barrier that withstood the onslaught of ominous clouds without yielding. Why? The dark clouds reappeared not far from Lin Shuang, incredulously voicing what he had anticipated Lin Shuang would say. In his perspective, Lin Shuang's ability to vanquish the vengeful spirits of 30,000 years implied an extraordinary strength. However, even after acquiring the powers of these spirits, he remained merely a 7-ringed soul sage, and prior to that, only a 6-ringed soul emperor. He must be gravely wounded. Otherwise, he would not have remained here for these past few days. Yet, his attack was effortlessly thwarted by Lin Shuang. Why? Lin Shuang retorted, stating, "Of course. It is due to your lack of self-awareness." The horns upon his forehead were derived from a 100,000-year soul beast's external soul bone, subsequently fused with the entirety of another 100,000-year soul beast's powers. How could it be so simple? As the dark clouds assaulted him, a sardonic smile graced Lin Shuang's lips. This was the epitome of the Holy Spirit sect, an environment where only the fittest survive while the unfit are eliminated. As a consequence of your aggression against me, prepare to face your destiny. Lin Shuang's words were calm, yet terror filled the eyes of the dark clouds. With a flash of purple light, the space surrounding the clouds shattered, and a profound black hole consumed him. What transpired? Sensing the energy fluctuations, Zhang Liwu appeared, inquiring about Lin Shuang. The Crow Douluo attacked me, and I killed him. Zhang Liwu silently nodded, though the death of the dark clouds stirred a pang of regret within him. For he was once a title Douluo with the potential to become a super Douluo. Yet, compared to Lin Shuang's value, he found solace in his acceptance. Come with me. Lin Shuang followed Zhang Liwu to an ancient hall, a place that emanated an eerie and malevolent aura, though regrettably, the sign at the entrance had vanished without a trace. As Zhang Liwu stepped inside, Lin Shuang had no choice but to follow. Upon entering the ancient hall, he hesitated for a moment before hastily catching up with Zhang Liwu. The hall appeared exceedingly dilapidated, with thorns and brambles sprawling across the floor, save for a solitary stone pathway that remained intact. Flanking the hall were 2 rows of figures. 7 stood on the left, while 11 were positioned on the right. Before these 2 rows, there were 9 steps, with Ling Er stationed at the base of the stairs, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Lin Shuang deduced her identity as the vice leader, Feng Ling, a formidable super Douluo of level 97. At the pinnacle of the steps loomed a throne, behind which was embedded a gray longsword, with Ye Xishui and Long Xiaoyao standing sentinel on either side of the throne. Lin Shuang's gaze slowly swept across the crowd before she followed Zhong Liwu down the steps, standing side by side with Ling Er. Once they had taken their positions, the elder standing first on the right frowned and inquired, "Where is Wu Yun?" "He is dead," Zhang Liwu replied in a detached tone, tinged with disdain. "Did you kill him?" the Grand Offering asked, a hint of anger coloring his voice as he confronted Zhong Liwu. Ye Xishui coldly interjected, "He dared to ambush my disciple and was slain by a mere 7-ringed soul sage. Do you, Grand Offering, have any objections? He is a disciple of the Supreme Leader?" The Grand Offering appeared somewhat taken aback, inhaling deeply before responding. Since he ambushed Wu Yun first, he brought his demise upon himself. "Humph," Ye Xishui scoffed, casting a disdainful look at the Grand Offering, yet the latter remained impassive, as if he had not noticed her gaze. 2 contemptible scoundrels. Unbeknownst to them, the Grand Offering had already condemned Ye Xishui and Long Xiaoyao in his heart. Unfortunately, he had yet to reach his limits and was not even a match for Zhong Liwu, let alone Ye Xishui and Long Xiaoyao. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the elder standing at the forefront on the left. Rumor had it that a member of the Holy Spirit Church's elders had recently fallen. With a dismissive curl of his lip, the Grand Offering chose not to dwell further on it. After all, the elders of the Holy Spirit Church and the offerings belonged to different factions. Among the 12 offerings, aside from him and a few others, none practiced the Holy Spirit Church's secret arts. They had merely joined due to special circumstances. Meanwhile, those elders were purely evil soul masters, but significantly weaker in talent compared to the offerings, barring the Grand Elder, whose strength was vastly superior to the others. Bow to the Holy Emperor. Ye Xishui and Long Xiaoyao turned, bowing to the darkness that concealed the throne. However, all those below the steps knelt to the ground. Zhang Liwu, the 67th leader of the Holy Spirit Church, reports to the Holy Emperor, "Today, our church establishes Lin Shuang, the Blood Moon Holy Sun, and Ling Er, the Devouring Spirit Saintess. May the Holy Emperor be informed." Ye Xishui and Long Xiaoyao merely offered a bow before standing still, placing their hands on the throne and channeling their soul power into it. The Grand Offering, kneeling on the ground, curled his lips in a derisive smile. The so-called Holy Emperor? Merely a fortunate individual who had inherited the legacy of the evil god and another deity, yet had not ascended to divinity. Permission granted. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing everyone to lift their heads in disbelief toward the darkness behind the throne, where the scene appeared illuminated. There stood 2 statues. One was incomplete, only the lower half remaining, while the other grasped a longsword, radiating a purple glow that emanated a terrifying aura, making all present tremble. Clang! Abruptly, the longsword in the statue's hand flew forth, embedding itself in the ground before Ling Er. It was no longer a mere stone sword, but an exquisitely crafted blade, infused with the essence of the nether and oblivion. The pristine sword emitted a violet light that captivated all who beheld it. Yet, as they regained their senses, a twinge of envy flickered among the crowd for Ling Er, though none dared to harbor ill thoughts. The divine trial could not be seized. They could only hope to protect Ling Er, anticipating that she might aid them further in their ascent after achieving divinity. "Xishui!" Long Xiao exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. As Limit Douluo, if Ling Er were to assist them post-ascension, might they also attain divinity and remain together forever? Chapter 82. The inheritance of the underworld god. Has the inheritance of the underworld god manifested? A man mused as he observed the scene within the evil forest. Yet, it is sufficient. Awaken the domain of the god of death, and with the body of a soul emperor, slay the vengeful spirits of 30,000 years, even receiving their offerings, thereby qualifying to inherit the divine legacy. However, it is still too early. Shrek has yet to rival the strength of the Sun and Moon Empire. Let us wait another year. After a year, you shall become the inheritor of the Shura god. Within the ancient hall of the Holy Spirit Church, Lin Shuang stood dumbfounded, for the final words echoed in his ears. He found himself pondering whether the Heavendo Empire truly held such significance for Tangsan, a nation long since obliterated by internal strife, yet Tangsan remained steadfast. Lin Shuang suppressed his earlier envy toward Ling Er, allowing a smile to grace his lips. A year was a span he could patiently endure. Leader, The successor of the Holy Spirit Church should be appointed soon, no? The Grand Elder inquired. His intense gaze fixed upon Zhang Liwu. Zhang Liwu remained silent, looking up at his mother. Ye Xishui scoffed, directing her gaze at the Grand Elder. If Zhang Liwu were to break through his limits, he could live for another century. Why rush to appoint a successor? Zhang Liwu lowered his head, his expression tranquil. Breaking through his limits? It might prove quite challenging for him. On the other side, the Grand Offering pressed his forehead against the ground, eyes filled with madness and greed. Although this was Ling Er's opportunity for ascension, could her father not possess her, taking her chance to enter the divine realm? In that case, with their bloodline. Perhaps his father could also break through his limits, presenting them both with the possibility of transcending into the divine realm together. Ye Xishui cast a glance at the Grand Offering, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. From now on, I shall accompany the devouring spirit saintess on a journey to enhance her strength. The supreme offering will protect the Blood Moon Holy Sun. Striving to cultivate a new limit Douluo for the Holy Spirit Church, even an unprecedented deity, within our lifetimes. With that, Ye Xishui appeared beside Ling Er. Utilizing spatial power to take her away, her gaze never lingering on the underworld sword in Ling Er's hand, stealing a glance at Long Xiaohao just before departing. With Ye Xishui's departure, the crowd naturally rose, their curiosity directed at Zhang Liwu, inquiring what his next move would be. If you have no further matters, please depart. The Blood Moon Holy Sun will be guided by the Supreme Offering, and your protection is no longer required, Zhang Liwu stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang turned to Long Xiaoyao, who was descending the steps, and respectfully addressed him, Senior. Long Xiaoyao smiled and replied, You may call me Uncle Long, just as you do Zhang Liwu. As for the 12 and 11 offerings, aside from a few who remained, the majority took their leave. The elders showed no intention of departing, but upon receiving a glance from Zhang Liwu, hurriedly exited, save for the Grand Elder. Perhaps years of collaboration are on the verge of collapse, the Grand Elder's sighed. Yet, this fearsome elder's gaze gradually turned frenzied. As he considered the opportunity for his own breakthrough lay within the Grand Offering and the forces behind him. Perhaps, in his lifetime, he could also achieve his limits. Since Xishui is with Ling Er, there is no need for immediate action. With her protection, the evil emperor cannot harm Ling Er. Long Xiaoyao shook his head, then added, I will follow Lin Shuang. You all should be cautious. Rest assured, the Grand Elder laughed heartily. Unless those two intervene personally, the other evil eye tyrants will find it hard to contend with me. It is evident that the formidable force behind the Grand Offerer is the malevolent eye tyrant, a reality that instills fear within them. Within the Holy Spirit sect, the only individual capable of contending with this eye tyrant is the venerable supreme leader, Ye Xishui. Even the supreme offerer, Long Xiaoyao, who also possesses the rank of limit Douluo, pales in comparison to this malevolent emperor. Among the remaining super Douluos, only Zhang Liwu stands a chance of defeating the Grand Offerer. Although the elder possesses considerable strength, his glaring weaknesses render him vulnerable to counterattacks. However, if the confrontation does not involve the Grand Offerer, then even Zhang Liwu, the immortal poison from the body sect, or any one of the gluttonous Douluos from Shrek Academy, would find themselves no match for the elder. Compared to these 98th level super Douluos, it is more reasonable to consider the elder as a half-step limit Douluo. In essence, aside from his weaknesses, he embodies the essence of a limit Douluo. Rest assured. Uncle Long, Zhang Liwu remarked with a cold smirk. If they dare to make a move, I can hold out until you and Mother arrive. At that point, we shall eradicate the lineage of the eye tyrant. That would be splendid. Zhang Liwu nodded and then turned to Lin Shuang, inquiring, What are your plans, young man? In response, Lin Shuang produced a jade box and stated, Inside is an exquisite celestial herb, the toxic treasure known as the snow-colored swan's kiss. A mere touch will cause any virus it encounters to multiply 100-fold. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances, and the elder couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, as a disciple of the supreme leader, I shall trade you 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones for the snow-colored swan's kiss. What say you? Lin Shuang, somewhat taken aback and unsure of the elder's intentions, was elucidated by Long Xiaoyao, who explained, Should the snow-colored swan's kiss prove ineffective for you, feel free to hand it over to the elder. 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones is not an unfair exchange. Agreed, Lin Shuang nodded. Though still puzzled as to how these individuals were aware of the snow-colored swan's kiss, he handed the box to the elder. Upon receiving it, the elder's face lit up with delight as he presented 2 soul bones to Lin Shuang. The crimson 100,000-year soul bones were entirely translucent, with dark red liquid swirling within as if it were consuming the surrounding light. Rather than emanating radiance, they appeared to absorb all illumination. The leg bones, particularly at the foot's position, bore a resemblance not to human feet, but rather to the tail of an orca. These two leg bone soul bones were derived from the oceanic sovereign, the 100,000-year evil demon Orca King. Due to the fact that a single soul beast yielded two soul bones, the two soul skills bestowed upon you would be identical. Nevertheless, the power of the 100,000-year soul skills accompanying the soul bones would surpass that of ordinary 100,000-year skills. Chapter 83, The Legacy of the Soul Master. Lin Shuang calmly accepted the two soul bones, placing them into the heart of darkness. Long Xiao inquired, Lin Shuang, where do you intend to go next? Will Uncle Long always accompany us? Lin Shuang replied in surprise. Long Xiao nodded and explained. Xishui instructed me to protect you from the shadows, but more importantly, to assist you in gaining greater power within the Sun-Moon Empire in my capacity as a limit Douluo. Is that so? Lin Shuang's eyes flickered as she responded. Uncle Long, my current strength is sufficient to defeat Wuing in an instant. Moreover, my grandfather's power is on par with that of a limit Douluo, and my two masters possess strength that rivals that of my senior brother. Power is easily within my grasp, yet the time is not right. Long Xiaoyao furrowed his brow and subsequently asked, is there anything you require my assistance with? Lin Shuang shook his head, given his current circumstances. He truly had no need for Long Xiaoyao's assistance. His anticipation for the upcoming Soul Master Academy battle of the Continental Advanced Division, set to take place a year from now, had waned considerably. After all, they were no longer on the same level, who could still harbor expectations. Initially, Lin Shuang had anticipated a fierce struggle, but upon reflection, it now seemed more akin to a mere game. Long Xiaoyao nodded thoughtfully before turning to the Grand Elder. Since you do not require my protection, it is inevitable that you will need a few subordinates. The Xishui Alliance, one of the three major underground forces in Ming City, was established by the second elder, Nangong Wan, correct? Indeed, the Grand Elder affirmed with a nod. That fellow, Nangong Wan, is rather spineless. However, with the status of the Blood Moon Saint Son of the Holy Spirit sect, coupled with your formidable strength, he will undoubtedly bend to your command. Lin Shuang nodded, recalling Nangong Wan, a figure he deemed useless. Although cowardice was understandable, a titled Douluo exhibiting such timidity was indeed ironic. Nevertheless, this demeanor ensured that Nangong Wan would remain obedient. Subsequently, Lin Shuang bid farewell to the group and utilized the teleportation ring to depart from the ancient palace. Soaring towards the outskirts of the evil spirit forest. Could this possibly be spatial power? Zhang Liwu exclaimed in astonishment. The Grand Elder and Long Xiaoyao exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter, remarking, a level 7 soul guide, the teleportation ring, is quite an intriguing artifact. Upon leaving the Holy Spirit sect, Lin Shuang squinted, initially believing this would be his ceremonial ascension as the primary heir of the Holy Spirit sect. However, Lingo had received the first-level divine inheritance of the God of Death. This, in itself, was not problematic. After all, Linger's divine inheritance far outweighed Lin Shuang's status as the heir. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Shuang's ability to command Nangong Wan, the second elder, and even Long Xiaoyao for protection, though he had declined such assistance. Thus, the paramount issue was not Lin Shuang himself, but rather that person. Would he willingly witness the Sun-Moon Empire sweep across the three great empires, leading to the renaming of Douluo Continent to Sun-Moon Continent? That seemed implausible. However, with Linger now possessing the God of Death's inheritance and Lin Shuang holding the legacy of the Sun God, would Tang San truly entrust the Shura 9 trials to Lin Shuang? This was the most pressing question on Lin Shuang's mind. Meanwhile, he needed to ensure Su Tianren grew stronger. Only with a sufficiently vast source of soul power to consume his martial soul could Lin Shuang's martial soul undergo mutation. Although the Sun martial soul was formidable, in the face of the destructive attributes of the Dragon Goddess accompanying Dragon, Lin Shuang hoped his martial soul could transform into the purple radiant annihilation dragon after devouring Su Tianren's martial soul. It seems your harvest this time is quite substantial, Kong Deming remarked, nodding with satisfaction at his two disciples and his son-in-law. Ha ha ha, it is indeed thanks to Lin Shuang, Jing Hongchen chuckled, his eyes gleaming with relief. For Lin Shuang was not merely an outsider but his granddaughter's husband. 3 super Douluos, this celestial herb is truly terrifying, Kong Deming expressed his astonishment. You possess my notes. It won't be long before you can attempt a breakthrough. Yi Yulin smiled wryly, stating, my junior sister and Jing Hongchen have touched the threshold. But I still have some distance to cover and remain uncertain about the path ahead. Simply strive to seek opportunities, Kong Deming advised, acknowledging the difference between him and them. He had discovered his fortuitous opportunity long ago, subsequently breaking through to become a super Douluo and successfully developing a level 10 soul guide. As for Yuan, he had only recently reached the pinnacle of the level 9 soul guide realm, still far from level 10. His magnum opus, the Sun-Moon Divine Needles, had nearly achieved its zenith among level 9 soul guides, but alas, that path had been nearly exhausted. Much like the initial Fire Phoenix sword soul guide crafted by Luan Feng, when she transitioned to creating a sword sheath as an amplification soul guide. She gained acclaim and directly commanded a significant soul master legion of the Sun-Moon Empire. Lin Shuang and Xiao Hongchen, along with others, will inevitably find themselves ensnared in this predicament in the future, should they tread the paths of others and craft the 9th-level soul tools conceived by their predecessors. Their destinies would be similarly constrained. The adage, "Those who emulate me shall thrive, while those who mimic me shall falter," rings true. Among the trio, Yulan's accomplishments were anticipated by Kong Deming, for the direction he chose unveiled his future to Kong. Conversely, the progress of Luan Feng did surprise Kong Deming, yet it was destined to unfold as such. However, Luan Feng, having achieved the rank of Super Douluo, still possesses the potential to ascend further, reaching the pinnacle of the continent as a 10th-level soul master. As for Jing Hongchen, he is, in fact, the one Kong Deming holds in the highest regard. For the miraculous 7th-level soul tool, the teleportation ring, was crafted by his own hands, coupled with the subsequent development of the space soul toolkit. Jing Hongchen has already made significant strides in the realm of spatial soul tools. It is merely a matter of time before he perfects the spatial soul tools and integrates them into his magnum opus, thereby attaining the status of a 10th-level soul master. His renowned creation, undoubtedly the Red Dust Protection, is ideally suited for him and has garnered considerable acclaim. Imagine a 10th-level spatial defensive soul tool. Even the most formidable limit Douluo would find it challenging to breach its defenses. Furthermore, with Jing Hongchen currently researching the Judgment Sword, once he advances it to a 9th-level soul tool, its potency will likely rival that of the Sun and Moon Divine Needle. To illustrate, a defense impervious even to the limit Douluo, combined with the offensive capabilities of a 98th-level Super Douluo, positions him as invincible among those below the limit Douluo tier. Chapter 84. The Sun and Moon Emperor Mingdu. How I have longed to return. Observing the towering skyscrapers before him, Lin Shuang could not help but reflect. Although it has been less than a month since Lin Shuang ventured into the Sunset Forest, the events that transpired within this brief span were overwhelming. If one were to consider the changes he experienced over the past year, the contrast would be even more striking. Presently, Lin Shuang's soul power has reached level 80, marking him as no weakling among the Super Douluo, with only a few ancient beings surpassing him. Despite his formidable strength, Lin Shuang remains acutely aware that he cannot contend with the likes of the gluttonous Douluo and the immortal poison. The chasm created by years of accumulation is far too vast. Lin Shuang possesses a domain, yet do they not? As for the extreme tier of offensive capabilities, these individuals are merely a step away from the limit, with the immortal poison's soul power comparable to that of a limit Douluo. As Lin Shuang stepped into the capital, an ancient voice resonated in his ears. He smiled faintly and proceeded towards the imperial city. However, this time he did not head to the Hall of Offerings. Instead, he arrived at the Emperor's chamber. Kong Deming was seated on a chair, while an elderly man lay weakly on the bed, his grandfather. Lin Shuang first offered a respectful bow to the Silver Moon Douluo before directing his gaze towards the frail figure on the bed. "Your Majesty," the Sun and Moon Emperor said with a faint smile, "you may simply call me Fourth Uncle." The reigning Sun and Moon Emperor was the beloved grandson of the Vice Master of the Royal Hall of Offerings and a level 9 Soul Master. Unfortunately, he specialized in crafting soul tools of royal heritage, and with the national treasure in the hands of Su Wenji, his strength paled in comparison to others of his rank. Nevertheless, as a level 9 Soul Master, his prowess remained formidable. Regrettably, his soul power had barely surpassed the 90th level, merging with the 9th Spirit Ring to become a title Douluo. Subsequently, he suffered severe toxicity from a backlash by a spirit beast. Given his current condition, even with medicinal support and his formidable title Douluo strength, it seemed unlikely he would survive beyond a decade. Among his peers, he ranked 4th. Hence Lin Shuang addressed him as Fourth Uncle. With a gaze laden with complexity, Lin Shuang regarded the Sun Moon Emperor. Due to being the sole descendant of the Silver Moon Douluo, His Majesty treated him with relative kindness, though devoid of genuine affection. The Emperor remained unfailingly responsive to Lin Shuang's requests. "You must be aware of the reason for summoning you here?" inquired Kong Deming. Lin Shuang nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment. However, Before he could utter a word, Kong Deming continued, I can also offer you another 9th-level soul guiding device from my past, provided you possess the celestial herb capable of healing the innate poison of the Evil Eye Tyrant. Although the innate poison of the 10,000-year Evil Eye Tyrant has deeply entrenched itself within the spiritual sea of the Sun and Moon Emperor, incessantly corroding his spiritual essence. This is precisely what renders the ailment so arduous to treat, leading to his continuous frailty. Lin Shuang took a deep breath and inquired, but what if I aspire to become the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire? The Emperor, with a grave demeanor, replied that while the throne was undeniably significant, there was something even more paramount, Su Tianran's life. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of the Sun and Moon was momentarily taken aback, then helplessly closed his eyes. In that fleeting moment of darkness, Lin Shuang perceived a tumult of struggle and hesitation within him. He had once taken the life of his own brother. Could he truly sacrifice his child's life to save his own? Why? Kong Deming queried, perplexed as to why Lin Shuang had continually targeted Su Tianran. Because his martial spirit is the purple Huang destruction dragon, and I desire that martial spirit, Lin Shuang replied, a smirk gracing his lips, regardless of the emperor's consent. Lin Shuang was resolute in his intention to claim Su Tianran's life. However, I can offer Su Tian and a celestial herb to bolster his strength. And you may even devote the full resources of the Sun and Moon Empire to aid his enhancement. After the conclusion of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Master Competition, I shall engage him in a fair duel. Lin Shuang certainly would not freely bestow a celestial herb upon Su Tianran. However, Su Tianran's strength was considerably lacking. It was imperative for her to enhance his abilities as much as possible, for only then could she fulfill her purpose after vanquishing him. This was also the initial reason she had joined the Holy Spirit sect. Really? Inquired the Emperor of Sun and Moon, his interest piqued. Lin Shuang nodded, aware that he had made up his mind to acquiesce. A magnificent purple flower blossomed upon his shoulder. Lin Shuang remarked, You present to me the rare treasures of heaven and earth that you have nurtured. Youxiang Chiluo, the celestial product, shook her head and replied, That is a treasure of heaven and earth that has taken me 10,000 years to condense. Lin Shuang calmly remarked, My friend has attained the 9 trials of the underworld god. Really? The exquisite Youxiang Chiluo was somewhat incredulous, for acquiring a divine trial is no trivial feat. I spoke the truth with the might of my martial soul, otherwise, my spiritual sea would shatter. Upon hearing this, not only was Youxiang Chiluo taken aback, but Kong Deming also trembled as he inquired, Who is the one who received the divine legacy? She is the granddaughter of the life Douluo from Shrek Academy, now the saintess of the Holy Spirit cult. Please, you must ensure that Yu becomes her spirit. Youxiang Chiluo exclaimed excitedly, a pearl emerging from the petals and floating into Lin Shuang's hand. Return to the heart of darkness for now, Lin Shuang instructed, grasping the purple pearl. Yes. You must remember to make Yu her spirit. Youxiang Chiluo insisted before Lin Shuang indeed drew her into the heart of darkness. Lin Shuang then produced another purple celestial herb, gazing at the Emperor of the Sun and Moon, stating, This is a heavenly treasure derived from Youxiang Chiluo's essence, capable of neutralizing all toxins. The other herb in my possession is called the primordial celestial herb, a supreme treasure for enhancing a soul master's spirit power, as well as aiding in the compression of spirit power and the formation of a soul core. This herb must be consumed leaf by leaf. With each leaf ingested, one can absorb it through meditation, gradually elevating one's spirit power. Bestowing the primordial celestial herb upon Su Tian and likely harnesses the entirety of the Sun-Moon Empire's resources. I presume that by the time of our battle, he has already reached the rank of title Douluo? Lin Shuang inquired. Indeed. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon could no longer contain his excitement, his eyes filled with longing for the purple pearl in Lin Shuang's possession. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang handed the item to Kong Deming, who then presented a golden crystal ball to Lin Shuang. This crystal ball appeared as though it had been shattered. Yet both Lin Shuang and the Emperor were moved upon seeing this soul guide. After all, it was the pinnacle of the 9th-level soul guides. A masterpiece of a 10th-level soul master, rivaling the national treasure of the Sun-Moon Empire, the Solar Soul Guide. Lin Shuang received the crystal orb, but the moment he channeled his soul power into it, the orb shattered into countless fragments that merged into his body. This was an illusory soul tool, a device that transforms into pure energy to integrate with one's being, akin to an amplifying soul tool, but with far more formidable power. The nature of illusory soul tools is ambiguous, existing between the ethereal and the tangible. Each one stands as the pinnacle of its rank. Their versatility is extraordinary, capable of manifesting as defensive, offensive, or even flight-type soul tools. The Moonlight Douluo's 9th-ranked soul tool, forged for a sun-based martial soul, was named Solar Shattered Feathers. Composed of innumerable fragments engraved with countless 9th-ranked soul tool formations, it could almost be considered a pseudo-10th-ranked soul tool. Yet, its greatest flaw was also its greatest strength. Its attributes were too balanced, preventing any single aspect from reaching absolute supremacy. Is there anything else? Lin Shuang asked Kong Deming after storing Solar Shattered Feathers. He intended to return home to study soul tools and break through to the 8th rank. With this artifact, no matter how strong Su Tianren became, Lin Shuang was confident he could kill him. After all, even with cheats, it was impossible for Su Tianren to reach Super Douluo status in less than a year. At most, only 9 months remained before the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Tournament. Even accounting for the competition's duration, Su Tianren had barely 10 months to grow stronger. In Lin Shuang's estimation, reaching title Douluo would already be a stretch, let alone surpassing it. Moreover, even if Su Tianren did become a Super Douluo, Lin Shuang had slain a 300,000-year soul beast, though his killing intent was highly effective against vengeful spirits. Hadn't those very spirits survived his 3rd soul skill precisely because of their unique nature? Do you have any other immortal herbs? Kong Deming inquired. I intend to bring one for Su Wenji to aid his breakthrough to Super Douluo. Lin Shuang was momentarily surprised. Had Su Wenji not yet broken through after a month of divine trials? Still, he had no shortage of such herbs. He retrieved another fire attribute immortal plant and handed it to Kong Deming. After all, this was a treasure land born from the fall of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. It was impossible for Blazing Flame Scorching Sunshower to be the only fire attribute herb, though none of the others possessed the quality of an ultimate flame. Then I shall take my leave. After delivering the herb, Lin Shuang departed. Those soul tools offered little immediate assistance now. He understood that only a 10th-ranked soul tool could help him breach the final barrier before his soul power reached its limit. With his talent and boundless creativity, reaching that realm was not beyond possibility. The moment he returned home, Lin Shuang activated his ring of teleportation and appeared in the control room. Through the window, he saw the water-spewing stone sculpture and smiled at the young woman before him. I just missed you a little, Zhezi explained. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes, utterly unconvinced by her tales. However, she was not particularly bothered by such antics. I have brought you a gift, she said, sitting beside her. He placed the item known as Xiangxi Duanshanghong on the control panel and remarked, this treasure is called Xiangxi Duanshanghong. It can only fall when touched by true and pure love. Should you succeed, I shall reward you with 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. The so-called 10,000-year soul bones mentioned by Lin Shuang undoubtedly refer to the 2 10,000-year evil demon whale king leg bones bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit sect. However, the sea god gazed curiously at Zhezi, pondering whether she could induce the fall of the Wujue stone. Was her affection for him genuine love, or merely a means to exact vengeance for her father? Zhezi paused momentarily, then, feeling a surge of trepidation, rose to her feet, her gaze fixed upon the heartbreak red. Lin Shuang smiled, suggesting, why not give it a try? She nodded, beginning to reflect on the moment she crossed paths with Lin Shuang. Her father had perished in the war against the Star Luo Empire. In her quest for retribution, she chose to follow Lin Shuang. Then, with a sudden burst, she reversed her soul power, forcefully expelling a mouthful of blood onto the heartbreak red. Lin Shuang paid no heed to the blood splattering on the control platform, his attention wholly captivated by the heartbreak red. Zhezi reminisced about her past, and the heartbreak red quivered in response. It seemed that her initial motive for vengeance had intertwined with a burgeoning sense of familial bond towards Lin Shuang. As the heartbreak red fell from the Wujue stone, Lin Shuang relaxed, a smile unfurling upon his lips. You should consume it. It is likely to elevate you directly to the rank of Soul Emperor. Ah? Zhezi was taken aback. Could it be that with her 53rd level of soul power, ingesting this herb would propel her to the 60th level? This was the most potent of all celestial herbs. Lin Shuang shook his head, saying, there's no need for extensive explanations, since you have gained its acknowledgement. I shall do my utmost to nurture you. In the 2 10,000-year soul bones I promised you will be yours in due time. Zhezi nodded, her eyes brimming with joy as she promptly consumed the heartbreak red. The moment the herb was swallowed, she closed her eyes, while Lin Shuang keenly sensed the changes within her, eager to discern the effects of the heartbreak red. Yet, to Lin Shuang's observation, there appeared to be little alteration in Zhezi. She simply sat there quietly with her eyes shut, devoid of any discernible fluctuations in soul power. Lin Shuang furrowed her brow. But in the next moment, Juzi opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Shuang with an incredulous expression, asserting, "I feel that my soul power has reached a bottleneck. I have indeed attained level 60. Lin Shuang raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is it truly that simple?" As the most potent celestial herb, the Heartbreak Red, found within the ice and fire duality, its consumption bore no discernible anomalies? Surely, there should be some fluctuations in soul power, perhaps a flicker of light? Nonetheless, Lin Shuang remained focused on the matter at hand and instructed Juzi, "Try meditating to assess your soul power cultivation speed." Juzi nodded, obediently closing her eyes once more to meditate, while Lin Shuang's thoughts drifted elsewhere, observing another Heartbreak Red nestled within the heart of darkness. In this era, the ice and fire duality, I housed two specimens of Heartbreak Red. One had been consumed by Juzi, leaving the question of who would receive the other. Lin Shuang understood himself. No matter the time, he was never suited for the heart-wrenching sorrows of longing, thus he harbored no expectations. Yet at this moment, he found himself uncertain as to whom he should entrust the heart-wrenching sorrows of longing. Chapter 86. Planning and arrangement. The soul power I cultivated through meditation had at least doubled compared to usual. Orange was astonished, unable to believe the transformation within herself. "Quite normal," Lin Shuang nodded. "The quantity of medicine you have consumed has naturally influenced your talent." Not only did the heart-wrenching sorrows of longing purify the residual medicinal substances in the modeled soul power within her, but it also enhanced her innate abilities. Thus, an accelerated training pace was only to be expected. "From now on, you need not rely on medicine for your cultivation," Lin Shuang said to Orange. "I will assist you in seeking vengeance. With your current rate of advancement, you hold the potential to become a title Douluo within a decade. There is no need to exhaust your potential for the sake of rapid power enhancement." Orange nodded, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang naturally comprehended her intentions and retrieved the 2 soul bones bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder. Exchanging a worthless herb for 2 soul bones of 100,000 years was undoubtedly a profitable transaction in his eyes. Although Lin Shuang did not require these 2 soul bones for himself, Orange, being a food-type soul master, inherently lacked means for self-defense. The soul bones from the 100,000-year evil demon Tiger Whale King would undoubtedly grant formidable offensive soul skills. Thus, the merging process should proceed seamlessly. Under the potent effects of the Xiangxi Duanchang Red Herb, both her mental prowess and physical attributes would experience extraordinary enhancement, rendering the fusion of these 2 soul bones entirely safe. These soul bones were of the dual birth variety, originating from a single 100,000-year soul beast. Hence they needed to be fused simultaneously. Orange, without further contemplation, began the merging process. The bone she was merging possessed the soul skill of immortality, ensuring her protection from peril. As she sat cross-legged, placing the 2 soul bones upon her lap, Lin Shuang's gaze inadvertently indulged in her rather short skirt. Once Orange commenced the fusion of the soul bones, Lin Shuang began to contemplate his subsequent plans. With Orange having gained the recognition of the Xiangxi Duanchang Red Herb and her soul power reaching the 60th level, the quest for her 6th soul ring became paramount. However, in Lin Shuang's perspective, Orange was not merely a food-type soul master. She was destined to evolve beyond that role and become a 9th-level soul minter. Therefore, Lin Shuang envisioned a future where Orange would lead the mightiest soul minter legion of the Sun and Moon Empire, akin to the one originally established by Kong Deming, which swept across the Douluo Continent but ultimately fell to the Silver Moon Douluo, the founder of the Royal Soul Minter Legion, at the hands of Hui Yuhao. Now equipped with the abundant resources of the ice and fire Tuinai, which were almost equivalent to those controlled by an entire nation, Lin Shuang could also utilize the rare herbs to concoct medicines, diluting them for his subordinates among the soul mentors. Consequently, the numbers would exceed the mere 300 8th-level soul mentors depicted in the original narrative, potentially doubling under the leadership of a food-type soul master with the might of a title Douluo or even a super Douluo, thus exponentially enhancing their combat capabilities. Yet, Lin Shuang mused, it was indeed time to lead them out for training. After all, both Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian had suddenly acquired immense power, with their soul strength surging dramatically, and it was essential for him to facilitate their practical experience. Furthermore, he sought to secure a 6th soul ring for Orange, specifically that of the Mirror Shadow Beast. With the Xiangxi Duanchang Red Herb consumed, the fusion of the 200,000-year soul bones, and the deathly magical spider soul ring possessing the immortality skill, Orange's 6th soul ring would undoubtedly reach an impressive age of at least 50,000 years, an appropriate lifespan for a soul ring. Lin Shuang and Ming Hongqian were indeed anomalies, and Lin Shuang could be considered a regular individual. Ming Hongqian had primarily merged with the powers of the ice and fire dragon, transforming her arms into soul bones, thereby elevating her martial soul to a divine grade. Coupled with the enhancements from the 3 rare herbs and the boost in mental strength from this, she was poised to fuse a 100,000-year soul ring at the 5th level, likely nearing the 60th level of soul power at that time. As for Xiaoheng, his situation was equally justifiable. After all, his 6th soul ring could not merge with the Qilua tulip, which required the skull and torso bones of a 100,000-year soul beast. The remaining focus was on Ling'er and Lin Shuang. Ling'o's 100,000-year soul ring was a result of her mother's sacrifice. Merging her mother's 100,000-year skull with the 100,000-year life tree torso bone bestowed by the life Douluo, enabling her to fuse a 50,000-year soul ring at the 5th level. With the upcoming trials of the god of death, Lin Shuang possessed the fragrant Qilua celestial product, which he would eventually provide to her. Thus, the fusion of a 100,000-year soul spirit should pose no significant challenges. With this thought in mind, Lin Shuang produced a token, transmitting his intentions to his teacher, the Death Douluo, requesting her to bring Ling'o to Mingdu to meet him. Lin Shuang recalled the several soul bones, the 50,000-year Qingmu Suaming Willow Trunk Bone, along with 300,000-year soul bones exchanged with Rui. He couldn't help but feel a sense of speechlessness as he gazed at the soul bones, which he had distinguished in the heart of darkness, emanating an aura of malevolence. Lin Shuang licked his lips, remembering that among the 300,000-year soul bones, one was an arm bone, one was a leg bone, and the remaining one was the most precious trunk bone. He intended to procure that soul bone for Xiaoheng and later find a skull for him, so he could merge with the Qilua tulip spirit when integrating the 6th soul ring. As for the other 2 soul bones, Lin Shuang pondered their whereabouts, ultimately deciding it was best to acquire them first, as they were still in the possession of his master, the Death Douluo. 100,000-year soul beast willing to become Ling'o's 6th soul ring? Ye Xishui expressed surprise as she glanced at the girl meditating nearby, and then she vanished from sight. Chapter 87. The arrival of Ye Xishui. What? Jing Hanshan looked at Lin Shuang and Zhuzi in astonishment, questioning in disbelief. Are you saying you intend to take them to the extreme north? What other option is there? Lin Shuang replied with a smirk, asserting that his strength was formidable even among super Douluos. Unless he encountered the 3 great kings of the extreme north, he would face no real danger. Moreover, even if he did confront those kings, as long as he wasn't up against the formidable Snow Empress, whose power rivaled that of a limit Douluo, he could manage to contend with the other 2. Though not their equal, Meng Hongchen possessed 200,000-year soul spirits. And with the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and the Qilua Tulip and Yoxiang Qilua Celestial products, Lin Shuang had 500,000-year soul beasts at his disposal. Was it conceivable that they could not withstand a few soul beasts that had not yet reached 400,000 years? Furthermore, Lin Shuang's Lava Dragon King, a powerful soul skill, when unleashed in the Burning Sun state, was not inferior to that of a super Douluo. Unfortunately, the resentment from numerous soul beasts controlled by vengeful spirits had frozen it, transforming it into the Obsidian Dragon King. The power of the ultimate fire was immensely potent. Had it not been for the overwhelmingly dense resentment materializing to freeze the Lava Dragon King, Lin Shuang would have found that battle considerably easier. I shall accompany you, Jing Hanshan stated earnestly, expressing his agreement with Lin Shuang's journey to the extreme north, but emphasizing the necessity of having someone accompany them. Lin Shuang remarked, My grandfather bestowed upon me the sun-shattered feathers. With my already consolidated soul core, my internal soul power surpasses that of an ordinary title Douluo. Coupled with the solar martial soul, I can adeptly utilize this soul guide. Thus, there is no need for you to worry excessively. Sun-shattered feathers? Jing Hanshan nodded, tacitly agreeing to Lin Shuang's request to escort his descendants to the extreme north. After all, the Silver Moon Douluo had already consented. What more could he say? Indeed, due to the sun-shattered feathers, Jing Hanshan assumed that Lin Shuang's decision to venture north was sanctioned by the Silver Moon Douluo. While Lin Shuang intended to keep his departure a secret from him, I also desire the design schematics for the Judgment Sword in your possession. But I can offer these in exchange. Lin Shuang produced the left leg bone of the temporal grief, obtained from Shrek Academy, along with a rare metal of spatial attributes that he had meticulously severed. For Jing Hanshan, aspiring to become a level 10 soul engineer, the two items Lin Shuang presented were undoubtedly beneficial, aiding him significantly in his endeavors. Moreover, Lin Shuang intended to utilize the remaining half of the rare spatial metal to craft various spatial soul guides, such as the teleportation ring. Although the teleportation ring can be used only once a day, possessing 100 of them would allow for 100 instances of teleportation within a single day. The design schematics for the Judgment Sword? Jing Hanshan expressed surprise, for Lin Shuang had yet to attain the status of an 8th level soul engineer. Yet he was audaciously requesting the schematics of this 8th-level semi-soul guide. It is worth noting that the Judgment Sword was one of Jing Hongshan's proudest creations. Despite being an 8th-level semi-soul guide, its fabrication was no less challenging than that of a 9th-level soul guide, possessing the utmost attributes of both light and darkness. With a stack of blueprints retrieved from his storage soul guide, Jing Hongshan handed them to Lin Shuang, while also cautioning. The Judgment Sword is a soul guide that amalgamates the powers of light and darkness. Exercise utmost care during its crafting, should the balance of power falter. The resulting explosion would be no less than that of an 8th-level fixed soul cannon shell. I understand, Lin Shuang nodded. Securing the schematics for the Judgment Sword within the heart of darkness. We shall take our leave for now. Tomorrow morning. Have Xiao Hongshan and Ming Hongshan await me at the entrance of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. With a respectful farewell to Jing Hongshan, Lin Shuang departed alongside Orange. Once outside the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Orange inquired curiously, what exactly is the Sun-Shattered Feathers Soul Guide? Lin Shuang caressed her smooth, flowing hair and remarked, today, the second most powerful soul guide in the Moonlight Empire is another personal soul guide belonging to my grandfather, Silver Moon Douluo. Understanding the preciousness of the Sun-Shattered Feather, Orange nodded, her gaze toward Lin Shuang imbued with a hint of anticipation. Lin Shuang smiled and said, rest assured, your vengeance shall undoubtedly be avenged. Upon returning to the villa in the suburbs, there were already individuals who disregarded the security system devised for Lin Shuang by 2 9th-level soul masters, comfortably seated upon the sofa within the villa. Upon entering the confines of the villa, Lin Shuang paused momentarily and said to the Orange behind her, please wait here for a while before coming in. All right. The Orange obediently nodded and stood still at that spot. Lin Shuang entered the villa and beheld the elderly woman seated on the sofa, her eyes momentarily widening in astonishment. The woman's appearance was profoundly aged, her sparse hair disheveled, and her hands, with skin tightly stretched over bones, bore long, twisted nails that were somewhat repugnant. Indeed, this was Lin Shuang's mentor, the Death God Douluo Ye Xishui. Lin Shuang's impression of her was primarily shaped by the memory of her striking beauty when she imparted soul power to Tang. However, the stark reality was that, as an evil soul master, Ye Xishui had little time to attend to her own visage. Lin Shuang respectfully said, disciple pays respects to the teacher. Ye Xishui nodded, turning her gaze towards Lin Shuang, inquiring, where's the 10,000-year soul beast you mentioned, willing to become Linger's soul ring? At this, Lin Shuang felt a tinge of helplessness within, yet he did not reveal a trace of it. He was acutely aware that his worth in Ye Xishui's eyes paled in comparison to that of Linger, who had obtained the 9 trials of the underworld god. Lin Shuang released the fragrant and exquisite celestial essence from the heart of darkness, then produced a soul transformation scroll, addressing Ye Xishui, Master, this is the 10,000-year soul beast. The fragrant celestial essence, which possesses wisdom. I acquired this scroll by chance. It can transform the soul beast into a special form known as a soul spirit, allowing a soul master to condense a soul ring without the need for death. What a formidable human! Aside from that man from years past, this is the strongest human I have ever encountered. The fragrant celestial essence, feeling an inexplicable fear, settled upon Lin Shuang's shoulder, quietly observing Linger. Ye Xishui furrowed her brow. This situation bore a resemblance to the beast spirits controlled by evil soul masters. However, this soul spirit could also aid a soul master in condensing a soul ring, indicating that the matter was not so straightforward. The large flower perched on Lin Shuang's shoulder was likely the 10,000-year soul beast. Though she had never seen the celestial herb, she had heard of it. It was indeed a top-tier 10,000-year soul beast, making it an excellent candidate for becoming the 6th soul ring of Linger's Tree of Life Martial Soul. Chapter 88. Ye Xishui's Choice. Subsequently, Lin Shuang retrieved a multitude of soul bones imbued with a sinister aura from the heart of darkness, approximately 20 to 30 pieces, which he casually set aside. Lin Shuang said to Ye Xishui, these are the soul bones I acquired from the evil forest, each imbued with malevolent power. However, their quality is somewhat lacking. If only my master could refine them all into energy and amalgamate them, the result would undoubtedly be formidable. Ye Xishui inquired, what is it that you desire? Lin Shuang smiled shyly and said, in the everlasting fortune of the starry forest, I exchanged those 3 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. Ye Xishui glanced over the soul bones that Lin Shuang had presented. Their quality was commendable. She then addressed Lin Shuang. One of the 100,000-year soul bones has been utilized elsewhere by me. Now, only 2 of those pieces remain. Do you still desire them? Lin Shuang nodded, conceding that 2 pieces were acceptable. After all, these soul bones held little value in his possession. Securing 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bone from Ye Xishui was quite commendable. However, Shuang did not forget the matter at hand. Once the transaction was finalized, he addressed Ye Xishui, saying, "Master, we intend to venture to the extreme north, and I wish to bring my junior sister along. What are your thoughts on this?" Given that Lingo had received the 9 trials of the underworld god, which was a treasured possession of Ye Xishui, Shuang understood that he must seek her approval before taking Linger anywhere. Moreover, it was crucial for Shuang that Ye Xishui did not accompany them. His intention was not to place Linger in jeopardy, but rather to ensure that their experiences were not entirely devoid of risks, without a sense of danger. Their growth would be significantly stunted. The extreme north? Upon contemplating that enigmatic locale, Ye Xishui furrowed her brow and shook her head, declaring, "No. The dominator of the extreme north possesses strength that is not inferior to my own. Should a formidable adversary of her caliber manifest there, she would swiftly arrive." Shuang hesitated momentarily, yet refrained from expressing his thoughts further. He had intended to suggest that Ye Xishui refrain from accompanying them, but that now seemed rather impractical. "Very well then." Shuang nodded, addressing the ethereal spirit, Yu, perched upon his shoulder. "Yu, simply accompany my junior sister with the soul spirit transformation scroll. When her soul power surpasses level 60, you may then become her spirit." "Indeed, Shuang, Yu shall not forget your kindness," the ethereal spirit, Yu, affirmed. As it gracefully coiled around the soul spirit transformation scroll and made its way to Linger's side, Ye Xishui gathered all the soul bones and turned to Shuang, saying, "I must take Linger for her divine examination. Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Shuang cast a glance at Linger, then shook her head. The young girl hesitated, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness as she looked at Shuang. Ultimately, however, she chose to follow Ye Xishui and departed. After the master and disciple left, Shuang's gaze turned utterly frigid. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. What a divine test it was! Shuang smirked with derision, realizing he had indeed played a masterful move, forcibly allowing the Holy Spirit sect to slip from his grasp. Given Shuang's talent and choices, once he became an evil soul master and subsequently the emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, he would have wielded control over the Holy Spirit sect. Yet now, the Linger he had brought to the Holy Spirit sect had received the 9 trials of the underworld god. What was the meaning of this? Shuang clearly sensed the distinction in Ye Xishui's treatment of him and Linger. The heir of the Holy Spirit sect? Shuang felt a twinge of disdain. The filthy rat was destined to remain forever hidden in the sewers. Shuang was uncertain about Linger's thoughts, yet remaining by Ye Xishui's side. No one could predict the transformations that might unfold. The intentions of this Death God Douluo were a mystery. In her world, nothing held significance anymore. Her last vestige of belief rested solely on the love bestowed upon her by the Dragon Emperor Douluo, Long Xiaoyao. Even her biological son, Zhongli Wu, could evoke no concern within her heart. It was a lamentable choice indeed, gazing upon the exquisite beauty of the water fairy bone within the heart of darkness. Shuang recalled that it was originally intended as a gift for his teacher, Ye Xishui. However, it had become evident that one's identity could often lead to complications. Had Shuang not been the grandson of the Silver Moon Douluo, nor aspired to ascend as the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, perhaps his feelings towards Ye Xishui would have differed. Yet, his ambition to seize control of the Holy Spirit sect now lay beyond reach, rendering his presence there seemingly purposeless. After all, he had already acquired all the secret techniques of the Holy Spirit sect. What more could he hope to gain? Nevertheless, Shuang refrained from severing ties with Ye Xishui. The moment he exchanged soul bones with her signified his inner stance. It was indeed troublesome. With the demise of the Dragon God Douluo, 2 potential adversaries at the pinnacle of Douluo strength had emerged, his own teacher and a senior. Feeling somewhat helpless, Shuang rose and opened the door, gesturing for the orange-haired girl outside to enter. Regrettably, Shuang had no intention of escorting the trio to the extreme north. Instead, he planned to remain there for a while before embarking on a solitary journey of cultivation in the frigid wilderness. Shuang could not fathom that she would be inferior to Linger. Indeed, Linger had inherited the legacy of a first-level divine abode. Yet Shuang possessed the sure divine trial. Although the sure divine position rightfully belonged to Tang-san, Shuang firmly believed that Linger was not her equal. This was not a mere comparison between herself and Linger. It was a desire to demonstrate a certain truth to Ye Xishui. It was truly regrettable, dear teacher, that the future of the evil soul masters was squandered. In that moment, Shuang recalled the Purgatory Douluo and contemplated the path of the evil soul masters 2 millennia hence. Regrettably, Ye Xishui did not afford him that opportunity. Ye Xishui had committed no error. She merely perceived Ling Er's potential as superior, deeming her more deserving of becoming the heir of the Holy Spirit sect. Lin Shuang, however, aspired to wield the Holy Spirit sect as a weapon in his grasp. This was not a matter of right or wrong, merely a divergence of perspectives. Chapter 89. Journey to the Extreme North. However, on the following morning, an unforeseen event transpired. As Lin Shuang arrived at the gates of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy with an orange in hand, he encountered Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen standing there. The moment the young girl laid eyes on Lin Shuang, she excitedly rushed towards him, leaving Xiao Hongchen to stand aloof and composed. Lin Shuang, are you truly going to the extreme north? Meng Hongchen inquired, tilting her head upward. Though she had grown considerably taller since their expedition to the ice and fire yin-yang ice, she still stood slightly shorter than Lin Shuang, as she was merely 14 years old. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang was already 19, and in less than a year, the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition would commence, marking a pivotal turning point in their destinies. Lin Shuang smiled and remarked, I intend to seek the 6th soul ring for Orange in the far north. If fortune smiles upon us, I may acquire the soul skill I desire. He continued, coincidentally, both you and Xiao Hongchen have made remarkable strides in strength recently. Engaging with the formidable soul beasts in the far north will not only allow you to harness your powers, but also facilitate our understanding of soul engineering upon our return. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongchen furrowed his brow momentarily, though it soon relaxed. His primary abilities lay in soul engineering, and while his progress had been modest, he did not require deliberate combat to familiarize himself with his powers. However, the fusion technique with Meng Hongchen necessitated a recalibration. Meng Hongchen, having ascended directly from a 4-ringed soul master to a 6-ringed soul emperor, had experienced a tremendous boost in strength. Failing to engage in combat to master this newfound power would only be detrimental to her. Furthermore, Meng Hongchen possessed the power of ultimate ice, making her quite at home in the far north, where she might encounter unexpected opportunities. The 6th soul ring for Sister Orange? Meng Hongchen inquired, surprised. Has she also obtained the celestial herb? Indeed, Lin Shuang nodded, refraining from revealing that Orange had gained the recognition of the Heartbroken Red and consumed the celestial herb. Oh. Meng Hongchen acknowledged with a nod, choosing not to probe further. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shuang released the girl in her embrace and declared, let us all take out our flying soul guides and embark towards the far north. At her words, the 3 companions promptly produced their flying soul guides, all uniformly of the 6th level. Behind Lin Shuang, wings emerged, radiating sunlight and resembling shards of glass. The pseudo-10th level soul guide, Sun-Shattered Feather, fluttered as Lin Shuang soared into the sky, leading the others as they hastily followed her towards the extreme north. Somewhere outside the capital, Ye Xishui and Lingo observed the departure of the 4 in silence. After they disappeared from sight, Ye Xishui guided Linger towards the direction of the Heavenly Soul Empire. She did not utilize spatial powers but simply walked in that direction, with Lingo obediently following behind, though somewhat distracted, as if lost in thought. After Lin Shuang left the capital once more, numerous events unfolded in the outside world, subtly altering the course of fate. Hou Yuhao, who had once stood at the center of destiny, had unknowingly transformed into Lin Shuang. Meanwhile, outside the Shrek Academy, a group of young men and women faced off amidst the curiosity of onlookers. On one side stood a robust blonde youth and a charming girl, while on the other were a somewhat frail boy, a stunning girl, and a petite, adorable girl. Dai Yaoheng, what do you intend to do? Hou Yuhao questioned his adversary with a cold glare. Nothing much, merely wish to teach you a lesson, Dai Yaoheng replied icily, his gaze toward Hou Yuhao filled with disdain, regarding him as nothing more than a defeated foe, not even worthy of being called a Grand Soul Master. What did you say? The stunning girl became visibly angered, but Dai Yaoheng's eyes betrayed a flicker of wariness upon looking at her. This thorny rose had been accepted as a disciple by a formidable figure from that place and showcased terrifying talent, possessing dual martial souls and having integrated a soul bone. In a one-on-one confrontation, he did not believe he would lose to her, especially considering he possessed an additional soul ring. Moreover, he had Zhu Lu by his side. If they executed their martial soul fusion technique, the 3 would undoubtedly overpower their adversaries. Wan Wudong, what shall we do? Xiao Xiao nearly miscalled the girl's name as she inquired. Fight. Tang Wudong gritted her teeth, determined not to be outdone by this so-called martial soul fusion technique. In an instant, she unleashed her martial soul, 2 purple soul rings appearing beneath her feet, the breathtaking radiant goddess butterfly, enchanting all who beheld it. Dai Yaoheng, taken aback, exclaimed, how is this possible? He recalled that when Tang Wudong was still called Wang Dong, her soul rings had been one yellow and one purple. How could they now have transformed into two purple thousand-year soul rings? Humph. With a cold snort, Wang Dong unleashed her most powerful soul skill, Dragon God's Fury. A colossal golden dragon head manifested before her, releasing multiple luminous spheres that morphed into small, dragon-shaped light forms, lunging to attack Dai Yaoheng. Indeed. After her consciousness departed from the Emperor's spirit beast sea of thought, her martial soul had transformed from the radiant goddess butterfly into the radiant dragon god butterfly. Having passed the first divine examination, and with someone opening a back door for her, her soul rings had all been elevated by 1,000 years, granting her 2 purple soul rings. Bastard! Dai Yaoheng cursed inwardly, immediately entering soul possession. He then unleashed his first and third soul skills to enhance himself, releasing his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Chapter 90. 6 months later, Star Luo offering 6 months had passed since Shuang led the trio, Orange, Meng Hongchen, and Xiao Hongchen, towards the far north. 3 months prior, Shuang had already sent them off to the extreme north. During these 3 months, their strengths had significantly increased, while Shuang, seeking to challenge even stronger beings, ventured deeper into the far north alone. In this span, Orange obtained the soul ring she desired, while Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen executed their martial soul fusion technique to defeat the formidable 10,000-year mirror shadow beast, which had emerged after the slaughter of 47,000 years. This demonstrated their potential and strength. The encroaching 10,000-year beast was indeed a mirror shadow beast, yielding a 10,000-year skull, combined with the 10,000-year torso bone Shuang had acquired from Ye Xishui in exchange for the 3-eyed golden lion. After 3 months of trials in the far north, Xiao Hongchen had already broken through to the 60th level of soul power by the 2nd month. Following the fusion of the 2 soul bones, he integrated with the Qilua Tulip soul spirit, and subsequently, Shuang entrusted him with the 10,000-year dark golden terror claw bear's right arm bone. In the following month, Shuang aided Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen in mastering their abilities individually, while Orange, as a food-type soul master, developed an increasingly harmonious collaboration with the trio. Having attained their desires in the far north, Shuang sent them away and began his solitary training, delving into the core regions of the extreme north. Throughout these 3 months, he encountered numerous 10,000-year soul beasts and even survived encounters with ferocious beasts that had weathered their first and second tribulations. Fortunately, Shuang's strength proved formidable enough to defeat them all. Among his most powerful opponents was the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, nurtured by the Snow Emperor of the far north. Unfortunately, due to the Ice Bear King's control over ice and snow, Shuang could only manage a stalemate and ultimately retreated due to insufficient soul power. Over these 3 months, Shuang had narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. Yet he refrained from taking the lives of the 10,000-year soul beasts and ferocious beasts he had vanquished. Perhaps he feared retribution from the Snow Emperor. But it was also because Shuang lacked a dire need for soul bones. He was well supplied in that regard. Time to leave, Shuang yawned. But his spiritual sense suddenly detected the presence of humans nearby. It was worth noting that this was the core area of the far north, a place frequented by 10,000-year soul beasts. The appearance of humans here was indeed unexpected. Shuang repressed the urge to depart, concealing his presence as he stealthily followed. Before him stood a figure cloaked in black, exuding an air of disdain, yet emanating a terrifying aura. The moment Shuang laid eyes upon him, the figure abruptly halted. To his astonishment, he realized he was not alone in this place. The black-cloaked man's voice was surprisingly gentle as he removed his hood, revealing an extraordinarily handsome visage. Alas, in Shuang's perception, this was undeniably a man. It appeared that among the renowned powerhouses of the Douluo Continent, there was no place for him. Countless fragments swirled around Shuang, prompting him to interrogate this striking individual. Sun-fragmented feather? The man recognized the soul guide beside Shuang and inquired, "What is your relation to Kong Deming?" Shuang's gaze gradually grew serious, recognizing the sun-shattered feather. There was no doubt that this individual must have lived during the same era as her grandfather, and was at least nearly 200 years old. "He is my grandfather," Shuang replied candidly, without reservation. "I see," the man nodded, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Since you are his descendant and have acquired his sun-shattered feather, you cannot be spared." He added, "Remember, I am Ju Douluo, the esteemed leader of the Star Luo Royal Worship Hall." Behind him, a resplendent chrysanthemum began to bloom, its 6 yellow petals exuding an ethereal beauty, akin to a single falling leaf captivating all of existence, or a delicate shade of yellow that danced through the world. Yet, it was that seemingly fragile, exquisite yellow petal that concealed an endless lethality. Damn it! Lin Shuang silently cursed as the sun-shattered feather transformed into wings, propelling him backward. He had not anticipated that this would be the formidable Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum martial spirit. However, recalling the elite of the Heaven Do Empire from a millennium ago, it was likely that the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum and the ghostly martial spirit belonged to the Star Luo Empire, just like the Star Crown. The sun-shattered feather has found its way into your hands. Surely, Kong Dimming has met his end, Zhu Douluo inquired of Lin Shuang. My grandfather is in excellent health, but you, Zhu Douluo, might very well perish here today, Lin Shuang retorted coolly, mocking the formidable figure before him. In his perception, Zhu Douluo's spirit power was somewhat inferior to that of his elder brother, the Holy Spirit Church's Lord Zhong Liwu, as the strongest in the Star Luo Empire. His spirit power had reached the impressive level of 97. This was a threshold Lin Shuang could contend with. Had it reached 98, he might have found himself in a truly precarious situation. Humph! Zhu Douluo scoffed disdainfully, his spirit rings manifesting at his feet, a standard combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. The breathtaking Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum surged to heights of several dozen meters, its pale yellow petals drifting gracefully down from the verdant roots. 1 petal. 2 petals. Each petal, resembling a pale yellow feather, exuded an intoxicating fragrance, utterly inconceivable in its terrifying potential. Yet, only Lin Shuang, facing this reality, understood the lethal intent concealed within those delicate petals. Each petal bore a weight of no less than 10,000 pounds if it were to bear down upon him. Even a tidal Douluo would be crushed to a pulp. Such was the might of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, visually stunning yet treacherously deadly. 8th spirit ability, yellow chrysanthemum ascendance. Petals fall into the mortal realm. Zhu Douluo's calm voice resonated as he stood atop the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, his gaze steady upon Lin Shuang, intrigued by how this descendant of an old acquaintance intended to confront him. Chapter 91, The Light of Destiny. Indeed, Lin Shuang replied somewhat helplessly, as the sun-shattered feather behind him erupted into a dazzling radiance. Countless shards sliced through the petals, shredding them to pieces. The power of his pseudo-level 10 soul guide surged forth, transforming innumerable petals into a fine powder that cascaded down. How much spirit power do you possess to wield the sun-shattered feather? Zhu Douluo inquired, his expression unchanged, yet tinged with curiosity. Lin Shuang smiled faintly, stating, at least resolving this is sufficient. The sun fragments transformed once more into wings that appeared behind him, a radiant sun materializing in his wake. Lin Shuang could no longer afford to consider the fact that he was in the extreme northern realms, confronted by an adversary of comparable strength. He dared not let his guard down, even with the sun fragments at his disposal. Solar Ray. In this desolate place, Lin Shuang refrained from utilizing the potent soul skill, Blazing Sun, due to its adverse effects. Nevertheless, the power of Solar Ray remained formidable. The terrifying flames surged towards the chrysanthemum Douluo. Upon witnessing the blood-red soul ring, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he melded directly into the wondrous sky-soaring chrysanthemum, entering his martial soul's true form. 6th soul skill, Petals of the Supreme Yang. A single petal descended, colliding with the terrifying solar ray. Attempting to counter Lin Shuang's 10,000-year soul skill with this single target damage technique. However, Lin Shuang had also condensed his soul core. Despite his soul power being merely comparable to the 91st or 92nd level, his prowess was not to be underestimated. Regrettably, without the enhancement of Blazing Sun, his flames had yet to reach the zenith of infernal intensity, resulting in the solar ray being repelled, while the petals of the Supreme Yang disintegrated into ashes. What a troublesome little ghost, the chrysanthemum Douluo mused inwardly, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, his soul power, both in quantity and quality, far surpassed that of Lin Shuang. Thus, even if Lin Shuang's soul skills were on par with his own, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to his victory. Out of curiosity, he cast a glance at the sun fragments behind Lin Shuang, noting that the power of this soul-guiding artifact had significantly increased since the past. Although he was unaware of what changes had transpired, he was resolute that once Lin Shuang was vanquished, it would fall into his possession, much like that 9th-grade soul-guiding artifact. The chrysanthemum Douluo refrained from initiating an attack. Rather than offensive maneuvers, the wondrous sky-soaring chrysanthemum martial soul excelled in defense. Furthermore, the overwhelming side effects of his most powerful 9th soul skill rendered it unsuitable for deployment in this frigid expanse. Lin Shuang's gaze sharpened as she swung her left arm, delivering a powerful punch that conjured a white dragon apparition, radiating an intense light energy. Roar of the radiant sacred dragon. A dragon's roar emanated from the mouth of the white dragon illusion, hurtling straight toward Zhu Douluo. A flicker of surprise appeared in the eyes of the Super Douluo. The radiant sacred dragon? Is it a soul bone ability? Petal of the ultimate sun. He unleashed his sixth soul skill once more. Yet Lin Shuang's roar of the radiant sacred dragon exhibited a potency far surpassing the unenhanced solar ray. Upon colliding with the petal of the ultimate sun, an overwhelming force erupted. The roar echoed through the extreme north, causing the surrounding snow-capped mountains to begin their collapse, unleashing a terrifying avalanche. Yet the two combatants in the sky remained oblivious to the chaos below. Breath of the barrier. The fragrant aroma of the Qirong Tong Tianju blossomed, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the flower. The white dragon apparition crashed against it, its power steadily dissipating, yet it could not breach this defense. It struck the Qirong Tong Tianju, sending it soaring into the crumbling mountains, triggering a full-blown avalanche. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Shuang invoked another, more formidable soul skill. The vertical eye on her forehead opened, gathering fearsome energy, even tapping into the power of the 10,000-year Evil Eye Tyrant skull. As Lin Shuang's mental prowess reached the pinnacle of the Douluo realm, her spiritual intense soul skill underwent a transformation, forging a connection with the power of fate under the influence of the Eye of Destiny, endowing her with a potent soul skill. Light of Destiny. A terrifying golden beam shot forth, tracing the trajectory of Zhu Douluo as he was propelled away, descending into the endless expanse of falling white snow. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After the golden ray touched the snow, a dazzling explosion of golden light erupted, and the apparition of Zhu Douluo slowly ascended before dissipating into nothingness. Lin Shuang's complexion turned pale in an instant. This strike had drained a significant 70% of his spiritual energy. Nevertheless, he was confident in his ability to seize the opportunity to comprehend the prowess of that formidable Zhu Douluo. Such a level of assault, barring the extreme Douluo, would be insurmountable for anyone caught off guard. Lin Shuang gestured, and his solidified spiritual energy extracted a corpse, enveloped in ice and snow. The temperature of the body plummeted rapidly. From Lin Shuang's right arm, a dense aura of dark elements erupted, corroding the corpse and leaving behind 6 soul bones and a soul tool for storage. The master of the Star Luo Royal Sacrificial Hall had integrated all 6 soul bones into his being. In Lin Shuang's perception, the fused torso bone and left leg bone had even reached the level of a 100,000-year soul bone, coupled with the remaining piece from the 200,000-year soul bones he acquired from Ye Xishui. The total number of 100,000-year soul bones in Lin Shuang's possession had now reached 3, alongside the soul bone from the 200,000-year ferocious beast, the Nether Poison Dragon. Lin Shuang waved her hand to store the 6 exceptionally high-quality soul bones into her storage soul tool. Then she grasped the storage soul tool belonging to Zhu Douluo. Her spirit power probing within, her expression immediately turning grave. Within this soul tool lay an array of items, including Zhu Douluo's identity token from the Star Luo Empire, along with a multitude of treasures and riches. However, what astonished Lin Shuang the most was the wooden pedestal at the deepest part of the storage soul tool, ensnaring a swirling mass of white vapor. Undoubtedly, this was the God Sealing Platform, a 9th-level soul tool from the Sun Moon Empire. Lin Shuang also began to speculate about the identity of that white vapor. If her conjecture was correct, it could only belong to one being, the Ice Empress, the third ranked among the 10 ferocious beasts and the foremost of the 3 kings of the far north, who commanded the ultimate essence of ice and snow. Chapter 92, Radiant Sunlight. Lin Shuang transferred all items from the soul guidance device of Zhu Douluo into the Heart of Darkness, retrieving the divine platform before concealing the soul guidance device. As he gazed upon the swirling white currents within the divine platform, a solemn expression descended upon Lin Shuang. The Snow Empress, a formidable beast with a legacy of nearly 700,000 years, harbored immense energy, and even Lin Shuang, at present, lacked the confidence to assimilate it. Moreover, the Snow Empress, having been captured by Zhu Douluo during her transformation, held a deep-seated animosity towards humanity, compelling Lin Shuang to refrain from recklessly releasing her. To Lin Shuang, the Snow Empress now served but one purpose: to eliminate her within the divine platform to acquire her soul ring and soul bone. Yet, even the soul ring might prove incompatible, leaving him with only a soul bone that approached the venerable age of 700,000 years. Nonetheless, faced with this icy maiden, Lin Shuang was reluctant to take her life, yet found himself devoid of viable alternatives. However, recognizing that time was on his side, Lin Shuang resolved to wait until his strength had burgeoned before attempting to absorb the Snow Empress. By then, he could employ the Soul Spirit Transformation Scroll to preserve her intellect, the most judicious course of action. Lin Shuang absorbed the Divine Seal platform into the Heart of Darkness, setting the time to absorb the Snow Emperor's essence after becoming a tidal Douluo. with matters in the far north perfectly resolved. He gazed at the collapsing snow mountains surrounding him, feeling utterly powerless, as he summoned the sun's shattered feathers to depart from this place. With a resounding roar, a colossal shadow emerged beside him. The once crumbling snow mountains abruptly halted. The gigantic shadow's fist hurtled towards Lin Shuang. Did the tumult of the collapsing snow mountains obscure his footsteps? Lin Shuang pondered as he activated the teleportation ring to appear nearby. In that moment, he discerned the true form of the immense shadow, a titan of unfathomable size, standing over 100 meters tall, with a greenish face and sharp fangs. Covered in pure white fur, the Titan Snow Demon King. Lin Shuang gritted his teeth, astonished at encountering all the formidable beings, aside from the Ice Emperor. During his visit to the far north, it was indeed an honor. Although the Titan Snow Demon King had existed for over 200,000 years, nearing 300,000, its true power far surpassed its own realm. With the bloodline of ancient titans and primordial ice gods, it was akin to a super Douluo capable of fighting beyond its level, endowed with 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bones. The Titan Snow Demon King glared coldly at Lin Shuang and delivered another powerful punch. Lin Shuang dared not withstand it directly, so the sun's shattered feathers rushed forward. However, when the Titan Snow Demon King's massive fist made contact with the sun's shattered feathers, it astonishingly passed right through, evading the punch entirely. The sun's shattered feathers transformed into a mirror, reflecting Lin Shuang's image through the Titan's arm. As the Titan's fist fell, Lin Shuang's figure became illusory. While the image within the sun's shattered feathers turned vividly real, Lin Shuang had directly appeared on the other side of the sun's shattered feathers. The pseudo-10th level soul guide was indeed an incomprehensible existence. Unless the Ice Emperor intervened, no one in the far north could contend with him. Lin Shuang spoke with an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of the Titan Snow Demon King. Roaring fiercely, the Titan Snow Demon King caused the snow mountains to tremble again. Yet they did not collapse. Instead, they coalesced into a raging blizzard directed at Lin Shuang. The temperature plummeted rapidly as the Titan Snow Demon King swung another punch at Lin Shuang, utilizing the sun's shattered feathers once more. Lin Shuang dodged the strike and burst forth from the blizzard. However, he was met with a terrifying bear paw. Lin Shuang's expression grew serious. There was no evading this claw. With a thunderous boom, a protective shield emerged, 9th level soul guide, red dust protection. The Ice Bear King's claw was intercepted by Lin Shuang. Yet he was still sent flying back into the blizzard. With the protection of red dust, Lin Shuang sighed in relief, quickly regaining his composure and contemplating his predicament. How troublesome, two ferocious beasts nearing 300,000 years. A smile crept upon his lips as he directed the sun's shattered feathers to ascend into the sky. Intending to break through the blizzard from above, the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear King could no longer assault Lin Shuang directly. But they were not devoid of long-range attacks. A massive ice-blue energy sphere erupted from the Ice Bear King's body, soaring skyward. While the Titan Snow Demon King continuously condensed ice spheres in its hands, hurling them at Lin Shuang. Radiant sunlight. The sun's shattered feathers enveloped Lin Shuang. And at that moment, his sun martial soul seemed to align with the sun in the sky, unleashing a terrifying golden divine light that appeared capable of annihilating all. The sun's shattered feathers also harnessed spatial soul guide technology. As Kong Deming had once aspired to use the sun's shattered feathers as his innate soul guide to break through to 10th level soul master. Regrettably, the sun's scorching heat affected the spatial soul guide formation of the sun's shattered feathers, yet it also forged a connection with the sun, allowing it to unleash an unparalleled fire that produced formidable power. As the divine light descended, the blizzard instantly quelled, the ice and snow melted. And both the Ice Bear King and the Titan Snow Demon King gazed at the blazing sun in the sky, seemingly awaiting something. However, they ultimately did not receive that which they anticipated. Observing the increasingly terrifying presence of the sun radiating golden light, they had no choice but to flee in disarray. After their retreat, Lin Shuang's soul power was exhausted, and the sun's shattered feathers returned to his body. He descended from the sky, and a golden sweet potato appeared beside him, gently suspending him in the air before slowly guiding him to the ground. In the extreme northern region, Lin Shuang's second soul ring, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, a 100,000-year soul beast, serves as his most formidable trump card while he remains unconscious. It has already saved him once. Without it, Lin Shuang might have perished in the snow, or at the very least succumbed to the bitter cold due to exhaustion of his soul power. Chapter 93. The unexpected appearance of Hui Yu. How exhausted mentally and drained of soul power, Lin Shuang has suffered severe consequences after enduring several fierce battles. Despite his formidable mental and soul strength, the toll taken upon him is beyond his capacity to withstand. Lying in the snow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. while the Earth Dragon Golden Melon vigilantly safeguarded him against soul beast attacks and ensured his body remained unharmed by the frigid temperatures. Days passed. Yet Lin Shuang showed no signs of awakening. However, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon sensed the presence of humans nearby and pondered aloud whether they were foes. It refrained from acting rashly, instead retreating into Lin Shuang's mental sea, subtly drawing upon its soul power to protect the hidden horn on Lin Shuang's forehead. At last, a figure approached Lin Shuang, enveloped by a thin golden aura. Upon seeing the unconscious Lin Shuang, he hastily rushed over. If Lin Shuang were awake, he would be astonished to recognize this individual as Hui Yuhao, the protagonist from the original narrative. Now that he had arrived in the extreme north, it hinted that he was on the verge of awakening his powerful second martial soul. Lin Shuang, teacher? Hui Yuhao confirmed the identity of the unconscious figure, his astonishment evident. Indeed, it is you, the teacher from Shrek Academy. A voice of confusion echoed in Hui Yuhao's mind. How could this individual appear in such a perilous location? The heart of the extreme north, inhabited by 100,000-year soul beasts, and possibly even the legendary beings among them? After scrutinizing Lin Shuang closely, a sense of shock washed over the dream eye silkworm. How is this possible? Brother Tianming, what is it? Hui Yuhao inquired hastily. Nothing, the dream eye silkworm replied, shaking its head in disbelief. The realm Lin Shuang had attained was far beyond its own reach, achieved by a mere human not yet 20 years of age. Yet soon, excitement surged within it. The extraordinary potential of humanity was evident. The prospect of Hui Yuhao, endowed with the powers of both the Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor, attaining divinity seemed ever more plausible. What do you plan to do next? Will you stay by his side? The Dream Ice Silkworm asked curiously, contemplating Hui Yuhao's intentions. If there was no urgency to return to Shrek Academy, remaining here would pose no issue, especially since they had ample time ahead of them. Yes, Hui Yuhao nodded. I intend to be forthright with teacher Lin Shuang upon his awakening. Is that so? The Dream Ice Silkworm appeared troubled. If Hui Yuhao were to propose that Lin Shuang accompany him to the Sun Moon Empire, how could he then lead Hui Yuhao to seek the Ice Emperor for the fusion of his second martial soul? Even if he could facilitate Hui Yuhao's fusion with the Ice Emperor, how could he guarantee that Lin Shuang would not turn against Hui Yuhao for the sake of the Ice Emperor's soul bone? Yet, gazing into Hui Yuhao's resolute eyes, the Dream Ice Silkworm fell silent, having already deceived him. This moment was not the time for further revelations. In the ensuing days, Hui Yuhao remained vigilant. With the Earth Dragon Golden Melon subtly manipulating the earth to deter approaching soul beasts, thus encountering no immediate danger. The Dream Ice Silkworm sensed a force within Lin Shuang that was self-protecting. Though intrigued, it could discern nothing further. Finally, after more than 10 days of unconsciousness, Lin Shuang awoke, slowly opening his eyes. He felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and comfort. The moment his eyes opened, he noticed Hui Yuhao beside him. Initially wary, he regarded Hui Yuhao, but upon recognizing him, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his gaze, accompanied by the Earth Dragon Golden Melon's voice resonating in his mental sea. This human youth has been here for several days. You have remained unconscious for over 10 days. Lin Shuang remained composed and inquired of Hui Yuhao, what brings you here? Hui Yuhao hesitated momentarily, but soon provided an answer to Lin Shuang's question. I have come to the far north in search of my second martial soul. Search? Lin Shuang feigned confusion. Indeed, Hui Yuhao affirmed with a nod, continuing. I possess a dual martial soul. However, my second martial soul is an insentient ice. If I can obtain the essence of an ice-type soul beast for fusion, I shall be able to awaken my second martial soul. Lin Shuang swiftly devised a strategy and addressed Hui Yuhao, stating, if that is the case, I have a commendable choice. Both the Ice Emperor Scorpion and the Titan Snow Demon are excellent options. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. The Ice Emperor Scorpion and Titan Snow Demon? Under normal circumstances, they would indeed be splendid choices. However, with Tianming's assurance of sealing the fierce beast's power, he cautiously inquired of Lin Shuang, what if I could seal the spirit beast's power within me, without any limit? Tianming Binken was alarmed within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. If Lin Shuang harbored any ill intentions, he might have to resort to using his own remnants to trap her and then flee the extreme north with Hui Yuhao. Once Hui Yuhao grew stronger, they could return to the extreme north and merge with a spirit beast as his second martial spirit. Yet, given Hui Yuhao's innate talent, it seemed improbable that he would rapidly gain strength. Thus, they would have to settle for integrating a top-tier spirit beast of a millennium. However, Tianming Binken aspired for Hui Yuhao to ascend to divinity and was averse to the idea of him merging with lesser spirit beasts for his second martial spirit. No limits? Lin Shuang was taken aback, not anticipating that Hui Yuhao would reveal this information in such a manner. A smile graced his lips as he queried Hui Yuhao. If that is the case, with my strength, I can contend with the Titan Snow Demon King, who ranks last among the three great kings of the extreme north. He possesses the bloodlines of the ancient Ice God and the Titan Giant. Should the bloodline of the Ice God fully awaken, he could inherit the divine status of the Ice God. What? The voice of Tianming Binkan echoed in shock within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. Lin Shuang could confront the Titan Snow Demon King? This seemed utterly implausible to him. The Titan Snow Demon King was more powerful than a Super Douluo, and only those at the pinnacle of the Super Douluo level could match him. Yet, Lin Shuang claimed he could defeat the Titan Snow Demon King, which left Tianming Binkan incredulous. Of course, Lin Shuang could not hear Tianming Binkan's words. Hui Yuhao, momentarily stunned, quickly asked Tianming Binkan, Tianming, can the Titan Snow Demon King be my second martial spirit? Compared to the Ice Emperor Scorpion, which possessed the ultimate ice, Hui Yuhao was more inclined to obtain the Titan Snow Demon King as his second martial spirit, but he sought Tianming Binkan's counsel on this matter. Is there any other way? Tianming Binkan replied somewhat helplessly. However, this course of action was not without its merits. If Lin Shuang truly proved formidable, he could retain his remnants. Chapter 94. The Titan Snow Demon King. Subsequently, Lin Shuang led Hui Yuhao on the path to seek the Titan Snow Demon King. In the extreme north, the bloodline of the Titan Snow Demon King was the closest to that of the Ice God. Unfortunately, his bloodline lacked purity, preventing the awakening of the ultimate ice. However, should Hui Yuhao manage to awaken this power, the benefits would far surpass those of merging with the Ice Emperor Scorpion. While the bloodline of the Ice Emperor Scorpion was powerful and could enhance his innate talent while bestowing the ultimate ice martial spirit, the Titan Snow Demon King boasted an equally formidable bloodline of the Ice God and Titan Giant. Merging with the Titan Snow Demon King would undoubtedly grant Hui Yuhao a greater innate talent than merging with the Ice Emperor Scorpion. This does not imply that the Ice Emperor Scorpion was inferior to the Titan Snow Demon King. Rather, the strength of the Ice Emperor Scorpion's bloodline lay in ice. The greatest advantage Hui Yuhao would gain from merging with the Ice Emperor Scorpion would be the ultimate ice. Conversely, merging with the Titan Snow Demon King would elevate Hui Yuhao's innate talent to its zenith. Possessing the Spirit Eye martial spirit and having integrated with Tianming Binkan, Hui Yuhao's Spirit Eye would remain his unassailable primary martial spirit, with his greatest strength forever rooted in his mental aptitude. During this period, despite Hui Yuhao's repeated calls for Tianming Binkan, he received no response. Fortunately, Hui Yuhao exercised caution. After 2 unanswered calls, he ceased to summon Tianming Binkan, much to the latter's relief. After all, with Lin Shuang, a formidable force possessing tangible spiritual prowess, present, Tianming Binkan could not guarantee that, if exposed, Lin Shuang would not succumb to greed. Lin Shuang's spiritual power far surpasses that of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, allowing him to sense the location of the Titan Snow Demon King. However, he was preoccupied with inquiring various matters from Hui Yuhao along the way, thus delaying his immediate journey to the Titan Snow Demon King's lair, proceeding at a leisurely pace instead. After several days, Lin Shuang finally gleaned all the information from Hui Yuhao. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. Could it be that Wang Dong had obtained that strand of divine consciousness in advance and transformed into Tang Wudong? Lin Shuang felt a twinge of concern. Since the divine consciousness that possessed Tang Wudong's memories had departed from the spiritual sea of the auspicious beast, was the three-eyed golden lion already deceased? Was there a possibility that the memories shared with her had been exposed? This was what Lin Shuang feared the most. Furthermore, through Hui Yuhao's account, she learned that offending Zhou Yi had made Hui Yuhao even less welcome at Shrek Academy. Zhou Yi had only spent a month with Hui Yuhao and his companions, so the bond was not profound. Even though Hui Yuhao had met Fan Yu, he had not been accepted as a disciple at that time. Following the completion of the freshman assessments and subsequent class divisions, Hui Yuhao, along with Tang Wudong and Xiao Xiao, had defied Zhou Yi's threats to leave the classroom to bid farewell to Lin Shuang, undoubtedly placing themselves on Zhou Yi's blacklist. Enduring the same treatment as Dai Yaoheng and Zhu Lu in the original narrative, relegated to Class 2 of the first year. Subsequently, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, through their innate talents, became core disciples, while the ordinary Hui Yuhao, lacking any esteemed background, found himself at a disadvantage without Fan Yu's attention. He sought strength to avenge his mother, which led him to the extreme north. However, without the backing to confront the Star Luo Empire, he intended to seek out Lin Shuang in the Sun Moon Empire after acquiring a second martial soul. Yet fate had him encounter the unconscious Lin Shuang in the extreme north instead. Upon learning of the events that had transpired with Hui Yuhao during this time, Lin Shuang nodded in understanding, halting mere tens of thousands of meters from the lair of the Titan Snow Demon King, and remarked with a smile, "The big bug should be making its appearance soon, right?" Hui Yuhao paused, seemingly seeking clarification on Lin Shuang's words. While the dream ice silkworm within his spiritual sea trembled in fear, Lin Shuang shook her head and remarked, "Must I still invite you to come out?" The moment the name Tianming ice silkworm escaped her lips, Hui Yuhao was struck with astonishment, gazing at Lin Shuang with a hint of wariness in his eyes, which then shimmered with a golden hue as his body fell momentarily under its influence. "What business do you seek with me?" The Tianming ice silkworm, having taken control of Hui Yuhao's form, subtly unleashed the aura of a million-year soul beast, speaking in a tone of indifference. Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Then the sun fragment feathers manifested around Hui Yuhao. With just a thought, Lin Shuang could easily bring about Hui Yuhao's demise. Wait, let us have a proper conversation." Realizing that his spiritual pressure had no effect on Lin Shuang, the heavenly dream ice silkworm immediately conceded and spoke to her. "I have received the fate guidance of the auspicious beast and exchanged memories with her," Lin Shuang remarked with a smile. The heavenly dream ice silkworm nodded, inquiring with a hint of flirtation, "Is that little fellow the one you're referring to? May I ask what brings you to seek me?" Lin Shuang rolled her eyes and remarked, "Isn't it your responsibility to seal his powers if Hui Yuhao wishes to merge with the Titan Snow Monster King?" Upon hearing this, the heavenly dream ice silkworm felt somewhat embarrassed. It seemed Lin Shuang was already aware of its existence. Although it was curious about how Lin Shuang could ascertain its presence through the memories of the auspicious beast, it was evidently not the right moment to delve into such inquiries. "I shall first deal with the Titan Snow Monster King. Make sure to follow closely afterward." The sun-shattered feather appeared beside Lin Shuang, transforming into golden wings as it surged swiftly towards the location of the Titan Snow Monster King. Lin Shuang possesses formidable strength. However, admonishing the Titan Snow Demon King proves to be a considerable challenge. Should a confrontation ensue, their powers are nearly on par. After all, Lin Shuang can unleash a devastating attack at the cost of exhausting his soul power. Is it conceivable that the Titan Snow Demon King lacks such hidden trump cards? Furthermore, as a ferocious beast with an age approaching 300,000 years, the Titan Snow Demon King's soul power is undoubtedly immense. Thus, for Lin Shuang to triumph over him, he must deploy potent soul skills. Solar Ray. As Lin Shuang approached the Titan Snow Demon King, a blazing sun materialized behind him, unleashing a terrifying crimson ray, 10 meters in diameter. Yet, the Titan Snow Demon King demonstrated remarkable speed, attempting to evade, though his arm was still pierced in the process. In the air, Lin Shuang observed the Titan Snow Demon King, whose once pristine white fur was now tainted green from a wound inflicted upon his arm. A grave expression overtook his countenance. The green blood was an undeniable indication of the Titan Snow Demon King's pure Titan lineage, for he was the most formidable descendant of the Titan giants on the Douluo Continent. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Although anticipated, Lin Shuang felt a sense of helplessness. He dared not employ the burning sun technique, as his abilities were quite limited. The solar ray, which consumed a tenth of his soul power, merely succeeded in injuring the Titan Snow Demon King, and it was evident that his other soul skills could not alter the tide of battle. Chapter 95, Spear of the God of Death. Alas, being in the extreme northern region posed a significant constraint. Lin Shuang sighed, acknowledging that due to the harsh conditions of the far north, he could not utilize techniques such as the burning sun or the divine light of the blazing sun, which might render him vulnerable or deplete his soul power. However, Lin Shuang was far from ordinary. A smile graced his lips, and as his long hair billowed, it gradually transformed into a crimson hue, reminiscent of blood. Blood Moon True Body. At the moment the sanguine glow emerged, a deeper shade of blood red enveloped him, transforming him into a colossal blood-red full moon, as the domain of the God of Death began to manifest. Roar. The Titan Snow Demon King bellowed, his unscathed left arm striking the ground with force, summoning a tempest of blizzards around him. The Titan Snow Demon King's bloodline domain unleashed a snowstorm, but unfortunately, his ice god lineage was too diluted, having long lost the ultimate ice mastery of his ancestors, with the ice attributes overshadowed by the snow attributes. Yet, amidst this icy expanse, was it not the most optimal environment? Roar. The Titan Snow Demon King roared once more, a wave of pressure cascading over the blood moon above, causing it to tremble, yet it remained aloft. Such a powerful bloodline, Lin Shuang mused, but regrettably, under the influence of the seventh soul ring bestowed by a ferocious beast from 300,000 years ago, he experienced a 500% enhancement across all attributes, rivaling his power in the Burning Sun state. "Let me show you what true strength is," Lin Shuang whispered, as a flourish of crimson erupted forth. Spear of the God of Death. At that moment, the blood-red killing intent solidified, coalescing into a long red spear aimed directly at the Titan Snow Demon King. Roar. As the Titan Snow Demon King let out a furious roar, layers of snow cascaded before him, his eyes igniting with a shade of blue as he regarded Lin Shuang with utmost seriousness. Within this blood spear, he sensed an unprecedented peril, a potential for death. Human. The Titan Snow Demon King articulated in human speech, his right arm no longer bleeding, gazing intently at Lin Shuang. "Withdraw now, and consider all that you have done in the extreme north as if it had never occurred. Otherwise, should the Snow Emperor become enraged, your demise would be inevitable." The voice of Lin Shuang resonated. "Snow Empress? If possible, then let her come and end my life." The blood-red spear of the God of Death descended, piercing through the snow in an instant, causing it to melt away. In the final moment, a hue of blue erupted from the Titan Snow Demon King. Judgment of extreme ice. At the moment of melting, the temperature of the snowflakes reached its nadir, although it did not attain the pinnacle of absolute frost. It was not far from it. Under the impetus of the ice god's bloodline concealed within the Titan Snow Demon King, the temperature surged to its utmost extremity. This was the Titan Snow Demon King's final gambit. He had once employed this technique to challenge the Snow Empress, only to be effortlessly thwarted. Now, he fixed his gaze upon the blood-colored spear, seeking to gain insight into himself. With a soft hiss, his resistance proved futile, beneath the judgment of extreme ice. The spear of the God of Death faced no hindrance, penetrating the Titan Snow Demon King's chest. With a thunderous crash, his colossal form collapsed. Even as the murderous aura raged above, it could not bring an end to the Titan Snow Demon King. His towering figure, soaring over 100 meters, rendered him formidable in certain respects, rivaling the strongest at the limits of power, particularly in terms of vitality. Murderous intent is a form of will. Yet it differs from energy, it possesses a distinct nature. Thousands of years ago, the most formidable control-type soul technique, the polar prohibition domain, was shattered by the overwhelming murderous aura of the God of Death, capable of obliterating all matter, energy, and even the very laws of existence. And now, the judgment of extreme ice is also a control-type soul technique that freezes all. Alas, the murderous aura cannot be frozen. Lin Shuang withdrew from the Blood Moon's true form, a flicker of crimson passing through his eyes, accompanied by a fleeting expression of anguish. He retracted the sanguine lunar martial soul as the sun-shattered feather encircled him, drifting towards the Titan Snow Demon King. "Surely you do not wish to meet your demise," Lin Shuang remarked. "What do you intend to do?" The Titan Snow Demon King retorted, his voice resounding with such intensity that it stirred the snow beside Lin Shuang, sending it swirling into the air. "Soon, someone will arrive to speak with you," Lin Shuang replied, shaking his head as he turned to approach the arriving Huiyuhao. "I have inflicted severe injuries upon the Titan Snow Demon King. Now, it is up to you and the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm." Upon reaching Huiyuhao's side, Lin Shuang uttered but a single sentence before soaring to the side, settling onto the ground to recuperate his soul power. With a single strike, he had grievously wounded the Titan Snow Demon King, a being nearing 300,000 years in age, boasting the ancient bloodlines of both the Ice God and Titan giants. He appeared remarkably formidable, yet Lin Shuang's soul power had dwindled to less than 30%. Had it not been for his meticulous control over his soul energy, how could such murderous intent have materialized into the divine killing spear? Nonetheless, with the Titan Snow Demon King now vanquished, the only threats remaining in the extreme north that could endanger Lin Shuang were the Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai. How could the Ice Bear King, who stood on par with the mighty Titan Snow Demon King, be deemed weak? The Titan Snow Demon King held excessive confidence in his Ice God judgment. Yet could the frigid temperatures truly freeze murderous intent? Should he engage Lin Shuang with his own physical prowess, perhaps the divine killing spear could severely injure him, but ultimately, the exhausted Lin Shuang would have no choice but to retreat. As Lin Shuang recovered her spiritual power, the heavenly dream ice silkworm beside her swiftly executed the severely wounded Titan Snow Demon King. Though the silkworm appeared feeble, it possessed sufficient mental strength to forcefully assault the Titan's spiritual sea. With the Titan Snow Demon King already grievously injured and his spiritual sea under attack, he could muster no resistance. Summoning his final vestiges of strength, he lashed out at Huiyuhao before him. Thus fell the Titan Snow Demon King, the lowest ranked of the three great Arctic emperors, descendant of the ancient ice god's bloodline, soon to become Huiyuhao's second martial soul. Chapter 96. Wei Yuhao's second martial soul, Titan Snow Demon King. A month had passed since Wei Yuhao began fusing with the Titan Snow Demon King. He succeeded in assimilating the Titan as his second martial soul, adopting the agonizing method of absorbing the soul bone first, followed by the soul ring, to fully harness its power. Yet, Wei Yuhao endured. Fortunately, he prevailed, though lacking the relief of the esoteric soul left arm bone. Under the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm's protection, he safely merged with the Titan's soul bone. As the fusion completed, the silkworm guided the Titan's dissipating spiritual essence and bloodline energy into Wei Yuhao's body. Amidst excruciating torment, Wei Yuhao's anguished cries echoed, but in the end, triumph came. A crimson soul ring drifted toward him, merging seamlessly. Thereafter, tranquility returned. Wei Yuhao slipped into deep slumber while the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm restrained the Titan's colossal energy, sealing it away with meticulous precision. Having devoured the Titan's spiritual essence, the silkworm then confined his residual soul power within the soul bone, laying an unshakable foundation for Wei Yuhao's future. Lin Shuang sat in the snow, her gaze fixed on the awakening youth, her expression one of astonishment. The once slightly frail Wei Yuhao, although now entirely bare, exhibited muscles that bulged like sculpted granite. Standing at approximately 1.70 meters, he had now surged to nearly 2 meters, towering over Lin Shuang. Each muscle was flawless and glistened with a pearly sheen, reflecting a unique luminescence against the surrounding white landscape. His azure eyes sparkled as he clenched his fists tightly, summoning the Titan Snow Demon King spirit. Instantly, his robust physique began to swell once more. As his form expanded to 8 meters, a coat of snow white fur sprouted. His complexion turned ashen, subtle creases appeared on his forehead, and 2 formidable fangs emerged. He had become the Titan Snow Demon King. He threw his head back and released a piercing howl that reverberated through the air, causing the falling snowflakes to scatter wildly. Immediately, a ring of crimson soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. Dominant, frigid, and untamed, the hue resembled a boundless sea of blood, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Within the blood-red rings, 3 golden patterns flickered faintly, marking the Titan Snow Demon King's age at nearly 300,000 years. With the Dream Eye Silkworm having elevated the soul ring's age to that remarkable extent using its essence, Wei Yuhao, feeling the enormity of his new form, froze momentarily before asking, "Brother Tianming, is this transformation too drastic?" The Dream Ice Silkworm languidly replied, "It is said that a newly born Titan Snow Demon can reach lengths of over 10 meters. Your size after embodying the Titan Snow Demon King is actually quite modest. I anticipated you would exceed that." Wei Yuhao fell silent, contemplating the implication of 10 meters. Such a size would rival that of other spirit beasts. He then glanced at his right arm, now measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, radiating a blue glow. This was the soul bone of the Titan Snow Demon King. A formidable right arm bone. Rather than producing a torso bone, the Titan Snow Demon King had bestowed upon Wei Yuhao an immensely powerful arm bone, granting him 2 formidable soul skills imbued with its bloodline affinity. During the fusion of the Titan Snow Demon King's bloodline, the Dream Eye Silkworm deliberately merged only the purest essence with Wei Yuhao, discarding the rest. Thus, while the Titan Snow Demon King's bloodline within Wei Yuhao was thin, it was remarkably pure, nearing that of his ancestors. Should circumstances allow in the future, Wei Yuhao's Titan Snow Demon King spirit might even evolve into that of his forebear, the Frost Titan. Indeed, Lin Shuang remarked, regarding Wei Yuhao with satisfaction. Wei Yuhao promptly reverted from the spirit embodiment state, glancing down at his exposed form. Hastily attempting to cover himself, he reached for a set of clothing, only to discover that his rapid growth rendered his previous attire ill-fitting. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes and handed a set of her own clothes to Wei Yuhao. Although there was a slight discrepancy in their sizes, the garments could still be worn snugly. Observing Wei Yuhao, Lin Shuang's gaze was filled with complexity, as if lost in thought. With a smile, she shook her head and inquired, "Have you decided which soul ring to fuse with your first martial soul? Your soul power has already surpassed level 20 by a considerable margin, given your current circumstances. It seems you could even integrate the soul rings of soul beasts that have just reached 10,000 years. Wei Yuhao scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. "Is that so? However, I wish to fuse with the soul ring of an ice silkworm that possesses a disguised soul skill. Well then, let that fellow from your sea of spirit assist you in the search. After all, he is one of his kin," Lin Shuang teased. "You scoundrel. I am the one and only Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm." The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm retorted, somewhat discontented. Lin Shuang nodded in agreement, saying, "Falling into the abyss of eternal ice and spending each day in slumber, dreaming of becoming the golden patterned ice silkworm, can indeed be aptly named the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Lin Shuang cast a glance at the lifeless form of the Titan Snow Demon King beside him. Even in death, its corpse emanated a terrifying aura, deterring any intruders for over a month. After all, it was the carcass of a ferocious beast, too valuable to simply discard. However, gazing upon this colossal humanoid soul beast, magnified several times over, Lin Shuang quickly dismissed the notion of utilizing its body as a source of sustenance. Once we find a suitable soul ring, where shall we head next? Hui Yuhao inquired of Lin Shuang. Shrek Academy. Ah? Hui Yuhao responded with surprise. Lin Shuang rolled his eyes and said, "You are not betraying anyone, even if you refer to it as a betrayal. You are merely leaving Shrek Academy to join the Sun Moon Empire. First, we shall take care of your withdrawal procedures. And then you can accompany me back to the Sun Moon Empire." At present, with the Dragon God Douluo having passed away, Lin Shuang felt little trepidation towards the remaining individuals at Shrek Academy. Aside from the gluttonous Douluo, who surpassed him in strength, the others truly posed no threat. This return also presented an opportunity to see Wuing, whom he had not encountered in nearly a year. Though their previous meeting had been sparked by desire and a need for the system's sign-in, she was nonetheless his woman. And a twinge of guilt lingered in Lin Shuang's heart. Chapter 97. The God of Destruction. Lin Shuang and Hui Yuhao wandered in this frigid northern expanse, in search of the ice silkworm soul beast possessing the camouflage soul skill. The age was not of paramount importance, with the essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. He could undoubtedly enhance Hui Yuhao's soul ring longevity. Thus, the group commenced their quest in this desolate region. It must be said that the ice silkworm's mimicry soul skill was remarkably potent, yet regrettably, its ancestors were present, leaving no avenue for escape. Eventually, the heavenly dream ice silkworm located a 3,000-year-old ice silkworm endowed with the camouflage soul skill, culminating in Hui Yuhao's successful fusion with its soul ring. Although this was not Hui Yuhao's ultimate potential, it likely represented the zenith for an ordinary ice silkworm, as the frail creature struggled to reach such an age. Consequently, they opted to merge with the soul ring. After Hui Yuhao integrated the ice silkworm's soul ring, his soul power ascended to level 26, leaving merely 4 levels of soul power until his next breakthrough. Given Hui Yuhao's current talents, he was destined to achieve this breakthrough before the forthcoming Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. Lin Shuang unfurled the sun fragments and, accompanied by Hui Yuhao, departed from the extreme north. The sun fragments autonomously isolated the air currents, allowing Lin Shuang to soar swiftly without concern for Hui Yuhao's comfort. They soon left the desolate expanse and arrived at the nearest city. After Hui Yuhao purchased several well-fitting garments, the pair casually sought refuge in a tavern. Despite their formidable soul power and the abundance of energy within them, hunger had eluded them. However, having gone over a month without sustenance, they instinctively yearned for a meal upon entering the city. After indulging in fine wine and exquisite dishes at the tavern, Lin Shuang and Hui Yuhao rested for the night, only to set out once more the following day towards Shrek Academy. At present, Shrek Academy was abuzz with the ripples of Hui Yuhao's disappearance. Although it had not caused significant turmoil, it nonetheless stirred considerable concern. Students who had departed for the holidays had yet to return, a matter of discipline. Yet, as 2 weeks elapsed without Hui Yuhao's reappearance, the situation grew increasingly pressing. While Hui Yuhao was not deemed crucial, his connections with certain individuals, such as Tang Wudong and Xiao Xiao, along with 2 companions from the freshman assessment, prompted a search. These individuals approached the faculty out of desperation, leading the academy to reluctantly investigate Hui Yuhao's whereabouts. To their astonishment, it was revealed that he had dared to venture alone into the extreme north. Ultimately, Hui Yuhao's record at Shrek Academy was marked as missing, though he had not been expelled. Unexpectedly, a potential successor to my divine throne had emerged. Within the realm of the gods, a purple-haired man gazed towards the capital city, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Beside him, a stunning woman nodded in agreement, remarking on the emergence of not only a wielder of destructive attributes but also a genius possessing a life attribute martial soul, who might be capable of inheriting his divine position. Is it any wonder that this is the birthplace of the dragon god? The purple-haired man mused. Reluctant to relinquish his divine status, he observed as sea god Tang San resolved to pass down his most formidable Shura position. For the sake of divine authority in the future of the divine realm, he began to seek out a suitable successor. However, upon witnessing the state of the capital city, a sigh escaped his lips as he beheld Su Tianran, who had lost his entire lower body. He discreetly retracted a portion of his divine power, downgrading the previously established 9 trials of destruction to the 8 trials of the highest order. The beautiful woman with flowing green hair appeared taken aback. Such a prodigy had suffered such a grievous loss. What a pity, she lamented. Though he consumed a celestial herb, it has not significantly enhanced his talents. While healing his affliction is possible, the god of destruction shook his head. His concerns were not unfounded. Even if he were to bestow the 9 trials of destruction, Su Tian might still be unable to pass. Yet, with a rare individual from the lower realms possessing attributes resonant with his own, he opted to lower the trials to the highest order, hoping Su Tian could become the high priest of the god of destruction, paving the way for the future deity of destruction. Having completed these deliberations, the god of destruction shifted his gaze to other realms. Conversely, the goddess of life appeared in high spirits, stating, "My successor has received the legacy left by the god of death and has unlocked the 9 trials of the god of death. Perhaps in the future, he could attain a status akin to Tang San, possessing dual divine titles." Indeed, the god of destruction acknowledged, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. He turned to his wife and inquired, "Has Xiaoqi also descended to the lower realms? Do you believe Tang San's sudden bestowal of the highest trial of the sea god is to aid Xiaoqi in becoming the sea god?" "That is of no concern," the goddess of life replied with a smile. "I have sensed the anomalies within Douluo Continent. The powers once belonging to the 2 divine kings of evil and good seem to be awakening. Perhaps the structure of the divine realm is on the brink of significant change." Indeed, the god of destruction nodded, a sigh escaping him as he contemplated Tang San's rapid growth. Over the years, he had become nearly equal to this original law enforcement god, Tang San. For the expansion of the divine realm with the god of destruction's murmurs, tranquility enveloped the space once more. Meanwhile, due to Lin Shuang's butterfly effect, Douluo Continent was engulfed in profound upheaval. Countless divine beings turned their gaze towards this realm, and even the 3 law enforcement gods resolved to impose divine trials. A transformation was imminent, not only for humanity, but also for the Star Do Forest. The intertwining destinies of Lin Shuang and the divine beast had irrevocably altered fate. If destinies could indeed be reshaped, what other events might unfold prematurely? First and foremost, do not doubt that the divine throne of the god of destruction is destined for the protagonist. Ultimately, he shall obtain dual divine titles of Shura and Destruction after the conclusion of the prestigious Soul Master Academy competition across the continent. Chapter 98. The Ticket Fee? Director Yin. I hope this message finds you well. Lin Shuang has come to pay a visit. Lin Shuang, accompanied by Huiyuhao, boldly entered Shrek Academy and soared to see God Island. The speed of the sun-broken feather was astonishing. Without the prowess of a titled Douluo, one could hardly react. And even if one could, few could match Lin Shuang's pace. Uninvited guests are hardly guests at all. A flash of white erupted from the ancient golden tree, approaching Lin Shuang and Huiyuhao, addressing Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang was taken aback, gazing at the young man before him, unable to believe that this was Yin Xiaozhe. However, the white wings behind him were unmistakable, radiating a profound aura of light, unmistakably belonging to the Phoenix martial soul. It seemed that during the past year, Ding Yin had significantly enhanced his strength. Lin Shuang remarked. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yin Xiaozhe's eyes as he responded, with such a formidable soul-guiding device. Your strength must have reached the title level as well. Lin Shuang smiled but remained silent. At this moment, Yin Xiaozhe noticed the presence of Huiyuhao beside Lin Shuang and inquired, "Who is this?" "Greetings, Ding Yan. I am Huiyuhao, a second-year student from the Martial Soul Department, Class 2. Huiyuhao hurriedly bowed, having heard Lin Shuang refer to Yin Xiaozhe as Dean earlier, which prompted him to address him accordingly. Ding Yin expressed a hint of confusion, then turned to Lin Shuang and remarked, "It seems you have been planning this in advance." During the time when Lin Shuang served as the homeroom teacher for the new students, Yin Xiaozhe had been closely observing her conduct. He had paid particular attention to her, especially as a first-ring soul master, and had gained some insight into her, particularly given that her first ring was a white 10-year soul ring, which had initially surprised him, though he subsequently chose to overlook it. Lin Shuang smiled and said, "Not at all, it is merely a matter of individual aspirations. Huiyuhao intends to withdraw from Shrek Academy, and I am simply assisting him with the formalities of his departure." Yin Xiaozhe's eyes flickered as he replied, "You should consult Du Weiluan regarding this matter. He is the head of the Soul Master Department. Huiyuhao has been late for over half a month and has already been expelled." Lin Shuang smiled and said, "Isn't that not a direct betrayal?" Yin Xiaozhe remained silent, instead observing the two with great care. During this period, his strength had significantly improved, and he had faintly touched upon that elusive realm. Yet he felt he could not see through Lin Shuang. "You should head to the outer academy. It is a perfect opportunity for you to attend to your own matters." Lin Shuang firmly grasped Hui Yuhao's arm and tossed him towards the outer academy, knowing that with Hui Yuhao's physique, he would not be harmed, and thus, she was not overly concerned. Shall we proceed to the Sea God Pavilion for a discussion? Yin Xiaozhi suggested with a smile. Lin Shuang shook her head and said, Let us refrain from going to the Sea God Pavilion. We have already arrived uninvited, and I would rather not pay an entrance fee. Hiki. Yin Xiaozhi smiled but chose not to respond. Indeed, that was his intention. However, Lin Shuang's words left him at a loss for action. Yet, having arrived uninvited at Shrek, shouldn't he be charged an entrance fee as well? Suddenly, a figure materialized behind Lin Shuang, startling him. Nevertheless, Lin Shuang remained composed, refraining from using her teleportation ring, and turned to face the formidable presence that had unexpectedly appeared. Old Lin? Lin Shuang was somewhat taken aback. This elder from the Sea God Pavilion, who had not made an appearance since the death of the Dragon God Douluo in the original narrative, turned out to be an ultimate Douluo. As previously mentioned, Tang San's highest challenge as the Sea God was bestowed upon Lin Huichuan, enabling her breakthrough to ultimate Douluo. Youngster, having intruded upon Shrek, you ought to leave behind a design blueprint for a 9th-level soul guide device as a token of your life, Old Lin said with a chuckle, prompting Lin Shuang's lips to twitch involuntarily. Lin Shuang feigned helplessness and said, What a pity. The blueprints for the 9th-level soul engineer were destroyed over a year ago in the Sea God Pavilion, and I have not sought them from my elders since. Is that so? Elder Lin nodded and replied, In that case, you may leave behind one 9th-level soul tool. Anyone will suffice. This golden wing, the red dust protection, or the soul tool you mentioned that can help Ma Xiaotao suppress her evil fire. Among the 3 soul tools, solar feather, red dust protection, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires zither, the one with the least efficacy was undoubtedly the zither. However, the emotional power it contained reminded Lin Shuang of that divine being. As for the solar feather and the red dust protection, which were gifted to him by Kong Dimming and Jing Hongqian, he was reluctant to part with them. After a moment's hesitation, he said to Elder Lin, I can produce a 9th-level soul tool, but I do not wish to be disturbed during my next few days at Shrek Academy, nor should anyone obstruct my departure with Hui Yuhao. We will agree to your terms regarding the 2 9th-level soul tools, Yin Xiaozhi said with a hint of stubbornness. With a swift motion at his chest, Lin Shuang summoned a crimson metallic shard into his hand, a 9th-tier soul guiding device, the Red Dust Guardian. Lin Shuang expressed his helplessness, stating, If Elder Lin does not agree, then I must risk everything to break out. If I cannot escape, I may have no choice but to detonate the level 9 fixed soul guidance shell. If that occurs, Shrek City will likely be reduced to rubble. Upon hearing about the level 9 fixed soul guidance shell, both Yin Xiaozhi and Elder Lin's expressions grew grave. They were well aware of the terrifying nature of such a weapon, which in their understanding was the only thing capable of contending with a limit Douluo. The consequences of allowing a level 9 fixed soul guidance shell to explode in Shrek City would be utterly unbearable. Old Lin, feeling helpless, reluctantly agreed to Lin Shuang's request. Bring forth the red dust protection. For the next few days, you may reside at Shrek Academy at your leisure, provided you do not venture into the Golden Ancient Tree. However, should you wish to enter the Golden Ancient Tree, you must present a 9th-level soul guide as your admission ticket. Lin Shuang let out a cold snort, discarding the red dust protection. After all, with the technology of Shrek Academy, they could not decipher the soul guide formation within it. It was merely a level 9 soul guide, which did not amount to a significant loss for Lin Shuang. Observing Yin Xiaozhi's condition, Lin Shuang recalled the scene where Hui Yuhao and Tang Wudong received the transmission of soul power from Ye Xishui and Long Xiaoao. It was likely that the Dragon God Douluo imparted his soul power to Yin Xiaozhi before his demise to assist him in breaking through. Yet he had not fully solidified his second soul core to become a limit Douluo. At present, Shrek Academy boasted a limit Douluo, Old Lin, a half-step limit Douluo, Yin Xiaozhi, and 2 super Douluos at level 98, Old Xian and Old Song. Initially, Lin Shuang's intention was quite simple, to contend with a gluttonous Douluo. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of so many formidable individuals in Shrek. Although parting with a piece of red dust protection caused him some distress, it was ultimately not without reward. Chapter 99, The 9 Trials of the Sun. After relinquishing the red dust protection, Lin Shuang soared towards Sea God Island. His flight was not particularly swift, and before he could reach the island, a golden figure approached him. Lin Shuang, the woman in his arms, exclaimed joyfully, prompting a smile to grace Lin Shuang's lips as he embraced her gently and replied, I have returned to see you. Nonsense, Wuing retorted, though she could hardly suppress her amusement. In Lin Shuang's embrace, she inquired, How long do you plan to stay at Shrek this time? Just a few days. as the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament is approaching. I must return to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, as I am the captain of the Sun Moon team. Wuing nodded, then shyly raised her gaze, expressing her hope. Shall we head to the Shrek Grand Hotel now? Her voice trailed off, but Shuang caught every word, a smile forming on his lips as he flew directly towards the Shrek Grand Hotel with her in his arms. Ah, the youth of today, old Lin remarked, shaking his head as he watched their departing figures before returning to the Sea God Pavilion. Yin Xiaozhe stood alone in the sky, glancing southward. In this year's competition, could Ma Xiaotao truly contend with Shuang? He held little hope. A level 9 soul guide could never match a title Douluo but was rather suited for a super Douluo, as the use of a level 9 soul guide necessitated being a title Douluo. This indicated that Shuang possessed the strength of a title Douluo in addition to wielding a level 9 soul guide, which potentially granted him power comparable to that of a super Douluo. No matter how much Ma Xiaotao improved, she would at most be on par with the title Douluo. The only way for her to rival a super Douluo would be through one means alone. After casting one last glance at the direction Shuang had vanished, Yin Xiaozhe returned to the Sea God Pavilion. Meanwhile, Shuang and Wuing had registered at the hotel and entered their room. In Shuang's hand was a set of the largest safety equipment items that Wuing had retrieved on the last day of their previous visit to Shrek Academy. At the sight of these familiar items, Wuing's pupils contracted, though such things could be found in many places. The ones in Shuang's possession bore the Shrek Academy insignia, undoubtedly from the box she had purchased last time. Swallowing hard, Wuing remained silent, instead obediently sitting on the bed and even beginning to remove her clothing. Before long, the two were engaged in a fierce battle. Notably, Shuang's increasingly refined combat skills left Wuing retreating repeatedly. After an intense skirmish, Shuang lay on the large bed, holding Wuing in his embrace. His gaze filled with hesitation. What is there to fear? After all, she is my woman. Why not let Wuing give it a try? With this thought, Shuang retrieved a treasure from his storage soul guide, the Heart of the Sun, a relic containing the legacy of the Sun God. What is that? The energy within feels incredibly formidable, Wuing remarked, glancing curiously at the object in Shuang's right hand. Shuang rolled her eyes and directly placed the Heart of the Sun into Wuing's hands. After all, it was an item she had obtained through her sign-in. Allowing Wuing to give it a try was of no consequence. If she were to acquire the divine examination, it would indeed be a fortuitous event. Shuang did not overthink the matter, as she was confident that even if Wuing were to attain the 9 trials of the sun, she would still have the means to unify the Douluo Continent before Wuing completed her divine examination. Just as Wuing was about to speak, the sun star in her hand erupted with resplendent brilliance, and for a fleeting moment, the temperature reached an extraordinary peak. Shuang had, on multiple occasions, mastered the essence of the ultimate flame, whether through his martial soul fusion technique with Wuing or his sunburning soul skill. He was well acquainted with the formidable power that had just erupted. What sheer luck, Shuang mused, contrasting his own plight of barely grasping the hope of attaining the divine examination, only to have it thwarted by the unfortunate Tang San. His current hopes rested solely on Tang San's promise or the possibility of receiving the divine examination from the god of destruction in the future. Otherwise, it would be a significant loss. Wuing, touched by Shuang's words, found himself at a loss for how to convey his feelings. Shuang smiled gently, planting a kiss on her forehead, and said, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, why not allow me to experience the 9th soul skill of the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum Martial Soul, titled Douluo? Wuing, with a touch of innocence, inquired, what is that? The flower withers, leaving behind a trail of sorrow, petals fall, severing hearts, Shuang recited. Wuing was momentarily taken aback, but soon blushed and replied, I can agree to all your conditions, but I hope you will grant me one request. Speak, Shuang urged. Never instigate war. With Wuing's words hanging in the air, Shuang fell silent, responding, you know that the animosities between the great empires cannot be erased. Wuing shook her head, insisting, that is not important. I merely wish for you not to be the harbinger of war. I cannot promise you that, Shuang replied, tightening his embrace around Wuing. This war will inevitably erupt. All I can do is to conclude it in the shortest time possible. Very well, Wuing nodded, rising from Shuang's embrace, leaving him puzzled. Unexpectedly, she then shouted, one must rely on oneself. With that, she took aim and sat down squarely, pressing her chest against Shuang's face. Stunned, Shuang reacted by thrusting upward with his waist. Wuing had not anticipated Shuang's counterattack would propel her through that shadowy path, transporting her into another realm. Chapter 100. Ma Xiaotao's Eighth Soul Ring on the Douluo Continent. There exist 3 vast territories of soul beasts: the Star Do Forest, the Evil Spirit Forest, and the Extreme North. Each of these locations is home to a soul beast emperor, possessing power comparable to the limitations of human ultimate Douluo. The beast god Dishans of the Star Do Forest stands as the mightiest being on the Douluo Continent. Yet, the vast oceans conceal dangers no less significant than those found in these territories, with an even more terrifying abundance of soul beasts. On certain islands, formidable soul beasts frequently emerge. Above the southern seas of Douluo Continent lies a colossal volcano that has risen to sea level due to tectonic activity, becoming the domain of numerous powerful fire attribute soul beasts. However, with continuous volcanic eruptions, many soul beasts have perished beneath the searing lava, while those that survived have gradually transcended their limits, mastering unparalleled strength in the ultimate fire. With a resounding cry, a terrifying presence awakened within the volcano, a colossal dark red scorpion, gazing warily at the white sacred fire phoenix in the sky. Humans, have you become so arrogant as to escape my grasp? The Scorpion King bellowed at the celestial creature. Clearly, the sacred fire phoenix in the sky represented the true form of a human soul master's martial soul, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 blood-red markings, each signifying the soul rings of the master. This indicated that the wielder was a 7-ring soul sage with the sacred fire phoenix martial soul, a rarity only found in Shrek Academy's Ma Xiaotao. Fire Cloud Scorpion King. Have you forgotten that human soul masters rely on their elders to hunt soul beasts when they seek soul rings? The sacred fire phoenix taunted. The Fire Cloud Scorpion King hesitated, contemplating retreating back into the volcano, but it was too late. A massive water blue hand surged from the ocean, reaching for the Fire Cloud Scorpion King. The grip of the sea god. A detached voice echoed as the surrounding energies were mobilized, channeling the ocean's might. Faced with this divine-like force, the Fire Cloud Scorpion King found itself utterly powerless, yanked from the volcano's mouth. In the next moment, the water blue hand erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Nearby, the sacred fire phoenix transformed into a beautiful woman, Ma Xiaotao, who, compared to her former enchanting self, now radiated an aura of purity, as if she were a divine embodiment. A 30,000-year fire cloud scorpion soul ring and soul bone. Ma Xiao laughed, flapping her white phoenix wings and charging toward the severely injured fire cloud scorpion king. A fiery red longsword appeared in her hand, piercing through the scorpion's body enveloped in sacred power, purifying its exterior. However, the ultimate fire erupted, melding with the longsword. Observing the melted phoenix sword, Ma Xiaotao chuckled softly. But the fire cloud scorpion king, devoid of any chance to retaliate, gradually succumbed to its fate. The vitality of a beast of over 300,000 years is undeniably formidable. However, against the strike of an ultimate Douluo empowered by the ocean's strength, it would stand no chance of survival had its opponent not held back, regardless of its potential as Ma Xiaotao's soul ring. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, having concluded his matters, Shuang presented the Heartbreak Red before Wuing, stating, "This is the Heartbreak Red, a precious herb obtained by the ancestors of Shrek Academy, specifically by the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, Xiao Wu. See if it can earn your recognition. If it fails, I possess other divine herbs." Gently caressing Wuming's hair, Shuang spoke with a tender tone. Wuming was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly turning serious. Given the enmity between her faction and Shuang's, if she could not use the Heartbreak Red to prove her love for him, their relationship would undoubtedly be affected. Without waiting for Shuang to say more, she suddenly coughed up blood, splattering it upon the Heartbreak Red, which immediately transformed from white to red, cascading down from the obsidian stone. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shuang's eyes as she embraced Wuming tightly. Seemingly acknowledging that the sense of belonging to Shrek Academy was rather fleeting, she spoke to Wuming, urging, "Just consume it directly. I shall protect you." Wuming nodded in agreement, rising to a seated position without regard for her attire. Once cross-legged, she commenced the ingestion of the Heartbreak Red while a white substance emanated from her form. Unlike the experience of orange, the moment Wuming swallowed the Heartbreak Red, Shuang was gently propelled away by a wave of soft energy. Although caught off guard, she followed the force and descended from the bed. Simultaneously, a golden aura enveloped Wuming, isolating her from Shuang's perception. Just as Shuang stood in bewilderment, a sudden eruption of golden flames encased Wuming, and the 3-legged golden crow martial spirit seemed to pierce through the golden aura, manifesting behind her. Shuang furrowed her brow, yet composedly sat on the sofa opposite. The three-legged golden crow ignited with the true flames of the golden crow, yet did not unleash its full fury. Under the scorching embrace of the flames, the golden hue of the three-legged golden crow intensified, and Lin Shuang gradually sensed that the concealed power lurking in the shadows had reached its zenith. The quality of the martial soul had undergone a metamorphosis, possessing the ultimate fire. Boom! In a cataclysmic eruption, the terrifying golden flames engulfed all the furniture, reducing it to nothingness in an instant. However, a warm, earthy glow enveloped Lin Shuang and the walls, shielding her from the dreadful flames of the golden crow. Was this enough to injure a title Douluo? Lin Shuang was somewhat astonished, and at that moment, Wuing opened her eyes, suspended in midair. The golden aura dissipated, and the ferocious flames were swiftly reabsorbed into her body. Wuing's aura began to swell, and with Lin Shuang's support of earth power, the room remained unscathed. While a golden bell materialized in Wuing's hand. Chapter 101. The Sun God Bell. Lin Shuang. I cannot believe it. I have completed the 5th trial of the Solar 9 trials. Wuing exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom the events unfolding around her. Yet, this was not the end. The three-legged golden crow martial soul manifested once more, and a circle of blood-red soul rings appeared beneath her feet, exuding a domineering, frigid, and untamed presence. Reminiscent of a boundless sea of blood, radiating infinite majesty. Divine bestowed soul rings? Lin Shuang exclaimed, a tinge of envy flickering in her eyes. With her innate talent, should she attain divine trials, it would take no more than 5 years for her to ascend to divinity, far less than a decade. The fusion with the divine bestowed soul rings was instantaneous, yet as Wuing beheld the blood-red hue, her gaze grew increasingly entranced. Was this the essence of a 100,000-year soul ring? While 100,000-year soul rings appeared commonplace to Lin Shuang, even the fierce beast soul rings were trivial. Only Zhang Lexuan and Ma Xiaotao among the new generation of Shrek Academy geniuses possessed such rings, both qualified to inherit the Sea God Pavilion. Wuing was now the 3rd individual to bear a 100,000-year soul ring. As for the older generation of powerhouses, in the absence of the Dragon God Douluo, only the current Sea God Pavilion Master Mingfeng Douluo Yin Xiaozhe, Sea God Douluo Lin Huichuan, and the gluttonous Douluo Xian Lao were known to possess 100,000-year soul rings. Wuing's transformation did not cease there. The heart of the sun appeared in her hand. After she completed the Solar 9 trials, Lin Shuang gifted her the heart of the sun. Now, the heart of the sun unleashed a terrifying solar divine power, merging with the golden bell in Wuing's grasp, morphing into an ancient golden clock, the artifact of the sun god. Moreover, Wuing's previous 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, saw the first 2 rings transform into purple, their age elevated under the divine trials. The sun god bell. Wuing exclaimed as she articulated the name of the venerable clock. As her words fell, the sun god bell swiftly diminished in size, reverting to the form of the earlier bell before entering Wuing's sea of consciousness. Ah! Wuing cried out in exhilaration, lunging forward to embrace Lin Shuang, bringing him down to the ground. Is this a flower? If you desire it, now is the time, she said, attempting to tear Lin Shuang's clothing, only to be swiftly halted by him. Though he harbored a similar desire, Wuing had yet to cleanse herself, and given that the room had been completely incinerated, with only the wall, protected by Lin Shuang's earth power, remaining intact, he thought it unwise to engage in such a confrontation in this setting. All right. Let us change into a different outfit and be on our way, Lin Shuang remarked, tapping her head in resignation. TCH, Wuing pouted, displeased as she rose from Lin Shuang, and without concern for anyone's presence, began to change her attire. After all, Lin Shuang was not a stranger, was he? After Lin Shuang tidied herself up, she went downstairs to check out of the hotel, compensating for the damages incurred, as everything except the walls had been completely consumed by the fire. All right, now let us return to the academy, Lin Shuang said as she stepped out of the hotel. Huh? Wuing exclaimed, surprised and confused. Where will you stay at the academy? Lin Shuang remarked, I certainly have a place to stay, but I now intend to visit a few students in the outer courtyard to see if I can entice them to the Sun Moon Empire. Wuing, taken aback, responded. Is it truly wise to speak such words in front of a student from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy? Lin Shuang smiled softly, choosing not to speak further as she took Wuing's hand, leading her towards the direction of Shrek Academy. In Lin Shuang's perspective, Tang Wudong, having awakened the memories of the divine realm, had likely attained the butterfly god's 9th trial. After all, in Hui Yuhao's account, Tang Wudong now possessed 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings, and the only means to enhance the age of soul rings was through divine trials. Lin Shuang was not particularly concerned about this. After all, she was merely a secondary deity. However, with her awakened memories of the divine realm, it was unlikely that she would betray Shrek Academy. Yet, Lin Shuang's true aim was never Tang Wudong, nor was it the other talented female student from the freshman class. Her target was someone on the verge of expulsion, Tanga, the leader of the Tang sect. As a descendant of the Blue-Silver Emperor, and with Tang San's only known descendant being Tang Wudong, Tanga's identity was not difficult to deduce. The descendants of the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor Yin could only be explained in this manner. After all, Yin was the sole Blue-Silver Emperor on Douluo Continent, and it was only after she became the core of life on Douluo that the second Blue-Silver Emperor emerged, the one located outside the East Sea city of the Sun Moon Empire. However, these details were of little concern to Lin Shuang. Her focus lay solely on Tanga's prodigious talent, which she hoped to harness. Possessing the innate ability of a sinister soul master, Tanga was, in the original narrative, alongside the corrupted Ma Xiaotao, one of the two saintesses of the Holy Spirit cult, with the potential to become an ultimate Douluo, although her character ultimately softened. The undeniable strength of Tanga's talent was something Lin Shuang wished to cultivate, ensuring that this time, she would not entrust Tanga to anyone else. Should Tanga be unwilling, Lin Shuang would resort to drastic measures, activating her sinister soul master abilities within Shrek Academy. And under the guise of exterminating a sinister soul master, she would eliminate her, seizing the legacy of the Tang sect. While the legacy of the Tang sect might not hold significant value for the Sun Moon Empire at this moment, it was clear from the encounter between Hui Yuhao and Xin Ziwing in the original plot that the combination of Tang sect's hidden weapons and soul guide devices would offer ordinary people the opportunity to wield them. As for whether the destruction of the last remnants of the Tang sect would provoke Tang San's ire, that seemed unlikely, especially with Bei Bei, Tanga's senior disciple, still present. As Lin Shuang contemplated these matters, the two had already arrived at the walls of Shrek Academy within Shrek City. Wuing presented her student identification, gaining the permission of the nearby guards to approach the walls. Subsequently, Lin Shuang and Wuing scaled the wall and re-entered Shrek Academy. Upon entering, Lin Shuang turned to the woman beside her and said, "You should head to the Sea God Pavilion. With your awakening of the ultimate fire, attainment of the sun's ninth trial, and mastery of the sun god's artifact, the sun god bell, your status within Shrek Academy will undoubtedly rise." All right. Wuing nodded in agreement, golden crow wings manifesting behind her. After embracing Lin Shuang, she soared towards the direction of Sea God Island. Chapter 102, Leader of the Tang Sect. Watching Wu Ming ascend towards the towering golden ancient tree, Lin Shuang proceeded towards the student dormitories in the outer courtyard. Observing the solitary lounge chair beneath the four-colored small building, Lin Shuang couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Even an ultimate Douluo must eventually face the passage of time. Lin Shuang closed her eyes, employing her mental prowess to scan the student dormitory, seeking the whereabouts of Tanga. At last, Lin Shuang pinpointed Tanga's residence and used her mental energy to convey a message. "If you wish to revive the Tang sect, come to the shores of the Sea God Lake." Having completed this task, Lin Shuang proceeded toward the lake, confident that Tanga would arrive. For she bore alone the profound enmity and hope of her sect. After millennia, only she remained as the last direct descendant of the Tang sect. As Lin Shuang reached the banks of the Sea God Lake, Tanga hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Lin Shuang's figure, she slowed her pace and cautiously advanced. Bathed in the moonlight, Lin Shuang's silhouette appeared somewhat hazy, preventing Tanga from discerning her features clearly. She approached slowly, a tinge of apprehension within her, fearing that Lin Shuang had lured her out merely for amusement. "Are you the one from the Sun and Moon Empire?" Tanga inquired as she stepped closer. Finally recognizing Lin Shuang's visage, Lin Shuang nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his face as he inquired of Tanga, "You wish to revive the Tang sect. Is that not so?" Tanga's gaze wavered slightly, her lips pressed together in a gesture that evoked sympathy. Lin Shuang did not press her further. Instead, he intended to persuade her after she had initially declined. Regrettably, as Lin Shuang had anticipated, Tanga rejected his proposition, stating firmly, "I shall not betray my own nation by joining the Day and Moon Empire." Lin Shuang was taken aback, not anticipating that Tanga would employ such a pretext to counter his argument. Reflecting on Tanga's background, he couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on the irony of a fallen scion of a once prestigious sect, expelled from Tiando City, managing to cling to her position solely through the connections of the Tang sect and Shrek Academy, and yet harboring a sense of allegiance to her nation. "This does not concern you," Tanga replied coldly, preparing to take her leave. However, as she stepped forward, Lin Shuang exerted his mental prowess, compelling her to remain stationary. "Are you not curious about the conditions I propose?" he inquired, manipulating her to face him once more. Tanga felt a flicker of fear. Yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. "What is it? Are you truly capable of enlisting a 9th-level soul mentor to serve the Tang sect?" "I certainly can," Lin Shuang responded earnestly, leaving Tanga momentarily speechless. Her resolve wavered, and she hesitantly asked, "Is that truly the case?" "Without a doubt," Lin Shuang affirmed, elucidating. "Perhaps you are unaware of the singular advantage that hidden weapons possess over soul guides." Tanga appeared perplexed. How could the Tang sect's hidden weapons, which had declined due to the rise of soul guides, possibly hold any merit? Many hidden weapons can be wielded without soul power. If we amalgamate the principles of hidden weapons with the design of soul guides, would it not allow ordinary individuals to utilize soul guides, thereby possessing the capability to vanquish soul masters? If you are willing to lead the Tang sect into the Sun Moon Empire, I can assist you in awakening the latent powers within you, granting you the potential to become a title Douluo or even a super Douluo. Moreover, I can enlist my junior uncle, a newly appointed 9th-level soul mentor of the Sun Moon Empire, to join the Tang sect as a Grand Elder. His aspiration is to democratize soul guides, and should the Tang sect pledge allegiance to the Sun Moon Empire, he would strive diligently to elevate the Tang sect. Tanga's lips felt parched, and with an air of curiosity, she inquired of Lin Shuang, "Are you not concerned that I might feign submission, only to betray your trust once I have gained it?" Lin Shuang chuckled disdainfully, mocking, "Our Tanga, the leader of a Tang sect with a mere handful of members. After venturing into the Sun and Moon Empire, we'll see over 90% of future Tang sect disciples as citizens of my Sun and Moon Empire. So, can we refrain from such jesting?" Tanga gently pressed her crimson lips together, yet ultimately, she resolved firmly and addressed Lin Shuang. "I sincerely appreciate your invitation and goodwill, but I wish to remain at Shrek Academy." Lin Shuang's gaze gradually grew perilous. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your refusal? If you wish to avoid the morbid rumor circulating tomorrow about the Tang sect master perishing in the waters of the Sea God Lake, I shall extend another opportunity to you. This is Shrek Academy." Tanga gritted her teeth as she spoke. "I am quite aware that this is Shrek Academy," Lin Shuang replied with a light chuckle. "However, Wuing has already captured the attention of all the high-ranking officials at Shrek Academy. No one will notice what transpires here. Indeed, tonight's conversation is known only to the two of them. As for the divine, Lin Shuang was indifferent." Tanga sighed in resignation, saying, "Do I have any choice left?" Lin Shuang suggested, "Swear allegiance to the sea god Tang, san at the cost of reviving the Tang sect." Gritting her teeth, Tanga complied with Lin Shuang's request and vowed to lead the Tang sect into the Sun Moon Empire. Their transaction was witnessed by the blue-haired man in the divine realm, who observed everything with an indescribable feeling in his heart. The Tang sect represented his only connection to the past. He had hoped to prevent its decline by sending his daughter to the Douluo Continent. But now it seemed that hope was fading. Yet, did it truly matter whether it was the Tiando Empire or the Sun Moon Empire? He questioned himself, pondering whether he should resist the Sun Moon Empire as he had once aided the two great empires against the Wuing Temple a millennium ago. Ultimately, he concluded that divine beings are indifferent to worldly affairs, and these matters held no relevance to him. After the current Soul Master competition concluded, he would bestow the position of the Sure God upon this youth. Alongside the inheritors of other deities, perhaps they would become the hope of the divine realm, capable of withstanding the impending crisis. Chapter 103, Bibi Dong. After the contemporary leader of the Tang sect made her oath, Lin Shuang nodded in satisfaction and said to her, "Tomorrow, go find Du Weiluan to handle your withdrawal from school. I will remain at Shrek Academy for another 2 or 3 days, and then you can return with me to the Sun Moon Empire." All right. Once they had made their agreement, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Lin Shuang's ear. "Go to the Sea God Lake. There are opportunities beneath Sea God Island." Recognizing the voice, Lin Shuang broke into a cold sweat, realizing who it belonged to, and said to Tanga, "You should return to your dormitory." After Tanga left, Lin Shuang gazed at the Sea God Lake, recalling that the voice was indeed Tang San's. She began to suspect that Tang Sen might intend to eliminate her for abducting the future leader of the Tang sect. However, after a moment's hesitation, Lin Shuang plunged into the Sea God Lake, reasoning that if Tang Sen truly wished to harm her, it would be an effortless task, and there would be no need for deception. Moreover, even if Tang Sen were to deceive her, avoiding this encounter would only postpone the inevitable. Lin Shuang swam towards the depths of the Sea God Lake, eager to uncover the secrets hidden beneath Sea God Island. The opportunities that Tang Sen spoke of piqued her curiosity. While there were still some fish in the lake, the absence of any life at the bottom astonished Lin Shuang. After all, the elemental energy at the lake's depths was remarkably potent, leading her to wonder how no soul beast had emerged in such a rich environment. Lin Shuang gradually approached the base of Sea God Island. However, upon observing the scattered clumps of mud and stones, he contemplated turning back. Had it not been for Tang San's insistence, who in their right mind would venture to the depths of a lake shrouded in darkness and fraught with pressure? Suddenly, a flicker of purple light illuminated the darkness beneath Sea God Island, but it was fleeting. A glimmer of joy crossed Lin Shuang's eyes as he hurried towards it. Yet, despite his frantic search, he could not find the source of that ephemeral purple glow, causing his brows to furrow in perplexity. He was certain he had not imagined it. But where had that purple light vanished? In a dimly lit realm, a woman seated upon a throne observed Lin Shuang's relentless search from afar, her eyes widening in astonishment. The god of slaughter's domain? She murmured to herself. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of space, instantly encompassing the entirety of Douluo Continent, revealing to her the events that had transpired during her slumber. A millennium had passed, she lamented, as she awakened her disciple who had been resting beside her. Master? The beautiful woman with fox ears gazed at her teacher in disbelief. She recalled her solitary life, believing she had passed away peacefully. How could she now behold her master once more? Glancing at her delicate hands, resembling jade, she set aside her thoughts and dove into the woman's embrace. Master, Nana has missed you so much. Tears streamed down her face. Had she not inadvertently leaked information to Tang San, leading to the sacrifice of 200,000-year soul beasts for him, the outcome of her master's battle would have remained uncertain. To her, it felt as though she had been the cause of her teacher's demise. The woman tenderly enveloped her in her arms, smiling gently. Enough now. How old are you? Still crying in your master's embrace? The woman known as Nana choked back her sobs, remaining silent until she had composed herself and released her master. I shall bring a little one in shortly. You must teach him a lesson, the woman said, playfully lifting Nana's chin with her fingertip. But master, what about you? Nana asked anxiously, fearing the loss of her teacher once again. Do not worry. I am merely visiting an old friend and shall return shortly. The woman replied with a smile, then vanished from sight. In the Stardew Forest, Dition gazed towards the direction of Shrek Academy. His expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He could hardly believe the events that had just unfolded, yet he undeniably sensed the presence of divinity. Not only Dition, but other limit Douluos across Douluo Continent also perceived that fleeting aura, filling them with an overwhelming dread and newfound reverence for Shrek. Though it was widely accepted that only Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall housed limit Douluos, hidden ancestral families could very well harbor their own, with millennia of heritage steeped in formidable power. Having departed from that realm, the woman arrived in a small world, her gaze fixating on a blue-haired man before her. Her eyes twitched slightly, but the bitterness of hatred had dulled over the ages. After 10,000 years, what was there left to hold on to? Tang San, you have awakened me. Has something transpired? Once upon a time, Dong had indeed perished at Tang San's hands, yet her divine essence remained intact, her consciousness undiminished. Only her physical form had met its end. With the passage of millennia, her revival was inevitable. I hope you can pass down the divine seat, Tang San stated, revealing his intent. However, Dong rejected him, asserting, I will not entrust the position of the Rakshasa god to anyone. They cannot bear the weight of such suffering. Tang San chuckled, fully aware of her refusal. In that case, accompany me to the divine realm. I have matters to attend to, she replied. Agreed, Tang San nodded. Not objecting, yet he warned her, you have 3 days. Otherwise, I shall intervene. Dong regarded Tang San with a glimmer of recognition, though her hatred had waned. She remembered their enmity. Fortunately, before her demise, she had accomplished her desires, the destruction of the Spirit Hall and reconciliation with her daughter. Meanwhile, under Dong's formidable divine power, Lin Shuang found himself transported to the small world beneath Sea God Island, where the ethereal energy seemed on the verge of materialization, yet pervaded by a pervasive darkness. Furrowing his brows, Lin Shuang pondered the nature of this place. Such abundant energy was not something any location on Douluo Continent could boast. At that moment, a captivating figure emerged, her sultry voice teasing, Little brother, if you wish to know where this is, simply defeat me. Chapter 104. Hulaina Lin Shuang gazed intently at the woman before her. With long black hair and an almost perfect figure, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a wolf poised to spring into action. At first glance, the woman may not have struck one as particularly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, an unusual charm radiated from her. Her voice, somewhat hoarse, carried a unique allure. Yet, this was not the reason for Lin Shuang's solemn expression. She sensed danger emanating from this formidable presence, one that rivaled her own teacher's strength. The question lingered in her mind. Why would such a powerful being be present at the Shrek Academy, particularly at the bottom of the Sea God Lake? Are you here to defeat me? Lin Shuang's lips curled into a smile as the sun's fragmented feathers transformed into wings behind her, illuminating the darkness of this small world with a radiant sun. The woman raised an eyebrow, astonished as she observed Lin Shuang's soul rings. Her shock quickly gave way to speculation as she murmured, "A twin martial soul?" Realizing Lin Shuang's dual martial soul, the woman unleashed her own, manifesting a fluffy, large tail that enhanced her beauty. A fox spirit? Lin Shuang narrowed her eyes, recalling that on Douluo Continent, there seemed to be no known ultimate Douluo with a fox spirit martial soul. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "You are a divine attendant?" The woman did not answer, but instead struck a seductive pose and asked, "Do you find me beautiful?" A peculiar wave of psychic energy enveloped Lin Shuang, causing her gaze to momentarily blur. The eye on her forehead radiated a golden light as she exclaimed in shock, "You are Hu Laina." The eye of fate had glimpsed Hu Laina's destiny, tracing back to the fox spirit martial soul ultimate Douluo from 10,000 years ago. Among those with such talent, only Hu Laina from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall had existed. Your spiritual power has reached the divine realm, yet this should not influence your demise, Lin Shuang remarked, puzzled. Indeed, Hu Laina's spiritual power had attained the divine realm. Had it not been for Lin Shuang's destiny power awakening her, she might have succumbed to Hu Laina's control. Not only did you break free from my grasp, but you also discerned my identity, Hu Laina said, astonished yet smiling alluringly at Lin Shuang, making him feel uneasy. Enough of this, sunburn. Confronting the ultimate Douluo with divine realm spiritual power. Lin Shuang dared not conceal his true strength and immediately entered his most powerful state. Would it not be better to submit to a lesson? Hu Laina remarked, her discontent evident. Her fox tail expanded to an enormous size, each hair standing erect like a colossal mace, intimidating in appearance. Having evaded my allure, let us see how you fare against this. Hu Laina turned abruptly, swinging her gigantic fox tail towards Lin Shuang. Sunray, a terrifying red beam erupted, a strike of immense power that collided with Hu Laina's colossal tail. However, contrary to Lin Shuang's expectations, Hu Laina was equally astonished. At the moment of contact, the full force of the sun ray erupted upon the tail but merely sent it flying, failing to destroy the soul bone, despite the attack being of ultimate Douluo caliber. Naturally, the quality of an external soul bone enhances with the owner's soul power. Now that Hu Laina has become an ultimate Douluo, her external soul bone is undoubtedly far superior to that of an ordinary beast, Lin Shuang thought. What a terrifying young man. You must be under 20, Hu Laina mused, reflecting on her own youth when she had just attained the rank of Soul King, only to be defeated by the Shrek's 7 monsters. I am 19 this year, he replied. Is that so? Hu Laina nodded, releasing her martial soul for the first time. Hu Laina had also undergone divine assessment, albeit a top-tier one, which contributed to her current strength. Her soul rings displayed a formidable configuration, 6 black and 3 red, the pinnacle of soul ring arrangements on Douluo Continent. A dangerous gleam ignited in Hu Laina's eyes as her 9th soul ring began to shimmer. Just then, a commanding voice resonated through the air. Enough, that will suffice. Bibi Dong appeared, summoning the Rakshasa's scythe into her grasp. You are the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong? Lin Shuang quickly deduced her identity but questioned. As far as I know, you were supposed to have perished 10,000 years ago? The Rakshasa god, associated with malevolence, governs dark intentions and wields the power of the most sinister thoughts, capable of drawing the darkest essence from both the living and the dead. As long as darkness exists in this world, the Rakshasa god shall never fade away. Reborn from death? Lin Shuang pondered, realizing the truth but also contemplating another matter. His wife, Yin Yue, must have been resurrected as well. Nana, your power still seems somewhat lacking, Bibi Dong remarked, seemingly discerning something from Lin Shuang, addressing her disciple beside her. Teacher, she is already an ultimate Douluo. How could she still be weak? Hu Laina protested, pouting in a manner that conveyed her indignation. Ultimate Douluo is a term that refers to the pinnacle of power achievable by mortals, synonymous with the title once held by the ultimate Douluo of 10,000 years past, representing the zenith of martial prowess. As for Lin Shuang, one could not definitively say whether he surpassed those of millennia past or those of the present. A millennium ago, the ultimate Douluo became a high priest of the first rank, wielding a fraction of divine power, capable of contending with second-rank gods. Yet in the current era, even Poseidon, the sea god Douluo, could only barely wield the sea god's trident, an artifact of immense weight. It seemed that many more could now wield such power. Once reserved for the most elite, the 10,000-year soul rings now appeared commonplace, with even the younger generation casually possessing them, not even as their ninth soul ring. Shuang was uncertain whether this was a flourishing era or a lamentable one, pondering if the confines of this world had indeed limited their powers. It seemed that even the divine realm had reached its limits, he mused. However, Hulaina and Bibi Dong were oblivious to his thoughts. After casting a glance at Shuang, Bibi Dong turned to Hulaina and asked, "Do you intend to accompany me to the divine realm? Or will you remain in Douluo Continent?" Hulaina was taken aback, lowering her head and softly replying, "I wish to stay in Douluo Continent and attempt to inherit other divine positions." Very well, Bibi Dong nodded, showing no objection to Hulaina's choice. After all, only a few hundred years would pass, in the divine realm, that would amount to merely a year. At that time, she could resurrect Hulaina and bring her into the divine realm. "If you do not mind, Lady Hulaina, you may accompany me to my homeland," Shuang proposed. Seeing an opportunity to win over someone as formidable as his own mentor. "Which empire do you hail from?" Hulaina inquired with curiosity. "The Sun Moon Empire," he replied. "The one from Sun Moon Continent?" Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. A millennium ago, she had sought the divine inheritance and explored other continents, eventually arriving at Sun Moon Continent. However, after returning empty-handed, she found herself back in Douluo Continent. The Sun Moon Continent had collided and merged with Douluo Continent. Yet in the wars between the empires and forces of Douluo, the Sun Moon Empire had been defeated, leaving the continent still named Douluo. Hulaina glanced at Bibi Dong, who merely stated, "Decide for yourself. My time is limited, and I must return to the divine realm in 3 days." "Understood," Hulaina nodded. Once again, Bibi Dong vanished, leaving only Hulaina and Shuang. Hulaina approached Shuang, who remained vigilant, ready to employ his spatial ring at any moment. "From now on, sister will follow you to the Sun Moon Empire," Hulaina teased, her delicate fingers playfully tracing Shuang's cheek as she smiled seductively at him. Were it anyone else, Shuang might not have dared to extend such an invitation, but Hulaina was different. The one she cherished had slain her mentor, and after becoming a peerless Douluo, she had spent a solitary millennium pursuing the path to divinity. Now, her only bond was with Bibi Dong, and perhaps with the missing Rinxue, who had survived the final battle alongside her. Even if the departed Bibi Dong had been revived, could it be that Rinxue truly perished? Shuang cast a skeptical gaze toward the spot where Bibi Dong had disappeared, but refrained from voicing this question to Hulaina. Indeed, Rinxue's divine position had been shattered, no longer the angel god, and her soul power had fallen to level 89. Yet, the angel god was a deity born of faith. The shattering of her divine essence did not signify the obliteration of her faith's power. Given the countless years of belief in the angel god by the spirit hall, could she not reform her divine essence? "How do we leave this place?" Shuang inquired of Hulaina, as he had yet to master spatial power and was uncertain how to depart. "Simply traverse the space, and you shall escape," Hulaina replied with a smile. "However, in a world where a divine abode slumbers, why not attempt to take it with you?" Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. If she could transport this miniature world to the Sun and Moon Empire, the abundant natural energy within, combined with the terrifying dark power birthed from the influence of the Rakshasa divine force, would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. "How can we take it away?" Shuang inquired of Hulaina. Hulaina pondered for a moment before replying, "If we had a divine artifact, I could use it to compress the spatial nodes of this small world." "Then let us depart," Shuang said, rolling her eyes. "If I had a divine artifact, would I be here discussing this with you?" "Seriously, you don't possess even a single divine artifact?" Hulaina retorted. Shuang was instantly filled with frustration. If he possessed a divine artifact, he would have subdued that wicked woman long before Bibi Dong made her appearance. "Do you happen to have one?" Shuang inquired. Hulaina replied with pride, "Of course. After those fellows ascended to the divine realm, I became the only unparalleled soul Douluo from a millennium ago on the Douluo Continent." Shuang rolled her eyes, feeling powerless to comment, yet still inquired with a hint of hope. "Would you be willing to help me gather this small world and take it to the Sun and Moon Empire? What would you offer in return for my assistance? Moreover, with the teacher gone, this small world could be considered mine, right?" Hulaina chuckled. "A piece of 100,000-year soul bone. A piece of 100,000-year soul bone." Hulaina exclaimed in astonishment. A millennium ago, the number of 100,000-year soul beasts was exceedingly rare. It was not until the emergence of the imperial beast that their numbers began to gradually increase. Even those ferocious beasts that had hidden deep within the lake of life resurfaced. Although Hulaina possessed 300,000-year soul rings, her 7th and 8th rings were elevated through divine trials, while her 9th ring was a divine bestowed soul ring. Astonishing as it may seem, this unparalleled Douluo from a millennium past possessed not a single piece of a 100,000-year soul bone. Lin Shuang directly presented a 10,000-year soul bone, leaving her utterly astonished. Deal. Fearing Lin Shuang's return, Hulaina hastily agreed to provide a 10,000-year soul bone in exchange for granting Lin Shuang this miniature realm and assisting him in transporting it to the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 106. Abducting Hulaina upon Lin Shuang's departure from the small world and his reappearance at the bottom of the sea god lake. A striking beauty had joined him. Hulaina's fox ears transformed into a delicate pink hue, her exquisite visage radiating purity and charm, while her alluring figure exuded an irresistible allure, embodying both innocence and seduction simultaneously. These pink fox ears were Hulaina's divine artifact. And it was precisely due to this artifact that Bibi Dong concluded before her departure that Hulaina could not ascend to godhood. This artifact was the reward from the 7th trial of the god examination, a trial of the god of lust, which Hulaina had undertaken years ago. She had forfeited her chance to become the high priestess of lust, ultimately receiving this artifact that enhanced her enchanting capabilities. Yet, even with the most suitable divine position, Hulaina could not inherit it, rendering her chances of obtaining any other divine title impossible. This was also Hulaina's motivation to accompany Lin Shuang to the Sun Moon Empire. She contemplated aiding Lin Shuang in unifying the Douluo Continent and potentially other realms. Aspiring to become the sole sovereign of Douluo Star, could she share in Lin Shuang's faith and ascend to divinity? This was Hulaina's vision, and her only avenue at this moment. Thus, after confirming certain matters on their journey to the Sun Moon Empire, she might wholeheartedly assist Lin Shuang in pursuit of her goal. At the bottom of the sea god lake, Hulaina utilized her soul power to separate herself from the water, inquiring of Lin Shuang, "Is this the Shrek Academy of 10,000 years hence?" Indeed, Lin Shuang nodded, responding, "Do not underestimate Shrek Academy. It is no longer what it was a millennium ago. The Shrek 7 monsters are far from being mere promotional teams. In this era, soul masters reaching the pinnacle of 99 levels of soul power were referred to as limit Douluos, comparable to the unparalleled Douluos of a millennium past, albeit with some distinctions. Nevertheless, a limit Douluo could certainly contend with those who were not divine high priests among the extraordinary Douluos. As for Lin Shuang's assertion, it was evident that anyone with formidable talent who could aspire to become an extraordinary Douluo a millennium ago was nearly eligible for the god examination. However, aside from a select few who passed the 9 trials of godhood, most underwent the top 7 and top 8 trials, ultimately becoming divine high priests. A divine high priest, having adapted to divine power, could wield a fraction of a deity's strength, essentially comparable to the god of thousand streams and Poseidon in their normal states. Capable of facing a secondary deity after a power surge. Limit Douluo? Hulaina expressed surprise, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she asked, "How many individuals of such caliber exist in this world today?" Lin Shuang pondered for a moment and remarked, "There are 3 known limit Douluos, belonging to certain reclusive families, though I remain uncertain about their actual status. Additionally, there are numerous formidable soul beasts, several of which rival the limit Douluos. Among them, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. The beast god Emperor Tian from the New Do Forest stands at the pinnacle as the foremost of the 10 fierce beasts of Douluo Continent, acclaimed as the strongest being in the realm." "I understand," Hulaina nodded, her expression revealing a newfound clarity. It appeared that during her years of absence, the Douluo Continent had undergone significant transformation. Suddenly, a serious demeanor enveloped Hulaina as she cautioned Lin Shuang, "Be careful once we step outside." Lin Shuang inquired curiously, "What has transpired?" Hulaina rolled her eyes and replied, "According to your words, above the mire we stand lies the core sea god island of Shrek Academy. They possess limit Douluo. I fear that the spatial fluctuations from my retraction of the small world have already been detected by them. As the last saintess of the Spirit Hall, Shrek Academy's arch-nemesis from a millennium ago, do you not intend to conceal yourself?" Lin Shuang teased. Hulaina, with another roll of her eyes, responded, "As an unparalleled Douluo with my spiritual power reaching the divine realm, and my soul spirit at level 99. You only need to ascertain one fact. In the Douluo Continent, I am an invincible entity. What if 3 additional level 98 Super Douluo were to join? Lin Shuang countered. Where would I await you? Hulaina inquired nonchalantly. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes and produced the 10,000-year soul bone she had promised to Hulaina, along with a token and a map, which she handed over. Wait for me in the Mingdu of the Sun Moon Empire. With my token, someone will surely seek you out. Just inform them that I will return within a week. They will take care of your every need, allowing you to experience the wonders of soul-guiding devices. Hulaina accepted the items with a smile and remarked, I am truly looking forward to it. I hope that upon your return to the Sun Moon Empire, I may witness the terrifying power of soul-guiding devices. With that, Hulaina vanished from sight. As a being who had lived for a millennium, her mastery of spatial power was unparalleled, likely rivaling that of the beast god of the Stardew Forest. Leaving this place was a trivial endeavor for her. With Hulaina gone, Lin Shuang remained alone at the bottom of the sea god lake. Sensing the presence of 2 powerful auras above, resigned to his identity, he retrieved a 9th-level fixed soul-guiding cannonball, cradling it as he ascended. Chapter 107. Another limit Douluo from Shrek. Are they truly preparing to make a move? A brilliant golden light flashed as the solar fragment appeared behind Lin Shuang, questioning the group. With the pseudo-10th level soul-guiding device, the solar fragment, at his disposal, Lin Shuang felt confident against any adversary, provided they did not confront a limit Douluo directly. The solar fragment, while not a genuine 10th level device, was superior in quality to the Silver Moon Divine Light Shield. Although it could not withstand the power of the highest tier, nonetheless, its classification as a pseudo-10th level device stemmed from its ability to harness spatial power and wield the formidable solar divine light, an ultimate technique of immense strength. Of course, the solar divine light could not be used continuously, as it would damage the solar fragment, and Lin Shuang's soul power was insufficient to deploy such a grand move repeatedly. Nevertheless, he felt assured against the 398th level Super Douluos. At the moment the solar fragment appeared, the glutton Douluo launched a punch at Lin Shuang. The solar fragment flapped, allowing Lin Shuang to evade the attack. However, as he dodged, a flash of green crossed his vision, the green shadow divine eagle. The wings formed from the solar fragment shattered instantly, morphing into a fragmented mirror that appeared before Lin Shuang. The eagle's claws were blocked, leaving all present astonished at Lin Shuang's formidable prowess. He had not only evaded the glutton Douluo's assault, but had also thwarted the green eagle Douluo's attack. This is quite troublesome, Lin Shuang sighed, as the solar fragment melded into his being, and the solar martial spirit manifested behind him. In that instant, his soul power surged to the Super Douluo level. The solar fragment was inscribed with nearly all known advanced soul-guiding formations, including those that enhance soul-guiding devices. Meteor Volcano. Lin Shuang's expression was one of indifference. Although he did not unleash the burning sun, his power, amplified by the sun's shattered wings, was hardly inferior to that of the individuals before him. The sky was filled with descending magma, resembling the arrival of an apocalypse. The tyrant Douluo exclaimed in astonishment, "It is surprisingly not weaker than my tyrant meteor shower." The names of soul skills are quite commonplace. For instance, the group attack soul skill of the White Tiger Martial Spirit is called White Tiger Meteor Shower, and that of the Phoenix Martial Spirit is named Phoenix Meteor Shower. Consequently, the group attack soul skill of the Taotai Divine Bull Martial Spirit is naturally named Taotai Meteor Shower. Elder Song cast a glance at the tyrant Douluo. The magma in the sky was exceedingly terrifying. Any ordinary tidal Douluo who touched it would undoubtedly perish, far surpassing the old fellow's tyrant meteor shower in magnitude. Now, with the meteors raining down upon Sea God Island, they were compelled to intervene. Lin Shuang hovered in the sky, his gaze laced with mockery as he observed the 3 Super Douluos from Shrek, curious about how they intended to counter this assault. I warned you not to provoke him. Yin Xiaozhi sighed. A radiant white light enveloped him, and with a single step, the entire world appeared to transform into a realm of white. As the white light dissipated, the sky filled with magma vanished without a trace. A fleeting glimpse of terror crossed Lin Shuang's eyes. However, upon realizing that Yin Xiaozhi remained motionless, he detected a clue and couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh. Haha, Yin Xiaozhi, I never expected you to have condensed a spatial soul core. As Lin Shuang spoke, another ray of sunlight shot towards Yin Xiaozhi. Boom. The solar ray traveled at an astonishing speed, instantly stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. Lin Shuang did not turn to look in Yin Xiaozhi's direction. His mental prowess was acutely aware of everything unfolding. Lin Shuang gazed upwards at the sky, where the divine eagle Douluo hovered above. He inquired, "Surely, you do not wish to lose the Sea God Pavilion Master once more? Let this end here." Elder Song retorted with reluctance, for she too was among those who sought to eliminate Lin Shuang. Indeed, it could be said that everyone in the Sea God Pavilion, save for Yin Xiaozhe, desired to eradicate Lin Shuang completely. On that fateful day, Lin Huichuan had intended to strike, planning to act after deceiving Lin Shuang into relinquishing a 9th-grade soul tool. Unfortunately, confronted with the 9th-grade fixed soul-guided cannonball in Lin Shuang's possession, she refrained from attacking, unwilling to cause severe damage to Shrek Academy. Now, with Lin Shuang creating considerable commotion at the bottom of the Sea God Lake, they had all appeared. The domineering Taotai Douluo took immediate action. In response to Lin Shuang's meteoric volcano, Yin Xiaozhe employed spatial power to relocate the lava, determined to protect Sea God Island from devastation. At that moment, their defeat was sealed, as Elder Zhang, the vice master of the Sea God Pavilion, resolved to cease hostilities. A wicked smile crept across Lin Shuang's face. He inquired, "And what of the life-extending payment from your Sea God Pavilion master?" "My demands are modest, a mere 10,000-year soul bone." Yin Xiaozhe found himself in a precarious situation, suffering from soul power backlash. He had ascended to the rank of Limit Douluo. Indeed, he had broken through, achieving dual soul cores and resonance, and the quality of his soul power had reached an unparalleled level. Yet, he faced a grave dilemma. His mental strength was insufficient. Even with the integration of a 10,000-year mental soul bone, his mental power had not reached the tangible and qualitative realm exclusive to Limit Douluo's spiritual domain. Lacking mental power commensurate with his soul power, Yin Xiaozhe was unable to act freely. The immense spatial force he had just employed to displace Lin Shuang's meteoric volcano soul skill had inflicted severe injuries upon him due to the backlash of his soul power. The meteorite volcano of Lin Shuang was thwarted by the tantalizing Douluo, who defended Yin Xiaozhe. However, this confrontation left him with considerable injuries. Facing the profound spirit abilities of a super Douluo with 100,000 years of experience would wound even the most formidable Limit Douluo, let alone a super Douluo of the 98th rank. What significance does a 100,000-year soul bone hold? As the haze dissipated, the figures of Yin Xiaozhe and the tantalizing Douluo emerged. The tantalizing Douluo clutched his bleeding abdomen, while Yin Xiaozhe, with a pallid complexion, addressed Lin Shuang. "I require 2 pieces." Lin Shuang, emboldened, resolved to depart that very night, lest another Limit Douluo from Shrek Academy return, rendering his escape impossible. As for the matter of Yin Xiaozhe withholding these 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul beasts, it played to his advantage. Yin Xiaozhe undoubtedly possessed 6 soul bones. And with the injured tantalizing Douluo, Lin Shuang was confident in diminishing Shrek Academy by 1 Limit Douluo and a future Limit Douluo. Chapter 108. A Disturbance at Shrek. "At most, I can provide you with 1 piece. The remaining piece will have to wait a couple of days," spoke Elder Zhang with a calm demeanor. At her level of cultivation, the disparity between soul rings and soul bones had become somewhat inconsequential. Lin Shuang pointed towards the direction of the gluttonous Douluo and Yin Xiaozhe, saying, "A piece would suffice, but one of them must perish." With a chuckle, Old Zhang did not respond to Lin Shuang's inquiry. Yin Xiaozhe's face turned pale, yet a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes as he declared, "I do not mind risking my life to eliminate you. I can endure until your demise." Lin Shuang replied with a tone of indifference. "Then let us put that to the test." Yin Xiaozhe, amused and enraged, intended to strike directly, but someone had already lost their patience. "Die." Old Zhang's expression turned frigid, and in an instant, he transformed into a cerulean divine eagle, his speed reaching its zenith as he soared towards Lin Shuang. The eagle's claws, capable of instilling fear in 10,000-year soul beasts, grasped at Lin Shuang in that moment. Light sacred dragon roar. Lin Shuang stood his ground, unleashing a punch with his left hand. The ethereal image of the light sacred dragon manifested, charging towards the blue shadow of the divine eagle. With his right hand transformed into a palm, he directed it behind him, where dark energy converged. Dark Guardian. The dark elements coalesced, forming a protective barrier. At that moment, the gluttonous Douluo exerted his full strength, morphing into a colossal gluttonous divine ox, which stomped down with immense force. Boom. The Dark Guardian shattered. A scenario Lin Shuang had anticipated. His aura plummeted, and the sun-shattered feather appeared behind him, allowing him to vanish from his original position through the spatial soul guidance array. Earth's power. Suddenly, massive rock pillars erupted from the surface of the Sea God Lake. With Lin Shuang standing atop one, bearing the sun-shattered feather, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. "Troublesome," Lin Shuang murmured as the enormous stone pillar surged skyward, carrying him aloft. "Let me witness the grandeur of Shrek," Lin Shuang proclaimed as the colossal pillar thundered down towards Sea God Island. Should this strike prove effective, Sea God Island would be obliterated, and the exceptionally talented inner court students would endure catastrophic losses. However, although 3 individuals obstructed Lin Shuang, it did not signify the absence of others from Shrek Academy. The Blue Flame Dragon, Black Dragon Shield, Evil Breaking Dragon Soul Spear, Tree of Life, and the full moon of Shrek's tidal Douluo manifested, each towering over 100 meters, striving to withstand the descending giant rock. Lin Shuang floated in midair, encircled by the gluttonous Douluo and the divine eagle Douluo, while Yin Xiaozha stood not far away, his gaze icy as it bore into Lin Shuang. Yet, none dared to make a move, for at the moment the massive pillar descended, Sea God Island quivered, indicating that Lin Shuang wielded control over it. To be precise, he commanded the very earth itself. The energy-concentrating soul-guiding formation of the shattered sun was fervently replenishing Lin Shuang's soul power, which had been severely depleted by the previous strike. However, Lin Shuang remained undeterred. He still possessed the light of destiny. Even if his soul power waned, his mental strength remained intact. The power of fate was gradually falling under his dominion, while both void destruction and the light of destiny stood as formidable abilities. Stand down. Yin Xiaozha inhaled deeply, ultimately opting for compromise. The colossal pillar in the sky bore a weight far exceeding 100,000 pounds, making it challenging for a mere few tidal Douluos and super Douluos to withstand. Ultimately, the gluttonous Douluo intervened and managed to fend it off. Following this, several figures approached: the martial god Douluo Sten Liner, the gun god Douluo Kai Meyer, the life Douluo Zhuang Lao, the Wulong Douluo Qian Duo Duo, and the moon Douluo Zhang Lexuan. By now, Zhang Lexuan had ascended to the rank of tidal Douluo, her 2 blood-red soul rings shimmering as she gazed at Lin Shuang with a complex expression, resolved to expedite the divine examination process. Upon their arrival, the 5 gathered by Yin Xiaozha's side, silence enveloping them. The focal point of this negotiation lay between Yin Xiaozha and Lin Shuang. I can provide you with 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones right now, Yin Xiaozha declared. Lin Shuang remarked, I wish to take one more person with me. Who? Yin Xiaozha vaguely surmised the identity of this individual and felt an urge to dissuade Lin Shuang. It was merely an external student of Shrek Academy, Tanga, the leader of the Tang sect. Initially, Yin Xiaozha had thought Lin Shuang intended to abduct Wuing and was prepared to refuse her. However, upon hearing her request, he was momentarily taken aback, though he did not acquiesce to Lin Shuang's demand. Our Shrek Academy will not betray any student for the sake of our own preservation, Yin Xiaozha declared with unwavering resolve, an ethereal fluctuation of spatial energy subtly manifesting around him. Lin Shuang remarked that she had agreed to accompany me to the Sun and Moon Empire, but only needed to inform Dean Yin, and would depart tonight without delay. Yin Xiaozha nodded at Lin Shuang, and, with a wave of his hand, 2 soul bones materialized in his grasp. Both were 10,000-year soul bones, thus possessing numerous skeletal positions. Yet, under the support of soul power, they remained interconnected. Yin Xiaozha tossed the soul bones to Lin Shuang, who caught them and then turned to Zhang Lexuan, saying, Please convey my apologies to Wuing for not being able to spend more time with her. With that, the sun fragment wings fluttered, carrying Lin Shuang away from the sea god lake, reappearing at the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. Utilizing his mental strength, he awakened Hui Yuhao and Tanga, prompting them to emerge. Leaning against the wall at the base of the dormitory building, Lin Shuang awaited their arrival. Soon, the 2 of them stepped out. Upon noticing Hui Yuhao beside Lin Shuang, Tanga was taken aback. Yuhao? What are you doing here? She exclaimed, astonished. She had only recently learned of Hui Yuhao's return to Shrek Academy and had met him briefly, yet she remained unaware of the nature of his relationship with Lin Shuang. Hui Yuhao, somewhat reticent, found it difficult to broach the subject of joining the Sun and Moon Empire with Tanga. Well, since the time has come, let us set off, Lin Shuang stated, casting a glance at them without elaborating further. He then used the sun fragment wings to lift them both aboard, embarking directly towards the Sun and Moon Empire. Chapter 109. A frantic thought during their flight, Lin Shuang maintained a serene expression, his gaze fixed ahead. Leaving Hui Yuhao and Tanga, who were carried by the sun fragment wings, unable to discern his thoughts. The night had deepened. Lin Shuang did not stray far from the sun, and after a little over an hour of flight, they landed outside a dense forest, an area where he and Lingo had once vanquished a ghostly soul master to obtain the dark demon illusory flower. Let us rest here, Lin Shuang announced, bringing the 2 down to the ground, while he retracted the sun fragment wings into his body to replenish his soul power. Why did you suddenly take us away in the middle of the night? Hui Yuhao inquired, puzzled. Tanga echoed his confusion. Moreover, didn't you just tell me to wait a few days before leaving with you? Why the sudden departure? The pair of master and disciple were engulfed in a multitude of questions, both regarding Lin Shuang's abrupt decision to leave and the unexpected presence of the other in their exodus. It was merely a minor conflict with the Shrek Academy. Lin Shuang replied calmly. Rest quickly, this place is quite safe. Lin Shuang closed his eyes, regaining his composure. At this moment, his soul power was insufficient. Yet in his urgency to depart from Shrek Academy, he persevered through fatigue, guiding the two away from Shrek City. He should not have encountered such peril, however. The unexpected occurrences were numerous. Yin Xiaozhi's breakthrough left Lin Shuang both alarmed and apprehensive, for a limit Douluo would find it not overly challenging to deal with him. Furthermore, Zhang Lexuan's rise and strength astonished Lin Shuang. At just 24 years of age, she had likely also received the divine examination. Tang Wudong, Zhang Lexuan, Wuing, and Ling Oenel. For individuals on the Douluo Continent had attained the divine examination, all of whom had interacted with Lin Shuang. Wuing shared a close bond with him, while Lingo was his junior apprentice. As for Zhang Lexuan and Tang Wudong, they had also shared a cordial relationship with Lin Shuang in the past. Yet the factions they belonged to would ultimately stand opposed. Lin Shuang's heart grew increasingly urgent, yet his calculations became ever more intricate. By winning over Hulaina, he effectively secured the favor of Bibi Dong, and perhaps even the elusive angel god, whose fate remained a mystery. However, to ally himself with a limit Douluo whose strength rivaled that of the Death God Douluo, he knew he must demonstrate the significance of his own standing and background within the group. Lin Shuang instructed Hulaina to return to the Sun Moon Empire, allowing her to meet the Silver Moon Douluo, Kong Dimming, along with Jing Hongchen and others, thereby gaining insight into the elite combat capabilities of the Sun Moon Empire. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang single-handedly wreaked havoc at Shrek Academy, demonstrating his potential and resolve, opposing the academy that had lost Tang San, which held no value in Hulaina's eyes. She cared little for it. Conversely, deep within, she could not deny her resentment towards the mastermind who had led the two great empires to the downfall of the Spirit Empire, yet she remained wary of Tang San. However, the repercussions of Lin Shuang's actions were swift. Although he extorted 200,000-year spirit bones, Shrek Academy's strongest soon pursued him. Should Lin Shuang choose not to confront this threat, it was possible that this individual would create chaos in Mingdu, much like Lin Shuang had at Shrek Academy. Lin Shuang, having not directly faced the formidable strength of the limit Douluo, requested Hulaina to assist him in sending a message, summoning Kong Dimming to bring Jing Hongchen, Yi Yulin, and Wanfeng to this mountain range to ambush the limit Douluo of Shrek Academy. Lin Shuang closed her eyes. Yet how could Tanga and Hui Yuhao find solace in sleep? Their hearts were burdened with an overwhelming multitude of doubts and unuttered sentiments. They sought refuge beneath two separate trees, occasionally casting glances at one another, though certain words remained unspoken. Nevertheless, it was evident that their eyes shimmered with joy. At the very least, they were not alone in their journey. As for the reasons behind each other's actions, they had no desire to know. Nor did they wish to uncover the truth. They simply understood that comrades would accompany them to the Sun Moon Empire. Thus, the night passed in silence. At dawn, Lin Shuang opened her eyes, relieved to find no formidable presence lurking in the shadows. Had the pursuers not yet arrived? If the extreme Douluo from Shrek Academy could delay their arrival, Lin Shuang might endure a little longer. Although such a reckless thought crossed her mind, she was also apprehensive about the possibility of falling victim to the extreme Douluo from Shrek Academy before her grandfather's reinforcements could reach her. The notion that no one had pursued them seemed implausible. If Shrek Academy suffered such a significant loss, Lin Shuang would undoubtedly return to eliminate both the Sun Moon Emperor and Su Tianran, igniting a war with Shrek Academy's ruthless nature. If they were truly willing to tolerate Lin Shuang's extortion of 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, it was likely that a terrifying conspiracy was brewing in the shadows. Lin Shuang cast a glance at Hui Yuhao, tossing over the frozen, millennium-old dark golden terrorclaw bear's paw that she had obtained from the Stardow forest. Present your best skills, each of us shall take a paw, and if we cannot finish, we shall discard the remnants. Ah, such wastefulness? Hui Yuhao instinctively replied. As dawn approached, Tanga had fallen asleep against a tree, her arms crossed, her small mouth slightly ajar, appearing exceedingly adorable. Perhaps her only flaw was the absence of drool. Perhaps this may be our final meal. Let us indulge in something delightful, Lin Shuang said, leaning against the same tree as Tanga. Speaking to Hui Yuhao with an unperturbed tone, if he utilized the sun's hard feather to escape with Hui Yuhao and Tanga back to the Sun Moon Empire, They might return to Mingdu before the limit Douluo from Shrek Academy arrived. However, Mingdu would undoubtedly suffer as a consequence. Yet, Lin Shuang harbored a wild notion in his heart to ambush the limit Douluo, the strongest individual from Shrek Academy. Was that not absurd? What? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in shock. But reflecting on what his brother Tianming had informed him regarding the battle last night, he quickly fell silent. Observing his expression, Lin Shuang could not help but chuckle. Rest assured, among my comrades in the Sun Moon Empire, one bears a vendetta against Duke White Tiger. Her father perished at the hands of the army led by him. With her talent, she will surely achieve vengeance. Upon hearing the news that Duke White Tiger was destined to die, Hui Yuhao nodded and retrieved a grill along with various seasonings, although he still lacked one essential item. He turned to Lin Shuang and inquired, "Do you have any charcoal?" Chapter 110. The ultimate arrives after Hui Yuhao used the charcoal that Lin Shuang had provided to roast the bear's paw. They awakened Tanga to share a hearty meal. While Hui Yuhao and Lin Shuang pondered whether this might be their last supper, Tanga sat there in a daze, curious as to why Lin Shuang had yet to lead her and Hui Yuhao away. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and instead began to meditate. As Hui Yuhao's teacher, Tanga had only reached the 35th rank in soul power, and that was under favorable conditions. Over the span of a year, she had elevated her soul power by 4 levels, while Hui Yuhao had ascended by an astonishing 15 levels, progressing from the 11th to the 26th rank. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang, who had been a 33rd rank soul emperor when he first arrived at Shrek Academy a year ago, was capable of contending with high-tier soul Douluo, albeit weaker than titled Douluo. Presently, his strength had reached the pinnacle beneath the limit Douluo, comparable to that of a 98th rank super Douluo. Nevertheless, Lin Shuang still faced a shortcoming. His physical resilience was insufficient, which was why he had not assimilated the 8th spirit ring for his Scarlet Moon martial soul. The only means by which Lin Shuang can enhance his physical strength is through the fusion of soul bones. However, ordinary soul bones offer little assistance to him, and even the coveted 100,000-year soul bones are of no significant aid. Among the 6 soul bones, the trunk bone stands as one of the 2 most crucial, and Lin Shuang holds high expectations for it. Although the soul bone of the 200,000-year nether poison dragon boasts exceptional quality, its abilities are not destined to be of great benefit to him. Conversely, a soul bone that would satisfy Lin Shuang, such as the trunk bone of the Ice Emperor, aligns with his aspirations. Yet, it is evident that this formidable scorpion is currently beyond his grasp. Moreover, lacking the extreme ice martial soul, Lin Shuang is utterly incapable of fusing with the soul ring of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. One must possess an extreme ice attribute to achieve such a fusion. As Lin Shuang pondered these matters in boredom, a powerful aura eventually manifested within his perception. His gaze sharpened, and he rose from the ground. A blood-red moon appeared behind him, and an overwhelming murderous intent swept through the surroundings in an instant, only to be countered by a flicker of blue light. A formidable domain emerged, yet your soul power level seems rather insufficient. An aged voice resonated from the blue domain, prompting Lin Shuang to adopt a vigilant demeanor. It was the contemporary sea god Douluo, Lin Huichuan. In truth, Lin Huichuan hailed from a mysterious family of the sea. Yet her martial soul was not recognized by the ocean, leading her to Shrek Academy, where she became a venerable elder of the Sea God Pavilion. Unexpectedly, following the demise of the Dragon God Douluo, she was bestowed with the supreme 7th exam by the Sea God Tang San. Comprehending the power of space and descending to the ultimate level, further gaining dominion over the ocean through the divine power of the Sea God. Indeed, the domain of the God of Killing is indeed challenging to effect an ultimate Douluo. Lin Shuang did not dispute this. The Bloody Moon's martial soul, accompanied by an inherent domain of slaughter, was under Lin Shuang's control, and the terrifying murderous intent was retracted back into his being. Lin Huichuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Lin Shuang would retract his domain. With a satisfied nod, she stated, "Sever your own arms and surrender the 3 pieces of the 100,000-year soul bones obtained by Shrek. I shall spare your life." In the face of the Sea God Douluo's mercy, Lin Shuang suddenly erupted into a derisive laughter, a golden light igniting as he concealed countless trump cards. Confident that he would not be instantly obliterated by the limit Douluo and could contend with him. After all, the Tai Douluo, injured by Lin Shuang, and the undying poison combined could momentarily rival the Dragon Emperor Douluo, not to mention Lin Shuang, who had single-handedly caused chaos within Shrek. Even if Yin Xiaozhe had hardly engaged, Lin Shuang had still managed to withstand both the Tao Dai Douluo and the Divine Eagle Douluo, both of whom were super Douluos at level 98. Spiritual domain? Lin Huichuan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Lin Shuang had awakened such a formidable spiritual realm. Haha. Lin Shuang smirked, for the spiritual domain he was destined to awaken was meant to be the evil god domain. However, after merging with the fateful power of the three-eyed golden lion and through the sacrifice of vengeful spirits, Lin Shuang's spiritual power took form and substance, awakening this particular domain. Even with the closest of companions, Lin Shuang had never disclosed this energy, reserving it for a day when he might rely on it to create miracles in dire circumstances. Destiny, the terrifying power of fate, accompanied by an obliterating force, began to gradually consume the sea god's domain, compelling Lin Yue to intervene once more. In an instant, the azure sea god domain transformed into a vibrant green, clashing against the golden destiny domain. Indeed, Lin Shuang's spiritual realm was named Destiny, signifying the inviolability of fate. Its formidable power would suppress all forces, while the evil god power would annihilate everything. However, Lin Shuang encountered one of the few strong domains on the Douluo Continent capable of contending with the Destiny domain, which was the Sea Witch domain. Lin Huichuan's martial soul is named Tidal Sea Demon, a green-crowned mermaid. This soul beast is a mutation of the crowned mermaid, abandoned by fate. If the crowned mermaid is the princess of the sea, then the Tidal Sea Demon represents true misfortune and calamity, a manifestation of adversity against destiny, and disaster against the malevolent gods, plunging the situation into yet another stalemate. That is all, Lin Huichuan sighed. She held a deep admiration for this young man, yet lamented that he hails from the Sun and Moon Empire, destined to become an adversary of Shrek Academy. The Song of the Sea Demon. A green mermaid appeared behind her, accompanied by 6 black and 3 red soul rings. Lin Huichuan's strength now rivaled that of Ye Xishui, as she stands as the Sea God Douluo, endowed with the divine power of the Sea God as the High Priestess. At this moment, Hui Yuhao and Tanga remained stationary under the protection of the Dream Eye Silkworm, observing the two figures in the sky. A golden silhouette appeared beside Hui Yuhao. Strikingly handsome, resembling Lin Shuang by 70%, clad in a white velvet robe. The Dream Eye Silkworm regarded Lin Huichuan with eager anticipation, yet, aware of her own capabilities, she refrained from making a rash move, instead safeguarding Hui Yuhao and Tanga. While curious about the enigmatic Dream Eye Silkworm, Tanga remained more concerned about the battle unfolding above. Chapter 111. The Sea God's Trident. The dream awakens. Everyone finally arrives. The light of destiny. A more resplendent golden hue erupted within the domain of fate. Unlike the invincibility of offensive soul masters of the same rank, control-type soul masters pose a far more formidable challenge during dimensional suppression, as their control renders evasion nearly impossible, especially for a limit Douluo with a mental attribute martial soul. Lin Shuang's caution is entirely understandable. As the light of destiny surged, the green domain of the sea demon swiftly suppressed the area, countering the abilities of an extreme Douluo. This alone would be enough to instill pride in 90% of tidal Douluos on the Douluo continent. Yet, this was not Lin Shuang's limit. Lin Huichuan appeared to have little patience, and upon failing with her initial strike, a magnificent golden trident manifested in her grasp. Lin Shuang's pupils constricted as Lin Huichuan wielded the trident of the sea god. In the divine realm, a blue-haired man observed this scene with keen interest. His sure divine power poised for action, seemingly ready to assist Lin Shuang. The designated heir undoubtedly held far greater significance than a mere expendable pawn. He was also eager to witness the limits of Lin Shuang. How would she respond against an ultimate Douluo wielding a supreme artifact? The first style of the Golden 13 Tridents, the Uncertain Tempest. A series of golden halos blossomed forth. Lin Shuang's pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be possible? A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as a mysterious force erupted within the realm of destiny, dissolving the golden halos entirely. Lin Huichuan exclaimed in astonishment. This is impossible. As a divine skill of the sea god, to be wielded through the use of a supreme artifact. How could it be shattered by a mere 7-ring soul saint? There is nothing impossible. Lin Shuang's tone was indifferent. Yet Lin Huichuan's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Today, Lin Shuang must perish. The 13th Golden Halberd, 3rd form, never to return. Lin Huichuan's hand spun through the air in an instant, as the trident of the sea god shot forth, leaving a trail of ethereal golden light, as if it had sliced through the very fabric of reality. Amidst the distorted shadows, it darted toward Lin Shuang. A thunderous explosion resonated, yet Lin Shuang's figure materialized behind Lin Huichuan. Unfortunately, having abruptly entered her Sea Witch domain, Lin Shuang found her heavenly mandate domain dissipating, her soul power being suppressed and gradually extinguished. Teleportation? Lin Huichuan's gaze darkened with growing ire. As a limit Douluo, how could she possibly struggle to subdue a soul sage? The indignation was palpable. Lin Shuang remained silent, his gaze filled with trepidation as he regarded Lin Huichuan. He had already revealed all his cards, yet the prowess of the ultimate Douluo exceeded his expectations. With the next move, he was destined to suffer a grievous blow. Unstable winds. This time, Lin Shuang could not evade, but he continued to resist, unleashing the void destruction and sacred demon domain, employing all his abilities. Unfortunately, the power of destiny within him had been severely depleted, rendering him incapable of casting the light of destiny a second time or utilizing the fate domain to negate the binding force of the unstable winds. Ultimately, the golden circle ensnared Lin Shuang, and although he had evaded earlier using the teleportation ring, it was merely due to Lin Huichuan's oversight. Otherwise, in the presence of an ultimate Douluo, employing a spatial soul guide would have led to his immediate demise in the void. Lin Shuang's gaze was somewhat dazed yet relaxed. Was everything truly coming to an end? He chuckled, albeit with a lingering sense of reluctance. It felt unjust for it to conclude this way. If only he had been granted a few more months, he could have attained the Shura God examination and swiftly become invincible in the Douluo Continent. Once gone, it would never return. Lin Huichuan once again wielded the Sea God's trident, but Lin Shuang was currently ensnared by the indeterminate storm and utterly powerless to resist. At the moment Lin Huichuan made his move, a glimmer of gold illuminated the scene. A hint of helplessness flashed in Lin Shuang's eyes. Regrettably, it was not silver. Yet, as despair and acceptance flooded his heart, Lin Huichuan's godly power was unexpectedly thwarted. In a crucial moment, it was his brother who came to the rescue. As a light-hearted voice resonated, the binding force of the indeterminate storm on Lin Shuang gradually dissipated. He suddenly noticed that Lin Huichuan was ensnared within a golden membrane of light. How about that? As the remnant of a million-year soul beast, I trust one haven't let you down? The heavenly dream ice silkworm proudly declared, appearing beside Lin Shuang. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude, Lin Shuang replied with a smile. This time, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was indeed pivotal. Otherwise, he would have perished beneath the Sea God's trident. However, the heavenly dream ice silkworm remained acutely aware of the current predicament and informed Lin Shuang. Although I am a million-year soul beast, my true form is not overwhelmingly powerful. My remnant can only confine her for half an hour before it shatters. At that point, I can expend my spiritual essence to hold her for another half an hour. If you cannot devise a solution within that hour, we must prepare to flee. The heavenly dream ice silkworm retained its pride, refraining from directly suggesting escape. Instead inquiring whether Lin Shuang had a strategy to confront Lin Huichuan. Of course, I do. Lin Shuang's lips curled into a smile as a silver light ignited, and 4 figures emerged. The pupils of the heavenly dream ice silkworm constricted in shock as it beheld the scene. The Sun-Moon Empire certainly harbors deep secrets, it remarked. With 4 super Douluos present, coupled with the earlier spatial power, it seemed that today might witness the fall of an ultimate Douluo. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations surrounding them, Kong Deming anxiously inquired, Lin Shuang, are you all right? Lin Shuang is not merely the hope of the Sun and Moon Empire. He is also the beloved grandson of the Silver Moon Douluo, the last descendant of the most formidable soul master in the empire. Fortunately, Lin Shuang remarked, aside from the significant depletion of his fate energy, he did not suffer any considerable exhaustion. Is this the formidable opponent you tasked us with? Inquiring with a hint of skepticism, Luanfeng gazed at Lin Huichuan, who was ensnared within the golden. The others present shared a similar sentiment, questioning whether such a being, trapped in this manner, could genuinely be an ultimate Douluo. Chapter 112, The Invincible Ultimate Douluo. However, just as they began to entertain such thoughts, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Huichuan, unable to shatter the dreaming ice silkworm's remnants, suddenly flickered and appeared outside the golden. Lin Shuang immediately cast a questioning glance at the heavenly dream ice silkworm, who smiled radiantly and said, there is no other way. Although my remnants can withstand the soul skills of an ultimate Douluo, they cannot confine space. She is the Sea God Douluo from Shrek Academy, a formidable level 99 ultimate Douluo. Lin Shuang reminded the others as he summoned the sun-shattered feather directly. It seemed that a fierce battle lay ahead. Kong Deming sighed as the Silver Moon Divine Light Shield appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, Yulin's Sun and Moon Divine Needle ascended, while the Phoenix released its Fire Phoenix Sword Martial Soul, enveloped in a golden red sheath, which sparked a flicker of astonishment in Lin Shuang's eyes. At that moment, Jing Hachan manifested a dark red giant sword, also a level 9 soul guide, as the light and dark elements converged through Lin Shuang's arm soul bones. successfully upgrading the Judgment Sword to a level 9 soul guide. Tianming, please continue to protect them, Lin Shuang said, looking at Tanga and Hui Yuhao, who stood at a distance. The Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm nodded and hesitated for a moment before addressing Lin Shuang. If you find yourselves unable to contend with her, simply call out to me. My spiritual essence can temporarily control her. With that, the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm returned to Hui Yuhao's side. Kong Dimming and the others did not question the origins of the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, but instead regarded Lin Huichuan with vigilance. The title of Sea God Douluo inevitably invoked thoughts of the legendary figure from the Douluo Continent, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Kong Dimming glanced at Lin Shuang and said, "Hand over the sun-shattered feather to me. In your hands, it cannot unleash its full potential." Lin Huichuan did not grant them much time. Lin Shuang was unable to pass the sun fragments to Kong Dimming in time as golden halos re-emerged, heralding the chaos of the golden 13 halberds. The silver moon divine light shield in Kong Dimming's grasp emitted waves of silvery ripples. Yet it merely passed through the golden halos, inflicting no damage whatsoever, causing the onlookers to furrow their brows in concern. "Allow me," Lin Shuang declared to the others, as the sun fragment swiftly detached from her back and soared towards the silver moon Douluo. Lin Shuang then charged directly into the golden halos, her physical form bracing against the tumult of chaos. "Lin Shuang!" Wan Feng exclaimed with fervor, brandishing the fire phoenix sword and rushing forth to cleave at Lin Huichuan. A magnificent fire phoenix materialized, and Lin Shuang was astounded by the profound aura emanating from it, exclaiming, "You have become a 10th level soul mentor. Are you all right?" Wan Feng inquired with delight. Yet, confronted by the terrifying Inferno Phoenix, Lin Huichuan's figure flickered as she utilized spatial power to evade. However, in the next moment, two attacks descended from the sky, Yilan Sun and Moon Divine Needles. Lin Huichuan sought to evade once more, yet found herself unable to harness the power of space. For the realm they occupied had been enveloped by a silver light membrane. The Silver Moon Douluo had intervened, employing the Silver Moon Divine Light Barrier to immobilize the space, rendering the Sea God Douluo from Shrek Academy incapable of utilizing her spatial abilities. This golden ring is a control-type divine skill, devoid of offensive capabilities. It merely serves to momentarily restrain my powers, Lin Shuang explained to Wan Feng. As Wan Feng gazed in astonishment, the golden ring gradually dissipated, leaving Lin Shuang free from its grasp. The control of the uncertain wind wave was absolute, albeit with a time limitation. While elucidating this to Wan Feng, Lin Shuang turned her attention to Jing Hongqian, and the two exchanged a knowing smile before launching their combined assault. Holy Demon Domain. Divine and Demon Duel / with the synergy of light and dark elements amplifying their domain. The Judgment Sword in Jing Hongqian's grasp cleaved forth a terrifying strike aimed squarely at Lin Huichuan from behind. This battle was destined for her defeat, for Super Douluos, including 2 level 10 Soul Guidance Masters and 2 level 9 Soul Masters, alongside Lin Shuang, were arrayed against her. Even the Beast God would falter before such might, let alone Lin Huichuan, the Sea God Douluo. Fire Phoenix scorches the plains. At that moment, Wan Feng also unleashed a strike directed at Lin Huichuan. However, they had underestimated the resilience of the Sea God Douluo. Under the onslaught of 3 attacks of peak potency, with her spatial powers restrained, she merely raised her Sea God Trident. Golden 13 Tridents, second style, 1,000 years of empty tranquility. Lin Huichuan leapt into the air, transforming into countless golden rays of light, with a myriad of spear shadows that dazzled the eyes, resembling swirling clouds of golden brilliance, evoking a sense of unprecedented grandeur. Amidst a thunderous roar, the expansive golden cloud erupted simultaneously, and 3 formidable attacks capable of annihilating a Super Douluo were astonishingly nullified. Yet, the explosion was far from over. The residual shockwaves surged forth, threatening to rend the very fabric of space, as a terrifying wave of energy swept across all present. However, as a silver gleam illuminated the scene, the space stabilized in an instant, and the violent gusts unleashed by the explosion vanished without a trace. "You are no ordinary limit Douluo," Kong Dimming remarked. Lin Huichuan smiled slightly and remarked, "I never anticipated that the Sun and Moon Empire would harbor such formidable individuals like yourselves. I initially aimed to eliminate the source of my troubles, but it seems I can resolve my pressing issues all at once." Arrogantly, Wan Feng coldly snorted, her gaze imbued with a silent, murderous intent. Yet, compared to the ultimate Douluo, she still fell somewhat short. However, at this moment, her power even surpassed that of Lin Shuang's master, Zhongli Wu, an invincible entity beneath the ultimate Douluo. Since that is the case, Why not allow me to demonstrate this technique of mine? Kong Deming declared as he summoned the silver moonlight shield with his left hand, while a shattered crystal ball materialized in his right hand, none other than the sun-shattered feather. In the next instant, a colossal sun appeared behind him. The national treasure of the Sun and Moon Empire, the Sun Soul Guidance Device, a level 9.5 soul guidance artifact. At this moment, the sun-shattered feather merged with the Sun Soul Guidance Device, and the Silver Moon Douluo unleashed his second martial soul. The two immense suns coalesced, and Lin Huachuan seemed to realize something, tightly gripping the Sea God Trident. Chapter 113, The Conclusion of the Sea God Douluo Blazing Sunlight. The united suns erupted in a dazzling radiance, as the spatial force of the silver moonlight shield subtly intertwined, transforming the once brilliant glow into a searing heat. Lin Huachuan brandished the trident of the Sea God, her voice resolute. The 13th Golden Trident Technique, the third form, Irrevocable Departure. A terrifying golden divine light erupted, seemingly poised to melt everything in its path. Tianming Ice Silkworm enveloped Tanga and Huiyuhao with its discarded husk, while Lin Shuang and Jing Hongchen jointly invoked the red dust protection to safeguard themselves along with Wanfeng and Yi Yulin. The fabric of space began to twist and shatter, as ethereal shadows clashed with the golden divine light. These two formidable assaults, which faintly transcended the limits of soul masters, collided, exacerbating the already ravaged mountains and forests. A resounding boom echoed as a massive black hole emerged, and the very essence of space began to collapse. In that moment, their most potent techniques transformed into nothingness. Lin Shuang gazed madly at the scene before her. This was the true essence of strength, having reached the pinnacle of human capability. The two adversaries halted, locked in mutual confrontation, as the once majestic mountains were reduced to mere plains, countless lives lost in the aftermath of their fierce conflict. Cease this. Lin Huachuan gritted her teeth. The Silver Moon Douluo unleashed a beam of silver divine light, instantly minting the void, and coldly remarked, "You nearly obliterated my only descendant. How could I possibly let you go today? What a troublesome affair." Lin Huachuan responded with resignation. A green mermaid spirit manifested behind her, distinctly different from the regal crown mermaid, the tidal sea, which appeared rather fearsome. Lin Huachuan seamlessly merged with her martial spirit, unleashing the terrifying amplification of her ultimate spirit ability, the martial spirit avatar, derived from her 100,000-year soul ring. On the tail of the tidal sea demon, 9 intricate patterns emerged, representing Lin Huachuan's soul rings, 6 black and 3 red. The 6th soul ring bore a faint crimson hue, while the 7th and 8th were ordinary red 100,000-year rings. Yet, atop Lin Huachuan's 9th soul ring, 5 golden patterns shimmered, likely a testament to a special divine trial, a reward enhancing its age. The Song of the Sea Demon. Lin Huachuan once again invoked this previously ineffective soul skill, but Lin Shuang found herself unable to employ the Destiny Domain in light of fate for defense. During Lin Huachuan's initial demonstration of this ability, Lin Shuang distinctly observed her 9th soul ring flickering, a soul skill from a 500,000-year soul ring, whose terrifying nature was beyond dispute. "Be careful," Lin Shuang shouted to alert her companions, yet who dared to relax in the presence of an extreme Douluo. The moment Lin Huachuan embraced her martial spirit avatar, the towering tidal sea demon exuded a green mist, autonomously releasing the sea demon domain. Naturally, the 9th soul skill of an extreme Douluo was immensely powerful, and in that instant, the soul power of all present seemed to be stifled. Tidal wave. The colossal tidal sea demon whispered, and from the flattened terrain, torrents of water surged forth, threatening to engulf everything. "Heavenly Dream." Lin Shuang cried out, recognizing that only Heavenly Dream could effectively intervene now. Lin Huachuan was far too formidable. Not merely an ordinary extreme Douluo, although slightly weaker in her command of spatial power, wielding the Sea Goddess Trident. She was likely on par with the legendary Douluos from a millennium ago, truly invincible beneath the divine. Lin Shuang harbored no doubt that, standing upon the ocean, Lin Huachuan could rival true deities. In the original narrative, the High Priest of the Gods could borrow a mere 1,000th of divine power, which seemed excessively powerful. I cannot recall whether this was mentioned in the Divine Realms side story or Douluo 3, but it was stated that a second-level god's power is merely 1,000th of a first-level god's. Douluo 1 also indicated that high priests could draw down 1,000th of a deity's power. I have slightly adjusted the setting, not so much altering it, but rather bypassing a bug. The Divine Realm stipulates that gods are forbidden from descending. However, the sea god intervened multiple times in Douluo 1 when this rule did not seem to apply. Now, the Divine Realm strictly prohibits divine intervention, Otherwise, according to my original setting, I am uncertain how the Sea God Douluo would meet his demise. Understood. Heavenly Dream I Silkworm exclaimed, releasing a vast mental essence that, in an instant, suppressed Lin Huichuan. Though the mental strength of Heavenly Dream I Silkworm was inferior to that of Lin Huichuan, it was engaged in a contest of mental essence against her. This invincible extreme Douluo was astonishingly brought under direct control. Time and again thwarted and suppressed, how could Lin Huichuan possibly accept this? As an extreme Douluo, she found herself truly delayed by a mere soul sage, and for so long, she was evenly matched against several soul masters. At this juncture, being controlled by an enigmatic spiritual entity, consuming her mental essence to counter her, was utterly incomprehensible. Lin Huichuan's expression grew grave as she began to harbor thoughts of retreat. She understood that this was no longer a pursuit of Lin Shuang, but rather a desperate attempt to ensnare her. In an instant, the sun-shattered feather merged with Lin Shuar's form, causing his aura to soar. The sun martial soul was unleashed, and the first spirit ring erupted in a chilling blood-red hue. The burning sun, the solar ray, under the augmentation of the sun-shattered feather and the burning sun. Lin Shuang's soul power at this moment was comparable to that of an undying poison. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of Douluo, his soul power was nearly indistinguishable from that level. Lin Shuang was confident that the 10,000-year soul skill of the ultimate flame would rival the devastating power of Lin Huichuan's irreversible attack and the blazing sunlight released by his grandfather earlier. It represented an assault of the utmost tier. However, unlike them, who remained unfazed after their display, Lin Shuang's use of this soul skill came at a cost. Coupled with the previous arduous battle, he now had merely 30% of his soul power remaining. Yet, for a soul sage, even Lin Shuang felt a sense of pride in this moment. The solar ray set the space ablaze, hurtling towards Lin Huichuan. She attempted to evade, but was rendered powerless. Ensnared by the Dream Eye Silkworm's psychic control, the solar ray pierced through Lin Huichuan's skull. A terrifying beam that not only extinguished her life but also obliterated her spiritual sea and soul bones in an instant. It was over. The onlookers retracted their martial souls and soul-guiding artifacts. Lin Shuang sighed, a flicker of solar flame igniting to incinerate Lin Huichuan's corpse, leaving behind 5 soul bones and the resplendent golden sea god trident. Such terrifying strength, Wanfeng mused, her heart, once inflated by the prospect of becoming a 10th-level soul master, gradually settled. She knew she still had opportunities to grow stronger, though she had yet to realize it. Lin Shuang waved her hand, collecting the 5 soul bones, and reached out to grasp the sea god trident. Chapter 114, Dividing the Spoils. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in with Sea God Douluo Lin Huichuan, rewarding 50,000 years of the right leg bone of the title Sea Demon. Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback, his actions halted. During this brief lapse in focus, the sea god's trident soared away into the void. Nevertheless, Lin Shuang managed a wry smile, recognizing that fortune and misfortune are but 2 sides of the same coin. It was not a sure artifact, and thus held little significance for him. However, this extraordinary weapon would likely reappear in the hands of Tanggudo. System, why have I signed in with Lin Huichuan? Lin Shuang pondered, perplexed by his unexpected connection to the Sea God Douluo. The concept of bonds encompasses both love and enmity. Even a goddess who perishes at the hands of her host can be deemed a successful sign-in. Upon receiving the system's explanation, Lin Shuang could not help but smile. Compared to the seemingly useless sea god's trident, the reward of a 500,000-year-old leg bone of a ferocious beast was undoubtedly far more beneficial for him. What a pity. Kong Deming shook his head, lamenting the loss of such a divine artifact. It matters not, Lin Shuang replied, shaking his head as he produced all the soul bones he had recently acquired. The 500,000-year-old right leg bone of the tidal ocean, a system reward, had already merged seamlessly with his right leg, unnoticed even by the numerous powerful figures present. Allow me to showcase my recent acquisitions, Lin Shuang declared as he revealed 2 pieces of 100,000-year-old soul bones that he had extorted from Yin Xiaozhe at Shrek Academy. If the foundation of the Sun Moon Empire was the 9th-level soul-guiding device, then Shrek Academy's greatest treasure was undoubtedly its collection of soul bones. They possessed not merely a few, but likely dozens of 100,000-year-old soul bones, including those that had already been fused. 100,000-year soul bones, gasped the onlookers in astonishment. Apart from Lin Shuang, the only other individual within the Sun Moon Empire known to possess 100,000-year spirit rings was Silver Moon Douluo Kong Deming. The sole habitat for 100,000-year soul beasts within the Sun Moon Empire was the evil spirit forest, a place fraught with peril where few dared to provoke the wrath of the evil emperor by hunting the 10,000-year evil-eye tyrant. Consequently, 100,000-year soul bones were exceedingly rare in the Sun Moon Empire, and given the myriad dangers in both the Star Do Forest and the extreme north, they rarely sought to hunt such formidable beasts. Those soul masters who had ascended beyond the 90th rank typically fused soul rings of 70 or 80,000 years, with the 9,000-year rings being an exceptional rarity. Indeed, Lin Shuang nodded, gazing at the two soul bones. These are the left leg bone of the 100,000-year lightning bird and the right leg bone of the 100,000-year wind chime bird. Lin Shuang inquired of the assembly, "Is there anyone who desires these two soul bones? Do you not want them?" They questioned, for in their recollections, Lin Shuang had yet to merge with any leg bones. The quality of the soul bones was somewhat inferior. Lin Shuang shook his head. Although 100,000-year soul bones were exceedingly rare, he found himself lacking nothing at this juncture. These two soul bones likely possessed formidable crowd control and support capabilities, though their offensive prowess was not particularly formidable. Nevertheless, being 100,000-year soul bones, should an ordinary title Douluo merge with them, they might contend with a super Douluo. The crowd's expressions twitched, and after deliberation, Luan Feng claimed the two soul bones. She had not yet merged with any leg bones, and by integrating these 100,000-year soul bones, it was possible that her power could ascend to new heights, potentially breaking through to the 97th level of soul power. Subsequently, Lin Shuang presented the 5 soul bones that Lin Huichuan had previously merged with. She should not possess 6 soul bones, yet regrettably, the head soul bone had been incinerated by solar rays along with Lin Huichuan's spiritual essence. Among them were the 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale king's torso bone and the 100,000-year ice crystal crab king's arm bones, surprisingly complemented by the 300,000-year evil demon orca's left and right leg bones. Lin Shuang was taken aback, discovering that Lin Huichuan possessed not 1, but 300,000-year soul bones and 2 from ferocious beasts. Among them, the soul bones of her arms and legs were of the twin variety. Unfortunately, for a powerhouse of Lin Huichuan's caliber, the soul bones merely served to enhance her attributes and offered little substantial aid. At this moment, all the soul bones on her were now in Lin Shuang's possession, though it was regrettable that Lin Huichuan lacked a storage soul tool, perhaps. The material possessions had become unnecessary for her. "Are there any soul bones you require?" Lin Shuang inquired. "I desire the 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale king's torso bone," Jing Hongchen replied. Meanwhile, Yi Yulin and Kong Dimming had no need for soul bones. Their soul tools sufficed, and soul bones, even from ferocious beasts, held little value for them. "Very well." Lin Shuang nodded and collected the 2 leg bones along with the arm soul bones. "Let us return to the Sun Moon Empire first and then merge the soul bones," he addressed the group. The 4 soul bones in his possession, particularly the 2 ice crystal crab king soul bones, were intended for Juzi, who had thus far only fused with the leg and torso bones, leaving her arm soul bone slots vacant. These 2 soul bones would be of great assistance to her. As for the 2 30,000-year ferocious beast soul bones, Lin Shuang remained uncertain as to whom they should be bestowed, for the pool of suitable candidates was limited. To receive a 100,000-year soul bone from his hands, one must possess extraordinary talent or have attained the rank of a 9th-level soul master. Regarding the ferocious beast soul bones, the recipients would ideally need to be future super Douluo of at least rank 98, or individuals like Luan Feng, a pseudo-10th-level soul master. Currently, Luan Feng could not yet be considered a true 10th-level soul master. Although her innate soul tool, the Fire Phoenix sword sheath, had maximized the temperature of the Fire Phoenix sword, even with the enhancement, she still lacked the ultimate power. The 10th-level soul master corresponds precisely to the pinnacle Douluo. Among the individuals under Lin Shuang's command, there exists a plethora of talents, including the likes of Xiao Hongchen, Meng Hongchen, and Orange. Each possesses a remarkable gift, however. They have all integrated leg bones from ancient beings. Only Xiao Hongchen has assimilated a single right leg bone from the exquisite, 10,000-year-old Qilua Yujin tulip, while the others have merged 2 leg bones of the same age. Meng Hongchen has fused the soul bones of the 10,000-year-old Bajiao Xianbing grass and the 10,000-year-old Liahua Xingjiao Shu, whereas Orange has integrated a pair of leg bones from the 10,000-year evil demon orca, traded by Lin Shuang from the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit sect using the snow-colored swan kiss. At times, Lin Shuang speculates whether the evil demon orca race perpetually produces a pair of soul bones, tempting him to venture into the deep sea for a hunt. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the evil demon orca king and refrains from such folly. In this moment, Lin Shuang recalls having a soul bone in his possession, the left arm bone of the 10,000-year Qianjun and Emperor. One of the 3 soul bones exchanged by Emperor Tian for the 3-eyed golden lion. However, he has yet to find a suitable candidate for this soul bone and decides to leave this place and return to the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 115. Lin Shuang's 8th soul ring is Lin Shuang's sword toward Hui Yuhao and Tanga. At that moment, Tianming Iceworm had returned to Hui Yuhao's Sea of Consciousness, apart from Silver Moon Douluo, who discerned this occurrence. The other 3 formidable soul masters believed that Tianming Iceworm had utilized spatial powers to depart. Suddenly, a vast expanse of space began to shatter, forming a colossal black hole, the edges of which perpetually self-repaired. A flash of green erupted from the black hole and charged forth, emerging behind Silver Moon Douluo. This colossal beast, towering over 30 meters, bore the appearance of a grotesque menace, exuding a chilling aura and casting a fierce glare at Silver Moon Douluo. Its side-like arms enveloped in a radiant white light as they slashed toward him. In an instant, this terrifying creature was transported above the crowd by the Silver Moon Divine Light Shield, where it was subsequently ensnared. This was a Void Rift beast, over 300,000 years old. Jing Hongshan swallowed hard, incredulous. "How is it?" Kong Deming inquired of Lin Shuang, who hovered in midair. "All is well," Lin Shuang nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A beast of such ancient lineage, if it had aimed to ambush anyone among them rather than his grandfather, its formidable spatial talents would surely have claimed even Lin Shuang's life. Yet, regrettably, the Silver Moon Douluo's innate soul tool, the Silver Moon Divine Light Shield, was a singularly powerful artifact, the only true 10th-level soul tool in existence. In an instant, Silver Moon Douluo had transported the Void Rift beast into his own spatial domain. Although the beast could traverse the void and tear through space, Silver Moon Douluo immobilized the space itself and imprisoned it using spatial power. Indeed, while the Void Rift beast possessed unparalleled spatial talents, it was utterly powerless against a being whose spatial prowess surpassed its own. As Silver Moon Douluo activated the Silver Moon Divine Light Shield, the full force of the 10th-level soul tool erupted, proving its capabilities extended beyond mere attack and confinement. The spatial power was incessantly compressed, forming spatial blades that surged toward the head of the Void Rift beast. Despite its fearsome defenses that could withstand void compression, it was obliterated under Silver Moon Douluo's strike, its head severed, green blood spilling forth. From the moment of its emergence, its fate as Lin Shuang's soul ring had been sealed. A blood-red soul ring blossomed, adorned with 3 golden patterns, eliciting envy among the onlookers. Apart from Lin Shuang and Hui Yuhao, only Silver Moon Douluo possessed a soul ring from the 10,000-year Evil Eye Tyrant. Yet Lin Shuang boasted not one, but multiple soul rings from ancient beasts, including this newly acquired ring from the Void Rift beast, given Lin Shuang's previously demonstrated prowess. Merging the soul ring of the Void Rift beast would elevate his strength to unprecedented heights, rendering him nearly invincible beneath the limits of the extreme Douluo. While the Void Rift beast had been slain by Silver Moon Douluo, his disciple, Xin Ziwen, had developed a unique soul tool, the Soul Ring Storage Device. This device could erase the aura of a soul ring and store it, allowing anyone capable of withstanding the energy within to assimilate it. The most advanced 8th-level soul ring storage device could preserve a soul ring for an entire week, and Xin Ziwen had generously gifted one to all those close to him. Silver Moon Douluo absorbed the soul ring into the soul ring storage device and tossed it to Lin Shuang. Although this was an 8th-level soul tool, it held little utility for him. After bestowing the soul ring storage device containing the Void Rift beast soul ring to Lin Shuang, he activated the Silver Moon Divine Light Shield once more, severing the left leg of the Void Rift beast. A soul bone emanating a silvery glow was extracted using spatial power, which was also presented to Lin Shuang. Once you merge the soul ring of the Void Rift beast, integrate its soul bone afterward. You shall encounter no hindrance in condensing your spatial soul core in the future, Kong Deming remarked with a smile. "Thank you, grandfather," Lin Shuang replied, his joy evident. The 8th soul ring that had troubled him for quite some time had finally been resolved. The fusion of the soul ring and soul bone from the 300,000-year-old beast would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Coupled with the 500,000-year-old right leg bone of the Tidal Sea Demon awarded by the system, Lin Shuang would no longer find himself in such dire straits against an extreme Douluo. He might even stand a chance. For not all extreme Douluo were on par with the Sea God Douluo. Though the others expressed envy, none harbored feelings of jealousy. Hui Yuhao and Tanga stood not far from Lin Shuang. Observing this, Lin Shuang activated the solar shattered feather, lifting them into the sky. "Let us return to the Ming capital first," Lin Shuang addressed the group. with the soul ring storage device in the possession of my little master uncle. There is no urgency to merge the soul ring. Thus, the crowd embarked on their journey home. The pursuit by the sea god Douluo ultimately led to her own demise. Yet she failed to vanquish Lin Shuang. Instead, it was the denizens of the Sun Moon Empire who reaped substantial rewards. At Shrek Academy, a girl gazed tearfully at the sea god trident that had vanished into the depths of her spiritual sea. Chapter 116. Signing in with Tanga. By the time the group returned to the Sun Moon Empire, night had already fallen. Lin Shuang arranged for Jing Hongchen and Hui Yu to join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, becoming part of the reserve team for this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel competition, before taking Tanga back to his villa in the suburbs. At this moment, the now Soul Emperor, Orange, was diligently studying soul tools. After Lin Shuang deactivated the security system, he flew into the villa with Tanga through the window. Upon entering the living room, Orange sensed something amiss in the laboratory, touched the teleportation ring on her hand, grabbed several soul tools nearby, and stepped outside. However, upon seeing Lin Shuang, the soul tools in her hand clattered to the ground as she rushed into his embrace, exclaiming in tears, "It's so wonderful that you're back." Despite knowing Lin Shuang's formidable strength, how could Orange not worry for him? Isolated in the desolate and inhospitable northern expanse? All right, don't cry, Lin Shuang comforted her, fully aware of how much the girl had fretted during his absence. Now 16. Orange had already become a soul emperor. The side effects of the elixir she consumed had been entirely eradicated by the Heartbreak Red. She held the potential to become a limit Douluo of the food system and perhaps even ascend to divinity. Lin Shuang harbored no concerns regarding her potential. Heartbreak Red was extraordinarily potent, providing an all-encompassing enhancement that had led Orange to begin researching 7th-level soul tools. Regrettably, her spiritual power fell short, rendering her merely a rank 6.5 soul engineer, unable to forge a true 7th-level soul tool. Meanwhile, the 14-year-old siblings, Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen, both soul emperors, were also 6th-level soul engineers engaged in the study of 7th-level soul tools, though it remained uncertain whether they had succeeded. At this juncture, Orange noticed Tanga standing awkwardly beside Lin Shuang and curiously inquired, "Who is she?" Lin Shuang smiled and said, "Her name is Tanga, whom I brought back from Shrek Academy as the former leader of the Tang sect, the most formidable force in the Douluo Continent." Tang sect? Juzi inquired with curiosity, having heard whispers of this power. However, based on her understanding, it seemed that the Tang sect had fallen into decline, as evidenced by the current 3-ring soul master who served as its leader. I plan to integrate soul-guiding devices with the Tang sect's hidden weapons. In due course, my junior uncle Xian Ziwen will join the Tang sect as the Grand Elder. Would you consider becoming a vice leader? Lin Shuang proposed. This suggestion was made after considerable contemplation. Although Juzi possessed soul-bone techniques and soul-guiding devices, her strength was on par with other soul masters of the same rank, if not superior. Now, she could even contend with a soul saint using her 10,000-year soul-bone technique. However, if she could acquire the Tang sect's ultimate skills and concealed weapons, her prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Is that possible? She responded with delight. Even as a citizen of the Sun and Moon Empire, she had heard tales of the Tang sect, for the legends of the sea god were nearly common knowledge throughout the Douluo Continent. Lin Shuang gazed at Tanga and remarked, with the 9th-level soul-guiding instrument, the 7 emotions and 6 desires zither, coupled with the 7th-level soul-guiding artifact, the teleportation ring. It should be perfectly acceptable for Orange to assume the role of vice master of the Tang sect. Rest assured, no one will dare to provoke your master's esteemed position. Orange is already 16 years of age, a 6-ring soul emperor, and also a 6th-level soul master. She will undoubtedly be a significant asset to you. Absolutely, no problem, Orange replied eagerly. The prospect of receiving a 9th-level soul-guiding instrument and a 7th-level soul-guiding artifact from Lin Shuang was indeed a delightful surprise, especially since she had already intended to agree. The inclusion of a 6th-level soul master into the Tang sect merely meant she would serve as vice master. Observing the closeness between Lin Shuang and this woman, it was clear that her standing in Lin Shuang's heart was quite substantial. With the Tang sect comprising only a master and 2 disciples, how could Tanga possibly refuse Orange's entry? Given Lin Shuang's formidable prowess and connections, it was evident that she would emerge as the foremost figure and ruler of the future Sun and Moon Empire. Tanga, occasionally naive yet far from foolish, could certainly comprehend the implications. Were it not for her feelings for Bei Bei, Tanga might have desired to engage in something more with Lin Shuang this evening. At that moment, Lin Shuang suddenly addressed Tanga, saying, "I promise to assist you in becoming a titled Douluo. This shall be fulfilled. And I also wish for the Tang sect to remain forever under my guidance." Tanga was taken aback, then respectfully bowed her head, acknowledging, "I understand." Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in as the master of the Tang sect, Tanga, and receiving the divine artifact, the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, Tang San's fifth soul ring ability. Upon achieving divinity, the soul ring transforms into a divine artifact, possessing the capabilities of devouring and nourishing life. With a quality approaching that of a pseudo-super-divine artifact, exclusively for use by soul masters of the Blue-Silver Grass series. Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback as a magnificent azure spear materialized in his hand. With solemn grace, he presented it to Tanga, declaring, "This is the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, a divine artifact of the Blue-Silver Emperor lineage. Through this sacred weapon, you may fully unleash your innate potential. For only the truly powerful can determine the boundaries between righteousness and wickedness." This near-legendary artifact stood proudly alongside the Golden Dragon Spear and Silver Dragon Spear in terms of prestige and power. Yet Lin Shuang remained blissfully unaware that the master of the Golden Dragon Spear had already arrived in Mingdu. A divine artifact. Tanga gasped in awe. Though her understanding of such relics was limited to masterfully forged weapons rather than genuine celestial armaments from the divine realm. Unaware of this misconception, Lin Shuang proceeded to produce the 7 emotions and 6 desires zither, removing his teleportation ring and offering both to Tanga. "You must possess a storage soul guide," he remarked with quiet authority. "Keep these safely stored. Within this villa, the second floor contains only chambers, save for the control room at the end. Avoid the laboratory on the first floor. It harbors grave dangers." After imparting these instructions, Lin Shuang gently lifted Ruzi and ascended to the second floor. Chapter 117. The Metamorphosis of Tang Ye's Martial Soul. Once Ruzi had fallen into deep slumber, Lin Shuang dressed himself and made his way to the control chamber, a hybrid sanctum serving as both cultivation space and laboratory. Settling onto the meditation platform in lotus position, he retrieved the spirit ring storage device entrusted to him by Silver Moon Douluo. Undoubtedly, this represented a revolutionary invention. Xian Ziwen was indeed a genius of his era, though tragically constrained by the limitations of his soul power. Lin Shuang began the process of merging with the soul ring. Meanwhile, in Lin Shuang's villa, Tanga sat on the bed, her gaze vacant as she stared at the Blue-Silver Emperor spear in her hands. "Why does this feel so familiar?" she murmured in distress. "It seems I have forgotten something, yet the memories of these past 15 years remain vivid." A mixture of anguish and confusion clouded her eyes as she desperately sought to recall something elusive. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in a purplish hue flickered in her mind. She caught a glimpse of his face, shimmering with silver light, but the recollection abruptly ceased. Who was that figure? Tanga questioned herself internally. Yet the answer eluded her grasp. Gripping the Blue-Silver Emperor spear tightly, her eyes sparkled with fleeting hints of silver and purple, as if a mysterious power was awakening within her. The Blue-Silver Grass martial spirit manifested behind her, but it began to split continuously, ultimately transforming into 2 strands of blue-silver grass. The one in her left hand morphed into a dark hue, entwined with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, while the one in her right hand bore silver patterns and was devoid of any soul rings. On the other side, Lin Shuang had successfully integrated the soul ring of the Void Rift Beast. Merging with the soul ring of a ferocious beast over 300,000 years old was effortless for him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red soul rings now appeared sequentially beneath his feet. A blood moon emitted a chilling aura, yet a faint silver sheen flickered upon it, quickly subdued. "Indeed, I have reached the 9th level of soul power," Lin Shuang remarked. During his ascendance to the 7th level, he had merged with the soul rings of the Earth Frenzy Rhinoceros and the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, both 100,000-year soul beasts, along with the external soul bone formed from their soul cores, which significantly enhanced his abilities. Subsequently, he incorporated the soul ring of the ferocious beast, the Nether Poison Dragon. Under the guidance of Ye Xishui, Lin Shuang understood that the wraith had sacrificed itself to him at the moment of death. As his mental prowess broke through to a tangible realm, his soul power ascended to the 80th level. However, his true soul power far exceeded this, having merely reached a bottleneck, requiring the fusion of an 8th soul ring to continue advancing. After slaying Lin Huichuan, he received a system sign-in reward of a 500,000-year Nidarian sea demon's right leg bone, which he immediately fused. Now, having also merged with the soul ring of the Void Rift Beast, over 300,000 years old, Lin Shuang successfully condensed his second soul ring, the Space Soul Core. At this moment, Lin Shuang possesses the complementary dual soul cores, the core of slaughter and the core of space. He is merely 1/9 soul ring away from attaining the esteemed title of Title Douluo, and at present, he already possesses the strength to contend with the Limit Douluo. Taking out the silver-white soul bone of the Void Rift Beast, Lin Shuang closed his eyes tightly and began to absorb the power within the bone, integrating it into his left leg. Following this, the only soul bone left for him to fuse with is the torso bone. The next morning, Orange, awakened from the series of battles, had already regained her form thanks to the immortality bestowed by the death magic spider soul bone. Noticing Lin Shuang was absent from her side, she donned her clothes and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Tanga, who underwent a split evolution of her martial soul, had hardly slept through the night. Hearing movements from the adjacent room, she also exited her door. Having already fused with the soul ring and soul bone of the Void Rift Beast, Lin Shuang now experienced a significant increase in power, skillfully concealing the restless aura emanating from him as he slowly stepped outside. The three of them emerged simultaneously, coincidentally encountering one another. Orange and Tanga chose silence initially, while Lin Shuang turned to them and inquired, "I intend to visit the Mingdu Hall. Would you like to accompany me?" "Sure." Orange nodded affirmatively. Tanga remained silent, gazing intently at Lin Shuang, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Hearing Orange's agreement, she promptly added, "I will go with you as well." "Then let us proceed." Lin Shuang nodded and headed downstairs. On their way, Orange casually snacked on a few oranges to satisfy her hunger, and the trio made their way toward the Mingdu Hall. At this moment, only half a month remained until the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, and Lin Shuang needed to prepare in advance. Not to mention, Lin Shuang had no intention of participating in this year's competition. As a Soul Douluo, he could already battle the Limit Douluo. Once he fused with the 9th soul ring and the torso bone, how many opponents in the world could truly contend with him? Thus, the primary forces against Shrek Academy would still be Ming Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen, Orange, Massachusetts Rulong, along with other students from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Forming their main roster for this year, Lin Shuang serves as a strategic trump card should the Sun and Moon team find themselves cornered. He shall intervene to secure victory for the Sun and Moon Empire in this championship. Furthermore, Lin Shuang intends to bestow gifts upon Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen. He plans to present Xiao Hongchen with the left leg bone of the 10,000-year Heavenly Dragon Horse, and Ming Hongchen with the trunk bone of the 200,000-year Nether Poison Dragon. After all, each individual can only assimilate a soul bone once. Thus Lin Shuang resolves to entrust these soul bones to the siblings for their integration. One is his fiancée, destined to be his wife, and the other is his esteemed brother-in-law, having already provided them with 10,000-year celestial herbs and other soul bones. These two additional pieces are of little consequence. Moreover, once he ascertains the loyalty of Huiyuhao and Tanga, Lin Shuang shall also grant them suitable 10,000-year soul bones, albeit such an occurrence is not imminent. During the remaining half-month, Lin Shuang aims to conduct specialized training and enhancements for the members of the Sun and Moon team. He is unwilling to place his faith in the notion that the Shrek 7 monsters will be rewarded again, and he aspires for the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon to surpass Shrek Academy in his absence, establishing itself as the true foremost academy of the continent. Lin Shuang retrieved a batch of medicinal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Aside from the celestial grass and several others still in his possession, he entrusted 30% of the ordinary herbs to the Mingdu Hall, reserving the remaining 70% for future use after he ascends to the throne of the Sun and Moon Empire. With the concoction of potions derived from those herbs and the soul bones Lin Shuang gifted to each member, the strength of the Sun and Moon battle team has notably advanced, with nearly all members achieving the high-tier Soul King rank. Remarkably, apart from Ma Rulong, another member has even attained the Soul Emperor rank, Chen Fei, a soul master of the Flash Bird martial spirit, who met his demise at the hands of Ma Xiaotao in the original tale. Chapter 118, Construction of the Tang Sect Headquarters upon arriving at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon with the two ladies. Lin Shuang made his way directly to the Mingdu Hall, where he intended to remain for an extended period to delve into the study of soul-guiding devices. Additionally, he needed to enlist the assistance of Jing Hanchun in constructing the headquarters of the Tang Sect. When he set off for Shrek Academy a year prior, he was already a level 7 Soul Master, and although he still holds that rank now, his soul power has since reached level 90, sufficient for advancement to level 9 Soul Master. At present, Jing Hongqian has upgraded the level 8 soul guiding device, the Judgment Sword, to a level 9 artifact, prompting Lin Shuang to endeavor to forge this device to facilitate his promotion. His rapid ascent in strength, aided by various external enhancements, has granted him the prowess of an ultimate Douluo. Aside from the spatial manipulation of the Silver Moon Divine Light Shield and the amplification from the Sun Fragmented Feather, there are scarcely any soul-guiding devices that can further assist him. Nevertheless, Lin Shuang's passion and interest in soul-guiding devices remain undiminished. He aspires to elevate them to another realm, Mecha. This ambition has long been communicated to his grandfather, the Silver Moon Douluo, while Kong Dimming has been researching humanoid soul-guiding devices for several years. Ultimately, Lin Shuang's goal is not merely mecha but rather the creation of battle armor as a humanoid mecha soul-guiding device. Even the current Lin Shuang, much less a true ultimate Douluo, would benefit from the enhancement of battle armor. However, for Lin Shuang, who is still merely a level 7 soul master, this ambition may be somewhat premature. Upon entering the Mingdu Hall, Lin Shuang first sought out Jing Hongqian, noting that Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian were not present. He refrained from expressing his intention to offer them soul bones. Upon seeing Lin Shuang, Jing Hongqian casually handed him a list, stating, "Here's the roster of participants for this year's competition." Lin Shuang cast a glance at the Sun and Moon battle team, led by its captain, himself, and the vice-captain, Ma Xiaotao. The team members included Juzi, Chen Fei, Lin Shi, Li Yin, and Mi Jia. The reserve team was commanded by the captain, Xiao Hongqian, and the vice-captain, Meng Hongqian, with members Xiao Xiafeng, Hui Yuhao, Chenin, along with 2 supporting 5th-level soul masters. Lin Shuang directly employed dark elements to erase one person's name and handed it to Jing Hongqian, stating, "Place Tanga in the substitute roster. She and Hui Yuhao may very well become members of the main battle team in due course." While Tanga's significance was not so monumental, she wielded an artifact that rivaled the Golden Dragon Spear in power, rendering her offensive capabilities exceedingly formidable, comparable even to a 5th-level soul master. Lin Shuang's intention in admitting her was akin to that of Hui Yuhao's, under the premise of ensuring the victory of the Sun-Moon battle team. He sought to gauge their resolve and loyalty. Should they exhibit lethal intent towards those from Shrek Academy, it would be unequivocal that Lin Shuang would invest wholeheartedly in their cultivation. Conversely, if they faltered in their determination, Lin Shuang would ultimately decide their fates after multiple assessments. Jing Hongqian harbored no doubts regarding Lin Shuang's judgment. He recognized that this young man likely surpassed him in strength. With Lin Shuang present, the Sun-Moon battle team was destined for triumph. Failure was not an option. Beside them, Tanga was momentarily taken aback, representing the Sun-Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Even as a mere reserve member, she was acutely aware of her limitations, far inferior to a 5th-level soul master. Furthermore, with Bei Bei's talents and strength, he was bound to become a reserve member of this year's Shrek 7 Monsters. It was inevitable that she would encounter Bei Bei at the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. Casting a glance at Lin Shuang, Tanga lowered her head, refraining from contesting the decision. "If you wish to find Xiaohe and Ming, you can search for them at home," Jing Hongqian remarked to Lin Shuang. "The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament commences in 15 days. We shall depart in 10. "I understand," Lin Shuang nodded. Then turned to Tanga and Juzi, inquiring, "You should be able to acquire the land in the suburbs where my villa is located, correct?" Jing Hongqian nodded. Curiosity piqued, "Do you intend to transform the villa into a manor?" Lin Shuang rolled her eyes and pointed at Tanga, saying, "She is the former leader of the Tang sect, once the most powerful force in the Douluo Continent. Now that the Tang sect has fallen, I plan to assist her in rebuilding it in Mingdu, requiring the support of the Mingdu Hall. At that time, my junior master will serve as the Grand Elder of the Tang sect, while Orange will take on the role of vice sect leader. Are you worried?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Jing Hongqian's eyes as he inquired of Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang shook her head and assured Jing Hongqian with calmness, "Rest assured. Ming Hongqian is my fiancée, and the status of the Hongqian family will remain unaffected. In the future, Mingdu Hall will continue to oversee the research and development of soul-guiding devices, commanding the high-ranking soul masters of the Sun-Moon Empire. The Royal Worship Hall will serve as the foundation of the empire, while the Tang sect will be responsible for crafting soul-guiding devices for the common populace, simultaneously integrating their hidden weapons with soul-guiding technology." "What a bold notion," Jing Hongqian nodded, her worries dissipating as she spoke to Lin Shuang. "You must seek out Xian Zaiwen yourself. However, that fellow's dream aligns with making soul-guiding devices accessible to the common people. If the ordinary weapons of the Tang sect can indeed be combined with soul-guiding devices, he will likely not reject your proposal. Lin Shuang nodded and smiled, saying, I would appreciate your assistance in constructing the headquarters and base of the Tang sect. Within a year, I shall ascend to the throne, and at that time, the Hongshan family will become the most formidable clan in the Sun and Moon Empire. Jing Hongshan beamed with joy, though the flesh on his face bunched together, nearly causing his eyes to recede. He replied to Lin Shuang, Rest assured, the establishment of the Tang sect's base will be entrusted to me. However, what do you plan to do about your villa? Just demolish it, Lin Shuang responded. When the time comes, Juzi will return and collect the important items inside. I will be residing in Mingdu Hall for the next few days, and after the Soul Master competition concludes, I shall make that my home. Lin Shuang gazed upon the towering imperial city, his eyes brimming with ambition. Born in this very place, he was destined to contribute to the hegemony of the Sun and Moon Empire, leading the army to vanquish the three great empires and restore the continent's name to that of the Sun and Moon. Chapter 119. Xian Ziwen. After visiting Jing Hongshan, Lin Shuang proceeded towards a laboratory at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. At this moment, Xian Ziwen served as a senior elder of the Mingdu Hall and was also a teacher at the academy, passionate about the development of soul engineering devices. His ultimate dream was to improve the lives of commoners, enabling them to utilize soul devices. In the original narrative, he betrayed the Sun and Moon Empire upon witnessing Hui Yuhao's invention that combined Tang sect's hidden weapons with soul devices, allowing their use without the need for soul power. Lin Shuang felt no particular need to elaborate on Xian Ziwen. One could respect his unwavering dedication to his dreams, while simultaneously disdain his treachery against his homeland. Now that the Tang sect had allied with the Sun and Moon Empire, Lin Shuang was assured of his relentless pursuit for the empire's strength. In the original text, Xian Ziwen resembled the current figures of Tanga and Hui Yuhao, both having betrayed their nation for their ideals. Yet, is not the pursuit of dreams a noble endeavor? As for the Tang sect's betrayal in taking Xian Ziwen, it was unnecessary. Xian Ziwen's true interest lay not with the Tang sect itself, but with the theoretical integration of Tang sect's hidden weapons and soul devices. Thus, after bringing the Tang sect into the Sun and Moon Empire, its value to Lin Shuang was reduced to that of Tangya alone. Without a doubt, she possessed the talent to become a limit Douluo. However, Lin Shuang was currently skeptical of her loyalty. As for the blue-silver Emperor Spear, though it was a divine artifact, its effectiveness depended on the wielder. In the hands of a limit Douluo, it could indeed wield terrifying power, yet in Tangya's possession, her ability to defeat even a level 5 soul master remained questionable. The immediate priority was to locate Xian Ziwen, explain the situation, and persuade him to join the Tang sect. As Lin Shuang walked, he glanced back at Tangya trailing behind him and said, Please provide me with the schematics for the Zhuge crossbow. All right. Tangya nodded and retrieved a set of blueprints from her storage soul device, handing them to Lin Shuang. After a mere glance, he set them aside, continuing towards the laboratory that had come into view. His interest in the integration of hidden weapons and soul devices was minimal. These were matters for Xian Ziwen, and Lin Shuang intended to use the blueprints to entice him. For a soul master, the most exhilarating pursuit is undoubtedly the development of soul devices that resonate with their talents. And the design of the Zhuge crossbow was precisely what would captivate Xian Ziwen's interest. Are hidden weapons from the Tang sect truly this fascinating? Juzi inquired. Holding a copy of the manual on hidden weapons, her curiosity piqued as she addressed Tangya. As the deputy master of the Tang sect, Tangya possessed all the techniques and hidden weapons passed down through generations, and she still retained many of them. Juzi was equally intrigued by the Tang sect's unique skills and hidden weapons, incessantly questioning Tangya throughout their journey. From Tangya, she acquired numerous ordinary hidden weapons. However, had the Tang sect possessed more advanced weaponry, they would not have succumbed to annihilation by a minor faction, resulting in their expulsion from Tiando City. At last, they arrived at the laboratory's entrance. Lin Shuang rummaged through his heart of darkness before producing a card and swiping it against the door lock, causing the laboratory door to swing open. Yet, the laboratory was devoid of numerous bottles and jars. Instead, it was filled with various racks adorned with pre-shaped metal, ready to be utilized as the inner and outer shells for soul devices. What brings you to my domain today? Approached a man clad in the uniform of the Royal Soul Master Academy, sporting glasses and appearing to be in his early 30s, which indeed matched his age. Xian Ziwen was a prodigious soul master. Had he not been exceptionally gifted, he would not have been accepted as a disciple by the Silver Moon Douluo, the foremost figure of the Sun and Moon Empire. After receiving the medicinal concoctions derived from the materials Lin Shuang procured from the ice and fire Yin Yagai. Although he did not ascend to the rank of a title Douluo, his power advanced considerably, and he had now become a level 9 soul master. Take a look at this. Lin Shuang offered the Zhuge crossbow schematics to Xian Ziwen. Xian Ziwen regarded Lin Shuang with mild surprise, but accepted the blueprints, examining them closely. I am curious, what is it that prompts you to present this to me? Xian Ziwen inquired, having swiftly perused the pages. This appears to be a design for some sort of mechanical device. Is there an issue at hand? Lin Shuang smiled and said to Xian Ziwen, you aspire to create soul-guiding devices accessible to the common folk, which is precisely related to this. By integrating the design philosophy of the Zhuge crossbow with the soul-guiding device, one could engrave a charging and multiple acceleration soul formation into the core of the device. The charging formation would store soul power, while the acceleration formation would unleash that power, subsequently following the principles of concealed weapons. The outer shell of the device could be crafted in conjunction with the soul formations, with the core formation's charging array continuously infusing soul power to drive the entire soul-guiding device. Would this not be an instrument that anyone could utilize? Xian Ziwen's eyes sparkled like a constellation as he grasped Lin Shuang's hand and exclaimed, quickly tell me, how did you acquire these schematics for concealed weapons? Sell them to me. Offer me your research findings along with the schematics in your possession. Name your price. How about 100 million gold soul coins? In response to the exuberant Xian Ziwen, Lin Shuang first freed herself from his grip. She glanced at the astonished Tanga behind her, who appeared somewhat dazed, and said to Xian Ziwen, these schematics for the Zhuge divine crossbow originate from the Tang sect established by Tang San of the Douluo Continent. The concealed weapons of the Tang sect have become obsolete in the age of soul-guiding devices, leading to its decline. The girl behind me is named Tanga. She is the current master of the Tang sect. If you wish to join the Tang sect as a Grand Elder, she would likely be more than willing to share the Tang sect's ultimate techniques and schematics with you. Really? Xian Ziwen turned eagerly toward Tanga, his excitement palpable as he asked, appearing somewhat anxious. Of course, Tanga nodded. She had no choice but to comply with Lin Shuang's arrangement. However, it seemed, at least for now, that Lin Shuang was not deceiving her. She lowered her gaze to the blue ring on her finger, which was formed from the blue-silver Emperor spear. Through the blue-silver, grass martial soul, she had received the spear's recognition and understood that it was indeed a genuine artifact, linked to the ancestors of the Tang sect from 10,000 years ago. Chapter 120, Elder of the Tang sect. Xian Ziwen, what about the other schematics for concealed weapons? Xian Ziwen rubbed his hands together, anxiously addressing Tanga. Tanga produced a thick stack of schematics. Resting atop, it was a book, the Xiantian treasure record, which contained the legacy of the Tang sect. She handed it to Xian Ziwen, who eagerly accepted it, and stowed the Xiantian treasure record into his storage soul-guiding device, flipping through the schematics. Seeing Xian Ziwen immediately tuck away the Xiantian treasure record, Tanga informed him. The record you just acquired contains the 7 ultimate techniques of the Tang sect, the inner cultivation method Xiantian Gong, the lightness skill Ghost Shadow Steps, the hand training method Xian Jade Hand, the vision training method Purple Extreme Demon Eye, the capture technique Controlling Crane Catching Dragon, the concealed weapons technique Concealed Weapons Unraveled, and the forging technique Chaotic Cloak Hammer method. Originally, the Chaotic Cloak Hammer method belonged to the Haoyin sect, but it was later recorded by Tang San in the Tang sect secret methods, becoming the 7th ultimate technique of the Tang sect. Upon hearing this, Xian Ziwen was somewhat astonished. He nodded, carefully putting away the schematics and respectfully bowing to Tanga. I, Xian Ziwen, Elder of the Tang sect, pay my respects to the master. Tanga hastily replied, there is no need for such formality. Please rise, Elder Xian. As Xian Ziwen stood up, Lin Shuang spoke to him. In the present Tang sect, aside from you and Tang Ye, Orange has become the vice master, and only 2 of Tang Ye's disciples remain. One of them, whom I brought to the Sun and Moon Empire, is named Hui Yuhao. He possesses dual martial souls and shows remarkable talent in soul-guiding devices. You might want to mentor him. The other is a core disciple of Shrek Academy, the great-grandson of the dragon god Douluo Wuing, and also Tang Ye's beloved. As Lin Shuang spoke, he glanced at Tang Ye, causing her to lower her head, feeling somewhat uneasy. This reassured Lin Shuang, as he was well aware Tang Ye still cared deeply for Bei Bei and everything related to Shrek Academy. If she had shown indifference, he would have begun to suspect her intentions. Dual martial souls? Xian Ziwen exclaimed in surprise. From his knowledge, only Lin Shuang and the Silver Moon Douluo possessed dual martial souls in the Sun and Moon Empire. The Silver Moon Douluo became a Super Douluo, and ultimately the first 10th level Soul Engineer of the Sun and Moon Empire. Xian Ziwen was somewhat familiar with this as he was the youngest disciple. After becoming a Soul Douluo, the Silver Moon Douluo began to fuse soul rings with his second martial soul. Eventually, with only 8 soul rings for his primary martial soul, he fused 9 soul rings with his secondary martial soul, attaining the title Douluo. Upon reaching 94 levels of soul power, he fused the final soul ring with his Silver Moon martial soul, achieving the status of a Super Douluo with a 10,000-year evil eye tyrant possessing spatial talents, using the energy from the soul rings to break through. If he truly possesses such talent, I can teach him how to craft soul-guiding devices, Xian Ziwen promised. Considering Lin Shuang and Tang Ye's esteemed positions, he then turned to Tang Ye and inquired, "So, Master, where is the current base of the Tang sect located?" Xian Ziwen easily placed himself in a position of authority within the Tang sect, now a grand elder conversing with its contemporary master. Tang Ye quickly replied, "You may simply call me Tang Ye. As for the current base of the Tang sect," she hesitated, but Lin Shuang interjected, "Tang Ye just arrived in the Sun and Moon Empire yesterday. I plan to establish the Tang sect's base in the suburbs south of Mingdu, which will serve as the future headquarters. Isn't that your home?" Xian Ziwen queried curiously. "Unfortunately, it cannot be helped," Lin Shuang replied with a hint of exasperation. "Other locations are either too far from Mingdu or are designated for other purposes. It's merely a villa. If it has to go, then so be it." "Understood." Xian Ziwen nodded, not overly concerned. He addressed Tang Ye, "Since the Tang sect's base is still under construction, I shall remain at the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire until it is completed." "Certainly," Tang Ye affirmed with a nod. Seeing this, Lin Shuang said to Xian Ziwen, "We shall take our leave for now, allowing you to delve into those concealed weapon schematics at your leisure." Xian Ziwen had officially joined the Tang sect, and they had no intention of lingering. After all, it would be inappropriate to study the Tang sect's concealed weapons together. While Lin Shuang was intrigued by the most formidable concealed weapon techniques of the Tang sect, he decided to refrain from engaging in that pursuit. Very well. Xian Ziwen refrained from urging Lin Shuang and the others to stay, for he was indeed eager to delve into the study of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. After departing from Xian Ziwen's laboratory, Lin Shuang escorted the 2 women home, intending to retrieve essential items before obliterating the villa with a soul-guided missile. As for their subsequent residence, Lin Shuang possessed several properties within Mingdu, allowing for a flexible choice of abode. The villa in the suburbs had been constructed primarily for the convenience of researching soul-guided devices. As Lin Shuang had grown increasingly restless during his time at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, at Shrek Academy, within the Sea God Pavilion, the atmosphere was laden with sorrow as everyone gazed upon the tearful girl. The confirmation of the death of Limit Douluo Lin Huichuan had cast a shadow over their spirits. Otherwise, the Sea God Trident would not have returned to her being. Seated at the forefront, Yin Xiaozhe wore a mournful expression. With Lin Lao's passing, he remained the sole Limit Douluo at Shrek Academy, and the illustrious legacy of a millennium was now precariously resting upon his shoulders. For this year's Soul Master competition, I shall lead the team alongside Elder Xian. Should we encounter the Sun and Moon team, if Lin Shuang takes the stage, we will concede without contest, Yin Xiaozhe declared, despite knowing that his disciple's strength rivaled that of a Super Douluo. However, seated within the Sea God Pavilion, Ma Xiaotao rose and proclaimed, "I will vanquish Lin Shuang in the competition to uphold the honor of Shrek." A fleeting flame-like pattern flickered across her forehead, igniting the ire of another. Wuing stood up in anger, demanding, "Repeat that if you dare." With a frigid gaze, Ma Xiaotao responded, "Lin Lao's death is inextricably linked to him." Wuing fell silent, yet her stare remained fixed on Ma Xiaotao. Her sense of belonging to Shrek Academy was no less than that of Ma Xiaotao. But her affection for Lin Shuang had transcended her allegiance to the academy. "Enough," Yin Xiaozhe bellowed, rising and slamming his hand upon the table, addressing the 2 women. "What do you take the Sea God Pavilion for? Currently, we are constructing a ceremonial tomb for Lin Lao behind the golden ancient tree. Though she is not the master of the Sea God Pavilion, she has equally contributed immensely to Shrek Academy." Meanwhile, Elder Song was dispatched to relay the news of Lin Lao's demise at the hands of individuals from the Sun and Moon Empire to those concerned. Yin Xiaozhe, embodying the resolve and responsibility of the Sea God Pavilion's master, made a solitary decision to bring an end to this chapter of remembrance. Chapter 121. Farewell, Hulaina. Upon returning home with the 2 women, Lin Shuang suddenly halted in his tracks, for he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence within his abode. Dai Yaoheng and Mingdu were also in the company of this formidable entity. He had completely forgotten about her. With a sense of resignation, Lin Shuang realized that he had inadvertently brought back an extreme Douluo. However, what could possibly explain her presence alongside Ming Hongchen and Dai Yaoheng in his house? What is it? Asked Juzi, her curiosity piqued as she noticed Lin Shuang's sudden pause. Lin Shuang said, Ming Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen are at home with a limit Douluo I brought back. A limit Douluo? Juzi and Tanga exclaimed in shock. A limit Douluo had appeared in Lin Shuang's home? Juzi only knew that a limit Douluo was the most formidable soul master on the Douluo Continent. But Tanga was well aware that Lin Shuang had previously joined forces with some powerful figures from the Sun Moon Empire to eliminate a limit Douluo from Shrek Academy. Now, another limit Douluo from a different nation had defected to the Sun Moon Empire. Did this mean the Douluo Continent was doomed? Yet, for some reason, Tanga felt no sorrow or despair in her heart, only a faint sense of astonishment. Perhaps she had never truly felt any sense of belonging to the three great empires. So where did her bonds lie? Without a doubt, they were with Shrek Academy, which would soon appear as the opponent of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Grand Competition. As long as they're not enemies, Juzi sighed in relief. After all, that's a limit Douluo we're talking about. Let's go, Lin Shuang chuckled. Stepping ahead of the two women and pushing the door open, a woman with an alluring figure sat on the sofa, her slender, fair legs draped over the armrest, making Lin Shuang's eyelids twitch. You lured me to the Sun Moon Empire, only to forget about me afterward, Hulaina murmured with a trace of resentment. On another sofa, Xiao Hongchen lowered his head, examining his hands as if they were priceless treasures, while Ming Hongchen watched Lin Shuang with barely concealed amusement. The siblings, of course, had no idea of Hulaina's true strength, mistakenly assuming she was merely another entanglement from Lin Shuang's romantic escapades. Xiao Hongchen chose to remain silent, while Ming Hongchen had long been aware of Lin Shuang's character and his various exploits. You two, head upstairs first, Lin Shuang said to the women behind him before taking a seat on the single sofa opposite Hulaina. Lin Shuang sat there, crossing her legs. After the two women ascended the stairs, Xiao Hongchen raised his head, casting frantic glances at Lin Shuang. He was eager to escape this treacherous arena and wished for Lin Shuang to accompany him upstairs. As for leaving directly, that was out of the question. This unexpected woman had thwarted their attempts at a soul fusion technique, and when she broke through their combined powers, revealing a sorrowful expression, it inadvertently affected his emotions. Xiao Hongchen dared not leave, while Ming Hongchen sat there, relishing Lin Shuang's predicament. Lin Shuang, keenly aware of their expressions, rolled her eyes and said to Hulaina, I just returned yesterday, so I didn't seek you out. I thought you might have forgotten about me. Hulaina pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. A chill ran down Lin Shuang's spine. If Hulaina were currently a Soul King, Lin Shuang would have easily dealt with her. However, she was a limit Douluo. Having lived for a millennium, originating from 9,000 years ago, and possessing a divine artifact. That is indeed my oversight. I apologize, Lin Shuang remarked. Lin Shuang's apology rendered Hulaina's subsequent attempts at difficulty utterly ineffective. After casting a disdainful glance at Lin Shuang, she remarked, Very well, I forgive you. However, why are you not the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, nor even its Crown Prince? Hulaina expressed her dissatisfaction. Half a month from now, after the Soul Master competition concludes, I shall duel the Crown Prince of the Sun and Moon Empire. Once I eliminate him, the Emperor will abdicate. Upon hearing Lin Shuang's explanation, Hulaina nodded and stated, During this period, I will accompany you until you fully dominate the Douluo Continent. However, I require a promise in return. I shall assist you in attaining divinity. Lin Shuang replied with unwavering determination, If I can attain divinity, I can certainly help others achieve the same. Yet, should I fail, I shall inevitably succumb to the ravages of time, and any commitments made would become void. Very well. Although Hulaina found this somewhat peculiar, she accepted, for she was unafraid of Lin Shuang's potential change of heart. After all, she had two teachers and a close friend who had already achieved divinity, both of them being first-tier deities. The agreement between her and Lin Shuang was merely her own aspiration to ascend to godhood and enter the divine realm, rather than being led there by another. To prove her strength was no less than that of any man. Had Lin Shuang been privy to Hulaina's thoughts, he would have laughed heartily. For she now stood before the God King of the Tang realm, the divine ruler designated by the evil God King's reincarnation. Even if she were to attain divinity, she would likely be but a subordinate in their eyes. Throughout history, I have never encountered anyone with such extraordinary talent as yours, Hulaina said, her tone growing slightly serious. She glanced at Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen before turning back to Lin Shuang. In my era, not only you, But even these two youngsters possessed talents that could surely lead them to divinity. I became a Soul King at 20, hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. I then ventured into the Slaughter City, acquired the domain of the God of Slaughter, and became the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Yet, you, at merely 19, can contend with the peerless Douluo. The disparities between individuals are indeed vast. At this moment, Hulaina appeared enchanting, and she inquired of Lin Shuang. So where shall I reside next? Lin Shuang remarked, this is your own affair. His house was on the verge of demolition. How could he concern himself with Hulaina? The enchanting beauty gazed at Lin Shuang with a hint of melancholy, yet Lin Shuang remained unfazed. He continued, in 10 days, we shall depart for Xinglua City, the imperial capital of the Xinglua Empire, to participate in the Grand Soul Master Tournament of the entire continent. Would you care to join us? Do you believe you can triumph over Shrek Academy? Hulaina inquired. Of course, we shall emerge victorious, Xiao Hongchen declared, overcoming his trepidation towards Hulaina with newfound confidence. Indeed, Lin Shuang nodded. Retrieving 2 soul bones intended for Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen, the pure white left leg bone of a 10,000-year celestial dragon horse and the dark green torso bone of a 200,000-year nether poison dragon. These are surplus soul bones in my possession. You may fuse them directly, he instructed. Chapter 122. Distribution of soul bones. Upon seeing the 2 soul bones, Ming Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen were momentarily stunned, while Hulaina impatiently exclaimed, Lin Shuang, what about the soul bone you promised me? The small world left by my master is still with me. For Hulaina, a single soul bone was of little significance. Even a 10,000-year soul bone would not greatly enhance her abilities, as she possessed none. Thus, she yearned for a 10,000-year soul bone to separate from her previously fused soul bone and integrate the one Lin Shuang offered. At this juncture, Lin Shuang was unaware that soul bones could be separated. This was a secret art unknown even to the Haotian Douluo a millennium ago, and in the present Douluo Continent. Only forces connected to deities from that era, like Shrek Academy, possess such capabilities. Seeing this, Lin Shuang produced the 10,000-year torso bone of a dark golden terror claw bear and the 10,000-year left arm bone of a titan and emperor, addressing Hulaina. Both of these are 10,000-year soul bones, derived from the arm bone of the titan and emperor and the torso bone of the dark golden terror claw bear. Dark golden terror claw bear? Hulaina exclaimed in astonishment. This soul beast was as rare as the titan giant ape, and Lin Shuang possessed such a valuable 10,000-year soul bone. She swiftly grasped the dark golden soul bone he had placed on the table, stating, then I shall take this dark golden terror claw bear's torso bone. Very well. Lin Shuang acquiesced, reclaiming the 10,000-year left arm bone of the titan and emperor. He turned to the siblings seated on the couch and inquired, do you not require these 2 soul bones? Both shook their heads. Xiao Hongchen, somewhat bashful, replied, I have already received an external soul bone from you, along with 3 10,000-year soul bones and a 10,000-year soul spirit named Shuang, which can be deemed equivalent to 4 10,000-year soul bones and an external soul bone of comparable worth. I do not need these items. Lin Shuang responded earnestly. Casting a glance at Hulaina, perplexed as to why she would desire a 10,000-year soul bone. To him, it seemed entirely unnecessary. If Hulaina sought a 9th-grade soul engineer device, perhaps he could comprehend her desire to experience the culmination of wisdom from the Sun Moon Empire. However, a 10,000-year soul bone could empower a voracious Douluo to single-handedly defeat the 30,000-year ferocious beast, the Red King. It was unlikely that even the soul bone of the Red King would prove beneficial to Hulaina. At this moment, Hulaina stored away the soul bone. Reclining sideways on the sofa, turning her head away from Lin Shuang, inwardly lamenting his apparent impoverishment despite being an unparalleled Douluo. But we cannot accept, Ming Hongchen stated solemnly. Lin Shuang's expression immediately took on a playful nuance. Having already fused the 8-angled profound ice grass with the fiery apricot blossom and consumed the ice and fire dragon spirit mushroom, it was rather amusing that she now chose to decline. Lin Shuang jestingly remarked, if you wish to barter something with me, it wouldn't be out of the question. After all, this villa won't be demolished for a few more days. Ming Hongchen, oblivious to the implications of Lin Shuang's words, responded helplessly. What treasures could I possibly offer in exchange for a soul bone from a ferocious beast? Xiao Hongchen lowered her head, feigning ignorance, while Hulaina, observing Lin Shuang with a playful glint in her eyes, was surprised that he would take a liking to such a young girl. Indeed, to the 1,000-year-old Hulaina, Ming Hongchen was merely a child, particularly given her tender age of 14. But aren't you my most treasured possession? Lin Shuang lifted her chin. causing the girl to blush profusely as she finally grasped his intent. "That's not permissible," she shyly replied. "Haha," Lin Shuang chuckled. But he had no intention of elaborating further, for Ming Hongshun was his fiancée, his future wife, distinct from anyone else. "Well then, I shall leave the arrangements for Juzi and Tanga to you," Lin Shuang stated as he rose. "Where are you headed?" Xiao Hongshun inquired. "To the Mingdu Hall to research soul-guiding devices," Lin Shuang replied, turning towards the door. He added, "Hulaina, you should accompany Ming Hongshun. Once Juzi finishes collecting the important items from the villa, you all can depart together." Lin Shuang left the two soul bones on the table. For although both Xiao Hongshun and Ming Hongshun possessed formidable strength, able to contend with limit Douluo when utilizing their martial soul fusion technique, Lin Shuang felt an inexplicable conviction that they would not be a match for Shrek Academy. It was an intuition. Even the level 95 Yin Xiaoxia had attained the status of limit Douluo. Following the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, Lin Huaichuan, who had once jokingly remarked about the inability of the Tao Dai Douluo to reproduce during the Sea God Pavilion memories and was presumed to never return, had also become a limit Douluo, wielding the Sea Goddess trident. Tang Wudong had awakened her memories prematurely and passed the divine examination, while Lin Shuang was eager to reunite with the long-absent Ma Xiaotao, curious about the extent of her strength and whether she had overcome the evil fire. Nevertheless, Lin Shuang remained confident that Ma Xiaotao would not pose a threat to him. If anyone from the same generation had truly surpassed him through mere fortune, then perhaps the protagonist truly required a replacement, as it is the one with the extraordinary advantages who stands as the strongest. As for the soul bones he retained, Lin Shuang contemplated their future owners. The 30,000-year-old bone from the evil demon Orca King was a pair of accompanying soul bones he wished to bestow upon Tanga. Of course, contingent upon her proven loyalty. The 100,000-year ice crystal crab emperor's arm bones had already been given to Juzi the previous night. Yet they were preoccupied with more pressing matters, so Juzi had yet to merge with those soul bones, storing them in her soul-guiding device. As for the remaining 100,000-year left arm bone of the Titan and Emperor, Lin Shuang found it of little use and was uncertain whom to give it to. If Wei Yuhao could ensure his loyalty, Lin Shuang would simply present it to him. However, the means by which Tanga and Wei Yuhao could demonstrate their allegiance was by eliminating members of Shrek Academy, whether they were reserve or primary team members. Any casualty would firmly establish their position. Chapter 123. Departure. 10 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, Lin Shuang remained at Mingdu Hall, engaging in discussions with Jing Hongqian regarding the research of the soul-guiding device known as the Judgment Sword. Ultimately, he succeeded in crafting a Judgment Sword, albeit not the upgraded 9th-level device of Jing Hongqian, but rather an 8th-level and a half device, marking the highest grade of soul-guiding device he had produced thus far. Notably, due to Lin Shuang's influence, Xiao Hongqian, Ming Hongqian, and Juzi sought guidance from numerous 9th-level soul masters during these 10 days, ultimately elevating themselves to the rank of 7th-level soul masters, excluding Lin Shuang. The representative team of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Master Academy for this year's Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament boasted 5 7th-level soul masters among its ranks, a number that would make them more than capable of serving as teaching directors in any ordinary high-level soul master academy. Although Qin Fei's soul power level was lower than the others, he had purely relied on medicinal breakthroughs, resulting in somewhat unstable soul power. He had not focused on cultivating his soul power, but rather on incessantly researching soul-guiding devices, making him the second person to ascend to 7th-level soul master, after Ma Rulong. As the 10 days concluded, it was time to embark on their journey. This year, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Master Academy's representative team consisted of 16 individuals heading to Star Luo City for the competition, including the 9th-level Soul Masters, the head of Mingdu Hall Jing Hongqian, and the limit Douluo Hulaina from a millennium past, along with 14 students including Lin Shuang. Standing before countless faculty and students of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Master Academy, Lin Shuang felt a wave of nostalgia. Just over a year ago, he had pondered how to defeat Shrek Academy and overcome the terrifying 4 martial soul fusion techniques combined with the evil fire phoenix Ma Xiaotao. Yet now, he had orchestrated the demise of a limit Douluo from Shrek Academy, and the championship he once had to vie for was now within his grasp. Following Jing Hongqian's speech, everyone produced their flying soul-guiding devices. Tanga and Wei Yuhao lacked such devices, so Lin Shuang utilized the sunlight feather to carry them into the skies, while Hulaina's prowess rendered a flying soul-guiding device unnecessary. Under the watchful eyes of the entire faculty and student body, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Master Academy set forth on a journey that spanned 4,000 years, aiming to vanquish Shrek Academy and demonstrate that soul-guiding devices are the future's mainstream, heralding the end of the era of soul masters. Among the group, aside from the two leading teachers, Lin Shuang utilized the sunlight feather to transport Huiyuhao and Tanga, while the remaining 11 individuals, including 5 7th-level soul masters and 6 5th-level soul masters, were equipped with the Academy's allocated 6th-level flying soul-guiding devices as their reward for participation in the competition. Lin Shuang, accompanied by Tanga and Huiyuhao, moved forward alongside Jing Hongchen and the hidden Huliana, keeping pace with the others. Although the students from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Master Academy enhanced their soul power through the consumption of medicinal substances, utilizing a 6th-level flying soul guide posed no challenge whatsoever. The distance from Mingdu to Star Luo City was considerable, as both served as the imperial capitals of their respective nations, situated at the heart of each realm. Even though the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire were neighbors, the distance was not significantly less than traversing the expanse of a vast empire. With their soul power levels being quite high, they set off in the morning and did not cease their journey until dusk, arriving at their destination to recuperate their soul power and restore their spirits. Being soul masters, they were naturally accustomed to various environments, and at night, meditation sufficed as a substitute for sleep. Observing the others beginning to recover their soul spirits, Lin Shuang retrieved her provisions and handed them to Huiyuhao. "You should have some seasonings and cooking utensils. Tonight's dinner is entrusted to you," she instructed him. Gazing at the sizable corpse of a soul beast, approximately 7 or 8 meters in length, encased in ice and resembling a turtle adorned with icy spikes, Huiyuhao inquired with curiosity, "What kind of soul beast is this?" "This is the corpse of a 100,000-year-old mirror shadow beast," Lin Shuang replied coolly. This was the very beast that had sought vengeance after she had obtained her 6th soul ring alongside Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen in the extreme northern region, ultimately contributing a 100,000-year-old skull to Xiao Hongchen, while its body was preserved in ice by Meng Hongchen for use as an ingredient. "What?" The group was taken aback. Chen Fei, with a cheeky grin, stepped forward to ask, "Lin, do you have any other valuable items?" Lin Shuang cast him a displeased glance and said, "I have already bestowed upon each of you a piece of soul bone. What more do you wish to extort from me?" Chen Fei chuckled and replied, "Isn't it true, Brother Lin, that you are wealthy and generous? As your loyal subordinates, we must ensure that your strength is even more pronounced." Lin Shuang nodded and remarked, "That makes sense." Consequently, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Shuang with eager anticipation. They were well aware that Xiao Hongchen had acquired more than one piece of a 100,000-year soul bone through Lin Shuang's esteemed uncle. And even his enigmatic spirit was derived from Lin Shuang, a soul beast of 100,000 years. Regarding the exceptional treasures Lin Shuang could present, they harbored no doubts. Even about fierce beast soul bones, both Huiyuhao and Tanga were equally enthusiastic, for none understood Lin Shuang's prowess better than they did. Lin Shuang gazed at them and slowly articulated, "In this year's Continental Elite Soul Master Academy's Soul Duel Competition, if we slay a single student from Shrek Academy, we shall be rewarded with a soul bone. What say you?" "No problem," came the reply. While others exhibited signs of dejection, Ma Rulong and Chen Fei appeared rather exhilarated. After all, they had already reached the rank of 7th-level soul mentor, their power comparable to that of a soul sage. Surely, they could contend with those of Shrek Academy who held the rank of Soul King and Soul Emperor, could they not? "Let us anticipate your performance," Lin Shuang declared, as he delivered a powerful fist to the massive ice block encasing the corpse of the mirror shadow beast. The ice shattered in layers, revealing the remains of the creature within. Huiyuhao produced a dagger, intending to dissect the corpse of the mirror shadow beast. This action left the others from the Sun Moon Empire momentarily stunned, not due to his audacity in attempting to cut into a 100,000-year soul beast, but rather because the dagger in Huiyuhao's hand was a 5th-level soul guide device. Observing this soul guide, Zhuzi seemed to recall something, her gaze gradually turning vacant, even tinged with a hint of anguish. "Do not be overly excited." Lin Shuang sensed Zhuzi's discomfort, recognizing that she had identified the soul guide. He communicated telepathically. "He is the illegitimate son of the Duke of the White Tiger and his maid. The Duke remains unaware of his existence and under the Duchess's machinations. His mother ultimately perished. Do you not find the irony of a father and son turning against each other quite amusing?" A flicker of shock crossed Zhuzi's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by a sense of satisfaction. The thought of the Duke experiencing such torment brought her joy. Meanwhile, Huiyuhao infused his soul power into the white tiger dagger, and a blade of light extended from it, piercing into the corpse of the mirror shadow beast. Yet, It failed even to leave a scratch upon its scales. Witnessing this, others exchanged glances, realizing that if a fifth-level soul guide could not leave a mark, they too would be powerless against the corpse. Xiaohongchen confidently approached, declaring to the group, "Just watch me. After all, it was I who brought down this 100,000-year soul beast." Indeed, this ancient mirror shadow beast had met its end at the hands of Xiaohongchen and Minghongchen. They had employed their martial soul fusion technique to break through the beast's soul skill effects, ultimately concluding its life with the power of red dust affection. This remarkable outcome was achievable solely due to the enhancement of Minghongchen's martial soul quality. The disparity between divine grade and top-tier martial souls is profound. Both Minghongchen and Xiaohongchen, possessing Soul Emperor strength, utilized the Ice Fire Dragon Toad and the three-legged Gold Toad in their martial soul fusion technique, unleashing the devastating red dust affection, which boasted terrifying attributes of dissolution, annihilation, and destruction. The might of their combined attack far surpassed that of using the Zhu Qing Ice Toad and the three-legged Gold Toad, which only exhibited the attribute of dissolution. As Minghongchen's martial soul evolved into a divine grade, the power of the martial soul fusion technique she executed with Xiaohongchen was several times more potent than the one executed with Zhu Qing Ice Toad. However, this came at a greater cost, for their strength was still insufficient. At that moment, although Xiaohongchen had reached level 60, he lacked a 6th spirit ring, merely being a soul king. The exertion of such a formidable martial soul fusion technique plunged them into a state of unconsciousness for 4 days, after which they remained weak for several additional days before fully recovering. The corpse of the 100,000-year mirror shadow beast proved resilient against decay, even after such an interval. It remained intact. Lin Shuang instructed Minghongchen to encase it in ice and store it within the heart of darkness. Those present, however, were entirely unconvinced by Xiaohongchen's claims. Despite his malicious nature, even Ma Rulong refrained from provoking him over such matters. After all, Xiaohongchen's strength was not inferior to his own, and perhaps even surpassed it slightly. Let him boast. If Ma Rulong were to express disbelief, it was likely that Xiaohongchen, having learned beside Lin Shuang for several years, would retort with a sharp barb. Lin Shuang appeared to be elegantly attired, exuding an air of grace. However, those present were acutely aware of his once formidable disposition, characterized by a penchant for derision, often referring to others as worthless or insignificant, a quintessential second-generation scion. Arrogant and disdainful. Had it not been for the interventions of Jinghongchen, who had taken it upon himself to educate Xiaohongchen on humility, Lin Shuang might have effortlessly replicated his former self. Approaching the carcass of the mirror shadow beast, Xiaohongchen raised his right hand towards it, and 3 fearsome claws, each half a meter in length, sprang forth instantaneously, under the might of the dark golden claws of the fearsome bear. Even the most formidable defenses of the mirror shadow beast were rendered inadequate, resulting in a breach. Observing Xiaohongchen's formidable claws, the onlookers were filled with envy. Not only was the soul bone of the 10,000-year-old dark golden claw bear exceedingly precious, but the ability to utilize these claws for the intricate engraving of soul guide formations was equally remarkable, rivaling even the finest of crafting tools. Indeed, they believed that Xiaohongchen's claws were derived from the soul bone of the 10,000-year-old dark golden claw bear, unaware that he possessed an external soul bone of the same creature. With a glance imbued with a mix of pride and disdain, Xiaohongchen returned to his original position. "The rest is in your hands," Lin Shuang remarked to Hui Yuhao as he took a seat, holding a blueprint, specifically the core formation of the level 9 Soul Guide Sword. The Judgment Sword. The Soul Guide formations of the level 8.5 Judgment Sword and the level 9 Judgment Sword were not markedly different. The transition from 8th to 9th level merely indicated an enhancement. Thus, the originally level 8.5 Judgment Sword had now ascended to a level 9 artifact, rivaling even the renowned Sun and Moon Divine Needle. Lin Shuang aspired to expedite the creation of a level 9 Soul Guide, although not of his own design. Mastering the engraving of the level 9 formation would facilitate a swifter comprehension of other level 9 formations through analogous learning. When Lin Shuang crafted the Sword of Judgment in her hands, the 2 core 8th level Soul Guidance formations could be regarded as simplified versions of these 2 9th level Soul Guidance formations, or conversely, the latter as an upgraded version of the former. Consequently, the learning process naturally progressed at a swifter pace. Only by mastering a vast array of knowledge regarding soul guiding devices and formations could Lin Shuang more efficiently deduce the method for creating humanoid soul guiding devices, followed by battle armor, and ultimately the fusion of battle armor with the human body. No, it should be the method of integrating the battle armor with the martial soul. Lin Shuang was engrossed in studying the 9th-level soul guiding formation diagram in her hands, while the others slowed their movements, wary of disturbing her. After nearly an hour, Hui Yuhao finally prepared the meal, aided by Ming Hongchen's use of the ultimate fire to thaw the corpse of the mirror shadow beast, and by Xiao Hongchen, who crafted the skewers for the roasted meat. The others gathered dry firewood, and with the 2 pots of soup he had brought, dinner was finally ready. At the moment Hui Yuhao announced that the meal was served, the hungry group rushed forward eagerly. Lin Shuang folded the diagram and observed the gathering crowd, her mental energy materializing as she lifted a generous portion of roasted meat towards them. Chapter 125. Arrival at Star Luo City after satisfying their hunger. Everyone found a spot to sit and meditate. Notably, after Hui Yuhao had prepared the meal, apart from the roasted meat taken by Lin Shuang using her mental power, Jing Hongchen had also claimed a substantial amount. Some portions of the roasted meat mysteriously vanished from the rack, only to be replaced shortly by skewers appearing out of thin air. Thanks to Xiao Hongchen's ability to manipulate metal, he produced over 200 skewers from a large piece of iron, inserting them into a sizable chunk of mirror shadow beast meat, which could then be easily sliced into skewers without wasting time or risking insufficient portions. The following morning, the group set off again. But it was long before they entered the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Upon being intercepted by the flying soul masters of the Star Luo Empire, Jing Hongchen presented the identification from the Royal Sun Moon Academy, allowing them to continue their journey towards Star Luo City. Initially, the flying soul masters intended to escort them, but with Jing Hongchen, the leader of the group, and the students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy using only 6th-level flying soul devices, they were permitted to proceed independently. As they traveled, they encountered several checkpoints where they were allowed to pass upon presenting their credentials. By the time they neared Star Luo City, night had fallen, and a brilliant star illuminated the sky. As the starlight enveloped them, an elderly man, over 60, appeared and greeted them warmly. I did not expect that it would be Douluo Hongchen personally leading the team. His Majesty has sent me to welcome you all to Star Luo City, to the Starlight Grand Hotel. Unexpectedly, the renowned Tiansha Douluo Huang Jinshu had joined the Star Luo Empire, which came as a surprise to Jing Hongchen. After all, Tiansha Douluo was a well-known powerhouse, and Yulin had shared a close bond with him in his youth. It was astonishing that he had ultimately been courted by the royal family of Star Luo. Alas, as one ages, one yearns for stability, Tiansha Douluo remarked with a smile, glancing towards Jing Hongchen's group. The students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy completely disregarded Tiansha Douluo, showing no intention of greeting him. This caused some annoyance for Tiansha Douluo. But out of respect for Jing Hongchen, he stated, "You have traveled far, let us proceed." Under the guidance of Tiansha Douluo, the group registered at the front desk of the Starlight Grand Hotel. This was a requisite for all participants, including the leading teacher, 7 main team members, and 7 reserve members, who only needed to register their names to prevent the Star Luo Royal Academy's personnel from acquiring intelligence about their competitors. Hyena appeared silently, causing Tiansha Douluo to break into a cold sweat as he regarded her with apprehension, unsure if she was using a space soul device or was an extreme Douluo of the Sun Moon Empire. The group registered one by one, and after receiving their room keys, Lin Shuang bid farewell to the others and departed from the Starlight Grand Hotel. He intended to visit the Starlight Auction House to acquire the soul-devouring engraving knife, a cursed blade crafted from the rare material known as life gold. Lin Shuang was quite intrigued and wished to witness the curse of the sinister soul master firsthand. To be hailed as a genius soul master of evil, one would likely possess at least the strength of a super Douluo. However, for Lin Shuang, it was of little concern. The life gold used in crafting the knife contained a vitality that, if obtained by Linger, could be quite significant. Lost in thought, Lin Shuang pondered the obedient girl and wondered if she had found herself on the opposing side. Lin Shuang was lost in thought, but suddenly, a woman appeared beside him, the fluctuation of space jolting him from his reverie. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Hulaina inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Shuang shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. What about you? Why did you choose to follow me out?" Hulaina pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction as she said, "In this era, you are the only person I know. If you leave me all alone, what will happen if someone with ill intentions decides to bully me?" Lin Shuang's lips twitched momentarily. The only beings capable of bullying Hulaina, apart from the deities, were likely her mentor Ye Xishui and the beast god Tian, who were alive on the Douluo Continent at this moment. Who would dare to provoke her? "If you wish to follow, then so be it. Lin Shuang did not decline Huaina's request. Should Huaina desire the spirit-devouring cutter, Lin Shuang would not hesitate to divide the spirit gold in twain. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm, embodying the vitality of a million-year soul beast, equates to merely a droplet of spirit gold. The spirit gold suitable for crafting the cutter likely harbors a life force surpassing that contained within the entire evil spirit forest. Lin Shuang did not require a carving knife. The soul-devouring carving knife merely represented the boundless vitality contained within the essence of life, a vitality that remained beyond his grasp. Lin Shuang took it away, merely reminiscing about his initial intentions. Had he truly acquired the 9 trials of destruction, he would have extracted the essence of life from the lake of life, enabling Linger to attract the attention of the goddess of life through her immense vitality, thereby obtaining the 9 trials of life. Now that Linger had departed with her mentor, Ye Xishui, Lin Shuang still yearned for the soul-devouring engraving knife. Even though the essence of life held no value for him, he was determined to possess it. Upon arriving at the Starlight Auction House, the manager, after elucidating the pros and cons of the soul-devouring engraving knife, quoted a price of 200,000 gold soul coins. Huaina stood beside Lin Shuang, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed the knife. She could sense the lingering curse upon it, as well as the terrifying life force it contained. Thus, she was astonished, pondering what kind of prodigious evil soul master could achieve such a fearsome feat, compressing life force into metal to forge a knife, while leaving behind a curse before death. Lin Shuang purchased the soul-devouring blade and departed the Starlight Auction House with Huaina. Huaina remained silent, prompting Lin Shuang to forego the intention of sharing the golden essence of life with her. He carefully stored the soul-devouring blade within the heart of darkness, planning to unseal it once they returned to the Starlight Grand Hotel. Chapter 126. The Extreme Disparity as they walked along the path. Huaina suddenly inquired of Lin Shuang, "Have you ever experienced the sensation of solitude?" Lin Shuang cast a glance at her, halting his steps. His mental energy spread forth, cloaking their presence from the perceptions of those around them. He spoke earnestly, "You may not have endured a millennium of solitude, yet you find yourself in an era that does not belong to you. However, you still have your mentor. What of me? I arrived in a world that was never mine." Lin Shuang wore a smile throughout, confidently stating, "If this world does not belong to me, then I shall make it my own." Lin Shuang's words were imbued with an overwhelming authority, brimming with ambition. Huaina stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, and inquired of Lin Shuang, "Are you aware of how many formidable beings inhabit this world? Even I would not dare to claim invincibility." "Yet, what of it?" Lin Shuang retorted, "I possess the capability to slay the sea god Douluo, and naturally, I can eliminate others as well. They may not possess the unparalleled divine artifact, the sea god trident, nor the mastery of the golden 13 techniques akin to the sea god's divine prowess." Huaina nodded in acknowledgement, softly stating, "Have you delved into the hierarchy of strength among limit Douluos?" Lin Shuang felt somewhat perplexed. His understanding was limited to the classifications of limit Douluo into quasi-demigods, demigods, and true gods that would only emerge after 10,000 years. He had yet to grasp the disparity in power among limit Douluo in this era, particularly regarding the 100,000-year spirit rings. Huaina elucidated, integrating spirit rings of greater age yields a more substantial reservoir of spirit power. A practitioner endowed with 300,000-year spirit rings possesses significantly more and denser spirit power than one with merely a single 100,000-year ring. While the difference may not seem vast, it is sufficient to sway the outcome of battles at this tier. Those who attain the status of limit Douluo invariably wield supreme martial spirits and are blessed with the finest fortunes of this age. In addition to spirit rings, spirit bones also exert a subtle influence. They enhance the quality of a spirit master's spirit. Remarkably, 6 spirit bones of similar attributes can even amalgamate into divine armaments. Though, to my knowledge, no one currently possesses such divine gear. Furthermore, artifacts, limit Douluo wielding artifacts are indisputably superior to their counterparts. The sea god Douluo you vanquished, armed with the sea god trident, could be considered a pseudo-god. Were she to engage upon the ocean, she could unleash powers akin to those of a deity. There exists a hierarchy among artifacts as well. At this juncture, Huaina caressed her fox ears, while Lin Shuang attentively absorbed her discourse, insights unattainable within the Sun-Moon Empire or even from other limit Douluo. My artifact and that of the young girl named Tanga are merely ordinary artifacts, albeit stronger than other common ones. In truth, even the artifacts wielded by general deities are but quasi-artifacts. Only those of the higher echelon, the second-tier gods, possess true artifacts. Artifacts of an even higher tier are termed pseudo-super artifacts, and only first-tier gods, the sovereigns of the divine realm endowed with the power of the rules, can wield them. The Sea God Trident, in the hands of a certain man, evolved from a pseudo-super artifact into a true super artifact. Another method to assess the strength of a limit Douluo lies in the path to divinity. Those who fail the divine examination or merely attain the pinnacle of the 7th and 8th trials may opt to become high priests of the first-tier gods, receiving divine power and the right to wield artifacts. This means that a high priest of the first-tier gods possesses strength comparable to that of the most mundane deities, even within the sacred realms of the divine, such as the Sea God Douluo wielding the Sea God Trident or the Angel Dai brandishing the angelic holy sword. They can harness a fraction of divine power, achieving prowess akin to that of second-tier gods. However, these individuals are indeed failures. I, too, am a failure. Yet I do not consider myself defeated. Hulayina declared proudly, I have attained the pinnacle of the 7th trial under the god of destruction as 7 deadly sins. Specifically the god of lust, but I chose not to become a high priest, ultimately acquiring this artifact instead. If one can metamorphose their spirit power into divine power through innate talent or external assistance, they can ascend to divinity. A limit Douluo who comprehends the limits of divine power will undoubtedly surpass another limit Douluo with similar spirit ring configurations and spirit bones. Lin Shuang contemplated a certain individual and posed a query to Hulayina. What if that ultimate Douluo possessed the same soul ring configuration as you, and furthermore, was a twin martial spirit? This would result in a dimensionality reduction strike, as twin martial spirits nearly double the soul power. Coupled with the 6 black and 3 red soul rings, along with the existence of a second martial spirit, such a being would undeniably rival the beast god Di Tian of the Stardo Forest. Should this individual coalesce an yin-yang complementary dual soul core, or even an yin-yang complementary triple soul core, they would undoubtedly be invincible throughout the Douluo Continent, barring encounters with the divine high priest located in the place of inheritance. Lin Shuang understood that her teacher's strength was likely comparable to that of the beast god. After all, she possessed the dual martial souls of Blood Soul Demon Puppet and Radiant Phoenix, while the soul ring configuration of the Radiant Phoenix martial soul remained unknown. The Blood Soul Demon Puppet martial soul boasted a configuration of 6 black and 3 red soul rings. Alas, she was a dual soul core in a state of co-resonance. Lin Shuang cast a curious glance at Hulayina, who possessed a configuration of 6 black and 3 red soul rings and wielded a divine artifact. What level of strength did she embody, and by what means had she condensed her soul core? Noticing Lin Shuang's inquisitive gaze, Hulayina smiled gently and replied, My strength has yet to reach the pseudo-divine level of Sea God Douluo. However, with the divine artifact, I have attained the pinnacle of limit Douluo. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in with Hulayina. Reward. Chapter 127. Ice God Scepter. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in with Hulayina. Reward. Pseudo-super divine artifact. Ice God Scepter. A phantom of a cerulean staff materialized before Lin Shuang, ultimately transforming into a tangible form as he grasped it in his hand. Is this truly a divine artifact? Hulayina's eyes flickered with astonishment, yet she sensed the peculiarity of the scepter and exclaimed, This is a pseudo-super divine artifact. Indeed. It embodies the dominion of ice, the Ice God Scepter, Lin Shuang confirmed, not concealing the truth from Hulayina. Soon, his expression brightened with excitement, if that were the case. Did it signify that he could acquire an even more formidable power? Lin Shuang stowed away the Ice God staff, which stood as his sole triumph of the night, surpassing even that of Hulayina. Indeed, the bond with a limit Douluo was, in his eyes, far more valuable than the soul-devouring cutting blade. Let us return to the hotel, Lin Shuang said to Hulayina. She paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, All right. Lin Shuang retracted his mental energy, having already stowed away the Ice God staff, and the two proceeded toward the Starlight Grand Hotel. As the runners-up of the previous Soul Master competition, they were accorded exquisite treatment, each receiving a luxurious suite on the top floor, along with a conference room designated for tactical discussions. Such privileges were exclusive to only 2 academies at the Starlight Grand Hotel, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and the Shrek Academy, which had triumphed in the Douling Empire 5 years prior. Upon arriving at the hotel, they unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals. A smile curved Lin Shuang's lips. This encounter promised to be intriguing. The gathering comprised a total of 18 individuals, including 4 leading instructors, the Sea God Pavilion Master Yin Xiaozhe from Shrek Academy, the Deputy Pavilion Master Xian Lao, and the disciples of the gluttonous Douluo, Wang Yin and Wuing, who were responsible for tactical arrangements. Originally, The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's strategy was to be overseen by the esteemed 8th-level Soul Master, the grandfather of Ma Xiaotao. However, with Lin Shuang's participation, the Academy had essentially secured victory, rendering any further tactical arrangements unnecessary. What's wrong? Hulaina inquired of Lin Shuang, as the Shrek contingent, engrossed in their registration, took notice of the two newcomers. Ignoring the discontented expressions of others, Wuing rushed into Lin Shuang's embrace. Tears brimmed in her eyes, while Hulaina observed the scene with a knowing glint, reflecting on how it would have been ideal if that scoundrel had displayed the same affection for her as Lin Shuang did. Unfortunately, his love for her had been all-consuming. Yin Xiaozhe exhaled a silent sigh, and the gluttonous Douluo snorted disdainfully, abandoning his registration. He seized a key to the top floor and headed toward the elevator at the end of the corridor, though he had yet to complete the registration. Who would dare impede him? Someone could easily fill in his information later. After all, this old rogue was once a renowned powerhouse on the continent, notorious for his audacity. Among the remaining Shrek Academy students, a few cast hostile glances at Lin Shuang Bei, Tang Wudong, Ma Xiaotao, and an unidentified blue-haired youth. I apologize, but I assure you, there will come a day when I will bring you to my side. Lin Shuang spoke gently, laced with a hint of remorse. Indeed, I believe in you. Wuing replied, her voice slightly choked. However, she swiftly composed herself and returned to the ranks of Shrek Academy, though half of her peers harbored discontent towards her. Lin Shuang cast his gaze upon the team from Shrek Academy. Among the reserve members, he recognized each one: Bei, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nan, Tang Wutong, Dai Yaoheng, Zhu Lu, and Kai Tu. As for the starting 7, he could identify Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, Yao Haoshuan, Ling Luoqing, and Gong Ongmo. However, the additional blue-haired and black-haired youths were unfamiliar to him, stirring his curiosity. Simultaneously, the two newcomers scrutinized Lin Shuang with palpable malice in their eyes. After exchanging a nod with Yin Xiaozhe, Lin Shuang's figure flickered and vanished. Observing this, Hulaina similarly employed spatial power to depart. Spatial power! Yin Xiaozhe exclaimed, his expression growing increasingly grave. Lin Shuang's strength had evidently escalated, and he sensed that the woman was likely no less formidable, possibly another extreme Douluo. Someone is allied with the Sun Moon Empire, asserted the black-haired youth with conviction, though he remained uncertain of her faction. Pondering that perhaps the elders of his clan would possess greater insight, it is likely that they were involved in the demise of our grand aunt, the blue-haired youth remarked heavily, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Lin Shuang returned to the penthouse and, following the sequence on the key, made her way to her room. Sensing that Hulaina had also returned to her quarters, Lin Shuang utilized her mental prowess to shield the space. The Ice Goddess staff was a reward acquired through the system's sign-in, and without a doubt, Lin Shuang had gained the staff's acknowledgement, granting her the ability to wield it. However, it was likely that her prowess would not match that of a soul master with an ice attribute. Lin Shuang enveloped the entire room with her mental power, isolating it from external perception. With the strength of fate at her disposal, even Hulaina could not discern the events unfolding within. Lin Shuang retrieved the divine seal platform, within which flowed a stream of white vapor. This was the embryo of the supreme northern sovereign, the Snow Emperor. Lin Shuang unbound the restraints of the divine sealing platform, liberating the essence of the Snow Empress. Instantly, the temperature within the room plummeted at an astonishing rate, as a torrent of white mist surged forth from the platform. A chilling voice, imbued with boundless wrath, echoed through the space. Despicable humans, perish. The figure abruptly halted, the pervasive cold swiftly retreating, leaving only the embryo of the Snow Empress, which continued to emanate an icy aura. Lin Shuang, clutching the ice god's scepter, addressed the Snow Empress with an alluring figure. Shall we strike a bargain? In the name of the ice god, you shall transform and serve me, and in return, I shall assist you in obtaining the ice god's legacy. Lin Shuang had contemplated using the ice god's staff to threaten the Snow Empress, combined with the soul spirit transformation scroll, to acquire a soul spirit of 700,000 years and the ultimate ice martial spirit. However, Lin Shuang's abilities were manifold. With the blood moon and the solar martial spirits, he possessed two 30,000-year soul rings, one 20,000-year soul ring, and two 10,000-year soul rings. His capacity was limited, and he could not harness more power. In contrast, the Snow Empress, being an entity nearing the age of 700,000 years, possessed formidable potential upon taking form. In merely a decade or so, wielding the Ice Goddess staff, she would stand on par with the Beast God Tian and the Death God Douluo Ye Xishui. Hence, if Lin Shuang could entice the Snow Empress to join their ranks, it would be tantamount to gaining the allegiance of the entire extreme north. Moreover, it was the master of the royal worship hall of the Star Luo Empire who initially captured the Snow Empress. It was Lin Shuang who rescued her. Conversing with her as the representative of the ice god while holding the staff, recognized by the ice goddess staff, Lin Shuang was aware of the location of the ice god's legacy. Yet he found it hard to believe that a fallen ice god could possibly contend with Tang San, who had obliterated the divine positions of both the sun god and the moon god. Chapter 128. Signing in the Snow Empress, a white stream of energy transformed into a humanoid figure, revealing a silhouette before Lin Shuang. The power of pure ice and snow radiated from her. The ice goddess, with her pristine white hair cascading to her feet, possessed ethereal azure eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the fabric of reality. Her slender form was flawless, and though her white gown bore no embellishments, it exuded an air of purity and beauty. She was meticulous, akin to the frozen plum blossoms, standing out with an unyielding grace amidst the snow. You bear no trace of the ice god. How is it that you wield the ice god's staff? The Snow Empress questioned Lin Shuang. That is of little consequence. Lin Shuang replied, brandishing the ice god's staff, instantly suppressing her power. She did not cancel her transformation. Instead, she halted the conversion of her source power with formidable soul force, materializing this form. At that moment, the Snow Empress was incapable of unleashing her full strength, and under the staff's suppression, she was but a fraction of her former self. While the ice god's staff did not offer Lin Shuang substantial aid, as a pseudo-super artifact, it exerted absolute control over those of ice affinity. Snow Empress, you should be aware that in your previously sealed state, I could eliminate you at any moment, seizing your soul rings and soul bones. However, I chose not to harm you. Rather, I liberated you. It was the master of the royal worship hall of the Star Luo Empire who captured you, an adversarial force, and he has perished by my hand. In a sense, I saved you. Human, do not delude yourself into thinking you can confuse me, the Snow Empress replied coldly, her demeanor icy. Indeed, Lin Shuang shook his head. Since a proper dialogue is not feasible, infusing his soul power into the ice god's staff, a blue rune materialized before him, transforming into an ice prison that ensnared the Snow Empress. Had you been at your prime, perhaps I could not so easily control you. Nevertheless, Snow Empress, you must realize that you currently exist merely as a manifestation of your source power. Lin Shuang spoke gently, still hoping to persuade her. Kill me. The Snow Empress stated coldly and haughtily. In her eyes, as the foremost among the three kings of the extreme north, with an age approaching 70,000 years, no human could possibly relinquish her soul rings and soul bones. Lin Shuang's gaze gradually turned discontented. He was well aware of the Snow Empress's disdainful attitude towards humanity. Yet he never anticipated that even wielding the ice god's scepter would fail to compel her to compromise. If you perish, I shall eliminate the Ice Emperor. Reluctantly, Lin Shuang resorted to threats. Concerning the Snow Empress's allegiance, he merely sought to test the resolve of this sovereign from the far north, knowing that if circumstances became dire, he would have no choice but to eliminate her. You are audacious. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted as the Snow Empress forsook her reconstruction and shattered the prison of ice. Damnable humans, the heart of the Snow Empress, once calm in the face of death, now brimmed with fury. She yearned to slay Lin Shuang. You are no match for me. With a wave of his hand, Lin Shuang unleashed the power of space, instantly confining the ultimate forces of ice and snow beside the Snow Empress. Should you consent to my terms? I can harness the power of the ice god's scepter to reseal your essence. Furthermore, I may even bestow the scepter upon you. In that case, you could wield its power to assist the Ice Emperor in sealing her own essence, and you both may reincarnate and cultivate anew together. Lin Shuang spoke with unwavering determination. Yet this was his final opportunity for the Snow Empress. Should she remain obstinate, he would resort to the most extreme measures to seal her fate. However, it remained uncertain whether the Blood Moon martial soul, infused with the essence of the Ice Goddess, would transform into the Scarlet Ice Moon. I swear by my martial soul that you shall not harm me or bing her. The Snow Empress, wielding the Ice God staff, had no choice but to acquiesce. She was no match for him. Failure to comply would not only spell her doom, but also that of Binger. Possessing such formidable spatial power, he momentarily confined the ultimate force of ice and snow surrounding her. Even if she could unleash a greater power to shatter this restraint, only a limit Douluo among human soul masters could effortlessly suppress such extreme attributes. I swear by my martial soul. Should I act against the Ice Goddess or the Ice Emperor Scorpion, my martial soul shall shatter, and my soul power shall dissipate. As Lin Shuang's words fell, the Snow Emperor let out a sigh of relief and inquired of Lin Shuang, "Do you truly know the location of the Ice God's heritage?" Lin Shuang shook the Ice Goddess staff in her hand, remarking, "Isn't this rather obvious?" She then inquired, "Shall I assist you in sealing the source? Or will you handle it yourself?" The Snow Empress replied, "I shall manage it myself." Lin Shuang presented the Ice God staff to the Snow Empress. With the unparalleled attributes of pure ice, the Snow Empress instantly acquired the ability to wield the staff. Suspended in midair, Lin Shuang gazed at her elongated jade legs and delicate white feet, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Such a moment foretold the imminent arrival of the Ice God. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in with the Snow Empress, the Ice Goddess, rewarded with 100 strands of eternal ice marrow. Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback. The second Ice God artifact? Before he could ponder further, the Snow Empress was enveloped in ice, instantly transforming into a colossal white ice cocoon, through which one could easily discern the figure of the Snow Empress within. Grasping the Ice God scepter, her form gradually diminished, ultimately morphing into that of a 6-year-old girl. The ice cocoon melted away in an instant, releasing a chilling aura that surged into her body, culminating in the manifestation of 2 violet millennium soul rings. At this juncture, the Snow Empress might be better referred to as the Snow Maiden. The Snow Maiden opened her eyes, exuding the same frosty aloofness as the Snow Empress, and gazed at Lin Shuang, speaking in an unassuming tone. "My power, amassed over 700,000 years, is exceedingly vast, with the aid of the Ice God scepter. The essence of my true form, the Ice Heaven Snow Maiden, has attained divine caliber." "Very well." Lin Shuang approached the Snow Maiden with a wicked grin. Who could be unaware of his fondness for adorable little girls? Years ago, he had entered into a betrothal with the 6 or 7-year-old Meng Hongqian, and the unfortunate fate of the 13-year-old Orange had only intensified his affections. Moreover, having abducted Lingo from Shrek Academy, the Snow Maiden, as the transformed visage of the Snow Empress, was undoubtedly the most charming child Lin Shuang had ever encountered. "Snow Maiden, shall we strike a deal? From now on, you shall be known as my daughter, and you will refer to me as father in public." Chapter 129. Lin Shuang's Daughter Preposterous. The adorable little Snow Maiden, much like the former Snow Empress, radiated an air of commanding authority, reminiscent of the sovereign of the far northern realms. Lin Shuang smiled gently as she grasped the delicate neck of her adversary, her other hand producing a fragment of ancient ice marrow, from which an ominous chill erupted in her palm. It was swiftly contained by Lin Shuang's spatial power. This was the ancient ice marrow. The Snow Empress, initially incensed by Lin Shuang's audacious actions, was rendered momentarily speechless. Struggling to turn and face Lin Shuang, she demanded, "Hand over the ancient ice marrow to me. Call me father. I am the sovereign of the extreme north." 2 pieces. "I am the sovereign overlord of the soul beasts in the extreme north." 3 pieces. "I am the foremost among the triad of extreme ice kings, ranked 3rd among the 10 ferocious beasts, not inferior to your existence." 5 pieces. This time, the Snow Maiden refrained from retorting. Instead, she regarded Lin Shuang with a frigid gaze, her lips parting slightly as she murmured, "Father." What choice did she have? The temptation presented by Lin Shuang was insurmountable, and with his grip tightening, the Snow Maiden, though skeptical of Lin Shuang's willingness to harm her, opted for a more palatable resolution to preserve her pride as the sovereign of the extreme north. Such a good girl. Lin Shuang chuckled with satisfaction, loosening her grip on the Snow Maiden's neck and giving her cheek a gentle pinch. "Where's my ancient ice marrow?" The Snow Maiden, vexed yet determined, inquired of Lin Shuang, her Ice God staff firmly gripped in her hand. Lin Shuang retrieved 5 pieces of 10,000-year-old ice marrow with a swift motion. Each piece had been sealed using spatial power and placed within the heart of darkness. As the spatial energy dissipated, a terrifying chill erupted from the 5 pieces of ice marrow. However, Lin Shuang's formidable strength and the Snow Maiden's transformation from the former Arctic Emperor rendered them impervious to such frigid air. The room was enveloped by Lin Shuang's mental energy, isolating the power of fate. Thus, the icy aura capable of injuring even a tidal Douluo remained entirely contained. Otherwise, among the thousands present in the Starlight Grand Hotel, only a handful would survive. The Snow Maiden wielded her colossal Ice God staff, and the 5 pieces of ice marrow soared from Lin Shuang's hand, beginning to revolve around her. The marrow gradually melted, infusing the Snow Maiden's small frame with extreme cold energy. Although her strength was insufficient to absorb the marrow, her essence could. Harnessing the power of the Ice God staff, the Snow Maiden integrated the 5 pieces of ice marrow into her origin, enhancing her foundation and potential. While the Snow Empress had not suffered the same damage to her essence as the Ice Empress, She had faced a backlash during her attempt to condense the yin-yang complementary dual soul cores to endure the seventh celestial tribulation. Turning a glimmer of hope into a life-or-death situation, this was the reason for her decision to transform. As the 5 pieces of 10,000-year-old ice marrow melded with the Snow Empress's sealed essence, Lin Shuang approached her with a smile and said, "Snow Maiden, you must always call me father from now on, if that poses no issue?" The Snow Maiden's expression darkened momentarily, her adorable face tensing as she cast a wary glance at Lin Shuang. "1 piece a month, father," she obediently replied. "Very good," Lin Shuang praised, gently ruffling her little head. The Snow Maiden's silken white hair felt cool to the touch. However, Lin Shuang was not like a certain toothpick-wielding individual. He found it difficult to impose on the little girl, as there was a distinction between a maiden and a child, especially since he had been merely a youth when he had acted against the orange-haired girl. "Come, let me introduce you to my family," Lin Shuang said, taking the Snow Maiden's small hand and leading her outside. The Snow Maiden, barefoot, walked on the ground with her pristine little feet. Yet Lin Shuang felt a pang of sympathy and lifted her into his arms. Upon stepping outside, he heard someone mockingly say, "Truly deserving of the title of the strongest genius in the history of the Sun and Moon Empire, who would have thought he is such a pervert?" The young man with ebony hair, whom Lin Shuang encountered in the team at Shrek Academy, stood in the corridor, mocking him. Lin Shuang cast a glance at him and proceeded to the conference room of the Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon. Indifferent to the young man with black hair, such a person could simply be eliminated in the competition, right? "Scoundrel," the black-haired youth muttered under his breath, feeling a twinge of anger at being disregarded by Lin Shuang. "Is it not quite normal for that person to overlook you?" Ma Xiaotao teased as she stepped out of the room. However, in contrast to the black-haired youth, her eyes held a glimmer of apprehension and astonishment. Lin Shuang had not returned after leaving the Starlight Hotel, yet now she suddenly emerged from the room with a little girl, likely possessing spatial power. "It must be the teleportation ring," Wuing remarked, appearing beside Ma Xiaotao, her tone matter-of-fact. She understood Lin Shuang's penchant for using the teleportation ring to make a grand entrance. Upon seeing Wuing, the black-haired youth raised an eyebrow and retreated back into the room, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation with her. "Do you believe you know him well?" Ma Xiaotao asked Wuing, her tone laced with amusement. "No," Wuing replied succinctly. She had never fully comprehended Lin Shuang. Their relationship was never reciprocal love. Wuing, in her yearning for companionship, had encountered the most suitable Lin Shuang and had ultimately succumbed. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang harbored feelings of guilt towards Wuing. Yet they were destined never to become adversaries. "Uninteresting," Ma Xiaotao remarked, casting a glance at Wuing before turning back to her room. Wuing watched as Lin Shuang entered the conference room of the Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon, holding the girl in his arms. Once they vanished from her sight, her gaze dimmed. In that moment, she wished fervently that she had been born in the Sun-Moon Empire, joined the Royal Soul Mentor Academy, and encountered Lin Shuang there, allowing them to be together openly. Chapter 130, Intelligence from Shrek. Upon entering the conference room, Lin Shuang found only Jing Hanchen and Ma Rulong present. As he entered, their conversation abruptly ceased. Jing Hanchen looked curiously at the little snow girl in Lin Shuang's arms and inquired, "Where did you find this child?" Lin Shuang smiled and said, "The Snow Maiden is a transformed soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. I encountered the master of the Star Luo Royal Shrine in the extreme north, and after vanquishing him, I obtained the embryo of the Snow Maiden, which was sealed within the divine sealing platform." "Humph." The Snow Maiden snorted coldly. As the Empress of the Extreme North, it was utterly humiliating that she had been discovered and sealed by humans during her recultivation, nearly meeting her demise in such a constrained manner. "What?" Jing Hanchen slammed the table, standing up abruptly. The little Snow Maiden instinctively nestled closer to Lin Shuang, though she would never admit to feeling frightened. In her current state, despite possessing 2,000-year soul rings and the Ice Goddess scepter, she, having lost the innate gifts of the Ice and Snow Maiden lineage, was merely a remarkable soul master endowed with a pseudo-super artifact. "You claim that the master of the Star Luo Royal Shrine possessed the divine sealing platform?" Jing Hanchen questioned Lin Shuang, his anger palpable. How could he not be furious that such a 9th-level soul-guiding device had fallen into the hands of the Star Luo Empire? Indeed. Lin Shuang gently stroked the Snow Maiden's hair and replied to Jing Hanchen, "However, that individual has perished at my hands. Just moments ago, I liberated the essence of the Snow Maiden from the divine sealing platform, aiding her in her transformation. With the accumulation of over a year, she has surpassed her limits in her recultivation, achieving a natural soul power level of 20. Lin Xuan concealed certain truths from Jing Hongqin, not out of distrust, but because her current identity as the Snow Maiden must remain a closely guarded secret, much like the Titan Snow Demon King associated with Hui Yuhao. If news of the 2 out of the 3 great kings of the extreme north were to leak, it would herald a significant crisis for that land. Is what you say true? Jing Hongqin asked, his astonishment not yet reaching the level of shock. Due to Lin Shuang, he had witnessed far too many extraordinary events, including the effortless demise of the 37,000-year void rift beast at the hands of the Silver Moon Douluo, and the Sea God Douluo who fell to the onslaught of many. A transformed 100,000-year soul beast could hardly capture Jing Hongqin's full attention, as ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts typically only attain the rank of Super Douluo, corresponding to the level 9 soul masters of the Sun and Moon Empire. 20 innate levels of soul power. Jing Hongqin exclaimed in disbelief, turning to Lin Shuang with incredulity. The petite Snow Maiden glanced at him briefly before averting her gaze, obediently resting against Lin Shuang. Release your martial spirit, Lin Shuang instructed the little Snow Maiden, gently setting her down. A chilling aura emanated from her as she unveiled her martial spirit, her former self, the mightiest soul beast of the extreme north. The Ice Sky Snow Maiden. Her long, pristine white hair cascaded down her back to her feet, and her sky-blue eyes sparkled with an ethereal clarity, as if they could see through the very fabric of the world. Her slender form was flawless, and although her white gown bore no embellishments, it rendered her appearance remarkably noble and exquisite. She stood impeccably, akin to winter's snow and plum blossoms, setting herself apart with an air of elegance and pride. Ultimate Ice. Jing Hongqin gasped, recognizing the chilling essence that resonated with him, as his granddaughter, Ming Hongqin, possessed both the attributes of Ultimate Ice and Ultimate Fire, allowing him to deeply comprehend this bone-chilling aura. Meanwhile, Ma Rulong stood dumbfounded, realizing it was indeed Ultimate Ice. Yet his eyes widened further when he saw a hint of purple materializing beneath the delicate feet of the Snow Maiden. Lin Shuang elucidated. Due to her innate level 20 spirit power and her formidable physique, the Snow Maiden immediately coalesced 2,000-year spirit rings upon her transformation. Jing Hongqin nodded in understanding, yet Ma Rulong remained in a state of stupor nearby. Seizing the moment, Lin Shuang suggested, I shall accompany Hu Liena to seek an audience with the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire to substitute one member of the reserve team with the Snow Maiden. I shall not go, the Snow Maiden declared coldly before Jing Hongqin could respond. Is it not permissible to engage in a little fun? Lin Shuang crouched before her, playfully pinching her small face. The Snow Maiden regarded Lin Shuang's hand with indifference, showing no reaction. Then let it be, Lin Shuang said to Jing Hongqin. Jing Hongqin, seemingly unfazed, remarked to Lin Shuang. Our spies in Shrek City have recently gathered intelligence indicating that there are 3 prodigies within the Shrek Academy team who are said to rival you, Xiao and Ming. Ridiculous, Lin Shuang scoffed. Even if Shrek Academy harbored 2 individuals of unknown origin, their strength would barely reach the level of a spirit saint. Even if Ma Xiaotao had broken through, they would only amount to 3 spirit saints, and Lin Shuang, cradling the petite Snow Maiden, could easily suppress them single-handedly. Contemplating this, Lin Shuang glanced at the Snow Maiden, pondering whether to employ some coercion to persuade her to participate in the competition. What could be more ostentatious than holding an adorable little girl during the finals? Jing Hongqin nodded in agreement, saying to Lin Shuang, you could contend with the limit Douluo. Those Shrek Academy students are merely your peers. A monster like you is a rarity in a millennium. The few from Shrek Academy, if they manage to break through to Spirit Saint, would be fortunate. Furthermore, the 2 young ones, Xiao and Ming, both aged 14 and possessing 6 spirit rings, were spirit rings and bones of 100,000 years. Even should they be spirit saints, they would not stand a chance against the 2 young prodigies, let alone match their talents. Ma Rulong nodded in concurrence. Although he was already a level 7 spirit master, he and Shin Fei together could not contend with Xiao Hongqin, much less the seemingly stronger Ming Hongqin. This year promises to be the most hopeful, as the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon has demonstrated the might of soul tools. When the time comes for the competition, Lin Shuang will also wield a soul tool, which is the reason behind his ambition to forge the Sword of Judgment, while he could utilize the 9th-level Sword of Judgment in Jing Hongqin's possession. Only by crafting the soul tool himself could he fully comprehend it and unleash its utmost power. Chapter 131. Heir of the Haoyan sect. Jing Hongqin narrowed his eyes and slowly remarked, however, after sacrificing 2 level 6 spirit masters and 3 level 5 spirit masters, I have still acquired information about one of them. It must be a spirit saint, Lin Shuang replied with a smile, realizing he had underestimated the true prodigies of this continent. The heirs of the top-tier forces, Haotian sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Sea God Island, are likely to possess the strength of spirit saints at this age. It is worth noting that without the system, Shuang might have achieved similar prowess. But given his innate talent, he would have become an 8th-level spirit master. The progeny of those superpowers from a millennium ago reached the level of Spirit Emperor before turning 20, such as the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Star Crown sect. In the previous 3 forces, each generation of their heirs would possess at least the strength of a Spirit Emperor, with the exceptionally gifted even attaining Spirit Saint status. The likes of Yin Feng from the Spirit Hall, Long Out Yin from the Body sect, and Xiao Hanchen from the original text all possessed Spirit Master cultivation in the next Soul Master competition. Indeed, Jing Hanchen nodded, stating, "That black-haired youth is a core disciple from the Haotian sect, named Tang Feng, a 7-ring spirit saint. However, our dispatched individuals could not gather more intelligence due to their limited strength. Had it not been for others lurking in the shadows, this information might not have reached us. Nonetheless, there is another, more crucial piece of information," Jing Hanchen continued gravely. Tang Feng and another mysterious blue-haired youth were defeated by Ma Xiaotao, a disciple of the Mingfeng Douluo Yin Xiaoxia. "I understand," Shuang said, lifting the Snow Maiden and settling onto a nearby chair, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Tell me, if the heir of the Haotian sect were to perish at my hands, would they not feel immense sorrow?" Shuang said with malicious delight. Knowing that the Haotian sect would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Sun and Moon Empire during its extinction of the 3 empires, he did not mind eliminating this Tang Feng fellow in advance. "You are free to do as you wish," Jing Hanchen replied nonchalantly. "The Haotian sect, regardless of its strength, does not instill fear in the Sun and Moon Empire. They are merely adversarial forces. What harm is there in slaying their heir? Should the Haotian sect demand an explanation later, the current might of the Sun and Moon Empire, bolstered by limit Douluo like Kong Dimming, Jing Hanchen, Wanfeng, Yi Yulin, and Su Wenji, all of whom possess formidable strength, would render them powerless. Furthermore, with Shuang and the mysterious woman by his side, who could challenge the Sun and Moon Empire?" With the topic of Tang Feng concluded, an inconsequential figure indeed, Shuang said to Jing Hanchen, "Gather the others as well. It would be opportune for them to meet the little Snow Maiden." Jing Hanchen gazed at the Snow Maiden in Shuang's arms and curiously inquired, "If she truly is a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years, with my strength, I should be able to discern her true form. Yet, to me, she seems not significantly different from a human." Shuang smiled and said, "Of course, I have my own methods regarding this matter. However, the Snow Maiden is indeed a transformed soul beast." He concealed the identity of the Snow Emperor, but he directly revealed the identity of the Snow Maiden as a soul beast. With him present, how could that scoundrel, who covets the Snow Maiden, possibly kill and seize the Snow Emperor from his grasp? Ming Hanchen nodded and took out a communication soul guide to send a signal to everyone. Ma Rulong gazed at Shuang with awe, pondering that nurturing a 10,000-year-old soul beast cub was indeed a testament to Shuang's prowess. Soon, everyone except Hulaina entered the conference room one by one, their expressions filled with curiosity as they looked at Shuang, wondering from where he had acquired the little girl. After everyone was seated, Xiao Hanchen teasingly remarked, "Shuang, could this possibly be your daughter?" Upon hearing this, many cast angry glares at Xiao Hanchen, including his own sister, Ming Hanchen. "It wouldn't be inaccurate to say she is my daughter." Shuang replied with a smug smile, completely disregarding the increasingly hostile gaze of the Snow Maiden in his arms. "What?" Ming Hanchen could no longer remain seated and stood up in excitement, but Ming Hanchen quickly admonished, "Sit down, such impatience is unbecoming." However, Ming Hanchen felt quite aggrieved, though she refrained from voicing her feelings and reluctantly took her seat. "Very well," Shuang said, concerned that his little fiancé might overthink the situation. He swiftly explained, "The Snow Maiden is a 10,000-year soul beast I encountered in the far north. When I found her, she was in the midst of a recultivation process, and I sealed her with the God Sealing platform. She has just been released." The crowd was utterly astonished. A 10,000-year soul beast transformed from the far north was destined to become a super Douluo. If she were to become a 9th-level soul master, how formidable would she be? Humph. Ming Hanchen turned away, but her eyes furtively glanced at the little Snow Maiden in Shuang's arms, and she was instantly captivated. So adorable. As for the tactical arrangements moving forward, I wish to inform you in advance," Shuang said as he adjusted to a more comfortable position while cradling the little Snow Maiden. "Before we encounter Shrek Academy, neither Xiao Hanchen, Ming Hanchen, nor Juzi will take action. In this year's competition, apart from us and Shrek Academy, only the Imperial AO Academy from the Heavenly Soul Empire possesses a Soul Emperor. I trust you will not disappoint me. Lin Shuang surveyed the group, particularly Ma Rulong and Chen Fei. There were no 6th-level Soul Masters present, and as 7th-level Soul Masters. They understood that failure was not an option. Rest assured, Brother Lin, we comprehend the situation, Chen Fei replied with a smile. If we lose before encountering other teams from Shrek Academy, we will withdraw from Mingdu Hall. Best if it remains so, Lin Shuang nodded in satisfaction. He then inquired of the group, you should have gathered an understanding of Hui Yuhao and Tanga's capabilities during their 10 days in Mingdu, correct? At this, the expressions of the crowd turned serious. No one had anticipated that a 3-ring Soul Master with the blue-silver grass martial soul could pierce through the resilient defenses of a 7th-level Soul Guide. Nor could they have imagined that a 2-ring Great Soul Master could possess such formidable crowd control abilities. Lin Shuang was acutely aware that they had come to understand each other's capabilities, and thus she spoke directly. In light of this, I wish for Tanga and Hui Yuhao to consistently take the stage in the upcoming matches, regardless of the opponents we face. As for the team composition, you may deliberate amongst yourselves. I refuse to accept defeat at the hands of those so-called dark horses, especially with 2 level 7 soul engineers on our side. The others had no objections, for they could not guarantee that their contributions in battle would surpass those of Hui Yuhao and Tanga. Chapter 132. Encountering Shrek? After the meeting concluded, Lin Shuang entrusted the Snow Girl to Meng Hongqin and then retreated to her room to commence her study of soul guidance devices. Lin Shuang had dedicated 5 days in his chamber to the meticulous crafting of the 9th-level Judgment Sword, yet his efforts bore no fruit. However, he was summoned by others. Observing the disdainful gaze of Lin Shuang, Xiao Hongqin elucidated, the Starfall Empire has manipulated the tournament, placing us in the same group as Shrek Academy for the round-robin matches. Tomorrow marks our confrontation with Shrek Academy. Lin Shuang squinted her eyes, intrigued by the intentions of the Starluo Empire. Given the style of Shrek Academy, it was certain that they would pass Lin Shuang's intelligence onto the 3 major empires and other top-tier forces. What could the Starluo Empire's actions signify? Were they attempting to weaken the combat strength of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy through a series of attritional battles? She inquired about the other academies in their group. Xiao Hongqin scoffed, replying, just a bunch of fortunate fellows who don't even have a Soul King among them. Indeed. Within the group comprised of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and Shrek Academy, there were representatives from 8 academies in total. It was certain that both the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and Shrek Academy would advance, leaving the remaining 6 academies to vie for the last 2 qualifying spots in the subsequent knockout rounds. Out of 67 teams, 32 would progress from the round-robin stage. And among the 32 academies that would emerge from the 133 advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, nearly all possessed a Soul King. Thus, these academies, lacking even a Soul King, were indeed quite fortunate to have a chance to advance. Lin Shuang nodded slightly, perhaps seeking to discern something. He addressed Xiao Hongqin, saying, let us proceed to the conference room. Upon entering the room, they found that everyone was already seated, awaiting Lin Shuang's arrival. After taking the little snow maiden from Meng Hongqin's embrace, Lin Shuang settled into his designated seat. The little snow maiden pouted in discontent. Yet she did not resist Lin Shuang's actions, allowing him to gently pinch her small face. Lin Shuang's gaze swept across the crowd, but Hulaina was absent. Jing Hongqin inquired, Lin Shuang, do you have any thoughts regarding tomorrow's competition? Let us wait until Hulaina arrives, Lin Shuang replied. He then used his mental powers to contact Hulaina, as he wished to confirm a particular matter. Provide me with the intelligence on Shrek Academy's performance in the first elimination round, Lin Shuang instructed Jing Hongqin. With a sigh of resignation, Jing Hongqin responded. In the elimination rounds, Shrek Academy only dispatched the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke, Dai Yaoheng, to compete. I have already reviewed his information. Lin Shuang nodded. Concealing information, this behavior was in stark contrast to the Shrek 7 monsters' tradition of showcasing their strength alongside one another in previous years. Thus, could it be that Ma Xiaotao and those 2 young men were Shrek Academy's trump cards this year? While hiding their true capabilities, they undoubtedly aimed to display formidable strength. And Lin Shuang believed no one could surpass Dai Yaoheng. Shrek Academy and the Starluo Empire must be conspiring something significant. Soon, Hulaina entered the conference room, standing beside Lin Shuang, and addressed the young girl, Xiao Hongqin, who sat next to Lin Shuang, with a smile, little one. Would you mind giving up your seat for your elder sister? Not at all, Xiao Hongqin quickly replied, standing up to take a seat at the back. What was the purpose of summoning everyone here? Hulaina inquired of Lin Shuang after settling herself. Her actions evoked immense envy among the male students present. Though the mood for Juzi and Ming Hongqian was markedly less cheerful, Lin Shuang retrieved the notebook from before Jing Hongqian and uncovered a photograph of an individual. She inquired of Hulaina, "Do you possess any information regarding this person?" Hulaina nodded and replied, "He is the contemporary heir of Sea God Island, a direct disciple of the Sea God Douluo. Lin Huichuan is known as the Sea Demon Douluo, but having acquired the Sea God's ultimate trials and the Sea God's trident, Lin Shuang prefers to refer to her as the Sea God Douluo. However, the true Sea God Douluo is the head of the Sea God family from the Sea God Island. Both Sea God Island and the Haotian sect are quite unruly." Lin Shuang paused slightly while holding the hand of the Snow Maiden, his expression darkening. Moistening his parched lips, he declared fiercely, "However, since they have extended their hands, I wouldn't mind severing them as well. The Haotian sect and Sea God Island are merely remnants of two beasts from a millennium ago. And no matter how formidable they may seem, they cannot rival Lin Huichuan. Once Lin Shuang's plan succeeds, they are destined to perish. Even if he cannot obtain the divine trial, Lin Shuang is determined to gather all soul rings, thereby achieving the rank of Limit Douluo. At that moment, with his prowess, he shall undoubtedly reign supreme over the Douluo Continent. Where did you find this little one?" Hua Liana, noticing the Snow Maiden in Lin Shuang's arms, inquired with astonishment, her eyes reflecting a peculiar significance. The transformation of 100,000-year soul beast reminded her of an ancient rabbit, yet her gaze suddenly sharpened. This was no ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. The Snow Maiden? She hails from the extreme north, and she is destined to become the future Ice God, Lin Shuang teased, pinching the little face of the Snow Maiden. Ice God? Huliana's expression grew complex. In her era, there was also a descendant of the Ice God, who mysteriously vanished later on, leaving her fate uncertain, whether she ascended to godhood or perished during the divine trial. Perhaps with her potential, she could indeed become an Ice God. Their exchange caused those present to gaze in astonishment at the Snow Maiden in Lin Shuang's arms. Could a soul beast truly attain divinity? Were they not simply living to serve? However, upon contemplating the disparity between them and the 100,000-year soul beast of ultimate ice, they felt as though they were no different from mere dogs, utterly powerless to retaliate beyond mere barking. "Now, let us discuss tomorrow's arrangements," Lin Shuang stated. He understood the competition format, which involves draws leading to 7-on-7 team battles, 1-on-1 eliminations, and ultimately the final 2, 2, and 3 combat format. Lin Shuang has devised a unique strategy for each game format in which they may encounter Shrek Academy. All that remains is to await the draw tomorrow to determine the specific format of their battle against Shrek Academy. Chapter 133. Hui Yuhao and Tanga take the stage the following day. The members of the Sun and Moon team arrived early at the resting area. As the reigning runners-up, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy enjoyed accommodations that, while slightly smaller than those of Shrek Academy, were otherwise equally splendid. Within the resting area of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, there were 20 plush sofas attended by dedicated servants, and a nearby table laden with an array of delectable foods, fruits, and beverages, all meticulously provided. Lin Shuang sat upon the sofa, observing the various academies entering one after another, his eyes reflecting a persistent mockery. His derision was not directed at these institutions themselves, but rather at the unchanging order and regulations that governed them. The once valiant dragon slayers had ultimately transformed into malevolent dragons. Was not the current Shrek Academy akin to the spirit hall of a millennium past? Both possessed immense power and dominance. Yet the distinction lay in their disinterest in becoming the sovereigns of this continent. Who could truly ascertain the reason? Perhaps, from the very beginning, it was not Shrek Academy that impeded the Sun-Moon Empire, but rather the Sun-Moon Empire that obstructed Shrek Academy. This represents an inevitable trajectory in the development of civilization, akin to the federation of millennia hence, where a wise civilization can have but one leader, one voice. It is conceivable that both Shrek Academy and the Sun-Moon Empire are akin to colossal dragons, though the latter ultimately metamorphosed into the malevolent dragon perceived by the world. "Snow Maiden, come here." Lin Shuang beckoned to the little Snow Maiden seated beside him on the sofa. After several days of interaction with Ming Hongqian, the Snow Maiden gradually acclimated to her human identity. Upon hearing Lin Shuang call her, she haughtily turned her little head away, feigning indifference. Lin Shuang softly remarked, "A piece of eternal ice marrow." "Father." The little Snow Maiden obediently descended from the sofa and dove into Lin Shuang's embrace, exuding an air of innocence. "I'll bring it back for you." Gently pinching her adorable little nose, Lin Shuang held her close. Teams from various academies entered in succession within the Shrek Academy team. Wuing gazed affectionately at Lin Shuang, contrasting sharply with the icy demeanor of the blue-haired youth. It feels like Mingdu, Lin Shuang mused, observing the departing Jing Hongqin and the vanishing Hulaina. 5 years from now, Mingdu will witness the spirit Douluo and the gluttonous Douluo spectating the royal family. The battle against the Dragon Emperor Douluo. Presently, in the Star Luo Empire, there were still those seeking to confront the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Lin Shuang paid little heed to this, believing that unless the full strength of those factions appeared, capturing Jing Hongqin and Hulaina would be an insurmountable task. If it truly came to that, he could persuade the Snow Maiden to abandon her recultivation, joining forces with her, even if Lin Huichuan were to be resurrected. He would face death once more. At this moment, the host was revving up the atmosphere, first announcing the list of academies that had passed the initial round of competition, and then proceeding to explain the grouping situation. The intelligence regarding the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy proved accurate, as they were placed in the same group as Shrek Academy. The crowd's expressions turned somber as they regarded the Star Luo Emperor atop the royal city, alongside the Duke of the White Tiger. Aside from the competitors' resting area, each side of the colossal competition stage featured a waiting zone designated for the Academy representatives currently engaged in battle. After a series of superfluous remarks aimed at stirring the audience's emotions, the host shouted with fervent enthusiasm, "Now, let us welcome the continent's premier academy." The Shrek Academy representative team, alongside their opponents, the Sun Moon Royal Advanced Soul Engineer Academy representative team, to the waiting area. We also invite the captains of both teams to the stage to confirm their match format. Lin Shuang rose, and the entire team from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon followed closely behind him as they made their way to the battleground. The unfortunate little snow girl, not being a contestant, could only sit alone on the sofa. Lin Shuang directed her gaze towards the Shrek Academy, while Ma Xiaotao similarly turned her attention to him. Their eyes met in a brief exchange, and together they ascended the competition platform. The process of drawing the competition method was straightforward. The referee approached the stage with a circular lottery drum. He first allowed Lin Shuang and Ma Xiaotao to inspect it thoroughly. The drum was transparent, eliminating any possibility of concealed manipulation. On one side, there was a small circular opening through which the referee inserted 3 balls, each representing a different combat style. He then turned the opening upwards and instructed both participants to place a palm against the large circular drum. The referee called out, 3, 2, 1. Lin Shuang and Ma Xiaotao exerted their strength simultaneously, propelling the large sphere into the air. If, during this process, no smaller balls were ejected from within, then upon the referee's catch of the large ball and its subsequent inversion, the method of combat it signifies would be determined. Conversely, if a smaller ball were to be released while the large sphere ascended, that would serve as the standard. This marks the inaugural draw of the round-robin tournament. The process was exceedingly smooth. As the large sphere soared to a height of 20 meters, a smaller ball was ejected. The smaller balls came in 3 vividly contrasting colors: red, yellow, and blue. The red signifies team combat, the yellow represents individual combat, while the blue indicates a 2-on-3 tactic. In this instance, the smaller ball that emerged from the large sphere was, indeed, a blue one. Lin Shuang did not resort to using mental powers to manipulate the drawing. In contrast to Hui Yuhao, he exhibited a commendable sporting spirit, refraining from any acts of dishonesty. The referee skillfully caught the small ball while simultaneously retrieving the larger one that had fallen from the air. After presenting the small ball to Lin Shuang and Ma Xiaotao, he signaled to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, situated atop the city walls. He then proceeded to announce loudly through his portable soul-guiding amplifier that Shrek Academy would employ a strategy of 2, 2, and 3 against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Each side was requested to send forth 2 competitors to the arena. Lin Shuang and Ma Xiaotao exchanged glances, their lips curling into faint smiles. As rivals, he possessed a profound understanding of Shrek Academy and was poised to deliver an unexpected surprise. The 2 descended from the competition stage and returned to their waiting area, while the members of Shrek Academy remained still, their gazes fixed upon the direction of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. The 2 contestants representing the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy were none other than Hui Yuhao and Tanga, both hailing from the preparatory team of Shrek Academy. The 2-2-3 battle formation was what Lin Shuang anticipated most eagerly, although such tactics would also be employed during the finals. It was likely that the camaraderie between brothers and masters would be absent during that time. Lin Shuang gazed at Bei Bei, curious whether he would discreetly make choices based on her thoughts. She had prepared a grand gift for him, destined to inherit the title of Dragon God. He must inevitably endure certain hardships. Chapter 134. The conclusion of eternal sovereignty finally, as Tanga and Hui Yuhao stepped onto the competition stage. An enveloping silence fell over the entire arena. It was perplexing why the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, celebrated as the strongest cohort, would send forth 2 children to face Shrek Academy in this round of the tournament. At last, Shrek Academy made its move. The 2 young boys approached the competition platform, and Shuang could not help but smirk, muttering under her breath, "Fools." Tanga observed Bei and Su Sanshi as they advanced toward the stage. Her eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Why, oh why must you take the stage? In her prior plans, Shuang had vowed that if neither Bei nor Su Sanshi appeared, she and Hui Yuhao would surrender without hesitation. However, their entrance had irrevocably altered the outcome. She believed that the transformation she and Hui Yuhao had undergone was sufficient to defeat Bei and Su Sanshi. Even though the latter 2 were formidable soul ancestors with capabilities that surpassed their ranks, while they themselves were merely a great fighter and a soul master. As the 2 ascended the competition stage, gazing upon the familiar visage of the youth, Tanga sighed, Bei, you should not have come here. Shaya, why? Bei, suppressing his emotions, found himself perplexed by Tanga's presence in the Sun Moon Empire, representing the Royal Soul Master Academy. You should concede, Bei. Tanga clenched her teeth, for Shuang had promised that they would not engage Bei. Yet, she did not wish to see him distressed. Nonetheless, how could she refuse Shuang's proposition for the sake of the Tang sect? Once the competition commenced, only 3 would leave the stage. Su Sanshi observed the 2. Exhaling a quiet sigh. Casting a glance at Hui Yuhao, he nonchalantly inserted a slender cigar into his mouth, retrieved a finely crafted soul guide lighter, and ignited it. Taking a deep drag while holding it askew, his demeanor hardly conveyed that of a virtuous individual. His audacious behavior astonished the audience. How brazen to smoke a cigar during a competition. Was Shrek Academy truly so lax? Yet, in contrast to others, the members of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire erupted in laughter, casting disdainful glances towards Shrek Academy. Was this the pride of the continent's foremost academy? The referee furrowed his brow but refrained from comment. The competition rules did not explicitly prohibit smoking, and he dared not provoke Shrek Academy. The competition begins. The referee bellowed, retreating to the edge. Xiaoyu and Bei wished to voice their thoughts. Yet in that instant, Hui Yuhao transformed, his figure swelling into a giant with a green face and sharp fangs, launching a fist towards Bei. Tanga swiftly unleashed her dark blue-silver grass martial soul, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, beneath her feet. The black-blue-silver grass bestowing upon her an ominous aura. In that fleeting moment, Bei activated his martial soul, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Hui Yuhao. He held high hopes for this junior disciple, and as these thoughts crossed his mind, he found himself momentarily distracted in the midst of battle. Casting a glance towards Shuang. At this moment, Shuang wore a smile, uncertain whether her gaze was directed at Bei or at Ma Xiaotao, who stood in the waiting area of Shrek Academy behind him. Suddenly, an overwhelming force yanked Bei's thoughts back to reality. With the immense power of the radiant blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and his superior strength, he was only pushed back 2 steps in response to Hui Yuhao's punch. Hui Yuhao had held back, for their objective had never been Bei. Shaking his tingling arm, Bei turned his attention to the towering giant, his expression growing grave. Titan Snow Demon, little junior brother, though I am unaware of what transpired between you and Xiaoya, I vow to bring you both back. Bei roared, his soul rings illuminating as he engaged in a fierce struggle with Hui Yuhao. At that moment, an indescribable, terrifying aura abruptly manifested on the competition stage. A blood-red light instantly bathed the entire arena, filled with a chilling, brutal, murderous, and frenzied essence that exploded forth. The audience below erupted into frenzied shouts. Unable to believe their eyes, a blood-red soul ring of 100,000 years. Meanwhile, Tanga transformed the ring on her finger into a blue-silver tyrant spear, approaching Su Sanshi amidst the interference of the dark blue-silver grass. Su Sanshi, wielding the Xianming shield, continuously shattered the dark blue-silver grass. Astonished and curious about the significant enhancement of Tanga's strength, it was not that Su Sanshi underestimated Tanga, rather, she had been far too weak before. He could defeat her with a single hand without the use of hidden weapons. Yet now, Tanga had forced him to unleash his soul skills, leaving him utterly astonished. Xiaoya, That's enough. You should withdraw now. If you get injured, Bei will be furious, Su Sanshur cautioned as Tanga drew near, replacing the cigar in his mouth with another, exhaling smoke. A flicker of hesitation crossed Tanya's eyes, but it quickly transformed into determination. She regarded Su Sanshur and retracted the dark blue silver grass. Seeing this, Su Sanshur chuckled. That's the spirit. Hurry and step back. However, Tanga remained silent, thrusting the blue-silver tyrant spear towards Su Sanshur. He merely smirked, casually raising the Xianming shield to block. He was well aware that the fifth soul skill of blue-silver grass soul masters typically manifested as the blue-silver tyrant spear. Yet he was curious as to why someone with merely 3 rings and defined soul skills like Tanga possessed the blue-silver tyrant spear. A hint of reluctance appeared in Tanya's eyes, yet her movements did not falter. On the other side, the battle between Bei and Hui Yuhao unfolded with a one-sided momentum. Although Hui Yuhao was powerful and had previously forced Bei back, Bei was a soul master, equipped with the pinnacle true dragon martial spirit. Had Bei not held back, Hui Yuhao might have already been defeated. As he continued to persuade Hui Yuhao, Bei's gaze turned frenzied upon witnessing Tanga's actions. He glanced at the waiting area of Shrek Academy, where Dai Huabin and Dai Yaoheng, the son of the White Tiger Duke, stood. Titan power. Hui Yuhao swung his right fist with all his might. Bei unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, to combat Hui Yuhao. However, at the moment their fists and claws collided, Bei was hurled away. His right arm twisting at an unnatural angle, pain evident on his handsome features. In the waiting area, Shuang smiled. The first match had been won by the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy, a victory achieved through Shuang's understanding of human nature. Throughout the battle, Bei had refrained from using his fourth soul skill. Unlike the original story, Bei's fourth soul ring was a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring. And the prematurely evolved radiant blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex made him stronger than in the original tale. However, how could he possibly unleash his full strength against his beloved and his junior brother? The moment Bei was knocked off the stage, the spectators erupted in astonishment, all rising to their feet, incredulous at what they had witnessed. How many years had it been? No. It should be said that it had never happened before. A Shrek Academy student perished in the soul fighting competition. Tanga's blue-silver tyrant spear pierced through the Xianming shield and plunged into Su Sanshur's chest, draining his life force. Su Sanshur's gaze fell upon Tanga. Yet his body relaxed, impaled by the blue-silver tyrant spear, losing his life. He seemed stunned, questioning how Tanga could shatter his Xianming shield's defense. He had no time to contemplate his demise. The blue-silver tyrant spear snatched away his life in an instant. Tanga withdrew the blue-silver tyrant spear, which transformed back into a ring in her hand. All of Su Sanshur's soul power and life essence were consumed by the spear, leaving behind a lifeless husk on the ground. The future member of the Shrek 7 monsters, the Eternal Sovereign, the Yin Yue Douluo Su Sanshur, had met his end. His life extinguished before he could even begin to script his legend. Everyone watched in disbelief. Even the members of Shrek Academy stood frozen, unable to fathom that their core disciple had fallen into the hands of a traitor. Regaining her composure, Ma Xiaotao erupted with fury, transforming into the sacred fire phoenix and soaring towards the competition stage. Shuang wore a subtle smile as she stood steadily, observing the unfolding scene. Hui Yuhao exited his martial soul manifestation state and exchanged a glance with Tanga, their silver rings shimmering in unison. The level 7 soul guiding device, the teleportation ring. In an instant, they found themselves in the waiting area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, leaving only the referee on the competition stage to face Ma Xiaotao's wrath. With a resounding crash, the first round of the tournament, though merely a preliminary match, was elevated in significance due to the clash between Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. The competition stage was crafted from the most resilient materials and fortified with an 8th-level defensive soul guiding shield, encasing the arena and its surrounding pathways to protect the audience from the repercussions of the ensuing battle. Ma Xiaotao's sacred fire ignited instantaneously, consuming the 8th-level soul power shield. Shuang was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the formidable strength Ma Xiaotao exhibited. At that moment, beneath Ma Xiaotao's feet, 8 soul rings encircled her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, with the outermost red ring adorned with 3 golden patterns. The split-second activation of the soul power shield compelled Ma Xiaotao to withdraw, sparing the referee from certain demise. Otherwise, Shrek Academy's participation in the competition would have been abruptly concluded. "What are you doing?" the referee exclaimed, anger surging within him as he confronted Ma Xiaotao. However, realizing the gravity of the situation, he grew apprehensive and produced a red card. Attacking the competition stage results in the cancellation of your qualification for this round. Lin Shuai shook her head. Had she known that Ma Xiaotao had already attained the rank of an 8-ring soul Douluo, possessing both a 100,000-year soul ring and a fierce beast soul ring, she would have participated in this round as well. In Lin Shuang's original plan, he intended to refrain from participating in any matches except for the team battles. However, he was taken aback by the extent of Ma Xiaotao's improvement, although she remained significantly weaker than him this year. There was no one aside from Lin Shuang who could rival her in the competition. Ma Xiaotao cast a cold glance at Lin Shuang before returning to the waiting area of Shrek Academy, and the referee breathed a sigh of relief. Had Ma Xiaotao continued her assault, it would have resulted in a fatality, and given Shrek Academy's prowess, it would have been a senseless demise. In the first round of the competition, the representatives of Shrek Academy were the first to be eliminated, with the Royal Sun and Moon Soul Master Academy claiming victory and earning a point. Both teams were then instructed to send 2 players to the stage. From the waiting area of the Royal Sun and Moon Soul Master Academy, 2 individuals emerged, Xiaoheng and Mingdu. Lin Shuang had orchestrated a grand performance to take place after the round-robin phase, intending to battle against Shrek Academy in the elimination rounds, rather than at this moment. Thus, he spared Dai Yaoheng's life, opting not to eliminate him now. Lin Shuang embraced the exhilarated orange and gazed towards Shrek Academy, curious to see whether they would indeed send forth the contestants he anticipated. Under normal circumstances, had Ma Xiaotao been disqualified, the second match of the second round would undoubtedly feature participants from Sea God Island and Haoyan Sect, aiming to defeat the Royal Sun and Moon Soul Master Academy's representatives. However, what if 2 children, neither of whom had yet reached the age of 15, were to take the stage? To avoid any unforeseen setbacks, they would surely exert their utmost efforts, albeit with some reservations. As expected, when Xiaoheng and Mingdu stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in astonishment. The Royal Sun and Moon Soul Master Academy had sent forth 2 groups of children in succession. Was this a blatant provocation towards Shrek Academy? Meanwhile, Shrek Academy sent 2 young men to compete, one with black hair, Tang Feng from Shrek Academy, and the other, with golden hair, was none other than Dai Yaoheng, the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke. Lin Shuang had promised that Juzi would eliminate Dai Yaoheng in this year's grand competition, but not immediately. Rather, it would occur later in the elimination rounds. Would it not be far more advantageous to slay Dai Yaoheng in front of the White Tiger Duke? Who are you up against? Mingdu inquired as she ascended the competition stage, addressing Xiaoheng, with a disdainful glance at Tang Feng and Dai Yaoheng, which made the 2 acutely aware of her contempt. She then said to Mingdu, "You may choose first. Then I shall face that one with black hair." Mingdu replied. The 2's allocation of opponents thoroughly enraged Dai Huabin and Tang Feng. Dai Huabin muttered, "Let us eliminate them later, avenging Su Sanshur." Rest assured. Tang Feng grinned, his gaze icy as he regarded Xiaoheng and Mingdu. A new referee had been appointed due to the terrifying abilities of the contestants, as there were concerns for the referee's safety. Ultimately, it was the Heavenly Tyrant Douluo who took on the role. The match begins. Upon taking the stage, the Heavenly Tyrant Douluo declared the commencement of the contest. Both sides instantly unleashed their immense power. Dai Yaoheng's spirit ring configuration remained unchanged, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. In contrast, Tang Feng's prowess was undoubtedly more formidable, boasting an additional pitch-black spirit ring, making him a 7-ring soul sage with optimal spirit ring pairing. Opposing them, Xiaoheng and Mingdu possessed an even more terrifying spirit ring configuration, though they were merely 6-ring soul emperors. Their first 4 rings consisted of 2 yellow and 2 purple. However, upon reaching their 5th spirit rings, Xiaoheng had a 10,000-year spirit ring, while Mingdu's was a 100,000-year spirit ring. Their 6 spirit rings were also identical, both being 100,000-year rings, unleashing an indescribable aura of terror upon the competition stage. The crimson light illuminated the entire arena in an instant, filling the atmosphere with a chilling, brutal, murderous, and frenzied essence. The audience erupted with fervent cheers for the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. If Wei Yuhao's 100,000-year spirit ring was questioned, no one doubted the authenticity of Xiaoheng and Mingdu's rings. Jing Guang, you will confront that golden-haired individual, commanded Xiaoheng, as a mass of metallic liquid materialized beside him, with both sides preparing for confrontation. In the round-robin matches, each team only encounters another once, correct? Tang Feng asked Dai Yaoheng, a manic glint flickering in his eyes. Chapter 136, The three-legged golden toad Xiao Hongchen's lips curled upwards as a flash of golden light appeared. Surprisingly, from his posterior, an additional leg emerged, entirely gilded. Simultaneously, a dazzling golden aura enveloped his entire being. With a slight crouch, he displayed 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, and 1 red spirit rings, which shimmered brilliantly. His slightly arched back revealed golden protrusions erupting from his attire, radiating a soft golden glow. All at once, his first, third, and 6th spirit rings illuminated simultaneously. With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed at least 100 metallic spheres into the air, which instantly hovered and enveloped him entirely. An extraordinary scene unfolded the next moment. From these metallic spheres, thick metal barrels emerged as if they were growing. Indeed, it felt as though they were sprouting, generated from nothingness rather than being released by Xiao Hongchen. In mere moments, he transformed into a formidable figure akin to a giant porcupine. Dai Yaoheng and Tang Feng swallowed hard, exchanging glances and nodding before charging forward. However, Xiao Hongchen's soul metal spirit and Ming Hongchen would not permit them to interrupt him. Yet, a shocking turn of events occurred. The protective soul power barrier surrounding the competition stage suddenly dissipated, and the ambient energy in the arena was assimilated into gold elements by Xiao Hongchen's 100,000-year spirit skill. The Kira Golden Tulip. The 2nd and 4th spirit rings took the place of the 1st and 3rd, revealing countless golden light points in the air, rushing toward Xiao Hongchen with an unstoppable force. As each light point drew near his form, it radiated a faint golden halo, reminiscent of flames igniting. The rich metallic aura surged as these golden light points integrated, causing the metal barrels to emit resplendent brilliance, instilling trepidation in all who beheld it. Xiao Hongchen manifested 128 soul-guided cannons, all composed of 7th-level soul-guiding devices. With a metallic clang, all barrels autonomously calibrated, aligning toward Tang Feng and Dai Yaoheng, as well as Ming Hongchen and the Golden Spirit engaged in battle with them. The soul-guided cannons behind Xiao Hongchen inexplicably bent and redirected forward, transcending mere soul-guiding control. Dai Yaoheng and Tang Feng exchanged glances and struck not at Xiao Hongchen, but aimed to restrain Ming Hongchen. As long as they remained within proximity, Xiao Hongchen would refrain from unleashing the cannons against them. Xiao Hongchen lifted his gaze towards Xu Jiaowei of the Star Luo Empire, his smile growing increasingly deranged. At this moment, the protective soul power barrier of the competition stage had been shattered. Thus, what spectacle would unfold upon the deployment of these 128 7th-level soul-guided cannons? Lin Shuang gazed expectantly at the competition platform. These explosions, of course, would not fully erupt. Someone from the Star Luo Empire would intervene. However, isn't it rather amusing to openly slap the face of the Star Luo Emperor? Among the 5 soul skills employed by Xiao Hongchen, excluding the 6th, the 1st and 3rd skills used simultaneously were metal control and golden condensation. The metallic spheres he cast were essentially the core formation arrays of soul-guided cannons, while the barrels were temporarily solidified by his manipulation of metal elements. He always carried a substantial amount of metal powder, which he could shape into any form under his control. Following this, the 2nd and 4th soul skills were Golden Boiling and Golden Sacrifice. The purpose of Golden Boiling was to significantly enhance the activity of his metal soul power derived from the 3-legged golden toad, exponentially increasing his control over metals for a brief period while absorbing substantial metal elements from the air for temporary use. Golden Sacrifice, on the other hand, involved burning the condensed metal elements to generate immense energy. It was the simultaneous use of these 2 skills that endowed him with the ability to launch such a multitude of soul-guided cannons. His soul power consumption was merely reflected in the release of the soul skills. The force sustaining the soul-guided cannons came entirely from the metal elements themselves. Xiao Hongchen's ability to manipulate over 100 7th-level soul-guided cannons stemmed from one of the 2 terrifying soul skills granted to him by the Tulip of Qi Luo, elemental assimilation, which converted the energy of the entire Star Luo square into golden elements, sustaining his control and utilization of these soul-guided cannons. Casting a glance at the celestial Douluo, Xiao Hongchen unleashed the soul-guided cannonballs amidst the wide-eyed astonishment of onlookers. 128 7th-level cannonballs, though not fixed-position ones, carried explosive power comparable to 8th-level fixed-position cannonballs. The 9th-level fixed-position cannonballs were the foundation of the Sun Moon Empire. A single one could intimidate the limit Douluos Yin Shaozhe and Lin Huichuan, along with numerous super Douluos. The spirit of metal itself was immune to physical attacks. As Dai Yaoheng's white tiger's destruction struck it, it entered the dreaming sea of Ming Hongchen, appearing in the form of energy and spirit. As long as Ming Hongchen did not reject it, it could naturally reside within his dreaming sea. Subsequently, Meng Hongqian utilized the ring of teleportation to return directly to the waiting area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. On the competition platform, only Xiao Hongqian and 2 contestants from Shrek Academy remained. With a smile on his face, he regarded them. His white hair billowing in the wind stirred by the launching cannonballs, pride glimmering in his heterochromatic eyes. The purpose of this battle was to showcase the soul-guided devices of the Sun Moon Empire while securing victory. If they wished to kill, they would save it for the finals. Xiao Hongqian did not leave the platform. He was confident in surviving the edges of the explosions, eager to witness the splendid fireworks. Chapter 137. Victory, we concede. Dai Yaoheng and Tang Feng shouted, unable to believe that a mere 14-year-old could possess such mastery over soul-guided devices, wielding such terrifying power. The sky, already dark, became even dimmer as the clouds dispersed. Starry light shone brilliantly, and streams of stellar energy descended from the heavens. Above the royal city, Emperor Su Jiawei of the Star Luo Empire rose to his feet. As the most gifted individual in the royal family over millennia, his power was beyond question. With 9 soul rings appearing beneath him, he was indeed a 9-ring title Douluo. He manipulated the starlight to form a protective shield around the competition platform. While the celestial Douluo stood guard before Tang Feng and Dai Yaoheng, the celestial starlight did not transform into a shield. Instead, it countered the 7th-level soul-guided cannonballs fired by Xiao Hongqian. Boom! Su Jiawei shielded the civilians from harm as the celestial Douluo protected Tang Feng and Dai Yaoheng behind him. At that moment, Xiao Hongqian found himself at the edge of the explosion, a soul power shield emanating from him, with a faint red glow emanating from his chest. 9th-level soul device, red dust protection. The prowess of mirror red dust continuously elevated, leading to advancements in the study of soul devices. Once a proud creation, it was no longer challenging to produce. Thus, as his descendant, both Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian possessed a piece of red dust protection. Xiao Hongqian's soul power was already immense due to his fusion with the soul rings and bones, and now, with the use of red dust protection, his defensive capabilities were formidable, the terrifying explosion failing to disturb the shield in the slightest. Dust and smoke rapidly enveloped the entire competition platform, the sounds of explosions echoing relentlessly. Lin Shuang turned and exited the waiting area, heading to the resting area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, where she picked up the little snow girl and settled onto the sofa. The competition had concluded. They had triumphed over Shrek Academy. Xiao Hongqian's current strength far surpassed his counterpart in the next tournament of the original narrative. After obtaining his 6th soul ring, Xiao Hongqian had devoted little time to cultivating or studying soul devices. However, due to his fusion with a 100,000-year soul and the acquisition of a 100,000-year soul ring and several 100,000-year soul bones, his soul power had ascended to the 64th level, with an exceptionally high quality, even condensing a soul core. Throughout, Xiao Hongqian had solely utilized soul devices, refraining from employing any aggressive soul skills or bone techniques. His strength now rivaled that of a soul Douluo, and alongside Meng Hongqian, their martial soul fusion skill, red dust affection, could even vanquish the celestial Douluo Huang Jinshu. At that moment, the Star Luo Square was eerily quiet, all eyes fixated on the competition platform. As the explosions ceased, Su Jiawei returned to his throne. Starlight enveloped the smoke, revealing the scene on the platform. The celestial Douluo stood before Tang Feng and Dai Yaoheng, while Xiao Hongqian faced them. Between them lay a massive pit, the competition platform itself almost 100 meters in size, and this gaping hole measured nearly 10 meters wide, plunging 7 or 8 meters deep. Gasps echoed from the audience, as if everyone collectively inhaled sharply. It is worth noting that this competition platform was crafted from extraordinarily precious ores, having endured countless competitions over the years without damage. The fact that it had now been shattered suggested that Xiao Hongqian had surpassed all previous competitors. The atmosphere in Star Luo Square was as silent as a library. They yearned to cheer for Xiao Hongqian, yet upon reflection, they were subjects of the Star Luo Empire, while he represented the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. The celestial Douluo sighed quietly and announced, "The representatives of Shrek Academy concede. The representatives of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy earn another point. Congratulations to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy for defeating Shrek Academy 2-0. The celestial Douluo's words resonated throughout Star Luo Square, and the audience comprised not only citizens of the Star Luo Empire, but also those from the Douling Empire, the Tianhan Empire, and even subjects of the Sun Moon Empire. Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. A frenzy of cheers erupted as Xiao Hongqian stood on the competition platform, his white hair billowing, a mocking smile curling upon his lips. Shrek Academy, Houghton sect, but so much less. He descended from the platform, returning to the resting area alongside the others who had been waiting, each finding their place to sit. All eyes followed Xiaohongchen. Gazing toward the resting area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, their attention resting on Lin Shuang. As the captain of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, who had never competed before, just how formidable was her strength. Tang Feng and Dai Yaoheng appeared momentarily stunned, standing on the competition stage with a look of bewilderment in their eyes. Both were prodigies destined to attain the rank of titled Douluo, with Tang Feng even being the heir to the Haotian clan. Yet, they faced defeat at the hands of a mere 14-year-old boy. A bitter pill for their proud hearts to swallow. Well done, Lin Shuang praised Xiaohongchen. That sort of opponent? I could at least take on 10 of them, Xiaohongchen declared with a sense of pride. Lin Shuang smiled and nodded, yet her thoughts diverged from her expression. Tang Feng was the heir of the Haotian sect, and if all went as expected, he likely possessed that particular technique. Although he was merely a soul saint at present, should he disregard the consequences, he could potentially unleash an attack of titled Douluo caliber. After all, the Haotian sect's great Sumera hammer was renowned as a divine skill. Lin Shuang gently caressed the little face of the snow maiden and inquired, "Would you prefer to return to the hotel, or shall we remain here to watch the match?" "I wish to watch the match," the snow maiden replied, her interest piqued by the battles of human geniuses. As a being born from the primordial essence of the extreme north, she was a 10,000-year soul beast from the moment of her birth, possessing unparalleled attributes that rendered her formidable even against 100,000-year soul beasts. Coupled with her terrifying innate talents, her combat prowess had always been one of overwhelming dominance. Even when facing the Beast God Emperor, she and the Ice Emperor could compel him to retreat in the vast expanse of the extreme north. Now that she had become diminished in power, it was only natural for her to seek to learn the arts of combat. Lin Shuang had also made significant strides in his research on the Level 9 Judgment Sword, with at least a dozen days remaining until the next battle with Shrek Academy. There was no rush to return. Lin Shuang remained, and naturally, the others chose to stay as well, for there were dedicated attendants here, along with an array of exquisite delicacies and beverages. Chapter 138. The Gluttonous Arm, severed seated in the lounge area. Lin Shuang's little snow maiden gazed intently at the combat unfolding on the arena. After a titled Douluo from the Star Luo imperial family intervened, the arena was restored to its previous state within an hour. During this time, the audience was in an uproar, but with the use of a soundproof soul device. Lin Shuang continuously teased the little snow maiden in his arms. The dignified Ice Empress of the North, the Snow Empress, had become his daughter. What an amusing turn of events. As the arena was repaired, the clamor of the spectators gradually subsided. Those who were dissatisfied had been ushered out by the guards. After witnessing the intense battle between Shrek Academy and the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of Sun Moon, what more could they possibly complain about? The subsequent matches were essentially a series of trivial skirmishes, yet they held merit. Those ordinary advanced academies executed their tactics to perfection, with cunning schemes emerging one after another, all aimed at defeating their adversaries or vanquishing them at minimal cost. "I wish to compete." The snow maiden tugged at Lin Shuang's sleeve, expressing her desire. "Very well. You may participate in the upcoming matches," Lin Shuang nodded. As for whether she could succeed, he could always consult with the Emperor of Star Luo, Su Jiawei. Later that evening, the competition continued, but only the little snow maiden and Hui Yuhao seemed thoroughly engrossed. Hui Yuhao, endowed with the innate talents of the Titan Snow Demon King, alongside the benefits of his soul bones, was nearly on par with his elder brother, Bei Bei. However, as the core of their team, Hui Yuhao needed to learn more tactics to fully utilize his mental detection capabilities. The little snow maiden, on the other hand, simply relished the spectacle of these trivial battles. Her own strength was formidable, and she could easily contend with ordinary soul kings, for she was the most fearsome presence of the extreme north. The snow maiden's martial soul was of exceptionally high quality, originating from the top-tier Ice Empress. Under the power of the Ice Goddess staff, it ascended to the caliber of a divine martial soul, comparable to the six-winged angel and sea god martial souls from 10,000 years ago. The ultimate power of ice and snow placed her martial soul's quality on par with that of the Frost Titan, the ancestor of the Titan Snow Demon King. Although she lacked the formidable physique of the Titan giant bloodline, the ice she wielded was the most terrifying ice attribute on the Douluo Continent. Enhanced, her ice attribute surpassed even that of the Ice Emperor, and combined with the ultimate snow, the Snow Empress could be said to possess dual supreme attributes. Naturally, with the legacy of once being the Snow Empress, her strength far exceeded her current level, and as she continued to grow stronger, her power would multiply exponentially. With nearly 700,000 years of the Ice Empress's essence, 10,000 years of Snow Lotus, coupled with the Ice Goddess' divine power and the essence of ancient ice, the Snow Maiden's life force was no less formidable than that of the beast deity. Even if she were to abandon her cultivation at this moment, she could still withstand the seventh tribulation. However, the Snow Maiden harbored greater ambitions. Even if she successfully overcame the seventh tribulation, there remained the eighth and potentially even the ninth. She did not believe she could surpass all tribulations, thus she made a choice to ascend to divinity in human form. Even if she became a soul beast, she would ultimately be unable to attain godhood. Yet now, she had the opportunity to become the ice god she once revered, an opportunity that might only come once in a lifetime, and she could not afford to forego it. Having resolved to cultivate anew, the Snow Maiden was wholeheartedly dedicated, watching the trivial battles. Lin Shuang found little amusement and entrusted the Snow Maiden to Juzi before departing the Star Luo Square. In a flash of white light, Lin Shuang's figure vanished, prompting Wuing, who had been observing him from the Shrek Academy lounge, to hastily leave the Star Luo Square. Somewhere above a forest outside Star Luo City, an unbalanced battle was underway. Jing Hongchen was suppressing the gluttonous Douluo, while Hulaina had the upper hand over Yin Xiaoxia. Jing Hongchen and Hulaina had not appeared at Star Luo Square as they were engaged in combat with two formidable opponents from Shrek Academy. The gluttonous Douluo was the closest to becoming an ultimate Douluo, not because he was the strongest among them, but due to his ability to sense spatial power, which allowed him to master a formidable soul skill called Sky Repairing Technique, a skill he had previously employed against the body Douluo to mend fractured spaces. Among the numerous 98-level Super Douluos, the gluttonous Douluo's strength was only slightly superior to Shrek Academy's Eagle Douluo. The other 98-level Super Douluos, like Lin Shuang's elder brother, the Death Douluo Zhang Liwu, dared to pursue Emperor Tian and could even escape from him, undoubtedly the strongest at this tier. The Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit sect also needed no introduction, as a fellow 98-level Super Douluo, having obtained the Snow Swan's kiss. His power as an evil soul master was undeniably terrifying. The Grand Priest of the Holy Spirit sect was shrouded in mystery, with a mental prowess that had reached a tangible and substantial level, rivaling that of the ultimate Douluo. Despite a slight deficiency in soul power, as an evil soul master, his strength was nearly equivalent to that of an ultimate Douluo. Lastly, the body Douluo, Immortal Poison, had 300,000-year soul rings, which placed his soul spirit on par with an ultimate Douluo, yet this very fact limited his further growth. Although he might be slightly weaker compared to other 98-level Super Douluos, he was the only one among them with the potential to become an ultimate Douluo. The Grand Priest of the Holy Spirit sect had slightly weaker soul power. While his mental strength was formidable, his soul power could not surpass a certain threshold. The Grand Elder's mental prowess, in contrast, was too weak, and a forced breakthrough could yield dire consequences. Immortal Poison, on the other hand, was deeply rooted, with his 300,000-year soul rings amplifying his soul power to a level comparable to that of an ultimate Douluo. However, this very strength hindered him from condensing a second soul core under the interference of his immense soul power. Zhang Liwu faced similar constraints. His power was too chaotic, and any breakthrough could likely result in a backlash from his own strength. At present, the gluttonous Douluo was still among the weaker entities among the Super Douluos, facing overwhelming pressure from Jing Hongchen, who had consumed divine herbs and reached a soul power level of 96, mastering the pinnacle of the 9th-level soul engineer realm. Unable to break through the defense granted by the veil of red dust, he was also wary of the judgment sword in Jing Hongchen's hand, feeling more constrained than ever. In a flash of red, a sudden movement appeared beside the gluttonous Douluo, who instinctively sidestepped, but his right arm was severed at the shoulder, and in that moment, his aura surged dramatically. Lin Shuang grasped his severed arm and appeared beside Jing Hongchen, her eyes filled with helplessness as she witnessed the scene. The Tao Douluo's severed arm was drenched in blood, his gaze fierce and unwavering as he fixated on Lin Shuang. "You have certainly brought us a tremendous dilemma," Hulaina remarked, returning to Lin Shuang's side with a hint of dissatisfaction. "A fine item indeed, the right arm bone of a 900,000-year-old ancient bull demon." Darkness enveloped Lin Shuang's hand as she began to dissolve the Tao Douluo's severed limb. Flesh and blood vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a piece of pitch-black soul bone. Chapter 139. Wuing, it seems you have been pushed to a dire situation, Yin Xiaoxia observed, casting a glance at the Tao Douluo, his eyes brimming with melancholy. "You should leave. I will hold them off," the Tao Douluo declared resolutely. Yin Xiaoxia shook his head, rejecting the Tao Douluo's suggestion. "Let me be the one to hold them off." You cannot perish here." As he spoke, a potent aura of light radiated from Yin Xiaozha, transforming into a luminous phoenix towering over 100 meters. As a limit Douluo, his strength was far beyond mere appearances. The Taodai Douluo glanced at Yin Xiaozha and, without hesitation, turned to leave, fully aware of Yin Xiaozha's hidden capabilities. He would not perish here. In the instant the Taodai Douluo turned away, the radiant power emanating from Yin Xiaozha erupted, a terrifying energy seemingly engulfing the heavens and earth, dissolving all in its path. Phoenix Nirvana. The colossal luminous phoenix in the sky gradually became ethereal, transforming into a fearsome force of light that erupted in full force at that moment. Everyone hurriedly fortified their defenses. The luminous phoenix was already one of the most elite martial souls, and its complete eruption was nothing short of extraordinary. Jing Hongchen magnified the protective soul power shield of Hongchen, countering the ferocious force of light. Lin Shuang's feet pressed firmly against the earth, causing the ground before him to surge upwards in an instant. With the enhancement of his strength and the exceptional quality of the previously attached soul bone, this fragment from the 10,000-year-old Earth Tyrant Rhinoceros, now fused with the Earth Dragon Golden Melon Soul Core, possessed a quality that rivaled that of ferocious beast soul bones. Behind Hulaina, her foxtail swayed gracefully. Should Lin Shuang and Jing Hongchen's defensive measures prove ineffective, she would resort to her ultimate defense. Ultimately, as Jing Hongchen's soul power was exhausted, the protective barrier bestowed by the red dust dissipated. Fortunately, Lin Shuang's defensive techniques were sufficiently formidable, gradually diminishing the rampant power of light. Under the control of Lin Shuang's left arm bone of the Holy Light Dragon, the radiant energy continuously decomposed and dispersed, drifting through the realms of heaven and earth. Everything fell into tranquility, save for the blood spilled upon the ground, a testament to the severed limb of the gluttonous Douluo. Leaving no further traces behind, Yin Xiaozha's figure vanished without a trace. Such terrifying strength, Lin Shuang marveled, compared to the fearsome power of the true dragon martial spirit. The Phoenix martial spirit's power of nirvana seemed even more formidable. Yin Xiaozha's Phoenix rebirth was in no way inferior to Lin Huiyuan's irreversible fate, perhaps even surpassing it. Shrek Academy, Hulaina whispered, "Is this the power you left behind?" Lin Shuang shook her head and remarked, "It shall not be this way next time." They had revealed far too much information this time. Lin Shuang's strength and Hulaina's presence had severed an arm from the gluttony Douluo, significantly weakening Shrek Academy. However, next time, it would likely not be limited to just Shrek Academy. Next time, we shall eliminate them. Jing Hongchen's complexion was pale, yet he maintained an air of arrogance. Of course, Lin Shuang chuckled. With their current strength, why should they hesitate? Hulaina remained silent, gazing in the direction the gluttony Douluo had fled, choosing not to pursue. This battle concluded here, but next time, they would take the initiative. "Let us depart," Lin Shuang stated, her figure flickering before vanishing. Hulaina followed closely behind, leaving Jing Hongchen standing alone. Meanwhile, the fleeing gluttony Douluo encountered Wuing, and the two faced each other. The gluttony Douluo's arm had ceased to bleed, and he inquired of Wuing, "Did Lin Shuang send you to await my arrival?" "Not at all," Wuing replied with a calm tone, though a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. She contemplated slaying the now weakened gluttony Douluo and presenting his head to Lin Shuang. Yet, her sense of belonging to Shrek Academy made her abandon that thought. She asked the gluttony Douluo, "Your arm was ambushed by Lin Shuang." The gluttony Douluo casually responded, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. "You can make your way to Star Luo City alone. I shall return to the academy first." With that, he disregarded Wuing and departed. As she watched the gluttony Douluo's figure recede into the distance, Wuing stood rooted in confusion. Shrek Academy and Lin Shuang had diverged onto completely opposing paths, destined to become enemies. What was she to do? Why did you not take action just now? Ma Xiaotao appeared beside her, curiosity evident in her voice. The moment Wuing left, she sensed something amiss and discreetly followed, only to discover that Elder Xian had sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, Wuing had not disappointed her. Wuing smiled, "Your strength is indeed becoming increasingly formidable, Xiaotao." Ma Xiaotao's long hair billowed as divine flames enveloped her. "Just now was your only chance to betray," with Elder Xian gravely wounded. "I am not your match at this moment. Using the Sun God Bell, you could have obliterated us both. Do you wish to make a move?" The golden crow true fire ignited around Wuing as she cast a piercing gaze at Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao fell silent, the divine flames retracting into her being. "If it were not for Lin Shuang." "Indeed, if it were not for Lin Shuang," Wuing laughed, extinguishing the sun true fire. Her smile radiated a sense of carefree liberation. If she truly felt powerless, then perhaps evasion was the wisest course. Before the final outcome was revealed, it was best to avoid confronting it all. Had it not been for Lin Shuang's journey to Shrek Academy, she might never have become the heir to the Sun God. Nor would she have reaped such benefits or encountered Lin Shuang. She had never regretted her choices, only felt a tinge of melancholy, for perhaps fate was always tragic, leading those in love down entirely divergent paths. Lin Shuang harnessed the power of space to swiftly return to Xinglua City, re-entering the room at the Starlight Grand Hotel to continue her research on the Level 9 Judgment Sword. To effectively counter Ma Xiaotao's soul guiding device, at the very least, a Level 9 soul guiding device was required. Although she was uncertain of the fortuitous circumstances that had befallen Ma Xiaotao, Lin Shuang understood that only a Level 9 soul guiding device could vanquish her. Securing the championship was a trivial pursuit for Lin Shuang. Thus, the objective of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy this year was to showcase the formidable nature of soul guiding devices. Additionally, Lin Shuang recalled a saying, "From despair comes hope." Even the sacred fire phoenix, she contemplated, might be subjected to a complete transformation of its attributes. Chapter 140, Secrets of the Haotian Sect. Knock, knock, knock. As Lin Shuang retrieved the blueprints and materials, a series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. She paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing her eyes, before rising to answer the door. Standing at the threshold was Tang Feng, the heir of the Haotian sect, who had today been defeated by Xiao Hanchen. He gazed at Lin Shuang with a complex expression before kneeling on the ground. This unexpected action rendered Lin Shuang momentarily speechless. She did not assist Tang Feng in rising but, intrigued, inquired, "What is it that you seek?" It was evident that Tang Feng's presence here, in his humbling demeanor, stemmed from motives beyond mere personal interest. "If you help me slay 2 soul beasts, we shall offer the unwavering loyalty of the entire Haotian sect." Lin Shuang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha. It seems that those 2 soul beasts have left you quite dissatisfied." Lin Shuang turned around and returned to her room, seating herself on the sofa. She addressed Tang Feng, who was kneeling at the doorway, saying, "Please come in and take a seat." Tang Feng nodded and entered, settling down on the sofa opposite Lin Shuang, his gaze filled with both hope and anxiety. He yearned for Lin Shuang to rescue the Haotian sect from its dire predicament, yet he also feared that she might decline his plea. "Present me with a compelling reason." Lin Shuang replied, not directly acquiescing to Tang Feng's request. "The Haotian Douluo is, after all, merely the elder of the Haotian sect." "How absurd!" Tang Feng scoffed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He mocked not only himself, but also the once great Haotian sect. Has the foremost sect of the world, once revered a millennium ago, truly descended to such depths? 2 soul beasts now hold the position of sect master, while the Haotian Douluo has been relegated to the status of a mere elder. I have come here with the intent to witness the potential and evolution of soul-guiding devices, Tang Feng stated earnestly. The power of laughing red dust astonished me, and I believe you shall prove even more formidable. The soul-guiding devices are indeed mightier than the world perceives. Lin Shuang nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with intrigue as she regarded Tang Feng. Taking a deep breath, Tang Feng addressed her solemnly, before coming to Haotian sect. "My mentor informed me that if the Sun Moon Empire possesses formidable strength, Haotian sect is willing to submit, provided you can eliminate those 2 spirit beasts. Tell me about Haotian sect's combat capabilities and the strength of those 2 creatures." Lin Shuang's curiosity was piqued. She had long wondered about the current power of the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, remnants of an era 10,000 years past. It was inconceivable that they had not yet reached the level of a limit Douluo. Clenching his jaw, Tang Feng replied, "Over a millennium ago, a member of Haotian sect betrayed us in pursuit of a 100,000-year spirit ring. He confronted the Titan Giant Ape, a super Douluo at the 97th rank, wielding the Great Samurai Hammer S-ring explosion technique. Even detonating all 9 spirit rings only managed to wound it. Both beasts possess strength rivaling limit Douluos, standing at the pinnacle even among their peers. The Sky Azure Bull Python commands the deceleration domain, while the Titan Giant Ape wields the gravity domain. Ordinary titled Douluos can scarcely withstand a single strike from them. As for Haotian sect's current strongest, my mentor, Haotian Douluo Tang Yuan, is a 98th rank super Douluo. By sacrificing his life through the Great Samurai Hammer, he could grievously injure one of them." Here, Tang Feng's voice turned bitter with resentment. "Were it not for those 2 beasts, my mentor might have become a limit Douluo. They fear Haotian sect." "Spirit rings?" Lin Shuang inquired. "Indeed," Tang Feng admitted grimly. "Though they permit our spirit masters to hunt lesser beasts for rings, They forbid the slaying of 100,000-year spirit beasts. Those who defy this face the annihilation of their families and relentless pursuit. Without 100,000-year rings, relying solely on 10,000-year rings makes ascending to limit Douluo nearly impossible. Since their arrival, no Yin Douluo has ever reached that pinnacle again. His composure fracturing, Tang Feng nearly shouted, "If the Sun Moon Empire aids us in slaying those beasts, I, as the next Yin Douluo, pledge my allegiance. My submission would signify Houghton Secta's surrender to your empire." Lin Shuang's gaze remained impassive. "And your worth?" "The Sun Moon Empire lacks neither super Douluos nor means to cripple limit Douluos. Every 9th-rank soul engineer rivals a super Douluo, and we possess 9th-rank fixed soul-guided artillery. If you offer no value, you shall not leave here alive." Rising, she summoned her 8.5-rank Sword of Judgment. Drawing a steadying breath, Tang Feng declared, "By my own talent. I attained the rank of Spirit Sage at 18. I am certain I can fuse a 100,000-year ring for my 8th Spirit Ring, and for my 9th, the Titan Giant Ape's own. With these, I will undoubtedly ascend as a limit Douluo." His fate, and Houghton Secta's hope, now rested in Lin Shuang's hands. Lin Shuang chuckled, pondering the prospect of a future limit Douluo. Indeed, there seemed to be potential for investment. He nodded and produced a piece of pitch-black soul bone, declaring, "This is the right arm bone of the ancient bull demon, aged 90,000 years. Consider it your compensation. Swear by your martial soul." Tang Feng accepted the ancient bull demon's soul bone, unaware that it originated from the gluttonous Douluo of Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, even if he had known, he would have unreservedly complied. "I, Tang Feng, swear by my martial soul to remain loyal to Lin Shuang. Should I break this oath, may my martial soul shatter and my soul power dissipate." An inexplicable force enveloped him, and Lin Shuang smiled with satisfaction. Tang Feng's talent, it seemed, could rival only a few others in the current Sun Moon Empire, beside Lin Shuang himself, Dream Red Dust, Orange, and Laughing Red Dust. Although Hui Yuhao and Tang Ye possessed formidable talents, they could not guarantee their ascendance to the ultimate heights. Yet, Hui Yuhao was blessed with opportunities, as was Tang Ye. Even if their talents were somewhat inferior to the most terrifying prodigies, they still held extraordinary chances that could potentially surpass their peers. Hui Yuhao's Dream Eye Silkworm and Ilex, alongside Tang Ye's Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, all bore the power to aid them in achieving divinity. Ilex, a being who once teetered on the brink of becoming a death god and was a former child of light, embodied the calamity of the undead and the divine arts of death. His strength was sufficient to assist Hui Yuhao in attaining godhood. Conversely, the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear was an artifact forged from Tang San's soul skill, embodying the essence of Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul with its terrifying devouring attributes. Coupled with Tang Ye's dark blue-silver grass talent, it was more than capable of consuming all forms of power. "What is your current soul power level?" Lin Shuang inquired of Tang Feng. In his grand design, everything was set to commence in 5 years. The next 5 years would be mere skirmishes. The Sun Moon Empire required this time to fully mature. Once 5 years had elapsed, the strength of a nation could rival the entire continent. Recreating the scenario from 4,000 years prior, when the Sun Moon continent clashed with the Douluo Continent. However, this time, they would not be defeated. Victory for the Sun Moon Empire was assured. As for my feelings on the launch, one might say that, from your perspective, this is a hard-earned achievement. It is no small feat to reach this stage. I shall not elaborate further. There are 2 forms of additional updates. Firstly, there will be 10 updates on the first day. Secondly, for every 1,000 starting point coins or QQ reading book coins donated today, there will be an additional update. Capped at 30 updates. This can be settled within approximately 3 days, but the 1,000 donation bonus is limited to today. I hope my fellow readers can lend their support. It is indeed a challenge to launch a new work. Chapter 141. Inkstained Tang Feng honestly replied, Level 72. Lin Shuang nodded. Extracting a celestial herb from the heart of darkness. The ice and fire duality, is indeed terrifying, possessing dozens of such celestial herbs, which speaks volumes of their formidable nature. Although many of these herbs are primarily of the ice and fire attributes, there is no shortage of divine medicinal herbs that exert a profound influence on both mental fortitude and physical prowess. The herb that Lin Shuang presented to Tang Feng is known as the 100 Spirits Blood Ginseng, imbued with an extraordinary vitality force. While it may not grant the indestructible body cultivated from the wondrous heavenly mushroom, it nonetheless enhances the user's limbs and invigorates their blood vessels, making it a perfect complement to the vast Sumeru hammer of the Haotian sect. This particular herb, the 100 Spirits Blood Ginseng, is birthed from an immense vitality force. containing a staggering amount of life essence that can fortify the physique of the consumer, enhancing their limbs and invigorating their circulatory system. However, the sheer magnitude of this vitality is overwhelming. Should an ordinary person attempt to consume it, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by its terrifying power. If you can safely ingest this 100 spirits blood ginseng, you will possess the potential to become an ultimate Douluo. Within 5 years, I shall lead a force to assault the Houghton sect. Lin Shuang made such a promise to Tang Feng, and then returned to sit on the sofa, saying, "All right. You may go back now. If you survive after consuming the blood ginseng of the 100 spirits, do not seek me during the competition. Instead, after it concludes, visit the Mingdu Hall under the pretext of external training." "I understand," Tang Feng replied, putting away the soul bone and blood ginseng of the 100 spirits before departing from the place. Lin Shuang's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. He was most curious about the choice that would be made in the face of the sect's descendants and his wife's companions. Would he choose to take them away after the defeat of the Azure Sky Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, returning to the formidable Yin Douluo? Or would he turn against this group of rebellious descendants? Or perhaps, once all was said and done, he would lay the blame for this affair upon Lin Shuang. The participant, retracting the promise of the Shuang trials, Lin Shuang sought to revisit her understanding of Tang's San, to discern the depths to which he had descended, and whether he had irrevocably transformed into a malevolent dragon. However, the evening unfolded swiftly, and soon everyone returned to the Starlight Grand Hotel. Lin Shuang set aside the blueprints in her hands and entered the conference room, utilizing the communication soul guide to summon all present. She took her seat beside Jing Hongqian. While Hu Laiyan chose not to partake in this assembly, as she held no interest in the matters at hand, which were irrelevant to her. Lin Shuang cradled the Snow Maiden in her arms, playfully teasing her for a moment before finally addressing the assembly. Much to the chagrin of some present, the Snow Maiden will participate in this year's competition, and one among you must withdraw from the contest. Specifically one who has yet to take the field. Undoubtedly, Lin Shuang's declaration sent a ripple of unease amongst several individuals. At present, those who had participated included Xiao Hongqian, Meng Hongqian, Tang Ye, Hui Yuhao, as well as Ma Rulong, Chen Fei, Lin Shi, and Mi Jia, who had competed alongside Hui Yuhao and Tang Ye a few days prior in the elimination rounds. Lin Shuang and Juzi are certainly not going to withdraw from the competition. Thus, there are only 3 individuals remaining who have yet to participate: Chen Fei's younger brother, Chenin, who has refrained from competing in the elimination rounds due to sharing the same martial spirit and tactics as his elder brother. Besides him, there is Li Yan, who possesses the fiery martial spirit of Li Hua, and a 5th-level soul engineer named Mo Ran, a character who has never appeared in the original work. And Mo Ran, though a newly conceived supporting character, will make several appearances in the future. She is the only female competitor from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy this year, aside from Juzi and Meng Hongqian, and is regarded by Lin Shuang as a talented individual. Her martial spirit is the formidable soul beast, the Evil Eye Tyrant, the sovereign of the evil forest. Initially, her martial spirit was not the Evil Eye Tyrant, but rather its descendant, the Evil Eye. Only upon reaching 10,000 years of age does the Evil Eye Soul Beast transform into what is commonly known as the Evil Eye Tyrant. While she was still at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Lin Shuang recognized her potential and assisted her in fusing with a 70,000-year-old skull of the Evil Eye Tyrant, which facilitated her martial spirit's evolution into the Evil Eye Tyrant, thereby earning her a place in this year's competition. However, due to her previously modest talent and her young age of only 18, despite the fusion of a soul bone, her soul power stands at merely level 52. If not for her extraordinary aptitude in soul engineer technology, nearing the threshold of becoming a 6th-level soul engineer, she would not have qualified to be part of the reserve team. With her purple hair cascading in soft waves and her exquisite features taut with anxiety, her violet eyes brim with worry as she gazes at Lin Shuang, fearful of becoming the one disqualified from the competition. Lin Shuang deftly produced a 4,000-year-old left leg bone of a lightning leopard and tossed it directly to Chunin, saying, "Your talent surpasses that of your elder brother by quite a margin. However, since your martial souls are identical and your research directions for soul guidance devices align, this soul bone is a token of compensation for you." Chunin fumbled to catch the soul bone, while Chun Fei quickly interjected, "Lin Ge, my strength is actually somewhat weaker than my brother's. How shameless can you be, even to your own brother?" Chunin retorted in dissatisfaction, even going so far as to tug at Chun Fei's hair. Throughout, the soul mentor resembled a researcher. One could discern this from the barren crown of the starry sky Douluo. For Chen Fei, his sparse hair was of utmost importance, leading the two brothers to engage in a playful scuffle. Enough, Jing Hongchen exclaimed as he pounded the table. The stern hall master commanded a certain level of respect and fear among the onlookers, prompting the two brothers to cease their antics. Mo Ran and Li Yin simultaneously exhaled in relief, albeit with a tinge of envy directed at Chen Fei, for that was indeed a soul bone. Among the representatives of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy, apart from Ming Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen, Zhi, Hui Yuhao, and Tanga, Lin Shuang held only Ma Rulong and Mo Ran in high regard. Among the rest, Chen Fei, akin to Xiao Hongchen from the original story, had excessively consumed drugs to enhance his strength. However, compared to Xiao Hongchen, who had achieved the rank of Soul Sage, Chen Fei's soul power, standing at merely level 61, undoubtedly showed far less potential. Chen fared slightly better than Chen Fei, with potential nearing that of Ma Rulong, yet he still lagged behind. However, with dedicated resource allocation in the future, he could potentially ascend to the rank of a level 9 soul mentor. This is precisely why Lin Xuan bestowed upon him an additional soul bone, for such quality soul bones held little value for him. Xiao Xiaofeng, on the other hand, was rather superfluous. With a food-type soul master like Zhi, Lin Xuan saw no need to invest resources in cultivating Xiao Xiaofeng, whose potential was rather ordinary. Ma Rulong possessed substantial potential to become a level 9 soul mentor in the future, and with Lin Xuan's investment, he could indeed become a pillar of the Sun Moon Empire, with his martial soul being the great ape spirit that enhances soul power. Ma Rulong might evolve into a walking soul-guided artillery. Although Mo Ran had once experienced challenges, he wielded the top-tier beast martial soul, the Evil Eye Tyrant, which boasted dual attributes of exceptional quality. With diligent effort, becoming a title Douluo would not be far-fetched, and with adequate resources, he could even ascend to the status of a super Douluo, despite their drug consumption. Tanga's admission into the Sun Moon Empire led Lin Shuang to acquire from her the texts on pharmacology from the Tang sect, where he discovered the method to concoct the Qianquan transformational pill. In comparison to Hui Yuhao, Lin Shuang had uprooted most of the celestial herbs, leaving only the seeds behind. Even with a larger group, should dozens consume a diluted Qianquan transformational pill, the increase in strength might be modest. Yet it would sufficiently counterbalance the side effects of the drugs. Chapter 142. Rewards. Thus, this matter was settled. Chenin, you shall continue residing in that dwelling, and later I shall speak with Su Jiawei to have your competition slot exchanged for that of the Snow Maiden. Lin Shuang rose, adjusting into a more comfortable position while cradling the Snow Maiden. The adorable little Snow Maiden squinted her eyes, for she was the extreme North Empress. This rascal truly treated her like a child. Yet, under the overwhelming might of Lin Shuang, the Snow Maiden obediently nestled in his embrace. Lin Shuang gazed at the trio and said, Tanga, Hui Yuhao, and Mo Ran, come with me. With that, he cradled the little Snow Maiden and exited the conference room. Presently, the only individual under Lin Shuang's command endowed with divine potential was Ming Hongchen. However, rather than merely possessing this potential, it would be more accurate to assert that she was destined to attain divinity. Lin Shuang and Ming Hongchen shared similar talents, yet, relying solely on innate abilities rendered them somewhat inferior. After all, the combined strength of the Blood Moon and the Solar Martial Soul could not possibly rival the might of a divine martial soul inherited from the lineage of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Could it? Nevertheless, Ming Hongchen had inherited the powers of 2 Dragon Kings that were comparable to first-level deities, while Lin Shuang was destined to acquire the strength of 2 divine monarchs in the future. Although this remained uncertain, Lin Shuang always exuded an inexplicable confidence. If Ling Er and Wu Ming were to be included, they too could join this esteemed company, yet Wu Ming still lingered at Shrek Academy, and Lin Shuang had not been in contact with Ling Er for over 6 months. The 3 individuals summoned by Lin Shuang possessed the innate talent for divinity, yet have not undergone the divine examination. Tanga wields the blue-silver tyrant spear, a supreme artifact whose synergy with the devouring properties of the dark blue-silver grass has already demonstrated her potential. The same holds true for Hui Yuhao. However, Lin Shuang possesses a singular opportunity for ascendance, and he finds himself in a quandary, deliberating on whether to bestow this power upon Hui Yuhao or Mo Ran. In his previous life, Lin Shuang harbored a fantasy. What if his martial soul were to be the same as Hui Yuhao's, an entity martial soul known as the Spirit Eye? Ultimately, he conceived the idea of completely merging the Evil Eye in the Evil Eye Sovereign's soul rings, integrating the Evil Emperor at the 9th soul ring, thereby altering the attributes of his innate martial soul. By harnessing the power of the evil emperor, he aimed to achieve the golden awakening of his innate martial soul. Who, then, is the evil emperor? He reigns as the master of the evil eye sovereign, a soul beast transformed from the eye of the evil god. If he could merge the eye of the evil god with his own, would he not gain the powers of the evil god and ascend to divinity? Even if he could not attain the 9 trials of the evil god, possessing an innate martial soul awakened to a divine level would at least allow him to become a priest. Yet, Lin Shuang remained uncertain about Hui Yuhao's loyalty. His will was undeniably steadfast, yet his heart was fragile, longing for his father's affection, merely due to the punishment from the Qian Kuan asking emotions valley. He began to relinquish his hatred towards Dai Hao, a notion that seemed rather absurd. As for Mo Rand, should she acquire the evil god's blood as a reward from Lin Shuang's system, her martial soul could potentially transform into that of the evil eye sovereign, granting her a divine-level martial soul. However, Mo Rand's character is quite paradoxical. While she presents herself as a domineering queen, she is, in reality, a delicate individual with a hint of cunning. Lin Shuang harbored doubts about whether, lacking the heavenly dream ice silkworm like Hui Yuhao, she could match the mental prowess of the evil emperor while merging the 9th spirit ring. Otherwise, it would not be a mere fusion of the evil emperor's spirit ring with Mo Rand. Rather, it would signify the evil emperor seizing control of Mo Rand's body, potentially leading to the resurrection of a true malevolent deity. Furthermore, prior to this, Mo Rand must successfully integrate the blood of the evil god, which embodies the essence of divine power, albeit in a diluted form. In simple terms, Mo Rand was woefully inadequate. Lin Shuang harbored a deep-seated mistrust towards Hui Yuhao. However, Mo Rand lacked the requisite abilities, leaving Lin Shuang in a state of helplessness. Nevertheless, he summoned Mo Rand to join them, intending to nurture her potential. After all, she was a prodigy with a top-tier spiritual attribute martial soul, having already consumed a precious soul bone from the evil eye tyrant, which was 70,000 years old. It was imperative to cultivate her talents. Even if he could not foster the future evil god, Lin Shuang still aimed to develop a level 9 soul miner to recoup his investments. Cradling the Snow Maiden, Lin Shuang led the trio into his chamber, taking a seat on the sofa and gesturing for them to feel at ease. However, despite his invitation, the 3 remained standing, obediently positioned before him, their gaze fixed on Lin Shuang as he playfully interacted with the petite Snow Maiden. Lin Shuang glanced at Hui Yuhao and said to him, "In the upcoming battle against Shrek Academy, it is unlikely that any members of the reserve team will take the field. Therefore, your next task is to eliminate another son of the White Tiger Duke during the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament. In the meantime, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy will devote all its efforts to your training." Standing over 2 meters tall, Hui Yuhao appeared rather comical in his modest demeanor, while the Snow Girl tugged fiercely at Lin Shuang's hair, expressing her dissatisfaction with their actions against the Titan Snow Demon King. Yet, what could she do? She could only endure her discontent towards Lin Shuang, as it was merely the Titan Snow Demon King. Among the Titan Snow Demon clan, there were certainly those who had survived the first heavenly tribulation, and soon, once the next Titan Snow Demon passes the second heavenly tribulation, a new Titan Snow Demon King will emerge. Lin Shuang was not to be trifled with, yet during this period, the Snow Maiden had been relentless in her torment of Hui Yuhao. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, trembling with fear, had already recognized the identity of the Snow Maiden and informed Hui Yuhao. Consequently, he chose to avoid her, for she was the sovereign of the far north, a force he could not afford to provoke. Only the heavenly dream ice silkworm jested about Hui Yuhao attempting to court the Snow Maiden, gazing at his own towering, rugged stature, and the Snow Maiden nestled in Lin Shuang's embrace. Hui Yuhao could not suppress a shiver, fearing that he might meet his demise at Lin Shuang's hands before he could even succeed. After Lin Shuang conveyed her message to Hui Yuhao, he promptly replied, "I understand. I shall not disappoint your expectations." A flicker of excitement passed through Hui Yuhao's eyes. Even though Lin Shuang harbored doubts about his loyalty, his hatred for Dai Huabin was genuine, and he yearned intensely to eliminate him, seeking vengeance against the White Tiger Duke's lineage. Lin Shuang placed a soul bone on the table and remarked softly, "This is the left arm bone of the 10,000-year King Ant. A reward for you and Tanga for eliminating Su Sanshur of Shrek Academy." The crowd was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining their senses, Hui Yuhao was filled with ecstatic joy, while Tanga reflected on the recurring images from her dreams, wondering if she should have eliminated Bei Bei as well. "Thank you, Teacher Lin Shuang." Adhering to the customs of Shrek Academy, Hui Yuhao still referred to Lin Shuang as his teacher, despite her lack of teaching experience. The knowledge imparted by Lin Shuang was undeniably valuable, earning her Hui Yuhao's utmost respect during that period. Well, Lin Shuang nodded, instructing, "Take the soul bone and go to your room to merge with it." As Hui Yuhao stepped out, he unexpectedly encountered a surprising sight. Tang Wutong and a blonde beauty were also in the corridor. Upon seeing each other, both Hui Yuhao and Tang Wutong were momentarily taken aback. Regaining their composure, Hui Yuhao turned away without a glance and proceeded to his room. His gaze filled with deep emotion as he held the 10,000-year soul bone. It was evident that Lin Shuang's plan to win Hui Yuhao's favor had been remarkably successful. As for the rarity of the 10,000-year King Ant's left arm bone, such treasures could only unleash their full potential in the hands of the right individual. Moreover, even if Hui Yuhao were to betray her, Lin Shuang could still reclaim the soul bone. Conversely, if Hui Yuhao remained loyal, having a prodigious subordinate would certainly be a source of joy. Chapter 143, Securing Tanga after Hui Yuhao departed. Lin Shuang gazed at Tanga and Mo Ran. Both were exceptionally talented, but in comparison to Tanga's steadiness, Lin Shuang harbored greater concerns for Mo Ran. Lin Shuang produced a pair of nearly transparent purple soul bones, which were the leg bones obtained from the death of Lin Huichuan, belonging to the 30,000-year-old evil demon whale. Tanga, this is the reward for your slaying of Su Sancher. I hope you will remain loyal to the Empire and not betray my trust. Tanga appeared momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the soul bones placed upon the table. She recognized the exceptional quality of these bones, surpassing even the 100,000-year soul bone taken by Hui Yuhao. Yet, a flicker of familiarity crossed her eyes. These soul bones felt oddly known to her, yet entirely foreign. They were the twin soul bones from the 30,000-year-old evil demon whale king, possessing identical soul skills. Such high-quality soul bones would yield remarkable effects even in the battles of a super Douluo. Tanga silently nodded, securing the soul bones before stepping into the adjoining suite of the room. This scene left the other three in a state of astonishment. None were children anymore. Fully aware of Tanga's intentions, even the seemingly youthful Snow Maiden was an ancient being who had lived for several 100,000 years. A gentle smile adorned Lin Shuang's face. How could he possibly decline the advances of the Tang sect's leader? In stark contrast, the Snow Maiden pouted discontentedly, sensing that Lin Shuang was not the virtuous individual he seemed. Preoccupied with pressing matters, Lin Shuang had no choice but to deal with Mo Ran first. In truth, he harbored a slight regret for having brought Mo Ran and the Snow Maiden along. Lin Shuang did not produce the heart of the evil god. Instead, she revealed a white jade box placed upon the table. Through the translucent jade, one could discern a delicate black flower nestled within. Addressing Mo Ran, Lin Shuang remarked, "This is a celestial herb known as the blood of the god of death, which harbors terrifying mental toxins. However, for soul masters possessing both mental and poison attributes, it serves as an exceptionally suitable medicinal resource. Should you consume this herb, there will be a profound transformation in your mental strength and the mental toxins within you. If you can fulfill my requirements one day, I shall offer you an even greater opportunity." Observing Mo Ran's eagerness after she had tucked away the box containing the blood of the god of death, Lin Shuang quickly advised, "Very well. Return to your chamber and consume this herb. The process may indeed be excruciating, yet it poses no mortal danger and may yield significant rewards." "I understand." Mo Ran replied obediently, though her expression betrayed a hint of regret. Yet, she dared not defy Lin Shuang's command. Next, a considerable dilemma remained. Gazing at the little snow girl in her arms, Lin Shuang smiled and said, "1 piece of 10,000-year-old shimbing marrow." 2 pieces. Agreed. After exchanging 2 pieces of the rare marrow, Lin Shuang delivered the little snow girl to Juzi before returning to her suite. Upon entering, she found Tangyo adorned in a flowing red veil, lying alluringly on the bed, which stirred Lin Shuang's interest greatly. "My dark blue silver grass can consume all forms of vitality," Tangyo reminded her. In response, Lin Shuang promptly withdrew her safety measures, placing them back within the heart of darkness, akin to a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey. Thus, Lin Shuang delivered a stern penalty to Tangya, the consequence of her provocation. After a night passed, Lin Shuang emerged from the suite, invigorated, and proceeded to take a shower. Meanwhile, Tangya lay exhausted on the bed, her gaze hazy, seemingly still recovering. After a brief wash, Lin Shuang returned to the suite, now impeccably dressed, and seated himself before the weakened Tangya. "Though I am uncertain as to why you acted thus, you have indeed earned my trust. However, you must comprehend that this is not absolute trust." "I am fully aware," Tangya replied, a flicker of resentment flashing in her crimson eyes as she continued. "Yet, while all have forsaken the Tang sect. You have brought me to the Sun Moon Empire and even dispatched a 9th-level soul master to aid in its resurgence. Since I possess not to repay you, I shall offer you the entire Tang sect. Her words bore no pretense. They were her genuine sentiments, and Lin Shuang recognized their authenticity. Rest well, Lin Shuang said, placing over a dozen invincible shields beside Tang Ye's pillow before departing the suite. Standing at the bedside, pride brimmed in Lin Shuang's eyes. At not yet 20, he stood atop the world, justifiably proud and brimming with confidence. It is time to seek Su Jiawei, Lin Shuang declared, vanishing from his location and reappearing instantaneously within the Star Luo Imperial City. At this hour, the competition had yet to commence, with nearly an hour remaining. Su Jiawei, currently dining within the palace, wore a furrowed brow. The princess beside him couldn't help but offer comfort. Royal brother, his strength is indeed formidable. Yet there are still the Haotian sect and others to balance the top-tier power of the Sun Moon Empire. Those hidden factions have resolved to emerge entirely. My concern lies not with that. Su Jiawei shook his head, sighing inexplicably. Then what troubles you, royal brother? Su Jiao inquired curiously. What he feared, naturally, was me. Lin Shuang appeared suddenly, startling the concealed powers around him. A shadow soared from Su Jiawei's own shadow, while another elder emerged from a corner. To think. The ghostly martial soul of this era is not singular, Lin Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. Did you slay my disciple? The shadow coalesced into a figure. An elder with a sinister aura, speaking with an icy tone. If he guarded the dark demon ghost flower, then indeed, he met his end at my hands. Lin Shuang acknowledged calmly, perceiving the Super Douluo as no longer a threat. Ghost Elder, Su Jiawei restrained the elder, signaling him to remain composed. Another Super Douluo approached, positioning himself protectively beside Su Jiawei. What do you intend? Su Jiawei inquired of Lin Shuang after securing the ghostly martial soul. Why the tension? Lin Shuang scoffed lightly. Addressing Su Jiawei, I merely seek to alter a contestant's qualification, replacing Chinin from the reserve team of the Royal Soul Master Academy with a girl named Snow Girl. She has yet to compete, and this should pose no difficulty for His Majesty, correct? Su Jiawei exhaled deeply, a rueful smile emerging. The girl named Snow Girl. Her age and martial soul, all will naturally be updated in due course. 6 years old, I7 Snow Girl Martial Soul. Chapter 144. The round robin concludes. I7 Snow Girl. Princess Su Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. Though others appeared shocked, they maintained their composure, taking deep breaths to steady themselves. Su Jiawei assured Lin Shuang. I understand. When the time comes, Chen An's qualification will be transferred to the Snow Girl. If you have no further matters, please take your leave of the palace. Lin Shuang, with a serene smile, remarked, If your Majesty harbors any resentment, feel free to send someone to trouble me at any time. However, for every individual who comes, I guarantee that one from the Xingluo royal family shall perish. Upon finishing her statement, Lin Shuang vanished from sight. The Super Douluo, who had been concealed in the shadows, revealed himself beside Su Jiawei, trembling with fear as he exclaimed, The power of space. He is a limit Douluo. How is this possible? He is clearly a contestant in this year's Soul Master competition, still under 20 years of age. It cannot be that he is a limit Douluo. The others were equally astonished. Su Jiawei, with a wry smile, turned to his sister and said, Jujio. If we encounter the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy during the competition, it is best to concede immediately. It was not just Lin Shuang. The terrifying talents and strength of Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian were also a source of concern for the Xingluo Empire. For this reason, Su Jiawei no longer prioritized the royal family's pride, placing the safety of the participants from the Xingluo Royal Academy above all. The futures of these individuals could potentially lead them to become Soul Douluo, pillars of the nation. He could not afford to sacrifice their prospects over a mere dispute of ego. Lin Shuang returned to the Starlight Grand Hotel, seated in the conference room. Engrossed in her reading, each morning, the Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon convenes for a meeting, which occasionally extends for an extended duration, however. More often than not, the gathering promptly proceeds to the Starry Square once all participants have arrived. Lin Shuang entered the conference room not long before Tanga arrived. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. However, Tanga, seemingly unfazed by the encounter, casually took her seat as if nothing had transpired. Soon after, others began to trickle into the room. The Snow Maiden was escorted by Juzi, and just as the departure time approached, Jing Hongqian leisurely made her entrance. Upon seeing Lin Shuang, she appeared slightly taken aback but nonetheless proceeded to sit at the foremost position. I have an announcement to make, Lin Shuang addressed the gathering. Starting today, the Snow Maiden will replace Qin and Spot in the competition. When we face weaker teams during the round-robin matches, she will have the opportunity to participate and gain experience. Sounds good, replied Xiao Hongqian, the first to respond, reclining languidly in her chair. Lin Shuang harbored no concerns for the safety of the Snow Maiden. Without mentioning the presence of others to protect her, he had bestowed upon her dozens of invincible shields, ensuring that she would have ample time to concede in the face of danger. Naturally, no one else voiced objections, even Qinin, who ought to have been a victim. Wore a broad smile. What value does honor hold? It pales in comparison to the worth of a soul bone. So be it. Lin Shuang nodded and addressed Jing Hongqian, saying, I would appreciate your vigilance regarding their safety. I have just issued a threat to Su Jiawei. He has a formidable super Douluo with a ghostly martial soul at his disposal, and I fear they may resort to nefarious tactics. I understand, Jing Hongqian acknowledged, nodding. He was familiar with the ghostly martial soul, an exceptionally peculiar type. While its combat capabilities might not be extraordinary, its very nature was undeniably strange. By merging with certain soul beast soul rings, one could acquire similar abilities, though their potency was limited. Moreover, as a martial soul associated with dark soul masters, it was rare for those wielding ghostly martial souls to surpass the title Douluo level, or to attain 100,000-year soul ring upon breaking through to that rank. Such occurrences were nearly impossible. Thus, Lin Shuang confirmed once more, nodded, and exited the conference room, returning to his quarters. Lin Shuang resumed her research on the Sword of Judgment, and as the days passed, the round-robin tournament drew to a close. She successfully crafted her 9th-level Sword of Judgment. The 8.5-level Sword of Judgment was bestowed upon Ma Xiaotao. This soul guide took the form of a colossal sword, rendering it somewhat unwieldy. Neither Shui Hongqian nor Meng Hongqian, nor even Juzi, possessed the physique suitable for wielding such a large soul guide. Qin Fei, on the other hand, lacked the requisite strength to utilize the Sword of Judgment, prompting Lin Shuang to entrust it to Ma Xiaotao. With the enhancement from his great-headed spirit ape martial soul and a 7th-level soul power amplification soul guide, Ma Xiaotao could transcend 2 major realms, wielding the 8th-level soul guide at the cultivation level of a soul emperor, thus gaining strength surpassing that of a soul sage. This was precisely why Lin Shuang valued Ma Xiaotao. He had demonstrated his potential. Throughout the tournament, the members of the Royal Soul Master Academy's representative team were in peak condition, defeating Shrek Academy and subsequently dominating the remaining matches, their morale reaching an unprecedented high. Unsurprisingly, Shrek Academy also advanced from the first group. Given that there were 9 other teams in different groups, they enjoyed 3 days of respite after concluding their round-robin matches. Seated in the conference room, Lin Shuang addressed Jing Hongqian, saying, Sell all the defective soul guides we brought from Mingdu Hall. We must acquire every soul bone, rare metal, an extraordinary material at this starry sky auction. Naturally, Jing Hongqian replied with a chuckle, Mingdu Hall may lack many things, but money is not one of them. The materials worth over 100,000 gold soul coins could be transformed into soul guides, fetching hundreds of millions in return. Coupled with research funds from the royal family, Mingdu Hall had rarely faced an economic crisis. At the upcoming premier auction at the Starry Sky Auction House, there would undoubtedly be a plethora of valuable items. With the impending battle, it was wiser to exchange gold soul coins for resources that could enhance their strength rather than let them languish in storage. Lin Shuang gazed at the crowd and spoke slowly. We have successfully advanced from the round-robin matches. The upcoming contests are likely to present a one-sided affair. It is highly probable that we will encounter Shrek Academy in the quarterfinals. Maintain your composure. Do not let your egos swell. That battle will be of utmost importance. Never underestimate your adversaries. Chapter 145. Forced registration during the round-robin phase. 67 teams were divided into 8 groups, designated as Group A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. Should the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and Shrek Academy emerge from Group A, they will face the 2 teams from Group B. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy will compete against the 2nd seed of Group B, while Shrek Academy will face the 1st seed. Once the victors are determined, the winning teams will advance to the top 8, where they will meet again in the quarterfinals, the semifinals. Will the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy be defeated? Certainly not. Shrek Academy will also not fall to any other academy, thus ensuring an inevitable clash between the 2 in the quarterfinals, an early showdown akin to the finals. Returning to the hotel room, Lin Shuang settled on the sofa and retrieved a stack of blueprints, the Level 9 Soul Engineer device, Ice Phoenix Spreading Wings. The design blueprints obtained during the Orange registration depict an Ice Element Soul device, serving as an auxiliary tool capable of altering the climate and possessing flight capabilities, though regrettably lacking in offensive power. As a reward from the system, the Level 9 Soul Engineer blueprint for Ice Phoenix Spreading Wings stands as a premier device, not inferior to the pseudo-Level 10 devices like the Sun Fractured Feather or the Fire Phoenix Sword Sheath, yet still comparable to Yi Yulin's Sun Moon Divine Needle and Lin Shuang's recently crafted Judgment Sword. Although Lin Shuang does not possess an ice element martial spirit, he can certainly create it for Snow Girl. Moreover, the blueprints feature several Level 9 soul formations, many of which are novel to Lin Shuang, sparking his keen interest. As the sky outside darkened, the Starry Auction House prepared to commence its premier auction for the evening. The Soul Master Academy's battle tournament in Star Luo City occurs once every 20 years, presenting a lucrative opportunity and an array of fortuities. Notably, items such as the Snow Emperor Embryo and the left arm bone of the Ice Scorpion, as well as the Level 8 Soul Engineer device, have an opening cannon, which contains a Level 9 core formation, are among the coveted treasures. For the individuals from other empires, the significance lies not in the soul devices themselves, but rather in their core formations and blueprints, enabling them to replicate these devices. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded, momentarily startling Lin Shuang, who wondered why someone would be at the top floor of the Starry Hotel at this hour. Upon using his mental perception, he quickly realized the situation. He tucked away the Ice Phoenix Spreading Wings blueprints and used his mental force to open the door. "Why have you returned here?" Lin Shuang inquired curiously. He and Tang Wudong were designated foes, yet in her previous identity as Wang Dong, she had vowed never to become his enemy. However, Lin Shuang thought little of it. What did Wang Dong's promise have to do with her current identity as Tang Wudong? Throughout, Lin Shuang remained an enigmatic figure before the heroine of this era. As Tang Wudong entered, she regarded Lin Shuang with a calm demeanor. "As your father's successor, why do you wish to become a lackey of the Sun Moon Empire?" "Lackey? No, the Sun Moon Empire serves as my pawns. Speaking of which, if your father truly acknowledges me as a successor, shouldn't you refer to me as senior brother?" Lin Shuang teased. Tang Wudong furrowed her brow. Having returned to her body too soon, she had only briefly inhabited the identity of Wang Dong. She was no longer the slightly proud Wang Dong, but rather a haughty and scheming princess of the divine realm. A stark contrast to the tearful little girl she once was. Lin Shuang deliberately pinched her delicate nose, jesting, "You've changed quite a bit." "You." Tang Wudong's brows shot up in indignation, but recalling Lin Shuang's prowess, she knew she could not contend with him. "Just wait. Victory will ultimately belong to Shrek Academy," she declared before turning to leave. Lin Shuang, lounging on the sofa, made no effort to close the door, instead casually remarking, "Aren't you coming in? How long do you intend to linger outside?" As Lin Shuang's words resonated, a golden-haired maiden gracefully entered the room, even clad in the green uniform of Shrek Academy. Her extraordinary beauty could scarcely be concealed. She appeared no older than 14 or 15, her figure tall and harmonious. Cascading waves of golden hair flowed down her back, and her skin was as fair as snow. Her eyes resembled a tranquil pool, exuding an air of elegance and refinement with every glance. Like the delicate glow of a crescent moon or the snow-laden branches of blossoming trees, her gentle and captivating demeanor rendered her breathtakingly exquisite, overshadowing all else in her presence. Lin Shuang inquired curiously, "Jiang Nanan from Shrek Academy, if I am not mistaken?" "It is I," she affirmed with a nod, leaving Lin Shuang somewhat perplexed. If Tang Wudong had not attended the Starlight Auction House today, Lin Shuang could comprehend the situation, as she lacked a need for soul bones and would not employ soul-guiding devices. However, why had Jiang Nanan chosen not to attend? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nanan stated, "You have slain Su Sanshur, and I wish to convey my gratitude to you." Upon hearing this, a smirk of sarcasm tugged at the corners of Lin Shuang's mouth, for it was evident that this was merely a transaction of equals, yet Jiang Nanan presented herself as if she had been wronged. Lin Shuang utilized her mental power to close the door, a playful smile gracing her lips as she addressed Jiang Nanan. "So, how do you wish to express your gratitude towards me?" Jiang Nanan was momentarily taken aback. She had merely followed Tang Wudong out, but was discovered eavesdropping by Lin Shuang. Hence concocting an excuse, she was not here to offer thanks. "Since you're unaware, allow me to enlighten you on how to express your gratitude," Lin Shuang declared as she rose to her feet. In an instant, Jiang Nanan realized her body was no longer under her control, and she began to move towards the suite involuntarily. "What are you doing? Let me out at once," she shouted in anger, tinged with a hint of fear. "Do not struggle. Under the influence of my mental power, your voice cannot escape," Lin Shuang replied, shedding her outer garment, her flawless figure unveiled before Jiang Nanan. Lin Shuang has never been a virtuous individual, nor has he ever claimed to be one. The notion that a malevolent soul master could be a good person is quite absurd. As for Jiang Nanan, Lin Shuang harbors certain thoughts about her. Not merely due to her beauty, but because she is one of the Shrek 7 monsters in the original narrative, destined to be the wife of the deceased Su Sanshi. After eliminating her, seizing the future bride of another is rather intriguing, is it not? Of course, the primary reason remains that Jiang Nanan is indeed stunning. Her exquisite legs even fulfill Lin Shuang's fantasies of not having traversed back to a millennium ago. As for the present, that is but a mere fantasy. However, Jiang Nanan before him possesses a figure that rivals that of the rabbit from 1,000 years past, Tang Wudong's mother, Xiao Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in Jiang Nanan. Reward, 1 Chenkuan creation pill. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Shuang's actions became increasingly ruthless, devoid of any protective measures, causing tears of humiliation to well up at the corners of Jiang Nanan's eyes. Simultaneously, under the seductive influence of Lin Shuang's terrifying spiritual power, she gradually began to succumb. Chapter 146, Becoming the Evil Dragon? Lin Shuang showed no mercy towards Jiang Nanan, resulting in her abject misery. Yet, did Lin Shuang care? Certainly not. When the individuals from Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire Soul Master Academy returned at night, they did not convene any meetings but rather embarked on their own pursuits, leading to Jiang Nanan's suffering going unnoticed, even her disappearance remaining undetected. From dusk until 3 in the morning the following day, Lin Shuang's relentless torment left Jiang Nanan in a daze, seemingly overwhelmed by a blend of pain and pleasure. Lin Shuang's indulgence came to an abrupt end as a sinister thought took root within her. She threatened Jiang Nanan, saying, during the remaining days of the Soul Master competition, "You shall visit me every night. Should you dare to inform anyone else, I will take action against your family." Lin Shuang has pushed the characteristics of the idiom extremely vicious to the utmost limits. A young girl, who bears no grudges against him, finds herself subjected to his coercion and relentless pursuit, with no intention of letting her go. After the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, "I shall reward you for your diligent service during this time, so tread carefully," Lin Shuang teased, inserting his fingers provocatively into her space as he spoke to Jiang Nanan. "You are a devil," Jiang Nanan retorted, her eyes devoid of vitality, seething with resentment towards Lin Shuang. "Do not despair. Think of your family," Lin Shuang said, lifting her chin with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A sticky sensation coursed from her neck, and Jiang Nanan's cheeks flushed with indignation. This scoundrel had the audacity to press that thing against her chin. "Rest assured, after the Soul Master competition concludes, I shall cease all contact with you. In return, I will bestow upon you a high-grade soul guiding device and 1 million gold soul coins. 1 gold soul coin is sufficient for a family's sustenance for half a year. Thus one can only imagine the magnitude of this sum for Jiang Nanan." While she cared little for the gold soul coins, she was deeply troubled by the thought of Lin Shuang finding her family. "You must guarantee that you will not trouble my family," Jiang Nanan gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with animosity. Lin Shuang curled her lips into a playful smile and addressed her, "You may leave now. Be punctual at my place tomorrow night at 10. Jiang Nanan's eyes were filled with animosity as she fixed her gaze on Lin Shuang, seemingly intent on etching his visage into her memory. Her attention drifted to the torn gown and undergarments nearby, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. She retrieved a new outfit from her storage soul guide. However, upon feeling the dampness on her body, her brow furrowed. Lin Shuang had left behind more than 3 rounds of ammunition, raising her concerns about potential repercussions. Yet, she remained silent as she donned her attire and stepped outside, uttering not a single word. Her expression was vacant, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as she contemplated the consequences of various scenarios that had unfolded. After Jiang Nanan's departure, a wicked smile crept across Lin Shuang's face. Perhaps becoming a malevolent dragon was the most exhilarating prospect of all. To act without restraint, indeed, a chaotic order brings the greatest relaxation and comfort. Lin Shuang mused with a hint of excitement. However, his exhilaration was fleeting, for it was not yet the time for complacency. Despite possessing strength akin to that of the ultimate Douluo, he had yet to reach the level of a title Douluo. Lin Shuang was unable to encounter a soul beast of satisfactory age to become his 9th spirit ring. Lin Shuang's intention was to acquire the 9th spirit ring through the divine examination. However, his heart swelled with a sense of arrogance as he cast a challenging glance at Tang San, fully intending to follow through with his plan. After calming his inflated emotions, Lin Shuang took a seat in the suite, retrieving an assortment of uniforms and selecting garments that suited Jiang Nanan's figure, various styles of alluring attire. contemplating the idea of using a different outfit for each night. The following morning, the room was restored to its original state. Shuang proceeded to the conference room. Curious about what treasure would serve as the highlight of the Starlight Auction House, especially in the absence of the Snow Empress embryo. The teams participating in the competition that day were not of particular concern, as their outcomes were already anticipated. However, in order to allocate the soul bones and other items acquired from the Starlight Auction House, Shuang had instructed everyone to convene that morning for a meeting regarding the distribution of the auctioned items. As the attendees entered the conference room one by one, all except for the Snow Woman, who wore a dissatisfied expression, were somewhat excited, hopeful to obtain one of the coveted soul bones. Once everyone had arrived, Jing Hongchen made a delayed entrance, settling into her seat and adjusting her position for comfort. She then addressed Shuang, stating, "From the Starlight Auction House, we have obtained 4 soul bones with a history exceeding 50,000 years, all of exceptionally high quality, corresponding to the limbs. In addition, there is one particularly unique soul bone and another of remarkable quality, aged 100,000 years. This means we have acquired a total of 6 soul bones from the Starlight Auction House." Shuang's gaze reflected astonishment. She had not anticipated that the Star Luo Empire would present a 100,000-year soul bone as an auction item after losing the Snow Empress embryo. Indeed, they had invested significantly. "Please bring forth those soul bones," Shuang commanded. Jing Hongchen nodded and produced 6 soul bones, placing them upon the table. Among them, 4 were disregarded by Shuang, whose attention was wholly captivated by the remaining 2. They shimmered and pulsated, as if imbued with a liquid emerald essence. One of them, a left-arm soul bone, exuded a faint white mist from its verdant surface. Magnified severalfold, its peculiarity became even more pronounced, revealing tiny, crystalline formations that sparkled like finely crafted gems. The 4 soul bones set aside by Jing Hongchen paled in comparison, clearly belonging to a different echelon. The 70,000-year Ice Emerald Scorpion left arm bone possessed formidable ice explosion soul skills. However, due to the inherent characteristics of the Ice Emerald Scorpion, only soul masters with an extreme affinity for ice could integrate with it. After Jing Hongchen's arms had fused with the Ice Fire Dragon King's soul bones, she could no longer merge with this particular soul bone, indicating that only the Snow Maiden could potentially wield its power. As for the acknowledgments and notifications regarding additional chapters and donations, they bear no relevance to the narrative and have been omitted for clarity and focus on the story. In the presence of the Ice Emerald Scorpion soul bone, the onlookers exhibited no covetousness, as its attributes did not align with their own. They understood that attempting to forcibly integrate with such a soul bone would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the quality of this soul bone was beyond their reach, which was the most significant factor. As for the Snow Maiden, she sat alone in a chair, glancing at the Ice Emerald Scorpion left arm bone. She quickly averted her gaze, betraying no hint of the tempestuous fury that brewed within her. Shuang cast a glance at the ancient soul bone, which had been preserved for a staggering 100,000 years, belonging to the Titan giant python, a soul beast of the same esteemed rank as the Titan great ape. Yet, in contrast to the Titan great ape's mastery over gravity and the earth, the Titan giant python was unparalleled in sheer strength. Inheriting the power aptitude of the Titan giants and boasting an enormous physique, the Titan giant python was undoubtedly a top-tier predator. To procure the soul bone, Jing Hongchen expended a formidable sum of 100 million gold soul coins, which was 2/3 the price of a Snow Emperor's embryo, valued at 150 million gold soul coins. As one of the most powerful races in the extreme northern territories, the Ice Blue Scorpion clan took immense pride in their lineage. Moreover, they possessed the most formidable ice known in the contemporary world. Thus, whether it be soul rings or soul bones produced by the Ice Blue Scorpions, there existed a unique requirement for absorption. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of the Snow Maiden, while others gazed curiously at Shuang, eager to uncover the prerequisites for merging with the Ice Blue Scorpion soul bone. This special requirement was the essence of ultimate ice. Without the physique of an extreme ice martial soul, one could never hope to absorb the soul bones yielded by the Ice Blue Scorpions. This was a point of pride for the Ice Blue Scorpion clan. Shuang grasped the Ice Blue Scorpion soul bone, and an instant chill enveloped his palm. However, even the 7,000-year Ice Blue Scorpion could not inflict harm upon Shuang, let alone its soul bone after death. Holding the soul bone, Shuang casually tossed it towards the Snow Maiden, stating, "This soul bone is for you. Whether you choose to fuse it or utilize it for other purposes is entirely your decision." Having said that, Shuang turned his attention to the remaining 5 soul bones and addressed the others. "Do not even entertain the thought of the 100,000-year Titan Python soul bone. but the other 4 soul bones are available to you. The champion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's soul fighting tournament will receive 3 soul bones as a reward from the organizers. Thus, if you seize the championship, you will be able to claim 7 soul bones as your prize. Upon Lin Shuang's conclusion, naturally, questions arose. Chun Fei inquired, Brother Lin, how shall we distribute the soul bones among the 14 of us participating in the competition? Lin Shuang cast a glance at him and slowly said, the 7 of us, Ming Hongchen, Sha Hongchen, Zhi, Tanga, Hui Yuhao, Xuanu, and I will directly forfeit. Does anyone have any objections? The 5 soul bones that Ming Hongchen possessed were of exceptionally terrifying quality. Even the least remarkable pair of leg bones originated from a 100,000-year-old soul beast, derived from heavenly herbs, thus rendering the 1,000-year soul bones inconsequential to her. Xiao Hongchen and Zhi were in a similar predicament. While Xuanu naturally regarded these soul bones with disdain, Tanga and Hui Yuhao had recently acquired their soul bones from Lin Shuang. And those 2 were of a 100,000-year grade and from ferocious beasts. Thus, they harbored no qualms about forfeiting. Should Lin Shuang also relinquish her claim, the remaining 7 individuals would perfectly align to share the 7 soul bones as their reward. Of course, this is contingent upon winning the championship, however, with Lin Shuang present. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy could not possibly face defeat. Therefore, there would be no issues. Qin Fei remarked with a smile. Lin Shuang gazed at their faces, each brimming with excitement, and a glimmer of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Yet, she pondered, is this not to be expected? Lin Shuang stated, perhaps your mindset has encountered some issues. In the prestigious Continental Senior Soul Master Academy's Soul Duel competition, I shall lead you to victory. However, thereafter, the path you tread must be forged by your own efforts. I shall not extend further assistance. The expressions of the crowd instantly froze. With only a handful maintaining their composure, Lin Shuang gently tapped her fingers on the table and continued, you are the future pillars of the nation, capable of becoming 8th-level soul masters, and even harboring the potential to ascend to 9th level, albeit the odds may be slim. Yet, you are prodigies. You will inevitably face opponents destined to cross your path. This is an immutable truth. Therefore, I implore you to exert every ounce of your strength, for I possess the authority to strip you of everything you hold. Lin Shuang's admonition awakened everyone, as they were about to be engulfed by their own vanity. Despite being hailed as the strongest cohort in the history of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy, what they remained oblivious to was that it was Lin Shuang who had brought them to this pinnacle. Without her, they would not even have harbored hopes of victory. In the face of Lin Shuang's stern words, some still paid no heed, with Xiao Hongchen absent-mindedly biting his nails, prompting Lin Shuang to naturally disregard this rogue. This is where it ends. I hope that in the upcoming round of 16 to 8 matches, you will showcase your finest selves. At that moment, Qin Fei and Ma Rulong will remain motionless as participants, and I trust that through your efforts, you will secure victory and prove your worth. After speaking, Lin Shuang turned to Xiao Hongchen and questioned, do you believe you are strong? Of course, Xiao Hongchen candidly affirmed, confident in his undeniable strength. Lin Shuang's lips twitched slightly as she took a deep breath and said to him, but do you realize that there are those within Shrek Academy who possess the ability not only to defeat you, but even to kill you? That's impossible, laughed Hongchen as he rose to his feet. Lin Shuang gazed at him, a hint of a sardonic smile playing on her lips as she remarked, perhaps you should speak such words only after you have triumphed over your own sister. Lin Shuang rose and departed from the conference room, leaving no one to accompany him. Ming Hongchen remained seated, nodding in satisfaction. Throughout the meeting, he had remained silent, yet he observed the transformations of everyone in his heart. Noticing Xiao Hongchen's hint of despondency, he finally spoke. Xiao, your potential is immense, yet dreams are equally your strength. As twin siblings, you possess the soul fusion technique, which is your greatest power. However, you are still young. Not to mention myself and Lin Shuang. Even that fellow Yi Yulin could easily vanquish you. Yi Yulin, are you being polite? Xiao Hongchen fell into silence, refraining from retorting this time. He felt a sense of bewilderment. Had he truly failed to grasp his own capabilities? He could not accept this notion. If he was genuinely weaker than others, then he would strive to surpass them. With his first target being the Starry Sky Douluo, Yi Yulin. Aside from Xiao Hongchen, the others were engulfed in contemplation and confusion, although some, like Hui Yuhao, began to deliberate on future strategies. Despite the absence of 2 7th-level soul masters from the fray, the group had not emerged empty-handed during this period, particularly Mo Ran. After consuming the celestial herb blood of the Reaper, her soul power had ascended to the 58th level, and she had even achieved the status of a 6th-level soul master during her research. With the elite fighting force of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's representative team sidelined, Mo Ran would become the core strength in the forthcoming battles. Chapter 148. The Sun Moon Squad. The group commenced discussions regarding their tactics, and aside from Lin Shuang, no one else had taken their leave. Instead, they continued to remind each other of pertinent matters. Lin Shuang, Orange, Ming Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen, Ma Rulong, and Chen Fei. These 6 individuals refrained from participating in the battle. Consequently, from the remaining 8, 7 contestants would be selected. They were tasked with analyzing various strategies and, upon discerning their opponents, employing the most suitable tactics to vanquish them. 3 days later, amidst Jiang Nanan's nightly torment, the break concluded, and the first team to enter the knockout rounds was once again Shrek Academy. Seated in the resting area, Lin Shuang observed with a smirk as Jiang Nanan, who was clutching her ammunition and even using objects to prevent it from spilling, caught her attention. If Su Sancher were still alive, he would likely be enraged to learn of such events. Regrettably, Jiang Nanan did not take the stage. Nor did Ma Xiaotao or the blue-haired youth. Instead, the remaining 5 members of the Shrek 7 monsters, accompanied by reserve team members Bei Bei and Tang Wudong, participated in the competition. The match concluded swiftly, and Tang Feng's prowess had become increasingly formidable. His explanation for this was the powerful drugs he had brought from his family. With the immense strength of the Haoyin sect, no one doubted the origin of the Bailing blood ginseng he had consumed, nor would they suspect he might betray them. Thanks to the ginseng, Tang Feng's soul power surged from level 72 to 76, a remarkable leap of 4 levels. Coupled with the ancient bull demon right arm bone he had fused with Lin Shuang, Tang Feng's strength transcended boundaries, elevating him to an entirely new echelon of power. Subsequently, the battle with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy commenced, where they faced an unexpected adversary, Dao Academy from the Heavenly Soul Empire. This prestigious academy boasted soul emperors among its ranks. Nevertheless, Lin Shuang remained resolute, allowing them to compete despite the formidable challenge. The participants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy were undoubtedly the continent's most gifted soul engineers, each having fused with at least 1 soul bone. Without question, Mo Ran possessed the strength of a soul emperor. The other 3 soul engineers from the Sun Moon Academy were all level 5 soul engineers, wielding the pinnacle of Soul King combat capabilities. Among the remaining contestants were Hui Yuhao, Tanga, and the Snow Girl. Their soul bones and martial spirit attributes enabled them to unleash extraordinary effects, particularly Hui Yuhao's psychic detection sharing, a divine skill for soul engineers. Tanya's invincible strikes, empowered by the blue-silver tyrant spear's piercing and devouring abilities, made her the sharpest spear of the team. The Snow Girl, a control-type soul master, wielded unparalleled ice and snow control techniques, demonstrating her terrifying talent even as a mere 2-ringed soul master. The remaining 3 soul engineers were equally crucial. Xiao Xiaofeng's food-type martial spirit proved immensely effective at the Soul King level, while Lin Shi utilized ranged soul guiding devices to disrupt the enemy. Li Yan's fire martial spirit was also employed for crowd control. Meanwhile, the mech-loving Mika did not take the stage, leaving Mo Ran as the team leader, shouldering the responsibility of defeating Dao Academy. Lin Shuang harbored no worries. If they were to lose, it would merely prove their inadequacy, and her concern for the outcome of the competition seemed to have waned. As the match commenced, both teams took to the arena. However, upon witnessing the participants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, everyone was taken aback. 2 young boys and a girl. What was the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy attempting to accomplish? While such a strategy might have sufficed in a round-robin format, this was a knockout stage. We're losing mid-elimination. Facing the most powerful Dao Academy of the Heavenly Soul Empire, many perceived the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy as excessively arrogant. Yet the reality stood firm. What was Dao Academy? Was a Soul Emperor truly formidable? The Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy boasted 4 level 7 soul engineers and Lin Shuang, a level 9 soul engineer. They indeed looked down upon Dao Academy. Captain Jiang Ping, accompanied by his teammates, ascended the competition stage, expressing dissatisfaction. If it is you, perhaps the journey of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy ends here. We will eliminate you. Mo Ran, the acting captain of the Sun Moon team, replied earnestly, with the referee's call signaling the start of the match. Both teams unleashed their martial spirits. Hui Yuhao's lips curled into a smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of brilliance, as the 2 soul rings that should have appeared at his feet were concealed under the influence of psychic detection sharing. The Sun Moon team swiftly grasped every move of their opponents, akin to a divine perspective. Were it not for Hui Yuhao's position as a control-type master, he would have undoubtedly excelled as a support soul master. Jiang Ping summoned his Thunder Axe martial spirit, leading his teammates to charge forward, aiming to disrupt the Sun Moon team's formation and prevent them from unleashing the full potential of their soul devices. Ice, fire, and dark blue silver grass enveloped the battlefield, as Lin Shi and the others, who had prepared steam buns for the team, utilized soul devices to disrupt the enemy, striving to establish firepower dominance. As the lowest-tier martial spirit, blue silver grass was often dismissed, even in its mutated form. To them, blue silver grass was merely blue silver grass, a useless martial spirit. Observing this, a soul master from Dao Academy let down his guard, believing Tanga's most formidable asset to be the blue silver tyrant spear. While they were not mistaken, they underestimated the dark blue silver grass. The dark blue silver grass ensnared a young soul master, a powerful five-ringed soul king, piercing his skin with its thorns, ultimately draining his vitality. Consequently, Tanga's soul power ascended to level 40. A flash of crimson flickered in Tanga's eyes as she turned to Lin Shuang. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if a shadow had already aligned with her. The blue-silver tyrant spear manifested in Tanga's grasp, adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Yet at that moment, in full view of the onlookers, the spear transformed into a blue soul ring, binding to the dark blue silver grass and becoming Tanga's 4th soul ring, thereby elevating her to the status of a 4-ring soul master. The members of Dao Academy were ignited by the fury of their fallen comrade. But faced with the Sun Moon team's overwhelming firepower, they found it impossible to breach their defenses and were forced to maneuver, seeking an opportunity to dismantle their line of defense. Meanwhile, enveloped by the dark blue-silver grass, Tanga radiated blue light, yet it was overshadowed by darkness, as the dark blue-silver grass seemed to grow even stronger. Chapter 149, The Dark Blue-Silver King. The transformation of the dark blue-silver grass occurred in an instant. Yet it was not its final evolution. The current dark blue-silver grass ought to be referred to as the dark blue-silver king. Tanga extended her hand, and the blue-silver tyrant spear appeared once more, but it now shimmered in black rather than the familiar blue of the blue-silver grass. It was not that Tanga's power had assimilated the blue-silver tyrant spear, but rather that the spear recognized Tanga's strength, deeming her worthy to be its master, leading to its transformation. Naturally, the top-tier artifact morphed into a soul ring, propelling Tanga's soul power from level 40 to an astonishing 44, achieving a remarkable 4-level breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of her potential for consecutive advancements. Engage, Mo Ran shouted, his 5th soul ring illuminating the arena. Mental chaos. A soul skill identical to that of Hui Yuhao's 4th soul skill is present, and the 5th soul ring of Mo Ran indeed originates from the Silver Moon Wolf King. By merging the 7,000-year evil eye tyrant soul bone, Mo Ran's mental prowess has ascended to an ethereal realm, causing chaos among the remaining 6 opponents as their soul power spiraled into disarray. With a swift motion, Tanga hurled the blue-silver Overlord Spear, piercing through Jiang Peng's chest. This exemplifies the potency of soul bones, the enhancement of mental power through the fusion of a cranial soul bone, the unique skills granted by limb soul bones, and the comprehensive augmentation of physical attributes provided by a torso soul bone all contribute to this strength. The greater the age of the fused soul bone, the more significant the enhancement, akin to the 7,000-year evil eye tyrant at the soul Douluo level, capable of contending with tidal Douluo. Although the fusion did not elevate Mo Ran's mental power to the tangible and intangible realm comparable to a tidal Douluo, it approached that pinnacle. Upon consuming the celestial herb, blood of the death god, Mo Ran shattered this limitation. Now, his terrifying strength erupted, and in unison with Tanga, they swiftly dispatched the captain of the Dao Academy. "We concede," exclaimed the leading teacher from Dao Academy, his eyes devoid of luster as he scrambled onto the competition stage. Tanga approached, extracting the blue-silver Overlord Spear from Jiang Peng's lifeless form, observing the corpse from which not a single drop of blood had flowed. The teacher's emotions spiraled out of control as he bellowed at Tanga, "Damn the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, they are nurturing evil soul masters." This proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the audience, and at the moment his words fell, the corpse had already been severed from its head. Lin Shuang appeared on the competition stage, gazing at the Emperor Sujiawi of the Starry Royal City, and declared, "This man has defamed the reputation of my Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Let his beheading serve as a warning to the world." Lin Shuang wore a peculiar smile on her face, while Su Jiawei gripped the armrests of his chair with great force, the fury in his eyes barely contained. Yet, he could only endure, even as Lin Shuang acted with impunity in Xinglua City. Su Jiawei glanced at the referee, who immediately understood the situation and proclaimed loudly, "The representative team of the Empyrean Soul Empire's Jiao Advanced Academy concedes defeat. The representative team of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy emerges victorious." The cheers celebrating yet another triumph for the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy overshadowed the fact that Lin Shuang had slain the leading instructor of the Diao Academy. Lin Shuang made his way to the resting area when Xiaoshui, the little snow girl, approached him and embraced him, clinging to his leg, her delicate, fair face nuzzling against Lin Shuang's hand. Lin Shuang smiled as she cradled the snow maiden and returned to the resting area. Their battle with Shrek Academy was drawing near. Lin Shuang threatened and provoked Su Jiawei, as she naturally yearned for retribution. Even though Lin Shuang had harnessed the power of space that day, Su Jiawei preferred to believe it was merely the effect of a spatial soul tool. Nevertheless, in contrast to the Sun Moon Empire's complete mastery over spatial technology, Su Jiawei secretly hoped that Lin Shuang was a limit Douluo, and that the spatial power displayed that day was not solely attributable to a spatial soul tool. As for the upcoming matches, this emperor would not participate. The Snow Maiden, nestled in Lin Shuang's embrace, lamented with a cute, sorrowful expression on her face. Lin Shuang inquired, "What is the matter?" The Snow Maiden, with a delicate snort, turned her head shyly and replied, "The opponents are simply too formidable. They do not provide an opportunity for growth." Too formidable? Lin Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. It was rather amusing that the illustrious Snow Empress would claim that a few Soul Kings and a Soul Emperor were too strong. However, the current Snow Maiden was merely a great fighter, and it was indeed commendable that she could contend against the Soul Sect. Facing a Soul King was still somewhat beyond her reach. Meanwhile, Tanga appeared to have undergone a profound transformation. An aura of coldness enveloped her as she sat alone on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation, assimilating her recent experiences. Lin Shuang held high expectations for Tanga. Whereas previously she had hoped for Tanga to possess the talent of the Blue-Silver Saintess during the Spirit Hall period. Now Lin Shuang believed that Tanga harbored the potential for divinity. In the forthcoming plans of Lin Shuang, a portion of power was destined to belong to Tanga. Noticing the peculiar change in Tanga, Lin Shuang chose to disregard it for the moment. Instead, she utilized her mental energy to isolate others, creating a cocoon around herself and the Snow Maiden, allowing their conversation to unfold. "How long until the Ice Emperor's tribulation arrives?" Lin Shuang asked. "Anytime," the Snow Maiden replied, a hint of worry in her voice. The Ice Emperor's time had been pushed to the utmost limit. Her tribulation could descend at any moment. If it were not for the Ice Emperor's reluctance to act recklessly, coupled with her suppression of her own strength, her tribulation would likely have arrived long ago. "After the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, I have pressing matters to attend to, but I am concerned about your safety in venturing alone to the northernmost lands." Lin Shuang's words left the Snow Woman perplexed, as she responded with a hint of confusion. "How could I possibly encounter danger in the farthest reaches of the north? After all, I am the Snow Empress." Lin Shuang's lips twitched at the corners. Here, his strength could suppress the Snow Emperor. Yet he could not guarantee the Emperor's demeanor upon returning to the extreme north. "Swear to the Ice God that you shall never betray me," Lin Shuang gently murmured, caressing the delicate white hair of the Snow Maiden. Instantly, the Snow Maiden's mood soured. She shifted her position and sat atop Lin Shuang's lap, facing him, her expression reverting to the Snow Emperor's icy demeanor. "Are you doubting this, Emperor?" she inquired sternly. 10 strands of eternal ice essence, Lin Shuang proposed, negotiating terms with the Snow Emperor. If the Emperor remained indecisive, the missing skeletal remains in the 9th spirit ring that Lin Shuang sought would finally find a resolution. Perhaps the Blood Moon Martial Spirit would also undergo transformation into the Crimson Ice Moon. 50 strands, the Snow Maiden boldly declared. She was acutely aware of Lin Shuang's power, though she could only concede to his demands, albeit with her own stipulations. Clearly, the Snow Maiden's intention to acquiesce was apparent to Lin Shuang, who smiled slightly and replied, "What if we alter the terms? After you locate the Ice Emperor, bring her to the Sun and Moon Empire. I can guide you both to the Eternal Ice Cavern, allowing the Ice Emperor to take form there. With the power of the Eternal Ice Cavern and the Ice God's Scepter, the Ice Emperor's potential will elevate to your level." Chapter 150. Ye Xishui reappears. The conditions set forth by Lin Shuang were ones that the Snow Maiden could not refuse. As for the authenticity of her oath to the Ice God, should she truly pledge her allegiance, Lin Shuang would undoubtedly be generous with her. Possessing the essence of ancient ice, Lin Shuang surely had command over a cavern of eternal frost. After the Snow Maiden swore her oath, Lin Shuang withdrew his mental presence, gently caressing her head. Rising, he placed the snow maiden upon a chair, initially intending to seek out Tanga. Lin Shuang's footsteps suddenly halted as he caught sight of a familiar figure, an exceptionally beautiful young woman of a similar age to Ming Hongchen. Lin Shuang locked eyes with her, realizing she had noticed him. The maiden smiled at him, prompting Lin Shuang to turn and stride out of Xingluo Plaza, while she hastily left the spectator stands to follow. Within the corridors of Xingluo Plaza, Lin Shuang inquired of the maiden, "What brings you here?" "To watch my senior brother's match, of course." The maiden beamed with excitement as she threw herself into Lin Shuang's embrace. Her identity was unmistakable: Linger, the holy maiden of the Holy Spirit sect, and also the cherished disciple of Lin Shuang's mentor, the Death God Douluo Ye Xishui. After a brief hesitation, Lin Shuang wrapped his arms around her and asked, "Where is our teacher?" "Right behind you, naturally," Linger teased playfully. Startled, Lin Shuang whirled around to find a figure draped in black robes standing there. "Teacher." Lin Shuang greeted respectfully, bowing to Ye Xishui. Ye Xishui remarked, "Your potential has surpassed this old one's expectations." Lin Shuang promptly replied, "Yet I still require the formidable power of the Spirit Hall. The might of 2 limit Douluos, coupled with 3 super Douluos at the pinnacle of level 98, render the Spirit Hall's strength exceedingly terrifying." Naturally, Lin Shuang was loath to relinquish such potent combat prowess. The Spirit Hall has forged an alliance with the Sun and Moon Imperial family. Ye Xishui spoke slowly. "They hope to employ a malevolent soul master to eliminate you. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that you are, in truth, my esteemed disciple and the holy son of the Spirit Hall." At that time, the second elder, Nangong Wan, had made contact with a formidable individual from the Sun and Moon Imperial family. He did not raise any alarms. Instead, he relayed the information to your senior brother. "I wish to know your thoughts on this matter." Lin Shuang gazed earnestly at her esteemed teacher and declared, "You cannot kill me." Ye Xishui, perhaps the most formidable of warriors, was perceived by the world as the strongest evil spirit master of her time. The Death God Douluo Ye Xishui. In essence, she would not reveal her luminous phoenix martial soul, for the sake of Yin Xiaoxia. She had entwined her fate with that of Long Xiaoyao's progeny. This was the reason Lin Shuang had allowed him to escape during her initial ambush on Yin Xiaoxia. He was, after all, her teacher's own grandson. Consequently, Ye Xishui, wielding solely her blood soul demon puppet martial soul, was utterly incapable of slaying Lin Shuang, especially with both Jing Hongchen and Hu Liena present in Star Luo City. Ye Xishui, undeterred by the offense in Lin Shuang's words, inquired once more, "I must ascertain your stance regarding the sacred spirit cult, as well as your perspective on the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire." "I am the holy son of the sacred spirit cult, and simultaneously, the future emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire," Lin Shuang proclaimed. Ye Xishui slowly advanced towards Lin Shuang, extending her terrifyingly powerful arm. In a flash, Lin Shuang evaded her strike. "Spatial power?" Ye Xishui exclaimed in astonishment. "To master spatial force at the tender age of 19 is indeed an astonishing talent." "Your explanation fails to satisfy me," Ye Xishui stated. "Then what of Yin Xiaoxia?" Lin Shuang retorted. "The Yin surname, along with the luminous phoenix martial soul, surely he must be a descendant of your lineage?" Boom. Ye Xishui unleashed her soul power without restraint, while Lin Shuang stood firm against it, striving to prevent its influence from permeating the outside world. She had no desire to engage in combat with Ye Xishui. In this realm, where the Douluo Continent and the Divine Realm coexist, it stands to reason that other worlds must also exist. Evil spirit masters may assume the role of invaders, fortifying our world. They can grow stronger by claiming the lives of their foes, transforming from harbingers of chaos into heroes. "I shall conquer this continent and claim dominion over the entire world, at which point the sacred spirit cult shall ascend to become a divine institution." Lin Shuang spoke with fervor, yet Ye Xishui harbored no belief in his words. Instead, she questioned him, saying, "The particulars of my affairs are of no consequence to you. However, you must refrain from intervening. On the contrary, the terms you propose must convey your sincerity to the Holy Spirit Church." Lin Shuang smiled and remarked, "Senior brother is still considerably older than you all, yet he has been able to lead the Holy Spirit sect for many years. When he steps down, I shall not contend with Linger for the position of sect master. Furthermore, I shall ascend to the throne of the Sun Moon Empire within a year. At that time, during the upcoming Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Competition to be held in Mingdu, I will permit various sects to participate, including the Holy Spirit sect. Additionally, the Holy Spirit sect may become the state religion of the Sun Moon Empire, and you, dear teacher, shall naturally be appointed as the national master of the empire. This time, Lin Shuang's proposition moved Ye Xishui, or rather, it was Lin Shuang's initial terms that captivated her, though at first, she had not trusted him due to the lack of evidence. Ye Xishui nodded in agreement. If the Holy Spirit sect could indeed emerge from the shadows, perhaps their love would finally bear fruit. Ye Xishui turned to Lin Shuang and said, this time, concerning the South Palace's involvement, I hope the Holy Spirit sect will take action against those who seek to harm you, specifically the Deputy Hall Master of the Royal Temple, Sun Douluo Su Wenji. How could that be? Lin Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. Yet upon further reflection, he realized that Su Tian'an was indeed the great-grandson of Su Wenji. With a prodigy among his own kin, no one would wish for any misfortune to befall him. I understand now. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Shuang's eyes. It must be said that some individuals are perpetually ensnared by their own delusions, but this time, Lin Shuang was genuinely infuriated. Betrayal from one's own is perhaps bearable. Yet this particular individual was the blood uncle of Lin Shuang's grandfather, to whom Lin Shuang had even gifted a celestial herb. Lin Shuang presented a jade box with utmost reverence, offering it to Ye Xishui with both hands. Master, she said, within this box lies the celestial herb, the water immortal jade skin bone. It possesses the remarkable ability to nourish tendons and strengthen bones, facilitating the flow of vital energy through the 8 extraordinary meridians. If you consume it, Master, it should enhance your longevity and under the influence of your soul power combined with the herb's medicinal properties. It is conceivable that you may even regain your youthful vitality. Lin Shuang ultimately accepted his teacher once again. Though both harbored their discontent, they never expressed it, thus maintaining their master-disciple relationship, with Lin Shuang remaining the esteemed disciple of the Death God Douluo. Chapter 151. Signing in with Linger eventually. Ye Xishui took the water fairy jade skin and left, but she chose to leave Linger behind. Observing the girl's cheerful demeanor, Lin Shuang rolled his eyes and took her hand, departing from the Star Luo Square. As they walked, they discussed the events that had transpired during this time. Notably, Linger had already ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor, her soul power reaching level 68, drawing ever closer to Soul Sage. Her rapid advancement in strength could be attributed not only to the absorption of other souls for cultivation but also to the divine examination. However, the most crucial factor was her integration of soul rings with the devouring soul tree martial spirit, which was the primary reason for her swift breakthrough in soul power. Throughout the journey, Lin Shuang wore a smile, yet confusion lingered in his eyes, for he could not fathom why his teacher had chosen to leave Linger behind. Shouldn't she have continued her divine examination at this juncture? Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Shuang led Lingo to his suite, which had been tidied up, leaving no trace of the battlefield with Zhang Nanan. Linger, dressed in a red and white long dress, her dark purple hair tied back with a ribbon, kept her azure eyes fixed on Lin Shuang. In truth, it was not his teacher who wished for her to remain, but rather her own desire to stay by his side, a request that had been graciously granted by her teacher. Lin Shuang paused momentarily, turning to gaze at the young girl. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment she had taken her away from Shrek Academy, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She retrieved the purified soul-devouring blade, also known as the Blade of Spirit Guardian, and tossed it to Linger. Lin Shuang then exited the suite, settling onto the sofa in the adjoining room. With her eyes closed, she rubbed the corners of her eyes, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. Inside the suite, Linger stared at the blade in her hands, shock flickering in her eyes. Having undergone the 9 trials of life, she recognized this metal and was astounded that Lin Shuang possessed such an item. Yet, had her senior brother not gifted her the spirit gold? A smile blossomed on Lingo's face as she cradled the blade crafted from spirit gold. A gentle voice echoed in her ears, as if the spirit gold had melted into pure life force, merging seamlessly into her being in an instant. The tree of life martial spirit instinctively erupted, unleashing an overwhelming vitality that transformed into a soul ring at the last moment. 6 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, and red, circled around her. A cerulean soul ring appeared, enveloping these 6 rings, allowing Linger to ascend to the rank of a 7-ring soul sage. Sensing the terrifying waves of soul energy and life essence permeating the air, Lin Shuang rushed back into the suite. Upon witnessing Lingo's latest breakthrough, astonishment flickered in her eyes. A 14-year-old 7-ring soul sage, was this the potential unlocked after receiving divine recognition? Life's blessing. The tree of life martial spirit released a torrent of vitality, cascading towards Lin Shuang. She neither flinched nor resisted, allowing this life force to wash over her. As the vitality enveloped her, Lin Shuang felt an unprecedented comfort. The purified soul-devouring blade was entirely surrendered to Linger, as it held no value for them. Yet, one could not help but pity the old man who, without spirit gold, would require considerable time to regain his consciousness. After the life force had thoroughly cleansed Lin Shuang, Linga retracted her tree of life martial spirit and gazed at Lin Shuang with alluring eyes. Lin Shuang approached her, bending down beside the bed to caress Ling Er's delicate little face. Ling Er pouted in displeasure, yet Lin Shuang unabashedly buried her head into it. Ling Er's petite body quivered, but she offered no resistance, merely shyly closing her eyes. Lin Shuang began to push boundaries. How could he possibly be oblivious to the girl's feelings? However, it was only now that Lin Shuang had resolutely decided to take action. It must be said that Lingo possessed an exquisite figure. Her slender legs clad in white silk felt delightful to the touch, and her bosom was far from the commonplace flatness of other girls her age. Yet, Lin Shuang bore no concern regarding this, even if she were slightly younger. He could mold her into the size of an orange. After all, the initial size of an orange bore little distinction from that of Linger. After yet another attempt to engage with Linger using the check-in method he had learned from Wu Ming and Zhang Nannan, the system failed to deliver a reward. Nevertheless, Lin Shuang felt invigorated as he tenderly gazed at the girl who had already succumbed to slumber beside him. He changed his attire and, in a flash, appeared in another room where Zhang Nannan sat vacantly on the sofa. Night had fallen, and she was preoccupied with the impending hour of 10. Observing Zhang Nannan, Lin Shuang remarked, "From now on, you need not come to my room every day, but after 10 o'clock, no one is permitted in your room. Should you require anything, I will come to you." A glimmer of delight flickered in Zhang Nannan's eyes.